Chapter 1. The truth is out, my son. I am your father, call my name quickly. The time traveler, Chu Ba Wang, gazed longingly at the disheveled beggar before him. Chu Ba Wang, to him asked utterer, please do not mock me. The beggar, in utter bewilderment, soon realized that Chu Ba Wang was jesting and raised his cane, preparing to strike. However, the agile Chu Ba Wang had already vanished from sight. Chu Ba Wang, you wait. I shall report this to Miss Koya. Having traversed to another world, I have spent a full 18 years in the realm of pirates. Why has my golden finger yet to arrive? Chu Ba Wang felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Other time, travelers acquired their golden fingers upon arrival. Yet here he was, having lived as a mere pawn for 18 years, still without the customary golden finger. It is important to note that while the pirate world may not be deemed highly perilous, the clashes among the powerful pose a significant threat to ordinary mortals, with earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and glaciers cracking. The most distressing of all are the lawless pirates, who commit arson, murder, and every crime imaginable. Fortunately, Chu Bawang was born on a peaceful little island Zillibu village, which happens to be the birthplace of Usopp, one of Luffy's loyal crewmates. Chu Bawang had thought he would lead an ordinary life, aging and fading away without notable achievements. Reluctantly, he acquiesced to the pursuit of his childhood sweetheart, Koya. He had merely wished to live quietly as a kept man. Little did he expect that on the very next day after the wedding, the system awakened. Chu Bawang was furious. If he never lost his virginity, would he be forever disconnected from the system? Loading the Multiverse Sun Collection system, loading complete. As the name suggests, this is a system that empowers him through the collection of suns. Whenever someone calls him father, Chu Bawang gains a chance to draw a lottery. The only drawback is that each individual can only contribute one lottery opportunity per day, and a maximum of 10 can simultaneously call him father. The daily lottery cap is set at 100 times, which will increase as his strength grows. From the current perspective, the pirate world seems to be merely the starting point. Might he eventually traverse to the worlds of Naruto, Dragon Ball, or Marvel? Chu Bawang felt a surge of excitement. System, is there a beginner's gift package? The beginner's gift package is sealed and can be claimed once someone calls you father. Chu Bawang was left in confusion. Shouldn't the beginner's gift package be given directly to me? Why are there task requirements? Isn't this just making things difficult for me, fat tiger? 10 minutes later, Chu Bawang located the village's only stuttering beggar. Thus, the dramatic scene at the outset transpired. Ha system, someone has already called me Baba. Can I now claim the beginner's gift package? Initiating the beginner's gift package. My goodness, it really works. Initially thinking it was just a play on words, he expected the system to recognize it. To his dismay, the intelligence of this little system was quite concerning. He received the perfect level Thunder Fruit, gained LV1 observation hockey, acquired the strongman identification technique, obtained blade cultivation technique, acquired embryonic stare, and the passive buff no one in the world does not recognize you. This beginner's gift package seems excessively generous. The perfect level Thunder Fruit requires no explanation. LV1 observation hockey is also a valuable asset. As for the strongman identification technique, blade cultivation technique, and embryonic stare, the strongman identification technique allows one to discern whether a person is a true strongman with just a glance. Skill effect. The original maternal gaze of Confucian saints will allow the recipient to experience the agony of 10 months of pregnancy within 10 seconds, followed by half an hour of labor pain. What the hell? Isn't this the legendary ability to cause anyone to become pregnant with just a stare? Indeed, it is often said that the greatest suffering in the world is the moment of childbirth after a woman has carried a child for 10 months. To ascertain the steadfastness of a strong man's spirit, one must have him experience the pains of pregnancy and childbirth. This skill is quite extraordinary. Few below the level of the 4 emperors can withstand such an attack. The blade cultivation technique. Everything can be cultivated, the most peculiar skill that can increase the affinity of any item, regardless of race, material, or even the void itself. I recall in the original work that the blade cultivation technique, when taken to its extreme, can even transform a dull blade into a sword maiden. Indeed, the products of the system are undoubtedly top-notch. This skill is remarkable. Just the thought of potentially cultivating a sword maiden in the future excites Chu Bawang. Embryonic stare, a dark art acquired after manifesting in the 9 netherworlds. When used in conjunction with the strongman identification technique, it can seize one ability from the opponent. Good heavens, this skill is far too overpowered. As long as it is used alongside the strongman identification technique, he can take one of the opponent's abilities. Attention! This is a seizure, not a mere replication. Just imagine, if he were to seize Shanks Conqueror's Haki, Whitebeard's Quake Fruit, Kizaru's Light Fruit, or Akin's Magma Fruit, this would utterly obliterate the enemy. The passive buff "no one in the world does not recognize you." Upon seeing you for the first time, everyone automatically learns your name. What practical use does this skill even have? It seems to be quite useless. Little did Chu Bawang know the terrifying power that the buff "no one in the world does not recognize you" would bestow upon him. Zillibu village is indeed a picturesque haven, perfect for retirement. The residents here are kind-hearted, and young Chu Bawang grew up enjoying the hospitality of the villagers. Moreover, with memories from 2 lifetimes, he ultimately lost his virginity. His wife is none other than the daughter of a prominent family in Zillibu village. Kia. Bawang, good morning. Why haven't you spent more time with Miss Kia? As he walked along, the villagers cheerfully greeted Chu Bawang. However, they found it peculiar that despite wanting to call him by his real name, they ended up stuttering Bawang. It sounded just like calling someone father, which felt incredibly awkward. In the moment of Chu Bawang's days, he unintentionally amassed a 10-fold lottery draw. Could this be the effect of the "no one in the world does not recognize you" passive buff? Hiss. This effect is a bit absurd. It actually forces others to call me Baba. Lost in thought, Chu Bawang received yet another 10-fold lottery draw. He finally realized that the "no one in the world does not recognize you" buff was indeed the highlight of the beginner's gift package. With newfound swagger, Chu Bawang traversed every corner of the village. Even the elderly village chief, upon seeing him, was left dumbfounded, exclaiming "Baba Wang." Soon enough, he had exhausted the daily limit of 100 draws. What the heck? 100 consecutive draws? And this is all I get? Chu Bawang's expression darkened as he tallied his gains for the day. He obtained a system space of 100,100,100 cubic meters, acquired instantaneous movement, gained infinite stamina, received a bottle of mineral water, and a piece of pig knuckle. Aside from the first 3 being quite useful, the rest were utterly worthless. This left Chu Bawang questioning whether he had struck a deal with the devil. While the first 3 abilities are indeed powerful in the pirate world, Chu Bawang's journey spans countless realms. Is he truly satisfied with merely the pirate world? Absolutely not. In the pirate world, he may currently possess strength that rivals anyone. But what if he were to step outside into another realm? What if he found himself in the Hong Huang world, the Dragon Ball world, or even the Marvel universe? Would he then be relegated to merely surviving? Well, it's only the first day. I should be grateful for such considerable gains. On his way home, Chu Bawang was met with numerous disdainful glances from the villagers. They whispered amongst themselves, "Village chief, why do I feel compelled to call this lad father upon seeing him? This is utterly embarrassing. I too am perplexed. Did we fall under some enchantment? The moment I laid eyes on him, I called him Baba." Truth be told, it was only due to Chu Bawang's familiarity with them that the situation did not escalate into chaos. "Wife, I have returned." From afar, Chu Bawang shouted towards the little villa. The butler, Keela, wore a grim expression as he pushed up his spectacles with the back of his hand, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. "B-boss, could you lower your voice? Miss Koya is still resting." Keela, ostensibly a mere steward, was in truth the captain of the Black Cat pirate crew, known by the moniker 100 Schemes and also referred to as Captain Kuro. Chu Bawang was acutely aware that this butler was no virtuous character. Kuro had spent 3 years gaining the trust of the affluent young lady, Koya, under the guise of butler Keela, with the intent of seizing her wealth. During Koya's pursuit of him, Kuro had repeatedly attempted to sabotage their union, seeking to tear apart this destined couple. Captain Kuro, I am well aware of your true nature. You have been obstructing my marriage to Koya. At every turn the day you are exposed will mark your demise. Chu Ba Wang had initially contemplated eliminating Keela outright. However, such an action would undoubtedly plunge Koya, who had already lost her parents, into deeper sorrow. Chu Ba Wang had no desire for Koya to shed tears for such a scoundrel. For the time being, he would allow Keela to live a little longer. As Chu Ba Wang strode confidently into the villa that should have been his possession, a cold glimmer passed through Keela's eyes. Oof. Once my crew arrives at Zillibu village, both you and Koya shall meet your end. At that point, all her assets will be mine. Chu Ba Wang entered, finding Koya still asleep. She had been rather worn out the previous night. At this moment, her face bore a rosy, bashful glow. During Koya's time of grief over her parents' loss, it was Chu Ba Wang's unwavering care that had rekindled her hope for life. Moreover, their childhood friendship had naturally blossomed into a romantic relationship. Feeling the warmth beside her, Koya rubbed her sleepy eyes and revealed a gentle, knowing smile. "B-boss, could you keep your hands to yourself?" As soon as the words left her lips, Koya's cheeks flushed crimson. What had she just said? How had she suddenly referred to her husband as boss? It was utterly mortifying. After their meal, Chu Ba Wang and Koya commenced their customary stroll, attracting numerous envious glances along the way. To be frank, while Koya's appearances in the pirate world were limited, her popularity was undeniably significant. Her playful, light golden hair and ever-present book, coupled with her sweet smile and gentle disposition, had endeared her to many suitors in the village, particularly as she eagerly pursued medicine to aid the residents. Her kind words and warm smile had captured the hearts of numerous admirers within the community. Koya, much like her pure and delicate exterior, possessed a gentle and soft character, a tender spirit, and a kind heart, along with an unwavering determination. It could be said that Koya embodied every virtue that a perfect wife ought to possess. Under normal circumstances, the villagers would greet Koya with friendly smiles. However, in recent days, every time they encountered Chu Ba Wang, they would automatically call out boss, which had begun to irritate their spirits. Indeed, they were just about to complain to Koya. That downtrodden beggar stammered, "Miss Koya, the B-boss is teasing us you must make him kneel on the washboard." "Miss Koya, the stammerer is right, you cannot indulge this rascal. He is the most mischievous troublemaker in our village. Even the notoriously fibbing Usopp cannot be compared to him. Every time we see him, we call him boss. This is undoubtedly the B-boss scheme." Usopp, observing from a distance, appeared somewhat disheartened, his head hanging low in silence. Almost no one in the village disliked Koya. Even Usopp was no exception. Yet, seeing Koya live so blissfully now, his secret affection had gradually transformed into heartfelt blessings. After all, despite Chu Ba Wang's somewhat impulsive nature, he was remarkably reliable in his endeavors. He often assisted the villagers with heavy tasks, such as chopping wood and fetching water, never shying away from hard labor. This was also one of the reasons many secretly wished for Chu Ba Wang and Koya's happiness. If it weren't for the need to call out B-boss every time they saw him, everyone would be more than content with their peaceful and stable lives. Alas, the compulsion to shout boss was a source of frustration for everyone. Koya smiled wryly, responding to each complaint, striving to soothe their emotions. Not to mention the villagers, even she felt a tinge of vexation. Every night, before falling asleep, when engaging in certain indescribable activities with Chu Ba Wang, she would inevitably exclaim boss in moments of passion, a sensation that was too embarrassing to bear. Rest assured, everyone, I will ensure he receives a proper lesson when I return. At the very least, I will make sure he ventures out less often. From that day forth, Chu Ba Wang's appearances indeed diminished significantly. Even so, each day, around 100 villagers still fell victim to Chu Ba Wang's whims. Today, I shall randomly select 100 fortunate residents to call my name. Allow me to glimpse who among us shall be fortunate enough to draw the grand prize. Boom, boom, boom. All the residents, in perfect unison, hastily shut their doors and lock their windows, trembling in fear as they huddle in the corners. It is you, esteemed village chief. The village chief, overwhelmed with despair. Cries out in the restroom, "Why must it always be me, O tyrant?" The situation is equally lamentable for Chu Tyrant. With a mere 1,000 inhabitants in Zillibu village, and a daily lottery limit of 100 draws, it takes merely 10 days for the cycle to repeat. Many have developed profound psychological scars. Even those who swear an oath to the heavens remain steadfastly barricaded within their homes. After much deliberation, they inevitably find themselves at the home of the easily intimidated village chief. At this rate, I fear I may not even accumulate the maximum of 100 draws. A strategy must be devised. Perhaps we should venture outside for a change? As Chu Tyrant ponders this, Usopp's 3 little companions come rushing in, shouting, "Pirates! Pirates have appeared! Everyone flee!" The 3 little spirits are named Green Pepper Head, Radish Head, and Onion Head. Onion Head, please speak slowly. Chieftain Chu captured the slowest, Onion Head. Chieftain, a grave situation has arisen. Captain Usopp is confronting a band of pirates. Quickly, inform Miss Koya and instruct her to lead everyone to safety. The mere thought of pirates possibly harming Captain Usopp caused the 3 little spirits to weep inconsolably. Chieftain Chu retorted, "Has a pirate ship appeared? Did you discern the emblem of the pirate vessel?" Onion Head succinctly replied, "Yes, I saw it. It bore the image of a skull adorned with a straw hat." Chieftain Chu chuckled. "A skull with a straw hat? That must be the Straw Hat crew." The arrival of the Straw Hat crew at Syrup Village was quite straightforward. Their ship had encountered misfortune. According to the original tale, the Straw Hat crew would gain their 4th companion, Usopp, here, along with a distinctive ship, the Going Merry. As Usopp faced off against Luffy and the others, Kuro, with a small box in hand, adjusted his glasses and awaited the arrival of the Black Cat pirates. After today, both Chieftain Chu and Koya must perish. Only then can I truly lead a tranquil life. The Black Cat pirates have a hypnotist named Zango, who can put Koya under a spell, compelling her to pin her last will. Subsequently, he would command the Cat brothers to eliminate Chieftain Chu, allowing Kuro to reap the benefits. He had quietly plotted for 3 long years, all in anticipation of this moment. Koya remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, diligently engrossed in her medical studies within her study. As for Chieftain Chu, he approached the shoreline without trepidation. He had left behind a defensive treasure won from a lottery with Koya. Should she sustain a fatal injury, the protective mechanism of the treasure would activate, teleporting Koya to his side. In this manner, not only could Captain Kuro's conspiracy be thwarted, but it also served to safeguard Kaya effectively. Is this truly the Straw Hat crew? Indeed, each one of them embodies the spirit of youthful vigor. Usopp, trembling, clutched his slingshot, aiming it at Luffy and the others. Mimicking Shank's tone, Luffy declared, "If you intend to shoot, you must wager your life." Zoro, with a shadowed smile, obscured his face with his hand and replied, "Indeed, Captain Usopp. If you truly mean to wage war against the Straw Hat crew, it is a gamble of your very existence." Nami shook her head in exasperation, inwardly lamenting, "These 2 fools are at it again. I hope they do not frighten him, especially since we still need to stay in this village." Usopp's legs trembled like leaves in the wind, yet despite his fear, he stood his ground resolutely. This indeed surprised the formidable Chu Ba Wang slightly. Perhaps this is the allure of the pirate world. Even a minor character possesses something they wish to protect fiercely. "Usopp, you appear rather terrified." Ba Wang? What brings you here?" "No, you must leave at once. Inform Lady Koya to evacuate the villagers from the island. The farther the better." Usopp was genuinely afraid of death, his voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. Upon seeing Chu Ba Wang, the expressions of the 3 members of the Straw Hat crew varied greatly. Ba Wang? What a commanding name. Luffy wanted to call out Chu Ba Wang's name, but stuttered awkwardly instead. His close friend Zoro patted his shoulder, nearly bursting into laughter. "Luffy, did you just call him Ba? His name is clearly Ba Wang. Huh, what happened? How did I know his name? And why did I mispronounce it?" The astute Nami felt a shiver run down her spine. Her woman's intuition alerted her to the peculiarity of that name. When she first encountered Chu Ba Wang, she nearly lost control and shouted Ba Wang herself. Were it not for her thief's caution, she might have inadvertently joined in. Nami was certainly not the type to allow herself to be taken advantage of. Struggling to suppress her desire to utter that name, she gravely warned, "Luffy, Zoro, don't underestimate him. This guy is rather strange. Be careful not to find yourselves in a precarious situation." Luffy boldly stepped forward, extending his hand towards Chu Ba Wang, declaring his signature line, "I am Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King. I sincerely invite you to join my crew, Ba Wang. Would you be willing to become my shipmate?" "Huh? How did I mispronounce your name again?" Luffy scratched his head awkwardly. Nami remarked, "It seems my previous warning went in one ear and out the other for this fool." Chu Ba Wang stroked his chin, realizing that these passionate, hot-blooded protagonists were indeed quite straightforward. No wonder the neighboring Naruto has already fathered a child, while Luffy remains a solitary bachelor. Faced with Luffy's invitation, Chu Ba Wang neither outright rejected nor accepted it. "Your ship must be in disrepair, yes? If you're in need of a new vessel, I could extend a friendly offer to provide one." "Really? That would be fantastic." Luffy and his companion's eyes lit up with excitement. "However, I have one condition. 2 individuals must be added to this ship. Since they had nothing pressing to do, why not take Koya on an adventure in the New World?" "That certainly sounds like an intriguing proposition, does it not?" Of course, Chu Ba Wang would never admit it. He merely developed a mischievous desire to have the world's strongmen call him Baba. But before that, certain bothersome individuals needed to be dealt with first. Chu Ba Wang cast his gaze upon the multitude of pirates aboard the Black Cat Pirates, which included the Catman brothers, the peculiar Zanko, and a horde of pirate lackeys. This band of pirates has come with the intent to annihilate Koya. As the Black Cat Pirates encroach relentlessly, the Straw Hat Trio stands resolutely before the formidable Chu Ba Wang. Luffy grins widely and declares, "Ba Wang, leave these minions to us." Zoro chimes in, "Luffy is right. We can't have you exerting yourself while footing the bill." The Cat brothers confront Zoro, while the peculiar Sanji faces Luffy. The remaining lackeys set their sights on Nami and Usopp, leaving Chu Ba Wang to observe leisurely from the sidelines. "I must say, there is no need for such convolutions. A mere glance from me could easily dispatch these ruffians. Nevertheless, out of goodwill, I shall refrain from disrupting their quest for gratitude and simply watch the ensuing battle unfold." The conflict escalates swiftly. Luffy and Sanji engage in a fierce exchange, both collapsing to the ground in a mutual knockout. "Luffy, didn't I tell you to avoid the hypnosis ring? How could you fall victim again?" Nami exclaims, a mixture of sorrow for his misfortune and frustration at his lack of foresight evident on her face. "Sanji, how could you hypnotize yourself?" The lackeys shout in disbelief. Indeed, this is quintessentially Luffy. The battle between Zoro and the Cat brothers rages intensely, despite Zoro not being at full strength. He manages to keep the Cat brothers at bay, even gaining a slight upper hand. "Cat brothers, unite!" They shout as they whirl skyward, their forms intertwining into one. The combined defense of the Cat brothers becomes formidable, rendering even Zoro unable to breach their guard. With his injuries weighing him down, Zoro begins to falter, realizing he can only last another 5 minutes at most. As for Nami and Usopp, their situation is even more dire. Although Nami possesses considerable skill, she struggles against 4 opponents. A lackey stealthily approaches her from behind, raising a blade to strike. "Nami, watch out." Zoro, distracted, falls victim to the Cat brothers' assault, collapsing to the ground after a kick to his wound. "Nami, hurry and dodge." Usopp cries in despair, his knees buckling as he attempts to rush to her aid. Yet his efforts prove futile. Chu Ba Wang lets out a resigned sigh. "Alas, do I really have to intervene? The Straw Hat Crew's fighting prowess is rather lackluster." "Isn't it? Very well, I shall consider this as my fare." A resonating clang, reminiscent of clashing metals, fills the air. Desperate, Nami slowly opens her eyes, only to find herself cradled securely in Chu Ba Wang's broad embrace. The lackey's blade is utterly thwarted, rendered ineffective by the grip of Chu Ba Wang's fingers. It is such a comforting sensation. When Chu Ba Wang releases his hold, Nami cannot help but feel a pang of loss. She had just experienced a sense of security she had never known before. "Usopp, protect Nami. The rest is up to me." Ba Wang, please be cautious. These fellows won't hesitate to kill you." "Fear not. If they cannot defeat me, I shall simply take my leave." The Cat brothers glare at Chu Ba Wang, instinctively calling his name, Ba Wang. Chu Ba Wang nods slightly, a warm smile gracing his face as he cheerfully greets, "Good morning, my dear sons. Damn it. Let us slay this scoundrel for daring to take advantage of our Cat brothers." They roar, brandishing their claws and charging furiously at Chu Ba Wang. In facing such lackeys, which technique should I employ to make a grand impression? This one seems quite splendid, both stylish and impressive. Chu Ba Wang raises one hand to the heavens and points the other to the ground, proclaiming loudly, "Let the swords come forth." At that moment, hundreds of swords from nearby swordsmen simultaneously unsheathe themselves, soaring toward Chu Ba Wang. Among them, a cross-shaped great sword captures his attention. The Black Blade, Knight, a sword belonging to the warlord Dracula Mihawk, is renowned as the world's strongest black blade. Following this, Zoro's 3 swords are drawn. Joining the flurry of blades flying toward Chu Ba Wang, 2 waves of swords converge, obscuring the sky. On this day, the formidable presence of the sword god, Chu Ba Wang, etched itself into Zoro's very essence. In that moment, Zoro began to comprehend what it truly meant to be a swordsman. The sound of countless blades descended like a torrential downpour, each sword claiming a precious life. Zoro gazed towards Chu Ba Wang, only to witness an aloof and indifferent silhouette. In the world of pirates, the distinction between swords and blades is blurred. A blade is a sword, and a sword is a blade. This is evident in Zoro's 3-sword style, which earns him the title of swordsman. The might of this ruler, this overlord, is truly terrifying. Even the renowned world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, may not stand as his equal. Yet, how can such a powerful swordsman remain obscure upon the vast seas? Wait, if he is so formidable, might I learn swordsmanship from him? Originally disheartened by the loss of his 3-sword style, Zoro now felt only profound admiration and reverence. Suddenly, Mihawk's weapon, the Black Blade Yoru, fell before Zoro. This is the legendary Yoru, the weapon of the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. How could it possibly be here? Could it be that even Mihawk acknowledges the elegance of this technique? Zoro was left in a state of bewilderment. The appearance of Mihawk's Black Blade here suggests that even Mihawk recognizes Chu Ba Wang's swordsmanship. In that moment, Zoro resolved to learn swordsmanship from Chu Ba Wang at all costs. If he could master that incredible technique, known as sword combs, he would undoubtedly ascend to become the world's greatest swordsman. Usopp, wide-eyed in astonishment, had not anticipated Chu Ba Wang's fearsome prowess. The multitude of blades, casting darkness upon the sky, left an indelible mark in his heart. Perhaps, being with Chu Ba Wang is the best outcome for Koya. Her discerning eye is indeed remarkable. From this day forth, Usopp must abandon his unrealistic fantasies. Even Nami, who often navigates through various pirate crews with her wealth of experience and calm demeanor, found herself momentarily entranced. If the Overlord were to confront the fishman pirate Arlong, could he save my village? No. I must take action. The Overlord is the most powerful human I have ever encountered. Perhaps only he can defeat Arlong and grant me freedom. Having effortlessly dispatched the Black Cat pirates, Chu Ba Wang felt no remorse. To threaten his beloved Koya would demand a blood price. Even the unconscious Zhang could not escape his fate. This blade, it must belong to Mihawk, right? Zoro, do you desire this sword? Zoro stared in awe at the supreme black blade, known as the strongest of all, the 12 supreme blades. Is it truly to be given to me? But this blade belongs to the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. Zoro was envious of the blade. Yet he understood who its true master was. Chu Ba Wang shrugged nonchalantly. The identity of the master is inconsequential. I am giving it to you now. Whether you wish to return it to its rightful owner or keep it for yourself is entirely up to you. This knife shall serve as the ticket for Koya and me to board the ship. A ship? A ticket? To use the legendary Black Sword, Knight, wielded by the world's foremost swordsman, as a ticket. Zoro's lips twitched uncontrollably. This is truly horrifying. In the end, Zoro cautiously sheathed the Black Blade Yoru, handling it with the utmost reverence, as if it were a sacred offering. Oh, what a delightful slumber I have just enjoyed. Huh? What has transpired? Where has the Black Cat pirates gone? Nami, in a fit of anger, delivered a swift punch to the drowsy Luffy's head. Truly, the world's mightiest navigator. Even the protagonist Luffy cannot evade Nami's iron-fisted retribution. A comically large bump now adorned his head. B-Boss, his strength is astonishing. Luffy, belatedly awed, gazed at the formidable Chu Ba Wang with admiration. He regretted agreeing to Chu Ba Wang's request. Otherwise, he would have insisted on inviting him to join his crew. Meanwhile, Koya noticed something amiss. All the butlers and servants had taken a leave of absence that day, leaving only the sheep-headed butler, Mary, on duty. By the time Koya finished her medical reading and exited the study, she found Mary sprawled in a pool of blood. The most dramatic twist was that he was still alive. Koya, quick, run. Kuro is a pirate. He intends to kill you and seize your wealth. You must escape with Chu Ba Wang. Koya, flustered, rushed to staunch Mary's bleeding, her heart heavy with dread. How could this happen? How could Kuro be a pirate? Boom. Kuro burst through the door, a cold glint in his eyes as he regarded Koya, who appeared as vulnerable as a lamb awaiting slaughter. So, you finally reveal your true colors, Kuro. From the shadows emerged the figure of Chu Ba Wang, closely followed by 3 members of the Straw Hat crew. Koya, collapsing into Chu Ba Wang's embrace, wept uncontrollably. Chu Ba Wang, please escape. He only desires my wealth. I will give it to him. Kuro opened the box he held, revealing his glinting, well-equipped claws, surveying the scene with disdain. It seems my subordinates have been dealt with. This useless bunch is utterly inept without my guidance. With a nonchalant shrug, Chu Bawang sought to comfort Koya. Fear not, I am not here to meet my demise. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, Wow, you must be Miss Koya. I've heard you are quite wealthy. Could you possibly gift us a ship? Luffy, don't frighten her. Nami, akin to a startled cat, struck Luffy's head with fervor. I apologize, Miss Koya. Luffy has a rather brash demeanor. I hope he has scared you. Observing Koya being tenderly cared for by Chu Ba Wang, Nami felt a pang of jealousy. Oh, I'm fine. Are you the reinforcements sent by Ba Wang? Women's intuition is often keen. Koya sensed she must not show weakness in front of Nami. Chu Ba Wang's expression darkened. Reinforcements? I know not if they are, but they are certainly a band of fools. Kuro, you have deceived my beloved Koya, and you shall pay dearly for it. He positioned himself protectively in front of Koya, glaring at Kuro. Oh, but I don't believe you possess the strength to make me pay, Kuro retorted, adjusting his glasses. Before Chu Ba Wang could enact any form of punishment, Luffy had already charged at Kuro, fist flying. Leave this villain to me, Ba Wang. I dozed off earlier. But now I shall unleash my true power. Chu Ba Wang. This is a predicament you have chosen for yourself, so do not blame me. Captain Kuro possesses a lethal combination of silent steps and cat claws, and his ultimate move, the spoon, allows for rapid, indiscriminate assaults. Currently, as Luffy engages in battle with Kuro, he is utterly unable to land a blow, resulting merely in a one-sided endeavor of suffering. In a mere span of 30 seconds, Luffy's body is covered in wounds, each deep enough to reveal the flesh beneath. Although he managed to land a punch on Kuro's nose, the evident truth is that if the fight continues, Luffy may succumb to excessive blood loss and faint. Overwhelmed, the tyrant Chu shook his head. At this rate, even if Luffy were to triumph over Kuro, he would emerge gravely injured. Wouldn't he that delay their voyage indefinitely? Luffy, enough. You have already demonstrated your strength and determination. Allow me to handle this traitor. Nami, with concern in her eyes, echoed, Luffy, your injuries are too severe. Let the tyrant deal with this himself. Luffy scratched his head, seemingly grasping the situation. All right, but don't let this villain escape. I abhor traitors. Unbeknownst to Luffy, upon hearing the term traitor, Nami's pupils constricted slightly. Captain Kuro, are you truly powerful? Chu regarded Captain Kuro with an unflinching expression. If I am indeed powerful, why not put it to the test? Kuro smirked faintly, licking the blood from his claws, his demeanor growing ever colder and more indifferent. So be it. If that is the case, brace yourself for my wrath. With that, Chu cast a fierce glare at Kuro. The technique of identifying true strength. One glance is all it takes to discern a genuine stronghold. Skill effect. The gaze of a Confucian sage, which allows the recipient to endure the agony of gestation for 10 seconds, followed by the excruciating pains of childbirth for the next half hour. In the next moment, the Straw Hat crew stared in disbelief. What is happening? Why is Kuro kneeling before the tyrant? He appears to be undergoing immense suffering, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Yet, what has the tyrant done to Kuro? Merely a glance, and Kuro is reduced to kneeling. Chu, towering over Kuro, pressed his foot against Kuro's forehead. Ah, Captain Kuro. It seems you are not a true strongman. Why, after just a single look, do you bow and kneel before me? Kuro, racked with agony, clutched his abdomen, the convulsions rendering him powerless to respond to Chu's humiliation. How dare you? If you have the ability, grant me a swift end. Chu waved his hand at Nami, who understood immediately and covered Kaya's eyes. Swiftly, the blade fell, severing Kuro's head from his body. The village of Syrup once again resembled the peaceful haven of old. Though Kuro was dead, Koya refrained from exposing his treachery to the villagers, who believed he had merely returned home for a visit. Ironically, Kuro was, at his core, a genuine villain, having spent the past 3 years cultivating a faade of goodwill to ensure a smooth inheritance of Kaya's estate. Even in death at the hands of Chu, he remained in the villagers' minds as a benevolent figure. Nonetheless, Chu held a grand feast. Nami raised her cup, her cheeks flushed, exclaiming, Miss Koya is truly kind-hearted. Had it been me, I would have publicly revealed Kuro's schemes to the entire village. Koya smiled shyly, grasping Chu's large hand, and replied gently, the deceased deserve respect. Though Kuro may have committed many wrongs in the past, in the eyes of the villagers, he was an unassailable benefactor. Therefore, why should I shatter the dreams they hold dear? Undoubtedly, this is a clandestine duel between two women. Koya, as the legitimate wife, clearly possesses the advantage of time, place, and circumstance, leaving Nami in a state of retreat. The formidable Chu Ba Wang can sense the tension in Koya's little hand, which has begun to bead with fine droplets of sweat. Her body is taut, resembling a vigilant kitten guarding its food. Ba Wang, do you truly intend to venture into the world with Luffy and the others? Koya stammered, her inquiry laced with uncertainty. Of course. Do you not wish to join me in exploring the vibrant world beyond? In truth, Koya harbored no desire for adventure. Her greatest wish was merely to remain by Chu Ba Wang's side, living quietly and harmoniously. I am simply a bit concerned. The whims of nature can be treacherous. Compounded by the presence of ruthless pirates, embarking on a journey across the seas is fraught with danger. Chu Ba Wang smiled warmly, his demeanor radiating strength like the sun. Do not worry. With me by your side, I will ensure your safety. As night fell and slumber beckoned, 1,000 unspoken gestures transpired. Following a heartfelt farewell ceremony, Chu Ba Wang and Koya boarded the small vessel of the Going Merry. Usopp, with tears glistening in his eyes, waved fervently at the villagers. Village chief, I promise Ba Wang and I will return. Panic spread among the village chief and the townsfolk. No, you may return. But there is no need for Ba Wang to come back. This demon always insists that I call him Baba. The formidable Chu Ba Wang pointed at the tearful villagers. Kaya, look, they are reluctant to see us depart. No, you wretched demon, leave Zillibu village. The farther the better. If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't defeat you, I would surely pound you into oblivion. As the merry gradually drifted away, the elderly village chief waved his hand. Every household began to decorate with lights and festoons, as if celebrating a grand festival. Heaven above, this demon has finally left Zillibu village. Quickly, let the firecrackers explode and the drums resound. We shall host an even more jubilant farewell party. Suddenly, someone poked the village chief's back, stammering, Be Baba? He is back again? The crowd turned towards the platform, their lips murmuring, Baba, Baba, Baba. What a splendid day it is. I have once again acquired 100 continuous draws. With each step, I draw closer to conquering the myriad realms. How delightful. System, I wish to execute 10 consecutive draws. Acquired any portal fragment 1. Acquired any portal fragment 2. Acquired the curse of the malevolent spirit. Acquired the golden voice of Huaxia. Acquired a brand new upright piano X1. Acquired a tailcoat X1 piano skill level 10. Any portal fragment? Could these be the items necessary for traversing the myriad realms? I wonder how many I will need to assemble a complete portal. Alas, aside from the curse of the malevolent spirit, the remainder seems to be auxiliary abilities. However, the upright piano is indeed intriguing. Surely, there are no pianos in the world of pirates? Allow me to play the piano piece The Truth That You Leave, my absolute favorite. The enchanting strains of piano music filled the air aboard the Merry. Kaya, in her study, closed her eyes, swaying gently to the melody, utterly immersed in the ocean of music. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat crew peered curiously at the dapper Chu Ba Wang in his tailcoat. Nami's eyes sparkled with a glimmering heart. Wow, he is handsome, musically talented, and exceptionally powerful. Truly the perfect partner. Luffy, remove your filthy paws from the piano. Nami, why are you being so fierce? I want to get the piano pregnant. You dare to talk back? Bang. Luffy was routinely smacked. Usopp gazed at Chu Ba Wang with envy, thinking, how charming. If I were a woman, I would want to marry him too. Listen, everyone, do you hear this? Is this not what the people say? Chu Ba Wang began his leisurely life on the path of sailing. If he does not gather 100 people calling him father, he would instantly teleport back to Zillibu village. Let me see, which little darling will draw the grand prize. Thus, the village chief and his entourage were nearly kneeling before Chu Ba Wang. Instant teleportation, a signature skill from the world of Dragon Ball, allowing one to instantaneously transfer from point A to point B, disregarding space and distance. Note, requires a marked presence. Whenever Kaya feels homesick, Chu Ba Wang would accompany her to visit her family. Afterward, they would teleport back to the Merry. This skill has truly evoked envy among the 4 members of the Straw Hat crew. Unfortunately, they are unable to sense the chi within themselves, as the cultivation system of Dragon Ball is somewhat ill-suited for the world of pirates. Early in the morning, Zoro hurriedly sought out the recently teleported Chu Ba Wang. What brings you here, Zoro? Is there something you need? Ba Wang, I wish to learn swordsmanship from you. That move, sword come, is simply magnificent. Could you teach me? Chu Ba Wang pondered for a moment. After all, he had little to occupy his time. He had not drawn anything of worth from today's 100 consecutive lottery attempts, leaving him in a rather dismal mood. Here was Zoro, this foolish lad, presenting an opportunity. Noticing a hint of hesitation from Chu Bawang, Zoro grew anxious. Despite his meticulous confidence in his own abilities, he was acutely aware of the vast chasm that lay between him and Mihawk, the world's strongest swordsman. Now, by a stroke of fortune, he had encountered a master of swordsmanship whose skills rivaled, if not surpassed, those of Mihawk, and who also shared a favorable relationship with the Straw Hat crew. Zoro was determined to seize this golden opportunity. Bawang, I aspire to become the world's greatest swordsman. If you are willing to teach me, I would gladly pay any price. Chu Bawang felt a stirring within him. The idea of nurturing a swordsman capable of wielding flying swords, who could potentially become the world's greatest, seemed rather intriguing. Primarily, he was simply bored. What? You wonder why he doesn't go and eliminate the Navy headquarters or overthrow the Celestial Dragons? Young one, you are still too naive. There is an old adage, follow the plot, and live to 99. It is not that he does not wish to. Rather, the author forbids it. Zoro, I can understand your dream of becoming the world's greatest swordsman, but this path is fraught with hardship. When I practiced sword come, I spent 10 consecutive days and nights in profound contemplation, neglecting food and drink. As a result, my weight plummeted below 100 pounds for the first time, leaving me nothing but skin and bones. Even after enduring such torment, do you still wish to learn how to wield the sword for flight? Beside them, Koya struggled to suppress her laughter. What nonsense about neglecting food and drink? Since she turned 15, she had never seen Chu Ba Wang weigh less than 130 pounds. Zoro was taken aback. He had not anticipated that mastering sword come would entail such terrifying trials. Yet, without hesitation, he shouted with fervor, Bawang, I fear not hardship. I will become the world's greatest swordsman, because that is my promise to her. Nearby, Luffy was astonished, dropping the large bone he had been gnawing on. Bawang, wait. Sword come can also enable sword flight? My goodness, that is beyond cool. I want to learn too. I want to learn. Without mercy, Chu Bawang delivered a sharp reprimand to Luffy. Your comprehension of swordsmanship is insufficient. You should focus on developing your rubber fruit abilities. Zoro's face lit up with joy at the prospect. It appears that my talent for swordsmanship is quite commendable. At the very least, it surpasses that of Luffy by a considerable margin. The mere thought of one day mastering the art of sword flight fills Zoro with a delightful sense of anticipation. The first step in mastering sword techniques is to cultivate an unwavering focus, allowing one's spirit to command the sword. Furthermore, one must embody the philosophy of wielding a sword in spirit, even when unarmed. Everything and anything can become a sword thus. Zoro began to embrace his three-sword style even in slumber. It sent shivers down Usopp's spine when the formidable Chu proclaimed that one must bestow a kiss upon their beloved sword before bedtime. Otherwise, it would be impossible to establish a true connection with it. Subsequently, Chu secretly performed a nurturing technique on Zoro's cherished blade. The nurturing technique, it allows for the cultivation of affinity with all things, a most enigmatic skill that can enhance the favor of any object, irrespective of its nature, essence, or even void. Once this affinity is established, Zoro's beloved sword will resonate with his very spirit. It is said that when the nurturing technique is perfected, even a mundane kitchen knife could be transformed into a sentient blade. Would it not be a matter of mere moments to awaken a sword spirit? Time flows like a gentle stream, and Zoro ventures further along the path of sword flight. This child has been utterly deceived by the tyrant of Chu. Under the relentless tutelage of this formidable figure, Zoro has finally nurtured the sword spirit of Enma, which may also be referred to as a blade spirit. Tyrant, I can feel it. I truly sense it. This sword is communicating with me. Holding Enma, Zoro is overwhelmed with ecstatic joy. Had it not been for the profound imprint of the grand vision of the sword in his mind, he might have abandoned hope. At last, the moment of reaping has arrived. The tyrant of Chu did not mislead him. It is indeed possible to cultivate a sword spirit. I shall ride the wind upon my sword. After a heartfelt communion, Zoro successfully gains the acknowledgement of Enma's sword spirit, granting him permission to soar through the skies atop his blade. My heavens, the existence of sword spirits is truly a marvel. Riding the wind upon my sword, how magnificent. Usopp gazes in bewilderment at the soaring Enma, his eyes brimming with envy. Alas, he lacks the innate talent for swordsmanship. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly wish to partake in such a splendid experience. In truth, this sword spirit is merely a result of the tyrant of Chu's nurturing. Little did he anticipate that, following Zoro's cultivation of a sword spirit, the swordsmanship of the pirate world would undergo a remarkable transformation. Mihawk, the hawk-eyed swordsman. now cradles his black blade Yoru, sharing meals, sleeping, and even bathing together. Fujitora meticulously polishes his cherished sword each day, reciting profound verses that express his deep affection. Shanks spends his days whispering tenderly to his beloved blade, pleading for a favor. Yet, they are destined for disappointment. For Zoro's sword spirit is a product of the tyrant of Chu's influence. Without the assistance of the tyrant, one cannot hope to cultivate a sword spirit, not even with the likes of Yoru. This has led to Zoro becoming the legendary and enigmatic world's foremost swordsman. After all, the ability to nurture a sword spirit is a testament to the sheer magnitude of Zoro's strength. However, the historical truth reveals that this was merely an inadvertent act by the mighty Chu Ba Wang. With the emergence of the sword spirit, Zoro became increasingly obsessed with the way of the sword, feeling compelled to consult with his spirit companion, Xiaowan, about everything. Hey Xiaowan, I'm about to have a meal. Hey, Xiaowan, I'm going to rest now, good night. Hey Xiaowan, today I wish to soar through the skies on my sword. Luffy felt as though he had been struck with 1,000 points of damage. Has my dear friend fallen in love with a sword? Goodness, a person and a sword cannot be together. Only true friends are meant to last a lifetime. In a quaint study, Chu Ba Wang and Koya relished a moment of tranquility. Ba Wang, though I am uncertain of the methods you employ to bring forth the sword spirit from the way of the sword, I cannot shake the feeling that Zoro's current state is somewhat amiss. The child's intelligence is already a matter of concern. Perhaps it's best not to mislead him any further. Chu Ba Wang coughed awkwardly a couple of times and grinned. How could I deceive him? He will soon grasp the essence of swordsmanship. Do you see? He can already perform sword flight. Noticing that Kia still wished to say something, Chu Ba Wang impatiently silenced her with a kiss. Now are you satisfied? Do you still think I am deceiving Zoro? Kia's face flushed like a ripe apple. You are being unreasonable. What? Are you still dissatisfied? Come on, don't make a fuss. There are people outside. Rest assured, I have set up a soundproof barrier. They cannot hear anything from the study. Here, 2,000 words of indescribable events are omitted. The sun shone brightly, heralding the arrival of spring. Usopp stood atop a height, using a telescope to survey the surroundings. Luffy, ahead lies a restaurant on the sea. Upon hearing about a restaurant, Luffy dashed to the bow of the ship, nearly sending Usopp tumbling into the ocean. A restaurant at sea? Where is it? Just when we need a chef to cook, perhaps we can recruit someone from there. A dark line appeared on Usopp's forehead. Only Luffy could so brazenly speak of poaching someone in such an open manner. Could he not? Such audacity is truly extraordinary. Nami inquired with curiosity, where is the Overlord? Why is he not playing the piano at this moment? I long to hear Kiss the Rain countless times more. The two of them have seemingly been in the study for 2 hours. Luffy's steadfastly masculine disposition appears to be etched into his very bones. He did not ponder why the usually restless Chu Overlord would be so obediently remaining in the study. 2 hours? Nami's cheeks flushed, as it is often said that girls mature earlier. Indeed, this reasoning holds true. Zoro emerged from his room, his eyes shadowed with fatigue. Luffy, perplexed, remarked, "What is wrong with Zoro? He seems to have had a poor night's sleep." Usopp, wearing a despondent expression, lamented, "He spent the entire night chatting with the sword spirit, Xiaowan. I barely managed to get any rest myself." The Baratie, a renowned establishment in the world of pirates, stands as a classic architectural marvel. This restaurant, famous for its combat prowess, enjoys great repute in the East Blue. The proprietor, Red-Leg Zeff, was once a pirate himself. After his crew encountered a disastrous storm while attacking a passenger ship, he and the ship's apprentice chef, Sanji, found themselves stranded on a deserted island. With their chances of rescue dwindling, Zeff sighed, how wonderful it would be to have a restaurant at sea. Remarkably, as soon as he expressed this thought, they were saved. Zeff, having lost his right leg in a bid to save Sanji, abandoned his pirate life and, alongside Sanji, established the Baratie to provide food for those in need at sea. The restaurant resembles a colossal ship, with the bow shaped like a fish. To prevent damage to its interior during battles, the entire vessel can transform into a combat-ready state, known as the fish fin combat zone. At this very moment, the chefs of the Baratie were fervently preparing exquisite dishes when suddenly, a cannonball hurtled towards them. Boom! The little girl was struck, losing a layer of its outer shell. Zeff stood at the entrance, glaring furiously at Lieutenant Fimbuti of the Navy, known for his iron fist, and the seemingly harmless Luffy. Fimbuti bellowed at Luffy, "You pirate! I shall capture you one day. But for now, it's dining time, and I wish to enjoy a meal with this lovely lady. Consider yourself lucky." Yet, the beautiful lady beside him remained transfixed. gazing at another man. Following her gaze, Fembuti beheld the dashing and impeccably dressed Chu Bawang, who, like a true gentleman, escorted the enchanting Koya toward him. This scoundrel dares to steal my spotlight. Fembuti silently vowed to remember this slight. Who shattered my little girl? Zeff glared ominously at Fembuti and Luffy. Old man, I'm merely fulfilling my duties. Do not obstruct the Navy's path. Zeff's expression darkened. It appears this incident is the doing of Lieutenant Fembuti? So what? Do you dare to lay hands on the Navy? Fembuti dismissively shrugged, full of disdain. Zeff calmly articulated. The Baratie has two fundamental rules. First, absolutely no waste of food. Second, we provide free meals for those at sea without sustenance. And now, Lieutenant Fembuti has destroyed the little girl, resulting in a grievous waste of precious resources. Fembuti narrowed his eyes, a malevolent glint surfacing. What do you intend to do about it? What to do? You must ask them. Behind Zeff, three formidable figures emerged: the gentlemanly Sanji, combat chef Patty, and battle chef Karn, the future pillars of the Straw Hat crew. Chu Ba Wang remarked, such is the custom of the Baratie. Indeed, they are all rather hot-headed. Naturally, Fembuti stood no chance against Sanji and his comrades, quickly finding himself battered and bruised, fleeing in disarray. You will pay for this. Fembuti spat as he retreated, casting a lingering glance at Koya that irked Chu Ba Wang. With a cold huff, Chu Ba Wang retorted, if you wish to leave, then go. Do not prattle on. As if a mere Navy lieutenant could shake the world. Fembuti paused momentarily, his rage intensifying. You scoundrel. I will ensure you all end up in prison. Chu Ba Wang had no intention of entertaining such thoughts. In a flash, he appeared before Fembuti, an aura of terror emanating from his legs. Wind God leg. Foshan shadowless kick. Shaolin 12 paths of tan leg. Mighty Vidra leg. Celestial remnant foot. Chu Ba Wang did not utter the names of his techniques. Yet everyone present understood the essence of each kick. Zeff and Sanji exchanged astonished glances, both sensing the sheer terror of Chu Ba Wang's leg techniques. Such formidable legwork. It is truly unparalleled. With a thunderous crash, the malevolent Fembuti was incapacitated, his bones shattered, as he plummeted into the sea. The uncertainty of his fate loomed large. Zeff shook his head. Having once been a notorious pirate, he recognized that Fembuti's gaze had not been innocuous. In truth, the lieutenant's downfall was of his own making. Sanji, Patty, why are you standing there? Attend to our wealthy guests. And you insolent brat. For firing a cannonball at my little girl, you must compensate. Zeff twisted Luffy's face into a contorted mess, delivering a stern command. I have no money, Luffy exclaimed, shocked to find himself outmatched by this seemingly ordinary old man. The Straw Hat crew's finances were managed by Nami, leaving Luffy without the means to repay Zeff. As for Chu Ba Wang, he showed no inclination to assist. After all, Luffy often acted recklessly, and a little hardship was deserved. No money? Then you shall wash dishes. Work to repay your debt. Zeff mercilessly seized Luffy by the collar and tossed him into the kitchen. A gaunt, disheveled young man entered the Baratie, trembling as he brandished a handgun, attempting to project an air of menace. Everyone, stay where you are. Hand over your food. I merely wish to fill my stomach. Not to kill. The infamous ghoul Akin, often humorously referred to as the mysterious figure of Admiral Green Bull, clearly bore the scars of defeat after his pirate crew. The Krieg pirates suffered a catastrophic loss upon entering the Grand Line. A staggering 5,000 men and 49 ships were annihilated by the single might of Mihawk, leaving only a broken vessel to return. Chu Ba Wang regarded Akin with intrigue. Mihawk's black blade, Yoru, was now in Zoro's possession. Surely, Akin, having lost his weapon, would be in a volatile state? Thus, the ill-fated Krieg pirates, even against a weaponless Mihawk, had still faced utter defeat. It was evident that Mihawk's prowess should not be underestimated. Yet, should Chu Ba Wang engage, he would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Chu Ba Wang's current strength was capable of overwhelming any adversary. The so-called world of pirates is merely a romantic journey of traveling the globe with one's beloved. Patty and Karn exchanged glances and without hesitation delivered a thorough beating to the demon, Akin, before casting him to the ship's stern. Come eat. Don't force yourself. If you wish to survive and see the sun of tomorrow, you must consume this bowl of rice. Sanji lit a cigarette and offered Akin a plate of fried rice. Tears streamed down Akin's face uncontrollably as he clumsily picked up the fried rice and devoured it. Sanji-san, I truly, deeply thank you. You are my savior. Sanji exhaled wisps of smoke, smiling broadly. Providing food for those who go hungry at sea is a rule set by Zeff. Akin expressed his concern, but I haven't paid. The boss will punish you, Mr. Sanji. Sanji flung the plate and fork into the sea, declaring, then he will have no evidence. Out of nowhere, Luffy appeared. Boldly extending his hand towards Sanji, I am Monkey D. Luffy, and my pirate crew is in dire need of a chef like you. Mr. Sanji, would you consider joining us? Sanji was taken aback, exclaiming, a cook? Who would want to join your pirate crew? I intend to be a chef at Baratie for life. Crocodile, entwined with Koya, passed by the two with a light chuckle, but that restless heart has long been stirred. No one can resist the allure of dreams. Not even you. Sanji, do you not wish to discover the All Blue, that legendary sea which belongs solely to myth? The All Blue, which Sanji yearned for, is said to be the confluence of the four great seas, rumored to possess all ingredients from the four oceans, East Blue, West Blue, South Blue, and North Blue. Thus, All Blue signifies a collection of all seas, a mythical expanse with every type of fish, animal, vegetable, and other culinary treasures. It is a paradise of dreams for every chef. Sanji gazed in astonishment at Crocodile, incredulously asking, Crocodile, how did you know I wish to travel to All Blue? A sense of wariness surged within him. Even more shocking was the realization that he intended to call out Crocodile's name, only for it to come out as Crocodile. This is truly suffocating. Sanji, the esteemed chef of Baratie, actually called a stranger father? Were it not for the consideration of the guest status of the formidable Chu Ba Wang, Sanji would have undoubtedly dealt him a severe beating. Chu Ba Wang leisurely swirled the exquisite wine in his goblet, responding with a light chuckle, I not only know your aspirations, but I am also well acquainted with all the past of Redfoot Zepp. Sanji's pupils dilated in shock as he gazed at Chu Ba Wang, his eyes brimming with astonishment. Redfoot Zepp, that was indeed the infamous moniker of Captain Zepp from the Sea Restaurant during the era of the Grand Line. Yet, this nickname had not been uttered in over a decade. Now, however, that long-buried history was being unearthed once more, plunging Sanji into a deep reverie. What do you intend to do with him? Or rather, what do you wish for me to do? Sanji, being astute, directly broached the crux of the matter, albeit before being swayed by the allure of beauty. Sanji, do not regard me with such wary eyes. If I harbored even the slightest malice towards you, not only would you be at risk, but even Redfoot Zepp in his prime would stand no chance against me in a single blow. So, relax. I am merely a guest here to enjoy a meal. Chu Ba Wang smiled faintly, elegantly savoring his culinary delights, leaving Sanji with an enigmatic figure that was shrouded in mystery. Who is this individual, and how does he possess such profound knowledge of my past with Zillibu? Luffy, surely your relationship with him transcends that of captain and crew? If you could divulge specific details regarding the Overlord, I might contemplate the prospect of joining the Straw Hat crew. Without a moment's hesitation, Luffy elucidated the intricate history between himself and the Overlord with utmost clarity. Remarkably, Luffy's actions were entirely within the Overlord's expectations. A single strike to annihilate the Black Cat pirates? The true form of Kuro has been vanquished? His swordsmanship surpasses even that of the world's greatest swordsman? Furthermore, he is the current mentor to the renowned pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro? He has instructed Zoro in the art of swordsmanship and successfully nurtured a sword spirit? Presently, Zoro has attained the ability to fly with a sword? Sanji was astounded. He surmised that the Overlord's strength was far beyond mere appearances. Yet, he could scarcely fathom the depth of the Overlord's prowess. This implies that this individual is not only a master of leg techniques, but also a prodigious talent in the way of the sword. Sanji had no reason to doubt Luffy's assertions. After all, the existence of the sword spirit was something he had witnessed with his own eyes. While serving dishes, he had seen Zoro whispering tenderly to the Wado Ikamanji, affectionately referring to it as Little One. This matter cannot be taken lightly. Coupled with the terrifying leg techniques displayed by Finbooty during his confrontation, Sanji found himself engulfed in a profound curiosity towards the formidable Chu Ba Wang. At the very least, one truth remained evident. The prowess of his legs surpassed even that of Zepp and myself. Defeating Zepp at his peak should be a trivial feat yet. How is it possible that such an extraordinary master has never made his name known? Reflecting upon the dread-inducing leg techniques exhibited by Chu Ba Wang, Sanji was filled with admiration. The Wind God Leg, the Shadowless Kick of Foshan, the 12 Paths of the Shaolin Ten Leg, the Mighty Diamond Leg, the Heavenly Severed Foot. Each is a pinnacle of leg techniques. If only we could master even one of them. Alas, I cannot leave the Baratie. With a heavy sigh, Sanji lamented. Zepp had saved his life, and Sanji wished to remain here forever, honoring his savior. He yearned to seek guidance from Chu Ba Wang to enhance his own abilities. However, upon reflection, What could he possibly offer that would warrant the other's attention? Even in negotiation, one must possess appropriate leverage, mustn't he one? Sanji-san. These provisions the ogre Akin gazed at the mountain of food packages, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. Sanji patted Akin's shoulder, lit a cigarette, and grinned. Your comrades must be starving, right? Take this food to them. I understand the torment of hunger all too well. Thank you so much, Sanji-san. I will surely repay your kindness. Akin piloted a small boat, gradually drifting away. Sanji smiled faintly. Allowing those without food to enjoy a hearty meal is the dream of every chef. Red-footed Zeff watched Sanji as he strolled towards his culinary station. His heart a tumult of emotions. I once believed there was no one stronger than myself in leg techniques. Yet, the appearance of Bawang has completely shattered that notion. Perhaps the little brat Sanji should seek a new mentor. I can no longer impart more knowledge to him. If only I could be 30 years younger. I would certainly kneel before Bawang to learn authentic leg techniques. Patty and Carnier stood behind Zepp. The towering figure of Patty chuckled, Captain, are we truly sending the brat Sanji away? Though we often jest and spar, when the moment of parting arrives, it's rather hard to let go. Carnier's eyes glistened. Sanji had grown up before them. Yet now, for Sanji to venture further, red-footed Zepp had to sever the strings of the kite he held. Zepp turned to gaze at the two, a smile breaking across his face. Sanji and I share the same dream. He embodies the aspirations of all chefs. We have yet to discover all blue, so let Sanji inherit our will. System, let us have another 10 draws. This time, I wager Luffy's hair. If I draw something exceptional, Luffy can go bald. Chu Ba Wang scowled, his heart heavy with frustration. Having utilized 90 of his 100 lottery attempts today, without acquiring a single valuable item, he began to slowly descend into darkness. In a rather peculiar turn of events, a plan has emerged to sacrifice Luffy's hair in exchange for offerings. One would acquire level 1 observation haki, level 1 armament haki, level 1 conqueror's haki, 3 shards of a teleportation portal, and the ability to transform into a feminine form. A shiver runs down the spine of the mighty Chu Ba Wang. Good heavens, I was merely jesting. Surely, Luffy cannot truly become bald? Should I impart the legacy of a punch to Luffy? Imagining the scene, Luffy, aspiring to be the Pirate King, delivers a single punch that vanquishes Kaido of the beasts. Kaido, in a fit of impotent rage, exclaims, Luffy, how can you be so powerful? Luffy, removing his straw hat, reveals a shiny, bald head. Because I have become bald. I have also grown stronger. The imagery is so exquisite, it is almost unbearable to behold. Luffy, a quintessentially straightforward man, would surely lose all romantic prospects if he were to become bald. Would he be doomed to a lifetime of solitude? Ah. But what do Luffy's romantic endeavors have to do with me? As long as I am not single, that suffices. If Luffy cannot find a partner to carry on his legacy, let Dragon and Garp deal with the headache. Meanwhile, Naruto from the adjacent realm has already sired children. While Luffy remains a solitary figure, destined for a life devoid of companionship, I have merely nudged Luffy further down this path of solitude. Soon after, Chu Ba Wang's attention shifts to a rather unorthodox ability, the power to transform anything into a feminine form. He muses, what utility does this ability serve? Should I transform my opponent into a woman during combat, only to catch them off guard with a powerful assessment technique, allowing them to experience the agony of gestation? Finally, I could utilize the gazing of the embryo to seize their abilities and effortlessly overpower them? This is absurd. I could easily dominate my foes with sheer strength. Why resort to such fanciful abilities? A Super Saiyan bloodline would be far more enticing. The Meteor Fist or the Rising Dragon of Mount Lushan. Wouldn't they be far more appealing? Why must I be bestowed with this absurd power? With a furrowed brow, he implores the system, I advise you to exercise kindness. Dost thou hear the words of man? At that moment, Luffy emerges from a corner of the kitchen, clutching a clump of dark hair. Usopp, taken aback by Luffy's appearance, exclaims, Luffy, what has happened to you? You look utterly haggard. Luffy yawns, resembling a sleepy bear. Perhaps I haven't been sleeping well. I've been experiencing significant hair loss lately. Chu Ba Wang reflects, Luffy's baldness should not concern me. Perhaps, just perhaps, it is as it seems? Ba Wang, what has happened to Luffy? Usopp queries, looking to Chu Ba Wang, who he perceives as the wisest among them. Usopp, your question possesses great depth. Observing the current situation, it appears that Luffy has prematurely entered the middle-aged phase of manhood. One must remember that men in this stage are most prone to hair loss. Luffy's eyes widen in despair. No, I refuse to become bald. Ba Wang, please help me. I am destined to be the Pirate King. A bald Pirate King is an impossibility. Chu Ba Wang extricates himself from Luffy's desperate grasp with a look of disdain. Luffy, I truly sympathize with your plight, but it would be prudent to confront reality. While you still possess hair, seize the opportunity to take some beautiful photographs. In no time, you may bid farewell to your locks forever. In a fit of rage, Luffy storms into the kitchen, smashing a plate in his frenzy. Oh no, I refuse to be a bald man. With a sigh, Chu Ba Wang laments, alas. Luffy's situation is truly dire. He may require time to adjust to the notion of impending baldness. With that, Chu Ba Wang descends into contemplation. Having sacrificed Luffy's hair, should he consider offering Usopp's hair as a tribute to the gods next? In some cosmic sense, he feels he has discovered the correct method for utilizing the Straw Hat crew. Biba Wang, why do I sense something amiss in your gaze? Usopp's legs tremble uncontrollably. Chu Ba Wang, unfazed, replies, I merely believe you are on the cusp of your own midlife crisis. Usopp retorts, I am not well read. Do not deceive me. The thought of Zoro staying up late to chat with the spirit of the sword, disturbing his own rest, unnerves him. What are you doing, Usopp? Are you not having breakfast? Usopp, with a somber tone, responds, I'm going back to catch up on sleep, lest I suffer the same fate of hair loss. Chu Ba Wang, bemused, remarks, I was only jesting. Why did you take it to heart? Thus, the table is left with only Nami and Chu Ba Wang. Yaya. After having breakfast, returned to her study to delve into medical lore, while Zoro likely remained up late conversing with the sword spirit once again. If I do not succumb to slumber at this very moment, I might become the first swordsman to meet an untimely demise. Nami, why do you remain silent? This is not characteristic of your nature. Is there something weighing on your mind? The formidable Chu Ba Wang inquired, casting a glance at Nami's troubled countenance. Presently, Nami has yet to blossom into the resplendent beauty she would later become. However, she possesses potential, and with the right cultivation, she could undoubtedly emerge as a captivating beauty. Of course, Chu Ba Wang harbors no base intentions towards Nami. If one were to ponder, she is still likely a minor, is she not? Should he wish to pursue something further, it would be prudent to await her maturity. Otherwise, he would feel like a beast. Chu Ba Wang enjoys his exploits. Yet he maintains a moral boundary. He steadfastly refuses to engage in anything akin to a child's play. Ba Wang, have I drifted off again? My apologies. I became somewhat engrossed in my thoughts. Nami cast another deep glance at Chu Ba Wang, her heart swirling with complex emotions. Having witnessed the true extent of Chu Ba Wang's formidable prowess, Nami is convinced that he possesses the terrifying strength to vanquish the fishman Arlong. At the very least, that certain technique of assessing strength could render Arlong incapable of his nefarious deeds. The agony of bearing a child after 10 months of gestation is not something an ordinary individual can endure. Even Arlong, the fishman, would struggle to withstand such torment. Would he not? Coupled with the sword comes technique and an array of terrifying leg maneuvers, would he not be effortlessly dispatched? What a pity it would be if I were his wife. Surely, Kokoyashi village would regain its freedom, would it not? If I were to become Chu Ba Wang's beloved, Nami would naturally seek his assistance. Yet, as it stands, they share no familial ties, should she voice her request only to be met with rejection. Future encounters would become rather awkward. Earlier, when Luffy was soundly defeated by Zeff, did not Chu Ba Wang refrain from intervening? This illustrates a certain attitude. They have come purely for sightseeing. If one wishes to entice them, one must at least offer a reward that stirs their interest. Wouldn't you agree? A mere bounty of 10,000 berries? How absurd. Lady Koya is already a woman of wealth. Does the mighty Chu Ba Wang lack funds? As for physical allure, while Nami firmly believes she may undergo a second growth spurt in the future, she currently pales in comparison to Koya in both beauty and connections. After all, they grew up as childhood friends. What does she represent? Not even a mistress in the true sense. Chu Ba Wang gazed into Nami's eyes, seemingly penetrating her very thoughts. Nami's heart began to race. Nami, you are not alone. You have friends and companions who will undoubtedly lend you a hand if you seek it. As comrades, we must support each other through adversity. Is that not so? Chu Ba Wang, either intentionally or unintentionally, picked up a wanted poster and pointed emphatically at it. The notorious criminal depicted was none other than the fishman Arlong. Could it be that he possesses the ability to read minds? I cannot shake the feeling that he sees through all my thoughts. Upon catching sight of the terrifying visage of Arlong, Nami's pupils constricted sharply, and her body trembled imperceptibly. Arlong, a former officer of the Sun Pirates, captain of the Arlong Pirates, ruled the East Blue with an iron fist, characterized by his greedy and brutal nature. Valuing wealth above all else, with a bounty of 20 million berries, he was the highest bounty criminal in the East Blue. 8 years ago, Upon returning from the Grand Line, he executed his plan for dominance in the East Blue, raiding villages of all sizes. He swiftly conquered over 20 villages, including Nami's hometown of Kokoyashi Village, establishing the Arlong Empire there. He even killed Nami's adoptive mother, Belmir, with his own hands. Nami clenched her fists, as if summoning courage, her gaze regaining its brilliance. Ba Wang, do you need a daughter? A profound silence enveloped the scene. Chu Ba Wang's forehead creased with perplexity. Nami, what did you just say? Ba Wang, do you need a daughter? Chu Ba Wang burst into laughter. Prior to Nami's utterance, he had entertained numerous speculations, yet none had come close. Nami, in her quest to save Kokoyashi Village, would willingly become his goddaughter? As soon as the words left her lips, regret washed over her, leaving her speechless. Nami, you truly are a fool. Why utter such an impulsive request? Even if he possesses the terrifying strength to defeat Arlong, what reason would he have to assist a mere pirate like you? Moreover, he has such a beautiful wife. Surely they will have daughters far more charming than you. Nami chastised herself. You should not have spoken. Cast aside such unrealistic dreams. Chu Ba Wang is a man you will never possess. Tears streamed silently down Nami's face like a tragic film, resembling a fragile woman abandoned by her husband. Homeless and forlorn. What a sight to behold. How absurd, to weep without reason. Chu Ba Wang's thunderous shout jolted Nami from her reverie, her tears swirling in her eyes. Is being my daughter something to be ashamed of? Why can't you express your thoughts clearly instead of protesting through tears? Nami, allow me to enlighten you. With my current strength, I could have the entire world lining up from the Marine headquarters at Marineford to the Holy Land Mary Geos, all wishing to be my sons and daughters. Do you feel wronged by the thought of being my daughter? Let me assure you, I do not covet you as my daughter. I offer you one last chance. If you wish to be my daughter, wipe those tears away immediately. Those unaware might think that I, Chu Ba Wang, am abducting an innocent girl. Perhaps the most difficult thing for Chu Ba Wang to resist is the tears of a girl. Once, when Koya pursued him, it was her tears that breached his defenses, winning his heart. Now, Nami employs the same tactic in her desire to become his daughter. Inwardly, Chu Ba Wang reflected, now I understand. The saying that women are made of water holds true. They often cry, and it is utterly vexing. Nami stood frozen. She had always been a cunning thief, skilled at manipulating hearts. Even when Luffy invited her to join the Straw Hat crew, her intention was merely to pilfer their treasures. Yet she never anticipated that she would not only fail to steal from them, but would instead have her own heart stolen by Chu Ba Wang. What further deepened her despair was the knowledge that Chu Ba Wang was already taken. Even if she mustered the courage to pursue him, she would merely be labeled a mistress in the eyes of society. Nami felt on the brink of collapse. She thought she would never fall for any man. Yet she was mistaken. The elegance of Chu Ba Wang, his myriad talents, his ruthless determination to protect his beloved, and his radiant smile tormented her. Akin to a relentless burden, she was acutely aware that Chu Ba Wang was merely traveling the world with his wife, Koya. Tomorrow, or perhaps even today, they might bid farewell and depart. Nami was terrified. She feared that Chu Ba Wang would leave the Mary, abandon the Straw Hats, and vanish from her sight. He brought her joy and a long-lost sense of security. She could not bear a life devoid of him. Thus, Nami expressed her distorted love in a self-sacrificial manner. If I become his goddaughter, I could accompany him on his journeys around the world. Though this course of action lacked honor, it was the only solution she could conceive. It is said that a woman in love is devoid of reason, and the once shrewd and composed Nami was no exception to this curse. Upon noticing that Nami had finally ceased her weeping, Chu Ba Wang cradled her face in his hands, looking down at her. Enough of the tears. This is how a good daughter of Ba Ba should behave. Since you are my daughter, there is no reason for others to bully you. Here, consider this a welcoming gift. Chu Ba Wang's heart ached as he reluctantly retrieved an ancient box from his system space and presented it to Nami. What is this? Nami inquired, opening the quaint box to reveal a shimmering embroidery needle resting upon crimson satin. Chu Ba Wang, suppressing his pain, explained, the Rui Jingu Bang, originally forged from divine metal by Taishang Laojun, was borrowed by Dayu for flood control and left behind as the treasured iron of the East Sea. Nami gazed in wonder, unable to tear her eyes away as the Rui Jingu Bang transformed into a weapon of suitable height, her mouth agape in astonishment. Is this a divine artifact? It can change form at will? Before her eyes, the appearance of the Rui Jingu Bang had undergone a remarkable transformation. Nami was filled with joy as she picked it up to examine it closely. The staff had golden rings at both ends, with a segment of black iron in the middle. Adjacent to the rings, there was an inscription that read, Rui Jingu Bang, weighing a staggering 13,500 g. Unbeknownst to Nami, as she lifted the Rui Jingu Bang, the sky blossomed with brilliant hues, auspicious energy swirling around, and a sudden radiance of golden light enveloped the world. The entire oceanic restaurant resembled a celestial paradise, enchanting and ethereal. Its name, Rui Jingu Bang, serves as a token of my greeting to you. What do you think? Do you like it? The formidable Chu overlord gazed longingly at the Rui Jingu Bang. This was the extraordinary divine weapon that he had drawn with sheer luck, the Rui Jingu Bang, initially intended as a collectible to be displayed in his treasure vault. He planned to take it out for amusement when time permitted. In his previous life as a Chinese, the Rui Jingu Bang held an inexplicable allure for the overlord of Chu. Shortly thereafter, Nami retrieved her Rui Bang from her bosom and presented it to the overlord. Holding the warm Rui Bang in his hand, the overlord found himself in a perplexing situation. Nami, is this a token of our affection? It still retains warmth. Nami's Rui Bang, also known as the three-section staff, had been concealed in her bosom for an extended period. This is an exceedingly bizarre matter. It is truly difficult to fathom how Nami managed to conceal a three-section staff within her bosom so flawlessly. This matter is as absurd as Luffy developing a bump on his head when he is struck. Upon hearing the teasing remarks from the mighty Chu, Nami's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, extending to her ears. Pouting in discontent, she exclaimed, "What a big fool! If you are unwilling, then I shall reclaim the Rui Rod." With swift reflexes, Chu promptly stored the Rui Rod in the system's space, chuckling softly. How could one retrieve a gift once given? Witnessing Chu accept her token of affection, Nami felt a delightful flutter in her heart. At this point, Nami could finally travel the world alongside the formidable Chu Ba Wang. She admired her own cleverness and silently applauded herself, thinking, "Nami, you truly are a little genius." However, she soon noticed Chu Ba Wang gazing at her with an insidious look. "What is the matter? Do I have something on my face? Why do you keep staring at me?" Nami felt a thrill of delight within her. It seemed she had managed to capture the attention of this wooden figure. "Nothing much. I merely wanted to hear how you address me," he replied. "Address you? What should I call you? Baba?" Suddenly, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, making it difficult to voice the words. "Baba," Nami's sweet voice rang out. Chu Ba Wang smiled contentedly, ruffling her hair and saying, "Yes, you are indeed Baba's good daughter." In just half a day, the Straw Hat crew was in an uproar once more. Luffy stared at Nami, mouth agape, as if he could fit a wishing star inside. "Nanny, Nami, you secretly acknowledged him as Baba? Why didn't you tell us beforehand?" Nami, swaying her little feet and humming a tune, appeared utterly delighted. "This is my personal matter. Why should I share it with you?" Zoro ignored everyone present and discreetly savored a piece of food. Usopp chimed in, "But what about Lady Koya? Doesn't she oppose this?" Koya was Chu Ba Wang's wife, and Nami had now recognized him as Baba. This meant that Koya would effectively become Nami's mother-in-law, a rather convoluted relationship. Nami's lips curled into a sly smile as she replied, "Of course. Do you think Koya would go against Baba's will?" The group suddenly understood. Indeed, Kaya's nature dictated that she would not excessively restrain Chu Ba Wang. Sanji, eavesdropping nearby, couldn't help but gasp in surprise at the tangled web of relationships. Koya and Chu Ba Wang were married. Nami harbored feelings for Chu Ba Wang, and he had taken her as a daughter. This meant that Koya would be vying for the affections of her own goddaughter, while Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp might have overlooked Nami's infatuation with Chu Ba Wang. Sanji, renowned for his understanding of women's hearts, had not missed a single subtle gesture of hers. Time and again, he felt a pang of sympathy for Nami. It was truly unfair. She could have openly competed with Koya, but instead had to harbor her feelings for Chu Ba Wang in silence. To accompany him on his worldly travels, she had even begrudgingly recognized him as Baba. Sanji lamented on behalf of Nami. He could not fathom what it was about Chu Ba Wang that captivated Nami, aside from being slightly more handsome than himself, possessing superior kicking skills, and exuding a little more charm. Sanji longed to confront Chu Ba Wang, ready to chastise him for monopolizing the situation while ignoring the plight of single men everywhere. Even in the realm of kicking techniques, Sanji knew he could never rival Chu Ba Wang. Whenever he recalled the moment Chu Ba Wang had decisively defeated Funbuti, Sanji felt a surge of blood rush to his head. He was simply too powerful, utterly unmatched. With techniques like the Wind God Leg, the Shadowless Leg of Foshan, the 12 Paths of Shaolin, the Mighty Vajra Leg, and the Celestial Leg, it was enviable how such incredible skills could reside in a relatively obscure individual. Even Zepp, who was well known on the Grand Line, had never heard of Chu Ba Wang. Was it possible that this man had reached a state of indifference to fame and fortune? If only he could have the opportunity to study under him on the Grand Line. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks echoed through the room. The chef, Patty, was about to open the door when a towering, menacing figure kicked it open, sending Patty sprawling to the ground. "I am the East Blue's overlord, Admiral Creek. Hand over all the food on your ship, and I might spare your lives. I have taken a liking to your restaurant. Consider it an honor. You have 15 minutes to vacate the premises. From now on, this establishment belongs to me." Patty, both shocked and furious, glared at the traitorous Akainu, who stood silently behind Creek. "You bastard. Sanji saved your life, and in return, you inform Creek's crew of our whereabouts." The guests turned to look outside, where a massive three-decked ship, adorned with a Black Panther figurehead, bore the flag of the Creek pirates. The skull on the flag was flanked by hourglasses, symbolizing captured prey, the deadline for their demise, and the inevitable surrender that awaited them. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the Creek pirates appeared to be in a pitiful state. Even Admiral Creek himself was wrapped in bandages, while the surviving pirates looked as dejected as wilted vegetables. However, Creek's name instilled fear throughout the East Blue. Even in the face of a fallen Creek, no one dared to provoke him, to prevent the conflict from spilling over into the Baratie. Redleg Zepp shouted to Karn, "Prepare for battle. Set up the fishfin combat arena." Sanji leapt high, striding onto the floating platforms scattered on either side. "You want to take the old man's restaurant? You'll have to get through me first." Akainu, unwilling to let his savior's restaurant become collateral damage, shouted at Sanji, "Mr. Sanji, you are no match for Admiral Creek. Leave now. He only wishes to seize this restaurant to regroup and venture forth on the Grand Line once more." Creek, too, had no desire to destroy the Baratie. He intended to use the ship to restore his strength and set sail again. He was arrogant enough to believe that one day he could exact revenge on the infamous Mihawk. This maritime restaurant marks the initial step in his grand endeavor. Observing that Akin had not immediately commenced, Sanji's defensive posture relaxed ever so slightly. "Akin, is the Grand Line truly that terrifying?" The Krieg pirates, reputed to be the mightiest fleet of the East Blue, still returned vanquished. The recollections of their harrowing experiences in the Grand Line flooded back. The fearsome Akin knelt on the ground, tormented by memories. "We are the most formidable pirate crew in all the East Blue, yet we faced the strongest man in history. A figure of unimaginable terror, with hawk-like, piercing yellow eyes, clad in a wine-red patterned jacket and a black vest. It was this scoundrel who cleaved through 50 of the Krieg pirate ships with a single stroke. Shortly thereafter, we encountered a tempest. Of our 5,000-strong crew, many perished, leaving us with scarcely 50 comrades." Krieg cast a dissatisfied glance at the demon Akin. "Hey Akin, we will ultimately take our revenge on that man. Those who dare to provoke the Krieg pirates shall face utter annihilation." The crew of Baratie exhibited expressions of sheer astonishment. One stroke? Did he truly annihilate 50 ships of the Krieg pirates? Is this truly within the realm of human capability? Zoro's pupils constricted sharply as a certain legend sprang to mind. His hand trembling around the sword, Enma, a pair of eagle-like, piercing yellow eyes adorned in a maroon-patterned coat and a black vest, who single-handedly cleaved through 50 super pirate ships. It must be him, without a doubt. The world-renowned strongest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. Shaolin, can you feel the fervor boiling within me? At last, I have the opportunity to challenge the strongest swordsman in the world. My great blade has long been thirsting for battle. Koya followed the formidable Chu Ba Wang to the second deck, surveying the scene from above. "Ah, is that not the unfortunate Admiral Creek?" Koya looked up at Chu Ba Wang with a surprised expression, asking, "Be Ba Wang, do you know him?" From what she understood, Chu Ba Wang had never ventured beyond the village. How could he possibly recognize Admiral Creek? Pointing in Creek's direction, Chu Ba Wang smiled lightly, saying, "If one were to speak frankly, the East Blue Overlord Creek is cunning and treacherous, even going so far as to disguise himself as a naval supply ship to attack villages and vessels, a truly nefarious villain." Koya questioned, "If Creek is so cunning, why refer to him as an unfortunate fellow?" With a chuckle, Chu Bawang shook his head, perhaps due to his numerous misdeeds. "He has drawn the ire of the heavens. While the Grand Line may be deemed a graveyard for pirates, the infamous Redfoot Zepp had spent a year traversing it, and the Rumbar pirates had sailed for 3 years. Although their strength may not rank among the elite, they had roamed the Grand Line freely for some time. Yet, it was the formidable Creek pirates who set out with their massive fleet that encountered one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Dracul Mihawk, and in a single stroke, their entire fleet of 50 ships was utterly obliterated. Were it not for a storm at sea, they might not have returned with even a single life. The so-called seven warlords are recognized by the world government as seven formidable pirates, wielding catastrophic destructive power that rivals that of nations. The title of warlord symbolizes freedom and status, ostensibly belonging to neutral pirates, yet in name only as they are deemed pawns of the navy. In truth, each warlord harbors their own ambitions for attaining this title, unwilling to relinquish the power and prestige it confers, thus engaging in mutual exploitation with the world government. Redfoot Zepp was taken aback, casting a deep glance at Chu Ba Wang, silently pondering, who exactly is this person? Not only is he skilled in martial arts, but he also possesses extensive knowledge of the secrets surrounding the world government and the seven warlords. Luffy dashed eagerly before Zepp, gazing up at him with longing. Old chef, if I defeat Admiral Creek and successfully protect Baratie, will I no longer have to work here? Upon uttering these words, Luffy felt the weight of his companion's disdain. In a fit of rage, he shouted at his comrades, "Why are you all looking at me like that? You bunch of heartless bastards." Zoro scorn, 111. Nami scorn, 111. Usopp scorn, 111. Sanji raised an eyebrow, lighting a cigarette, and scoffed. The floating restaurant Baratie is hardly something you need to protect. The imposing Creek surveyed the trembling crowd with a satisfied smile. However, that smile faltered upon meeting the calm, unperturbed gaze of Chu Ba Wang. This man dares to regard me with such contempt. How infuriating. I shall use you as an example. Oh, this woman appears quite attractive. Perhaps I could take her aboard for some amusement when boredom strikes. Creek did not regard Chu Ba Wang with any seriousness, and likewise, Chu Ba Wang dismissed Creek with equal indifference. Suddenly, a shadow fell from the sky, its massive form and peculiar attire rendering the crowd breathless. Creek's remaining subordinates began to cheer for the descending figure. Bara. It's Iron Wall Bara. Bara is making his move. No one can breach Iron Wall Bara's defenses. Luffy gazed wide-eyed at the man adorned with two large shields. The combat captain of the Creek pirates, Iron Wall Bara, exclaiming, "Wow, he has so many shields. How cool." Sanji. Straw Hat Crew. Creek. One must admit, Luffy's taste in aesthetics is refreshingly unique. Perhaps he possesses an eye for beauty? Just as Sanji prepared to engage Iron Wall Bara in combat, a wave of alarm swept through the Creek pirates. Lord Creek, that man has appeared again. Some of Creek's subordinates sank to their knees in despair, weeping uncontrollably. That bastard. Did we disturb his rest? Why must he pursue us to the death? As if sensing an impending calamity, Redfoot Zepp, Roronoa Zoro, Admiral Creek, and Blackleg Sanji all turned their gazes toward the distance. Even Redfoot Zepp, accustomed to the fiercest tempests, found it hard to maintain his composure, speaking with a bitter tone. It is truly unbelievable that this man would appear in the weakest of seas, the East Blue. A coffin-like vessel approached, a solitary wolf drifting in the Grand Line, hailed as the strongest swordsman of the New World, known for his unpredictable temperament. With black hair, eagle-like piercing yellow eyes, a short beard, a black hat adorned with white fur, clad in a maroon-patterned coat and a black vest, complemented by white trousers. His sharp gaze would chill even the strongest warrior to the bone. One of the seven warlords of the sea, the world-renowned mightiest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. With a mere swing of his black blade, he could cleave even a grand ship in two. Then, Redfoot Zepp displayed a look of confusion. Sanji, with a serious expression, inquired, "Old man, is something amiss?" Redfoot Zepp scrutinized Mihawk's coffin ship once more, confirming a disquieting truth. The world's strongest swordsman, a man who had long stood atop the path of swordsmanship, bore the unparalleled black blade known as Yoru, missing. For a swordsman, his sword is his very life. Redfoot Zepp's expression grew grave, beads of sweat forming on his brow. This was indeed his first experience of such profound panic. To wield a sword capable of rivaling the legendary Hawkeye's skill suggests that the opponent's swordsmanship has reached an extraordinary level of mastery. Suddenly, the green-haired Zoro wrapped his headscarf around his head, bearing an immense cross upon his back. "Hey, world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk, are you in search of your sword?" Hawkeye Mihawk's gaze instantly sharpened with an intensity that was piercing. No one knew the black blade, Yoru, better than he did. He never anticipated that the very sword he had been desperately seeking would manifest in the hands of such a young lad. Mihawk spoke, his voice as frigid as the eternal ice, chilling to the bone. His eagle-like, piercing yellow eyes locked onto the enormous cross in Zoro's grasp. "Who are you, boy? How dare you steal the weapon of the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk?" Zoro leapt from the second deck, the sword Inma resonating in harmony beneath his feet. Sword flight. Hawkeye Mihawk could not help but be momentarily taken aback. Spirit swordsmanship? I have never witnessed a blade capable of flight. What treasure is this? The crowd gazed in awe at Zoro, soaring through the skies with his sword, exclaiming in disbelief, "It is him, the foremost master of the three-sword style. The pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro. It is truly unexpected that two unparalleled swordsmen would cross paths in the East Blue. It seems there is an exciting spectacle to witness. What could have transpired? Why does Mihawk's weapon appear in Zoro's grasp? Could it be related to that strange incident from half a month ago? Approximately 2 weeks prior. An extraordinary event unfolded upon the vast ocean. For reasons unknown, or perhaps summoned by some mysterious energy, all the blades in the East Blue soared towards a small village named Syrup Village. Tens of thousands of flying swords. A magnificent sight, darkening the skies. In that moment, every swordsman deemed this occurrence a miracle of the swordsmanship. This incident ultimately came to be known as the Sword Immortal Descends of it. The Sword Immortal descends where myriad blades submit. In the aftermath, speculation arose that near the village of Zillibu, there existed a swordsman surpassing even the greatest of masters, who unleashed abilities akin to sword control. This formidable swordsman summoned the entire array of blades from the East Sea to join the fray. What kind of powerful adversary could possibly necessitate the collective might of thousands of sharp blades to confront? This matter naturally reached the information archives of the Navy headquarters. Unfortunately, the leaders of the East Sea did not pay much attention to it. After all, according to the descriptions of intelligence personnel, the event was far too fantastical and incredulous. How could thousands of blades possibly be driven by mere human strength? Some pointed at Zoro and remarked, "Have you noticed that Zoro possesses no less than 5 swords? Excluding the weapon belonging to Dracula Mihawk, Zoro still wields 4 weapons. What could possibly explain this? Has Zoro grown stronger during this time and mastered the art of the 4-sword style?" The name Roronoa Zoro had already become well known as an exceptional pirate hunter in the East Sea before Luffy set sail. The 3-sword style pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro was a nightmare for all pirates during a certain period. Facing the scrutiny of the crowd, Zoro remained unfazed. In his eyes, there was only the world's strongest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. In response to Mihawk's inquiry, Zoro stood tall and declared with dignity, "I am the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro, aspiring to become the world's greatest swordsman. Likewise, I am an unnamed disciple of the great Shichibukai. This black sword, Yuru, is entrusted to me by my master for safekeeping. Today, having the fortune to encounter the renowned world's greatest swordsman, I must certainly engage in a duel. Dracula Mihawk, do you dare accept my challenge?" Zoro's bold proclamation echoed resoundingly above the battlefield. No one doubted his unwavering fighting spirit. They understood well that as the most gifted pirate hunter, 3-sword style Zoro, in a sense, he symbolized the finest swordsman of the East Sea. The finest swordsman of the East Sea versus the greatest swordsman in the world. This is undoubtedly a captivating battle. Hawkeye Mihawk's pupils constricted as he swiftly and sharply gazed towards the second level of the deck, locking eyes with the tranquil gaze of the Overlord of Chu. The name he yearned to utter, Overlord of Chu, transformed into a hesitant utterance. Ba Wang. Hawkeye, what is this situation? Am I stuttering? How do I know his name? And why do I feel compelled to call Chu Bawang Baba at first sight? Nani, when did Zoro become an unnamed disciple of the Overlord? Luffy, watching from the sidelines, looked on in astonishment at Zoro. Nami's voluntary decision to become the goddaughter of Chu Ba Wang had already left Luffy utterly shocked. What he never anticipated was that his good friend Zoro had actually become an unnamed disciple of the Overlord. What on earth? When did you become so snobbish? Although the formidable stature of the great Chu Ba Wang is indeed impressive, must one shamelessly cling to him in such a manner? Yet, you gazed intently at Chu Ba Wang. When did you take Zoro as an unnamed disciple? How come I was unaware of this? With a sigh, Chu Ba Wang himself did not anticipate Zoro's brazen claim to be his unnamed disciple. Zoro cautiously glanced at Chu Ba Wang's expression and noticed no intention of reprimand. His heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled. I knew Ba Wang was magnanimous and would not stoop to my level. Ha. I have finally managed to cling to a powerful ally. Having witnessed the reality of sword flight and the existence of the sword spirit Shao One, Zoro's worldview had been completely reshaped. He now understood who the true master is and who holds true dominance. By firmly grasping Ba Wang's leg, coupled with my own swordsmanship talent, I shall undoubtedly become the greatest swordsman in the world one day. Kuina, rest assured, I will grow stronger for both of us. One day, I shall become the world's greatest swordsman, and my name will reverberate throughout the heavens. Mihawk's gaze turned increasingly perilous. His hawk-like yellow eyes fixated intently on the direction of Chu Ba Wang. This individual emanated an unfathomable and terrifying sword intent. Who is this person? And why have I never heard of him in the New World? After a moment of contemplation, Mihawk arrived at a startling conclusion. Perhaps the Sword Saint's descent is inextricably linked to this individual. It is time to exercise the power of the warlords and thoroughly investigate the true information regarding Ba Wang. Damn it, I actually referred to that rascal as Baba again. Observing the quietly seething Mihawk, Zoro's lips curled into a sly smile. Want to call Chu Ba Wang by name? That is utterly impossible. Oh, Mihawk, will there come a day when you two will call someone Baba? Zoro laughed heartily as he turned to Mihawk, casually tossing the black blade, Yuru, towards him, proclaiming loudly, Mihawk, do you dare to accept my challenge? Whoosh. Mihawk's figure descended onto the battlefield, his expression complex as he gazed at the weapon he had regained. He then fixed his eyes on the eager Zoro. Responding in kind, Roronoa Zoro, your noble qualities have earned my recognition. Thus, as the world's greatest swordsman, I accept your challenge. The duel between the four-sword style Roronoa Zoro and the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, was about to commence. In the field of vision, Zoro, with green algae hair, 3 golden droplet-shaped earrings on his left ear, a green belly wrap, a belt adorned with 3 swords, and several scars across his chest. Tied a dark green scarf around his left arm and donned it on his head. He meant business. Luffy's good friend thought to himself, Roronoa Zoro, Mihawk. After both parties announced their names, Zoro bit down on a blade, gripping one in each hand, preparing for his signature offensive stance. Mihawk's pupils constricted sharply as he coldly regarded the floating blade, Wad Ikamanji. Zoro's strength was not something he regarded with concern. Yet, the sword that could fly autonomously emanated a subtle sense of threat. Is this blade the masterpiece of Ba Wang? Mihawk could not believe that Zoro, with his current prowess, could earn the recognition of such a renowned sword. After some deduction, Mihawk speculated that this was a gift from Chu Ba Wang to Zoro. If Zoro truly is his unnamed disciple, then should Zoro fail while traversing the seas, it would surely tarnish Chu Ba Wang's reputation, wouldn't it? And this sword, clearly possessing some form of sentience, was likely a protective item given to his disciple. How enviable it is for this young man to possess such a formidable spirit, sword, as an unnamed disciple. What kind of fortune would he receive if he were a true son? While the status of a true son remains uncertain, one could infer the benefits bestowed upon Nami, who became a foster daughter. Though his facade remained calm, a twinge of envy and jealousy arose within Mihawk towards Zoro. He too desired a sword of such transcendent caliber. Just as Zoro and Mihawk prepared for their decisive battle, suddenly, a furious roar from Captain Crick pierced the air as a dark cannon appeared, aiming at Zoro and Mihawk. Clearly, he intended to send both of these troublesome fellows to their demise. You two rascals, are you so engrossed in your banter that you disregard me, Captain Crick? Go to hell, you scoundrels. Daring to lay hands on my fleet. Mihawk, are you tired of living? Boom. The dark cannon suddenly erupted with sparks, and the cannonball shot towards the two like a meteor. With a cold glance at Crick, Mihawk sheathed his black blade, Yuru. Whoosh. In an instant, Crick's already battered flagship was cleaved in two with a single stroke. Just one stroke. That super flagship, capable of accommodating thousands, was severed as though it were mere paper. The deck splintered like a spider's web, and Crick stared dumbfounded at the unmatched might of Mihawk, trapped in a prolonged stupor. Incredible. Truly, he is overwhelmingly powerful. This man truly deserves the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Zoro felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Yet soon his demeanor lightened and he laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. The prowess of the world's #1 swordsman is indeed well-deserved. However, the more challenging it is to attain the title of the best, the more intriguing it becomes. Mihawk sheathed his black blade, Yuru, and retrieved a small fruit knife shaped like a cross from his chest. With a light chuckle, he gazed at the furious Zoro and said, Roronoa Zoro, I regret to inform you that with your current capabilities, you are not yet worthy of compelling me to draw Yoro. Zoro, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Seethed, what do you mean by that? Do you look down on me? Mihawk merely smiled. Unperturbed, I am not like a foolish beast exerting all its strength to hunt rabbits. Although you possess a modicum of renown as a swordsman, we are in the East Blue, the weakest of the 4 seas. Unfortunately, I have no smaller blade than this. Pitiful weakling, if you truly were a top-tier swordsman. Even without engaging in combat, you would surely discern the disparity in our strengths. To dare to wield your sword against me. Should I commend your bravery or attribute it to ignorance? Zoro's fury ignited, and he quickened his pace towards Mihawk. The sword, Wat Ikamanji resonated with Zoro's intent, launching towards Mihawk from an unusual angle. Mihawk, even if you disdain me, there must be limits. Do not wait until it is too late to regret. Luffy, unwaveringly focused on the battlefield, hoped for Zoro's safety. Nami glanced anxiously at Bartholomew, her voice tinged with concern. Bartholomew, can Zoro defeat Mihawk? Of course not, Bartholomew replied. Unflustered, Nami retorted. You seem so calm. Aren't you afraid Mihawk might kill Zoro? Bartholomew shrugged nonchalantly and said, while Zoro has grasped a mere fraction of swordsmanship, he can easily dispatch someone as weak as Kuro. However, Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, presents a far greater challenge. Zoro has a long way to go to surpass him. As for Zoro's death, that is out of the question. With me, Bartholomew, here, no one present could slay Zoro without my consent. Nami felt a slight sense of relief. Although she had manipulated the feelings of Luffy and Zoro, it did not imply she lacked concern for her comrades. On the contrary, she was deeply yearning for their safety. Bartholomew. Then I shall rely on you to save Zoro's life when the time comes. Nami seized the opportunity to plant a kiss on Bartholomew's cheek. Before Bartholomew could react, Nami's stealthy ambush was already complete. Kaya's face flushed, and she glared at Nami with mild annoyance. Humph. She knew Nami meant no harm, yet she was constantly coveting Bartholomew. Now that Nami had become Bartholomew's goddaughter, she had finally caught Nami in the act of stealing a kiss. Yet Kaya found herself unable to reprimand Nami. After all, Nami was now Bartholomew's goddaughter. Was it inappropriate for a goddaughter to kiss her godfather? Not in the least. Witnessing the signs of a brewing love triangle, Bartholomew deliberately shifted the topic, pointing at Mihawk, who had produced the fruit knife. Look, a weak monster has appeared. Usopp gritted his teeth. This guy is so arrogant. He dares to pull out a fruit knife in front of Zoro? The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Zoro crossed his arms and executed his most frequently used sword technique, Demon Slash. This technique has been referred to by numerous pirates as the lethal move that guarantees an enemy's demise the moment it is unleashed. The third blade serves to seal the escape routes of opponents. Perhaps, the Ghost Slash is not yet flawless. However, with the addition of the sword spirit, Little One, Zoro's three-sword style has begun its evolution towards the four-sword style. The shortcomings of the Ghost Slash have been tremendously minimized. A resounding clang of metal reverberated through the air. Zoro stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene, exclaiming in disbelief. What? How is this possible? Mihawk, seizing the offensive, thrust his fruit knife at the intersection of Zoro's four blades. He had discovered the weakness of the Ghost Slash. Zoro was compelled to shift from offense to defense. Otherwise, he would be pierced through the heart, with no chance of survival. Yet, even so, that peculiar fruit knife effectively subdued Zoro's four-sword style, leaving everyone present in a state of utter incredulity. Is this truly the extent of the world's greatest swordsman's power? Indeed, it is terrifying. Luffy's eyes twitched with anxiety as he exclaimed, Zoro. The cold expression of red-leg Zeff hardened as he solemnly remarked, Zoro's Demon Slash has been thwarted just like that? Damn it, I cannot move. What on earth has he done? No one has ever been able to see through this move. With the assistance of the sword spirit, Little One, the Demon Slash should have been an invincible technique in this world. Yet, it has been so easily countered by this toy-like thing. How is this even possible? Is there truly such a vast disparity in strength between us? Zoro stood rigid, gazing intently at the small fruit knife, a bead of cold sweat trickling down the corner of his mouth. How profoundly ironic this is. A mere fruit knife has managed to withstand the sword techniques I take such pride in? Mihawk, the Hawkeye, chuckled softly, remarking, your reflexes are commendable. Yet it appears you have only reached this level. I find your prowess rather unsatisfactory. Were I to claim the allegiance of this spirit sword, I would undoubtedly become tenfold more formidable. Alas, the very essence of the spirit sword lies in its sentience. A world-renowned blade imbued with consciousness, how enviable. Yet, tragically, it is wielded by such an inconsequential swordsman. What a waste indeed. Hawkeye Mihawk cast a fleeting glance at Zoro, his curiosity deepening. How on earth did the Overlord cultivate a sword spirit? Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would have thought such a phenomenon existed solely in ancient tomes. Damn, why did I call him Overlord again? Zoro, seething with frustration, hastened the speed of his strikes. The metallic clangor resonating through the heavens. Yet, regrettably, the disparity in their strengths was overwhelmingly vast. Even with the assistance of the sword spirit, Little One, Zoro could not even graze the hem of Mihawk's garment. With a swift motion, Zoro was felled to the ground by a single strike from Mihawk. Usopp shouted, Zoro, Come on, use your true skills and defeat him. Rising like a carp from the water, Zoro knelt, crossing his arms, his expression twisted with rage. How infuriating. How can our strengths be so profoundly mismatched? The Overlord gazed at Zoro with a hint of disappointment, shaking his head. Zoro has lost. He is now beginning to falter. This young man, had he wielded his unparalleled sword from the very beginning, might have achieved a splendid outcome. The formidable Chu Bawang felt a flicker of intrigue. Was Zoro's hesitance to employ his half-hearted swordsmanship born from a fear of humiliation? After all, this was the sole swordsmanship he had entrusted to Zoro. Should he fail to make a mark, it would undoubtedly bring disgrace upon himself. Zoro, you impudent lad, you may yet receive a modicum of assistance in honing your skills. When the time comes, I shall reclaim every ounce of this debt. Once you master my 6 pulses divine sword, the solitary 9 swords, the celestial flying immortal, and the myriad of swords returning to their origin, you shall grasp the true essence of the sword. Is it not merely a fruit knife? At that time, you may very well reciprocate with the same fruit knife to Hawkeye. Sanji felt a chill beneath his feet, his gaze fixed intently on the battlefield's center, astonishingly. With nothing but a fruit knife, he had thwarted Zoro's entire 3-sword style. That fellow was indeed a monster surpassing even the monstrous Zoro. Just then, Zoro triggered his friend buff, becoming distracted as he swung his sword. Hawkeye transformed his palm into a blade and struck toward Zoro's neck. Zoro seemed to be transported back to the days when he was repeatedly defeated by his comrade Kuina. Back then, he and Kuina had vowed, one day, either he or Kuina would become the world's greatest swordsman. To achieve that, he endured trials severalfold greater than his companions. Yet, the whims of fate are unpredictable. His dear comrade had perished. I will grow stronger in her stead. My name shall resonate through the heavens. I shall become the world's mightiest swordsman. That was our promise. I must become the world's strongest swordsman. Exhausted, Zoro swung his blade, but Hawkeye effortlessly evaded him, gazing at the panting Zoro, who refused to concede. Charging at him time and again, Hawkeye was moved. Roronoa Zoro, what burdens do you bear? At the pinnacle of power, what do you yearn for? Oh, the pitiful weakling. Zoro's 2 underlings, filled with rage, brandished their blades. How dare you call our big brother weak, you scoundrel? Damn it. Silence. Our brother Zoro is the strongest in the world. Chu Ba Wang placed his hand upon the shoulders of the 2 young ones, his weight akin to a mountain, effortlessly suppressing them. Enough. Joseph, Johnny, do not interfere in the battle between Zoro and Hawkeye. Hold your ground. Usopp appeared lost in contemplation. Ba Wang. Zoro glanced back at the man he referred to as master, Chu Ba Wang, and struggled to rise, declaring, I cannot possibly lose. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Zoro stood once more. The ocean roared and churned, all eyes wide with astonishment at the exhausted Zoro. Is this truly the anonymous disciple of the Ba Wang, Roronoa Zoro? The fervor of this indomitable will to triumph is truly astounding. It is almost unbelievable that such a formidable figure as Zoro is merely an unnamed disciple of the Pirate King. If the Pirate King's direct disciples were to take action, could they not contend with Mihawk on equal footing? The mere thought of it suggests that the Pirate King may indeed wield greater strength than the Hawkeye. Who is this individual, and why has his name never echoed across the vast seas until now? Zoro assumed a stance, as if bearing 2 swords upon his back. Tiger, hunt. Yet, before Zoro could complete the incantation of his skill, Hawkeye had already plunged a fruit knife into Zoro's heart. Congratulations to Zoro for achieving the true heart-wrenching challenge. Drip, 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 blood cascaded down the knife's handle. For the first time, Hawkeye exhibited admiration towards Zoro, his gaze intense. Why not retreat? Do you wish to have your heart pierced directly? Sunlight poured down along Zoro's line of sight. Though his lips were stained with blood, Zoro managed a faint smile. I don't know. I truly do not know. I just feel that if I take a step back now, all the significant oaths and promises I have made until this point will vanish. I can never return here. Nor do I deserve to be called the nameless disciple of that person. But ultimately, you are defeated, Roronoa Zoro. If that is the case, retreat is not an option. Would you rather die than concede? Death may be preferable. Hawkeye was moved by Zoro's indomitable spirit, his steps retreating imperceptibly by half a measure. Is this the nameless disciple of the Overlord, Roronoa Zoro? What formidable willpower! Would you choose death over defeat? With a swift motion, Hawkeye sheathed his knife, casting aside all previous disdain for Zoro. The fruit knife was tucked away within the cross on his neck. Young man, permit me to inquire once more your name. Roronoa Zoro, nameless disciple of the Overlord. Hawkeye Mihawk drew the supreme 12 swords from his back with a cold demeanor. I shall remember this name. It has been a long time since I encountered a true warrior. Nami, in honor of the Code of Swordsmen, I shall employ this world's strongest black blade to consign you to the depths of the ocean. Zoro gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, blood streaming from his lips. He yearned to wield the sword but knew this would only bring disgrace to his master, the Overlord. Such exquisite swordsmanship must not be sullied. He had merely grasped the surface of its essence. No, he had not even achieved that. Overlord, it is you who have shown me vistas beyond the world's greatest swordsman. It is you who have enlightened me on what it truly means to embody the sword immortal. To be your nameless disciple fills me with exhilaration. The Overlord gazed at Zoro, who was prepared to face death, and said gently, Zoro, do not perish here. Your future lies among the stars and the seas. Zoro grinned in response. Understood, master. The crew of the Krieg pirates was entirely submerged in the sea. Yet even so, they remained transfixed, their eyes glued to the battle between Zoro and Hawkeye. When they witnessed Hawkeye draw the black blade, Knight, all pirates involuntarily narrowed their pupils. Someone trembled and whispered, he has drawn it. Hawkeye has unsheathed the world-renowned sword that can cleave the flagship. The air hummed as the black blade, Knight, sliced through with a brilliance akin to a shooting star across the sky. Zoro's subordinate, Johnny, clasped his hands in prayer for him. Joseph, clutching his head, shouted urgently, Brother, enough. Please stop. If this continues, you will die. Hawkeye moved. In the blink of an eye, he had closed the distance to Zoro. Swift. It was impossibly fast. Fall. Zoro. Zoro instinctively rotated his hands, the blades in his grip spinning like windmills, generating a fierce gale. For sword style, 3,000 worlds. Abandoning the half-hearted sword, this was the mightiest strike Zoro could currently wield. To an ordinary swordsman, the origin of the name would be an enigma, derived from Buddhist terminology. Buzz. Hawkeye's figure zipped past Zoro, his left hand raised high with the black blade, Knight, as a swirling arc of energy spiraled beneath them. Clang. The blades in Zoro's hands and in his mouth shattered. The only ones to escape unscathed were the soul sword and the Dowie character. Slash. A torrent of blood erupted from Zoro's chest, and he dropped his sword, his expression a mask of agony. I lost. I never imagined I would lose. Is this the power of the world's strongest swordsman? Sunlight streamed down from behind Zoro. He was now a mass of wounds. With the most grievous injuries to his chest and abdomen, Zoro opened his arms, facing Hawkeye Mihawk, a slight smile gracing his lips. This only deepened Hawkeye's confusion. He had anticipated that Zoro would flee or perhaps kneel in supplication. Yet, Zoro presented himself with an air of resolute acceptance of death. What do you intend to do? Hawkeye Mihawk's pupils contracted sharply. Zoro, with a generous smile, declared, the scars on my back are the shame of a swordsman. Zoro, you are truly remarkable. Hawkeye's gaze towards Zoro gradually infused with a hint of respect. The willpower of this young man is truly admirable. If only he were my disciple. What a pity that such a fine talent is merely an unnamed disciple of that fellow. With a swift motion, Hawkeye's black blade, Knight, sliced down upon Zoro's chest. It was a strike that could have cleaved a super battleship in twain, causing a crimson bloom of blood to erupt from Zoro's torso, spraying forth like a fountain and piercing the heart of all who witnessed it. Luffy's face contorted in rage, his eyes bloodshot as he screamed, Zoro. Usopp echoed his anguish, crying out, Zoro. Tears streamed down their faces as they lamented, Brother. Anyone could perceive the terrifying power of Hawkeye's swordsmanship. The feat of shattering a battleship with a single stroke was simply beyond comprehension. Sanji was profoundly moved by the scene before him. He could not fathom why Zoro would seek such a reckless demise, and his mind involuntarily wandered back to their conversation. Zoro had once confided in him, when I vowed to become the world's strongest swordsman, I had long since cast aside the notions of life and death. Sanji felt a surge of emotion, murmuring to himself, that guy has truly lost his mind. He is facing the genuine strongest in the world. The outcome was already predestined. Rather than perish, he should abandon his ambition. Sanji shouted towards Zoro, who had slipped into unconsciousness and was sinking into the sea. It's quite simple. Just relinquish your ambition. The members of the Krieg pirates were drenched in cold sweat. Zoro had been defeated. He could not inflict even a single hair on Hawkeye. The disparity in their strengths was overwhelmingly vast. Perhaps, had Zoro been willing to draw upon the sword of the king, he might not have suffered such a complete defeat. Yet he refused to bring shame upon his master, the tyrant Chua. Zoro's two comrades leapt fearlessly into the water, desperate to retrieve Zoro's lifeless body. Luffy, transformed into a rubber man, roared as he charged at Hawkeye, only to find his head lodged in the deck due to his excessive force. Hawkeye, Suppressing a chuckle, coldly remarked, "You are his companion, I presume? Thank you for your vigilant observation. Rest assured, that man is still alive." Zoro, pulled from the depths by Joseph and Johnny, gasped for breath, having sustained grave injuries, yet it was evident that his life was no longer in peril. Nami sighed in relief, her racing heart finally settling, as she clung to Chua's arm, nuzzling against him. "How can you be so certain that Hawkeye will not kill Zoro?" Chua, feigning ignorance of Nami's playful actions, chuckled softly. "It is simple. Zoro's indomitable spirit has touched the heart of Hawkeye's swordsmanship. On one hand, Hawkeye has developed an interest in a fellow warrior. In Zoro, he sees a reflection of himself. On the other hand, as Hawkeye stated, a true swordsman, even without direct confrontation, can discern the gap in strength between them. The only reason he refrained from striking Zoro down was out of fear of me. It must be said that Hawkeye possesses remarkable skill in concealing his emotions. Undoubtedly, his strength has indeed reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Merely releasing a hint of murderous intent was enough to make Hawkeye wary, preventing him from taking any further action against Zoro. Without a doubt, Hawkeye felt the vast chasm of power that separated him from Chua, a divide as profound as a canyon. According to the narrative, Hawkeye held Zoro in high regard. During the later stages of the Marineford War, Zoro even became Hawkeye's disciple, though he often referred to Zoro as a pathetic weakling. Hawkeye's actions betrayed his true feelings. Otherwise, he would not have taken the time to teach Zoro, nor would he have accepted him as a pupil. However, Chua's sudden intervention shattered Hawkeye's aspirations of taking Zoro as his disciple. The disparity in strength was simply too great. Nami, appearing contemplative, seized the opportunity while Chua was distracted, planting a kiss on his cheek. "Chua, this little girl truly resembles a mischievous kitten." However, Koya, choosing to ignore her, turned away and waved farewell, stating, "This battle lacks significance. I shall retire to the study to read." Nami, in response to Koya's departing figure, made a victorious grimace, only to be met with Chopper's merciless fist. Nami, refrain from such frivolities in the future. Nami playfully stuck out her tongue and pouted. "Understood, Captain. But I may indulge again." Usopp rushed towards Zoro, cradling a jar of medicine, carefully placing it against Zoro's injured chest to prevent excessive bleeding. "The medicine is here. Quickly, apply it to the wound." Mihawk, the Hawkeye, then exhibited an odd gesture. He bowed apologetically towards the second deck of the Baratie restaurant. The onlookers were puzzled, unable to comprehend the purpose of his action. Yet, Nami and the seasoned red-leg Zeff harbored a daring speculation. This direction could only reveal Captain and that girl named Nami. Could it be that Hawkeye Mihawk was apologizing for injuring Zoro in front of them? If that were the case, then the strength of Captain would indeed be unfathomable. Zeff's expression darkened, his instincts warning him that the seas ahead would soon be tumultuous again. At the center of this maelstrom would undoubtedly be the Straw Hat crew and that imposing figure, Captain. The ocean would struggle to find tranquility again. Zeff sighed inwardly, lamenting that his era had long passed. The remnants of the old guard were dwindling, were they not? After completing his gestures, Hawkeye turned to face Zoro, beads of sweat forming on his back. It was terrifying. What had he sensed just now? An overwhelming intent to kill. An endless sword will. That frigid glare pierced his heart, rendering him breathless. He found himself envious of Zoro's ignorance of fear. Had he not been a top-tier swordsman, perhaps he would have mustered the courage to challenge Captain. Hawkeye gazed at the nearly lifeless Zoro, shaking his head slightly. "Kid, if you seek death, it is still too soon. I am Dracul Mihawk. Recognize yourself, understand the world, and grow stronger. No matter how much time passes, I shall await you in this strongest position." The gathered crowd remained oblivious. When he uttered the words "the strongest," there was a slight pause in his tone. Had he not sensed Captain's overwhelming sword intent, perhaps Mihawk would have boasted of his own strength without hesitation. Yet now, he perceived those two words as a mockery of himself. Mihawk swung his black blade, Yoru, with fervor, declaring, "Roronoa Zoro, I eagerly anticipate the day you surpass this sword." "Surpass my sword, will?" Johnny and Joseph, filled with excitement, shouted towards Zoro, "Captain! Captain! Can you hear our conversation?" Red-leg Zeff crossed his arms, his braided hair bouncing with each movement, his tone grave. To elicit such words from Hawkeye Mihawk is truly astonishing. He cast a furtive glance at Captain, wondering how a mere unacknowledged disciple could earn the recognition of Hawkeye. If Mihawk were to face Captain, who would emerge victorious? This answer reveals that Redfoot Japu is destined to be left without results. The swordsmanship of Hawkeye pales in comparison to that of the overlord of Chu, rendering him unworthy even to carry his shoes. In fact, Hawkeye finds himself devoid of any desire to engage in battle. With a cold and piercing gaze, he turns to Luffy, a slight smile gracing his lips as he inquires, "Young one, what is your ambition?" Without hesitation, Luffy replies, "To be the Pirate King." Hawkeye chuckles. "That is a path far more perilous than surpassing me." Luffy retorts with a smirk, "I don't care. I am determined to become it." Little does Luffy realize that through his casual declaration, the overlord of Chu has transformed Joel D. Roger into a more delicate form. A transformation indeed. As the overlord of Chu once stated, "Luffy, do you not wish to be a man of the Pirate King? I have resurrected the Pirate King Gold Roger and successfully transformed him. Now, if you take his place, you will become the man of the globally renowned Pirate King." Of course, this is an epilogue for now. Let us set it aside. Usopp gazed joyfully at the slowly awakening Zoro and shouted loudly, "Zoro is not dead. He merely fainted." Trembling, Zoro raised the one unshattered sword. Wadikamanji, and with all his strength uttered, "Boss, can you hear me? I must have worried you, didn't I? If I fail to become the world's strongest swordsman, it would trouble you, right?" Cough, cough. Zoro expelled another spurt of blood. Joseph and Johnny were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. "Brother, please stop talking. It could tear your wounds." "Brother." The chefs of the sea were astounded by Zoro's indomitable spirit. How could he speak after sustaining such grievous injuries? Zoro's tone carried a hint of pathos, a yearning to grow stronger. "Boss, I will not lose again. Before I defeat Mihawk and become a great swordsman, I will never be defeated again. Do you have any objections, boss?" Zoro's voice reverberated in the air, indelibly etched in the ears of all present. Suddenly, every gaze turned towards the former master of Zoro, the one who had never offered assistance, the formidable Chu Boss. This is the true master. Otherwise, how could one conquer the formidable willpower of the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro? The overlord of Chu looked down from his lofty position at Mihawk and Zoro, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he responded with a light chuckle. "I have no objections." Mihawk grew anxious. In this tumultuous moment, Zoro found himself at a standstill, unable to take action against his formidable opponent, the mighty Chu, and could only silently await the day of retribution. Casting a glance at the seemingly insurmountable adversary before him, he sighed heavily and turned away, expressing a quiet admiration for the impressive team he had encountered, hoping for a future reunion. Initially, he had intended to claim the head of Captain Creek, but having tired of the skirmish, he decided it was time to retreat and rest. With a powerful leap, he ascended to his coffin-like vessel, gradually disappearing from sight. Within the depths of his mind, Redfoot Zepp harbored a flicker of doubt. Why did he have the persistent feeling that Mihawk was fleeing this sea? Could it be that the East Blue concealed a threat that instilled fear in him? Captain Creek, feeling a sense of relief, shifted his gaze towards the Baratie restaurant with a menacing glint in his eyes. "Now that Mihawk has departed, no one can impede my grand journey," he proclaimed. "You lot. We were just interrupted. The true battle is only beginning. Capture that ship." The clang of metal echoed as Iron Wall Baratie banged on his iron disc, exuding a sense of triumph. "I am Iron Wall Baratie, and I have never shed a drop of blood in 61 battles. Those who dare challenge me, come forth." Under the blazing sun, Captain Creek sat confidently on the shattered, floating deck, wearing a sardonic smile. To him, the Baratie restaurant was already within his grasp. The ghoul, Akin, brandished his weapon, a formidable staff with iron balls at both ends, a weapon of great power. "Mr. Sanji, I implore you not to oppose Captain Creek. I have no desire to be your enemy, nor to cause harm," Akin stated earnestly, looking at black-leg Sanji with genuine respect, recalling the life Sanji had once saved. His guilt for Creek's ensuing attack on the restaurant weighed heavily on him. Seated above, Captain Creek sneered, "Behold, the notorious Akin, the captain of my pirate fleet, my lethal weapon. He is called the Ghoul Akin for a reason. He is merciless, killing without a second thought, even as his enemies plead for their lives." Sanji, however, shrugged indifferently, turning to face Redfoot Zepp with a grin. "Anyone who dares to seize what I hold dear will face my wrath. That is my creed." Iron Wall Baratie, in a fit of rage, swung his shield at Sanji, exclaiming, "You are truly Navi. In the vast ocean, only strength and power hold sway." Patty, filled with anxiety, shouted, "Sanji, watch out." It was evident that, despite their outward disagreements, Patty genuinely cared for Sanji's safety. Sanji sprang into action, executing his signature kick technique. This is the fundamental technique named after the area targeted by Sanji's kicks. As the disciple of the renowned Redfoot Zeff, Sanji has inherited Zeff's exceptional kicking skills, even surpassing his master in prowess, the shoulder kick technique. In an instant, Sanji's figure moved with ghostly swiftness, appearing before the fortified Baroque. His black foot descended forcefully upon his opponent's shoulder. Should it connect, the impact would be sufficient to unbalance or even topple the adversary. Bang! After a resounding crash, Sanji momentarily stood dazed. The fortified Baroque taunted, "Ha, you missed. Are you frustrated?" The enraged Patey shouted, "That bastard is completely shielded by his iron wall. Sanji cannot penetrate his defenses." Baroque raised his shield and delivered a punch aimed at Sanji's head. Boom! The sea roared in response. The fighting fish fins trembled violently, shattering like a spider's web. How terrifyingly destructive! A cold sweat beaded on Sanji's forehead. Had he not evaded in time, he would have surely been left bloodied. This is troublesome. Without breaking that shield, he cannot harm Baroque. A slurping sound broke the solemnity of the battlefield, revealing the Chu Ba Wang casually sipping a drink. With a smile, he gazed at Sanji and remarked playfully, "Sanji, your kicking technique is hardly impressive. Is this what you learned from Redfoot Zeff? Pathetic." Sanji glared at Chu Ba Wang, his eyes blazing with fury, his brow furrowing with agitation. The pupil that forever obscured half his face radiated a fierce light. "Lord Bawang, you may insult my dignity, but please do not belittle my master." Chu Bawang leaped from the second deck, turning his back on Sanji and Zeff, striding towards Baroque while mockingly raising a middle finger. How infuriating. Sanji lunged toward Chu Bawang, only to be intercepted by Redfoot Zeff. "Sanji, hold your ground. You are no match for him. But this guy is truly insufferable." Seeing an oblivious commoner emerge from the crowd, Baroque burst into laughter. This kid must be stunned. A group of pirates cackled at the sight of the unarmed Chu Ba Wang in casual attire. Yet, in the next moment, their laughter was silenced. With his back to Sanji and Zeff, Chu Ba Wang smiled faintly. "Allow me to demonstrate true kicking technique. Wind God leg first form, capture the wind and shadow." Chu Ba Wang's figure accelerated suddenly, moving with the speed of a meteor. Whoosh! A wave of pirates fell to their knees like stalks of straw. Wind God leg third form, storm and fury. Chu Ba Wang's legs unleashed a torrent akin to a downpour, the ferocity of his kicks resembling a raging tempest. The once imposing Baroque was sent reeling by the overwhelming force. Wind God leg fourth form, thunderous rush. Boom, boom, boom. The previously clear skies echoed with thunderous roars, creating an otherworldly spectacle. The faint-hearted were paralyzed with fear, staring blankly at the apocalyptic scene. When they turned to Baroque, they found his massive shield had been cleaved in two. A deep scar traversed Baroque's chest and back, blood cascading down the shield, transforming the scene into a grotesque tableau of horror. The so-called invincible Baroque, who had boasted of 61 battles without shedding a drop of blood, was reduced to nothing by Chu Ba Wang's 3 kicks. To use such techniques against a mere lackey seems a bit excessive. The Wind God leg refers to Nie Feng's martial arts from the realm of wind and clouds, embodying the essence of speed and ferocity. It is one of the 3 supreme techniques. Employing such skills against an opponent truly feels like overkill. Had it not been for a recent system task, Chu Ba Wang would have been disinclined to engage with a character as trivial as Baroque. System task: defeat the Creek pirate crew. Task reward: Otherworldly summoning card X1. Otherworldly summoning card can randomly summon a character from another realm as a loyal servant. It is once again a time to test one's fortune. Chu Ba Wang prepared himself, eager to sacrifice Luffy's good luck to summon a delightful and loyal servant. If only it could be someone like Tokisaki Kurumi or his death. These are indeed the 2 anime characters most favored by the Overlord of Chu in his past life. Naturally, having a formidable subordinate is equally appealing. For instance, characters like Little D from the Bone King series or the butler Sebastian are quite enticing. Now, my objective is to eradicate the Creek pirates. A task that could not be simpler. The Overlord of Chu cast a glance back at Creek and the Ghoul Akainu. It is said that Akainu is destined to become one of the 3 great admirals, known as Green Bull. If I were to eliminate Akainu now, would that not prevent the rise of Admiral Green Bull? Admiral Creek slowly rose, his gaze fixed upon the barely breathing iron wall Baratie, and solemnly exclaimed, "What a waste. You cannot even take down a mere cook." Perhaps his strength was insufficient. In Creek's eyes, the world appeared exceedingly insignificant. Before being vanquished by Hawkeye, Creek was the leader of the largest pirate crew in the East Sea, endowed with extraordinary strength beyond that of ordinary men and armed with an array of weapons. Believing himself to be invincible, embodying arrogance, ruthlessness, and treachery. Just how arrogant was Creek? One could discern his hubris from the fact that he was personally blasted away by Hawkeye before the latter departed. Had it not been for Hawkeye's disdain for squabbling with such scum, Luffy would never have had the opportunity to confront the Creek pirates. It can be said that Creek possesses the grandest ambition and a formidable team, yet he lacks a clear understanding of his own limitations. The Overlord of Chu shook his head in dismay. What a fool! I cannot fathom the source of your misplaced confidence. Sitting atop the throne of East Sea supremacy for so long has bred his insufferable arrogance. He not only underestimates the Overlord of Chu and the unknown Straw Hat Boy, but even regards the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk, with disdain. In his eyes, Mihawk must be some kind of devil fruit user. As long as he sets foot in the Grand Line and acquires a suitable fruit, he believes he can avenge himself upon Hawkeye. Toxic gas bomb MH5, perish, Overlord. Crackle, crackle. The weapons on Creek began to assemble. And in the blink of an eye, a dark cannon was aimed at the Overlord of Chu and his companions. Sanji, having finally recovered from his shock, found himself unsteady due to the noxious gas. The ghoul Akainu, clutching a gas mask, unhesitatingly handed it to Sanji. Mr. Sanji, I am truly sorry. I should not have brought the captain here. Sanji wished to resist, but his strength was utterly crushed by Akainu. In this moment, Sanji yearned more than ever to master a more formidable kicking technique. If I could grasp the Wind God leg, I would surely defeat Admiral Creek and rescue Baratie. Wouldn't I? Patty had no choice but to relocate the unconscious Sanji to a secure area, casting a complex glance at the ghoul, Akin. Humph. He is not yet a completely heartless scoundrel, ungrateful and oblivious to favors received. The toxic gas gradually dissipated. Creek erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. You, the Overlord, are truly careless. How dare you confront my poison gas without a gas mask? His gaze turned sinister as it fixated on the deeply worried Koya. Once you're dead, I shall take exquisite care of your companion. He emphasized the word care with a slight inflection. However, in the next moment, Creek's laughter was abruptly silenced. 4. The Overlord Chu delivered a powerful kick to Creek's abdomen. The Shaolin 12 Paths of Tan Leg, a supreme kicking technique, originating from the Long and Temple in Lin Qing. The Tan Leg consists of 10 paths, with the 11th and 12th being the additions from Shaolin. The first path is a whip-like strike, the second a cross-dragging maneuver. The third a wheel-like smash, the fourth a diagonal kick to block, the fifth a dual lion play in the water. The sixth a hook and twist with a single whip. The seventh path unfolds like a phoenix spreading its wings, the eighth the golden stool turned skyward. The ninth seizes the dragon and retrieves the jade belt. The 10th sees the magpie alight on the plum tip. The 11th is the wind swaying the lotus leaf leg. And the 12th is the mandarin ducks in a clever chain. The style of Tan Leg is characterized by its vigorous movements and harmonious coordination. Its techniques are varied and swift in both offense and defense. The rhythm is distinct, and the explosive power is formidable. The art of Tan Leg allows for simultaneous strikes from both upper and lower positions, rendering the opponent defenseless. Creek attempted to resist, but he soon discovered that he had no opportunity to catch his breath. That unparalleled and terrifying kicking technique descended upon him like a tempest. At this moment, Creek finally began to comprehend the despair of Baroque works. Unable to resist, he found himself bereft of even the opportunity to activate his hedgehog cloak. In less than 10 seconds, Creek was transformed into a grotesque visage. This was a territory closely watched over by the formidable Chu Ba Wang. The mere sight of Creek's face incited a profound irritation within him. The more Chu Ba Wang pondered, the more incensed he became, causing his strikes to grow increasingly ferocious. Luffy bellowed as he charged towards Creek, declaring, Ba Wang, I shall lend you my strength. With a powerful shout, he unleashed his attack. Rubber, rubber, pistol, boom. Already severely injured, Creek was sent hurtling into the sea by Luffy's punch. Gurgle, 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 gurgle. No one could ascertain how much seawater Creek ingested, his belly swelling to resemble a massive watermelon. Mission accomplished, acquired interdimensional summoning card X1. The melodious sound of the system resonated. Luffy sheepishly scratched his head, saying, My apologies. I couldn't restrain myself earlier and inadvertently claimed a victory. Though Luffy inadvertently triumphed over Creek, Chu Ba Wang did not take it to heart. However, Nami, standing nearby, was not as forgiving as Chu Ba Wang. She promptly delivered a loving punch to Luffy. Ouch! Why did you hit me, Nami? He exclaimed. My apologies. I couldn't help myself and accidentally struck you. Undoubtedly, this is a blatant act of vengeance. It must be said that Luffy's status aboard the Mary is exceedingly low, hardly befitting that of a captain. Anyone can strike him without hesitation. Now, Nami, please refrain from bullying Luffy. He has not been resting well lately and is beginning to experience significant hair loss. There is only one captain, and he should be cherished. Once damaged, he cannot be replaced. Casting a casual glance at Luffy, whose forehead has swollen, the mighty warrior Chu was disheartened. After receiving a punch from Nami, Luffy's hair began to fall out in clumps. Given the current circumstances, it seems that within half a month, Luffy may truly become bald. There is but one Luffy. He must be cared for to endure until the war at the summit. So what shall tomorrow's summons demand as a sacrifice from Luffy? His fortune? It seems that sacrificing Luffy's romantic prospects could also yield favorable results. Finally, the moment of parting has arrived. Redfoot Zeff feigned reprimanding Sanji's culinary skills, intending to expel him from the floating restaurant Baratie. Meanwhile, Luffy joyfully recruited the gourmet chef Sanji. At the moment of farewell, Patty appeared quite sorrowful. Sanji, do take care. With a cigarette clenched between his teeth, Sanji paused abruptly. Redfoot Zeff silently observed Sanji's departing figure and softly advised, Sanji, be cautious of catching a chill. Thud. Sanji suddenly knelt before Redfoot Zeff, bowing deeply in gratitude, tears streaming down his face. Mr. Zeff, thank you for your care over the years. Their relationship evolved from initial enmity to a profound mutual respect. They are not merely kindred spirits with a shared dream. They have become like father and son, bonded across generations. If Sanji were to remain in the East Blue, it is likely he would never be able to pursue his dream of finding the All Blue. This is a scene that the red-footed Zephyr would never wish to witness. Luffy, with exuberance, settled himself at the bow of the Going Merry. Raising his arms in jubilant cheer, set sail, Straw Hat Crew. He obtained an oversized LCD television, a Contra game cartridge, a luxury gaming console, a Super Mario game cartridge, a barrel of happy fatty water, and a plush pillow of his death. The Tyrant Chu is utterly bewildered. What kind of lottery is this? Why is it filled with items that otaku adore? A television, game cartridges, a gaming console, fatty water, and an anime pillow. Chu rolled up his sleeves, a serious expression adorning his face. It seems it's time to sacrifice Luffy's romantic fortune and turn the tide. The Supreme Old Man hastily invoked his decree. Great Might Heavenly Dragon, Bodhisattva, Mamma Mia, Buddha of the West, Jade Emperor, I beseech you to bless me with a grand prize. Ding. Acquire the ultimate skill, Divine Resurrection Technique. Divine Resurrection Technique allows the resurrection of the deceased and randomly extracts one ability from the opponent. It's over. Luffy's romantic fortune has been sacrificed. Indeed, a divine prize has emerged. This is undoubtedly a remarkable skill. Who hasn't lost a few loved ones in their lifetime? Let us not dwell on the past. Consider the legendary pirate king, Gold. Roger. Should he be resurrected, the world would undoubtedly be swept by tumultuous waves. It is essential to remember that the many pirates, including Luffy, ventured into the seas because of the instigator, Gold. Roger, who ignited the great pirate era in Logtown. Since that moment, the long-dormant pirates have once again taken to the historical stage with dazzling flair. Without Roger's clandestine influence, the subsequent world-shattering Marineford War would never have transpired. Roger, without you, the pirate world feels profoundly desolate. At this moment, Luffy called out to Sanji with his iconic declaration, I am going to be the Pirate King. The warlord chuckled in response. Is it so simple to aspire to be the Pirate King? When I reach Logtown and resurrect Roger, I shall then utilize my abilities to transform him. After that, we shall pay homage to heaven and earth, to our parents, and consummate the union. The name of Luffy, the man destined to be the Pirate King, shall resonate throughout the world. Usopp turned to Zoro, who was bandaged from head to toe, expressing concern. Zoro, how are your injuries faring? Usopp, being a brave warrior of the sea, should know that scars are the badges of manhood. Yet, your wounds are rather severe. Had Mihawk exerted even a little more strength, you could have been severed in two. Humph. One day, I shall challenge him again. When that time comes, I will avenge this grudge. Just as he spoke, Zoro inadvertently tugged at his wound, grimacing in pain. The warlord placed his hand on Zoro's shoulder, expressing with a serious demeanor, do not move. If the wound were to reopen, I am no healer. B-boss. Zoro stammered, momentarily flustered. It is rare for him to genuinely admire anyone, yet it was evident that he held the warlord in high esteem. As a swordsman, Zoro harbors 100% respect and admiration for the warlord. Otherwise, he would not have declared himself an unnamed disciple of the warlord in front of Mihawk and others. Zoro yearns to become the world's greatest swordsman. He understands that mere talent alone is insufficient to elevate him to that position. He requires a mentor, one who can illuminate the path ahead. And the warlord possesses such prowess. He is still preoccupied with the warlord's demonstration of summoning thousands of flying swords to vanquish the Black Cat pirates. So powerful, indeed. Upon encountering Mihawk, this sentiment intensified. Initially, even I believed the warlord's swordsmanship was on par with Mihawk's. However, it has now become apparent that even with Mihawk being the world's strongest swordsman, there exists an insurmountable chasm between his strength and that of the warlord. Indeed, when returning the Black Blade, Yoru, to Mihawk, he observed the fleeting astonishment and confusion on Mihawk's face. The world's foremost swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, was rendered utterly defenseless by the warlord's command to summon flying swords. The distinction between strength and weakness is glaringly evident. The title of being the warlord's unnamed disciple may seem somewhat inadequate. Yet, viewed from another perspective, the price paid for such a title is undoubtedly worthwhile. For the warlord may very well be the legendary swordsman referenced in ancient texts, the immortal sword sage. Zoro silently commended himself. Zoro, how clever you are to proclaim yourself as the warlord's unnamed disciple during this duel. Now, you have truly secured a powerful ally. What of being an unnamed disciple? Even as such, there remains the opportunity to become a true disciple, to enter into seclusion. The position of the world's greatest swordsman shall be mine. Zoro's ambitions, of course, did not escape the warlord's keen perception. Yet, it is evident that the warlord, standing at the pinnacle of decision-making, could not be bothered to engage in trivial matters with Zoro. Most importantly, nurturing Zoro offers substantial rewards. System task: cultivate a world's greatest swordsman. Task reward: obtain 3 portal fragments, gain 10 lottery chances. As the saying goes, there is no early riser without profit. The warlord is not one to engage in charity. Even if Zoro admires him, he cannot indiscriminately offer benefits. Nami is his goddaughter. Gifting her a magical weapon is only appropriate. As for the other members of the Straw Hat crew, the warlord initially intended to let them fend for themselves. Yet now, he can only exclaim, how delightful. Is it merely a matter of cultivating the world's greatest swordsman? This matter is quite simple. Zoro, do you still wish to address me by my name? Are you certain you will not amend your manner of address? Zoro suddenly realized and performed a formal bow to the overlord of Chu, his expression grave as he proclaimed, the four-sword-style pirate hunter, Roronoa Zoro, pays his respects to the master. Zoro declared, receive my strike, celestial flight. His demeanor was nothing short of respectful. The overlord of Chu was equally pleased with Zoro's humility. Zoro, how long do you believe it will take to become the world's foremost swordsman through your own rigorous training? It is not insurmountable. Zoro scratched his head awkwardly. Although it is not an unattainable goal, I understand that becoming the world's greatest swordsman requires more than mere perseverance. This is precisely why I seek a master of your caliber. In you, I perceive an alternative approach to swordsmanship. Conservatively estimating, it would take no less than 20 years. Before his encounter with Mihawk, Zoro might have boasted shamelessly that he was but a stone's throw away from being the world's greatest swordsman. However, he had been utterly astonished by Mihawk's simple fruit knife. What appeared to be an ordinary blade transformed in Mihawk's hands into a weapon of endless variation, elusive and unfathomable. Even his ultimate technique, the ghostly slash, and the refined four-sword style, 3,000 worlds, proved insufficient against his opponent. In 20 years, he should reach his peak state. By that time, Zoro would have a 50% certainty of claiming the title of the world's greatest swordsman. In Zoro's eyes, the sword comes might well represent another form of cultivation, encompassing sword flying, nurturing sword spirits, and the return of myriad swords to one. Before Zoro, it seemed as if a new world had opened its doors, captivating him utterly. The Chu overlord raised 2 fingers and chuckled. If it takes such a long time to cultivate a disciple to become the world's #1 swordsman, would it not be rather pointless? Zoro, with me as your swordsmanship master, should you be willing to diligently pursue your cultivation, I can enhance your progress by more than tenfold. This means that within 2 years, or at most 3, you will undoubtedly secure the title of the world's foremost swordsman. Zoro's jaw dropped in astonishment. To achieve the status of the world's greatest swordsman in just 2 years. Was this not mere boasting? After all, that title belonged to the universally acknowledged master of swordsmanship, a level far beyond ordinary individuals. The corners of Chu Overlord's mouth curled upwards. He was fully aware that his words were astonishing. Yet, this was the stark reality. If he could not cultivate a swordsman comparable to Mihawk within 2 years, would it not be a disservice to his own mastery of the sword? With a subtle gesture, the 3 long swords at Zoro's waist flew into his hands. Even the sentient sword Wado Ikamanji could not resist this magnetic pull. Zoro, I understand you may harbor doubts about my claims. Zoro's gaze revealed a hint of apology. He dared not. No matter, Chu Overlord dismissed the small matter. I possess an abundance of sword techniques to teach you. If you can master even a few, not only would my hawk be no match for you, but even the collective might of all swordsmen in the world would fall before you. At this point, Chu Overlord's eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brilliance, captivating all who beheld it. Zoro felt an overwhelming surge of ambition rising within him. Zoro, pay close attention. These sword techniques belong to the pinnacle of swordsmanship. As long as you grasp even a fragment of them, defeating my hawk will be effortless. Zoro sat upright, intensely focused on Chu Overlord's figure as he wielded his sword into the distance. This technique was named Duga Nine Swords, a legendary swordsmanship created by Duga Chiobai, reputed to be capable of overcoming all sword techniques. It emphasized striking first when responding to an attack, possessing immense power and requiring minimal skill. Even an average practitioner could utilize it to defeat those significantly stronger. Zoro's eyes widened in sheer astonishment as he felt an overwhelming aura of killing intent and heroism. The Dugu Nine Swords overcame the presence of techniques with no moves, annihilating foes and vanquishing heroes, leaving none to oppose its might, save for those who dwelled in seclusion. With an unhurried motion, Chu Overlord transformed Wado Ikamanji into a sword with his fingers, exclaiming, "This technique is called the Six Meridians Divine Sword. It is the highest secret skill of the Tianlong Temple. This sword technique is unique, utilizing the fingertips to unleash sword energy with blinding speed, leaving enemies defenseless against its destructive force. The Six Meridians Divine Sword refers to the internal energy contained within the fingertips being projected into the air at extreme velocities. The technique is simple in form yet remarkable in effect, with a strong sensory connection, standing unrivaled. With prolonged practice, one can achieve extraordinary results, reaching the realm of finger swords, as if wielding an invisible blade. Whether sweeping or feigning, it can injure foes. With a swift motion, Chu Overlord pointed his right thumb towards the distant ocean and shouted, "Shaoshang Sword, go." The powerful sword path resembled a thunderous storm, shaking the heavens. Zoro was left utterly astonished, his eyes wide as saucers. What? How can one unleash sword energy with a mere finger? Chu Overlord's figure became elusive and agile, exuding an ever-expanding aura of grandeur. This technique was named A Sword Comes from the West. A celestial being flies from the heavens. It was the supreme sword technique of Shimen Shue Shue, emphasizing lethal intent with every strike, capable of killing in an instant. Countless lives had fallen to this technique, which instilled fear in both gods and demons. Few had witnessed it and lived to tell the tale. At that moment, Wado Ikamanji soared through the air like a flawless cloud in a clear sky, a gleam of sword light slashing forth, as swift as lightning. Like a rainbow piercing the heavens, Chu Overlord and his sword seemed to merge into one, the sword light shimmering with brilliance, striking forth with relentless speed, channeling all his power into this singular blow. The final technique was known as All Swords Return to the Origin, an unparalleled martial art of the sword sect. To master this technique, one must first abandon their swordsmanship. After forsaking their skills, they must then cultivate the All Swords Return to the Origin Sword Manual. Upon unleashing this technique, all swords become like servants before their master. With a single strike, an unmatched sword energy emanates from the body, transforming the user into a wisp of smoke, the power radiating outward. In that moment of execution, countless swords swirled through the air like a tempest, creating a spectacular spectacle. Returning the swords to the awestruck Zoro, Chu Overlord patted his rigid shoulder, smiling gently. Once you have practiced these techniques sufficiently, you will be ready to challenge my hawk and seize the honor of being the world's #1 swordsman. After what felt like an eternity, Zoro finally emerged from his stupor, kneeling before Chu Overlord in profound gratitude. Master Overlord, your kindness is akin to that of a rebirth. Roronoa Zoro shall forever remember your grace. Sanji approached, holding a large bone of meat, offering it to the ever-hungry Luffy. Without hesitation, Luffy devoured it in a single bite. Wow, this is delicious. I want more. Just then, a powerful wave of sword energy exploded over the boundless ocean, stirring up tremendous waves. Such formidable destructive power was truly astonishing. Not only did the Overlord possess exceptional kicking techniques, but his swordsmanship was equally dazzling. Had he faced Mihawk that day, what would the odds have been? Seizing the moment when Sanji was distracted, Luffy stuffed all the remaining food into his mouth. Sanji stared in disbelief at the empty plate in his hands. You gluttonous fool. You've eaten all the food. Luffy, with a satisfied burp, replied, "You're absolutely right." Boom. Unable to contain himself, Sanji landed a punch on Luffy, and once again, Luffy's status plummeted. On this particular day, the beloved Luffy was soundly beaten by all the crew members, marking a day to be remembered. Observing her companions in a raucous frenzy, Nami finally graced the scene with a smile. However, as her gaze fell upon the tattoo adorning her shoulder, her expression darkened. "Fear not, for with me here, no one shall dare to bully my goddaughter." The formidable Chu Ba Wang had unknowingly positioned himself behind Nami, placing a reassuring hand on her trembling shoulder. When Nami turned to face him, she was met with his fiery and confident gaze. Moreover, Koya stood beside him. Tears of gratitude welled in Nami's eyes as she choked out, "Arigato, thank you." Koya, having set aside her previous prejudices against Nami, enveloped her in a warm embrace. What a pitiful child, burdened with such a heavy load from a young age. It was evident that Chu Bawang had taken the time to share Nami's tragic past with Koya. Kind-hearted Koya now comprehended the true weight that this seemingly radiant girl carried. Nami's hometown was Kokoyasi village, a place filled with cherished childhood memories. However, it was later overtaken by the Fishman pirate crew led by the nefarious Arlong, who had once sailed the Grand Line alongside the Fishman Jinbe. They deemed themselves a superior race, considering humans to be worthless. Using Kokoyasi village as their stronghold, they sought to establish their own tyrannical empire in the East Blue. The Fishman Arlong began extorting the villagers for a ransom, executing those who could not pay. With Nami's adoptive mother, Belmere, becoming the first victim. Arlong coveted Nami's exceptional talent for cartography, and at the tender age of 8, he coerced her into joining his ranks by threatening the lives of the villagers. A pact was struck between Nami and Arlong. If she could amass 100 million berries, she could buy back her village and her freedom. But Chu Bawang had a clear understanding of the future. That wretched Arlong was far from the benevolent figure he pretended to be. "Nami, you must be nearing the sum of 100 million berries, am I correct? I advise you not to harbor any illusions regarding Arlong's promise. For with great hope comes great disappointment." Nami gasped in shock, covering her mouth in disbelief. "Bawang, how did you know about my agreement with Arlong?" Chu Bawang gently tousled Nami's cascading hair, smiling as he replied, "Arlong indeed places great importance on promises, especially those concerning money. Yet you are far too young to grasp the darkness that envelopes this world. The lines of right and wrong are blurred, and not all Navy personnel embody the essence of justice." Upon hearing this, Nami furrowed her brow, deep in thought. Arlong would undoubtedly honor his monetary commitments. If Nami managed to gather the 100 million berries, he would grant her village complete freedom. However, what if Nami fell short of that amount? Or worse, what if her funds were seized by the Navy? The Fishman Arlong would never relinquish the girl endowed with the gift of cartography. Such talents are indeed exceedingly rare. This is precisely the case as Nami was on the verge of gathering 100 million berries. However, the Fishman Arlong conspired with his accomplice, the Navy's Lieutenant Rat, to confiscate all of Nami's money. It was after this event that Nami fell into utter despair, igniting within her a spirit of rebellion. "I understand now. Baba. By the way, I just asked Sanji to prepare some barbecue, and it should be ready soon. Shall we go and enjoy it together?" Nami smiled and nodded, linking arms with Chu Bawang and Koya as they made their way to the deck. Along the way, she gave a swift kick to the slumbering Luffy, who lay sprawled on the ground. "Luffy, this is a formidable group indeed. Nami is the beloved navigator of the crew, should anyone dare to bully her. Sanji, who has always held women in high regard, would surely retaliate with fervor. Though sustaining a beating may not faze him. After all, his resilience is remarkable. However, one must not forget that Sanji is the chef of the Straw Hat Pirates. Without a chef, how could Luffy possibly find joy in his adventures? As for Koya, she is the esteemed benefactor who gifted the Going Merry, naturally placing her in a position of reverence. And then there is the formidable Chu Bawang, whose swordsmanship rivals that of the world's greatest swordsman. In terms of kicking techniques, even Sanji and the red-footed Zeff would concede defeat. With his extraordinary abilities, Chu Bawang can inflict upon his enemies the agony of a 10-month pregnancy and possess the power to transform others into women. One must ask, who would not be intimidated by such prowess? Miss Nami, it is an honor to serve you, despite becoming Chu Bawang's goddaughter. This does not deter my eagerness to be of service, transforming into a loyal admirer. After all, the reputation of the lecherous chef is not without foundation. In truth, Sanji harbors his own ambitions. Initially, he was quite confident in his kicking techniques. However, After witnessing Chu Ba Wang's unparalleled kicking skills, such as the legendary Foshan Shadowless Kick and the mighty Diamond Leg, he suddenly found his own abilities lacking, particularly as he observed Zoro diligently training under Chu Ba Wang, progressing at an astonishing rate. Sanji was consumed with envy. If he could successfully pursue Miss Nami, perhaps he could seize the opportunity to learn superior kicking techniques from Chu Ba Wang, especially since he would then be the son-in-law of such a master. Nami clapped her hands, beckoning Chu Ba Wang and Koya, and said with a gentle smile, "Ba Wang, Mama, please enjoy this feast." Sanji, who had been lost in a delightful daydream, suddenly shrank back like a mouse confronted by a cat upon seeing Chu Ba Wang. He felt as though all his intentions were laid bare before him. The pursuit of Miss Nami seemed increasingly unrealistic. Perhaps I could mimic the green-haired one and become an unnamed disciple under Chu Ba Wang? Luffy, with drool cascading from his mouth, gazed longingly at the sumptuous food on the barbecue grill, his eyes wide with anticipation. Wow, that looks delicious. The sky was clear, the waves sparkling, and seagulls circled above the Going Merry. The sea caressed the colossal underwater rocks, while schools of fish swam leisurely. Suddenly, a massive shadowy figure opened its eyes. In the depths of the inky ocean, this creature shone like a lantern. The surrounding fish panicked and vanished in an instant. As the black figure stirred, the ocean roiled violently, causing the surface to churn. Not far from there stood an immensely grand structure, the very site of Nami's childhood nightmares, Arlong Park. The vividly painted red and yellow doors were firmly shut. An octopus with 8 tentacles was diligently fanning the fire beneath the barbecue, attempting to stoke it to greater heights. Above the grill lay a perfectly roasted pig. This octopus, with a mouth resembling a trumpet, had a charming and amiable appearance, adorned with tufts of silver-gray hair. On its head, it bore a starfish-like shape, with the sun symbol of the Sun Pirates emblazoned on its forehead. Undoubtedly, this was the octopus known as Little Eight, who once saved the pirate king Rayleigh. "Is it nearly time to eat?" Mumu called out. After half a minute, Little Eight received no response. What on earth is this? How strange, it should be hungry by now. Where could it have gone? Nearby, the waves rolled tumultuously. A terrifying figure resembling a manatee approached the Going Merry. Luffy, stretching out his hand, stuffed a plate of fried rice into his mouth. Johnny, Zoro's subordinate, gave a thumbs up to Sanji while holding a plate of noodles. "Truly, Boss Sanji, your culinary skills are exceptional. The flavor is top-notch." Sanji turned to glance at Chu Ba Wang's family, shaking his wine glass with a wry smile. "Honestly, I would prefer to cook for Miss Nami than for you all." Luffy devoured the meat from a large bone, gnawing on it until it cracked. It was evident that Luffy had transformed into a bald figure. "Hey, Luffy, did you cut your hair?" Chu Ba Wang said, slightly taken aback, tossing Luffy a barbecued leg. Luffy grinned broadly at Chu Ba Wang, saying, "Thanks for the barbecue, Bawang. Hee hair falls out anyway. Better to shave it all off. Now I don't have to worry about losing any more." Chu Ba Wang gazed skyward in disbelief. "Luffy, you truly bear an unbearable burden at such a young age." Johnny seized the last piece of meat, prompting Luffy to exclaim, "That meat is mine." Johnny protested, "But you just ate. Surely I should have a turn? But that's mine. Just let me have a piece. It won't hurt." "No way. That's mine. Give it back. Can't you settle for some bean sprouts?" "No. That's mine. My meat." The ship suddenly lurched. Sanji found it impossible to refill his wine glass. "Hey, you two, stop swaying about. You're spilling the precious wine." Chu Ba Wang furrowed his brow, sensing a violent tremor beneath the surface. Nami looked at Chu Ba Wang with concern. "Something seems amiss with the sea." Strange sounds emanated from beneath the waves. Koya leaned over the railing to peer below. Her expression puzzled. It seemed something is stirring beneath the Going Merry. As soon as she spoke, the once pristine water darkened ominously, as if ink had been poured into the ocean, transforming it into a shadowy abyss. Chu Ba Wang pondered briefly, then smiled knowingly. "It appears that quite an interesting visitor has arrived." Moo, moo, moo. The inky waters surged upward, revealing the terrifying form of Moo Moo, the sea cow from the Grand Line, which Arlong had brought to the East Blue. This creature was gargantuan. To put it into perspective, the entire Going Merry was less than 1/10 the size of Moo Moo. Even just its head was more than 3 times larger than the Going Merry. Moreover, the destructive power of this creature is sufficient to easily devastate an entire village. However, Johnny's eyes widened in horror as he exclaimed, "Goodness, it's a sea beast." Luffy, with a smile, gazed at the manatee and said, "It's beef. So large." Sanji, bewildered, exchanged glances with the manatee, questioning, "Is this really a cow? Ordinary cows don't swim. It must be a hippopotamus." Johnny, in astonishment, remarked, "Why does such a creature exist in the East Blue? That is a being from the Grand Line." The Grand Line is a uniquely perilous sea in the pirate world, with its first half known as Paradise and the latter half referred to as the New World. The geomagnetism, celestial phenomena, ocean currents, and wind patterns of the Grand Line are in utter chaos, making it exceedingly difficult to ascertain one's location, let alone locate islands. Traditional navigation techniques and experiences are unreliable. Only the log pose and eternal pose can be trusted. It is the most wondrous and dangerous maritime route in existence. For those from the four seas wishing to enter the Grand Line, they must either traverse the doldrums or navigate through Reverse Mountain, which also serves as the starting point of the Grand Line. From Reverse Mountain, 7 magnetic routes extend outward. Initially, one may choose any route. But regardless of which island the magnetic force originates from, once a choice is made, it cannot be altered. One must proceed along the designated route, visiting each island sequentially. Ultimately, these 7 paths converge at the Baratie archipelago, where one can then reselect a course in the New World, with the final destination being the end of the Grand Line, Raftel. The New World is a sea governed by the 4 emperors. After the rigorous selection of the first half of the Grand Line, many pirates navigating these waters possess formidable strength, making it the most challenging and perilous region. Defeating all in the New World could earn one the title of Pirate King. The onlookers initially believed the manatee would attack the Going Merry, yet it remained motionless, fixated on Luffy and his companions. Nami, filled with curiosity, inquired of Brook, "What does this fellow intend to do?" After glancing at the sumptuous barbecue feast before them, Brook responded, "It seems to be drawn by our delectable food." Luffy, displeased, pointed at the sea beast's nose and declared, "Dare to snatch my food. Even if you are the king of heaven, I'll show you." Gum Gum Pistol. Sanji was equally dissatisfied with the sea beast's attempt to seize their food. "Is Nami's cuisine something a mere sea creature can covet?" he exclaimed, executing a kick. The manatee's immense size was indeed formidable, but facing the wrath of both Luffy and Sanji, it was bound to suffer. Boom. Sanji's kick landed squarely on the manatee's jaw, sending its colossal body flying through the air. Zoro awoke from his slumber to see the manatee hurled hundreds of meters away by Luffy. "Good. Let me test my unique move, the 9 Swords of Dugu," he declared. With a fierce focus, he unleashed his attack, which was accompanied by the ominous sounds of wind and thunder. The tough-skinned manatee was suddenly slashed, blood spilling profusely. The creature let out a pained cry, and the waves churned violently. It longed to flee from this group of seemingly demonic straw hats. However, upon locking eyes with Brook, it found itself paralyzed with fear. Tears of dread began to form in its eyes, as instinctively it understood that this human was far more perilous than the swordsman who had wounded it. The manatee felt as though it were on the brink of collapse. When did the East Blue become home to such ruthless individuals? How could each of them possess overwhelming strength? "I am a sea beast capable of destroying a village, after all." Sanji, with the beast's flesh draped over his shoulder, grinned and remarked, "Green algae head, well done. We won't need to restock on meat for quite some time. The meat from this sea beast is highly nutritious, perfect for preparing a lavish feast for Nami." Johnny gazed at Zoro with admiration, saying, "Brother, you're amazing." However, Zoro merely shook his head, expressing dissatisfaction. "Not enough. My understanding of swordsmanship is still far from the beginner level. I have yet to meet my master's expectations." Brook nodded slightly, chuckling, "Keep pushing forward. Hone your mastery of the 9 Swords of Dugu, and then you can attempt to learn the Heavenly Sword." Zoro respectfully clasped his fists, looking at Brook with admiration. "I understand, Master. I will become the world's greatest swordsman and will not disappoint your teachings." Sanji unconsciously rubbed his nose. This green algae-headed creature has truly grown increasingly formidable. Although it and Luffy can effortlessly overpower the MOMOC beast, the latter possesses a remarkably tough exterior, rendering them incapable of inflicting any substantial damage. At most, they can only make MOMO feel the sting of their blows. In stark contrast, Zoro managed to sever MOMO's body with a single strike. This is merely the introductory level of the solitary 9 swords. If one were to cultivate it to perfection, would one not become unrivaled in the Eastern Sea? By such reckoning, the swordsmanship of the Overlord could indeed rival that of the Eagle Eye. Sanji felt a deep sense of astonishment, while simultaneously casting a furtive glance of envy towards Zoro. This green-haired fellow is truly fortunate, isn't he? To become the unnamed disciple of the formidable Baba is indeed a source of envy and resentment. Nami pointed at the motionless sea beast, Mumu, her face reflecting a tinge of disdain. "Baba, how shall we deal with this sea creature?" As an elite officer of the fish pirate crew, Nami was well aware that Moo Moo was a loyal minion of the fishman Arlong. It was this very creature that had mercilessly ravaged her hometown, leaving countless individuals in a state of displacement. Chow Ba's gaze swept over the manatee Moo Moo, which, to everyone's astonishment, shuddered violently. Usopp, finally emerging from his shock, stared incredulously at Chow Ba, waves of astonishment crashing within him. My heavens! This sea beast seems paralyzed with fear, rendered immobile by just a glance from Chow Ba. With measured strides, Chow Ba approached the railing, donning an innocuous smile. Nami, I have a rather splendid idea. Moo Moo, originally a faithful henchman of the fishman Arlong. What do you think would transpire if Moo Moo were to betray Arlong? Nami's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The brutality with which Arlong treated humans was infamous. Yet he exhibited a profound sense of loyalty towards his own kin. This is precisely why so many fishmen willingly chose to follow Arlong upon his return from the Grand Line to the East Sea. To be betrayed by one's own kin must indeed evoke a profound sense of rage, wouldn't it? I can already envision the grimace of fury on Arlong's face. For the fishman Arlong, Nami experiences a tumultuous blend of hatred and fear. She despises Arlong for having ruthlessly slain her adoptive mother, Belmere, right before her eyes. Yet, she also fears him, for his power is overwhelmingly formidable. Now, an opportunity has arisen to deeply wound Arlong. Baba, what do you intend to do? Simply make me our ally. However, this sea beast possesses a degree of intelligence and may not comply easily. Worry not, for I have a brilliant plan. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than a dazzling light illuminated the world. In the hands of Chu Ba Wang appeared a radiant golden orb. Luffy's eyes widened in astonishment, his face alight with joy as he exclaimed, "Wow, that's amazing. Are you performing magic, Ba Wang? That little pill looks delicious." Thud. Nami swung her iron fist, striking Luffy on the head, her expression darkening as she admonished, "Luffy, don't interrupt." She then turned her gaze, soft as silk, toward Chu Ba Wang, delicately tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. "Ba Wang, please continue." Chu Ba Wang cast a resigned glance at Luffy, whose head bore a comically large bump, his curiosity piqued by the peculiar shape of Luffy's skull. He lifted the resplendent golden pill, and with a roar that seemed to emanate from within, the orb released a primal, ferocious growl. The sound alone sent shivers through one's very soul. "What on earth is that?" trembled Usopp, quaking atop Sanji's head. Chu Bawang chuckled lightly. "The evolution pill of the invincible ruler of the Star Doe Forest, the Sky Blue Bull Python." "What on earth is that?" quivered Usopp once more, still trembling atop Sanji. Chu Bawang responded with a smirk. "The evolution pill of the invincible ruler of the Star Doe Forest, the Sky Blue Bull Python." The evolution core of the Sky Blue Bull Python, a prized possession obtained by Chu Ba Wang in a previous lottery, in the Star Doe Forest of a certain continent. The Sky Blue Bull Python reigns as one of the dominators of the core circle, a super soul beast from the same era as the Titan ape. It was grievously injured by the hunting of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, and was forced to sacrifice itself to Tang San. Upon witnessing the evolution pill of the Sky Blue Bull Python, his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Perhaps my intellect is not high, but its instinct as a beast is remarkably acute. It instinctively understands that the small golden core harbors unparalleled evolutionary power. If it could consume this golden pill, not even the strongest sea king in the world would stand a chance against it. In this oceanic realm, it shall be revered as its sovereign. Moo, moo moo. The manatee's heart races with excitement. Had it not been for the overwhelming presence of the formidable Chu Ba Wang, it would have undoubtedly seized the evolutionary golden elixir of the Tianqing Yolong without a second thought. Chu Ba Wang smiled slightly, the sunlight casting a radiant glow upon him, as if enveloping him in a deep luminescence. "Do you wish for it?" Those three words echoed in everyone's ears like an incantation. Luffy nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. And Kaya. Nami. Sanji. Usopp. Indeed. This is quintessential Luffy, always eager to taste something delectable. A sense of doubt and speculation began to rise within Usopp. The evolutionary inner elixir of the Tianqing Yolong is undoubtedly priceless and exceedingly rare. Based on my experiences with Ba Wang, he has likely never ventured beyond Zillibu village. Yet, where did he acquire such remarkable swordsmanship and kicking techniques? And now he produces this enigmatic evolutionary golden elixir. This individual appears to be shrouded in increasing mystery. Chu Ba Wang tossed the evolutionary golden elixir high into the air, as if bestowing it upon the manatee, leaving the onlookers in astonishment. Such a significant treasure. so casually offered to a sea creature? Luffy gazed at the elixir being swallowed by the manatee, wiping his mouth in anticipation. Were it not for the predatory looks from Chu Ba Wang and Nami, he would have certainly attempted to snatch a taste of the Tianqing Niulong's evolutionary golden elixir to discern its flavor. Moo! Moo! The manatee emitted a piercing roar, causing the surrounding waters to erupt in tumultuous winds and thunder, as if heralding the end of times. Evolved manatee. The slanting sunlight illuminated Chu Ba Wang's profile, revealing a confident smile at the corners of his lips. His eyes sparkled with intensity, reminiscent of a celestial being descended to earth, captivating Nami in the process. Moo moo moo. Moo moo moo. Roar. The beast's roar startled Usopp into a sitting position on the ground. Even the usually carefree Luffy gaped in awe at the miraculous scene before him. What did they witness? A terrifying creature with the head of a bull and the body of a python, stretching 100 meters in length. In the next moment, the manatee spoke in human tongue. The entire merry ship trembled, as did the sea within a 50-mile radius, reverberating with a grand, distant, and majestic sound, as if echoing through the vast annals of history. Master! Manatee, I pay homage to you, master. The expressions of the Straw Hat crew shifted dramatically. Koya was particularly taken aback, her complexion paling in disbelief. The relentless thunder rolled around the newly formed body of the manatee. A majestic figure gradually became discernible in the shimmering and radiant light. It was Tianqing Niulong. Despite the manatee not making a move, everyone could unmistakably sense an unprecedented pressure tearing at their nerves. An unfathomably powerful force coursed through the manatee, surging within every muscle and vein, roaring with vitality. The fierce sea winds howled, carrying the breath of history. Manatee. I find this name rather unappealing. Shall we henceforth call you Xiaoqing? Moreover, as a 10,000-year-old beast, you must possess the ability to transform, correct? From now on, you shall be my personal bodyguard. What say you? The crowd was thrown into utter chaos. Yet, Chu Bawang gazed at the 100-meter-long terror with an air of calm indifference. As you wish, master. The manatee, now evolved into Tianqing Niulong, had not only made significant advancements, but had also awakened a higher level of intelligence. She was acutely aware of who had granted her this new life. She understood the consequences of becoming arrogant and attempting to defy Chu Bawang simply due to her newfound powers. A flash of white light flickered and gradually dissipated. The scene before them slowly came into focus. Silence reigned, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Chu Bawang could even hear Sanji's heart racing. His breathing nearly stifled. What a beautiful girl, Sanji blurted out. Undoubtedly, the transformed manatee had become a strikingly lovely woman, draped in elegant green, named Xiaoqing. It was unthinkable to realize she had once been a mighty cow. Chu Bawang felt a twinge of surprise. Before him stood the manatee, or rather, Tianqing Niulong Xiaoqing, not only radiant and charming, but also possessing a delightful and tender appearance, reminiscent of soft jade. Her features bore a gentle essence of a girl from a water town, her eyes sparkling with intelligence, both delicate and playfully mischievous. Her snow-white skin radiated a rosy hue, akin to morning dew on fresh blooms, exuding an indescribable ethereal beauty. Koya and Nami exchanged glances, their expressions momentarily frozen. Chu Bawang's sixth sense warned him that both Koya and Nami harbored a hint of hostility towards Xiaoqing. It was inevitable. The enchanting transformation of Xiaoqing was simply too dreamlike, almost otherworldly. Ahem. Xiaoqing, from now on, you shall be responsible for my and Kaya's daily needs. Any questions? Chu Bawang cleared his throat, attempting to mask his slight embarrassment. Before her transformation, he had never anticipated that the manatee was a female. Xiaoqing smiled sweetly. Captivatingly beautiful. I shall obey. With Usopp inhaling sharply, the Straw Hat crew erupted in collective exclamations and cheers. The merry ship was instantly alive with fervor. My heavens! A sea beast can transform into a human? And such a stunning one at that. How on earth did Chu Bawang accomplish this? To endow a sea beast with such remarkable intellect. How can this be? In truth, it was not only Usopp and Sanji who were taken aback. Even Nami stepped back, her face pale as the frigid sea winds lashed against them, almost threatening to shatter their bones. The world fell into a hushed stillness. The winds roared, and the ocean churned with fervor, as if welcoming the roar of a king. This was undoubtedly the mightiest ruler of the seas they had ever encountered, bearing an intellect rivaling that of humans. Yet, this monstrous being willingly chose to follow Chu Bawang, relegating herself to the role of a mere caretaker. This world seemed increasingly incomprehensible. It was all simply too insane. Meanwhile, approximately 100 nautical miles from the scene of the incident lies Arlong Park, where the towering structure resembling a shark's head pierces the clouds. A pirate flag, adorned with a skull in the image of a menacing red-mouthed shark, flutters majestically in the breeze, exuding an aura of formidable power. The fisherman Arlong is engaged in a clandestine transaction with the naval officer, Captain Mouse. Here's the contribution for this month. Accept it, he declares, clutching a thick stack of paper bills, each worth 10,000 berries. Over the years, Arlong has plundered more than 20 villages near the East Sea, amassing immense wealth in a remarkably short period. His pirate crew rampages through the East Sea, yet no naval forces have mobilized to eradicate them. The principal reason for this is Arlong's collusion with the despicable Marine colonel known as Mouse. True to his moniker, Mouse possesses a face that is utterly unbecoming, characterized by shady, beady eyes. Even his laughter is repugnant. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Brother Arlong, your intellect is indeed unlike that of an ordinary pirate. You truly comprehend the nuances of human relationships, Colonel Mouse remarked, expression unchanged, as he slipped a wad of belly notes into his pocket. His deftness in this action suggested that he had engaged in such dealings on numerous occasions before. The fishman Arlong laughed heartily, his demeanor menacing. His left hand bore the tattoo of the fishman pirate crew, while his chest displayed the emblem of the Sun Pirates. Ha ha. Colonel Mouse, we are quite alike. As long as you are willing to be my ally, you will savor endless benefits in the East Sea. Understanding this demonstrates your wisdom as a Marine colonel. Money is a splendid commodity, more reliable than anything else. Am I not correct, Colonel Mouse? Standing behind Arlong were two formidable lieutenants, Kurubi and Chu, whose predatory gazes caused a bead of cold sweat to form on Mouse's brow. You speak the truth. Fishman Arlong. Arlong's tone grew increasingly arrogant. I have always harbored disdain for humans, yet individuals like you, who grasp the situation, are exceptions. Colonel Mouse, intimidated by Arlong's sardonic tone, quickly rose to his feet. If that's the case, I shall take my leave. Arlong mockingly chuckled. Why not share a drink before you go? Lighten up a bit. That is not feasible. A patrolling naval ship docking on a pirate island could lead to dire consequences. Mouse replied. Arlong scoffed. Who would dare report to headquarters? I would eliminate them. Still, I must depart. As he left, Colonel Mouse's heart was clouded with bitterness. Damn those foul fishmen. They are truly repugnant. Yet, they are indeed a lucrative source of income. Not long after Colonel Mouse's departure, a commotion on the sea stirred unease within Arlong. Kurubi gazed intently toward a distant point on the ocean, his expression fraught with anxiety. Boss Arlong, do you sense it? Such terrifying pressure, as if it emanates from the very essence of fear itself. Chu concurred. It seems as though something monstrous has emerged from the sea. Even the sea kings of the Grand Line have never exerted such an overwhelming presence. Arlong shook off the stiffness that had settled in his body. He dispatched all reconnaissance fishermen, determined to uncover the nature of the disturbances at sea. A sense of inexplicable dread gnawed at him. The fishermen were all taken aback. What creature could invoke such fear in their leader from such a distance? Soon after, a thought struck Arlong. He tapped his thin fingers on the table. Our companion Nami seems to have been gone for an unusually long time. We must find a way to contact her. By now, she should be nearing her goal of gathering 100 million belly, correct? This is rather troubling. I, Arlong, shall never breach a monetary agreement. It seems I must once again enlist this mouse to undertake some unsavory tasks for me. At the far end of the East Sea, in Logtown, a pivotal location near the entrance to the Grand Line, the former Marine Admiral Zeff's pupil, Smoker, widened his eyes in astonishment. His aide, Dashiji, felt a jolt of surprise. This marked the first time she had witnessed the gravity in Admiral Smoker's gaze. What troubles you, Admiral Smoker? Smoker, with his short silver hair and a coat emblazoned with the word justice, donned wind goggles around his neck and wielded a weapon known as the Sea Prism Stone Jutty. He was a man of the mist, possessing the smoke smock fruit, which allowed him to transform into smoke, his essence capable of solidifying to ensnare his foes. For the world government, the significance of Logtown was monumental, representing the triumph of justice. It served as the sacred ground marking the conclusion of the pirate King Roger's nefarious legacy. Imbued with profound importance, to be stationed at Logtown alone attested to Smoker's formidable prowess, renowned as the gateway to the Grand Line. Any pirate from the East Blue aspiring to enter this vast ocean must first pass through Smoker's trials. In the past decade, no pirate had managed to elude Smoker's relentless pursuit, underscoring the sheer terror of his capabilities. As Smoker hoisted his sea prism stone jutty and mounted his amphibious tricycle, he spoke. Tashiji, I sense that a monstrous terror has emerged from the sea, one that may soon arrive at Lobe Town, stepping into the Grand Line. Do you lack the confidence to confront this beast? With a resigned sigh, Smoker gazed out over the boundless, tumultuous ocean. The world was poised to be swept away by a new tide of chaos, one even more profound than the era of great pirates. I have returned to the place where my nightmares began. As they drew closer to Cocoa Village, Nami felt an increasing weight upon her heart. The memories of the previous day still felt surreal. Beneath her outwardly cheerful facade, Nami was, in truth, an orphan. She had been taken in and raised by Belmare, a former Marine. She had a beautiful and charismatic sister named Nojiko, a girl of remarkable character. They had once formed a happy family. However, their tranquility was shattered when the ruthless Arlong pirates invaded Cocoa Village, demanding tribute from the villagers. The fiery and resilient Belmare clashed with the Arlong leader. In her effort to protect two children with no blood ties to her, Belmare was slain by the fishman Arlong. And even the scars on Akin's body were the result of Arlong's minions. Sister, I have returned. This time, I will save Cocoa Village and grant everyone the freedom they deserve. At the moment Nami set foot in Cocoa Village, tears welled in her eyes as she embraced her sister Nojiko. Nami, it is such a relief to see you safe. Turning, Nojiko noticed the members of the Straw Hat crew, Zoro, Koya, and Chopper. Sanji, unable to contain himself, approached Nojiko with charm, exclaiming, Wow, the beautiful Miss Nojiko. You must be Nami's sister. I am Sanji, the cook of the Straw Hat Pirates. Nojiko, however, paid little heed to Sanji's advances, her gaze fixed intently on Zoro. Her instincts told her that Zoro was not a member of the pirate crew. But if that were the case, why was he entangled with such ruthless pirates? Moreover, those pirates seemed to hold him in high regard. Nojiko found herself perplexed by the situation. Nami, why do you associate with other pirates? Have you forgotten the crimes committed against us by Arlong? Nami's shoulders trembled slightly. She could never forget the deep-seated enmity she harbored towards Arlong. This fiend had slain her and Nojiko's adoptive mother, Belmare, and condemned the villagers of Cocoa Village to a living hell. Akin, sporting a windmill atop his head, approached and gazed at Zoro. Nojiko, they likely mean no harm. Let us invite them in for a moment. Luffy exclaimed, Wow, that windmill on your head is so cool. By the way, is there any delicious food in the village? I want to eat barbecue. Nami, Nojiko, Akin. The previously wary Akin and Nojiko felt a weight lifted from their hearts. They were already aware of Nami's secret efforts to purchase Cocoa Village and deeply sympathized with her plight. Now, with Nami arriving with a group of pirates, there had to be a reason behind it. Nami calmly recounted her journey in the passage of time, emphasizing her current relationship with Zoro and the others. When Nojiko learned that Nami had acknowledged Zoro as her brother, she was momentarily taken aback. Nami, you mean to say that this seemingly dashing young man is now your brother? Nojiko's cheeks flushed slightly at the thought. Why add a descriptor when explaining? She pondered. Wait, there seems to be more to this story. Why did Nami's face flush when mentioning her brother? How odd that I mistakenly called him by another name. And how do I even know his name? This is all too strange. Zoro offered a gentle smile, a warmth radiating from him akin to the sun. In that silent moment, even Akin and Nojiko could not help but let go of their inner suspicion and barriers. Nojiko, you needn't regard me with such fervent eyes. I am merely accompanying my wife, Koya, on a journey around the world, and we happen to pass through here. It seems my daughter is enduring great trials. If that is the case, I shall liberate Cocoa Village and dismantle Arlong's reign. Zoro spoke not a word of falsehood. This matter was originally merely incidental. However, both Nokigo and Mr. Ajian were profoundly shaken by the nonchalant tone of Chu Ba Wang, liberating Cocoa West Village, toppling Arlong's reign. Just with the few of you? Xiaoqing pouted slightly, her expression tinged with discontent, exclaiming, Humph, you dare to doubt my master's words. I shall teach you a lesson. Nokigo was momentarily awestruck. She had never encountered a woman as ethereal as Xiaoqing. If one were to describe her, it could only be said, this maiden ought to exist in the heavens. Rarely heard of in the mortal realm. Nokigo found it perplexing. Such a stunning beauty, why would she willingly acknowledge another as her master? Xiaoqing, cease this impetuous behavior. Chu Bawang intervened to halt Xiaoqing's rash actions. Just as he was about to offer a proper explanation, a cacophony of commotion erupted from the entrance. Nami emerged, her heart filled with bewilderment. Why was the Navy here? Moreover, at the very moment she had just arrived in Cocoa West Village, It seemed far too coincidental. Could it be that someone was secretly monitoring her? She recalled Chu Ba Wang's offhand remark from that day. Nami, you should be nearing the accumulation of 100 million berries. Shouldn't you? I advise you not to harbor any illusions regarding Along's promises. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Nami felt a slight shiver run through her. For decades, the Navy had never come to Cocoa West Village to rescue them. Yet now, as she was on the verge of gathering 100 million berries, they had arrived. What does this imply? Nami, even if using just her little toe, could easily discern that such a coincidence was utterly implausible. Nevertheless, she restrained her excitement, forcing a smile as she gazed at the Navy's Captain Mouse. Chirp, chirp, chirp. You must be the thief named Nami, right? According to our investigation, you have hidden all the treasures you pilfered from the pirates, haven't you? All the valuables you've stolen will now be confiscated by our government. Nami chuckled at this. She held no affection for the Navy whatsoever. How surprising. You were truly passionate about your duty to protect the populace, lacking the courage to confront the pirates. You resort to targeting a thief to bolster your performance. Let me offer you a piece of advice. I am a lieutenant of Arlong's crew, and should you dare to lay a hand on me, Arlong will not stand idly by. The cunning gaze of Captain Mouse flickered, and the 6 long whiskers at the corners of his mouth were quite displeasing. Little girl, do you truly believe this grants you an equal footing in negotiation with me? No, you are mistaken. Do you think it was I who summoned you? Do you genuinely believe that the fishman Arlong stands on your side? Everyone's search. All loot stolen from the pirates is to be credited to the government. Nami's anger flared. If she remained oblivious to Arlong's scheme at this point, she would no longer be Nami. They had monitored her movements in secret, and just as she was about to gather the 100 million berries necessary to purchase Kokoyasi village, they utilized the Navy to seize all her efforts. Arlong, you truly have a wicked heart. Nami's chest heaved, a testament to her fury. It was indeed foolish of me to hold any hope for you. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. In the past, for the safety of the villagers in Kokoyasi, I might have swallowed my pride and gathered the 100 million berries again. But the Nami of today possesses the courage to resist. I wield the Rui Jingu Bang, a weapon weighing 80,000 pounds. Nami reached into her hair, tightly clutching an embroidered needle in her hand. Captain Mouse burst into laughter. He had expected her to produce some means of resistance, but instead, she revealed a weapon no larger than a toothpick. Would Nami be all right? Koya looked on with concern at the simmering anger emanating from Nami. Rest assured, no Kigao. The power of the Rui Jingu Bang renders a bunch of Navy miscreants utterly incapable of matching Nami's strength. No Kigao, do not move. Simply sit back and enjoy the spectacle. No Kigao intended to rise, yet it felt as though an invisible force held his shoulder, rendering him immobile. What is this? How is this possible? No Kigao was bewildered. With just a single phrase, he had lost control over his body, unable to move an inch. How was this even conceivable? Nami, with her brow furrowed, did not even glance at the grotesque visage of Captain Mouse. Is this truly the work you Navy personnel should be engaged in? Arlong's crew not only commits murder and arson, but has also devastated an entire town. You must be aware of this, right? To this day, they reign over this island, trampling upon lives without remorse. And yet, you choose to ignore this calamity, opting instead to target the vulnerable, seeking to extort stolen goods from a mere thief. Is this the will of the government? Just a cowardly bully who preys on the weak. Captain Mouse completely disregarded Nami's fury, instead donning a mocking smile. You are nothing but a petty thief. So cease your grandiloquent rhetoric. What are you all standing around for? Hurry and continue the search. Do you wish to defy my orders? A whole squad of Navy personnel promptly moved toward Nami's orange grove. Nami's fury surged even higher. Countless people across the island awaited the Navy's rescue. This group of scoundrels actually dares to overlook the true villains led by Arlong, while plotting against someone who has quietly toiled away. Uncle can endure, but Aunt cannot. The Rui Jingu Bang grow larger. In Nami's grasp, the Rui Jingu Bang suddenly transformed into a towering staff. Beneath her feet, wind swirled, creating rippling circles of air. The terrifying pressure instilled a deep sense of dread among all present. Colonel Mouse's pupils narrowed sharply as he fixated intently on the Rui Jingu Bang. How splendid! What a treasure! If I could present it to my superior, a promotion and a raise would surely follow. Someone, seize that staff from her. Such a treasure should never be wielded by a mere girl. It must be the spoils of pirates. Confiscate it and turn it over to the state. Nami leapt into action, her staff slicing through the air, delivering a decisive blow to a sycophantic naval officer eager to impress. The little thief bared her fangs. I will not permit you to tarnish my orange grove with your filthy hands. My money will never be surrendered to you ruffians. Those funds. Mr. Akin could no longer contain his fury, shouting at the Navy. This child's money is meant to save Cocoa Village. How can you bear to commit such an unconscionable act? You scoundrels have neither the right nor the qualifications to take away this money. Colonel Mouse, in a frenzy, danced upon the minefield time and again. What exactly are you little people rebelling against? You, a mere island's police officer, dare to shout at me, a proud Navy officer? Do you truly not understand the concept of rank and privilege? Nami's assault halted abruptly as she gazed blankly at Mr. Akin. Mr. Akin, how did you know my intentions? Chu Bawang smiled slightly. Silly child, they have known about this all along. Ever since you declared your intention to join Arlong's crew at the age of 7, your sister Nojiko informed the villagers of your true purpose in raising funds. They have always been aware that you are silently striving to save them. At that moment, Nojiko's gaze softened significantly. The villagers had repeatedly pressed her for the truth. And eventually, she revealed Nami's true mission to save the village by joining Arlong's crew. They had merely pretended not to know. Fearful that their expectations would become a burden should Nami attempt to escape Arlong's clutches. Colonel Mouse remained oblivious, hands clasped behind his back, his expression derisive. What on earth are you discussing? Are you implying that the entire village is a den of thieves, thus prompting us to arrest you? Chu Bawang stood up, his expression chillingly icy. Each of them fights for survival. This is entirely your fault. You conquerors are utterly unreliable. Since you have no intention of saving this village, I suggest you depart forthwith. Colonel Mouse, dismissing Chu Bawang entirely, continued to command his subordinates to search for Nami's wealth. Hey, you incompetent fools. Have you not yet found that 100 million berries? It's not as if you're searching for grains of rice. How can it be so difficult? If there was any doubt at first, Colonel Mouse's words completely exposed his collusion with the pirate Arlong. Mr. Akin clenched his fists, trembling with rage as he exclaimed, "How do you know the precise amount of wealth?" Realizing his blunder, Colonel Mouse attempted to amend his mistake. Stroking his mustache and casually placing his hands in his pockets, 100 million berries, I merely assumed there would be that much. What's the matter? You all seem rather upset. Despite her prior suspicions, Nami felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. The last glimmer of hope she held for Arlong vanished entirely. Chu Bawang placed a reassuring hand on Nami's trembling shoulder, softly saying, "Fear not. As long as Bawang is here, no one can bully you." What is a mere Colonel Mouse? Anyone who dares threaten my daughter, even the Navy's headquarters, I shall shatter into pieces. Mr. Akin could no longer tolerate Colonel Mouse's shameless behavior, pointing an accusatory finger at him. You are a pack of corrupt rascals. Nojiko echoed loudly, the Navy colluding with pirates. Can you truly claim to uphold justice in the face of such actions? Nami bit her lip, her eyes wide as saucers, fixed intently on Colonel Mouse. If she could, she would truly wish to eliminate him to protect the treasure that could save her village. We found it. There is so much money inside. One of the sailors began to dig through wooden crates with a shovel, and Colonel Mouse, with a look of obsession, emerged holding handfuls of gold coins and paper berries. Remarkable. A mere girl managed to amass such wealth. One sailor lamented, "They are all stained with blood and tattered." Colonel Mouse dismissed it with a flick of his mustache. Satisfied, it matters not. Money is money, and it can be used anywhere. Among this, a substantial 30%, amounting to a remarkable 30 million Bailey, will find its way into the pockets of Colonel Mouse. This was the pact between him and the fishman Aaron. Do not touch it. Do not touch it. Do not touch it. Nami seemed entranced, stepping towards Captain Mouse. Noki, deeply concerned for her sister's safety, hurriedly rushed to Nami's side. She was acutely aware of the dire consequences that would ensue if Nami were to unleash her wrath, incurring the ire of both pirates and the Navy. Captain Mouse drew the flintlock pistol from his waist, his gaze icy as he regarded the swiftly approaching Nami. Akin grasped Nami's wrist, while Noki positioned herself in front of Nami, attempting to quell her rising fury. Bang! The sound of gunfire abruptly ceased. A towering voice interposed itself between Nami and Noki. Sunlight cascaded down. The bullet whirled through the air, emitting a fearsome howl. Yet, it could advance not a single inch further. Clink! That was the sound of the bullet hitting the ground. The formidable Chu Bawang had caught the bullet aimed at Nami and Noki with his bare hands. Nami gazed in sheer astonishment at Chu Bawang's figure. How could this be? That was a bullet. How could it be caught in someone's palm? Captain Mouse was taken aback, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Is it truly possible for someone in this world to grasp a bullet in their hand? What a terrifying level of reflexes and physical prowess this demands. Even a vice admiral of the Navy would struggle to achieve such feats with ease, wouldn't they? How slow? Is it true that the Navy merely lurks in the shadows, striking from behind? The eyes of the mighty Chu Ba Wang were fixed intently upon Colonel Mouse. The latter's legs trembled uncontrollably, his eyes brimming with sheer terror. Sanji withdrew a lighter from his pocket and ignited a cigarette, exuding an air of gentlemanly elegance as he remarked, "Miss Nami bears a burden of suffering far greater than most. Allow me to help relieve her of this pain. Is there a more blissful endeavor in this world?" Usopp pondered, resting his chin on his hand. The love-struck chef, I see precisely what you're contemplating. Do you intend to deal a lethal blow to the Navy? Such an act would forge an irreconcilable enmity with them. Sanji retorted nonchalantly. Is there anything wrong with fighting for a beautiful woman? The rumble of thunder echoed through the sky. Zoro, sheltered beneath the shade of a tree, unsheathed his sword. Wado Ikamanji, silently positioning himself behind Chu Ba Wang. Usopp, there's no need for further prattling. Our comrades have been trampled upon. Must we continue to endure this humiliation? That is not my style. It is worth noting that Zoro was now left with but a single blade. In his battle against Hawkeye, all his weapons, save for Wado Ikamanji, had been shattered. Without hesitation, Sanji stood resolutely to the left of Chu Ba Wang. Despite Chu Ba Wang's composed demeanor, Colonel Mouse discerned a palpable intent to kill in his gaze. Could it be that Chu Ba Wang is a benevolent soul? The answer is, of course, negative. Otherwise, he would not have mercilessly dealt with Baiki Kuro and the hypnotist Zhang. Any threat to his loved ones and comrades would lead to a certain demise. Mr. Ajin rallied his companions, and soon a multitude from the village gathered. Cursed Navy, accursed pirates, your tyranny ends here, he declared. Comrades, let us arm ourselves and fight together. Let us overthrow their dominion, even if it means sacrificing our lives to seek justice for Nami. Nami, who genuinely sought to save the villagers of Cocoa West, would never allow anyone to harm her. This time, even if it means death. They are determined to fight to the bitter end against the Fishman Arlong. At this moment, Nami is overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in her eyes, rendering her speechless. It is not only the Straw Hat crew, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp, but also numerous villagers who roar in unison. Led by the formidable Chu Ba Wang, they encircle Captain Mouse and the other sailors. Nami, suppressing her overwhelming emotions, wipes away her tears and exclaims with fervor, "Thank you, everyone. Thank you all. If we truly cannot defeat Arlong, I want to say, even if we cannot vanquish him, at the very least, I can die alongside all of you." The villagers have endured enough of this life devoid of freedom. Despite having vowed 8 years ago never to sacrifice their lives lightly, they will continue this protracted struggle. No matter how agonizing and humiliating Arlong's reign may be, as long as it ensures Nami's happiness. However, Captain Mouse's exploitative actions have revealed Arlong's true nature. The breakthrough for liberating the village has been entirely sealed off, and there is no hope left for Kokoyasi village. Moreover, that despicable group of fishmen has dared to manipulate Nami's kindness. This has touched upon the villagers' most sensitive points. If they desire to live in happiness, their only recourse is to resist. They must take up arms against the tyranny of the fishmen along. Moreover, the formidable strength of the great Chu has instilled in them a glimmer of hope in their struggle against Along. The ability to seize bullets with bare hands is a power and speed that transcends mere definition as a monster. Furthermore, Nami is not alone. She has her companions, the rubber man Luffy, the four-sword style Zoro, the black-footed Sanji, and the brave warrior of the sea, Usopp. Not to mention the enchanting beauty of the young maiden Ching. This group of individuals has the potential to stand alongside the formidable Lord of Chu. What could possibly diminish their strength? You wretched fools, do you truly intend to oppose the Navy? Colonel Mouse, filled with both fear and trepidation, brandished his firearm in a futile attempt to intimidate the villagers. The Lord of Chu raised a hand slightly, his expression devoid of warmth. Villagers, are you prepared to fight at a moment's notice? Are you willing to fiercely battle for this kind-hearted child, even if it means sacrificing your own lives? Without a trace of hesitation, the villagers brandished their makeshift weapons, knives, forks, and clubs, shouting in unison, "We have long been ready. Charge! We stand prepared for battle." Colonel Mouse waved his hand in alarm, his voice trembling with fear. "Rebellion! All of you have turned against us. It seems you are resolute in your defiance against the Navy. If that is the case, then meet your demise." As his words echoed, Every firearm was aimed directly at the Lord of Chu. Bang, bang, bang. The gun barrels unleashed crimson tongues of fire, akin to demons eager to devour their prey. Yet, astonishingly, as the bullets approached the Lord of Chu and his companions, they inexplicably halted mid-air, unable to penetrate their target. What manner of power is this? Why can the bullets not pierce their mark? Suddenly, a terrifying purple aura surged around the Lord of Chu. Simultaneously, within his grasp materialized a fragmented purple blade. Shattered into a myriad of pieces, the demon blade of 1,000 edges, offensive in nature, it knows no defense. This was the fated weapon of the Shadow Assassin, known as Chi, who claimed the esteemed position of the top rank within the Assassin Alliance. This weapon is part of the same grand prize that sacrificed Luffy's fortune and romance. As the demonic energy surged, it rendered the countenance of the Overlord of Chu imbued with an aura of sinister charm. Slightly tilting his head, the Overlord of Chu cast a calm glance at Colonel Mouse. Are you seeking your own demise? That frigid voice, laden with an inexorable killing intent, sent shivers of dread coursing through Colonel Mouse and the assembled Navy personnel. Dozens of naval officers, including Colonel Mouse, felt a bone-deep chill, involuntarily quaking in fear. I am an officer of the world government, a colonel of the 16th Division. How dare you lay a hand on me? The Navy will never let you go. Colonel Mouse trembled, his legs shaking uncontrollably. The Overlord of Chu advanced rather than retreated, his steps steady, utterly dismissing the threat posed by Colonel Mouse. Despair engulfed Colonel Mouse, bewildered by the true nature of this figure before him, an embodiment of weaponry. A demon emerging from the bloody depths of hell. That palpable killing intent, that icy demeanor, instilled a profound sense of hopelessness. The chilling aura seemed so substantial that it paralyzed him with fear. How many lives had he taken to forge such a frigid will? Typically, the Overlord of Chu possessed a gentle temperament, rarely provoking others. However, should anyone harbor intentions to kill him or harm his allies and kin, a serious discussion would ensue. Did this mere naval colonel truly believe he could dominate the East Sea? Fire! Are you all waiting to die? Shoot at once. The demon blade of 1,000 edges shattered the air. Suddenly, Colonel Mouse felt the grim reaper drawing near. Every hair on his body stood on end, his finger trembling on the trigger. Too slow. The Overlord of Chu sighed, shaking his head. Despite the naval soldiers' immediate attempts to retaliate, loading their weapons and pulling the triggers, their actions were still far too sluggish. In a fleeting moment, thousands of violet shards surged forth like an ocean tide. The demonic energy was unparalleled, unyielding. Splatter, splatter. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, as naval soldiers fell like wheat before the scythe. The fragments of the demon blade of 1,000 edges swept through, leaving no elite naval warriors unscathed. Overlord, do you truly wish to oppose the naval headquarters? Let me tell you. Colonel Mouse collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with fear, glancing away from the figure resembling a god of death. Alas, the Overlord of Chu had little interest in the lengthy tirade of this scoundrel. A small shard of the demon blade pierced Colonel Mouse's throat. Perhaps, until the very moment of his demise, Colonel Mouse remained ensnared in confusion. What is the true nature of this tyrant? Why does he exhibit such audacity? How dare he obliterate this naval commander in the Eastern Sea region? What is the enigmatic purple blade that he wields? Why do his elite Marines possess no capacity for resistance? Regret fills him. Why did he assist along in plundering Nami's wealth? Had it not been for his insatiable greed, perhaps he would not have encountered this fearsome overlord. Thousands of shards of the magical blade whirled once more. Moments later, the remaining Marines fell to the ground, all vitality extinguished by the hand of this tyrannical figure. To eradicate evil, one must ensure the complete annihilation of its roots. This principle is deeply ingrained in the heart of the mighty Chu. The Straw Hat Pirates, who were poised for a grand endeavor, stood in stunned silence before a scene that resembled a hellish nightmare. Gulp. It was Usopp who first swallowed hard. Zoro gazed enviously at the demonic blade, Chienrin, held by Chu, exclaiming in astonishment, "What manner of weapon is this? It is truly extraordinary. The ability to disassemble and reassemble. Does this not mean it shall never shatter?" Suddenly, Zoro found his own sword, Wadakamanji, lacking in allure. "Luffy, Nami, what are you still dawdling for? Present the corpse of Captain Mouse to Arlong as a token of our meeting. In this matter." The formidable Chu Bawang did not permit the villagers of Cocoa West Village to intervene. After all, the burden of slaying the Navy was one that the villagers could not bear. Bawa. Nami's eyes brimmed with tears as she collapsed into Chu Bawang's embrace. Surely, Nami comprehends the rationale behind such actions. Even though the deeds of Colonel Mouse are exceedingly despicable, he remains a legitimate member of the Navy. The act of slaying an official of the Navy carries a weighty consequence that could plunge the villagers of Kokuyashi into an abyss from which there is no return. As the overlord of Chu gently rubbed Nami's left arm, the tattoo of the fishman pirates abruptly vanished. "There you go, Nami, the tattoo has been erased," he declared. "I promised you, as long as I am here, no one shall bully you." Nami's gaze swiftly shifted to her left arm, and she recalled the harrowing experiences of the past. Countless times, she had yearned to rid herself of that tattoo. It had been her fervent dream. Now, at long last, her dream has come to fruition. From this day forth, Kokuyashi village shall undoubtedly attain the right to freedom and survival. The villagers, unable to contain their overwhelming emotions, knelt before the overlord of Chu. "Benefactor, Mr. Overlord, you are the great savior of our village." They cried. "Benefactor, allow me to pay my respects. Permit me a bow." With a gentle gesture, the overlord of Chu lifted his hand, and all present felt as though clouds had risen beneath their knees, elevating their bodies. A miracle, truly a divine phenomenon. Merely through the power of his will, he had raised hundreds of kneeling villagers from the ground. This is truly remarkable. The king of Chu smiled faintly, as if savoring the delightful taste of being a savior. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is merely the first step towards liberating Koko Village. The true enemy still looms large, the fishman Arlong pirate crew. Now, I invite you all to witness the moment of freedom alongside me. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, it is your time to shine." Half an hour later, the group arrived at Arlong Park. The atmosphere crackled with tension as the heavens roared. Boom, boom, boom. The fishman Arlong sat upright, his gaze shifting to the rocky wall beside him. In the next instant, the wall suddenly crumbled. Amidst the flying debris, the figure of the king of Chu stood proudly. Behind him stood Straw Hat Luffy, the green-haired Zoro, the black-footed Sanji, the warrior Usopp, and the tearful Nami. Arlong's minions, Karubi and Chu, eyed Nami with a mix of amusement and malice. The fearsome leader of the fishman pirates, Arlong, wore a sullen expression as he fixed his malevolent gaze on the king of Chu. Zoro casually tossed the corpse of Captain Mouse before Arlong's crew. "Hey, which one of you is Fishman Arlong? Step forward and meet your demise," Luffy shouted, swinging his fists in dissatisfaction. "Nanny, how dare you lay a hand on a Navy officer?" Karubi silently exchanged glances with Fishman Arlong. Though they possessed the strength to easily crush Captain Mouse, they refrained from such reckless actions. Killing a Navy officer would only bring them endless trouble. The king of Chu, maintaining a calm demeanor, surveyed the surroundings with a light chuckle. "Killing a mere mouse, is there really any cause for alarm?" "Oh, so it was you who killed the mouse. I thought as much. Those timid villagers could never have accomplished such a feat." Arlong lowered his head, refusing to acknowledge the intimidating crowd. "Nami, since you've returned to Koko Village, why didn't you notify us? As your companions, we were prepared to welcome you back in style. Moreover, did you bring so many people to challenge me?" As his words fell, all eyes turned to the stern figure beside Nami. Bawang. Huh. Why do I know his name? How bizarre. I actually mispronounced his name. Damn. I call this rascal Bawang. I must eliminate this strange fellow. Arlong rose to his full height, his foot crashing down upon the marble floor, creating a massive hole in the hard surface. With a menacing tone, he remarked, "Nami, have I been too kind to you lately? Have you gained the audacity to defy my rule over such trivial matters? I truly wish to know who has bestowed upon you this courage. Do you think, in your subconscious, I have always been the good guy? Haha. How could the notorious Arlong be a good man? Have you been drinking too much? Arlong is not human." The crew of the Fishman pirates erupted into laughter. If not for Arlong's interest in Nami's chart-drawing abilities, they would have long since disposed of her. As for the king of Chu and his companions, despite their seemingly formidable presence, they were dismissed with contempt. After all, this was their stronghold, Arlong Park. How many in the East Blue could act recklessly here? The king of Chu sneered, "Fishman Arlong, are you truly so arrogant? A creature akin to a mouse. Returning from the Grand Line to bully others in the East Blue, before my eyes, you are no more significant than an ant." The previously composed Fishman Arlong, upon hearing these words, felt his vision blur with rage, and he crushed the wooden chair beside him in an instant. How did this fellow come to know of my embarrassing misadventures? In the past, the Fishman Arlong and one of the 7 warlords, the rotund Jinbei, clashed over their differing ideologies as they vied for control of the Sun Pirates. Outmatched by Jinbei's prowess, Arlong was compelled to retreat to the East Blue to recuperate. The words of the mighty Chu Ba Wang struck a chord deep within Arlong. In an instant, Arlong's fishman minions rose in rebellion. "Bastard Bawang, How dare you provoke our leader Arlong? We shall tear you to shreds. However, before they could reach Chu Ba Wang, Sanji swiftly dispatched them with a kick, casually puffing on a cigarette as he declared, "Minions, be gone. This is not your place to speak." He then positioned himself silently behind Chu Ba Wang, devoid of any airs of superiority. Zoro was instantly filled with regret, inwardly cursing, "Damn it. This lecherous cook must be currying favor with the master. Could it be that he aspires to become an anonymous disciple of Bawang? There indeed exists a possibility. After all, that exceptional kicking technique is evidently superior to Sanji's heritage by several magnitudes. It is likely that the somewhat shameless Sanji could not bring himself to beseech the formidable Chu Ba Wang for instruction, leading him to contemplate the insidious tactic of flattery. Yet here I am, astutely seizing the opportunity to publicly acknowledge myself as an anonymous disciple of the Overlord. At last, I have acquired the unparalleled swordsmanship. The truth has been affirmed. Without setting aside one's pride, one can never achieve greatness in this lifetime. Kirby gazed solemnly at Nami, his face contorted with malice, proclaiming, "Nami, I always knew that you would eventually betray us. Your expertise lies solely in treachery." Arlong, unperturbed, stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze dripping with disdain. What could a mere handful of inferior races possibly accomplish? Octopus Hachi sauntered forth, pointing at the crowd. "What a collection of foolish beings. Brother Arlong has no interest in you. Having us, his subordinates, is more than sufficient." As he spoke, Octopus Hachi pinched his nose, expanding it into a trumpet-like shape. The sound of a blaring horn echoed, summoning the sea cow. The sky suddenly turned ominously dark. Octopus Hachi laughed heartily. "My comrades, emerge and annihilate them. All shall become your bait. Come forth, Mumu." The ocean erupted violently, conjuring towering waves. A whirlpool swirled around Arlong Park, and the fishman Arlong, brimming with confidence, was about to utter some harsh words when he was abruptly stupefied by the scene before him. This was not merely a sea cow. What manner of monster are you? A thunderous roar resonated, causing Octopus Hachi to collapse in fright. Even Arlong could not help but gape in awe at the seemingly miraculous spectacle. What did they behold? A terrifying creature with the head of a bull and the body of a python, stretching 100 meters in length. In the next moment, the sea cow, no, more accurately, the azure bull python, spoke with human words. The entire Arlong Park trembled, and even the sea within a 50-mile radius reverberated with a grand, distant, and majestic sound, as if it had traversed through the annals of time. "Master, Azure Bull Python, at your service." The villager's expression shifted dramatically. Noki Gao was rendered pale with disbelief at the sight before him. Thunderous roars encircled the newly emerged sea cow. A monumental figure gradually became clear amidst the hazy, resplendent light. It was the Azure Bull Python, Shaoqing, performing a bow to the Overlord. The fishman Arlong stood in stunned silence. How could Octopus Hachi, intending to summon the sea cow, inadvertently call forth such a terrifying monster? The creature, towering hundreds of meters, with the body of a python and the head of a bull, instilled a primal terror that resonated deep within Arlong's very soul. This is the terrifying suppression that emanates from one's bloodline. It is important to note that within the body of the Azure Bull Python lies the mottled bloodline of the Dragon Clan, not to mention the Fishman along. Even the most formidable of the Sea Kings must bow in submission when confronted with the true dragon's bloodline. What on earth is happening? Where has the sea cow gone? And from whence does this creature, with the body of a python and the head of a bull, originate? All of this left Eren in a state of stupor. Before he could gather his thoughts and devise a countermeasure, he felt as though he were about to shatter. The Azure Bull Python suddenly transformed before the eyes of Eren and his companions into a youthful maiden, who even referred to Lord Chu as her master. A long silence enveloped the group, their eyes wide with astonishment. Eren had initially believed that the Azure Bull Python was a creature of pure royal lineage among the Sea Kings. However, it now appeared that the Azure Bull Python surpassed the Sea Kings by an insurmountable degree. After all, he had neither witnessed nor heard of a Sea King capable of shape-shifting. What filled Eren with dread was the sight of the youthful woman, now transformed, who boldly addressed Lord Chu as her master. Eren's gaze was fixed intensely upon Lord Chu. Shaoqing, displeased, cast a sidelong glance at Eren and softly commanded, "Kneel when you speak." The weight of terror enveloped Eren. Just as he contemplated a retort, his knees felt as if they were laden with lead, rendering him utterly powerless. With a resounding thud, Eren collapsed to the ground, landing in an undignified manner. Shaoqing nodded slightly in satisfaction, turning to Lord Chu with an unwavering expression of respect. What is this force? Why must I kneel before a mere human? This terror, emanating from the depths of my very bloodline, leaves me devoid of any capacity for resistance. Eren was baffled by the monumental feat Lord Chu had achieved that compelled such an extraordinary creature as Xiaoqing to acknowledge him as her master. Without a hint of courtesy, Lord Chu placed his foot upon Eren's face. What is the matter? You seem rather unconvinced. Are you unwilling to be trampled by your own comrades? Comrades? What comrades? Eren began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. The disappearance of the manatee, the emergence of the azure bull python. There must be a profound connection underlying this situation. The mastermind behind it is undoubtedly linked to the individual before us. Could it be that the azure bull python has slain the manatee Mumu? Arlong struggled to rise, yet it felt as though a mountain was pressing down upon him, engulfing him in despair. What have you done to Mumu? I will not spare you for daring to harm my comrade. Kruby, along with Ju, Octopus Little-8, and numerous other subordinates were left utterly dumbfounded. Their leader, Arlong of the Fishman pirate crew, was being trampled by another? Kruby's eyes turned a vivid crimson as he brandished his weapon, charging towards Chu Bawang. He had yet to comprehend the disparity in strength between them. Clang. There was no need for Chu Bawang to intervene. Zoro had already parried Kruby's fierce assault. Leave this little scoundrel to me. It's the perfect opportunity to test the fruits of my training over the past few days. With a subtle twist of his blade, Zoro assumed the stance of the three-sword style. The pirate hunter, Roronoa Zoro? It is truly unfathomable that even you have become a pawn for another. Zoro's reputation in the East Blue was quite formidable. Thus, when he drew his three swift blades, Arlong's crew recognized his identity. However, they were taken aback. Isn't Zoro a three-sword style swordsman? Why does he bear four weapons? Hiss. Could it be that Zoro has now mastered the four-sword style? This is indeed not a pleasant piece of news. Lackeys? You truly are fearlessly ignorant. I am now an unnamed disciple of the formidable overlord. Whoever dares to insult my master shall face my wrath. Kruby was momentarily taken aback. An unnamed disciple? The illustrious bounty hunter has become a nameless apprentice to another. This matter, no matter how one hears it, seems exceedingly strange, had it not been witnessed with his own eyes. Kruby would never have believed that the typically aloof and proud Zoro would so boldly proclaim himself as an anonymous disciple of another. This is truly absurd. Akin to a king acknowledging a beggar as his godfather. Regardless of your identity, you have insulted Boss Arlong, and all must perish. Kruby surged forward, charging at Zoro. Since you wish to obstruct me, I shall strike you first. The woman in green is deemed by Kruby as the most perilous foe. Even Boss Arlong found himself kneeling before her might. Yet, Kruby believed this was merely the result of her sorcery, once the woman in green made her move. Boss Arlong would surely break free and claim victory in this battle. Zoro cast a disdainful glance at his opponent, adopting a stance for a draw and slash. Allow me to test my blade upon you. With a single stroke, a celestial sword descended from the heavens. His ethereal swordplay resembled a divine being descending to earth. Almost otherworldly. Although it appeared to have form, it transcended the constraints of both having form and lacking form. Despite being categorized as having form, it surpassed lacking form. Embodying a relentless power that could only be described as the unity of man and sword, the harmony of heaven and humanity. In that moment, Zoro emanated an air of nobility, solitude, determination, and an otherworldly elegance, untouched by earthly concerns. Although he had merely grasped the surface of this technique, it was more than sufficient to vanquish Kruby. If you wish to master the sword, you must understand that a true swordsman is sincere only to the sword, not to men. This was a lesson imparted to Zoro by the great warrior, King Chu. At this moment, he sighed softly, and his sword transformed into a fleeting rainbow. With a single stroke, a celestial sword descended from the heavens. Blood spattered. Kruby fell, kneeling as if judged for his sins. The surrounding crowd erupted in exhilaration. One strike. Nearly one, and Kruby was slain. This man is truly terrifying. It is utterly inconceivable that such a formidable swordsman is merely an unnamed disciple of Boss Arlong. I can scarcely fathom the might of Boss Arlong himself. What cataclysmic scene would unfold were he to engage? Octopus Hatchan and the other high-ranking officials stared in awe at the dazzling spectacle before them. Kruby had been defeated. The Zoro they had scorned was capable of such swift execution. Trembling in fear, they gazed at King Chu as if beholding death itself. Cursed humans. I shall slay you. Everyone, attack. Destroy Boss Arlong. Though Arlong remained pinned to the ground by the bloodline pressure of the woman in green, his eyes blazed with fury. He roared, issuing a lethal command. Valuing comrades is one of the few redeeming qualities of the fishman, Arlong. You lot, go and slay that sorceress, rescue Boss Arlong. While the rest of you take down Boss Chu. We are numerous, each a valiant warrior of the fishman race. Even if Boss Chu possesses extraordinary abilities, he shall meet his end. Together, let us eliminate this instigator and avenge Lord Kruby. The fishman pirate crew, naturally ferocious, became even more frenzied upon witnessing their comrade slain by a lowly human. This is bad. There are too many of them. The villagers are in danger. Sanji and Zoro both felt a sense of urgency. With so many pirates, it would be impossible to safeguard the villagers. What if Boss Chu sought retribution? Does their number truly matter? King Chu laughed heartily. A heap of refuse, no matter how many, remains refuse. With a powerful leap, King Chu ascended into the sky. The fishman pirates gazed up in terror. How could a mere human leap so high? King Chu hovered in midair, radiating a divine presence. Looking down upon the fishman pirate crew, Marine 6 styles, finger pistol, he extended his index finger, thrusting it downwards with great force. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His hardened finger pierced through the air with the swiftness of lightning. Quick! It is far too fast. The fishmen could not mount any defense. Their heads exploded like watermelons. One after another. In the blink of an eye, over 100 members of the fishman pirate crew lay dead. Even those who survived suffered grievous injuries, better off dead. King Chu never shows mercy to his enemies. No. Blood streamed from the corners of Arlong's mouth as he knelt, helplessly witnessing the slaughter of his comrades. Arlong was on the brink of madness. Such incredible power in a finger. Nami's heart raced, her gaze fixated on King Chu's rapidly extending finger. This is hardly a paradise for the denizens of the deep. This is nothing short of a merciless massacre, a veritable hell for the fishmen. Yet, no one mourns the demise of the fishmen. They have ruled over Cocoa West Village for nearly a decade. Over the past decade, there has been no sign of restraint. The atrocities of pillaging and slaughter have reached unspeakable heights, and they surely deserve to descend into the depths of hell. Had it not been for these pirates invading Cocoa Village, how could Nami's adoptive mother, Belmere, have lost her life? Look. Mr. Barba has finally taken action. My goodness, is he a monster? With but a single strike, he has vanquished the entire fishman pirate crew. Surely, the strength of Mr. Barba's fingers surpasses that of steel, effortlessly piercing through the skulls of the fishmen. How formidable! Mr. Barba is the savior of Cocoa Village and our guardian deity. We bow before you. The villagers, having endured oppression for far too long, were overcome with joy, weeping tears of happiness as they began to kneel before Lord Barba in reverence. Rise, all of you. Do not kneel. Not even the King of Heaven is worthy of your submission. Lord Barba thundered with a voice like rolling thunder. Thus, the villagers found themselves unable to kneel. It was not that they wished to remain standing. Rather, it felt as though a soft, fluffy cloud had formed beneath their knees, rendering them incapable of bowing, no matter how hard they tried. Mr. Akin, please rise. Lord Barba dislikes those who lack resolve. Nami gently assisted both the village chief and Akin to their feet. Mr. Barba, the villagers' eyes brimmed with tears, each one wiping away their joyful tears. How magnificent! Truly, how magnificent! He saved an entire village yet displayed no arrogance or pride. Is there anyone in this world more endearing than he? Akin raised his arm and spoke loudly to the villagers. Lord Barba does not wish for us to perform such grand gestures. Yet we shall still remember this in our hearts. Let us all bow in reverence to Lord Barba together. With that, the villagers moved in perfect unison, lowering their heads in a solemn bow towards Lord Barba and the Straw Hat crew. The atmosphere was thick with solemnity. Even the ever-bold Luffy was momentarily taken aback by this gravity. He removed his straw hat, revealing his shining bald head, and joined the villagers in a respectful bow. Nami, being one of their comrades, felt the weight of their suffering in her homeland, yet her captain remained inactive, relying on Lord Barba to take action against the dragon pirate crew. This filled Luffy's heart with profound guilt. This time, the formidable Chu Ba Wang did not prevent the villagers from paying their respects to Luffy. As a savior, is it wrong to indulge in the adoration of ordinary people? To satisfy a small vanity? Absolutely not. The master, true to his title, effortlessly garnered the people's hearts and soothed their spirits. I have much to learn from him. Zoro, with a blade of grass in his mouth, broke into a grin. This conclusion is simply marvelous. I adore it. Usopp and Sanji exchanged glances, both feeling honored to stand alongside Chu Ba Wang in battle, sharing in the glory. They could envision the future. Chu Bawang would surely stir the tides of the world, becoming a luminary of an epoch. In that moment, boasting to others about having fought alongside Chu Bawang would certainly evoke envy. If only Chu Bawang had spared that rat lieutenant and refrained from opposing world domination, it would have been utterly flawless. The mere thought of that rat lieutenant, slain by Su Song's blade, darkened Nami's expression. At that moment, consumed by rage, she had been unable to stop Bawang. Killing a professional naval officer would surely place them on the Navy's blacklist, wouldn't it? Nevertheless, Nami felt no regret, even if given another chance. She would choose to fight alongside Chu Bawang and slay the rat lieutenant again. Little thief cat, do you see that? Chu Bawang's large hand rested on Nami's small head as he gazed towards the distant skyscrapers. A bloodstained quill fell before Nami. She was taken aback. Luffy, too, was stunned. Little thief cat, do you see that? Chu Bawang repeated, still observing the buildings in the distance. The quill, stained with blood, had dropped at Nami's feet. Nami stood frozen. Luffy was equally bewildered. He picked up the quill, its surface marred with blood, and his expression darkened. This quill is soaked with blood. Damn you, Arlong. The villagers glared at the fishman Arlong with fiery eyes. The battle had been so fierce that this pin had fallen from the skyscraper. In her childhood, Nami had been imprisoned within that very building, weeping as she drew nautical charts. Her tiny, delicate fingers could hardly bear the weight of the labor, resulting in the white quill being stained crimson. You bunch of scoundrels, if you have the ability, do not resort to sorcery and face me fairly in battle. I tell you, I am Arlong, destined to master the world's hegemony. When I command the seas with these nautical charts, the fishmen shall have no rivals. And the world will become my empire. And the stepping stone to world conquest is this island in the East China Sea. Can you utilize this woman so effectively? Arlong's impotent fury was palpable, his eyes bloodshot, wishing to slay everyone present with his serrated blade. Shut your mouth, Chu Bawang ordered without turning. Slap. The enchanting Xiaoqing struck Arlong across the face with great force. Blood and teeth splattered forth. The resounding slap was heavy enough to shatter the teeth of the merman along. Xiaoqing, did I instruct you to cease? Came the indifferent tone of Chu Bawang. Xiaoqing realized her misstep. She paused for a moment, her expression filled with remorse. Slap, slap, slap. With each strike, Xiaoqing delivered to the vile dragon. Blood mingled with teeth splattered forth. Initially, Along remained defiant. Yet, it wasn't long before his shark-like teeth formed a small mountain. Along was utterly defeated. Too intimidated to utter a single harsh word. Dare to insult? A swift slap would follow. Dare to insult again? 2 more slaps would come. I shall see whether your tongue is sturdier than my fists. If you think you can bully my goddaughter, you are gravely mistaken. Even if one is to be tormented, let it be by me alone. Should anyone else dare, I would not hesitate to bring them down, even if they were the king of heaven himself. Baba. Nami collapsed into Chu Bawang's embrace, tears brimming in her eyes. An orphan since childhood, taken in by Belmere, she had never truly experienced the warmth of paternal love. Yet, in this moment, she finally understood the meaning of a father's love is as steadfast as a mountain. The twisted seedlings of affection were thriving in the dark corners of her heart. Enough of the tears, Baba shall show you something wonderful. Wonderful? Yes, indeed, something wonderful. Chu Bawang grinned, gently waving his hand. Tiger Fool Su Chu. Come forth and entertain us. Thud, thud, thud. The distant sound of horses echoed. A blazing inferno ignited, casting the night in a fiery glow. It was a magnificent steed, galloping with flames erupting from its hoofs. The horse was enormous, towering as high as 2 stories. Yet, what astonished the onlookers even more was that the rider was even grander than the steed. A giant clad in brilliant red armor. With a single hand, he wielded an immense siege hammer, his robust physique instilling fear in all who beheld him, although he had not yet arrived. The overwhelming aura he exuded had already captivated everyone present. My heavens, is he a giant from the Grand Line? The aura was truly terrifying. No, this cannot be a giant from the Grand Line. Did you not hear? This is clearly the guardian spirit of Lord Bawang. But what of that horse? It was rather unsettling. Could it possibly crush us with a single step? I see now, Lord Bawang is a divine being descended upon us. The power of the divine is beyond our comprehension. The villagers were utterly terrified, even though they suspected this was a grand display by Chu Bawang. Their instinctual fear compelled them to retreat. Boom. Tiger Fool Su Chu leaped onto his horse. The immense siege hammer he casually set down caused the ground to tremble. Such a heavy hammer, it even collapsed the earth beneath it. Usopp's lips twitched, utterly shocked. How terrifying. Even with my strength, I could scarcely lift that hammer. Zoro fixed his gaze on the enormous weapon. What a magnificent hammer. What a striking horse. I want one too. Luffy's eyes sparkled with wonder, his face alight with excitement. However, it was clear that this Na'vi fool was somewhat misdirected in his focus. While the others continued to discuss the hammer and the colossal steed, Tiger Fool Chu knelt on one knee, fist atop his palms. He performed a grand and formal gesture of respect towards Chu Ba Wang, his booming voice resonating in every direction. Tiger Fool Chu pays homage to my lord. Might I inquire what business has summoned Chu? A collective gasp of astonishment echoed from below. My lord, Lord Ba Wang is indeed the master of this fearsome giant. My heavens, Lord Ba Wang has taken a giant as his warrior servant. This is utterly astonishing. Could it be that even the giant race has succumbed to the dominance of Mr. Overlord? The fierce warrior Chu has arrived to heed the call. The Overlord of Chu smiled faintly, clearly pleased with the guardian spirit he had summoned. He possesses a total of 7 such formidable guardians. It is no surprise, given that the Overlord was fortunate enough to draw the 10 Hall Yenluo cannon from the illustrious Chao family within the Soul Town. Whatever the command, I shall not dare to disobey. Chu responded, his voice resonating like a great bell, reverberating in the ears of the onlookers. The villagers instinctively retreated another 3 paces, fearful of being inadvertently crushed into pancakes by Chu's might. Then let us proceed, the Overlord of Chu declared, pointing towards the very building that had once imprisoned Nami. Chu, demolish it. You must reduce this prison to mere rubble. The fishman Arlong was taken aback, unable to comprehend. Was such a terrifying fire giant summoned merely to destroy this insignificant office building? What great effort had the Overlord of Chu expended for such a trivial goal? Understood. Chu affirmed, I shall undoubtedly fulfill my lord's wishes. The fierce warrior stood tall once more, his towering figure ablaze with fierce flames in his eyes. He paid no heed to whether the command was unreasonable. As long as it was his lord's order, he would flatten any mountain into a plain today. This is Chu, the embodiment of loyalty and righteousness. Thunderous roars echoed. Chu brandished the colossal siege hammer, soaring high into the air, the white plume atop his helmet transforming into a blazing flame. The intensity of that flame was so overwhelming that onlookers were compelled to retreat several meters, seeking refuge from its heat. An aura of unparalleled ferocity enveloped the scene, with waves of energy pulsating from beneath Chu's feet. The murderous intent that radiated from him was so potent that it was unfathomable to consider how many lives he had taken to cultivate such a terrifying presence. Zoro's expression hardened. Among those present, he was the most attuned to the aura of death. Having once been a bounty hunter of pirates, he had certainly encountered his share of lost souls. Gradually, whenever he drew his sword to confront an enemy, a chilling aura of death would instinctively emanate from him. However, Zoro suddenly realized that the murderous energy he had cultivated paled in comparison to that of this giant. The intensity of that malevolence seemed to ascend towards the heavens, instilling a bone-deep chill within him. Zoro was intrigued. How could such a formidable warrior have ever been subdued by the likes of the Overlord of Chu? Such a valiant and unparalleled warrior is not easily subdued. Zoro's inquiry reflects Usopp's bewilderment as well. To his knowledge, the formidable Chu Bawang has remained in West Rob Village for over a decade without venturing far. With a fierce momentum, Chu swung the colossal siege hammer toward the office building with great force. Crash, crack, boom. Countless shards of marble rained down upon the ground, and the office building shattered like a spider's web. Following a tremendous roar, the building was astonishingly split in 2 by Chu's strike. The villagers stood in sheer astonishment. The power of this giant is rather terrifying, isn't it? With just a single strike, it shattered a 50-meter-tall skyscraper into 2 halves. This stronghold, painstakingly constructed by the fishman Arlong over nearly a decade, has been reduced to ruins by a single blow from you. It is truly inconceivable. Such terrifying power is indeed rare, even among the giants. Who, I wonder, could have commanded Mr. Bawang? Surely, it must be through sheer brute force. Although this giant possesses formidable strength, I dare say that if Mr. Bawang were to unleash his full might, he could easily overpower him. It stands to reason that Mr. Bawang, capable of securing such a fierce warrior, must possess strength and charisma to match. Arlong, completely stunned, appeared as if his very soul had been extinguished, his eyes vacant like those of a lifeless fish. He had initially harbored thoughts of challenging or even slaying the tyrant Chu Ba Wang, but now, even a mere subordinate of Chu Ba Wang could effortlessly subdue him. What could he possibly use to contend with Chu Ba Wang? Brute stubbornness. Do not jest, no matter how stubborn one may be. Could they be more resilient than his shark-like teeth? Boom, boom, boom. In a mere half-minute, Cocoa Village trembled as if it had experienced an earthquake. Yet, in reality, This was merely the aftershock of Su Chu wielding his battering ram against the office building. My lord, are you satisfied with this outcome? If not, Su Chu can continue to strike until this place is utterly leveled. Su Chu, a steadfast and tenacious warrior, would dutifully execute the command given by Chu Ba Wang to obliterate the office building without a hint of hesitation. Fragments of the sea chart scattered like confetti throughout Arlong Park, gradually turning to ash under the flickering flames. Along with the ashes, so too were the ambitions of Fishman Arlong utterly consumed. It took him a full 8 years to gather that sea chart. With it, he could discern the locations of hidden reefs and whirlpools. Utilizing the fishman's aquatic prowess, he could have effortlessly dominated the entire East Sea. Indeed, he could have extended his dominion across the Grand Line. Let it be known that even the mighty pirates of the Four Emperors cannot contend against the forces of nature. Yet now, Arlong's dream of an imperial ambition has shattered like fragile glass with each resounding blow. Baba, thank you. Amidst the collective astonishment, tears streamed down Nami's face as she could not help but cover her face in sorrow. Among all present, only Nami comprehended the true reason why Chu Ba Wang commanded the fierce Su Chu to publicly demolish the office building. All of this is to care for her adopted daughter. The office building of Arlong Park symbolizes the deepest nightmares within Nami's heart. In her childhood, she endured countless helpless and frigid nights within these walls. She toiled day and night, meticulously crafting sea charts solely to safeguard the villagers from the clutches of Arlong, ensuring that those she cherished would not suffer his malice. One might say that this building represents an indomitable mental demon for Nami, an unyielding prison, a shackle, a chain. Yet now, this prison has been obliterated by the formidable might of Chu Ba Wang. Nami has, at last, attained complete freedom of spirit. To her, this was the greatest spiritual redemption in history. Such occurrences may seem somewhat absurd, yet they are all decisions made by the mighty Chu Ba Wang to cater to Nami's delicate emotions. How could Nami possibly be oblivious to this heartfelt sentiment? Chu Ba Wang gently ruffled Nami's hair and chuckled. Why are you crying? As my goddaughter, you know that I will always know how to assist you. It is precisely because of the existence of this room that you have been unable to leave Cocoa Village with ease. Wherever you do not wish to remain, I shall personally obliterate it. In front of everyone, Nami pecked Chu Ba Wang's cheek, tears glistening in her eyes. Thank you, Baba. The onlookers assumed it was merely Nami overwhelmed with joy, a momentary bout of excitement leading to such a foolish act, without delving deeper into its implications. However, Nami was acutely aware that her heart could no longer harbor feelings for any other man. Even if this man were already married, she would devise every possible means to remain by his side, to be able to cling to Chu Ba Wang and traverse the world. She even resorted to the cunning ploy of being his goddaughter. What else could she possibly forsake? Mr. Ba Wang, you are truly a magnificent gentleman. Sanji salutes you with a cigarette. Alas, it seems Nami-san has arrived a moment too late. Mr. Ba Wang is already claimed. Unbeknownst to them, the knightly Sanji, renowned for his chivalry, had quietly lit a cigarette, casting glances back and forth between Nami and Chu Ba Wang. Have we won? The dragon's paradise has collapsed. We have truly triumphed. The destruction of Fishman Paradise shattered the villagers' long-standing fears. They had never experienced such a feeling. Tonight, the moonlight was exquisitely clear and enchanting. Chu Ba Wang spread his arms wide and proclaimed loudly, "What are you all standing around for? Let us get the party started." The villagers could not help but break into joyous laughter. Zoro's two little brothers, Johnny and Joseph, were particularly exhilarated, linking arms and dancing the cha-cha. Though this battle had little to do with these two bystanders, they could not suppress their fervor. Mr. Ba Wang, how should we deal with these two Navy officers? The doctor of Cocoa Village approached Chu Ba Wang, leading a dozen righteous Navy officers. It became evident that not all Navy personnel were as morally bankrupt as Captain Mouse, who spared no one, even the common folk. The Navy men, during their invasion to search the orange fields, were the only ones unwilling to harm the villagers. Were it not for this reason, they would have long since met the same fate as Captain Mouse, becoming mere corpses. What is your name? Chu Ba Wang casually pointed at a Navy officer adorned with the insignia of a squad leader. Master Ba Wang, my name is George. The officer, who identified himself as George, trembled in fear, having witnessed the terrifying scene of Chu Ba Wang slaying Captain Mouse. The seemingly innocuous figure before him had dared to kill a naval captain, and he dared not entertain any thoughts of resistance. Considering that you have not sunk to the depths of shooting at civilians like Captain Mouse, I shall spare your lives this time. Upon your return, I trust you know how to report to your superiors? George's lips quivered as he stammered. I am but a fool. I beseech you to enlighten me, Master Ba Wang. He had responsibilities above and below him, and naturally wished not to perish here in vain. Moreover, several of his comrades had entrusted their lives to him. To survive, they certainly did not wish to accompany Captain Mouse in death. I, Chu Ba Wang, killed the fisherman Arlong. It was also I who dispatched Captain Mouse. Those Navy soldiers aiming to shoot at civilians were likewise slain by my hand. Chu Ba Wang slapped George's face lightly, a cold smile gracing his lips. You have witnessed my power. Do not attempt any tricks. If I wish to kill, even an admiral of the Navy would not be able to save you. Now, go and clean up the remnants of the fisherman's defeated forces and take them to the Navy headquarters to claim your reward. Who knows? You might even receive a promotion and a bit of wealth. George and the others instantly brightened at this prospect. Indeed, capturing the fisherman Arlong's pirate crew would surely lead to promotions and riches. As for Captain Mouse, he had only met his deserved end for daring to shoot at civilians, making him an exemplary case for the Navy headquarters. Observing their reactions, Chu Ba Wang decided not to further torment these Navy men. He was adept at wielding both the carrot and the stick. Well then, it seems we have no time to celebrate. We must leave Cocoa Village swiftly, lest we draw trouble upon ourselves. With a wave of his hand, he signaled the finality of the matter. As a murderer, he certainly could not continue associating with the villagers of Cocoa Village. Otherwise, it would only raise the Navy's suspicions. Should all the villagers be deemed accomplices in murder, the consequences would be dire indeed. With profound admiration and reluctance, the villagers of Cocoa Village bid farewell to Chu Ba Wang and the Straw Hat crew. Meanwhile, the legendary journey of Chu Ba Wang and the Straw Hat crew was just beginning. At the Navy base of Colonel Mouse. Hello, is this the Navy headquarters? This is Captain George of the 16th Branch stationed in the East Sea, ID number 889615. Hello, this is Navy headquarters. We have received a significant report. The highest leader of our branch, Colonel Mouse, has been killed. Please issue a wanted notice. What? The highest leader has been killed? Please provide details. This is a grave offense, and those responsible will face the death penalty. Who dares to be so audacious as to kill an official Navy officer? George delivered a lengthy report to Navy headquarters, having no choice but to comply with Chu Ba Wang's orders, outlining every detail as required. By the time he concluded his report, cold sweat had drenched his palms, fearful of revealing any flaws. After a lengthy silence, the headquarters seemed to contemplate the accuracy of the information. Understood. The Navy headquarters has received the report. We will actively search for the whereabouts of Chu Ba Wang and the Straw Hat crew. As for Colonel Mouse, if the information proves true, that scoundrel will be nailed to the Navy headquarters pillar of shame. This group indeed poses a significant threat, having even defeated the so-called invincible fisherman Arlong and his crew. Given the dangers they present, we will set a substantial bounty on Chu Ba Wang and the Straw Hat crew. George could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, finally feeling at ease. Headquarters, we have received your response. We will now send photographs via the transponder snail. Please confirm receipt. Headquarters received. Headquarters received. Despite the villagers' enthusiastic invitations, Chu Ba Wang decided to remain in Cocoa Village for a couple more days. Given the speed of information transmission in the pirate world, 2 days would not impede the journey of their ship. At this moment, Cocoa Village was hosting the most memorable celebration party in its history. Someone suggested erecting a monument in honor of Chu Ba Wang, receiving unanimous agreement. However, the proposer was immediately beaten by Chu Ba Wang. Damn it, I have painstakingly distanced myself from you lot, and now you wish to erect a monument for me? Is that not inviting trouble upon myself? Thanks to Master Ba Wang, we no longer have to live in fear under Arlong's tyranny. Nami's sister, Nojiko, raised a glass of frothy beer, drinking heartily at the celebration. Since Fishman Arlong's arrival in Cocoa Village, they had not experienced such joy. Nojiko, I just saw Arlong Park. It was incredible. It was completely demolished. Nojiko ruffled the hair of a little girl, smiling as she replied, Isn't it astonishing? All thanks to Master Ba Wang. Without him, we would not enjoy the beautiful Cocoa Village we have now. Nojiko, where is the person who defeated the dragon? I want to meet him. The porcelain doll-like little girl exclaimed, her arms spreading wide with excitement. But Nojiko was acutely aware that this little girl, named Lanshi, had lost her father to Fishman Arlong for failing to pay protection fees. At the center of the dining table, through the throng of people, Lanshi gazed in the direction of Nojiko's finger. What did she see? A bald man wearing a yellow straw hat, devouring food with a potato in one hand and an apple in the other, as if he were a conveyor belt of gluttony. His appearance resembled that of a famished ghost reincarnated, and due to his rapid eating, the plate nearly lodged in his throat. Were it not for the rubbery nature of his body, he might very well have choked to death. That was none other than the gluttonous Luffy. The little girl Lanchi was left dumbfounded, her fantasies of a hero shattered as she murmured, "Huh? He is the one who saved us?" Nojiko, exasperated, retorted, "How could it possibly be this brat? It is the person behind him. Look closely." The serene piano melodies resonated throughout the village of Cocoa West. The villagers involuntarily closed their eyes, gently swaying to the rhythm, utterly enraptured by the ocean of music. Meanwhile, the little girl Lanchi peeked curiously at the dapper figure of Mr. Chu, dressed in a tailcoat. In her eyes, a twinkle sparkled like a bright red heart. Wow, is that Mr. Chu? So handsome, musically gifted, and incredibly powerful. He is truly exceptional. I've decided that when I grow up, I must marry Mr. Chu. Nuachi raised her finger playfully to Lanchi's little nose, smiling. You do have quite the sweet tongue, little one. However, Mr. Chu is already taken, so you might not have a chance. After a moment of contemplation, Lanchi frowned and replied, Actually, being a little wife is fine too. Aren't those powerful figures on the sea allowed to have multiple wives? Mr. Chu is so strong, handsome, and gentle. I don't think having a few concubines would be unreasonable. Nuachi was taken aback. She couldn't fathom what went through the minds of today's youth. Yet, on another note, she found Lanchi's reasoning quite valid. After all, aren't most true heroes surrounded by multiple partners? Mr. Chu truly is remarkable. Nuachi stared blankly at Mr. Chu, who was lost in the music. Momentarily entranced. For some inexplicable reason, the thought of Mr. Chu potentially seeking a second wife made her heart race uncontrollably. No, Nuachi. This line of thinking is perilous. Even if Mr. Chu were to take a concubine, how could he possibly choose someone as ordinary as you? Moreover, if you were indeed selected, how would you handle your relationship with your sister Nami? As Nuachi pondered these matters, Mr. Chu concluded his piano performance with a slight bow, eliciting a wave of cheers and applause from the villagers below. The fervent cheers and applause were filled with deep respect and gratitude. Nuachi, go say goodbye to Nami. We have lingered here long enough. It is time for us to depart. Nuachi felt a pang of reluctance, her small hands twisting anxiously behind her back. Are we leaving so soon? The villagers wish to host you longer. Mr. Chu chuckled. If we stay any longer, by the time the Navy investigates, Cocoa West might truly be implicated as accomplices. And that would only bring more trouble. Nuachi nodded in understanding, but couldn't help but contemplate whether she could sneak onto the ship. Throughout history, beautiful women have adored heroes, especially those as handsome as Mr. Chu. Unfortunately, he possessed both attributes in abundance, complemented by an artistic flair and a gentle demeanor that made it no surprise he captured Nuachi's heart. Observing Nuachi's inner turmoil, Mr. Chu grinned. I have a way to instantly return to Cocoa West. If you ever miss me dearly, I will come back to see you. Nuachi's eyes sparkled with joy. Really? Mr. Chu playfully tapped a chestnut, smiling as he replied, What? Do you not believe the words of your savior? Nuachi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She realized her eagerness had exposed her emotions to Mr. Chu. Quick to change the subject, she naturally linked her arm with his. Let us not dwell on that. Aren't you looking for Nami? I just saw her at the tattoo parlor. Let us go find her together. The tattoo parlor? What is Nami doing there? Mr. Chu recalled clearly that he had already erased the fish tattoo from her arm. Could it be? The thought made Mr. Chu chuckle helplessly. 8 years ago, young Nami had reluctantly joined the Fishman Pirates, acquiring a fish tattoo on her left arm that saddened her deeply. To comfort her, Nuachi had also gotten a tattoo. If Nami was at the tattoo parlor now, she might be getting a new design to avoid making Nuachi feel lonely. Doctor, could you please tattoo a small piano on my left arm? The doctor was taken aback. A small piano? Why choose a piano? Especially after she had only just had her tattoo removed? Wait, he recalled that only one person in the village had a small piano tattoo. Gazing at the piano sketch on the white paper, the doctor seemed to understand. Doctor, my time in Cocoa West is an unforgettable memory. I wish to etch this experience into my very being. The doctor sighed deeply, knowing he could not dissuade the stubborn Nami. He thought to himself, what a foolish girl. With a man as exceptional as Mr. Chu, the number of girls vying for his affection must be countless. If you truly like him, you should first solidify your bond before pursuing further. You ought to cook the rice before thinking of turning it into a meal. This statement certainly appears to hold some merit. Nami's eyes suddenly sparkled, akin to a lost lamb rediscovering its path. The doctor, however, found himself in a moment of panic. For heaven's sake, I was merely jesting. You wouldn't take it seriously, would you? Nami, do not act impulsively. The formidable Mr. Crocodile is a man you shall never possess. He is, after all, your godfather. As the adopted daughter of Crocodile, your filial piety must remain untainted. Ultimately, Crocodile and the Straw Hat crew departed from Cocoa West Village. Setting sail once more. At the farewell, Nami left behind the 100 million berries she had pilfered, taking only a few seeds from the orange trees in the orchard that were on the verge of ripening. The following day greeted with azure skies and fluffy clouds. While the sea breeze wafted gently, a news-delivering seagull alighted upon the railing of the Going Merry. In the vast ocean, the transmission of information is remarkably cumbersome. The primary means through which people acquire news is through newspapers. The news-delivering seagull serves as the solitary messenger of information on the high seas. Do not underestimate this seagull, for it hails from the enigmatic World Economic News Agency. The World Economic News Agency wields dominion over the global fishing fleets, possessing cutting-edge intelligence that should not be dismissed lightly. The pressure exerted by the fishing fleets, to a certain extent, symbolizes public sentiment. If harnessed wisely, it could indeed instigate a monumental upheaval across the entire pirate world. Is the largest newspaper in the Grand Line, the Alabasta Times, about to see another price hike? Are you not charging a tad exorbitantly? If you raise the price again, I might just refrain from purchasing. Nami, resembling a vendor haggling over vegetables, pointed and gestured at the oversized head of the news-delivering seagull. The seagull responded. This was the first time it encountered such a peculiar customer. It was merely a newspaper. Was it truly necessary to be so stingy? Usopp squatted in the corner, mending the damaged Mary, muttering softly. Is it really that difficult to part with one or two newspapers? Nami raised an eyebrow in displeasure, retorting, humph. One wouldn't understand the value of hard-earned money unless they were in charge. What a lack of conscience. Have I been feeding the large bones and meat I buy for you all to the dogs? Upon hearing the phrase large bones and meat, Luffy instantly snapped out of his daydream, leaping up and down in excitement. Meat. Where's the meat? I want to eat meat. Zoro. Sanji. Usopp. In reality, the little miser Nami had her own calculations in mind. She wished to save a bit more money so that when the time came for her to marry, she could bring her own dowry. Just as Nami began to indulge in fantasies of her post-marriage life, a pair of large hands stealthily reached for the newly transplanted orange tree. Thud. Without mercy, Nami delivered a punch that sent a bright pink bump swelling on Luffy's forehead. Luffy was on the verge of tears. It was just an orange. Why are you hitting me again? Sanji, cigarette in mouth, cast a disapproving glance at Luffy, saying, Luffy, keep your distance from the orange tree in the future. This is the orange tree that Miss Nami specially transplanted for Mr. Babua. It must not be allowed for you to pilfer it. Sanji has reached a profound realization. He understands who the true pillar of the ship is. In pursuit of learning the dazzling and immensely powerful supreme kicking techniques, Black Leg Sanji has ventured further down the path of servitude. Zoro cast a disdainful glance at Sanji. Retreating to a shaded area with a sigh, this is the outcome of not being able to swallow one's pride and seek a mentor. You once mocked me for becoming an unnamed disciple. I suppose now you regret it, don't you? Fortunately, I had the foresight to shamelessly forge a connection and successfully became a disciple of Bobo Wang. Nowadays, my swordsmanship has progressed tremendously. You, foul chef, have finally realized your folly and wish to cling to a powerful ally? It is far too late for that. What has fallen out from the newspaper? Nami initially assumed it to be a flyer, but upon discerning the content printed on the page, she was momentarily taken aback. This is a bounty notice for Mr. Bobo Wang? Usopp also leaned in. A substantial bounty notice from the East Blue is exceedingly rare. Aside from the clown buggy, the East Blue Overlord Admiral Creek, and the Fishman Arlong of the Arlong Pirates, bounty notices are generally not inserted into newspapers. How is this possible? When Usopp finally comprehended the bounty amount, he was rendered speechless, his mouth agape in shock. 900 million berries. Zoro was equally astounded. Having once been a pirate hunter, he understood the terrifying implications of this figure more than anyone else. To put things into perspective, the average bounty in the entire East Blue is merely 300,000 berries. Even Admiral Creek, the overlord of the East Blue, has a bounty of only 17 million berries. For Mr. Bobo Wang to be so formidable yet have a bounty of only 900 million berries seems rather insufficient. Does it not? Sanji sees the opportunity to flatter. Look here, I have a bounty notice too. A whopping 30 million berries. I can't believe I am also wanted. Luffy laughed heartily. as if he had stumbled upon a pot of honey. Everyone else wore a look of exasperation. It is truly beyond our comprehension how one can remain so jubilant when being wanted. However, this poster portrays me in an unflattering light. Why does Mr. Bobo Wong's poster look so strikingly handsome? Luffy surveyed the two bounty notices, which seemed to originate from entirely different publishers. In the photo, Luffy donned his iconic straw hat, his shiny forehead capable of serving as a mirror. In contrast, the bounty notice for Bobo Wang depicted him in a pristine white suit, elegantly seated beside a piano, revealing only a side profile. An irresistible charm emanated from him. Without comparison, there can be no pain. In juxtaposition, Luffy felt as though he were the offspring of a stepmother. Nevertheless, he soon forgot his bald-headed woes. With an initial bounty of 30 million berries, he felt as though he might float away from sheer excitement. Unbeknownst to them, Bobo Wang had already approached from behind. 900 million berries? This is far too little. Not even reaching 1 billion. How absurd. Am I considered less than a mere ruffian pirate in the eyes of the Navy headquarters? Never mind. Bounty notices are merely a facade. Why concern oneself with such trivialities? Is it that the soda is not refreshing, or the games are not enjoyable? Rather than fretting over this, one would be better off indulging in intimacy with the lovely rich girl Koya. Meanwhile, the New World was presenting a tumultuous scene. To traverse the Grand Line is the dream of every pirate. It is said that the destination of the Grand Line is Raftel, where the legendary treasure, One Piece, is concealed. Whoever finds One Piece can lay claim to the title of Pirate King, yet only the Roger pirates are known to have reached it. The first half of the Grand Line is referred to as Paradise, while the latter half is known as the New World. The two halves are separated by the Red Line. The Celestial Dragons and the World Conquerors reside in the most sacred region atop the Red Line, Mariehua. The so-called New World is a sea ruled by the Four Emperors. After the rigorous selection process of the first half of the Grand Line, many pirates navigating this treacherous sea possess formidable strength, making it the most challenging and perilous of waters. Among the Four Emperors, red-haired Shanks is lauded as the man closest to the throne of Pirate King. On that day, an unwelcome guest arrived in the territory of the red-haired Shanks. He sailed in a coffin-shaped vessel, boldly intruding into the domain of the Four Emperors. Indeed, this individual was none other than the world's foremost swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. Mihawk? What brings you here? A newly joined apprentice pirate exclaimed in terror, raising his blade menacingly towards Mihawk. As a member of the Seven Warlords of the Sea, Mihawk was regarded by all pirates as a mere pawn in the quest for world domination. The newly joined pirate lackey was understandably terrified of Mihawk. Do not panic. I am not here to seek you out. Where are the officers? Hawkeye Mihawk remained composed, revealing his eagle-like, piercing yellow eyes. Captain, this is bad. Hawkeye Mihawk has come knocking. The small leader was frightened by Mihawk's gaze and scrambled to the core area of the island. All pirate crews share a common hierarchy, ranked from highest to lowest: captain, first mate, officer, small leader, basic pirate, and trainee pirate. Ah, it is Hawkeye. A rare visitor indeed. I am currently feeling rather unwell. Are you here to spar in swordsmanship? Red-haired Shanks's expression was hard as he nestled under the sunshade, obscuring his face. He had just engaged in a fierce battle with his officers and was inebriated to the point of discomfort. Humph, I had no intention of challenging you. The one who has lost his left arm to a duel. Mihawk pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket and solemnly stated, I have discovered an intriguing pirate. I believe you would find him quite interesting. He is a curious boy from a small village. It was a bounty notice. The photo depicted Luffy, adorned with his iconic straw hat, his shiny forehead glinting like a mirror. Who is this lad? Why does this hat seem familiar? Wait, how did my hat end up in his possession? Shanks was taken aback. Isn't this the rubber man Luffy? How has he become bald? Lakiru, holding a chicken leg, wore a similarly bewildered expression. His initial bounty reaches an astounding 30 million berries. It is no wonder the captain has taken note of this boy. The first mate Ben Beckman thought to himself, what a remarkable lad. No wonder he seems so familiar. He is the rubber kid. And his first bounty has reached 30 million? That is quite rare, even on a global scale. Red-haired Shanks gulped down his drink heartily, laughing with unabashed pride. He is indeed the young lad he admires. In the past, he even wagered one of his own arms, and it turned out he did not bring shame upon himself. Wait a moment. Hawkeye, could it be that your visit this time is solely to remind me of this trivial matter? Shanks gazed at Mihawk with suspicion. He was well aware of his old friend's temperament. The initial bounty of 30 million was indeed astonishing. However, such a minor issue should not warrant a special trip from Hawkeye. Surely, you must possess other significant intelligence to share with the captain, right? Beckman's gaze sharpened instantly. He discerned that the rubber lad was merely mentioned in passing. The individual who could command the attention of the world's greatest swordsman was evidently someone else entirely. Beckman was somewhat taken aback. Who could be so formidable as to garner the respect of the world's foremost swordsman, compelling him to journey across vast distances to share this information with his only friend? Hawkeye Mihawk unsheathed his black blade, Yuru, his expression grave as he spoke. During my travels in the East Blue, my black blade Yuru was once stolen. Gulp. Red-haired Shanks swallowed hard, clearly astonished. Mihawk, you cannot be jesting, can you? All the officers of the red-haired pirates were left in stunned silence. As officers, they were fully aware of Hawkeye Mihawk's prowess. The man before them, sharp as an eagle, was a fearsome presence capable of matching their captain in swordsmanship. With countless swordsmen across the globe, even so. Mihawk has steadfastly held the throne as the world's greatest swordsman for decades. This, indeed, symbolizes the terrifying strength. How is it possible? Mihawk, you are the world's greatest swordsman. Who could possibly take your weapon? Usopp's father, Jesus Burgess, fixed his gaze intently on Mihawk, trying to extract the true answer from the depths of his eyes. The world's greatest swordsman? In the presence of that man, I am utterly unworthy of such a title. A swordsman's blade is akin to life itself. If I cannot even safeguard my own weapon, what face do I have to call myself the world's greatest swordsman? Mihawk once more retrieved a bounty notice from his pocket, slamming it onto the table with a heavy sigh. Shanks, can you even begin to fathom? In the face of this formidable man, I lack even the courage to draw my sword. Hawkeye Mihawk recounted his experiences in the East Blue to Shanks, unwilling to conceal this matter from him, for Shanks is one of his few true friends. Are you suggesting that a monumental event occurred in Syrup Village, where swords from all around flew uncontrollably? Even you were unable to forcibly retain the black blade, Yuru? A look of astonishment crept into Luffy's eyes, and he dropped the chicken leg he had been holding, utterly oblivious. This is utterly absurd. What kind of person is capable of wielding such an array of blades? Could he possibly be an incarnation of the sword god? B. Are you suggesting that his name is B? What's happening? I intended to call him by his true name, yet I mistakenly uttered the wrong one. Shanks's expression stiffened, feeling an overwhelming sense of humiliation. It is truly maddening. What is going on? How did I suddenly refer to this individual as B? Mihawk's expression darkened as well. Even Shanks, one of the four emperors, has fallen victim to this. The name is indeed rather peculiar. Clearly intending to utter chbwing, he instead finds himself inadvertently exclaiming Daddy Wong. Hey, I refuse to believe that I cannot articulate his name. Shanks, somewhat defiant, endeavored to salvage his dignity. He cleared his throat, vowing to pronounce chbwing in its entirety. Bwing. Alas, he faltered once more. This will not do. I shall try again. Bwing. Bwing. Shanks's expression stiffened, surrendering to frustration. The members of the red-haired pirates exchanged bewildered glances. It was all exceedingly strange. The swordsmanship of this fellow is not only exceedingly peculiar, but his name is equally strange. Although he intends to call out his true name, he finds himself irresistibly compelled to shout Baba instead. Shanks, feeling somewhat vexed, raised his goblet and resumed his hearty drinking. What an outrageous situation this is. The illustrious Yonko of the New World, amidst his numerous subordinates, calls a stranger Baba, which is utterly humiliating. Is this the bounty for Baba Wang? My goodness. The initial bounty astonishingly reaches a staggering 90 million berries. This captain finds it quite amusing. Are those stationed in the East Blue truly so inept? Such a formidable adversary has a bounty of merely 90 million berries. This paltry sum is hardly worthy of Shanks's attention. In the New World, bounties of this caliber are abundant. Not to mention, one of his subordinate pirate trainees boasts a bounty in the hundreds of millions. However, the staggering bounty of 90 million berries does not originate from the New World. It has yet to even breach the borders of the Grand Line. The average bounty in the East Blue barely reaches a mere 3 million berries. To unleash a criminal of such value into the weakest sea, the East Blue, is akin to releasing a wolf among sheep. However, what truly leaves Shanks at a loss for words is not merely this fact, but the sheer incompetence of the station navy in the East Blue. They are unable to summon the courage to draw their swords against an adversary who is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the formidable Dracula Mihawk. Is it merely a bounty of 90 million berries that warrants such disdain? Let us not underestimate the might of the 7 warlords of the sea. They are not to be dismissed lightly. The actions of the East Blue Navy are indeed lamentable. I can already envision the expressions of those notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million as they provoke the tyrant only to be thoroughly outmatched. They would undoubtedly curse the ancestors of every woman involved in their quest for world domination. Ben Beckman, too, wore a peculiar expression. As Shanks' trusted right-hand man, he not only serves as the strategic mastermind of the red-haired pirates, but also possesses unparalleled combat prowess. Among the Emperor-level pirate crews of the New World, the red-haired pirates stand out as the sole crew boasting dual Emperor-level strength. Even the quest for world domination dares not provoke them lightly. It is time to depart. The message has been conveyed, and Mihawk does not linger. He intends to retreat into seclusion. Once again, Mihawk feels an immense pressure emanating from the tyrant. Shanks makes no effort to impede him, sensing the fierce fighting spirit within Mihawk. Rakairu, you are to post the bounty notice of the tyrant. If our crew encounters him, let them not engage him lightly. I have a premonition that the tyrant will soon arrive in the New World, stirring up a tempest. Rakairu stands momentarily stunned. This was the first time he had observed such a grave expression on his superior's face. However, upon further contemplation, he found himself understanding the gravity of the situation. It was only natural for there to be such concern, especially considering that even Mihawk, the world's foremost swordsman, had faced setbacks. As Lakira was about to turn and depart, Shanks called out, stating that if necessary, he could establish a rapport with the emperors, expressing his desire for an audience. It would be even more delightful if he could invite them for a friendly exchange of swordsmanship, as he was quite eager to witness it. In this world, the prowess of a swordsman who instills such dread in Mihawk speaks volumes about the terrifying nature of his swordsmanship. The unparalleled swordsman, Shanks, is not one to easily let such an opportunity slip away. In the East Blue, near Lobetown. What is this? It is merely 7 o'clock in the morning, and yet the lottery attempts are already maxed out? Could it be that 100 individuals were calling my name in their dreams last night? The system permits a maximum of 100 lottery draws each day. Triggered by the keyword. It seems this little system is not particularly astute. Otherwise, the play on words by Chu Ba Wang would have been reported long ago. After much contemplation, Chu Ba Wang could not fathom who had managed to rack up 100 lottery attempts on his behalf. Since he could not make sense of it, he decided to set his thoughts aside. Let us draw the lottery first. Reward: KFC Family Bucket X1 Reward, Mr. Krabs Burger King Secret Recipe X1 Reward. Empress Photo Collection, Volume 1, X1 Reward. Advanced Armament Hockey. Chu Ba Wang was utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening with this lottery? I could tolerate the Family Bucket and the Burger King Secret Recipe, but what on earth is this Empress Photo Collection? Does this rogue system truly possess such base and vulgar items? Quite enticing. For the next draw, may I have the pleasure of viewing the second volume as well? Chu Ba Wang was thoroughly engrossed, nearly succumbing to the temptation of burrowing back into bed to indulge in the wicked fantasies of a charming little wealthy lady. Alas, beauty indeed leads to corruption, harming both body and spirit. Chu Ba Wang rolled up his sleeves and, with a serious expression, declared, only 10 lottery chances remain. It seems it is time to sacrifice Usopp's hairline to turn my fortunes around. To the Buddha of the Western Paradise, the Jade Emperor, and the Supreme Lousy, great mighty heavenly dragon, world-honored Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, I beseech you, grant me the blessing of great rewards. Ding. Reward: complete Mark Armor set of Iron Man. Ding. Reward: the ultimate techniques of Saitama from One Punch Man. Alas, it seems all is lost. Have I even sacrificed the hairline of the great Usopp? However, the silver lining is that this time the lottery has indeed yielded an extraordinary treasure. The complete set of Iron Man's Mark Armors is undoubtedly a remarkable find. In comparison to Iron Man's nano armor, the pirate world's war machine, Bartholomew Kuma, pales in insignificance, does it not? The latest model of nano armor can even engage in a skirmish with a being of celestial caliber like Thanos, exhibiting formidable prowess. The essence of Saitama's teachings emphasizes one crucial point. Perseverance is paramount. One must perform 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and run 10 kilometers daily. P.S. The bald head grants an additional buff. Have I become bald yet stronger? Were Luffy to suddenly utter such a phrase, it would indeed be amusing. Nevertheless, at present, the power inherited from Saitama poses a considerable danger to Luffy. Currently, Luffy cannot yet be deemed a competent captain. Who would have thought this is the correct utilization of the Straw Hat crew? I am utterly enamored with you all. The gaze of the tyrant, Chu, has grown increasingly perilous. It appears that if I, an unfortunate soul, wish to procure something grand, I must offer a sacrifice to the deity of luck. Should I perhaps sacrifice Zoro's romantic fortune next time? It should suffice, right? Zoro's romantic luck has always been among the best in the pirate world. If I were to offer Zoro's romantic fortune as a tribute, surely I could summon the luck of the gods. At that moment, Zoro, cradling the sword Wado Ikamanji while napping, furrowed his brow, seemingly haunted by an unpleasant nightmare. The sky was clear, the azure waves sparkling, and seagulls soared above the going merry. The ocean caressed the colossal rocks beneath the depths, while an array of unknown fish frolicked in the waters. Hey, Usopp, have you perhaps hit early manhood? Why is your hair thinned so significantly? Luffy, with his mouth stuffed with succulent meat, mumbled. This is all Zoro's fault. He always chats late into the night with the sword spirit, leaving me sleep-deprived. A week prior, Mr. Tyrant had warned me that insufficient sleep could precipitate early manhood in men. Usopp scratched his head, staring at his hands filled with fallen hair, on the verge of tears. Goodness, could it be that this captain is infected by that rubber-headed boy, hastening my entry into middle age? Luffy devoured the meat with fervor, leaving nothing but bones, which he crunched audibly. He then removed his straw hat, revealing his gleaming bald head. Usopp, you must be strong. If worst comes to worst, we can both shave our heads. Mr. Tyrant once told me to face any adversity without fear, for the best way to conquer fear is to confront it. Perseverance is victory. Luffy's character has always been carefree, and he believes it is his duty as captain to uplift his crew. After all, he has gathered insights on combating hair loss. Is it merely hair loss? What is there to be concerned about? Just shave it all off and worry not about the issue of thinning hair. No, I must devise a plan to rescue my precarious locks. Unlike Luffy, Usopp does not possess such thick skin. He enjoys tinkering with peculiar inventions, like Nami's weather stick and Sanji's battle suit, all of which were conceived by Usopp. Clinging to the last few stubborn strands atop his head, Usopp retreated to his workshop. This time, he intended to explore what could restore his hair. Everyone, come quickly. I see a new island. Zoro was leisurely practicing sword flight in the air, while Sanji gazed enviously from below. Really? What kind of island is it? Luffy stretched out his arm and plopped down onto the figurehead of the Mary. That is Logue Town, Chopper replied with a smile as he linked arms with Koya. The town known as the beginning and the end. The former pirate king, Joel D. Roger, was born here and met his fate in this very place. It is situated near the entrance of the Grand Line, a necessary passageway from the East Blue into the Grand Line. The former Marine Admiral Zephyr's pupil, Colonel Smoker, is tasked with guarding Logue Town. It seems to be quite a large town. There should be a market selling fresh ingredients. It's time to replenish the Mary with new supplies. Sanji lit a cigarette for himself, carefully distancing himself from where Chopper and Koya stood. He had once overheard the Tyrant express, albeit indirectly, that even second-hand smoke is detrimental to infants and comrades alike. Since then, Sanji had seldom smoked in public. In response, Chopper had specially gifted Sanji a box of Zobo's triple-filtered eco-friendly cigarette tips. These filtered cigarette holders have always been regarded as treasures by Sanji, who has often displayed them before Zoro to flaunt his collection. Zoro, filled with regret, lamented his youthful ignorance in not learning to smoke, wishing he could have procured some of those filters as mementos. I must visit the weapon shop. A three-sword-style swordsman without a single sword is simply unthinkable. Zoro cast a covetous glance at the enchanted sword, Chienrin, sheathed at the waist of the Overlord of Chu, secretly licking his lips in anticipation. The Overlord had once casually mentioned that should Zoro manage to defeat Dracul Mihawk within 2 years, he might earn this superior weapon from the Kingdom of God Silk as a reward for his endeavors. The image of the Overlord wielding Chienrin to vanquish Colonel Mouse was indelibly etched in Zoro's mind. It could be said that he dreamed of sleeping with Chienrin in his arms. Chienrin, what the hell? I regard you as my master. And yet you wish to sleep with me? I also need to pay a visit to the tool shop, and perhaps acquire a hat as well. Usopp adjusted the brim of his modest hat, attempting to obscure his receding hairline. Sanji, before you leave, please gather some oranges for me. I wish to prepare some juice for the Overlord. Upon hearing that Nami intended to make orange juice for the Overlord, Sanji eagerly climbed the orange tree. Nami wore a seemingly playful smile, her gaze darting over the Overlord's broad chest, tinged with excitement. Last night must have been exhausting for the Overlord, wouldn't you agree? How about I help replenish his strength with some fresh orange juice? Nami whispered softly in the Overlord's ear. The night's torments had not only afflicted Koya but also Nami, who had the misfortune of residing in the adjacent room, enduring the raucous sounds that reverberated through the walls. This leaves Nami, who is on the cusp of adolescence, struggling to find slumber. Already troubled by insomnia due to her departure from her homeland, she unexpectedly catches a glimpse through a hole in the wall of the passionate and fiery intimacy between Chu Ba Wang and Koya in the dead of night. Instantly, she feels invigorated, unable to sleep a wink as her mind races with fantasies of being ravaged by Chu Bawang in place of Koya. Following that fateful night, the little thief cat Nami has finally matured. Well then, let me sample your skills, Nami. It has been quite a while since I last tasted orange juice. Chu Bawang muses, perplexed. You, the robust and mighty Bawang, spend merely a couple of hours each evening assisting your mother in the fields. Even if orange juice is meant to rejuvenate, should it not be Koya's mother who benefits instead? A slight smile plays on Nami's lips as she replies, Father, I assure you, my culinary talents will undoubtedly please you. For reasons unknown, Chu Bawang harbors a suspicion that Nami's smile conceals some scheme. To be honest, he is aware that Nami has been spying on his nocturnal escapades with Koya. Knowing is one thing, action is entirely another. If he were to seal the small hole in the wall, it would only serve to humiliate the peeping Nami further. If Koya were to discover that she is being watched by Nami through the wall every night, her indignation would be boundless. Meanwhile, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp hurriedly made their way to Rogue Town, leaving only Chu Bawang and Nami aboard the ship. As for Koya, she remains preoccupied in her study, engrossed in her medical research. Bawang, is it delicious? Nami inquires, offering a glass of orange juice. Its sweet and tangy flavor is quite delightful. Chu Bawang admits candidly. Suddenly, Nami leans closer, whispering affectionately in his ear, So, compared to Koya's mother-s milk, which one tastes better? I suspect you are being suggestive, and I request you accompany me to the Bureau for investigation. Chu Bawang, caught off guard, inadvertently sprays orange juice all over Nami's face. Ah, Bawang, she exclaims, her cheeks flushed. Today, Nami is clad in simple casual wear that accentuates her slender figure. Her dreamlike, pure eyes captivate with a single glance, and her long hair cascades like that of a celestial maiden. To make matters worse, her exquisite face is now smeared with an unknown liquid. The damp, ethereal ambience creates an enchanting dreamlike quality. When a delicate smile graces her captivating face and her beautiful eyes briefly scan the surroundings, the misty allure of her damp hair seamlessly merges with her inherent charm, forging an irresistible magic. Even with the steadfastness of the formidable Chu Bawang, his heart momentarily races. Ahem. Suddenly, Chu Bawang recalls a minor task he must attend to, necessitating a visit to Rogue Town. He attempts to divert the conversation. It must be said that the petite thief Nami has begun her transformation. The faint scent of innocence causes even Chu Bawang to feel slightly flustered. However, he is not the type to act beastly towards his goddaughter. Observing Chu Bawang's unwavering gaze fixated on her bosom, a subtle smile graces Nami's lips. It seems this young lady possesses ample assets. Nami, stay aboard the Mary and refrain from wandering about. I shall fetch you an orange from Rogue Town. Wait, Bawang. You haven't answered my question yet. Before Nami could launch another verbal assault, Chu Bawang swiftly departed from the Golden Mary with his attendant, Xiaoqing. What am I supposed to answer? How would I know if your orange juice is more delightful than Koya's milk? Besides, Koya has never given birth. Where would her milk come from? Just as Chu Bawang began to meander aimlessly through Rogue Town, the naval branch stationed there was stirred into a frenzy. A naval subordinate exclaimed, Colonel Smoker, trouble is brewing. We've received word from headquarters that the pirate Monkey D, Luffy and his crew are heading to Rogue Town. He is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 30 million. Furthermore, there is a vicious criminal on board who has slain a naval colonel, carrying a staggering bounty of 90 million berries, regardless of life or death. Within the mist-laden office, the expression of the smoke-wielding smoker shifted dramatically. A criminal with a bounty of 90 million berries? This may well be the most terrifying bounty notice to emerge from the East China Sea in recent years. And it is indeed the most severe, disregarding life and death. It is worth noting that even the notorious Admiral Creek and the Fishman Arlong have not received such a level of treatment. Only the most dangerous and malevolent pirates are deemed worthy of such a bounty. To have killed a professional Navy officer? Truly a heinous act. Smoker, with two enormous cigars clenched between his teeth and his bare upper body revealing well-defined abdominal muscles, displayed an unusual expression of shock. He inquired, Where has Tashiji gone? A Navy subordinate replied, It seems she left early this morning, but she mentioned she wouldn't miss the training. Tashigi is Smoker's direct subordinate and serves in the Navy stationed at Logetown. Her favorite pastime is collecting renowned swords taken by villains, and it appears she has seized a moment before training to search for the whereabouts of such blades in Logetown. Another Navy subordinate rushed into the office, saluted respectfully, and reported, "Report to Colonel Smoker. A pirate crew has been spotted at the port. You must proceed to the scene immediately." The first subordinate echoed, "It must be Luffy and his crew. They have certainly broken in. Do not panic. There is no need for concern. Ever since I took control of this town, no vicious pirate has ever escaped from here. Not even a criminal with a bounty of 90 million berries could slip through my grasp." Smoker shrugged indifferently, his weapon, the jit embedded with sea prism stone, resting on his back as he strode away decisively. In his eyes, whether it be the pirate Luffy or the notorious criminal with a bounty of 90 million berries, they were all of little consequence. It was not until Smoker had departed that the subordinate realized his duty, lamenting, "Colonel Smoker, you forgot to check the information on the bounty notice. The Navy station at Logetown is not a short distance from the coastal port." Smoker was in no hurry to execute the capture. Those pirates passing through Logetown would undoubtedly stop for supplies and would not escape anytime soon. For some reason, Smoker found himself reminiscing about the legendary man from his childhood, the former pirate king, Joel D. Roger. "Do you seek my treasure? If you desire it, I can give it all to you. Go find it. I have placed all my treasures there. It lies within the Grand Line. That legendary great treasure is the One Piece." Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously, as if it were about to unleash a torrent of water accumulated over thousands of tons. Crackling, lightning danced through the clouds like serpents, and Smoker looked up at the sky, feeling agitated. For some inexplicable reason, he sensed that something significant was about to transpire in Logetown. 300,000 berries, 500,000 berries, 700,000 berries. These renowned swords are exceedingly expensive. The cheapest among them costs 100,000 berries. Zoro gazed despondently at the exquisite swords displayed in the shop window. Too expensive. These weapons are exceedingly expensive. He indeed borrowed some usury from Nami, and in repaying, he must return threefold, including both principal and interest. Yet, despite this, Zoro still cannot afford 3 swords for his arsenal. If he wishes to gather 3 blades, he might have to sell himself to afford them. However, he is unwilling to enter the Grand Line with merely 1 sword. Losing face for himself is trivial, but if he were to disgrace his master, he might risk expulsion from his dojo. He has not forgotten the promise he made to the conqueror of Chu during his duel with Mihawk. He shall not lose to anyone until he has triumphed over the great hawk eyes. "Zoro, what are you gazing at?" A large hand patted his shoulder. Who is calling me?" "Master Baroque, it is you." "Good morning, Sister Ching." Upon recognizing the 2 figures behind him, Zoro immediately forced a smile. The conqueror of Chu glanced at Zoro and said with a smile, "Zoro, I shall take you to a splendid place where you will find what you need." Zoro stood frozen in place, overwhelmed with anxiety. Could it be that Master Baroque is already aware of his financial plight? This situation is rather precarious. As a triple threat swordsman, being unable to gather sufficient funds for even 3 swords would surely invite scorn from my master. Having finally mustered the audacity to adopt the moniker of Chieftain of the Overlord's anonymous disciple, I am determined not to squander this extraordinary opportunity to learn unparalleled swordsmanship. Burdened with immense anxiety, Zoro followed the Overlord as they meandered into a time-honored weaponry shop steeped in history. The walls were adorned with an array of weapons, forks, swords, and sickles, each cloaked in a layer of dust. The proprietor lay in a deep slumber. With Colonel Smoker stationed in Rogue Town, the influx of pirates had dwindled, severely impacting her business. "Excuse me, I wish to purchase a sword," the Overlord announced, rapping the counter twice. The shopkeeper jolted awake, momentarily taken aback. Having weathered many storms, she had never truly comprehended the essence of a genuine pretty boy until this moment. The guest before her, seemingly in his 20s, towered over her by a full foot. With shoulder-length black hair, porcelain skin, and eyes that sparkled like stars, his every gesture exuded an air of springtime warmth. Clad in a tailored white suit, one could only describe his aura with phrases such as a jade tree swaying in the wind or an otherworldly being. "Mr. Overlord W. Welcome. I am Jessica, the shopkeeper, at your service." Momentarily entranced, she stammered, even neglecting to question how she recognized the Overlord's name, her eyes shimmering with infatuation. Meanwhile, Zoro and the ethereal Ching were rendered invisible in her gaze. "Please, prepare 2 exquisite swords for my anonymous disciple." "Zoro, Come forth and select your weapon. This selection shall serve as a welcoming gift from your master. Oh, thank you, Master Overlord, Zoro exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. Despite his efforts to conceal his financial embarrassment, it seemed he had been unmasked. Truly, his master was formidable. Zoro. The shopkeeper's gaze fell upon the blade, Wad Ikamanji, at Zoro's waist, and she was once again struck with astonishment. Although her business was lackluster, her ability to discern talent was impeccable. With just a single glance, she recognized the sharp will that emanated from Zoro. Isn't this the illustrious East Sea's foremost swordsman? The three-sword-style pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro? How has he become an anonymous disciple of another? What astonishes her even more is that Zoro shows no inclination to refute this claim. Instead, he respectfully addresses someone as master. Well then, I shall temporarily entrust the sword spirit. Xiaowen, to Sister Xiaoqing. I am off to select my weapon. Leave it to me. Xiaoqing replied casually, her sweet smile rendering the entire atmosphere breathless. At that moment, a short-haired girl wearing glasses and a light yellow top suddenly burst into the weapon shop. Excuse me for the interruption, but has the Shiyu that I requested you to polish been completed? Dasky exclaimed as she rushed up to the shopkeeper. However, as she passed by Chu Ba Wang and Xiaoqing, she momentarily froze. The striking handsomeness of Chu Ba Wang and the breathtaking beauty of Xiaoqing instantly captivated her attention. When she finally discerned the blade in Xiaoqing's hand, the renowned Wad Ikamanji, she was utterly taken aback. Is this not one of the 20 finest swords, the Wad Ikamanji? This knife is a world-renowned weapon valued at over 10 million berries. To witness its true form today is indeed a remarkable delight. Dasky, momentarily neglecting her own weapon, dashed before the formidable Chu Bawang, exclaiming, Mr. Bawang, would you be willing to sell this knife? I am prepared to offer twice the market price for it. However, as soon as the words left her lips, Dasky found herself utterly bewildered. What was happening? Why did I address a stranger as Bawang? It was utterly humiliating to inadvertently acknowledge him as a father figure. Moreover, I intended to call him Mr. Chu Bawang, so why did I suddenly stutter at such a critical moment? Wait, how did I even know his name was Chu Bawang? Is this an encounter with the supernatural? Could this be the mysterious fate that binds us? Chu Bawang smiled faintly. He had never anticipated that, while personally accompanying Zoro to purchase a blade, he would cross paths with Dasky, who shared a profound connection with Zoro. In the original narrative, Zoro and Dasky did not meet in this weapon shop. Furthermore, it appeared that Dasky was unaware that she had been placed on a wanted list. Otherwise, she would not have spoken to him so politely moments ago. Indeed, the transmission of information across the vast ocean is inherently fraught with uncertainty. The remote and underdeveloped East Sea undoubtedly stands as one of the most inconspicuous corners of the world. Even in the pursuit of global dominion, it is impossible to extend one's influence to every nook and cranny of the earth. Xiaoqing furrowed her delicate brows and said with displeasure, You might as well abandon this infatuation. This blade is merely being safeguarded by its master and will not be sold to anyone. Master, you dare refer to the formidable Lord Chu as your master? Darsky gazed intently at the positioning of Chu Bawang and Xiaoqing, her breath catching in her throat. Such a stunning young lady actually addressed Chu Bawang as her master. She had assumed that Xiaoqing and Chu Bawang shared a romantic relationship. Little did she realize that Xiaoqing's status was so profoundly subservient. In that moment, Darsky's emotions became tumultuously complex. She felt a blend of sympathy for Xiaoqing's plight and indignation towards Chu Bawang. It is only natural for anyone to feel compassion upon discovering that such a breathtaking beauty as Xiaoqing is merely a lowly servant. The desire for beauty is universal, and the somewhat naive Darsky was no exception. Master Bawang, I have returned. I have found the perfect weapons for myself. At that moment, Zoro emerged from the back door, a joyous expression on his face, cradling 3 sharp blades. However, upon catching sight of Darsky's exquisite visage, he was rendered speechless, a tempest of emotion stirring within him, leaving him in a state of profound unrest. How is it that this woman bears an identical visage to her companion, Guena? Zoro did not engage in a hasty conversation with Dasky, for he realized that she seemingly did not recognize him. This left Zoro feeling rather dejected. Perhaps his dear companion, Guena, had truly passed away. Well, it is good enough that he has returned. As the overlord of Chu casually glanced at the weapons display within the shop, a flicker of surprise crossed his mind. Isn't this the legendary Sandai Kitetsu? How could it possibly appear in this shop? Those familiar with the original work would naturally understand. The blade, known as the cursed sword Sandai Kitetsu, along with Yuki, one of the renowned swords forged by the master craftsman, should rightfully be in the possession of a rather unscrupulous shopkeeper. Could it be that my arrival has caused a slight butterfly effect in the world of pirates? Perhaps it is indeed my presence that has triggered numerous butterfly effects in this realm. After all, according to the original storyline, although Crocodile and the Fishman Arlong were defeated by Monkey D. Luffy, they did not meet their demise. Dazbones's gaze shifted to Zoro, his tone filled with curiosity. You intend to wield 3 swords as your weapons? You remind me of a certain bounty hunter. What was his name? Roronoa, if I recall correctly? Yet, despite his high notoriety in the East Blue, it is all ill fame. He dares to treat swords as mere tools for profit, should I ever encounter him. I shall not let him off easily. Zoro paused momentarily. What an audacious maneuver is this? To berate me in my presence. Is it not exceedingly disrespectful? His full name is Roronoa Zoro. Roronoa was his alias during his time as a bounty hunter. The naturally oblivious Tashigi, clearly unaware of the emotional shift in Zoro's gaze, continued to express her naive thoughts with a look of melancholy. I simply cannot fathom why the malevolent forces of this age are so rampant. The renowned swordsmen are either pirates or bounty hunters. Most of the world's famed blades seem to rest in their grasp. Surely, those swords must weep. Zoro smirked slightly, turning his back to Tashigi, and remarked, they too may have their own burdens to bear, regardless of who they are. Everyone ultimately succumbs to the call of their inner selves. Zoro could not agree with Tashigi's perspective. Were the villains of this world truly malevolent from the very beginning? Furthermore, is the distinction between good and evil truly so pronounced? Not to mention, the most infamous of the villains he knows is none other than his own master, Orochi. In a bid to save Cocoa Village, Orochi even took it upon himself to slay the Navy's Captain Rat. In the eyes of the Navy headquarters, this was undoubtedly an act of rebellion. However, would it truly be a grievance for the Demon Blade, 1,000 Slices, to fall into the hands of the Overlord of Chu? The answer, of course, is a resounding no. If Zoro could reincarnate as a sword in the hands of the Overlord of Chu, he would not feel shame. Rather, he would feel an overwhelming sense of glory. Daisuke, gripping her weapon Shiyu, spoke with utmost seriousness. In summary, I intend to wield the Shiyu as a swordsman and diligently train. One day, I shall reclaim all the renowned swords that have fallen into the hands of nefarious villains across the world. The Supreme Great Blade, 12 crafts. The Great Blade, 21 crafts. And the Good Blade, 50 crafts. Regardless of the peril, I will rescue them all. The Overlord of Chu waved his hand slightly, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Are you saying you wish to take this blade from me as well? In a swift motion, a battered and fragmented purple weapon appeared in his grasp, seemingly on the verge of shattering into 1,000 pieces. Yet, from the moment the Demon Blade, 1,000 Slices, made its appearance, both Zoro and Daisuke were entranced by its presence. Defensive yet powerful, the Demon Blade, 1,000 Slices. Zoro's breath quickened. This was the weapon he had long desired. The Demon Blade, 1,000 Slices? But it appeared to be nothing more than a rusted iron sword. Daisuke stood in astonishment, murmuring to herself. Though she verbalized her thoughts, the shock she felt within was no less than Zoro's. From the rusted blade, which seemed poised to splinter into a myriad of fragments at any moment, Daisuke sensed an overwhelming sword intent. It felt as if she were facing the very mountains and seas, suffocating her with its pressure. Daisuke had never encountered a true supreme great blade, 12 crafts. But she firmly believed that this Demon Blade, 1,000 Slices, was not inferior to any supreme great blade. The supreme great blade was a weapon that only the most formidable swordsman could master. How could this strikingly handsome man, who could easily pass for a pretty boy, possess the Demon Blade, 1,000 Slices? Overlord, sir, you misunderstand. I do not wish to seize the renowned swords. I merely hope they do not fall into the hands of wicked individuals. Under the pure and clear gaze of the Overlord of Chu, a blush crept onto Daisuke's cheeks. Her hands nervously intertwined behind her back. She was an exceptional Navy officer, having dealt with numerous vile pirates. Yet, she could not comprehend why she felt such anxiety. His gaze seemed to be imbued with an enchanting power that made it impossible to meet his eyes. The Overlord of Chu waved his hand dismissively and instructed Zoro. Very well, our time is limited. Let us resolve the pressing matters swiftly and proceed on our journey. Zoro placed the 3 weapons he had been holding onto the weapon platform, elated. From this day forth, he would transition from being the 3-sword style Zoro to the 4-sword style Zoro, with the sword spirit, Shao One, in harmony with him. He was confident that his swordsmanship would ascend to new heights. At that moment, he would be better equipped to challenge the world's foremost swordsman, Mihawk. Zoro resolved to double his efforts in training, determined not to disappoint his master's expectations. Are you certain you wish to choose these three? It must be said that while these blades were indeed sharp, they lacked sufficient resilience. They hardly met the standards of the good blade, 50 crafts, and would soon become damaged. Zoro scratched his head in contemplation, whether it be the good blade, 50 crafts, or the great blade, 21 crafts. These are renowned swords that are hard to come by. I have not discovered any blades of that caliber in this shop. Really? The overlord of Chu smiled mysteriously. Zoro was suddenly bewildered. What was happening? Had he truly overlooked something? Or could it be that his master could genuinely find a world-renowned sword here? Overlord Master, forgive my ignorance. Please enlighten me. Zoro's demeanor was exceedingly respectful. As my disciple, you must not tarnish my name when out in the world. At the very least, you must acquire a good blade, 50 crafts. The overlord of Chu bellowed. The third generation, Goetu, recognize your master swiftly. What are you waiting for? As soon as the words left his mouth, whoosh, a piercing sound filled the air. It was a long-bladed, significantly curved good blade without blood grooves. The blade was crafted from typical flame-patterned steel, forged through folding and hammering. Its appearance was rather unadorned, featuring a handle designed for easy grip to enhance friction. The total length of the blade was 88 centimeters, width 7 centimeters, with a cutting edge measuring approximately 0.8 millimeters. This is actually the third generation Goetu. Daisuke's forehead glistened with cold sweat as she exclaimed. In her memory, while the third generation, Goetu, did not belong to the good blade, 50 crafts, its fearsome reputation was acknowledged by all swordsmen. It was said that every swordsman who wielded the third generation, Goetu, met a grim fate. Hence, it was also known as the demon blade. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the overlord's command, the third generation, Goetu, rushed forward. Good boy. The overlord smiled as he flicked the third generation, Goetu. The delicate yet elongated fingers, upon colliding with the blade, produced a resounding metallic clang. What remarkable fingers! Daisuke's eyes widened in awe, fixated on the overlord's slender, fair fingers. Perhaps it was an illusion, but she felt as if the entire soul of the third generation, Goetu, trembled when he flicked it. Yet, was it truly possible for a mere blade to possess a soul? It was barely adequate in hardness, but it would serve you well for a considerable time. Steady yourself, Zoro. From now on, this blade shall be your companion. The overlord nodded with a smile, acknowledging the third generation, Goetu's inclusion. From the very first touch, the overlord sensed something extraordinary about the third generation, Goetu. This blade undoubtedly possesses a soul. In the mythos of the island nation, the legendary sword Sandai Kitetsu harbors an evil spirit capable of corrupting the minds of men. Ordinary swordsmen are utterly unworthy of wielding the Sandai Kitetsu. They will inevitably succumb to madness, leading to their own demise, ultimately becoming sustenance absorbed by the sword itself. Thus, only a swordsman more formidable than the sword spirit can master this blade. Otherwise, they shall be devoured and meet a tragic end. To safeguard Zoro from the malevolent entity residing within the blade, the formidable Chu Ba Wang must intervene with a gentle yet significant touch. This sword is undeniably peculiar. Zoro's expression shifted as he carefully examined the Sandai Kitetsu, its eerie purple glow reflecting in the shop's light, sending a chill down his spine. It is indeed an exceptional sword. Should I let this opportunity slip away, it would be a regret I would carry for a lifetime. Owner, how much would it be in total if I were to include this Sandai Kitetsu? Zoro inquired, noticing the shopkeeper's heavy breaths for reasons unknown. Logically, I should not tarnish your reputation, the shopkeeper stammered, but the truth is, we cannot sell this sword. Internally distressed, he continued, to speak candidly. Since the inception of the Kitetsu lineage, every blade has been remarkable, yet each one is a cursed sword. Many renowned swordsmen have met tragic fates after wielding a Kitetsu. And now, not a single swordsman in this world dares to use one. It not only brings calamity upon the wielder, but also endangers their comrades. The shopkeeper was evidently a man of sincerity. This knife was acquired from a somewhat unsavory retired male shopkeeper. It is not that she did not wish to sell the legendary Sandai Kitetsu at a high price, but rather that she did not want to deceive anyone. The notorious reputation of Sandai Kitetsu has long been substantiated by time. Those who have wielded it have invariably met with dire fates. She lowered her head, resembling a quail furtively observing the strikingly handsome Lord Chu. My apologies, Lord Chu, but I genuinely wish to spare you from any potential harm. Lord Chu turned to Zoro and softly inquired, "Are you capable of wielding this deadly blade?" Zoro exchanged a knowing smile and confidently replied, "Of course. I cannot afford to tarnish my master's reputation. I have a great fondness for this knife." Both the shopkeeper and Dasky were left in stunned silence. These two master and disciple are remarkably thoughtless in their actions, especially considering that it is the cursed blade of the ghostly chieftain. This weapon indeed harbors significant peril, and although I too desire to rid myself of it, the kind-hearted shopkeeper remains somewhat apprehensive. If you were to perish because of this, would it not mean I have taken your life? No one can escape the curse that accompanies such a demonic blade. Zoro felt a surge of determination within. This was a weapon specially chosen by the formidable Chu Ba Wang. Even in death, he felt compelled to confront it himself. Very well then, Zoro, with a resolute expression, declared, "Let us compare my fortune with its curse and see which proves more resilient." The shopkeeper and Dasky were perplexed, when suddenly Zoro tossed the sand-eye Kitetsu into the air with one hand. The weapon spun gracefully as it descended, striking a chord deep within the hearts of the two women. At this moment, Zoro slowly extended his left arm. Could it be? Stop. Dasky's expression also changed dramatically. The sand-eye Kitetsu is a weapon that can cut through iron like mud. Has this guy lost his mind, wagering his own arm? Indeed. This is the gamble that Zoro speaks of. If the legendary sword sand-eye Kitetsu acknowledges him, then his left arm will remain unscathed. Conversely, if sand-eye Kitetsu refuses to recognize him, he shall pay the price of losing an arm for his pride. The well-informed shopkeeper, however, fixated her gaze intently on the enigmatic man, Chu Ba Wang. "Mr. Chu Ba Wang, I am genuinely curious as to what methods you employ to take such a ferocious swordsman as your disciple." Zoro's courage and indomitable spirit are indeed admirable. Yet her greater concern lies with the strikingly charismatic man before her. She could scarcely fathom the magnetic charm that Chu Ba Wang possessed, one that could cultivate such a steadfast swordsman as Zoro. Zoro is undeniably exceptional. Yet the shopkeeper believes that the true terror lies in Chu Ba Wang's ability to nurture such a warrior. Just imagine, if Chu Ba Wang were weak, would a swordsman of Zoro's caliber truly choose to apprentice under him willingly? Swish, swish, swish. Sand-eye Kitetsu continued its descent. The hilt spun along Zoro's left arm, while the blade narrowly missed his limb. Clang. The razor-sharp sand-eye Kitetsu embedded itself half a foot deep into the unyielding granite ground. One can only imagine that if the blade were to graze human flesh, it would surely cleave a person in two. Success. He has indeed earned the recognition of the cursed sword. Dasky was evidently startled by Zoro's reckless act, sitting cross-legged on the ground in a state of bewilderment. "Are all you men this insane?" Chu Ba Wang, arms crossed, smiled at the shopkeeper. "It seems my unpromising apprentice has indeed borne the weight of martial destiny and has gained the acknowledgement of Sand-eye Kitetsu. In that case, we shall accept this cursed sword." Zoro effortlessly withdrew the sword lodged in the ground, appearing calm on the surface while his heart surged with elation. "Thank you, Master Chu Ba Wang, for granting me this sword. I shall remember it and will not disappoint your expectations." Though he usually carries himself with a carefree demeanor, he possesses a keen sensitivity and naturally detected the admiration in Chu Ba Wang's words. "An apprentice? After all this effort over the past few days, have I finally upgraded from an unnamed disciple to an official apprentice? What a momentous occasion this is." The somewhat slow-witted Dasky finally regained her senses. Gazing in astonishment at Lord Chu, such a formidable swordsman as Mr. Zoro is merely a disciple of Lord Chu? The weight of the martial destiny he carries must be utterly terrifying. It is said that when a woman becomes curious about a man, it marks the beginning of affection. Unbeknownst to her, Dasky found herself increasingly intrigued by Lord Chu's past. "Boss, I would like to settle the bill." Naturally, Lord Chu was not short on funds. Several lottery prizes he had won were in berries, and when totaling it up, he possessed at least 80 to 90 million berries, if not 100 million. Although the legendary sword, Sand-eye Kitetsu, was rare, its overall value was merely a little over 1,000,000 berries. As Lord Chu prepared to leave, the shopkeeper hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Lord Chu, please wait a moment." Perhaps he was inspired by Zoro's bravery, or perhaps he simply wished to hold onto a memory. After rummaging through his collection, the shopkeeper presented his most treasured weapon, Yukizuru. The blade was crafted from fine black lacquered steel, featuring a serrated edge and belonging to the esteemed category of swift swords, Yukizuru. "Though my establishment may not be renowned, this is the finest swift sword I possess. Even though you already wield the cursed blade, you are no Kiba. I sincerely hope you can take Yukizuru with you on your journey through the Grand Line." to accompany you in battle, Lord Chu. The swift swords of the esteemed 50 artisans, the great swords of the 21 artisans, and the supreme great swords of the 12 artisans total 83 renowned swords from around the world. Such treasures are fortuitous finds, yet cannot be sought after. Their value is beyond estimation. This was originally meant to be a treasured heirloom kept by the shop owner Jessica. Despite knowing that the formidable warrior Chu Ba Wang possessed a powerful weapon, the demon blade Qianren, she inexplicably decided to take out the snow walk and expressed her hope that he would carry it into the Grand Line. Chu Ba Wang, with a wave of his hand, declared, "Very well, name your price for this blade." The shopkeeper's face flushed with a hint of embarrassment as she softly replied, "No, this blade is a gift from my humble shop to you, Mr. Warrior. I kindly ask that you take good care of my shop's business in the future." Zoro, whistling as he turned away, discreetly murmured, "Rest assured, Master Warrior. I want to tell the mistress that you accepted a token from another young lady." Chu Ba Wang found himself in a comical predicament. What an absurd notion of a token of affection. Have you ever heard of a blade being gifted as a token of love? What do they expect? For me to take my own life? Yet, one must ponder, has my allure become so potent that even a worldly woman like her would present herself so readily? What is your name, fair lady? Chu Ba Wang paused, exuding an air of a domineering CEO. Jessica. Jessica, is it? I shall remember this name. We are destined to meet again. Captivated by her earnestness, Chu Ba Wang could hardly refuse her heartfelt gesture. He was not a paragon of virtue, after all. What man does not revel in the allure of multiple partners? Ultimately, it was his adult whims that led him to this situation. Much like how he was aware of Nami spying on his nocturnal escapades, yet chose not to intervene. As adults, life surely requires a touch of the wicked to ignite passion. A little dalliance here, and there should not raise eyebrows, should it? After bidding farewell to the shopkeeper and Dasky, Chu Ba Wang, accompanied by Xiaoqing and Zoro, began to meander aimlessly through Town, resembling tourists with no particular purpose. Ba Wan, Ba Wan, Ba Wan. Every resident they encountered wore a dazed expression, struggling to comprehend why they intended to call him by his true name, only for it to come out as Ba Wang. It felt akin to calling someone father, an undeniably awkward sentiment. Despite Chu Ba Wang's striking handsomeness, he was met with many disdainful glances from the townsfolk. What is going on? Why does seeing this fellow make me want to call him father? This is utterly humiliating. Another mused. Is it possible he's cast some sort of spell on us? I just referred to him as Ba, and now my boyfriend is threatening to break up with me. What a predicament. The thrill of being universally recognized was undeniably exhilarating for Chu Ba Wang, who reveled in the chaos of the crowd. Wherever he went, shouts of father echoed loudly. The villagers of Town, typically warm and welcoming, were now visibly agitated, their patience wearing thin. Had it not been for Chu Ba Wang's striking appearance, it is likely they would have confronted him directly. My master, you are quite the schemer, are you not? Xiaoqing, with her exquisitely beautiful smile, observed this detail with keen insight. Possessing the essence of the azure bull python, her intellect rivaled that of any adult. Ah, how charmingly sinister my master appears. Zoro, let us go and see what Usopp is up to. I am curious to witness if he has indeed concocted a hair growth elixir. However, upon turning around, he found himself alone. How can one simply vanish while following so closely behind? Truly, you are a remarkable talent. Chu Ba Wang sighed in exasperation, regretting not having conducted a more thorough assessment and extending the observation period. A moment of negligence had allowed a directionally challenged companion to join his ranks. After this, how could others possibly know that the illustrious disciple of the great Chu overlord is, in fact, a directionally challenged individual? They would certainly laugh uproariously. Dasky found herself momentarily lost in thought. What is happening to me? Why do I keep recalling his smile? She struggled to comprehend the situation. Ever since parting ways with the great Chu overlord, her mind has been incessantly occupied with his every expression, as if bewitched. The sharp, rhythmic footsteps of the Navy disrupted Dasky's contemplation. Dasky was taken aback and hurried back to the naval office in Town. Colonel Smoker, what on earth is going on? Why are there suddenly so many Navy officers on high alert? Before Smoker could respond, she caught sight of two enormous bounty notices laid out on the table. This is. Dasky was stunned, her hand trembling as she gripped the bounty notice. The photo depicted a figure in a pristine white suit, poised and elegant. Seated beside steel beams, only a profile visible. Yet, an irresistible charm emanated from him. It couldn't be mistaken. It was undeniably the great Chu overlord she had just parted ways with at the weapon shop. He had assassinated the local authority, Colonel Mouse, in Cocoa West Village. And the initial bounty was set at a staggering 90 million berries, with the most severe classification, no questions asked. Cold sweat trickled down Daski's brow as her eyes widened in shock. She fixated on the photo on the bounty notice, the notorious gang, Overlord. The title, White Devil. Daski could scarcely fathom that the man with whom she had just shared pleasant conversation was, in fact, the target of the Navy's pursuit. Capturing the Overlord, regardless of life or death, would yield an astounding bounty of 90 million berries. This was utterly astonishing. In the notoriously weak East Blue, a first-time bounty could reach such heights. Daski shivered violently. Only at this moment did she realize she had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. Indeed, this is a most malevolent faction, one that has earned the title of World Conqueror. Had the adversary sought to harm me at that moment, I would have had no choice but to comply. Yet, in the next instant, a fierce blaze of fury ignited within Daski. How infuriating! No wonder their gaze was so peculiar. They had already discerned my true identity and were deliberately toying with me. The next time we meet, I shall reclaim the demon blade, 1,000 slices. Its presence in your possession only brings disgrace. Daski's grandest aspiration is to retrieve all the renowned blades of the world from the clutches of evil. Although the demon blade, 1,000 slices, wielded by the formidable King Chu, does not belong to the pantheon of world-famous weapons, it remains an exceptionally rare and unparalleled armament. The mere thought of such a supreme weapon being held by my adversary stoked the flames of rage within Daski. Smoker, the enigmatic figure, inquired, "What troubles you, Daski? Your emotions appear to be in turmoil." Without hesitation, Daski recounted the events of the morning to Smoker. "What? You have had close proximity to the Overlord and even glimpsed his true visage. We must swiftly apprehend this villain. He cannot be allowed to continue his reign of terror in Rogue Town." Smoker was initially taken aback, but soon his fury erupted. "This fellow is exceedingly arrogant. How dare he roam about my territory and brazenly stroll into the weapon shop to purchase a fine blade, the 21st generation of the excellent sword. He truly shows no regard for my authority." Dashi, with her unfiltered honesty, nodded and remarked, "Indeed, I have encountered the tyrant, but I must confess, he is far more handsome in person than in the photographs. His looks are striking, akin to a pretty boy." Smoker, bewildered, found himself ensnared in a web of confusion. Why did the conversation take such a peculiar turn? We were discussing how to apprehend this scoundrel, and suddenly the focus shifted to appearances. As Dashi's voice dwindled, her tone tinged with shyness, Smoker wondered in disbelief. "Could it be that you have fallen under the spell of the tyrant?" He was utterly flabbergasted, questioning the absurdity of the situation. Why did this normally oblivious girl bear such an expression of infatuation? In the eastern part of Rogue Town, merely 2 streets away from the execution site of Gold, Roger, Zoro lay on the steps, a pained expression on his face as he meticulously examined his newly acquired sword, the 3rd generation of the cursed blade. Somehow, amidst their journey, he had lost track of the tyrant. Suddenly, Luffy emerged from a corner, exclaiming, "Wow, Zoro, that sword seems extraordinary. Did you just buy it?" Startled, Zoro retorted, "Luffy, do you walk without making a sound?" After a moment of anger, he softened, cradling the 3rd generation of the cursed blade. "This is the 3rd generation of the cursed blade, handpicked for me by the tyrant's master. Doesn't it look magnificent?" Luffy, at a loss for words, couldn't help but suspect that Zoro's fervor for sword flying was merely a ploy to flaunt his prowess in the future. "Zoro, what are you doing here? Where are the tyrant and Miss Ching?" Zoro's forehead was awash with tension, veins visibly throbbing. How should he respond to such a remark? He certainly couldn't admit that he had lost his way while following someone. That would be utterly humiliating. Zoro was aware of his poor sense of direction, yet he never openly acknowledged it throughout their journey. "And what about you? What brings you here?" Zoro chose to respond with a question, intending to deflect. Luffy, completely unembarrassed, boldly declared, "Me? I was actually planning to take a stroll around the execution site of the Pirate King. However, I seem to have lost my way." Zoro erupted in frustration, indignantly retorting, "You idiot. How could you fail at even such a trivial task? You might as well accompany me to the execution platform." Yet, deep down, he pondered, could one's poor sense of direction be contagious? Luffy frantically waved his hands, hastily refusing. "No, Zoro, please don't say that. Do you remember our last encounter in Syrup Village? You could have arrived on time if you had simply gone straight, but you ended up being hours late. If I let you lead the way, I might never see the execution platform of Pirate King Roger in my lifetime. Zoro felt a wave of frustration wash over him. A desire to draw his sword and slay this insufferable captain rising within him. Just as their argument escalated, the townsfolk of Rogue Town began to stir, bustling and shouting with excitement. Everyone, come quickly. Someone is about to duel with Dottie, the one who carries a child. Zoro rubbed his chin, seemingly recalling something. Dottie. The one who carries a child? He is the strongest among the gunman bounty hunters. Can it be that someone dares to challenge him? I can hardly imagine what sort of fool would attempt such a duel. In the rankings of bounty hunters, he was the most formidable swordsman, while Dottie was the mightiest gunman. Zoro, it seems something intriguing is unfolding. Let us go and witness it. Luffy exclaimed, as if he had discovered a new world, dragging Zoro along through the throng of onlookers. As Luffy pushed through the crowd, his curiosity piqued. He remarked, That person standing next to Dottie looks remarkably like Usopp. The long-nosed figure was indeed Usopp. Zoro's lips twitched in amusement. Good luck, Longnose. I have faith in you. Don't back down, even if it means facing your demise. I've already prepared a resting place for you. The crowd surrounding them was filled with eager anticipation, chattering excitedly. Behind the onlookers, a scattering of tombstones stood, a grim reminder of those who had failed in their duels with Dottie. The grass atop their graves had grown tall. Zoro shouted, Hey Usopp, have you lost your mind? Why would you challenge Dottie? Luffy, Zoro, what are you two doing here? Usopp, now drenched in sweat and trembling, clutched the pistol handed to him by Dottie, his legs shaking uncontrollably. Had he not been standing back-to-back with Dottie, he might have collapsed in fear. Usopp wore a despondent expression, exclaiming, Stop with the chatter. I didn't intend for this to happen. It just turned out this way. The rules for dueling with guns were simple. At the referee's whistle, both parties would take 10 steps before they could fire at each other. Those 10 steps would test the gunman's mental fortitude, their ability to gauge the opponent's position, and the speed with which they could draw and shoot. If one could not seize that fleeting final second, the result could only be one word: death. Luffy and Zoro stood dumbfounded. The typically timid Usopp was daring to engage in a gunfight? Were they truly prepared for a duel where a single shot would determine victory or defeat? Dottie's daughter, Carol, cheered excitedly as she announced the commencement of the match. She was a small, adorable girl dressed in a light green dress, with golden hair cascading down her shoulders, evoking an instinctive desire to pinch her cherubic cheeks. If one were feeling particularly mischievous, they might even be tempted to give her a playful punch. What an adorable little girl. A single punch would surely make her cry for a long time, wouldn't it? The duel commenced. 1, 2. Carol raised her hand, signaling both parties to commence. This is dire. How could I possibly triumph over Daddy, who is accompanied by a child? Am I destined to perish here, when the adventure has only just begun? Usopp, with a tense expression, took 2 shaky steps forward, his legs trembling. In contrast, Daddy moved with serene composure, his demeanor tranquil. The disparity between them was evident at a glance. 5, 6, 7. As the little girl counted, despair began to permeate Usopp's heart. It's over. This time, it seems utterly disastrous. Not only did I fail to acquire the latest goggles, but I might also end up losing myself in the process. Suddenly, a commotion erupted within the crowd, parting into 2 lines to make way for an individual at its center. The person's presence was overwhelmingly radiant, akin to the sun itself, casting brilliance in all directions. Accompanying him was an unparalleled beauty, delicately wielding a gleaming sword that shimmered with lethal elegance. The scene resembled a fantastical vision, leading the onlookers to believe they had encountered a celestial being, a true overlord. Overlord! Overlord! Exclamations rippled through the throng. Yet, almost immediately, an inexplicable fury surged within me. Who the hell are you, and why must I instinctively refer to you as father upon our first meeting? However, the overlord remained unfazed, appearing rather to revel in the attention. Ah, how delightful it is to witness your impotent rage as you yearn to confront me. Zoro and Luffy shared a look of exasperation. With their emotional intelligence, they could easily discern that this was merely the overlord's mischievous nature at play. Relying on his extraordinary charm, he consistently gravitated towards crowded areas, compelling others to chant his title. Just as Usopp contemplated tossing a distraction to make his escape, his gaze froze in disbelief. Overlord? How could he be here too? Usopp had grown up in Syrup Village, and he had once harbored feelings for the gentle and sweet Koya. Alas, at that time, Koya had already fallen under the Overlord's spell, leaving no room for admiration of other men. To speak candidly, the Overlord had once been Usopp's rival in love. Although he no longer harbored such feelings for Koya, Usopp certainly did not wish to lose face in front of his former rival. Resolutely, Usopp decided to gamble his life on this. Master, this long-nosed fellow is likely no match for that bounty hunter. He may perish at his hands. Shall I intervene to save him? The ethereal beauty, Xiaoqing, whispered softly, her lips barely moving. Indeed, you are correct. This is the legendary internal voice chat. Inaudible to outsiders. There's no need to intervene. Let Usopp endure a little hardship first, Chu Ba Wang remarked with a calm smile. Since Usopp insists on putting on a brave front, let him be. Of course, Chu Ba Wang is not a cold-hearted individual. He would not allow Dottie to shoot Usopp without hesitation. After all, Usopp is his compatriot. Usopp? His name is Usopp? This means he is the son of Jesus Burgess from the red-haired pirates? Dottie, already in battle mode, was momentarily taken aback, memories flooding back like a tidal wave. In his youth, Dottie was an elite member of the Navy headquarters. As the top sharpshooter, he once challenged the renowned marksman Jesus Burgess to a cowboy duel and ultimately faced defeat. Jesus Burgess spared his life to care for his daughter, Carol. Dottie ceased pursuing pirates recklessly and withdrew from the elite forces of the Navy headquarters, content to become a bounty hunter in the notoriously weak East Blue. Although his earnings were modest, he lived a fulfilling life. Out of the corner of his eye, Dottie glanced at Chu Bawang and could no longer maintain his composure. It was him, the infamous white demon, Bawang, with a bounty of 90 million berries. He was the one who killed the East Blue's greatest menace. The fishman Arlong? Furthermore, he had also slain the Navy officer, Colonel Mouse. How dare he appear in Logtown? Dottie's heart raced, nearly gasping aloud. The fishman Arlong had once topped Dottie's blacklist, but out of concern for his daughter's safety, he could not bring himself to deliver a lethal blow. Any oversight could endanger his daughter. Yet, he never expected Chu Bawang to be so audacious, brazenly operating under the very nose of Smoker, the Smoke Man. Did he not fear being imprisoned by Smoker? Bawang's bounty of 90 million berries was unprecedented in the East Blue, exceeding that of Arlong by more than threefold. Moreover, he seemed to have a close connection with Usopp, who was a member of the Straw Hat crew. If I cannot capture the Straw Hats along with Bawang, I may very well face repercussions afterwards. Perhaps it would be wiser to hand this menace over to Smoker and let him deal with the headache. Just because of a casual remark from Chu Bawang, Dottie found himself engulfed in doubt and fear. After a moment of intense contemplation, Dottie conceded defeat. It was simple. The ferocity of Chu Bawang was deeply etched into Dottie's very being. He dared not provoke a man who could kill even a Navy colonel. I will count to 3, and then I can shoot. The little girl Carol exclaimed excitedly. 8, 9, 10. Time's up. Finally overcoming his fear. Usopp prepared to turn and shoot. Bang, bang. The sound of 2 consecutive gunshots reignited the crowd's excitement. The duel had concluded. You lost, Usopp, Dottie said coldly. Usopp knelt slowly, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Indeed, he had lost. At this moment, Usopp was far from being Dottie's opponent. In a mere half-second, Dottie had fired 2 shots. One bullet disarmed Usopp, while the other narrowly grazed the brim of his hat. It could be said that just moments ago, Usopp had danced with death. Had that bullet veered a mere half-centimeter higher, Usopp would have been dead. Kneeling on the ground, Usopp's lips trembled, his eyes brimming with tears of fear. Why didn't you kill me? As a future sharpshooter, Usopp sensed that Dottie had deliberately missed. Otherwise, he would already be a corpse. Whether I kill you or not is my prerogative. It is none of your concern. Dottie instinctively glanced toward Chu Bawang, silently scoffing. Kid. If it weren't for Bawang's offhand comment, you would have long since become my prey. You don't even know who saved you. Yet you dare to question why I spared you. Truly a foolish child. Not at all like that scoundrel Jesus Burgess. Dottie had indeed gone easy during the battle. He was unsure of Usopp's relationship with Chu Bawang. If he recklessly killed Usopp, a coward with no bounty, he could endanger both his daughter and himself. Dottie dared not take the risk. If he had been cautious around the 20 million berry bounty of Arlong, how much more so with Chu Bawang's exorbitant bounty of 90 million? Moreover, Usopp was the son of Jesus Burgess. During his service in the Navy's elite forces, he had once been bested by Jesus Burgess. Yet, Jesus Burgess had spared his life, and Dottie would not betray that debt. I lost. Luffy. Zoro. I lost this duel. Usopp felt utterly dejected, lowering his head, unable to meet Luffy and Zoro's eyes. He had always felt inferior, believing his role on the ship paled in comparison to everyone else's. Nami and Sanji each had their strengths. One excelled in culinary arts, while the other commanded navigation. As for Chu Bawang, it was needless to say, Every move he made radiated excellence, invincibility, and an undeniable charm. Encountering Chu Ba Wang, it was not just Usopp. Even Zoro and Sanji would feel a sense of inferiority. On the going merry, he was the only one who seemed utterly incompetent, trembling at the slightest adversity. If he weren't able to handle some minor repairs and occasionally lighten the mood, Usopp would have long lost the courage to remain aboard the Merry. Today, he had finally summoned the courage to confront Dottie in a life-or-death battle. Yet, he never anticipated losing so thoroughly, bringing disgrace to the Straw Hat crew. If there were a fissure in the ground, Usopp would undoubtedly burrow into it and never dare to emerge. Usopp has come to a realization. Finally understanding how foolish and laughable his petty grudge against the mighty Chu Bawang truly is. He is but an ordinary man. What right does he have to hold a grudge against a man of such extraordinary stature? Without the strength of a diamond, one should not attempt to handle fragile porcelain. The more Usopp reflects on this, the deeper his sense of despair grows, inevitably leading him into a vicious cycle. He shouted towards the gathering crowd and Daddy. Now you may laugh at me, for I have always been a man riddled with insecurities. I mustered the courage to confront Daddy, but I was utterly defeated, turning this into a farcical display of a clown. Come, laugh at me. I am a failure. After a desperate and heartfelt scream, Usopp found his knees weakened and collapsed to the ground. Supporting himself with his hands, tears streamed down his cheeks. Usopp felt a tumult of regret and anger within. He was furious at his own weakness and remorseful for his pettiness. Upon hearing Usopp's frantic inner monologue, the villagers of Rogtown were rendered speechless, their intended jeers evaporating into silence. Usopp, Luffy, and Zoro exchanged glances before approaching Usopp's side. Luffy spoke with unwavering conviction. You are a partner, I acknowledge. I will never ridicule my comrades. Suddenly, applause erupted from the crowd, filled with genuine admiration. Though this young lad did not defeat Daddy, he is still remarkable. Among countless challengers, he is the only one to have dueled Daddy and lived to tell the tale. Indeed, a mere insect shaking a tree, yet admirable for its audacity. What is the purpose of such flowery language? I cannot comprehend it. I greatly admire this young lad's courage, knowing he is no match for Daddy. He still conquers his fears. For this alone, I shall give him this gesture. A thumbs up. What is happening? Aren't they supposed to mock my overreach? Why are there those who praise me? A stream of compliments left Usopp in a state of bewilderment. Hey, Usopp. Chu Ba Wang swiftly approached Usopp. A man should kneel only for his parents and mentors, not for heaven or earth. Chu Ba Wang bellowed. Now, immediately. Stand up. You shall not kneel. His reprimand resonated like a thunderclap, echoing across the beach, leaving Usopp stunned. The onlookers stood agape, mesmerized by Chu Ba Wang's commanding presence. They were all struck by this extraordinary display, not kneeling for heaven or earth, only kneeling for parents and mentors. Isn't this utterly imposing? Fortunately, I refrained from taking drastic measures. That little rascal Usopp undeniably shares a remarkable camaraderie with the tyrant. The sheer aura of supremacy, ruling both the heavens and the underworld, is truly terrifying. It seems that even the legendary Rehard cannot be compared. Are those Navy officers merely idle spectators? Such a formidable and malevolent crew. Yet they possess a bounty of only 90 million berries? Daddy has firmly locked onto the figure of the Overlord, secretly letting out a sigh of relief. At this moment, Dottie could only curse inwardly. Were those responsible for naval intelligence nothing but fools? How could the notorious Chu Ba Wang, a figure so perilous, have a mere bounty of 900 million berries? Indeed, the naval headquarters had become increasingly corrupt. A profound sense of despair enveloped Dottie, yet he found himself powerless. The decisions of the naval headquarters were beyond the influence of a mere bounty hunter like him. Ba Wang. Yes, I apologize. This is all my fault. I should not have been so arrogant, nor should I have tried to appear more formidable than I am. All of this is my mistake. This duel was a loss for me. If my journey is destined to end here, then let me face it with courage. Usopp, tense with determination, slowly rose from the ground. Dottie drew his weapon, aiming it at Usopp. Indeed, this time, you have lost the duel. According to the rules, I may take your life at any moment. Usopp gazed steadfastly into Dottie's eyes, his voice resolute. Dottie, go ahead and shoot. I, Usopp, swear to become a brave warrior of the sea, and even in death, I shall stand tall, refusing to kneel. Dottie did not respond to Usopp. Instead, he cast a deep, contemplative glance at Chu Ba Wang. Ba Wang, is this part of your scheme as well? I must concede that your insight into people is far more profound than I had ever imagined, surpassing even that of certain naval admirals. Before Usopp willingly faced his demise, Dottie had never regarded him with any respect. To him, Usopp had merely been a coward, too afraid to confront his own fears. However, at this very moment, Dottie realized his grave error. He had been utterly mistaken. From the very beginning, Chu Ba Wang had perceived the brilliance that lay within the seemingly insignificant Usopp. This so-called duel is, in fact, the outcome of the deliberate indulgence of the mighty Chu. It was, in truth, a ceremonial awakening arranged for Usopp. Upon grasping this revelation, Dottie's heart was filled with an increasing sense of horror. What kind of extraordinary man is this? He seamlessly integrates martial prowess, virtue, and wisdom. Shaoqing, perplexed, once again communicated through the secret channel. Master, your fellow townsman Usopp is desperately seeking death. What shall we do if Dottie truly intends to slay Usopp at this moment? The overlord of Chu smiled faintly, confident of his victory. He would not dare take such a risk, for I have seized upon his only vulnerability. As the two activated their internal communication, the overlord of Chu cast a deliberate glance at Dottie's daughter, Kaylor. The ferocity in his gaze instantly terrified the typically fearless Kaylor, causing her to cower behind Dottie. The overlord of Chu, with a smirk that wavered between mirth and menace, addressed Dottie softly. Are you certain you wish to kill Usopp? Dottie Masterson, Lieutenant. What a truly fearsome man. Although Dottie appeared outwardly composed, turmoil surged within him. He truly knows my past in its entirety. Dottie Masterson is his full name. Even in Roguetown, few are aware of Dottie's complete name. Yet, what astonished Dottie even more was the term lieutenant. At the time of his departure from the Navy headquarters, Dottie Masterson held the rank of lieutenant. Moreover, this event transpired several decades ago. Yet now, it has been unveiled by the overlord of Chu with a single utterance. What does this signify? This illustrates that Usopp was entirely under the control of this man throughout their duel. Upon this realization, Daddy felt a cold sweat trickling down his body, nearly saturating his shirt. The tyrant, the overlord, had deliberately inquired, intending to compel him to declare his allegiance to a faction. A wrong choice would lead to an irrevocable demise. Had he been the impetuous young man he was a decade ago, he might have impulsively shattered the sand table and fought the overlord to the bitter end. However, now he harbored an irreplaceable concern, his daughter, Kayla. She was Daddy's sole vulnerability. Should he take Usopp's life, not only would he face the overlord's vengeance, but Kayla would also be ensnared in the peril. The sensation of being manipulated was utterly disconcerting. Daddy's forehead pulsed with visible veins, betraying his fury. Although it appeared he had triumphed in the duel, in truth, he had no choices left. From start to finish, every action of his and Usopp's was orchestrated by the overlord. Usopp, our strengths are vastly disparate. To say it is a case of the strong bullying the weak would not be an exaggeration. Thus, I shall spare you this time. Kayla, return the goggles to this long-nosed brat, and I shall procure a new pair for you. Kayla pouted, clearly reluctant, yet ultimately complied, returning the latest goggles imported from the North Sea to Usopp. Mr. Daddy, if we meet again, when you have grown, I will challenge you to another duel. At that time, I shall show no mercy. Usopp was momentarily stunned, a mix of surprise and joy welling in his eyes, tears brimming. Daddy tucked his handgun back into his coat, his tone remaining remarkably composed. After uttering these words, he departed with Kayla, not casting a glance back. He yearned to escape every fleeting moment. The pressure from the overlord, a superior, incessantly drained his spirit. The overlord subtly nodded, pleased with this outcome. Daddy, a seasoned player in the underworld, had indeed grasped his intentions and complied with his unspoken cues. The result exceeded his expectations, leaving Usopp with a target to pursue. Usopp, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and express your gratitude to Mr. Daddy for sparing your life. Next time we meet, you must grow even stronger. Observing Usopp's narrow escape, Luffy and Zoro couldn't help but grin widely. Humph, no need to thank me. Had I not been caught by a weakness, I would have certainly taught you a lesson. You ungrateful brat. To remain oblivious to the presence of a powerful ally beside you is sheer foolishness. Daddy scoffed coldly. Usopp appeared momentarily bemused, seemingly unable to comprehend the deeper implications of Daddy's words. Weakness? What weakness? Mr. Daddy, you are so powerful. How can you have a weakness? Zoro, however, wore a contemplative expression, his gaze darting between the overlord and Daddy, as if he had begun to understand. So, that was the meaning. Zoro smiled knowingly, impressed. Not only did his master possess overwhelming strength, but his intellect and strategic acumen were equally formidable. He admired him greatly. Zoro patted Usopp on the shoulder, offering reassurance. Usopp, refrain from acting recklessly in the future. The Overlord won't always be nearby to protect you. Daddy spared your life because he feared the Overlord might take action against his daughter. Had the Overlord not seized Daddy's only weakness, neither Luffy nor I could have come to your aid. In Luffy and Zoro's eyes, a man's promise held even greater significance than his very life. When Zoro faced Mihawk at Baratie, even after being gravely wounded, Luffy refrained from intervening, choosing instead to observe. This is not a disregard for a companion's life, but rather a respect for their choices. If Dottie were to insist on killing Usopp in their duel, Luffy and Zoro would be powerless to intervene, merely spectators in the face of such tragedy. Of course, if Dottie had employed any underhanded tactics to secure his victory, then both Luffy and Zoro would have justifiable cause to act. Mr. Ba Wang, I am truly sorry. This is all my fault. Usopp, overwhelmed with shame, lowered his head, unable to meet the gaze of Chu Ba Wang. Acknowledging one's mistakes and striving to amend them is indeed one of Usopp's commendable traits. It's no matter, I happened to be nearby, drawn to the commotion, and unexpectedly stumbled upon your duel with Dottie, so I lent a hand. Chu Ba Wang waved his hand dismissively, signaling Usopp not to dwell on it. Despite Usopp's numerous quirks, the brilliance within this small character is equally striking. When Luffy arrived at Syrup Village, Usopp had resolved to sacrifice himself to buy time for the villagers to escape. At heart, Usopp is a noble compatriot and has been watched over by the villagers of Syrup since childhood. Out of compassion and reason, he could not stand idly by in the face of peril. This time, he truly brushed against the gates of death. Usopp nodded solemnly, feeling a profound emptiness within, his body weakly collapsing to the ground, haunted by the fear of being threatened by Dottie's gun. Chu Ba Wang continued, Usopp, as the son of Yasopp, you must not tarnish his name. Usopp's eyes widened in disbelief. He sprang up from the ground in a rush, questioning, Do you know my father Yasopp? Realizing he had perhaps shown too much enthusiasm, he quickly waved his hands. I'm not concerned about the life or death of that irresponsible father. I simply wish to understand why he has returned to see me all these years. At this, Usopp's mood dimmed considerably. To speak candidly, Usopp's life has been quite tragic. From the moment he can remember, his father Yasopp abandoned the family to pursue a life with the pirate crew. For over a decade, Yasopp has never returned to Syrup Village. Even when Yasopp's mother, Aunt China, passed away in sorrow, he did not come to see them. It must be said that Usopp's survival thus far has largely been a stroke of luck. You're still too weak. Even if you learn of Yasopp's whereabouts, you will be unable to do anything. Chu Ba Wang smiled mysteriously, however. As long as you strive to increase your bounty, perhaps soon you shall cross paths with him. After all, he is the sharpshooter of the red-haired pirates. The sharpshooter of the red-haired pirates? I understand now. I will definitely work hard to become stronger. Usopp clenched his fists, feeling for the first time a powerful desire for strength. Satisfied, Chu Ba Wang nodded, believing that after the experience of being thwarted by Dottie, Usopp would no longer act rashly. He communicated discreetly with Shao Qing, let us go to Log Town to have some fun at Roger's execution platform. With a swift motion, Chu Ba Wang vanished from the sight of the Straw Hat crew. Luffy, curious, cast a glance at the departing figure of Chu Ba Wang and shouted, Does Mr. Ba Wang have urgent matters to attend to? Blast it. I forgot to ask him how to get to Roger's execution platform. I want to see the place where the Pirate King met his end. Approximately 10 seconds later, the previously sunny sky abruptly darkened ominously, accompanied by the roar of thunder. Dark clouds surged in from the north. The fierce winds whipped the flags into a frenzy. Within a mere 30 seconds, the climate of Log Town had transformed entirely. This world, it seems, is on the brink of change. Zoro gazed in the direction Chu Ba Wang had departed, murmuring softly, Is it going to rain? This current feels rather strange. Nami at the port looked up at the sky, puzzled. I wonder when Baba will return. He hasn't given me a clear answer yet. Is orange juice better? Or is Mama Koya's milk better? Suddenly, Nami seemed to remember something of great importance, her expression shifting dramatically. Oh no. My newly purchased goods are still on the deck. Inside is my new beach swimsuit. I must hurry to retrieve it and cannot let it get wet. This matter is indeed urgent, as it pertains to her nefarious scheme. This evening, she intends to deliver a significant surprise to the formidable Chu Ba Wang. The sound of the telephone bug resonates. It is our hidden informant at the execution ground, number 7. Dasky hands the telephone bug to Smoker, her expression fraught with anxiety. Colonel Smoker, trouble is brewing. There has been an incursion at the execution ground of the former Pirate King, Roger. Number 7's words spill forth rapidly, laden with urgency. This is an exceedingly rare occurrence. As a member of the meticulously selected shadows of Rog Town, such a lapse in composure is utterly unacceptable. Unless, of course, he has encountered an insurmountable adversary. How could this be possible? The execution ground of Roger is an area we guard with formidable strength. How on earth did he penetrate your defenses? Dasky trembled slightly, clutching her weapon, her voice laced with shock. If one were to contemplate the most strategically significant location in Rog Town, it would undoubtedly be Roger's execution ground. Its value and significance for world domination are incalculable. Even the naval base of Rog Town pales in comparison to the execution ground. Thus, an unimaginable elite force is concealed in the vicinity of the execution ground. Yet now, someone has managed to breach layer upon layer of heavy guards and arrive directly at Roger's execution ground. The subordinate reported each word with utmost sincerity. That individual appeared like an ethereal specter, suddenly manifesting at the execution site. The tone of shadow number 7 was frantic, even more anxious than Dasky. After all, he was a frontline combatant, certainly among the first to suffer the consequences. To put it bluntly, he was merely cannon fodder. The subordinate reported each word with utmost sincerity. That individual seemed like an incorporeal ghost, unexpectedly appearing at the execution ground. The brothers were preparing to repel this intruder, yet for reasons unknown, they all succumbed to unconsciousness, unable to fight. We urgently request reinforcements from headquarters. My comrades can hardly hold on any longer. This is dire. I've been discovered by the enemy. ZZZ. ZZZ. Shadow number 7's communication device had completely lost contact with the naval base of Rog Town. Damn it. Even the most covert Shadow number 7 has been uncovered. Yet we remain oblivious to the identity of our foe. Dasky's face turned a shade of iron gray. The Navy's performance has been abysmally inadequate. The enemy has encroached upon our territory, yet we have failed to ascertain their identities. Enough. Dasky, your maturity is still lacking. It is imperative to remain composed in the face of adversity, meticulously analyze the battlefield, and clarify the identity of our foes. This is of utmost importance. I shall lead the vanguard ahead. You are to gather the brothers patrolling the vicinity and instruct them to staunchly defend the entrance to the Grand Line. Subsequently, regroup with the remaining personnel and join me. We shall ensnare the enemy, ensuring their escape is rendered impossible. Smoker raised an eyebrow, 2 hefty cigars clamped between his lips, his expression momentarily betraying surprise. However, as an experienced veteran of the Navy, he had anticipated a scenario akin to this. Nevertheless, the current situation was slightly more dire than he had envisioned. Meanwhile, those who had consumed the slippery fruit, such as Alrita, along with the fragmented fruit user, the clown Buggy, and the beast tamer Machi, were in search of Luffy's whereabouts. They suddenly noticed that the patrolling Navy were all hastening towards the execution ground. Machi exclaimed in shock, "Captain, why are all these Navy personnel rushing in one direction? Could it be that they have discovered the whereabouts of Straw Hat Luffy?" Alrita, wielding a spiked club, her skin as delicate as porcelain, chuckled ominously. "This time, I shall capture Straw Hat Luffy and make the one man who has defeated me my husband." Buggy erupted into laughter, his large red nose glaringly prominent. "Let us not overthink it. Knowing Straw Hat's tendencies, he will undoubtedly pay a visit to Roger's execution ground. We shall lie in wait there. Once we capture him, we will embark on a treasure hunt in the Grand Line." The fervent followers of Buggy cheered, hastening towards Roger's execution ground. At Roger's execution ground, the streets, which were usually bustling with shops, appeared eerily desolate at this moment. Only a handful of the fearless or those with ulterior motives dared to linger near Roger's execution ground to partake in the spectacle. Little did they realize the monumental impact the events they were about to witness would have on the entire world. In his final moments, Roger heralded the dawn of the Great Pirate Era. Although this led to escalating chaos in the New World, it must be acknowledged that the starting point of the Grand Line was, paradoxically, spared from numerous calamities and disputes. This is, in some respects, a fortunate occurrence for the initial segment of the Grand Line, and even for the seas that do not belong to it. After all, those ambitious and idealistic pirates, endowed with formidable strength, have all congregated in the New World in pursuit of the illustrious One Piece. It is only the likes of the mediocre Arlong who dare to rampage unchecked in the East Blue. "My lord," the enchanting Shao Qing respectfully bowed before the man clad in a black cloak. "I have dispatched all those bothersome Navy officers in the vicinity." The hood obscured the man's visage, revealing only the sharp contours of his profile. A purple longsword, seemingly on the verge of shattering into 1,000 fragments, hung at his waist, exuding an aura of intimidation. As the slanting sun cast its rays, it illuminated the man's face beneath the dark hood. A smile, instinctively emerging at the corners of his mouth, radiated a confidence that seemed to emanate from his very bones. He casually removed the black cloak draped over him, revealing a well-tailored white suit beneath. His eyes sparkled with intensity, and his every gesture enveloped those around him in an invigorating warmth. The figure before them was none other than the formidable Chu Bawang, notorious in the world as the White Devil. As the sun dipped lower, approaching twilight, Chu Bawang strolled unhurriedly towards the imposing execution platform. Compared to the towering edifices of a bygone era, this execution platform, standing nearly 20 meters high, appeared rather rudimentary. Yet, the brief moments that transpired on this very platform had significantly altered the course of history. The former pirate king, Roger, had once smiled as he faced his demise here. In his final moments, with just a few words, he ushered in a new and tumultuous era of piracy, igniting a worldwide treasure-hunting frenzy. Roger, do you not wish to witness the era of piracy that you yourself ignited? The corners of Chu Bawang's mouth curved into a mocking smile, suffused with irony. Alas, the grand era of piracy you initiated teeters on the brink of insurrection. Everything is slipping from your grasp. Chu Bawang's soliloquy stirred the curiosity of the villagers, prompting many to stealthily peek through the cracks of their windows. Moreover, a number of menacing figures began to materialize around them, pirates masquerading as ordinary citizens in Lobetown. Among them were the informants of the red-haired Shanks, the Emperor of the Sea renowned for his intelligence, as well as the agents of Don Quixote da Flamingo from the 7 warlords of the sea, not to mention the puppets of the world conquerors. The execution site of Roger was indeed extraordinary. In a matter of minutes, the rhythmic, resounding footsteps echoed from the distant end of the street. Blue and white banners surged forth, coalescing with the throng of people, swiftly encircling the platform. Led by Smoker, the Navy forces arrived at the scene in record time. White Devil, Bawang, what are you doing? Quickly vacate the platform, or we shall open fire. Under the passive buff of everyone knows your name, the Navy, despite only witnessing Chu Bawang's silhouette, still recognized the figure standing on the platform. Disperse. Bawang is not an adversary you can contend with. A beast-like growl resonated from within the Navy ranks, causing nearly 100 officers to retreat like the tide, automatically parting into 2 lines. Smoker, donned in a cloak of justice and wielding a weapon embedded with sea prism stone, strode boldly to the forefront. I am Colonel Smoker, the highest commander of the garrison in Lobetown. White Devil, I now command you to vacate the platform at once. Otherwise, you shall face lethal consequences. Smoker was seething with fury. Since Roger's execution, he had never encountered such an audacious foe. The gallows, standing firm amidst the Navy's sternness and the ambition of world domination, symbolizes the inevitable triumph of justice. Lobetown, the sacred ground that marks the end of the infamous life of the Pirate King, holds profound significance for the entire world. Had it not been for the fear of destroying this gallows, he would have long commanded his subordinates to unleash a comprehensive bombardment upon the rebellious figure known as Chu Bawang, to depart from the gallows, or face ruthless annihilation. If the Gorosei were to utter such words, they might carry some weight. In the face of Smoker's verbal threats and aggressive demeanor, Chu Bawang remained unfazed, as if impervious to his presence. What is a mere Navy colonel worth? What grounds does he have for arrogance? Ignoring Smoker's furious outcry and imperious tone, Chu Bawang quietly mused, the Pirate King Roger has reached the end of the world, Raftel, uncovering the truth and secrets behind the dominion over the world. At the very center of the maelstrom of the bygone era, allied with Garp to defeat the maritime overlord, Rox D. Zebek. I am curious to see what role you shall assume in this impending era of chaos. Will you, like Whitebeard, merely be a remnant of the past, clinging desperately to life? Or perhaps, Chu Bawang's lips curled into a cold smile, a glint of mockery dancing at the corners. One can only imagine the expression on the face of the Pirate King, Roger, upon learning that his son, Ace, had acknowledged Whitebeard as his father during the Marineford War. Faced with the daunting siege from the Navy headquarters surrounding the prisoner Ace, what choice would Roger make? With the demon blade Shinran hanging at his side, Chu Bawang accelerated nonchalantly, treading upon the air. In mere steps, he ascended to the apex of the gallows. My heavens, what manner of ability is this? How can he reach the gallows without the aid of stairs? It's utterly bewildering. How did he ascend? Is he truly walking upon the air, seeking death? How dare he disregard my warning? The minds of the onlookers erupted with confusion and fury. Aim, fire, Smoker commanded. and hundreds of Navy soldiers raised their weapons in unison. A chilling intent to kill manifested in that moment. Smoker clearly remembered that Chu Ba Wang earned the title of the White Devil for slaying a former Navy colonel. Despite his outward disdain, he had never underestimated this devilish man within. Yet, even under the aim of hundreds of rifles, Chu Ba Wang remained utterly indifferent. Suddenly, a cold, mechanical voice resonated in his mind. You are currently at the gallows of the former pirate king, GOLD. Roger. Would you like to utilize the divine resurrection technique on Roger? Yes or no? Note: utilizing the divine resurrection technique allows for the revival of the deceased and the random acquisition of one ability from them. This skill, a divine gift obtained through the sacrifice of Luffy's fortunate fate, is indeed remarkable. After all, who has not experienced the loss of one or two individuals in their family, right? Resurrection. Without hesitation, the overlord of Chu responded. To speak candidly, although Roger possessed formidable strength in life, the only ability that piqued his interest was the voice of all things. Other skills, such as the armament haki, observation haki, and the swordsmanship of a grand master, held no allure for the overlord of Chu. As soon as his words fell, a resounding, magnificent, and grandiose laughter echoed throughout the execution ground and reverberated across the entirety of Rogue Town. Hey, Pirate King, where have you hidden the treasures you found? Surely it lies in the Grand Line? You must have obtained it, that legendary treasure. The one and only one piece. Do you desire my treasure? If you wish, I can grant you all of it. Go seek it. I have concealed all my treasures there. How is this possible? Smog's complexion changed dramatically, with veins protruding from his forehead. In his youth, he had witnessed the execution of GOLD, Roger, with his own eyes. Yet at this moment, he found himself questioning the reliability of his vision. Both the Navy and the pirates wore expressions of pallor, their faces etched with bewilderment. That voice resonated like a brand etched into the very DNA of their beings, an indelible memory. There could be no mistake. This is precisely the legendary man's final words as he bids farewell to the world. An endless expanse of white light erupts, dazzling and blinding, rendering the onlookers unable to open their eyes. A magnificent figure, exuding an overwhelming presence, gradually materializes amidst the hazy yet resplendent glow. That vague silhouette solidifies into a form. The former pirate king, GOLD, Roger, has returned to life. Amidst a chorus of astonished gasps, the imposing figure of Chu Ba Wang, positioned at the highest point of the execution platform, gazes at the gradually solidifying form before him, a smile gracing his lips. Truly, the divine result achieved through the sacrifice of Luffy's romantic fortune proves to be remarkably effective. If Luffy were to discover that he had played a significant role in the resurrection of the Pirate King, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with emotion, weeping profusely. As for the initial hesitation to resurrect Nami's mother, Belle Emery, it was simply due to Chu Ba Wang's reluctance to conduct experiments on her. After all, Belle Emery is Nami's adoptive mother. Should anything go awry, resulting in the resurrection of a zombie or something of that sort, it would create an enormous spectacle. In the case of Pirate King Roger, such concerns are entirely absent, devoid of any psychological burden. Congratulations. You have successfully revived the legendary figure GOLD, Roger, and are currently in the process of randomly replicating his abilities. Please hold on. Ability replication successful. Congratulations. You have successfully replicated the swordsmanship of GOLD, Roger. Mastering the profound technique of divine avoidance. Divine avoidance, a rapid strike imbued with haki that can evade the opponent's weapons and defenses, striking directly at the enemy. What on earth? How has this turned into yet another debacle? This is not the skill I desired. What has become of the voice that listens to all things? Has it been devoured by your wretched system? As for the profound understanding of swordsmanship, the formidable Chu Ba Wang has indeed mastered a considerable amount. To him, the swordplay of the Pirate King Roger is nothing more than refuse. Of course, it still holds some value. After all, it belongs to the Eastern style of swordsmanship, and through meticulous scrutiny, there are, to some extent, gains to be had. A fierce wind surged forth, striking directly at him. Countless memories played out in the mind of Chu Ba Wang, reflecting upon him. They were the insights of Roger's swordsmanship. Concealed within were the memories of brutal combat and the essence of sword techniques. The brilliant white light gradually faded. Silence enveloped the surroundings, as though a pin drop could be heard. Chu Ba Wang could even perceive the terrified heartbeats and nearly suffocating breaths of those around him. What? Seeing the living Roger has left them all dumbfounded? That is, the Pirate King GOLD, Roger? My heavens! The tyrant has actually resurrected the pirate king Roger. Am I dreaming? How could a dead man possibly return to life? The sudden turn of events caused the onlookers, undercover pirates, and even the Navy, who were poised to shoot Chu Ba Wang, to retreat a step, their faces ashen, their hands trembling involuntarily around the gun grips. Even the ever-composed Smoker swallowed hard. That is the pirate king Joel D. Roger, the legendary pirate who purportedly wielded the power, prestige, and wealth of the entire world. He represented the pinnacle of the previous era. A man who overshadowed the airborne Admiral Shiki and the strongest man in the current world, Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard. Furthermore, he is a perilous adversary, deemed extremely dangerous by both the Navy and the world, with a bounty that reached an unprecedented 564,800,000 berries. Even the former maritime overlord Rocks fell short in comparison. Yet, that man had clearly been publicly executed by the Navy many years ago, dying in Logue Town. And now he has inexplicably returned to this world. How is this possible? At this moment, Smoker finally recognized his oversight. Throughout the entire time, he had never deemed the figure before him, dressed in a white suit and exuding an ethereal grace akin to a celestial being, worthy of attention. Despite the mere bounty of 90 million berries on the so-called King of Chu. However, now, the King of Chu had completely shattered Smoker's worldview, leaving him in a state of profound stupor. Just as the crowd's fear and shock approached a breaking point, the increasingly solid figure of Gold Roger spoke. One could observe that this man still donned his iconic attire. The crimson captain's cloak, adorned with golden epaulets exclusive to the Pirate King, billowed freely in the gentle breeze of the setting sun. No one could doubt the authenticity of the Roger before them. The reason being, the area around his chest bore two significant gashes, the remnants of the spears that had pierced him during his demise. Where is this place? Roger's form emanated a raspy quality, his stance wavering as if still in a daze. He slowly lifted his gaze, looking down upon Smoker and his battalion, entirely disregarding the hundreds of armed Navy soldiers. When he finally recognized that he was in his hometown of Log Town, a deep sense of nostalgia and longing flashed in his eyes before he returned to tranquility. So it is Log Town. It is hard to fathom that I have the chance to return to my homeland. Regaining his composure, Roger turned to the King of Chu, who wore a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, and asked in a low voice, "Did you resurrect me, King?" King. The last word, King, however, could not escape his lips. The calm expression on Roger's face instantly turned ashen. How could there be someone in this world who calls themselves father? This is utterly absurd. The King of Chu shrugged nonchalantly, seemingly anticipating Roger's reaction, and replied with a smile, "Indeed, it was I who resurrected you." To Chu's surprise, Roger did not retaliate despite the absurdity of calling him father. After a moment of contemplation, Roger raised an eyebrow and said, "I am already dead. My will has been passed on. I have no regrets in death, though I cannot fathom what means you employed to bring back a departed soul, since this world has its destined course. Why bother with resurrecting me?" The King of Chu narrowed his eyes, unperturbed. Roger had embraced a similar mindset when he faced death. As long as his will could continue to live on, did it truly matter whether he was alive or dead? Suddenly, thunder rumbled ominously in the heavens. The storm was brewing, and the cold, slightly refreshing sea breeze rushed forth, as if attempting to tear one asunder. Roger squinted, feeling a tumultuous wave of energy within him. What an intimidating presence. Even the overwhelming aura once wielded by the maritime overlord Rocks pales in comparison. It is unfathomable to think of the changes that have transpired in this world during my absence. Such a youthful lad possesses a kingly aura. This is quite astonishing. Or could it be that the King of Chu is indeed the successor of my will? If initially, he was indifferent to his own mortality, now, for the first time, Roger harbored a deep curiosity about the King of Chu. He yearned to uncover whether the King of Chu was truly the new pirate king. As the wind surged, it whipped the King of Chu's white suit wildly. He focused intently, scrutinizing the legendary figure before him, a man whom countless had idolized and many had despised. Suddenly, he opened his arms wide, as if embracing the vast world, and proclaimed with a hearty laugh, "For I have arrived at this magnificent sea. Yet, without you, the sea cannot please me. With your presence, this sea will become even more extraordinary, granting me greater delight. So let the chaos ensue. To please me, let the world feel pain." A challenger? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Roger's eyes, his spirit ignited. The King of Chu was daring to provoke Joel D. Roger, the pirate king who had stood at the pinnacle of the world over a decade ago. The onlookers in the square wore expressions of disbelief, utterly astounded and shaken. What they found most incomprehensible was Roger's evident interest in the matter. "You are Gold, Roger, the Pirate King. With a total bounty of 5,648,000,000 berries, the world's foremost. Why would you entertain the tactics of a mere villain with a bounty of 90 million berries?" They could not fathom why the Roger, who had seemed indifferent to life and death, now brimming with fervor. The King of Chu remained silent, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The wind howled, and the atmosphere resonated with an iron will, making it difficult for the onlookers to keep their eyes open, gazing at the youthful, unfamiliar face before him, who had just referred to him as father. Roger's expression shifted. A flicker of shock and realization crossed his gaze. "So that is it. You are indifferent to the world's sins in the smooth succession of my will. What you desire is merely conquest." From the outset, Roger had misinterpreted the true intention behind the King of Chu's resurrection. The other did not embody the legacy of his will, nor did he care about the world's morality. What he sought was conquest. The King of Chu laughed heartily, exuberantly. "I have arrived. I have seen. I have conquered. Those endeavors you could not complete. Those grand aspirations that existed solely in your mind, yet you dared not act upon, will be fulfilled by me." Smoker was taken aback and commanded, "Fire." All the rifles were aimed at the trio of King Chu, Roger, and the Little Green. At this juncture, Smoker could no longer afford to explore the truth of the matter. His instincts warned him that if he did not halt the effective resistance now, victory would slip from his grasp forever. Bang! Bang! The rifles spat out crimson fire, transforming into ravenous demons. "Halt!" Before Smoker could relax, a delicate voice rang out from the mist. Unbelievably, the speeding bullets hovered in midair, unable to advance an inch. Little Green beckoned with a finger and lightly clapped down. Clang! Clang! The bullets seemed to have been imbued with tenfold gravity, cascading to the ground in a disarray. After executing this feat, Xiaoqing silently retreated behind the formidable Chu Bawang, as if she had never engaged in the fray. Could this be the power of the float fruit? Could it be that even the legendary Golden Lion has met his demise? Roger's expression darkened, as his mind immediately conjured memories of his old rival, the airborne Admiral Golden Lion. The ability to suspend bullets in midair was undoubtedly within the realm of the float fruit. What astonished Roger even more was the revelation of such a powerful and exquisite woman willingly stepping into the shadows, choosing not to overshadow Chu Ba Wang's glory. The melody that resounded was simply exquisite. "Smoker, you possess audacity beyond measure." Chu Ba Wang, with a calm smile, unsheathed the enchanted blade Shinran from his waist, and an overwhelming surge of bewitching purple magic energy erupted around him. This ethereal energy, in conjunction with his impeccably tailored white suit, rendered Chu Bawang's visage strikingly sinister. The frigid aura of impending doom emanating from him elicited an instinctual despair within the hearts of onlookers. As he slightly twisted his neck, a series of explosive crackles echoed, and his gaze, tranquil yet piercing, swept over the armed navy. "Those who wish to live, step away." His voice, cold as ice and laced with a hint of malice, made Smoker and the surrounding navy tremble with primal fear. Nearly 100 elite navy soldiers found themselves unervingly subdued by the sheer presence of Chu Bawang, each one shivering involuntarily. Was it with this very weapon that the Overlord vanquished the Fishman Arlong and dispatched Colonel Mouse? Smoker shuddered slightly, his pupils constricting sharply. The enchanted blade Shinran appeared as if on the verge of shattering into thousands of shards, yet it radiated an inescapable, overwhelming aura of lethal intent. This palpable aura of death was truly chilling. What had this man done to his foes to exude such an overpowering malevolence? Roger frowned slightly. He harbored a disdain for senseless slaughter, often at odds with those who reveled in carnage. However, despite the dark aura that enveloped Chu Bawang, it did not evoke distaste within him. A few seasoned pirates finally sensed the gravity of the situation and hastily retreated. In the face of danger, self-preservation triumphed over the pursuit of intelligence. Casting a glance at the trembling navy, none of whom dared to flee, a smirk crept upon Chu Bawang's lips. "It seems I am surrounded by those unafraid of death. Without orders from their superiors, any retreat would brand these soldiers as cowards. Cowards ultimately faced only death." Smoker, finally regaining his composure from the shock, wore an expression of horror as he shouted, "Stop dawdling. Withdraw at once. Only those with powers can contend with one another. To think of fleeing now is too late. Divine escape." No sooner had he spoken than Su Song raised the enchanted blade Shinran high with a fierce determination. With a thunderous roar, the blade sang like a dragon in rage. As he swung, the blade unleashed a torrent of energy, surging forth like an awakened dragon, roaring and tearing through the very heart of Rogue Town S Square. The ground split. A terrifying fissure stretched for 1,000 meters. With a single stroke, he had stepped into the realm of the great swordsman. Roger stood agape, unable to believe the devastation that lay strewn across Rogue Town S Square. Isn't this the essence of my swordsmanship, the divine evasion? Why does it possess such terrifying destructive power? Wait a moment. Why is my divine evasion in the hands of the overlord of Chu? Cough, cough. I nearly choked to death. Who on earth is so cruel as to dig such a large pit on the road? I nearly fell into the ditch. The dust-covered jester buggy cursed as he crawled out from the ruins. He had just devised a plan to ambush Luffy at the execution ground, waiting for his prey to stumble into his trap. Yet now, before he even reached the execution ground, he nearly met his demise. This pit was not excavated by mere hands, but was cleaved by a sword. Boss, you must lower your voice. The White Devil Overlord is approaching. Machi shrank his neck, barely resisting the urge to flee on his grand line. A bounty of 90 million berries certainly does not attract the attention of those powerful figures. But that is only a relative notion. Long before plotting their scheme, Alrita had repeatedly emphasized that if they wished to capture the Straw Hat Luffy, they must first evade the gaze of the overlord of Chu. In the presence of the feeble Buggy pirates, the name of the White Devil is synonymous with invincibility. Buggy stiffly turned his head, only to meet the cold, piercing gaze of the overlord of Chu, and he immediately knelt in submission. Oh, overlord. No, please, White Devil. Do not kill me. I truly did not mean it. If only time could reverse, Buggy would gladly slap himself silly to silence his own mouth. Why did he have to provoke such a fearsome individual? This is someone who dares to defy even the will to conquer the world. A ruthless villain who slaughters even high-ranking officials of the Navy without hesitation. White Devil, I implore you, spare Captain Buggy. We were wrong. We should not have tried to fish in troubled waters, attempting to capture the Straw Hat Boy while avoiding your gaze. Buggy's loyal followers wept profusely, kneeling on the ground, seeking a glimmer of mercy for their captain. You were the red-nosed Buggy? You little brat, how did you end up in Logue Town? Roger was momentarily astonished but ultimately recognized Buggy. After all, not everyone possesses that distinctive red nose. Captain Roger, save me. I am the clown Buggy, the once red-nosed brat. Buggy wept bitterly, the next moment clinging to Roger's leg. Clown Buggy was once an intern of Roger's crew and an old friend of Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. He is a pirate who derives pleasure from abusing the weak, embodying a blend of selfishness and ruthlessness. In a fit of rage, he once unleashed the Buggy bombs upon innocent towns. When Luffy retaliated by bouncing the Buggy bomb back with his rubber balloon, Buggy shamelessly used 2 of his subordinates as shields for his own protection. Yet, his sheer luck seems almost supernatural. He even dared to insult Whitebeard during the Marineford War and foolishly initiated a live broadcast. A glance at his fellow intern, Shanks, reveals just how disgraceful Buggy truly is. One stands as one of the 4 emperors of the sea, a man at the pinnacle of the New World, while the other languishes in the weakest sea, the East Blue, having been thoroughly defeated by the novice pirate, Luffy. The clownish Buggy, lacking strength yet constantly seeking the spotlight, garners no favor from the formidable Chu Ba Wang. Had it not been for Buggy's past as an intern on Roger's pirate crew, he might have taken action against this nuisance. Bawang, please, might you show mercy this once and spare me, your subordinate? Roger scratched his head, feeling quite helpless. What is this nonsense? I have just risen from the grave only to encounter such a mess. Yet I must intervene. The illustrious pirate king, reduced to humbly pleading for assistance over trivial matters, it is utterly disgraceful. It is not that Roger wishes to rescue Buggy directly from the hands of the formidable Chu Ba Wang. Recently resurrected, he is not in his prime. His various powers and physical condition are in a state of weakness. Engaging in a confrontation with the seemingly formidable sword master, Chu Ba Wang, would be exceedingly unwise at this juncture. Moreover, Chu Ba Wang is the very benefactor who has just revived him. For Roger to act in a manner that betrays such kindness would utterly compromise his future standing in the world of the way. Just as Chu Ba Wang began to contemplate whether to grant Roger a favor, a somewhat anxious and delicate voice broke through the moment, momentarily capturing his attention. Quickly, Team 9. Organize a rescue. Carry the wounded to the treatment room. Colonel Smoker, how are you? The arrival of Dasky at the execution ground revealed her shock as she surveyed the ruins that were once the plaza of Rock Town. What on earth is happening? Is the battle truly this fierce, to the point of fracturing the ground for thousands of meters? I'm unscathed. Fortunately, the White Demon Lord has yet to master the means of countering elemental transformation. Otherwise, I too would have found myself in peril. Smoker's expression was one of utmost distress. The sword chi, capable of splitting the earth and cleaving mountains, instilled a profound sense of dread within him. Had it not been for the smoke fruit, which allowed him to transform his body into smoke, rendering him immune to physical attacks, he would have long since been a lifeless corpse. Casting a glance at his severely injured subordinates, Smoker clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing in the air. This was indeed his first experience of such humiliation. Wishing he could eliminate the infamous Chu Ba Wang on the spot for injuring his subordinate, Daisuke, equally furious, glared at Chu Ba Wang, unsheathing her weapon, Shiyu, with a vigilant expression. You, tyrant, your actions are utterly reprehensible. I once regarded you as a kindred spirit in the pursuit of collecting famed swords. Yet you dared to slay the naval commander. The esteemed blade, Liang Kuai Dao Shui, and the demonic sword, Qianren, have suffered an unimaginable disgrace in your hands. I vow, one day, you shall face the righteous retribution you deserve. Once, Daisuke had met Chu Ba Wang at a certain weapons shop, engaging in delightful conversations about the intriguing tales of renowned swords from around the world. Little did she know that Chu Ba Wang was, in fact, the notorious White Demon, a figure of extreme malevolence. Although the actions of Colonel Mouse, who assisted in this treachery, filled her with disdain, she believed such matters ought to be left to the naval headquarters for punishment, rather than being decided by an outsider like him. Chu Ba Wang casually tossed the demonic sword, Qianren, to his maid, Shaoqing, shaking his head dismissively. Perhaps in Daisuke's eyes, the naval headquarters represented the epitome of justice. Yet, in Chu Ba Wang's perspective, the justice of the naval headquarters was merely a distorted semblance of righteousness. It was justice that served the celestial dragons, not the people. In a frenzied attempt to prevent the resurgence of the century that had faded into history, the world conquerors ruthlessly initiated the Demon Extermination Order, annihilating all historical scholars on O'Hara Island. Even the ships meant for the evacuation of innocent civilians did not escape this calamity. The operation was executed by Admiral Sakazuki and Admiral Akiji. These two naval commanders have ascended the ranks to become admirals at the naval headquarters. Such a distorted and grandiloquent notion of justice hardly deserves the title of justice. Like discarding refuse, the tyrant chuckled nonchalantly. Daisuke, I've heard your reports are rather commendable. Would you care to become my personal secretary? Daisuke retorted furiously. You insult me. I would rather die than become your pawn. A smirk played at the corners of the tyrant's lips. Ultimately, Daisuke has been brainwashed by the so-called justice of the Navy. If this somewhat naive young lady were to learn the truth about the world domination and the brutal demon-slaying order unleashed upon civilians at O'Hara Island, it would surely shatter her beliefs. Infuriating. How dare that tyrant so brazenly undermine me right before my eyes? Smoker felt a raging fire ignite within his heart. The sensation of being robbed filled Smoker with an overwhelming anger. Tashiji was an exceptionally talented subordinate whom he had painstakingly nurtured. If even his own underlings were poached, how could he maintain his standing in this world? Wherever he went, he would be met with ridicule and would never be able to hold his head high. Furthermore, although he was reluctant to admit it, Smoker harbored some wicked thoughts regarding Tashiji. He was indulging in a sort of lowly cultivation game. The age gap between him and Tashiji was far too significant. A direct confession would undoubtedly lead to his doom. However, as long as Smoker continued to mentor Tashiji, transforming her into his right-hand ally through rigorous training, he was confident that one day she would succumb to his charismatic allure. Yet now, just as his lowly cultivation plan was set to commence, it was about to be thwarted midway. How could Smoker possibly accept this? Humph. I absolutely refuse to allow you to take Daisuke away. Smoker's newfound confidence stems from the fact that his fruit belongs to the Logia type. In the absence of Haki, the Logia type is undeniably invincible. Just like earlier, although the Tyrant Chu unleashed a sword aura spanning thousands of meters, it lacked even a trace of Haki. This very reason is why Smoker's combat prowess remains remarkably intact. You, Smoker, an old bull grazing on tender grass, have no right to lecture me here. Chu let out a cold snort, feeling quite dissatisfied. In the original narrative, while Smoker is portrayed as a relatively righteous Marine, he possesses an inflexible mindset. Adamantly determined to capture Straw Hat Luffy, refusing to turn back until he hits a wall. Daisuke, are you truly unwilling to accompany me? A faint smile graced Chu's lips as he pointed at Smoker and declared, if you do not come with me, I shall take Smoker's life right now. After all, I already hold one life in my hands, an additional one matters not. Daisuke, however, would not yield easily, retorting furiously. Dismiss that thought. A forcibly coerced fruit is never sweet. I will not accompany you. Moreover, Colonel Smoker is far more formidable than you can imagine. The victor of this battle remains uncertain. A forcibly coerced fruit is never sweet? Whether it is sweet or not is irrelevant. It merely needs to quench my thirst. Firmly resolved. Chu had a plan in mind. Since Dasky was obstinately refusing to come with him, he would not hesitate to take a more forceful approach. Roger and the clown Buggy exchanged glances, both perceiving the peculiar glint in each other's eyes. This fellow's audacity is truly astounding, showing a blatant disregard for the Navy. Is it not? Roger believed that his experiences in the Grand Line were sufficiently grandiose. Yet even he had never witnessed anyone daring enough to snatch people from the grasp of the Navy. The overlord of Chu nonchalantly shrugged and remarked softly, Dasky, since you insist that Smoker can defeat me, let us engage in combat. The reason the overlord of Chu refrained from utilizing his Busashoka haki earlier was solely to avoid severely injuring Smoker. However, given Smoker's obstinacy in obstructing his plans, he should not be surprised if he finds himself at the mercy of a schoolyard bully. Smoker felt an exhilarating rush of joy, nearly bursting with delight. Despite your possession of a terrifying sword aura akin to that of a grand swordsman, your actions are undeniably foolish. You fail to comprehend the true terror of a Logia-type devil fruit user. In any event, before someone who lacks Busashoka haki, a Logia user is inherently invincible. He could not believe that the young overlord of Chu had already mastered the formidable Busashoka haki. Even if he had, achieving victory would not be so effortless. Overlord, do you require my assistance in dealing with him? Roger could hardly bear to watch any longer, grumbling, this old fellow is indeed bullying others. Relying on his status as a Logia user to assert dominance, how shameless. He too had been astonished by the overlord's astonishing sword strike earlier, but had also discerned the most significant weakness within that sword aura. It lacked even the slightest trace of Busashoka haki. A sword aura devoid of Busashoka haki cannot harm a formidable opponent capable of elementalization. Roger even contemplated whether he should impart his knowledge of mastering Busashoka haki to the overlord after his defeat, consider it a repayment of a favor. Although he had yet to regain his peak combat prowess, dealing with someone like Smoker, whom he deemed insignificant, would be more than sufficient. Casting a disapproving glare at the inept clown Buggy, Roger felt a surge of frustration akin to that of a disappointed mentor. As one of my crew members, how dare you fish for opportunities in the weakest sea, the East Blue? Such disgrace. Buggy, intimidated by Roger's glare, involuntarily gulped. He still recalled the devilish training sessions orchestrated by Roger and Rayleigh, which left him trembling even in retrospect. Xiao Qing raised an eyebrow. Rejecting Roger's good intentions on behalf of the overlord with a calm smile, rest assured, since my master dares to accept Smoker's challenge, he will not allow others to witness a farce. Roger was momentarily taken aback. His gaze was fixed upon the enchanting Xiao Qing, and he could not help but marvel internally. Is this truly the maid of the renowned Chu Ba Wang? Her beauty is indeed breathtaking, a treasure so rare that one would be hard-pressed to find another in the entire world. Furthermore, the overwhelming vitality she exudes is such that even the once youthful and impetuous old rogue carp would find it difficult to match her. It is truly unfathomable how someone as young as the Ba Wang has managed to become her master. Initially, Smoker was taken aback upon hearing that Roger intended to confront him, his composure faltering momentarily. However, upon learning that Xiao Qing had audaciously rejected Roger's goodwill, a cold smile crept across his face. Since you insist on putting on a facade, boldly challenging me despite lacking the prowess of haki, do not blame me for taking advantage of the situation. With a scoff, Smoker took decisive action. White fist, white smoke launcher. Smoker propelled himself forward at breakneck speed, transforming into a swirling mass of white mist propelled by the force of the wind. This is the terrifying nature of elementalization. Lacking a physical form yet possessing formidable power, Colonel Smoker has already embraced elementalization. Victory is assured. The reinforcements brought by Tashigi were smiles upon their lips. In these vast seas, no matter how arrogant or vicious the pirate may be, an encounter with Smoker inevitably leads to a catastrophic defeat. Many notorious pirates find themselves unable to escape, being swiftly subdued by Smoker's smoke fruit and imprisoned on the spot. The formidable Lord of the Chu, despite his remarkable swordsmanship, lacks the haki necessary to counter natural type users. What does he possess to contend with Smoker? While it may be somewhat shameless, one must concede that this individual's strength is not to be underestimated. His overall combat prowess comparable to that of an average Navy captain. It is no wonder he was dispatched to suppress the entrance to the Grand Line. Casting a glance at Smoker's assault, Roger rendered his judgment. In the next moment, Smoker's smoke-like form rapidly advanced, ensnaring Lord Chu in a prison of tendrils. Observing Lord Chu's refusal to evade, fully entrapped within his encirclement, Smoker roared with laughter. White Devil Lord Chu, quickly concede. In this battle, your defeat is inevitable. Without Haki, even if I stood here allowing you to strike for an eternity, you would never land a blow upon me. Come on, why don't you come and hit me? Today, I challenge you to a one-on-one duel. Do you dare to accept? Smoker laughed with arrogance. Were it not for the fear that Lord Chu might cleave him in two, he would have readily assumed a pose of bravado. Aren't you quite the hotshot? Come and strike me. Haha. Without Haki, you can't touch me. Does that infuriate you? Lord Chu cast a peculiar glance at Smoker. What gave him such confidence that I would not wield Haki? Smoker, this was your own proposal. Lord Chu rolled up his sleeves. Grinning as he declared, with fists the size of sandbags, I could crush you with a single blow. Are you certain you want me to strike you? Come on, approach me. If you don't go all out, you're showing me disrespect. Smoker, I must say, that expression of yours is quite punchable. Enough of your prattling. Are we going to fight or not? As Lord Chu hesitated, Smoker became increasingly convinced of his assumption that Haki would not be employed. Well then, I have never encountered such a bizarre request in my life. With a shrug, Lord Chu strode forward with a commanding presence. With fists akin to sandbags, he swung towards Smoker's face. Boom! The execution ground reverberated with the thunderous sound of impact. Smoker's smile instantly froze, his complexion turning a deep shade of purple. Though transformed into smoke, he suddenly seemed to regain mass, being hurled backward. Clap, clap. He crashed through 3 or 4 stone buildings before finally halting his flight. Embedded within a wall, like freshly baked jelly, he slid down the wall, collapsing into a heap on the ground. The Navy, initially confident in their impending victory and ready to humiliate Lord Chu, stood in stunned silence, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. The entire execution ground was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Almost everyone, including Tashigi and the clown Buggy, instinctively rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Is this an illusion? Upon closer inspection, the figure sliding down the wall is indeed Colonel Smoker. How is this possible? The Navy personnel were left dumbfounded. Colonel Smoker is a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, renowned for his invincibility in the East Blue. How could he be sent flying so far by a single punch? While one may defy the heavens, one cannot escape the consequences of their own misdeeds. Just witnessing that solid blow makes me wince in pain. I wonder if this fellow will be finished off by the tyrant. Roger's lips twitched slightly. Smoker, you insisted on putting on a show. Well, look where that got you. Those who seek to flaunt their prowess often face dire repercussions. Chu Bawang smirked, hands clasped behind his back, speaking nonchalantly. In ancient times, Lu Zhishan struck down the tyrant Zheng Guanxi with 3 punches. Today, I, Chu Bawang, have incapacitated Smoker with a single blow. Roger. Another one seeking to show off. Arrest him. You actually utilized Haki. Emerging from the rubble, Smoker was battered and gasping for breath. The gazes of the crowd inevitably fell upon Chu Bawang's fist. Hiss. Everyone inhaled sharply in astonishment. My goodness. It was indeed Haki. This individual appears to be merely in his teenage years, yet he has already mastered the formidable armament Haki. Such a terrifying talent. Smoker's expression darkened significantly, as his entire worldview was challenged. Now approaching middle age, he finds himself merely on the threshold of understanding armament Haki. While observing the remarkable prowess of the armament Haki wielded by the formidable Chu Bawang, it is often said that without comparison, there can be no pain. This comparison left Smoker's heart chilled to the bone. Have I truly spent the first half of my life as a mere dog? Dog, I feel offended. Thank you very much, your entire family. This fellow, who has evidently mastered advanced armament Haki, is pretending to be a simpleton. Upon locking eyes with the darkened fist of the overlord of Chu, Roger could no longer maintain his composure. He initially believed that Chu's mastery of armament Haki was rudimentary at best, perhaps having merely reached a commendable level. Yet now, witnessing the terrifying Haki that erupted from Chu in that instant, alongside its precise control and striking power, he realized that even the elite among the world would only reach such heights. Roger was one of them, with the only exception being the Iron Fist Garb, who had fought him to the brink of life and death in their passionate rivalry. That man could indeed wield Haki externally. Poor Smoker was utterly humiliated. And even as a spectator, I felt a pang of discomfort in my stomach. The clown Buggy, filled with dread, couldn't help but feel grateful for his earlier prudent choice. Thankfully, his strategy had not faltered. Otherwise, another individual would be sprawled on the ground now. No, an entire pirate crew would be added to the tally. After all, having once sailed with Roger, his experience was not something to be taken lightly. What Buggy found perplexing was how such a young man as Chu had cultivated his armament haki to such a terrifying degree. It is well known that even with exceptional talent, mastering armament haki is an arduous task. Smoker, you cannot blame me for your own request, even if you were beaten so badly. Chu shook his hand, dispersing the entwined advanced armament haki, and calmly approached Smoker. The reinforcements from the Navy, led by Tashigi, almost instinctively parted to create a path. It was not out of fear, but rather, they could not interrupt the preordained one-on-one duel while neither side conceded. Moreover, Chu had thoroughly impressed them with his strength. Those present, lacking even the natural type devil fruit, had no right to partake in the battle between Chu and Smoker. Armament haki, and of a remarkably high grade. Certainly not something that could be achieved overnight. As Chu advanced step by step, Smoker's contorted features revealed a look of disbelief. White Devil. Overlord. Could it be that this scoundrel has been training since he was in the womb? A single punch from Chu completely rendered Smoker unable to retaliate. Yet, Smoker remained unwilling to accept his fate. He even believed that had Chu not feigned weakness, he would not have been so thoroughly defeated. What he did not realize was that Chu had not unleashed his full power. He had merely employed about 1% of his strength. After all, he intended to recruit Tashigi as his secretary. It would be rather gruesome to obliterate Smoker with a single blow. What, are you dissatisfied? Chu extended his left hand, pressing it firmly on Smoker's shoulder to immobilize him, observing the unwillingness in Smoker's eyes. It was clear that this stubborn old man was still reluctant to confront his defeat. Smoker's lips twitched, and he spat bitterly. I don't need your pity. Do not assist me. That previous punch from Chu had been too forceful. Even now, he felt as if his internal organs had been displaced, causing him excruciating pain. To endure the agony had consumed all his mental fortitude. If he attempted to resist or move, he might very well faint from the pain. However, Chu merely shrugged and smiled lightly. You misunderstand. I do not intend to help you up. Huh, what do you mean? Smoker looked at Chu's iron hand resting on his shoulder. With a serious expression, Chu declared, As you wish, let us engage in a proper duel. The reason I am holding you in this position is solely to facilitate my right hand for striking. Nothing more. The crowd gasped in astonishment. To facilitate my right hand for striking. To facilitate striking. Are you a devil? Does your conscience not ache when you utter such words? As Chu's colossal fist loomed closer to Smoker's face once again, panic overtook him. Wait, I concede. I concede. Smoker covertly signaled Tashigi to flee, as far away as possible. Though he felt immense reluctance, there was no other choice. If another punch landed, he would truly be brought to tears from the pain. Chu smiled faintly, his gaze teasing. Smoker, a true duel distinguishes not only the victor from the vanquished, but also life from death. Surely, you do not believe that a duel ends with one side's concession? Chu's fist halted just before Smoker's nose, enveloped in a dense, dark armament haki, forming an iron fist of terror. It was overwhelmingly fearsome. The previous attack had been so swift that Smoker had not even had time to observe Chu's formidable haki. Only through close scrutiny could one truly perceive the horror of Chu's armament haki. It was as solid as reality. You intend to kill me? Smoker's heart raced with trepidation. In the face of death, no one can remain truly composed. The duel was your proposal. I am merely fulfilling your wish. Chu sneered, raising his fist to strike Smoker's face. This is what it means to lift a stone only to crush your own foot. This is aptly described as lifting a stone only to smash one's own foot. Why could you not simply allow me to take Dasky away? Instead, you insist on this incessant prattling. Who else should I target if not you? With a resounding thud, the formidable iron fist, infused with sheer dominance, is beyond the meager resistance of a mere Smoker. Initially, Smoker could barely utter muffled groans of agony, but eventually, even those sounds ceased. A torrential spray of crimson blood cascaded to the ground, staining the cobblestones a deep red. One punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Each blow resonated in Smoker's head like a relentless tolling of a bronze bell, striking with unyielding force. You fiend, cease this at once. Do you wish to slay Colonel Smoker? Dasky, overcome with tears, rushed forward, finally coming to terms with the grim reality of Smoker's defeat. Everything transpired with astonishing swiftness. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Smog had already met his demise, reduced to a mere puddle of crimson. In the blink of an eye, he was on the verge of becoming a lifeless corpse. 72 transformations. Immobilization technique. With a mere thought, Lord Chu unleashed his incantation, immobilizing the fleeing Smog in his tracks. The immobilization technique is a spell that renders its victim utterly motionless. In a bygone era, when the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, was summoned to the heavenly realm by the Jade Emperor to oversee the Peach Garden, the 7 fairies, tasked with gathering peaches, found themselves ensnared beneath the peach trees by Sun Wukong's magic. This episode eventually culminated in the well-known chaos of the Monkey King's rebellion in heaven. If even the celestial 7 fairies could be restrained, it was hardly surprising that a mere mortal like Dasky would be powerless. "What have you done to me? Why can't I move?" Dasky inquired, her heart gripped by terror. Though the immobilization technique rendered her immobile, she could still articulate her words. "Little Earth Girl, Smog has been defeated. According to our agreement, you now belong to me." Lord Chu lifted Dasky's chin with a deliberate motion. At this moment, Dasky had begun to blossom, her youthful form in a delicate stage of development, making this the most opportune time for such an investment. She could not allow that perverse old man Smog to benefit. "You lecher, let go of me." "Ouch, that hurts." Dasky struggled, wishing to sever Lord Chu's fingers at that very moment. "You are quite the disobedient one," Lord Chu chided, his fingers gliding along her chin and into her mouth. "What an opportunity. You dare to take liberties with me." Seizing the moment of his carelessness, Dasky bit down fiercely. Crunch. "Ouch. What exactly is this finger made of? Is it crafted from steel? It seems exceedingly hard." Dasky felt as though her teeth were on the verge of shattering. With tears welling in her eyes, Dasky was at a loss for words. If Nami were present, she would likely share Dasky's sentiment. This finger has indeed been the cause of death for others. The naturally naive girl is truly adorable. The tyrant, Chu, erupted into laughter, extending his left hand to pinch Dasky's cherubic face into a round shape. The slick sensation was undeniably delightful. No wonder so many people enjoy pinching their girlfriend's cheeks. White Demon King, tyrant, release Assistant Dasky, or we shall open fire. The captain of the support team, fully aware of the futility of his actions, nevertheless raised his long gun, aiming it at Chu the tyrant. It must be said that, in comparison to the scoundrel Colonel Rat who perished at the hands of Chu, Smoker has indeed trained his subordinates quite well. Even after Smoker has fallen, they cannot bear to witness Dasky being taken away by Chu in such a public display. What? Is there anyone else eager to meet their demise? Xiao Qing's icy gaze swept over the crowd, instantly freezing them in their tracks. The oppressive aura of the 10,000-year soul beast, the Azure Bull Python, surged forth like a torrent, brutally invading the consciousness of the Navy personnel. Thud, thud. The terrified Navy personnel, who dared to speak, fell one by one to their knees. Roger's pupils constricted in shock. What a terrifying presence. Moreover, this was a completely different form of pressure than that of the Conqueror's haki. The so-called Conqueror's haki represents the pressure of a king. Only those with the potential to become a king can hope to develop such a rare form of haki. In contrast, the pressure emanating from Xiao Qing belongs to the realm of stronger warriors. This was Roger's first encounter with a form of pressure distinct from the Conqueror's haki. If it could be widely disseminated, it would undoubtedly ignite a monumental transformation across the world, potentially reshaping the very fabric of existence. Everyone, cease the futile sacrifices. Even Colonel Smoker is no match for the White Demon. I cannot bear to witness your demise before my eyes. You, do not concern yourselves with me any longer. Flee for your lives. Dashiki bit her crimson lip, tears welling up, a sight that would evoke sorrow in any onlooker. Xiao Qing, ensure they are all dealt with. Do not allow them to disrupt my good spirits. With a casual motion, Lord Chu hoisted Dashiki onto his shoulder and swaggered away. Yes, master. Xiao Qing bowed respectfully, her gaze towards the Navy growing ever colder. Days later, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, one of the 3 great powers of the Grand Line, the Marine headquarters had yet to experience the war on the top, and their influence remained at its zenith. Marineford was fortified with a vast elliptical military port serving as a defensive barrier, surrounded by an overwhelming array of military artillery and towering warships resembling colossal beasts. To the Marines, they maintained order throughout the world under the banner of absolute justice. However, to pirates, the Marine headquarters was merely a lapdog of world domination. At this moment, within the highest military secret conference room of the Marine headquarters, a gathering of senior officers led by Admiral Sengoku sat with grave expressions. Iron Fist Garp, Admiral Tsuru, Akina Sakazuki, Kazara Borsalino, Akiji Kazan. As Sengoku gestured, An officer placed a classified intelligence report deemed top secret before them. Everyone held their breath, the atmosphere thick with an eerie silence. Even the usually nonchalant Kizaru wore a serious expression. The air in the secret conference room grew cold and tense. Esteemed colleagues, I trust you comprehend the gravity of this intelligence? I wish to know your thoughts. Sengoku, the fleet admiral known as the Wisdom General, furrowed his brow, his frog-like glasses glinting with sharp intensity. His oversized military cap obscured his eyes, but his tone conveyed a palpable severity, indicating profound unease within the ranks of the Marines. No one spoke, or perhaps they were all still reeling from the overwhelming shock, unable to process the chilling information before them. Whether it was the Marine hero Iron Fist Garp or the three admirals, all wore furrowed brows, enveloped in a heavy silence. The news was simply too terrifying. The very thought sent shivers down their spines. If this intelligence were confirmed, the legendary man truly returned to these seas. Who could guarantee that the world would not descend into chaos once more? Fleet Admiral Sengoku, is this confidential intelligence legitimate? Finally, someone broke the silence. It was Tsuru, the oldest member within the Marine headquarters. A rare tremor tinged her voice. As a strategist, she typically held little authority to speak. Yet this information involved far too much to ignore. Moreover, the legendary man in question was the sworn nemesis of both Sengoku and Garp, icons of their generation. The dire circumstances rendered her increasingly restless. If that man had indeed returned, the entire world would plunge into madness. Sengoku's expression turned grave. This intelligence was relayed to us by Colonel Smoker, who transmitted it despite having sustained severe injuries, though somewhat stubborn in nature. Colonel Smoker is an exceptional graduate of the Marine Academy, his abilities not inferior to that of a typical captain. It is precisely for this reason he was assigned to guard the unique waters of Loketown. Intelligence personnel have confirmed it is undeniably Colonel Smoker. Given his military acumen and the Academy's assessment, the likelihood of this information being true is exceedingly high. This means that the man who initiated the Great Pirate Era has truly returned. As he uttered the final words, even Sengoku, who had weathered countless storms, found himself involuntarily swallowing hard. That was the legendary figure who ignited the Great Pirate Era, the former Pirate King Joel D. Roger. Those present were the true high-ranking officials of the Marines and understood the concealed truths behind Roger's execution. It was far more complex than the narrative of conquest had suggested. Pirate King Roger was never captured by the Marine headquarters. This individual, driven solely by the impending end of his illness, voluntarily surrendered to the Navy headquarters. In that era, which can only be described as distant, the Pirate King Roger undoubtedly stood out as the most remarkable figure of his time. Even with the expenditure of vast resources and manpower, material, and finances, capturing Roger and his crew remained an insurmountable challenge. He was once the most formidable adversary for the Navy headquarters, having bested the young Akainu and Kizaru in battles that left them utterly defeated. Yet now, that legendary man has seemingly returned to life once more. Is this world on the brink of chaos once more? Given the current influence of the Navy headquarters, it can maintain a balance with the New World. However, should another Roger emerge, the situation for the Navy headquarters does not appear to be promising. This is not the most troubling aspect for the high-ranking naval officers present. How could anyone dare to defy the wishes of that old man who met his demise so gallantly? Karp furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of unease. In his youth, the bond between Roger and Karp was one of deep camaraderie, forged through their shared experiences in the Grand Line, where they both loved and battled against one another, even uniting to confront the maritime overlord, the Rocks Pirates. Their friendship was profound. When Roger realized his inevitable fate, he entrusted his son, Portgas d'Ace, to Karp for guidance, a testament to the immense trust he placed in him. Karp felt both sorrow and admiration over the loss of this old friend. Roger had no regrets. Yet, why would anyone choose to resurrect him at this juncture? What ulterior motives could they possess? The mere thought of Roger's revival alone is not the most alarming. Rather, I am deeply concerned about the remnants of the old era lurking in the shadows. Imagine, if the true Pirate King were to return, it would undoubtedly stir new upheavals in the world. Admiral Sengoku's brow knitted in a furrowed expression. Akiji, also known as Kazan, spoke softly. Indeed, as Admiral Sengoku has stated, Roger's resurrection would inevitably incite chaos in the New World. As far as I am aware, many of Roger's former crew members, such as the Dark King Rayleigh and the red-haired Shanks, are still very much alive, aren't they? Just a single statement sent chills down the spines of the naval officers present. Indeed, Roger had voluntarily disbanded his pirate crew. The Dark King Rayleigh now lives in seclusion on Baratie Archipelago as Roger's first mate. This elder's strength should not be underestimated. Red-haired Shanks, even more formidable, is one of the 4 emperors of the New World, heralded as the man closest to the throne of the Pirate King. Many of his crew members boast strength rivaling that of vice admirals. Even in combat against the Navy's top-tier admirals, they would not easily find themselves at a disadvantage. This is merely the tip of the iceberg concerning the power of the Roger pirates. Should Roger rise and proclaim his return at this moment, the ensuing shockwaves would undoubtedly upheave the entire world. At that juncture, the delicate equilibrium between the Navy and the pirates could be irrevocably disrupted. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. I believe the most pressing matter at hand is to apprehend the fiend known as the Overlord. Admiral Akainu was momentarily taken aback, his fury igniting. I intended to utter Chuhai Overlord, so how did I mistakenly blurt out Overlord instead? Following this slip of the tongue, Akainu ground his teeth, his countenance clouded with discontent. How infuriating. What on earth is happening? Why have I referred to others as Overlord? Calm yourself, Admiral Sakazuki. Kizaru's lips curled into a mischievous smirk, relishing the spectacle. Cunning as he is, he had evidently discerned the peculiarity of the name long before and was awaiting Sakazuki's public embarrassment. It is indeed a rare occurrence to witness the solemn Sakazuki falter. Ahem. Porcelino, do rein it in. Admiral Sakazuki, this individual's moniker is undeniably peculiar. It is as though he is ensnared by a curse. Even I cannot utter his name directly. Sengoku coughed, clearly having experienced a similar faux pas before his subordinates. Sakazuki was fortunate enough in this instance. When he first received intelligence, he made quite the blunder in front of many subordinates. Sengoku thumped the table, restoring the solemn atmosphere of the conference room. What I fear most is the enigmatic power of this white devil overlord. Roger may have merely been the first subject of his experimentation. If he possesses the ability to resurrect others, the consequences are too dreadful to contemplate. As soon as the words left his lips, a chilling dread coursed through the hearts of all the high-ranking Navy officials present. If the adversary's ability is not a one-time affair, then it implies that those buried within the annals of history, each a veritable demon, with their every emergence heralding war and bloodshed, shall return to the world once more. Counselor Tsuru's expression grew grave as she lamented. The situation is indeed precarious. At this juncture, we must swiftly eliminate this individual in his infancy. Tsuru's finger emphatically jabbed at the striking visage on the bounty poster. Though she is a woman, a fierce killing intent glimmered in her eyes. This vast ocean boasts a history that is nothing short of magnificent and ancient. The dragon-slaying knight, Ryuma, the maritime sovereign, Rox, the pirate king, Roger, and the airborne admiral, Shiki. Although it is said that Roger ushered in a revolutionary era of piracy, significantly increasing the number of pirates in the New World. For the high-ranking naval officers present, even those young rogues with bounties exceeding 100 million are merely a group of inexperienced children engaging in trivial skirmishes. Despite their numbers, they cannot stir up any significant upheaval. The most terrifying aspect of this vast ocean lies in the infamous legends of malevolence that have long been established. It is those unparalleled sovereigns of wickedness. What do you gaze upon me for? This old man is on the verge of falling apart. And yet you expect me to exert myself. Carp sniffed dismissively, his expression one of contempt. This group of reckless youngsters is utterly unreliable. Back when I was engaged in a life-and-death struggle with Rox, you merely stood by, gaping in astonishment and shouting 666. Now that I am on the brink of collapse, you still wish to take advantage of the chaos? Bah. I have invested so much time in your training, not for you to idly feast. Kazan instinctively rubbed the tip of his nose. He had once been the ace pupil of Garp, clearly accustomed to receiving reprimands. As a former admiral of the Navy, Zephyr had betrayed the very justice he once upheld, and the threat of his potential retaliation loomed ever closer. Meanwhile, Kaido and Big Mom in the New World were stirring restlessly, intent on redividing their territories. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, lurked in the shadows, ready to launch a deadly counterattack at any moment. In this dire and treacherous situation, a formidable figure emerged, stirring the winds of change and reviving the long-gone pirate king. Roger. The circumstances of the Navy headquarters were indeed precarious. Sengoku shook his head inwardly, feeling quite disheartened. Although the intelligence reports indicated a significant advantage, with numerous spies infiltrating the forces of the 4 emperors and the warlords of the sea, When the time for action arrived, their elite combat powers still felt somewhat lacking. What if the infamous villains from God Valley were to rise again? The more Sengoku pondered, the more his head throbbed, even pulling out some of his beard in frustration. How much intelligence do we possess regarding White Devil Bar? Is there anything to add from the five elders concerning world domination? Akainu's expression was grave. Sengoku's voice was hoarse as he replied, the World Domination faction has also mobilized the CP Intelligence Department. According to the reports, White Devil Bar was born on a remote island in the East Blue known as Syrup Village. Before he set sail, there were strange occurrences in Syrup Village. Rumored to involve a swordsman of celestial caliber, I suspect he is connected to this individual. Sengoku's fingers lightly tapped the table, his demeanor stern. In Logtown, Bar resurrected Roger, but it remains uncertain if he can resurrect others. Regarding combat intelligence, this individual wields swordsmanship that rivals that of great swordsmen and possesses advanced haki, capable of cleaving 1,000 meters in a single strike. With that, Sengoku felt there was no need to continue the discussion further. A single slash, splitting the earth for 1,000 meters. Such prowess undoubtedly belongs to the realm of the grand swordsman. On this vast sea, countless swordsmen yearn to attain the pinnacle of swordsmanship, yet those who can achieve such a feat are as rare as the koi that leap across the river. The most eminent grand swordsmen are few and far between. This formidable faction known as the Overlord of Chu not only possesses the extraordinary ability to resurrect the deceased, but is also one of the rare few wielders of the great sword. This intangible threat has become comparable to the four emperors of the New World. Is it akin to the legendary swordmaster Dracul Mihawk? Sakazuki murmured to himself, fortunately. As long as we apprehend him in a timely manner, preventing the tyrant from gaining further opportunities for growth, we can contain the threat within manageable limits. Strategist Zoro pondered for a moment before inquiring, where did the tyrant go after leaving Logtown with Roger? Surely, they have not already set foot on the Grand Line. The intelligence officer stepped forward respectfully, stating, the station naval fleet from Logtown attempted to track them, but suffered devastating ambushes along the way. All we know is that the White Devil, the tyrant, seems to have formed a favorable rapport with a certain straw-hatted youth named Monkey D. Luffy. This straw hat has already breached the defenses of Logtown and is poised to traverse the entrance of the Grand Line, Reverse Mountain, entering the first half of the Grand Line. Kizaru, scratching his ear, grinned and said, to put it simply, we have lost all traces of the tyrant and Roger, correct? The intelligence officer's expression stiffened as he reluctantly nodded. Upon hearing that his grandson has intricate ties with the ferocious White Devil, Carp's demeanor also appeared somewhat unnatural. This audacious scoundrel dares to associate with such perilous villains. Once I capture you, I shall undoubtedly give you a thorough lesson. The strategist Sengoku inquired again. Marshal Sengoku, what are your plans next? Sengoku glanced at Akainu and Akiji, then commanded, regarding the matter of the tyrant Kaido and Roger, Akiji, you shall take full responsibility. If feasible, we must act before they enter the Grand Line, while their influence on the world remains limited. Let us put an end to their schemes ahead of time. Akiji nodded, affirming, I understand. Sengoku then looked at Akainu and continued, as for Sakazuki, you shall make contact with Blackbeard Teach and ascertain his true intentions. Recently, Blackbeard betrayed one of the four emperors, Edward Newgate, and sent a friendly message to our Navy headquarters. Although his ulterior motives remain unclear, as a former subordinate of the fallen Whitebeard, it is necessary to dispatch a general to engage him. No problem, Akainu replied, nodding subtly. While Sengoku had greater faith in Akiji for the future of the marshal's position, he could not deny that Sakazuki, despite his domineering and ruthless demeanor, exhibited undeniable military prowess and command skills. In the past, to ensure that no remnants escaped from Ohara Island, it was Sakazuki who ordered the annihilation of a lifeboat filled with innocent civilians. Though merciless, obedience to orders is the foremost duty of a soldier. Everyone, issue the latest bounty notice. Raise the bounty on the White Demon Kaido from 90 million berries to 1 billion berries. Continue to relay orders, ensuring that all branches in the New World remain vigilant. If this individual is sighted, avoid confrontation and report to headquarters immediately. Sengoku slammed his iron fist down on the conference table, declaring, for the sake of justice. Everyone rose in unison, their expressions grave. For justice. For justice. For justice. In the New World, within the territory of Edward Newgate, the man known as the world's strongest man and one of the four emperors, a man with a pineapple-shaped head and lifeless eyes, clenched his fist around the bounty notice. Veins bulging. I must inform Dad of this news at once. If this information holds true, then Sachi truly has a chance at resurrection. In the kingdom of Dressrosa, A golden-haired man donning sunglasses, a pink feather coat, cropped pants, and loafers, his six-pack abs prominent, emitted a peculiar laugh. Hee. This world is about to undergo a transformation. With the extraordinary ability to resurrect others, he could certainly stir global commotion. This would undoubtedly instill unease in those 5 old geezers, wouldn't it? How increasingly intriguing. I can hardly wait to meet this individual. In a secretive, secluded location, a swordsman with eagle-like, piercing yellow eyes, clad in a wine-red patterned shirt and a black vest, exhaled a long-held breath after extensive training. Upon seeing the confidential intelligence before him, his sharp eyes narrowed suddenly. The last time we met, I lacked the courage to challenge you with my sword. If there is another opportunity, I shall surely confront you, even if the outcome is inevitable defeat. Similar scenes transpired in every corner of the world. Whether in shock or fervor, greed or calmness, rage or curses, joy or blessings, one undeniable truth remained. At this moment, the name of the White Devil, Chu Ba Wang, has already plunged into the very heart of the world's vortex, leaving the imminent figures trembling with trepidation. However, what they may not realize is that the catalyst causing the resurgence of turbulent undercurrents across the globe is none other than the very individual who sits leisurely on the deck, indulging in hot pot and singing. Let us rewind time to a week prior. Rogue Town. Xiaoqing, it is time for us to depart, Chu Bawang remarked, patting Dasky on the shoulder with a look of contentment. Long ago, he had harbored a disdain for that old schemer, Smoker. Today, the opportunity to deliver a resounding blow to him felt like the fulfillment of a long-held dream. Understood, Master. Xiaoqing, shedding any reservations, swiftly maneuvered to decimate the remaining garrison of Rogue Town, leaving them in disarray. She had been underestimated. Although she had yet to fully assimilate the essence of the Tianshan Green Python's inner core, even when facing a pirate of the 4 Emperors' caliber, Xiaoqing exhibited no signs of trepidation. Aside from those possessing the powers of the natural type, she could easily overpower the vast majority of devil fruit users. This is one of the reasons why I did not allow Xiaoqing to intervene and deal with Smoker earlier. Without the ability of armament hockey, confronting a natural-type devil fruit user indeed poses quite a challenge. It seems that I must find the time to properly teach Xiaoqing the cultivation of armament hockey. The rather laid-back Chu Bawang mused within. What a terrifying woman. With merely a glance, she annihilated so many Navy personnel. As the master of the situation, Bawang's strength is unfathomable. That terrifyingly powerful armament hockey, in my recollection, ranks among the elite. Watching the receding figures of Chu Bawang and Xiaoqing, the clown Buggy secretly sighed in relief, feeling a wave of dread wash over him. Fortunately, he encountered Captain Roger. Otherwise, today might have ended in utter defeat. Although the Straw Hat Kid could not harm him, it did not mean that even Chu Bawang could handle his fragmented abilities. Excitedly, Buggy looked at Roger and asked, Captain Roger, do you have any plans? Would you like to join us on an adventure? Currently, Roger's combat prowess was diminished to a mere fraction. He was in a perilous state. After all, Roger was once Buggy's mentor, and he felt it necessary to take protective measures before Roger regained his peak strength. Roger patted Buggy on the shoulder, expressing his satisfaction. Buggy, your concern reveals your true intentions. As your captain, I am quite pleased. This indicates that I did not misjudge you. However, you are currently far too weak, and the troubles we face upon entering the Grand Line are beyond your capacity to withstand. Buggy wore an anxious expression, hastily responding, Captain. He understood that Roger was worried for his safety. Yet, watching Roger march toward danger without intervention was a burden Buggy could not bear. Rest assured, Bawang has revived me. He would never allow me to perish before his eyes. I firmly believe that my existence holds immense value for him. With his strength, ordinary foes cannot harm me. After much instruction, Roger ultimately bid farewell to Buggy. Quickening his pace, he headed in the direction where Chu Bawang had departed. His heart was filled with many lingering questions. Bawang, from whom did you learn your swordsmanship? After a prolonged silence, Roger finally voiced the query that had perplexed him the most. A look of confusion and disbelief adorned his face. For some reason, he felt that Chu Bawang's sword strike that severed 1,000 meters in Rogue Town bore a striking resemblance to his own swordsmanship essence, the divine avoidance. Yet, his swordsmanship had not been passed down. Even his first mate, Rayleigh, had never offered explicit guidance. Actually, that is your swordsmanship. The chilling sea breeze tousled Chu Bawang's long hair, and her starry eyes gradually narrowed into a mere slit. Happy National Day and Mid-Autumn Festival. My swordsmanship. Roger was taken aback. Could it be that old fellow Rayleigh took on another apprentice after my surrender? This is erroneous. The swordsmanship that Rayleigh has acquired from me can only be deemed superficial. If I were to teach a prodigy like Chu Ba Wang, I would undoubtedly find myself in an embarrassing predicament. The ocean is home to a myriad of extraordinary abilities, and one of mine is the divine resurrection technique. In simpler terms, I have consumed the resurrection fruit, granting me the power to bring the deceased back to life. Moreover, this ability not only allows for the resurrection of the dead, but also enables me to randomly acquire any one of their abilities. While Chu Ba Wang engaged in lively banter with Roger, he leisurely explored the shops of Rogue Town. Whenever he stumbled upon an enticing trinket, he generously purchased it all. Having made the journey to Rogue Town, how could he refrain from acquiring some local specialties? If Smoker were to discover that Chu Ba Wang considered his station Rogue Town merely as a tourist destination, he would likely erupt in fury. Truly, he would be seething. How could this be possible? How could such an astonishing ability exist in this world? Roger's eyes widened in disbelief, clearly taken aback. It was impossible not to be astounded. The capacity to resurrect the dead and randomly obtain one of their abilities seemed exceedingly overpowered. Heh, Chu Ba Wang chuckled lightly. This is truly astonishing. If you were to realize that the divine resurrection technique is not merely a one-time ability, and that there are no special restrictions on its use, would you not be shocked enough to leap into the sky? Yet, it seems you have forgotten. Roger raised an eyebrow, a sly smile playing at the corners of his mouth. You so readily divulged your greatest secret to me. Are you not afraid I might harbor ulterior motives? Though you have mastered swordsmanship that rivals my own, it does not mean I lack other trump cards. Roger, being a man of temperament, would not easily submit to another. Furthermore, upon the resurrection of the deceased, there are no further constraints. In other words, Roger is now unbound, possessing complete autonomy. Although he is yet to regain his peak power, he could still, by virtue of his renown and status, swiftly assemble a formidable pirate crew to traverse the seas. Chu the Overlord smiled with a raised eyebrow. Indeed, as you said, I have merely acquired your swordsmanship, which, to a certain extent, poses no threat to you. However, if you truly believe I am easy to bully, then by all means, do try your hand. Moreover, the seas of today are no longer the seas of your era. We are now in the year of the Sea Circle 1522. Many of your former crewmates have long perished and vanished without a trace. I seriously doubt, even with your charisma, how many loyal subordinates you could summon. Roger stood frozen. The year of the Sea Circle 1522? That means it has been a full 22 years since his surrender and execution. Suddenly, Roger recalled something of utmost importance, and he leapt up in a frenzy. His hands tangled in his hair, rendering it a disheveled mess. Trembling, Roger asked, the Overlord, do you know someone named Ace? If anyone were to witness Roger in that moment, they would surely be taken aback, for it was with a body that trembled uncontrollably that he uttered those words. The once mighty Gold, Roger now bore little resemblance to the fearsome pirate king. All that remained was the worry and anxiety etched upon his face. A father concerned for a son he had never met. Long ago, Roger had surrendered to the Navy for his own plans, yet at that time, his wife, Rouge, was already with child. However, Roger had little time left and could not wait for Ace's birth. He faced the choice of spending his final days with his wife or igniting the grand era of piracy. Roger chose the latter. Yet now, having returned to life, his first thoughts were of his wife and unborn child. The heart of a parent knows no bounds. Even someone as formidable as Roger cannot escape the bonds of blood. Chu the Overlord passed the unconscious Das Bones to Shao Qing. The little girl had fainted from sheer panic when she suppressed Roger in Rogetown. Roger, are you certain you wish to know about your family? This may not be good news for you. Roger's hands trembled slightly, anguish etched across his face. Please tell me. What has become of Rouge? And my child, where are they? Chu the Overlord retrieved a bottle of wine from his pack and tossed it to Roger. His expression grave. Your wife, Rouge, has passed away. Boom. Roger stood as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. The wine bottle he had just opened fell to the ground, shattering into countless shards. Roger's hands shook violently. His expression grew ever more complex and heavy, filled with profound pain, nostalgic memories, and unspeakable sorrow. Chu the Overlord downed the wine in one gulp, falling into silence, his gaze drifting far away. Though he was merely an orphan in his previous life, the agony of losing a wife weighed heavily upon Roger. He did not mock Roger's vulnerability on display, but instead placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. One could only imagine how he would react if he lost Koya. His response would hardly differ from Roger's. A primal roar erupted from Roger, who fell back in anguish, his heart-wrenching cries echoing through every corner of Rogetown. At that moment, they had yet to leave Rogetown. Boom. As Roger's emotions erupted, the hard marble floor of the streets trembled violently. Cracks appeared, and marble tiles were flung into the air, while wooden structures nearby creaked ominously. On the verge of collapse, the sky lit up with flashes of lightning, and a fierce wind swept through. The sea roared, and the palpable aura of dominance sent many of Rogetown's residents into unconsciousness. Is this the Conqueror's Haki of the Pirate King? How terrifying it is. Chu the Overlord's lips curled into a slight smile as he observed Roger's despair. If he were to strike down Roger now and employ the divine resurrection technique, would it unleash his Conqueror's Haki? The scheming Chu the Overlord felt a sudden urge to act. While my Conqueror's Haki is not innate, the version obtained through the system shares a striking resemblance to Roger's. Alas, its level is somewhat lacking. It may suffice against common foes, but against a powerhouse like Roger, it would be somewhat inadequate. It must be said, although Roger's strength has yet to recover to its peak, even a fraction of his former self, the development of Conqueror's Haki does not diminish with a decrease in power. In this moment of emotional upheaval, the sheer terror of his Conqueror's Haki was enough to unsettle even Chu the Overlord. The mental impact emanating from the depths of one's soul cannot merely be matched by physical prowess or swordsmanship. I am too soft-hearted. I cannot bring myself to strike down such a pitiful fellow. Otherwise, Roger, you would have already become my source of experience. To be honest, Chu the Overlord was rather envious of Roger's voice of all things and Conqueror's Haki. Yet, it was merely envy. With his lottery system, he believed that one day, through a stroke of luck, he would acquire a skill akin to the voice of all things. His desire to resurrect Roger was merely to add some excitement to these seas. Roger's voice of all things and Conqueror's Haki were of secondary importance. Hey, what kind of sight is this? A grown man weeping like a child. Do not let me lose my respect for you, GOLD. Roger, is it such a grand affair that your wife has died? Do not forget the abilities I possess. Resurrecting the deceased is merely a matter of my command. Once your wife, Lu Jiao, is revived, you may readily summon your subordinates to seek vengeance. In a moment of fury, the formidable Chu Ba Wang delivered a resounding slap to GOLD. Roger. The wailing ceased abruptly, and the nightmarish phenomena surrounding us returned to tranquility. Observe. When a child weeps incessantly, a firm slap suffices to quell their cries. With tear-filled eyes, Roger gazed at Chu Ba Wang, his breath hitching. Ba Wang, will you truly help me revive Lu Jiao? Roger, with an open heart, seemed to disregard the slap he had just received, perhaps having forgotten it altogether. In this regard, he was indeed a mirror image of Luffy, a carefree soul, unperturbed by the world. As he beheld the elderly Roger, tears streaming down his face, Chu Ba Wang felt a peculiar discomfort in his own being, suppressing the urge to deliver another slap. With irritation, he remarked, enough of your incessant whining. I have no time to soothe the emotions of a man of your age. Let me be clear. If you allow me to kill a few times to recoup my losses, reviving your wife Lu Jiao is not out of the question. Afterward, you can retrieve your son, Portgas D. Ace, and your family shall be reunited. A family must be whole, Roger murmured, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Chu Ba Wang felt a surge of frustration. Had it been a beautiful maiden before him, he might have felt a stirring of desire. Alas, the figure before him was merely a middle-aged, unkempt man, his garments marred by the soldiers' jabs. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that there would come a time when Roger's assistance would be required, so he refrained from further confrontation. Roger, observing the faint smile curling at the corner of Chu Ba Wang's lips and the sly glint in his half-closed eyes, gritted his teeth. Ba Wang, why do I sense that you are concealing something? From the outset of the battle at Xingtai to the subsequent destruction wrought by Shao Qing upon the pursuing forces, Roger had discerned the darker machinations of Chu Ba Wang. This individual appeared to be a reckless daredevil, unafraid of anything, yet every action he undertook was steeped in calculation. Evidently the result of careful deliberation. Despite having resurrected himself, he showed no haste to flee. Instead, he promptly eliminated irrelevant personnel, expunging all spies and smokers' forces. Roger understood well that Chu Ba Wang's decision to resurrect him at this juncture bore immense peril and infamy. Not only would he be deemed an adversary by the Navy and the world government, but he would also become a target for the majority of pirates. It is worth noting that Roger's ascent to the title of Pirate King was far from a smooth journey. The enmities he forged were unlike those of any ordinary pirate. Over 2 decades have elapsed. Would the current state of the Grand Line remain as clear as before? All he knew was that as the former Pirate King, His return to the world would undoubtedly precipitate a tumultuous upheaval. The vast ocean shall be rife with myriad disputes and conspiracies, particularly from those who perceive themselves as adversaries, the world conquerors, and the Navy headquarters. At the vortex of this turmoil stands the formidable Chu Ba Wang, destined to endure the most harrowing impacts. It is imperative to recognize that over 2 decades ago, during that execution, he personally ushered in a new era, symbolizing his transformation into a figure of profound malevolence. Such extreme wickedness can only find resolution in the hands of absolute justice, which is regarded by the masses as the most perfect conclusion. It is worth noting that the evils which ought to have vanished from the eyes of the world have resurfaced, akin to a resounding slap across the face of justice that has ruled for 8 centuries. Revived. Chu Bawang is inevitably confronted with a myriad of tribulations from the world conquerors and the Navy's righteousness. Yet, this individual displays not a shred of fear or trepidation. Instead, he wears an expression that suggests he relishes the chaos. Were it not for his numerous doubts, even Roger himself would be reluctant to associate with such a troublemaker. Over the past 22 years, significant events have indeed unfolded. Let us discuss them as we walk. However, prior to that, you must assure me that you will not easily succumb to anger here, lest your little admirers suffer the consequences. In a state of emotional turmoil, Roger's unleashed conqueror's haki is not easily resisted. For Luffy and Zoro, it would spell disaster. Fortunately, Nami, sensing the urgent mobilization of the garrison in Rogue Town, has already taken the initiative to inform Zoro. Although Luffy was slightly irked for not witnessing Roger's execution, this grievance paled in comparison to the predicament of being apprehended by Smoker and barred from entering the Grand Line. Come, let us share a drink to calm our nerves. A sly smile played on Chu Bawang's lips as he magically tossed another bottle of aged wine towards Roger. The innkeeper, overwhelmed by the haki, had succumbed to unconsciousness, allowing Chu Bawang to take the wine without payment. The 4 of them strolled and conversed, with Roger, upon feeling a surge of excitement, uncapping the wine bottle and gulping it down with abandon, clearly indulging in drink as a means of solace during his desolation. Chu Bawang regarded him with a tranquil smile, gaining a deeper understanding of the legendary pirate king, Joel D. Roger. This man before him was not merely a pirate king. He was akin to a walking gem of folly. Upon learning that one of the 4 emperors of the New World was his apprentice, and that Whitebeard had become the world's strongest man while Admiral Zeff betrayed the Navy's justice, even Roger, accustomed to great storms, found himself momentarily stunned. As the potent liquor filled his belly, a mixture of nostalgia and guilt toward his wife and child flickered across Roger's face. You have laid the groundwork for such grand affairs, merely to convey the worst news to me, have you? Ace. My son, how's he faring? After uttering this, Roger resumed his desperate drinking. Roger is undeniably a man of considerable depth. Otherwise, in an era deemed glorious, he would not have ascended to the throne of Pirate King. Chu Bawang elongated his speech, casually remarking, I wish to know, how can you accept that your son calls another man father? Huh. Roger, having just imbibed, promptly spewed the wine across the floor. Fortunately, Chu Bawang had anticipated this and maintained a safe distance, lest he be drenched. A hoarse voice erupted from Roger's clenched teeth. Bawang, what did you just say? His eyes, akin to a beast's, were bloodshot and fixated on Chu Bawang, as if he intended to devour him whole. Little Ching tilted her head, curiously observing Roger, who appeared as though he bore a meadow atop his head. Chu Bawang, in a provocative manner, cast a glance at Roger and burst into laughter. Roger, you did not miss here. Your son, Portgas D. Ace, calls another man father instead of you. Roger was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Chu Bawang would dare tread upon such sensitive ground. Yet, upon reflection, he felt a sense of resignation. He was currently unable to overpower Chu Bawang, who clearly possessed the upper hand. Roger smashed the wine bottle against the floor in fury, cursing the heavens. Damn you, Carp, how dare you plant a meadow atop my head? I hold an unending grudge against you. When I surrendered, it was because I trusted you, entrusting my wife and child to your care. And what have you done? You've taken excellent care of them, haven't you? The next time I see you, I shall make you pay dearly. Chu Bawang. What on earth is Roger's thought process? Why has he suddenly begun to curse Carp? Carp, whom I regarded as a brother, to whom I entrusted my entire family. Yet you betrayed me. Roger gritted his teeth, with veins bulging on his forehead. Chu Bawang began to question how Roger's intellect had developed. With such a lack of sense, how did he ascend to the rank of Pirate King? How could a man as honest as Carp possibly betray him? In an era filled with ambitious schemers, how did this fool manage to rise to the throne of Pirate King? The thought of Shiki launching an assault on the Navy headquarters due to this foolish man, followed by the loss of his legs and his escape from Impel Down, left Chu Bawang genuinely feeling for Shiki. Ultimately, it was a misplaced trust. Chu Bawang took a deep breath, realizing that if he did not clarify soon, Roger would surely curse Carp's ancestors into oblivion. Roger, please be quiet for a moment. Ace did not call Carp father. It was Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, who took Ace as his adopted son. Roger froze. Before he could savor the silence for even half a minute, fury erupted within him once more. Damn it. It was you, Whitebeard. You betrayed me. I had hoped to share a drink with you, to become sworn brothers under the cherry blossom tree for 3 days and nights. I never imagined you would commit such a heinous act against our brotherhood. Just wait, you cursed Whitebeard. I shall have my revenge. Roger, resembling a madman, cried out without restraint. Tears and snot mingling as he futilely attempted to wipe his face dry, only to make it stickier. At some point, this unhygienic old fool had uncapped another jug of strong liquor and was gulping it down with abandon. Chu Bawang felt a wave of unease wash over him. Damn, I just saw Roger's Adam's apple bobbing when he sniffled. This fellow, could he have possibly swallowed that thing? The formidable Chu Bawang found himself questioning his existence. Before him stood this utterly unhygienic old rascal. Is he truly the legendary Pirate King, Roger? Could it be that he has saved the wrong person? Beside him, Roger continued to wail, consuming the recently uncorked strong liquor as if it were mere water. Chu Bawang could no longer bear the sight of this disheveled old man and casually tossed him a ball of tissue. Considering your spirited nature, and in light of your lost wife and the fact that your son now calls your former rival father, I shall grant you a reprieve. However, should you dare to lament before me again, I shall not hesitate to smash your head. Witnessing Roger's tormented and deranged demeanor, Chu Bawang helplessly waved his hand and explained, Roger, you are a man destined to be the Pirate King. Cannot you maintain a semblance of composure like I do? Before you unleash your emotions, could you not allow me to finish my words first? I am solemnly informing you that Garp has not betrayed you. Whitebeard has not betrayed you either. Therefore, cease this theatrics before me, or I shall send you to reunite with your wife at this very moment. Roger was rendered speechless. This marked the first occasion he had ever been reprimanded for his lack of capability, leaving him with a peculiar sensation akin to a father chastising his son. Are you implying that neither Garp nor Whitebeard has ever treated my wife in such a manner? Roger's flask halted midair, a comical strand of mucus dangling from his exaggeratedly long mustache, resembling a pitiful creature bereft of its dearest companion. Yet, indeed, this wretched being had lost his one true love. Chu Bawang nodded, responding with patience. Before your surrender, you believed you had executed a flawless final testament. However, you must comprehend that even a paragon of virtue like Garp, the naval hero, cannot single-handedly dominate the entirety of Marine headquarters. Above the illustrious hero Garp lies the fleet admiral and the supreme commander of the forces, not to mention the world government, which views you as a thorn in its side, yearning to devour you whole. He gently pinched the unconscious Dasky's delicate face, smiling softly as he continued, Your wife, poor Dasti, Rouge, endured immense suffering, employing various means to ensure the survival of your lineage, delaying the birth of Ace by a full 12 months to prevent any suspicion regarding the child as paternity. It was precisely this sacrifice that led to her demise immediately after giving birth. At this juncture, even Chu Bawang could not help but marvel at the greatness of maternal love, which could empower an ordinary woman to such extraordinary lengths. The ancients were indeed not mistaken. A woman may be weak, but she becomes strong for her children. Most certainly, the D clan was remarkable, having accomplished the seemingly impossible feat of sustaining a fetus for an entire year. Ace, even more astonishing, emerged unscathed from this prolonged confinement, with his development seemingly unaffected. The sole apparent consequence was a slight shadow upon his visage, in contrast to those peculiar children who emerged from the womb in bizarre forms. Ace's birth was nothing short of enviable. Instinctively, Chu Bawang glanced at Roger, who was wailing in despair. Birds of a feather flocked together. This family of 3 was undeniably a trio of simpletons. Upon hearing this, Roger fell into a profound silence. He wiped away the tears and mucus from his face, laying the flask filled with potent liquor on the ground, his eyes reflecting a sense of desolation and nostalgia. Miss Rouge, that gentle figure resurfaced in his mind. It was the year he ascended to the title of Pirate King, aware that his time was limited. After disbanding his crew, Roger encountered the most tender-hearted girl of his life on Baratie Island. Perhaps she was not the most beautiful girl in the world, nor did she possess the kind of allure that would spark instant infatuation. Yet, she was the most considerate and gentle soul he had ever encountered. That year was devoid of conflict and bloodshed, a time when the old and the young supported each other through thick and thin. Indeed, it was a time to be cherished, Roger murmured, a smile incongruous with his age gracing his lips. In the next moment, he suddenly lifted his head, fixing his intense gaze upon Chu Ba Wang, his expression grave and earnest. Before Chu Ba Wang could intervene, Roger's legs slammed down to the ground. His knees wedged firmly into the hard surface of the oak rock, his torso arching like a shrimp, his forehead pressed tightly against the ground. I entrust everything to you. Chu Ba Wang, please assist me in resurrecting my wife, Portgas de Rouge. If you would lend me a hand, I, Roger, shall spare no effort, even if it means sacrificing my very life, to help you achieve your ambitions. Chu Ba Wang stared at the suddenly kneeling Roger, his silence lingering. This unkempt old fellow. I never anticipated he would possess such a passionate disposition. Observing the indifference of the great Chu overlord, Roger earnestly implored, "Oh, mighty overlord, I truly beseech you." Thud. In response, there was yet another sound of a head striking the ground. This time, Roger voluntarily relinquished his armed hockey of self-defense, and without any protective measures. He struck the hard surface of the oak rock, causing shards to scatter. Such a sincere attitude. The formidable Chu Ba Wang became serious, softly assuring, "Rest assured. Since I have promised, I shall never go back on my word. I will ensure that your family remains intact." In contrast to the regret that now lingered in Roger's heart, the pursuit of the sea and freedom had ceased to hold paramount importance. He had accomplished feats beyond the reach of others. Yet, this triumph had cost him his beloved and incurred the hatred of his own son, Portgas d'Ace. Roger had come to a realization, yearning now only to atone for the guilt he felt towards the mother and son. Observing that Roger was on the verge of tears, Chu Ba Wang quickly interjected, however, before resurrecting Lu Jiu, "I believe you should mend your relationship with Ace first. If Lu Jiu discovers that Ace has harbored resentment towards you for over a decade, no amount of favoritism will prevent her from feeling aggrieved." Roger clenched his teeth in silence, his anger swelling as he felt that Whitebeard had taken unfair advantage of him. When I encounter Whitebeard, I shall surely make him pay, he thought. Why choose my son to adopt? Does he not regard me, the Pirate King, with any respect? Chu Ba Wang retorted, "With your pitiful, sniveling demeanor, not only Whitebeard, but even I would not take you seriously. If Luffy were to learn that you, Roger, are a weeping giant, he might very well succumb to his own demons." Suddenly remembering something, Roger inquired, "By the way, where is Whitebeard now? I shall summon my brothers to confront him." Chu Ba Wang replied, "There is no need for that, as Whitebeard is soon to meet his end." Roger stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, it is understandable. After all, the elderly have been intimate friends through both love and conflict for many years, thus, receiving news of a companion's demise can be quite difficult to accept. In the bygone era, the relationships among those prominent figures were filled with intricate emotions of love and hatred. The Pirate King, Roger, the naval hero, Garp, the maritime overlord, Rox, the Golden Lion, Shiki, and even Sengoku the Buddha all stood as titans riding the waves of their time, having engaged in countless bloody battles against one another. Amidst those affectionate yet tumultuous conflicts, a certain camaraderie and mutual respect may have blossomed between these heroes, wouldn't you agree? Just as the overlord of Chu was about to offer some words of consolation to the unfortunate elder, Roger's next action nearly caused him to choke on his own blood. "What did you say? Whitebeard is on the brink of death." Suddenly, Roger erupted into laughter, as if he had just won an esteemed accolade. "Ha ha ha ha. Well done. Even the heavens cannot abide this old fool's antics. Whitebeard, may you meet your end splendidly and dramatically." The overlord of Chu muttered, "I now regret bringing this fool back to life. Is it too late to send Roger back to hell for a thorough reworking?" Only through close proximity can one truly grasp the absurdity and pettiness of Roger's character. The textbook depiction of the Pirate King radiating an aura of dominance bears no resemblance to this old rascal. His furious and vitriolic expression seemed as though he had already unleashed a punch upon Whitebeard's face, causing him to flail about animatedly. "Whitebeard, oh Whitebeard, look at you now. Did you not once boast about not wishing to know the precise location of the great treasure? It was out of sheer goodwill that I revealed to you this world-shattering secret, for I found you somewhat agreeable. And what did you do? You merely sought to find your family, leaving me in an awkward position. Serves you right for your suffering. Roger rambled on incessantly, as if he had been mute in his past life, now determined to indulge in his verbal whims. Initially, the Overlord of Chu had some interest in the gossip surrounding Roger and Whitebeard's friendship. However, as he listened further, the tales grew increasingly bizarre, leading him to conclude that Roger was quite the fool, someone he ought to keep at a distance to avoid contagion. With Luffy already aboard the Going Merry as a foolish captain, adding another fool as the Pirate King would surely result in chaos. Oh dear. I have yet to finish speaking. Why must you depart, Overlord? After a moment of bewilderment, Roger's figure reappeared before the Overlord of Chu, his gaze fervently fixed upon him. That look was so profound and laden with emotion that it made the Overlord feel quite uneasy. This unreliable fool. Could it be that he has taken a liking to me? How utterly chilling. The formidable Chu Ba Wang wiped his face, annoyance etched across his features, and said, "Speak plainly. Do not waste time on trifles. My wife and the girl aboard the Mary are awaiting my return." As he spoke, Chu Ba Wang quickened his pace slightly. Having lingered in Rogue Town for so long, surely Koya and Nami must be quite anxious. As a man, one must bear responsibility. One cannot allow his women to live in constant dread. Roger chuckled awkwardly, hastening to keep pace. Ahem. I merely wish to inquire about the true reason behind Whitebeard's impending demise. Do not misunderstand. I have no intention of rescuing that old scoundrel. I only wish to deliver a sound beating before he departs this world. I am curious. Why does a grown man possess that tsundere trait typically reserved for characters from the realm of anime? Clearly, there is a desire to save Whitebeard, yet one insists on fabricating excuses. Is it not preferable to be straightforward? The lack of fundamental sincerity between individuals is truly lamentable. The primary reason Whitebeard has not passed peacefully is due to your foolish son. Roger was taken aback. What does my foolish son have to do with this? No, my son is not foolish. On what grounds do you make such an assertion? With a cold laugh, Chu Bawang scoffed, huh? If it were not for Ace's reckless arrogance in pursuing Blackbeard alone, how could he have possibly fallen into the clutches of the Navy? Had he not been captured and subsequently reported as the offspring of the infamous Pirate King Gold, Roger by a traitor within the Whitebeard pirates? Would it have led to the most magnificent and catastrophic Marineford war in pirate history? From the moment Blackbeard Teach killed Whitebeard's 4th Division commander, Sachi, to Ace's failed confrontation with Blackbeard, culminating in his identity being revealed and sparking the Marineford War, resulting in the Whitebeard pirates having to confront the Navy head-on, ultimately leading to Whitebeard's tragic demise at Marineford. Chu Bawang succinctly and bluntly recounted the events leading to the outbreak of the Marineford War, leaving the legendary Pirate King before him momentarily stunned. Yes, the impending Marineford War shall unfold in such a manner. Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, led his crew to assault the Navy headquarters in a bid to save your son, ultimately sacrificing his very life in the process. Roger stood frozen, as if turned to wood, completely at a loss. Future? The Marineford War is about to occur. Wait, if this is a matter of the future, how does Chu Bawang possess such knowledge? Could it be? Roger was astounded. His mind was a whirlwind, and coherent thought eluded him. He had considered the possibility that Chu Bawang was merely fabricating tales. However, the confidence and calm demeanor displayed instantly dispelled any doubts in Roger's mind. Though the description of the Marineford War was concise, it was remarkably plausible. It not only accounted for the actions of the Navy, but also those of the Whitebeard pirates, as well as the movements of the 4 emperors Kaido and Shanks, and the 7 warlords of the sea. Even his first mate, Silver's Rayleigh, could not possibly deduce the global situation to such a degree, nor grasp the intricacies of human sentiment so profoundly. This analysis can be deemed a masterstroke of strategy. With a meticulous examination of the actions of various factions, the facts are laid bare, leaving Roger no choice but to believe. His worldview has been thoroughly and unrelentingly crushed by the formidable figure of the Overlord of Chu. In this world, can there truly be individuals who possess knowledge of the future's trajectory? If such foresight does not exist, then why do they grasp the currents of global affairs with such clarity? Does the divine truly exist in this realm? Roger felt a bitter sensation in his throat. Before him stood the formidable figure of the King of Chu, who, despite exuding no tangible pressure, instilled in Roger a profound sense of dread. A person capable of understanding the tides of the world with such precision could not possibly be an inconspicuous individual. Could it be that his resurrection is merely a part of this man's grand design? Is his sole desire truly to conquer this world? What ulterior motives does the king of Chu harbor? A series of alarming questions rendered Roger's countenance increasingly grim. What absurd notions could this fool possibly have conjured? I cannot shake the feeling that there is an element of apprehension in his gaze towards me. Puzzled, the formidable Chu, like a magician, produced a mirror from the depths of the system's space. Dashing. Even I am moved to tears by my own handsomeness. It is truly peculiar. I hardly appear to be the sort of malevolent villain one might expect. Isn't this a dashing young man, akin to a celestial being descended to the mortal realm? What extraordinary deeds have I accomplished to incite such trepidation in Roger? Throughout history, beautiful souls often meet their twilight, and heroes seldom grow old gracefully. Oh, Whitebeard. We are both esteemed figures, yet it seems that not only I shall face misfortune in my later years, but you too have not escaped calamity. That crescent-shaped beard of yours has been singed, half of it devoured by that rascal Sakazuki. The outcome is truly dire. Yet, to be frank, had I been the one to rescue Ace, rest assured that I would have turned Marineford upside down. In retrospect, the chasm between you and me, Whitebeard, is indeed considerable. The great warrior, King of Chu, sighed deeply. Wasn't it all to save your son? Had it not been for the foolish Ace, would Whitebeard have met such a tragic fate? It appears that Whitebeard's association with you, Roger, has brought him nothing but ill fortune. Not only must he clean up after your son, but he also has to endure your ridicule. Truly, Whitebeard has it exceedingly hard. Suddenly, Roger's gaze became intense as he leaned toward King of Chu, conspiratorially suggesting, King, if old White is indeed to be ensnared by the Navy, would you resurrect him after his demise? King of Chu's expression turned icy as he brusquely swatted away Roger's attempt at camaraderie. Do we share such familiarity? My apologies. I was rather presumptuous. Roger retracted his hand, offering a sheepish smile. Despite his outwardly sleazy demeanor, King of Chu recognized that Roger was undeniably cunning. Given Roger's current condition, even a premature recovery would hardly alter the outcome of the impending war. Thus, this crafty fellow seeks to procure insurance for his old friend, Whitebeard. Noticing King of Chu's disapproval, Roger's eyes sparkled with a new idea, and he exclaimed joyfully, King, let me whisper this to you. Old White possesses the mightiest tremor fruit of the Paramecia type. You have the ability to resurrect the dead and acquire their powers, right? If that rascal is indeed killed by Akainu and Blackbeard, you could easily replicate his tremor abilities. Even if you look down upon his devil fruit power, you could extract his conqueror's haki and armament haki. Though his conqueror's haki is slightly inferior to mine, it is still formidable enough to dominate these seas. With a stroke of fortune, should you acquire a useful ability, combined with my swordsmanship, even the 3 marine admirals would be no match. In conclusion, Roger even waggishly winked. Observant as he was, Roger had clearly noted the offensive details exhibited by King of Chu, particularly his imperfect mastery of haki. Perhaps, with swordsmanship of the caliber of a great swordsman paired with advanced haki, one could indeed reign supreme in the East Blue. However, upon entering the New World, there would still be several who could contend against him. Of course, this optimistic outlook stemmed from Roger's limited understanding of King of Chu, prompting him to entice the latter into resurrecting Whitebeard with his powers. Had Roger been aware that King of Chu possessed no fewer than 100 trump cards surpassing the tremor fruit, his blind optimism would surely have waned. King of Chu felt a shiver run down his spine, nearly succumbing to the impulse to deliver a punch. Observing Roger puffing up and nearly extolling Whitebeard's might to the heavens, King of Chu, veins bulging in anger, ultimately could not restrain himself and unleashed a quick strike, heavenly opening fist. Ouch! That hurt. Unprepared for the attack, Roger's body contorted like a lobster, his face paling. Roger, your lack of charm is not your fault, but to emerge and deliberately scare others is a grave offense. With a pained expression, Roger looked up. Do you think I don't wish to rely on my looks? Alas, it seems that fate has not favored my visage. The words, laced with sarcasm, left Roger momentarily speechless, fearing a beating. Although the punch from the Overlord of Chu had not been particularly forceful, Roger unmistakably sensed the impatience in his tone. Moreover, who was he to dictate the actions of the great Overlord of Chu? Even if you were the former pirate king who ushered in the era of great pirates, you had no right to wield me as a mere weapon. The Overlord of Chu, with an air of having seen through Roger's intentions, casually remarked, Do not presume I am oblivious to your thoughts. Had it not been for your impulsive desire to revive Whitebeard so you could later unleash your full strength upon him, I would have long since sent you back to your origins. Roger's hidden calculations were laid bare, causing his face to flush crimson, even for someone as shameless as he. The embarrassment was palpable. He began to suspect that the overlord of Chu had invested all his skill points in cunning. However, the momentary awkwardness on Roger's face quickly faded, replaced by a rather obsequious smile. Overlord, I genuinely have your best interests at heart. Once you acquire Whitebeard's tremor fruit abilities and fuse them with swordsmanship of the highest caliber, your combat prowess will undoubtedly ascend to new heights. By resurrecting me, you will inevitably attract the attention of the world and the Marine headquarters, who will offer a handsome bounty for your capture. Although I cannot ascertain the exact figure, the threat posed by resurrection alone will surely not be less than 1 billion. Upon reaching this point, even Roger could not help but marvel quietly, wearing a face that suggested he was selflessly dedicated to aiding the overlord in his grand ambitions. Should you also consider the trouble I brought upon myself in the past, you would certainly find it a considerable burden. Nonetheless, if you are willing to resurrect Whitebeard, you will gain the most powerful natural fruit ability. It is immensely formidable. A flicker of interest sparked within the overlord of Chu. Truth be told, he harbored a significant curiosity about Whitebeard's tremor fruit. His interest in such a demon fruit, with its glaring weaknesses, stemmed from the fact that it was acquired through divine resurrection, making it impervious to seawater and sea prism stone weaponry. Furthermore, it was said that demon fruits were notoriously difficult to consume. If even Luffy deemed it unpalatable, it must truly be repulsive. Noticing the overlord's apparent intrigue, Roger hastily seized the opportunity. To be frank, while that old coot Whitebeard may not stand a chance against me in one-on-one combat, he is unparalleled in a brawl. Even the Golden Lion with his floating fruit could not escape his wrath. Fearing that the overlord might not grant him the chance to elaborate, Roger animatedly gestured with his arms to illustrate the scene. That guy is truly terrifying. With a single punch, just one punch, he can rend the air and summon massive tsunamis spanning hundreds of meters. Whether it be the ocean, lakes, or waterfalls, the water cascades spectacularly. No matter the demon-slaying decree or the colossal marine flagship, they all would be buried beneath that one punch. Even the Marine headquarters dared not provoke the young Whitebeard, lest that old coot run amok across the seas claiming sons. Though he acknowledged that Whitebeard's overall strength was slightly inferior to his own, Roger still deemed him formidable. His animated rant, coupled with exaggerated gestures, aimed to sway the overlord to secure insurance for his comrade, Whitebeard. Unbeknownst to him, the corners of the overlord's mouth began to twitch in response. The legendary Pirate King was indeed a master of words. The tremor fruit, boasting the power to summon colossal tsunamis with a mere punch. Whether or not I choose to resurrect Whitebeard is a matter for my own consideration. So you need not trouble yourself with it, Roger. What's this? You do not covet the tremor fruit? Roger's face registered surprise, feeling as though all his eloquence had been wasted. You do not desire a free tremor fruit? What exactly are you after? It was clear that Roger firmly believed in the events surrounding the Marineford War. Otherwise, he would not have been so earnest in persuading the overlord. The thought that his unnecessary revelations had led to the incessant chatter of this loquacious uncle left the overlord feeling somewhat vexed. Had he known Roger was so verbose, he would not have divulged the details of such a significant event. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing, standing nearby, seemed to struggle to suppress her laughter, clearly entertained by her master's blunder. Although she masked it well, the overlord noticed her amusement. Laugh. What are you laughing at? Tonight, I shall deal with you. The overlord shot a fierce glare at the charming Xiaoqing, vowing to make her his personal servant for the night to broaden her horizons. Roger stood dumbfounded, having been caught off guard by the sudden shift in dialogue. Master, is this appropriate? The lady of the house likely would not approve. Xiaoqing's breath quickened. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she grasped the underlying implications in the overlord's tone. The overlord waved his hand grandly, declaring, "What's wrong with that? It's settled then. Given your master's stature, surely Koya will heed my words without question. I am hardly a henpecked husband as the head of the family. If I cannot wield this small privilege, what right do I have to call myself the head of the household? Damn it. Once my wife is resurrected, I shall shower her with affection every day." The exchange between the overlord and Xiaoqing left Roger feeling as if he had bitten into a lemon. He could not fathom why such a stunning beauty like Xiaoqing would consent to be a servant to this scoundrel. Suddenly, the gears began to turn in Roger's mind, and he recalled that the overlord was already a married man, shamelessly flirting with another woman. Did this mean that the handsome figure before him was nothing more than a scoundrel? The thought of the overlord playing both sides, treating such a lovely lady as a mere backup, deepened Roger's frustration. "Let us depart. Our business in Rog Town has concluded, and it is time to return home. Even aware that his every action was under Roger's scrutiny, the Overlord remained unfazed. He did not believe Roger would be foolish enough to report back to Koya, for he held the key to Roger's heart. Whether or not to resurrect Luo Jio was merely a matter of his word. Moreover, given Kia's character and her indulgence towards the Overlord, even if he were to stray, she would likely turn a blind eye. At the port of Rog Town, aboard the Mary, it has been quite a while. Why has the Overlord not yet returned? He mentioned he would merely be taking a leisurely stroll around Rog Town. Nami's delicate face tightened as she anxiously glanced at Koya. But now the navy at Log Town has suddenly gathered in large numbers. If we do not leave soon, we may be surrounded by them. Koya felt a twinge of unease in her heart and reassured Nami with the prowess of Baroque works. No one in Log Town should be able to detain him. Perhaps he truly has urgent matters to attend to. I believe he will be fine. Lying in the corner, Luffy chimed in. This time, I've really taken a substantial loss. But the next moment, he sighed deeply, his spirit deflating like a punctured balloon. After coming all this way, I missed the execution of Roger. It feels like I've been robbed blind. You really are so carefree. Not a bit concerned for the safety of your benefactor. Nami, in her flustered state, delivered a punch to Luffy's bald head. Luffy, on the verge of tears, lamented. I shouldn't have engaged in this conversation. When women get angry, they truly become ferocious. Usopp shouted, not good, the wind is picking up. Steering is still too difficult for me. Zoro, Sanji, come help me. Don't let the Going Merry drift away. Originally, the Going Merry was anchored. But for the sake of a quick escape, Usopp had raised the anchor early and taken manual control to keep the ship steady in the nearby waters. After all, Baroque works can fly with their swords. As long as they can see the silhouette of the Going Merry, they should be fine. Let me take the helm, and you give the commands. Do not stray from this area, Zoro declared as he stepped forward, taking over the position from Usopp. Suddenly, the sky darkened. A thick fog enveloped Log Town, obscuring any trace of starlight. In an instant, a fierce wind surged. The once calm sea erupted into towering waves. The waters roared in fury. Whipped by the tempest, rushing towards Log Town like a water tornado. Nami felt an unsettling sensation as they passed the Going Merry. It seemed as though that terrifying waterspout paused for a brief moment. Simultaneously, the pin hidden in Nami's ear began to stir, as if it wished to quell the tumultuous waves of the sea. Nami furrowed her brows and murmured softly, We haven't even entered the Grand Line. Yet such an eerie wind direction has appeared. For some reason, I feel an inexplicable sense of unease. The waterspout continued to roar unabated, dragging the surging waves straight towards Log Town. Before the gale even arrived, it had already cracked the cobblestone floor of the port, resembling a spider's web. A devil fruit user? Roger, who had been chattering all the way, suddenly felt his drunkenness lift significantly. His previously downcast eyes sparkled with fierce battle intent, igniting with a sudden blaze, as if ashes had burst into a roaring fire. This is undoubtedly a formidable individual. Roger had already formed his own judgment. At that moment, he was in a foul mood, and someone had just walked right into the line of fire. This truly is a case of someone delivering a pillow when one has fallen into slumber. However, before Roger could act, the Overlord of Chu had already taken a bold step forward. Doflamingo, do you dare obstruct my path? Do you seek death? The Overlord of Chu's thunderous voice echoed like a resounding bell. Such a simple inquiry caused the swirling water vortex before him to momentarily freeze. Roger's eyes widened in astonishment. He was once again struck by the sheer force of this presence. Even in comparison to my peak period of Conqueror's Haki, this was hardly inferior. How could this be possible? How old could he be? He appeared to be barely of age, yet possessed such terrifying Conqueror's Haki. Could it be that he began his training from the womb? In that instant, Roger felt as though life had become a surreal dream. At the age of 18 or 19, he had shown no signs of awakening Conqueror's Haki, living instead in a state of lethargy. Yet, looking at the Overlord of Chu, he had already mastered both Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki at an advanced level at such a young age. Not only was his swordsmanship remarkable, but he also won the heart of a beauty while straddling two boats. Comparisons between people are truly infuriating. How do you know it is I? The ferocious water vortex suddenly paused in midair, speaking in human tongue, startling Roger to the point that he nearly leapt into the air. It was then that Roger realized the Overlord of Chu, in his fierce shout, had mentioned a name with which he was not well acquainted, Doflamingo. Replaying the knowledge imparted to him by the Overlord of Chu, Roger's expression darkened. for standing between him and the Overlord was none other than the man deemed the most notorious criminal in history by the world, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. Yet, he could not fathom why Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, would suddenly appear in Lowtown instead of causing a ruckus with his troops. What means had the Overlord of Chu employed to see through Dragon's disguise so effortlessly? Hey, Dragon, did Carp not teach you not to answer a question with another question? Facing the obstruction posed by Dragon, the corners of the Overlord of Chu's mouth gradually formed a reckless grin. He was well aware of Dragon's purpose for coming today. It was merely a concern for his precious son, fearing he could not defeat Smoker and embark upon the Grand Line. However, given that Dragon had come from the direction of the port, it was clear that his appearance was not out of worry for Luffy's safety, but rather fueled by his anger towards the Overlord of Chu. Dragon had always chosen to free-range Luffy to prevent anyone from interfering with his decisions. Yet now, the Overlord of Chu's presence had significantly disrupted Luffy's growth. Luffy was still far too weak. Allowing him to continue following such a dangerous figure as the Overlord of Chu would bring nothing but peril. This is also why Dracul Mihawk, upon hearing that his beloved son was associating with the notorious white demon known as the Conqueror, chose to set aside the intricate affairs of the Revolutionary Army and travel thousands of miles to the East Sea. However, midway through his journey, he unexpectedly received news of Roger's resurrection, which further solidified his resolve. If Luffy were to continue his association with this fiend, the looming threat of world domination would eventually target them, leading to a comprehensive disruption of the Revolutionary Army's plans and a cascade of significant troubles. Conqueror, perhaps this individual should be entrusted to me, Roger remarked, eager for the challenge. Do you truly believe that in your current weakened state, you can confront the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dracul? The Conqueror scoffed, casting a piercing glare at Roger. Roger, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, rubbed the bridge of his nose. One should never strike the face. After all, even if I cannot overcome Dracul at this moment, I cannot afford to lose my bravado. Can I? To his astonishment, the intelligence turned out to be accurate. GOLD. Roger, you have indeed been resurrected by the White Demon. As the sole organization opposing world domination in the realm of pirates, Dracul's network of informants was almost omnipresent across the globe. Even within the confines of the Marines impelled down, formidable allies like Ivankov served as undercover spies, and a crucial location like Lowtown would certainly not lack his surveillance. Observing the rising aura of the Conqueror, Dracul let out a low, deliberate chuckle. He deliberately dissipated the water vortex he had conjured to obscure his presence, revealing his dark green coat. The expansive hood shrouded his face, exuding an aura as deep and vast as the ocean, imbued with an undeniable steadiness. Are you the one who has stirred the tumult of this era? The White Demon. Conqueror. The figure concealed beneath the ample hood of Dracul momentarily displayed a hint of astonishment. What is happening? I intended to call out to the Overlord of Chu. Yet what escaped my lips was merely Overlord. It sounds akin to addressing someone as Dad, which left Dolag feeling rather peculiar. In that brief pause, Dolag couldn't help but reminisce about the days when the old man Carp would chase him down the street wielding a slipper. Ah, such memories bring tears. The joy of fatherhood is the liberty to discipline one's son at will. But alas, sons can hardly appreciate their father's delight. It is often said that rebellious children defy their parents' wishes. It was precisely Carp's impulsive discipline that ignited Dolag's rebellious spirit, leading him to adopt a completely hands-off approach with Luffy. The one who stirs the tides of an era? Apologies. My ambitions extend far beyond merely inciting a tumultuous epic. The Overlord of Chu replied with a faint smile, reclaiming the enchanted blade, Thousand Blades, from Ching. The sword trembled, and a storm roared. The Overlord was intensely curious about Dolag's mastery of the devil fruit powers. Given the serendipitous encounter today, it would be a folly to let such an opportunity slip away, wouldn't it? Dolag's tone took on a note of mockery. What? Do you intend to strike at me? How amusing. I have yet to encounter such an intriguing individual, one who, fully aware of my reputation, dares to approach me so brazenly. Dolag felt an urge to laugh. Yet, in the next moment, his smile froze. This cannot be. How could the Overlord of Chu surpass me and reach that realm first? Dolag stood in a daze, staring vacantly at the Overlord, who had entered a state of perfect unity with the cosmos. The fierce winds whipped the seawater, yet not a single drop touched the hem of the Overlord's garments. The Overlord's gaze transformed into one of serene calm, while his blood simmered with fervor. Unbeknownst to him, He had ascended to the supreme state of unity with the cosmos that Dolag had yearned for his entire life. Unity with the cosmos, where body and path converge. Though he had yet to awaken the observation haki, everything before the Overlord suddenly appeared astonishingly clear. The flow of time seemed to slow. The trajectory of the fierce winds, the splashes of water, and even the trend of the storm became vividly discernible. The Overlord spoke softly, "Dolag, shall we engage in a duel?" He placed his hand upon the hilt of Thousand Blades. The sword, its blade woven like a spider's web, seemed perpetually on the verge of shattering. But as the Overlord caressed the blade, Dolag felt every hair on his body stand on end, as though he were being targeted by a primordial beast. The Overlord drew his sword, raising it high, and a resounding clang echoed like the fall of stars, illuminating the heavens. Roger stood astonished, gazing blankly at the magnificent display akin to the creation of the world itself. Truly a monster. Such an overbearing swordsmanship surely surpassed the realm of great swordsmen. I cannot believe it was hidden so deeply. I am fortunate not to have acted rashly, for I might have been reduced to mere dust. As a pirate, Roger was not one to show mercy. Were it not for his aversion to repaying kindness with malice, he might have acted unwisely. With a single stroke, he gathered his strength. His aura was fierce as a dragon. The Overlord whispered to himself, his spirit soaring. Youth is full of passion. One should wield a sword to slay dragons. Flaming sword. Pinga. The Overlord planted his feet firmly, leaping gracefully into the air like a hawk on the hunt. The searing flames enveloped Thousand Blades as he pointed forward. With a whoosh, boom, the intense flames reignited half the sky, banishing the heavy, dark night, tearing apart the world's shadows. The surging and scorching flames merged with the demonic energy of Thousand Blades, akin to Van Gogh's sunflowers blooming unrestrainedly, ablaze. To unleash such a formidable attack upon entering the fray is rather reckless, wouldn't you agree? Dolag's lips twitched violently. He had initially thought this would be a trivial skirmish, only to find himself facing a rumored master of the folk. Boom. Endless flames swirled around Thousand Blades, carrying the flaming sword's earlier strike. The sea was cleaved asunder, with the waters boiling. The hurricane clashed with the raging flames, two forces colliding fiercely in the air. Boom. The fiery crimson transformed the entire ocean into a sea of flames, reflecting the striking visage of the Overlord. So, Dolag possesses the natural type storm fruit? How intriguing. Indeed. When Eiichiro Oda initially conceived of One Piece, the strength of the devil fruits was largely influenced by the most formidable natural disasters threatening island nations at that time. Earthquakes, volcanoes, and storms posed significant dangers to these lands. Earthquakes symbolize Whitebeard's tremor fruit, while volcanoes represent Akainu's magma fruit. As for storms, they embody the wind fruit wielded by Dragon. Furthermore, reflecting Oda's meticulous nature, these three elements aptly signify distinct factions: pirates, the Navy, and the Revolutionary Army, forming a perfect triad that encapsulates the essence of the pirate world. What a terrifying slash! Roger marveled. Merely a single strike created such tumult upon the sea, evoking a feeling of impending doom. The center of the flame blade transformed into a desolate ruin, smoke billowing and spreading, with the shriek of the wind approaching. It coalesced into a lance-like force, and Dragon retaliated. Let the game come to an end. The King of Chu expressed mere curiosity about Dragon's capabilities, not perceiving him as a rival. With a slight smile, he launched forward like a projectile, drawing his sword. With a single-handed sweep, the strike was executed with effortless grace. The gathered storm was instantaneously shattered, revealing a hazy silhouette at its core. This blow is not easily countered, Roger exclaimed, as the words left his lips. A pained grunt emerged from the storm's obscured figure, which began to manifest more clearly. The figure donned a dark green cloak, a hood obscuring his face. Dragon, controlling the steady airflow, descended gracefully yet a massive wound marred his shoulder. Strangely, no blood flowed from the injury. Such formidable swordsmanship. Dragon's voice carried a tone of melancholy and resignation. He removed his hood, revealing a visage as profound as the depths of the sea. His shoulder-length black hair danced wildly in the wind. Dragon's gaze flickered over Roger, his brow furrowing ever deeper. This time, the one who stirred the tides of an era is indeed quite young. Roger, with a broad grin, circled around Dragon, laughing heartily. So, you are the son of that old coot, Garp? You don't quite resemble him. How did that fool manage to father someone as astute as you? Could it be that someone planted green grass on Garp's head? The corners of the King of Chu's mouth twitched slightly. Roger's personality is rather erratic, isn't it? Who truly embodies foolishness, if not himself? Furthermore, I can't shake the feeling that Roger seems particularly fond of the verdant pastures. Could it be that one of the crew members in your pirate crew has indeed been betrayed? The legendary Chu Ba Wang casually tossed the magic blade, Jianren, to Shao Qing and remarked with a serene smile, "Allow me to introduce myself, the world's most notorious criminal, the singular leader of the current Grim Reaper army. Monkey D. Dragon. Monkey D. Dragon. He endeavors to overthrow the dominion of the world government, notorious as the most malevolent of criminals. Revered as the only individual capable of toppling the world as conquerors, he is also the biological son of the naval hero Monkey D. Garp, the father of Luffy, and one of the most enigmatic figures in the realm of pirates. For the past decade, revolutionary ideals have been fervently championed, even resulting in the overthrow of several politically corrupt kingdoms. Regardless of the monikers or reputations one may possess, they evoke a sense of dread and profound astonishment. Yet, in the presence of this man who dwells solely in the shadows, the formidable figure of Chu Ba Wang remains remarkably composed. Doflamingo studied Chu Ba Wang for a moment, his voice hoarse yet tinged with amusement. "Indeed, you are audacious enough to resurrect the pirate king. Your demeanor certainly reflects the qualities of a great commander. However, most individuals who instigate such tumultuous eras do not meet a favorable end." As he spoke, Doflamingo cast a deliberate glance at Roger. The epic belonging to Roger has long since faded. To forge an alliance with Roger now would undoubtedly yield more detriments than benefits. To keep Roger by one side would be akin to harboring a ticking time bomb. Whether it be the ambition of world domination, the might of the Navy headquarters, or the relentless pursuit of ruthless pirate factions and scheming masterminds, they would all inevitably come knocking. The prospect of either slaying or capturing the legendary pirate King Roger would be far more staggering than any reputation. Had anyone else possessed the ability to resurrect, they would surely not act so recklessly, nor would they dare to bring the former pirate king back into this world. Simultaneously incurring the wrath of various factions would likely render one unable to find solace even in sleep. Yet, Chu Bawang has audaciously defied the natural order, resurrecting an era long lost to history and allowing it to reclaim its place upon the grand stage of history. This audacious spirit commands admiration even from the likes of Dracul Mihawk. Were it not for the fact that his son possesses insufficient strength and is entangled with such perilous individuals, he would not have made a special appearance here. Although he has always taken a hands-off approach with Luffy, as a father, Dracul harbors hopes that his son will carve out a future uniquely his own. The one who stirs the tide of an era? I hardly pay heed to such a title. The warlord of the sea chuckled softly, remarking that the reason for resurrecting Roger is simply the belief that a world without him would lack in enjoyment. Enjoyment? Are you truly oblivious to the turmoil that Roger's resurrection would unleash upon the entire world? Dracul narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the warlord with evident displeasure. You are indeed quite reckless. Do you genuinely perceive all of this as a mere child's play? His words were laced with a hint of anger, and an aura of danger emanated from him. The warlord maintained his smile, his gaze steady. No, you may have misconstrued my intent. To me, this is merely a game. Perhaps you will pay a steep price for such amusement, but for me, it is merely a means to find joy. I do not wish to lead a life of tedium. Of course, while the world appears as a game to me, this game is worthy of my earnest engagement. Dracul was taken aback. Even as the world's most notorious criminal, it was his first encounter with such audacious rhetoric. This individual is truly a complete madman. Subconsciously, Dracul's assessment of the warlord's danger level began to rise sharply. Roger, too, was astonished, his mind racing as he gained further insight into the warlord's inner world. He is undoubtedly not a man content to remain stagnant. Rather, he embodies a fearless spirit, an adventurer intent on manipulating the world with his own hands. Only a man of such grand ambition and prowess is worthy of being my Xiaoqing's master. Beside him, Xiaoqing inadvertently revealed a captivating and exquisite smile. Yet, it is precisely because of individuals like you that so many are treated as mere pawns upon the table. The capitalists at the pinnacle of power regard the lives of the underprivileged as mere playthings, trampling upon their dignity and existence with impunity. There was a chilling note in Dorag's voice. How does your brazen conduct differ from those filthy capitalists who seek world domination? Perhaps this world indeed operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. But do those who are weaker not deserve the chance to attain their own freedom and happiness through hard work? In Dorag's eyes, the most abhorrent aspect of world domination lies in the categorization of lives into hierarchies of worth and status. We are born free. What right do the celestial dragons have to view all others as inferior beings? It is precisely because the celestial dragons recklessly toy with lives, and the complicity of world conquerors, alongside the inaction of the Navy headquarters, that he, a future pillar of the Navy, resolutely chose to join the ranks of the Death Brigade. Listening to Dorag's deep-seated grievances, the overlord of Chu nonchalantly cleared his ears. Dorag, there is no need for you to bind me with your self-righteous ideology. If you wish to be a hero, to become a great savior of the world, then proceed. I have neither the interest nor the time to impede you. However, you would do well not to judge others by your own standards. Moreover, a smirk crossed the overlord of Chu's face. Even if you are labeled the world's most notorious criminal, regarded as the greatest enemy by conquerors, as the leader of the Death Brigade, you have yet to achieve anything worthy of the praise of the common people. Your so-called pursuit of freedom and happiness for the people is little more than empty rhetoric. Do you dare to criticize my sacrifices for the Death Brigade? Huh? Anger surged within Dorag, who retorted with a bitter laugh. What do you mean? Have you not heard of our Death Brigade's overthrow of several corrupt kingdoms? Merely toppling a handful of militarily weak kingdoms, can that truly be your source of pride? The overlord of Chu gently shook his head and pointed at Dorag. This is the truth. The Death Brigade has existed for decades, yet all these years, you have only dared to bully the small kingdoms that lie beyond the reach of world domination. And when larger kingdoms face crises, you completely turn a blind eye and deaf ear. Ask yourself, does the actions of the Death Brigade genuinely pose a substantive threat to world domination? Ask yourself, does the actions of the Death Brigade genuinely pose a substantive threat to world domination? The overlord of Chu mercilessly denounced the Death Brigade's inaction. Despite its long history, it only dares to take advantage of chaos in those small nations when they are embroiled in turmoil. After all these years, you, the mercenaries, are still here engaging in trifling skirmishes. This is the deficiency of Dracul Mihawk as a leader. The formidable Chu Ba Wang pointed at Dracul with indignation, exclaiming, "What I find most disgraceful is that the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, a companion of yours, has been covertly transformed into a half-human, half-machine killing machine by the world government. And yet you do not even dare to utter a word. Such a mercenary army is hardly worthy of being called the savior of the world." Beside him, Roger could hardly contain his displeasure. Initially, he had high hopes for the legendary mercenary leader, but he was dismayed to find that after decades of development, the army still engaged in trivial skirmishes. It is worth noting that Roger became the Pirate King in less than 5 years. Roger vented his frustration. In such a lengthy span, I could have become Pirate King 3 times over. Who the hell can compare to you, you freak? You are on the brink of death. Yet you still wish to explore the end of the Grand Line. The most absurd part is that you managed to achieve a grand ambition that many have failed to accomplish. Faced with the mutual ridicule from Chu Ba Wang and Roger, Dracul fell into an eerie silence, devoid of any furious retort. He clenched his fists tightly, remaining silent, although it was a harsh blow to his pride. The words of Chu Ba Wang were nothing but stark truths and realities, leaving him utterly incapable of rebuttal. He was, of course, aware of the transformation of the mercenary army's member, Bartholomew Kuma, into a killing machine. However, he dared not confront the world government head-on. Given the current military capabilities and elite combat strength of the mercenary army, they were insufficient to contend with such a colossal entity as the world government. What troubled him most was how Chu Ba Wang had come to know that Bartholomew Kuma was a member of the mercenary army. In this matter, only a handful of sergeants within the Grim Reaper army, along with myself, are privy to the knowledge. Should the overlord of Chu divulge this information to the world conquest, the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma would truly find himself in dire peril. What a lunatic! What could he possibly wish to achieve? Is there nothing beyond mere amusement and thrill that he seeks? Dolag's expression darkened further, resembling a still pool of water, before the overlord of Chu. He always felt as though he had been stripped bare, devoid of any semblance of privacy. Overlord, I concede that what you say is indeed true. However, the reason the Grim Reaper army has yet to mobilize all its forces is not due to a lack of strength. It is simply because we are awaiting the opportune moment, a chance to utterly eradicate the corrupt reign of world conquest. Dolag maintained his composure as the leader of the Grim Reaper army. He was far from the type to let his emotions be laid bare by mere provocations. After all, the peril posed by the Grim Reaper army far surpasses that of pirates and bandits. It is a matter where one's head is at stake. And had Dolag not possessed a modicum of cunning, he would not have survived to this day. My heavens, the tyrant Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea serving the world, is actually a member of the Grim Reaper army. This secret must be conveyed to Colonel Smoker, or other naval comrades at all costs. Meanwhile, the recently awakened Desbones secretly engaged in eavesdropping. While secretly reveling in her discovery, her assessment of the danger posed by Su's song escalated several notches. Information that even World Conquest might not be aware of was shockingly wielded by this man who appeared no different from a pretty boy. How terrifying is this man's intelligence network? Dasky had initially contemplated that after being captured, she would find a way to escape, resolutely refusing to contribute even the slightest bit of strength to this scoundrel who had deceived her feelings. However, she has now conceived a bold plan. Rather than attempting to flee, she intends to find ways to remain by this man's side. Only by gathering his preferences and intelligence can she gain the upper hand in the upcoming battles. Little did Dasky anticipate that in her quest to gather intelligence, she would ultimately invest both her body and soul into the endeavor. This is what is colloquially known as giving oneself away for free. As the two fish had already taken the bait, the corners of Chu Ba Wang's mouth curled into a knowing smile, revealing a profound expression. Dolag, you must understand. The optimal moment to sever ties is not something that can be awaited. It is a future that must be forged with one's own hands. Dolag's pupils dilated in sudden alarm. Could it be that this fellow intends to? Just as Dolag's thoughts surged, contemplating one plan after another, Roger suddenly leaned in as if he had discovered a new continent. Hey, kid, I have a question for you, and you must answer honestly. Are you the biological son of that old geezer, Carp? His disheveled visage, combined with wide-eyed scrutiny and the stench of alcohol, made him resemble a wild monkey circling around Dolag. Even Dolag, renowned for his calmness and cunning, felt his expression falter in an instant. Is this fellow truly the legendary Pirate King? Are you jesting with me? I recall vividly that the unparalleled Roger, who could see through life and death, did not appear this way on the execution platform. So what? What difference does it make? With a steady resolve, Dorag thought to himself, I shall not concern myself with your tricks. Let the soldiers come, and I shall meet them. Let the waters rise, and I shall build my dam. Roger squinted, his gaze repeatedly flitting over the peculiar tattoo on Dorag's face, and in a voice loud enough for all to hear, he murmured, terrifying, truly terrifying. As the biological son of that old coot Garp, your life must be exceedingly miserable. Who would have thought that Garp, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, could be so harsh towards his own flesh and blood? Look, pay close attention. The scar on your face resembles the mark left by a shoe, so vividly clear. If I were in your shoes, I would certainly wait for Garp to fall asleep and give him a taste of his own medicine. Let him experience the sensation of a shoe print on his face. Little Ching, Dasky, King Chu. In an instant, Dorag's expression darkened. What the hell? A shoe print? This is a tattoo, for heaven's sake. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dorag, indeed bore a striking and conspicuous red net-like tattoo on his face. Typically, he donned a dark green long coat, using the hood to conceal this peculiar tattoo. No one knew how Dorag's tattoo came to be or the profound meaning behind it. Yet, one cannot deny that, comparing the tattoo to a shoe print, Roger was not entirely incorrect. The shape of the tattoo bore an uncanny resemblance to a shoe print. To the uninitiated, one might genuinely think that Dorag, in his youth, had been slapped across the face by Garp wielding a sandal imbued with hockey. This is a delightful misunderstanding. However, if possible, Doflamingo hopes that similar misunderstandings could be diminished, even if just a little. Alas, how terrifying it is. The usually fierce and imposing Carp has resorted to such cruelty against his own son. How heartless indeed. Yet, Roger, akin to discovering a new world, clings tenaciously to the tattoo etched upon his face. As he circles around Doflamingo, his curiosity is palpable, almost as if he yearns to feel the texture of the slipper print. Doflamingo, with a stoic expression, observes Roger, who resembles a monkey in his antics, while beneath his calm exterior, a tempest brews within. His clenched fists reveal veins that protrude like sinister worms. That scoundrel. I truly wish to deliver him a sound thrashing. Why can't you simply refrain from speaking and remain a mere shadow? Taking a deep breath, Dracula resolved not to be swayed by that fool Roger. He turned to the formidable Chu and said, Sir, I hope you will not interfere excessively with Luffy's future. That young lad deserves his own adventures. What he truly wished to convey was, you are exceedingly perilous. Even in the East Blue, your bounty is an astonishing 90 million berries. If the Navy were to discover your ability to resurrect the dead, that bounty would surely multiply tenfold. It would be far safer for my precious son to remain distant from such a dangerous criminal. When have I ever meddled in Luffy's future? Chu retorted. That foolish boy seeks an adventure at a moment's notice, which does not conflict with my ambitions. To be honest, as he uttered these words, a twinge of guilt flickered within him. After all, in his pursuit of entering Europe, he had sacrificed Luffy's hairline and romantic prospects. Perhaps due to the haste of his journey, Dracula had overlooked Luffy's peculiar circumstances. If he were to learn that his son, at such a tender age, had been compelled to live as a monk, he would likely engage in a fierce confrontation. This foolish lad has always been somewhat single-minded, and now he is transformed into a bald man. Is he not destined to live a solitary life henceforth? If Luffy is unable to find a wife, how could Dorag possibly refrain from exerting himself? The mighty Chu Ba Wang asserted. Nonetheless, there is no cause for concern with my strength. Even if the bounty were to soar 100-fold or 1,000-fold, it would be entirely justified. Dorag's lips twitched slightly. 100-fold or 1,000-fold. Surely, you do not genuinely believe that your prowess surpasses that of the strongest man in history, Whitebeard. Chu Ba Wang gestured towards Roger, declaring, moreover, Roger has now agreed to become my crewmate. Given time, he will surely regain his peak combat capabilities. With his connection to Ace, serving as a bodyguard and spiritual mentor along the way would be more than sufficient. Roger, bewildered, exclaimed, when did I ever agree to become your crewmate? How could I be unaware of this matter? In the next moment, he suddenly recalled that his wife's life was still in the hands of the formidable Chu Ba Wang, and he instantly wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. The sensation of being held by the collar is quite unpleasant. Yet, upon reflecting that his wife, Luogio, still depended on Chu Ba Wang's resurrection magic, Roger instantaneously transformed into an actor of the shadows, nodding fervently like a chick pecking at grains. The captain speaks the truth. I, Roger, have officially joined His Excellency the Overlord's crew and become a grassroots pirate. However, on another note, Captain, you have yet to inform me of the name of our pirate crew. Dorag, Pirate King Roger, if you find yourself kidnapped, just blink. The seemingly fainted Dasky appeared to glimpse a new world, her heart surging with tumultuous waves. The legendary Pirate King Roger is actually going to join the crew of the White Devil, Chu Ba Wang. This intelligence must be swiftly communicated to the Navy. The only aspect that struck Dasky as peculiar was the renowned Pirate King suddenly declaring his intent to start from the grassroots level. It seemed there was an underlying sense of oddity. The Overlord of Chu remarked with a faint smile, in this world, every individual harbors their own aspirations and objectives. What I desire is to render this world more intriguing, to imbue its course with vibrant diversity. Dragon S. brow furrowed, his tone growing icy. So, you are resolutely determined to interfere with Luffy's future? As his words fell, a faint yet palpable aura of menace emanated from him. Amidst the heavy mist, the silhouettes of warships could be faintly discerned, appearing and disappearing upon the vast sea. Those were the forces of the cutthroat army stationed in the East Sea. Having developed over nearly a decade, the cutthroat army's influence had pervaded every corner of the world, the only distinction being the disparity in strength. The East Sea, being the place of his resurgence, naturally boasted a formidable military presence. For my master to take an interest in you is the greatest fortune and opportunity for your son. Yet here you are, obstructing him at every turn. Truly, you lack discernment. Were it not for my master's compassion, if it were up to me, I would have long sent you, this blind wretch, to meet the king of hell. Xiaoqing coldly snorted inwardly, casting a glance at Dragon as if he were a mere specter, inheriting the legacy of the sky-blue bull python. A sole beast of the starry forest for 100,000 years, Xiaoqing was far from as docile as she appeared. Her outwardly benevolent demeanor was only displayed before a select few, such as the Overlord of Chu and Yana Mei. In the annals of memory, the sky-blue bull python was revered as the king of all soul beasts in the starry forest. When roused, its ferocity could instill terror in the bravest of hearts. Dragon shivered involuntarily, a chill coursing through him. For reasons unknown, he felt as though he had just traversed the gates of the underworld. Following the source of danger with his gaze, he met Xiaoqing's enchanting smile. This seemingly exquisite woman evoked a primal fear within Dragon, compelling him to kneel in submission. If you wish to live, do not defy my master's wishes, Xiaoqing mouthed, her smile warm and inviting. If you wish to live, simply obey, she repeated with a gentle expression. In that fleeting moment, Dragon felt as if he had plunged into an abyss, every hair on his body standing on end. What a terrifying gaze this is, though her face bears a smile. The depths of her eyes conceal an overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain of blood and a sea of corpses. It is a fear that strikes directly at the soul. Utterly irresistible. What perplexes Drago the most is that this pressure resembles the conqueror's haki, yet he finds himself unable to counter it with his own. How can this be? Curse it. What kind of ability is this? This woman is merely a maid, yet she can overpower me with her conqueror's haki. Without a moment's hesitation, Drago retreated 100 meters, creating an exaggerated distance between himself and the two figures, Chu Ba Wang and Xiao Qing, his face as pale as death. His speed was astonishing. Faster than that of a rabbit. In fact, he outpaced even the swiftest of hares. Roger, bewildered, wondered what was happening. Just moments ago, they had been engaged in pleasant conversation, yet suddenly, such a commotion erupted. How could the leader of the death squad flee so far merely from a glance from a young girl? Was he afraid of being devoured or something? Huh? Are you trying to intimidate me? Do you think I'm someone easily cowed by threats? Taking a breath, Drago's voice was icy as his gaze locked onto Chu Ba Wang. He realized that this terrifying woman was merely a servant to Chu Ba Wang, without her master's permission. How could she exert such pressure upon him? If the esteemed leader of the death squad cannot withstand this mere pressure from my maid, then you are unworthy of being chosen as my collaborator. Chu Ba Wang raised an eyebrow slightly, but did not chastise Xiao Qing for her presumptuousness. His nature inclined him to protect his own. Regardless of what Xiao Qing had done, she was still his own. No outsider could critique her actions. However, he was not one to impose his will upon others, thus he offered Drago a moment to consider whether he would cooperate with him. How shameless. You clearly wish to exert your influence and force me into submission. If it were not for my strong will, I would surely have fallen into your scheme. Clouds of worry shrouded Drago's heart, yet his expression remained icy. Cooperate? What qualifications do you have to negotiate with the death squad? With just the three of you strong individuals, can you truly overthrow the world conquest that has dominated for 800 years? In his words, there was an undercurrent of dominance and confidence. He had every reason to speak thus. After decades of development, the power of the death squad had permeated all corners of the world, surpassing even the most formidable pirate crews in the new world of the Grand Line in terms of overall strength and scale. Their intelligence network had also deployed numerous formidable and mysterious spies among the world's allied countries. The scale of their military force was terrifyingly pervasive. Drago merely needed to await the right opportunity to unleash a tempest in the new world and lead his army to rebellion. On the other hand, regarding Chu Ba Wang, the stunning woman and pirate king Roger, although their individual strengths were formidable, their collective might was indeed noteworthy. Yet, in the crucible of true warfare, relying solely on personal strength would not secure victory. The power of one is ultimately limited. The maritime overlord Rox was so, and the resurrected pirate king is no different. What if you wreak havoc upon the seas? The world conquest and the celestial dragons still sit atop the red line, oppressing the masses. Following their brief encounter, Drago acknowledged that Chu Ba Wang and Xiao Qing were not inferior to him in strength, they might even surpass him. However, in terms of influence and organizational scale, they were utterly unqualified to negotiate with him, the sole leader of the death squad. In response to the scorn evident on Drago's face, Chu Ba Wang remained unperturbed, instead appearing to revel in the exchange. Drago, I once believed you to be a wise man. Yet, upon our meeting today, I find my understanding of you to be rather superficial. Your vision is exceedingly narrow. Drago's eyes widened in shock. How dare he? I am the leader of the death squad, the spiritual guide of the death doctrine, the harbinger of an uprising against the dark rule of the world conquest. You dare claim my vision is limited? I would like to hear just how you believe my perspective is lacking. Drago, filled with indignation, retorted coldly. As the leader of the death squad, you should broaden your horizons and contemplate deeper matters. Each individual, upon birth, symbolizes different meanings and carries missions they must fulfill. Just like you, Drago, your identity encompasses more than merely being the world's most notorious criminal. While that title is fearsome, the benefits it brings are negligible. Yet, the title of the death squad leader carries an entirely different significance. Chu Ba Wang, hands clasped behind his back, adopted the demeanor of a pioneer of death, guiding his juniors. Drago paused momentarily, pondering deeply. Are you suggesting I should learn to leverage the advantages of my titles and accolades to build my reputation? Just like Pirate King Roger? No, that notion is flawed. You surely know better than I. The title of Pirate King brings far more troubles than benefits in this era. Perhaps the title could indeed gather a decent crew of pirates, even attracting some old faces. However, that is the extent of it. Even if a crew were successfully formed, the risks involved would be disproportionate to the rewards. Ultimately, it could never shake the foundation of the world conquest, nor could it topple the corrupt rule of the celestial dragons. By the end of his argument, Drago had thoroughly dismissed Chu Ba Wang's proposal. I told you, Drago. Your vision is limited, and you refuse to believe it. Drago's face flushed with anger. How infuriating. Could I truly have misjudged? But if not for Pirate King Roger, who else could be utilized to leverage titles and reputations for influence? Drago stubbornly asserted, if you have the capability, then stop beating around the bush. I wish to see who is worthy enough to stir the world conquest. Chu Bawang's smile deepened with an enigmatic quality. It was a name that could instill fear in the very heart of the world conquest. No, he was not merely a man. His name is Fisher Tiger. The moment those words fell, Drago's entire being trembled, a glimmer of shock flashing in his eyes. How could I have forgotten this man? Fisher Tiger. He is renowned as one of the greatest adventurers of the Grand Line. In a valiant effort to rescue his fellow fishmen, who had been purchased by the world nobles, the celestial dragons, and subjected to slavery, he ascended to the holy land of Mariewa, confronting the world government with his bare hands, and orchestrated a grand upheaval that liberated thousands of captives from various races. Subsequently, he established the Sun Pirates, forging a path across the seas. The incident involving Fisher Tiger's tumultuous assault on the World Conquest headquarters, Mariewa, continues to resonate profoundly to this day. When the event initially transpired, it was akin to a seismic explosion, sending ripples of shock throughout the entire world. Although Fisher Tiger only managed to rescue a fraction of the enslaved individuals, he emerged as the leader of the liberation movement and a monumental hero of humanity. He is, indeed, the first person in history to challenge the sanctity of Mariewa and the first to defy the world government. This marks the first endeavor of the ordinary people to actively resist the corrupt forces of global domination, and it has achieved monumental success. Although the illustrious Fisher Tiger has since fallen, the Mariewa incident undeniably liberated many slaves who suffered under the oppression of the celestial dragons, shattering the seemingly invincible facade of their power. Even in the current era of piracy, numerous individuals regard Fisher Tiger as a spiritual leader and idol of the slave liberation movement and the resistance against global tyranny. In his earlier days, Dracul Mihawk, having witnessed the darkness of the Navy headquarters and global domination, found himself inspired by it. He later acknowledged that the establishment of the Revolutionary Army was profoundly influenced by Fisher Tiger, whose pioneering spirit ignited Mihawk's resolve to initiate the revolution. Yet, this is not the only aspect that merits Mihawk's admiration for Fisher Tiger. The latter is not merely a renowned figure. He is a member of the Fishman race, revered within his community as a great hero. He enjoys immense respect and trust from the inhabitants of Fishman Island and was a distinguished guest of the former rulers, King Neptune and Princess Odohan. In a sense, Fisher Tiger embodies the collective attitude of the Fishman race. Notably, Jinbei, one of the 7 warlords of the sea and an esteemed member of the Sun Pirates, holds Fisher Tiger in high regard, affectionately referring to him as Brother Tiger. Thus, do you possess the confidence to resurrect Fisher Tiger? Mihawk's demeanor shifted dramatically, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze intently upon Sabo. If you have encountered the resurrected Gold, Roger, it stands to reason that you could also witness the revival of Fisher Tiger. Contemplate this. Should the hero of Fishman Island join the ranks of those resisting global tyranny, what impact would that have on your revolutionary army? What ramifications would it impose upon the entire world? Given your intellect, I trust that no extensive explanation is necessary. Engaging with astute individuals is indeed refreshing. The establishment of the Revolutionary Army under the reign of global domination, and its subsequent development to its current stature, indicates that its leader possesses considerable merit, at the very least, surpassing the majority of individuals in the pirate world in intelligence and leadership abilities. As one of the most intellectually gifted characters in the realm of One Piece, Mihawk intuitively grasps many truths without the need for elaborate discourse. The significance of Fisher Tiger's potential reappearance upon these seas is unparalleled, equally crucial to Mihawk as the leader of the Revolutionary Army. This gravity is precisely why Mihawk regards the matter with such seriousness. Furthermore, he owes a considerable debt of gratitude to Fisher Tiger. Carla, one of the officers in the Revolutionary Army and a combat companion of Sabo, once received Fisher Tiger's life-saving assistance. Had it not been for the Sun Pirates escorting Carla, they would not have been betrayed by the fearful and greedy local populace, leading to a dire confrontation with the Navy. Had Fisher Tiger survived, perhaps the most fitting leader of the Revolutionary Army would not be Mihawk but Fisher Tiger himself. Mihawk reflects with a bittersweet smile. Had that been the case, the Revolutionary Army might have already amassed the strength to confront global domination directly. The Sun Pirates and Fishman Island would become the most formidable vanguard against tyranny. Most importantly, if Fisher Tiger were still alive, the world's slaves would no longer languish in despair but would rekindle their hope and determination to strive for a better future. In every corner of this world, the clarion call to battle shall resound. The overthrow of the tyrannical reign of world conquerors and celestial dragons is within reach. Even if the ultimate liberation movement of the enslaved fails, they can, through the fortuitous alignment of humane principles, forge an ideal realm to resist global domination. That realm is Fishman Island, a formidable nation capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the giant kingdom of Elbaf in terms of military might. Compared to humanity, the Fishman race is innately the finest warriors. Naval warfare is the prevailing paradigm, and the Fishmen thrive in combat, seizing every advantage. It can be asserted that in maritime conflict, the Fishman army is virtually invincible. Unless the adversary possesses overwhelming firepower and numbers, victory is hardly attainable. In a fleeting moment, a myriad of thoughts surged through Dracule's mind, and the deeper he pondered, the more apprehensive he became. So, this was the intention behind your collaboration with me. As Dracule envisioned one resplendent future after another, his emotions swelled uncontrollably. Yet suddenly, a chilling laugh from the warlord of Chu pierced his thoughts. Do I wish to collaborate with you? No. Dracule, you seem to be mistaken. The tides of fortune favor me, and the power to resurrect Fisher Tiger lies firmly in my grasp. It is not I who seeks your cooperation. Rather, it is you who must beseech me. Dracule's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, what a sinister scheme. You intend to lure the dog into a trap. Confusion washed over Dracule, as he finally grasped why the warlord of Chu had specifically summoned Fisher Tiger. It was clear that he sought to maintain firm control over the initiative in their collaboration. However, how could I trust you to command Fisher Tiger's actions and guide him down the path I wish to see? What does it mean to lure a dog into a trap? This is what it means to be led astray, only to be eliminated. At this juncture, even if the formidable Chu Ba Wang remains silent, Dorag is eager to witness the profound transformations that Fisher Teague's resurrection will bring to the world's landscape. However, the astute Dorag is unwilling to relinquish the initiative to Chu Ba Wang so easily. The primary reason for Fisher Teague's demise was the treachery and betrayal of humankind. In his final moments, Fisher Teague's parting words were a poignant declaration, I can no longer love humanity, thus revealing the depth of his disdain for them at life's end. Chu Ba Wang laughed dismissively, proclaiming, minor tides may be reversed, but the grand currents cannot. In this world, there will always be individuals destined to become historical figures. Fisher Teague's character will not fade with the passage of time. Upon his return, regardless of the challenges ahead, he will resolutely pursue his path. Indeed, he will fulfill his mission without requiring our intervention. History is a banner, and he is a beacon, illuminating the way for the proletariat. The facts are laid bare, requiring no excessive explanation. As long as Fisher Teague breathes, the oppressed slaves and proletarians of the world will harbor hope. The military powerhouse, Fishman Island, will lend unwavering support. And even the former Sun Pirates, now the formidable 7 warlords of the sea, including the heroic Jinbei, will naturally gravitate back. The century of conquest will not idly witness the strengthening of rival forces. An offensive will surely ensue, even for self-preservation and the safety of his comrades. He will be compelled to expand his influence, inevitably forced into collaboration with the Reaper army, ultimately marching towards a fate that seems preordained, much like the valiant Lin Chong, driven to rebellion. The tide of events is immutable. Waves crash and roar, while ferocious winds howl. One after another, massive warships plunge beneath the waves, vanishing without a trace. Ba Wang, as you wished, you have successfully ensnared me in your trap, igniting my desire to collaborate with you. A smile graced Dorag's face. Your appetite is certainly not so easily sated. Pray tell, what is it about me that leads you to believe I possess the means to cooperate with you? I am willing to offer anything within my grasp. However, I expect you to honor our agreement and ensure Fisher Teague's flawless resurrection. Cooperation is typically founded on mutual strength. Each party must need and rely on one another, their interests intertwined to establish a foundation for partnership. Dorag harbors doubts that Chu Ba Wang does not have a need for him. As long as the demands are not unreasonable, whether it be substantial berries, elusive devil fruits, or confidential intelligence, Dorag has avenues for acquisition. I apologize, but I truly have no tasks for you at present. If I must express a desire, it would be for you to present yourself willingly, allowing me to strike a couple of blows to see if I might seize the powers of the storm fruit. Dorag, surely you jest, to fixate on my storm fruit. Let us not even discuss whether you could resurrect me afterward. Given our current level of trust, I will not simply submit and await my fate. The mere thought of Chu Ba Wang having the formidable Shao Qing as a trusted general, capable of using that terrifying conqueror's haki to intimidate my very spirit, fills Dorag's heart with trepidation. Where do these extraordinary beings originate? How is it that even a mere maid possesses such terrifying strength to rival my own? The overlord of Chu waved his hand and jested. All right, all right. I am well aware that you would never acquiesce to such a condition, so I was merely teasing you. I never anticipated you would take it seriously. The storm fruit possessed by Dorag may indeed be a rare treasure to outsiders. However, when compared to Roger's ability to hear the voices of all things and his conqueror's haki, it pales significantly. Instead of wasting time, he might as well stab Roger to death and revive him, testing his luck in the process. To hear the voices of all things. Now that is a precious skill. Could you refrain from regarding me with such a perilous gaze? It frightens me greatly. Meanwhile, Roger seemed to sense something, crossing his arms protectively over his chest. His expression and posture resembled that of a vulnerable maiden about to face a grievous assault. The corner of Chu's mouth twitched slightly. Damn it! What manner of pirate is this? Had I known, I would not have revived this fool. The antics are far too outrageous. Perhaps it would be best to eliminate this imbecile once and for all. Roger, listen closely. From this moment forth, you shall not utter a word in my presence, nor do I wish to hear your voice. Should you dare to speak, I shall strike you down once. Should you speak twice, I shall strike you down twice. The imposing figure of King Chu cast a chilling glance at Roger, who immediately wilted like a frost-bitten vegetable. Despite his inherent regal bearing and the indomitable spirit coursing through his veins, he found himself vulnerable, burdened by a significant weakness, his deceased wife. The son he had never met, and the many crew members who had perished or aged into oblivion. The true power of this divine resurrection technique lies not merely in bringing the dead back to life and extracting their abilities. Rather, it is in the revelation that the entire ocean bears witness to his capacity to resurrect the deceased. Have you lost someone dear? What a coincidence. I happen to possess the means to restore the dead. Do you wish to revive your loved ones? That depends on your ability to discern my intentions. Such is the simplicity of the matter. If resurrection were as casual as it seems, the benefits would not be so profound. In the vast expanse of the sea, there are but a few characters known by name who have met their demise at the hands of Oda. The divine resurrection technique is akin to the hook of a champion in League of Legends. If I do not cast my hook, I shall circle about you, causing an unease that cannot be ignored. This is the greatest leverage that the overlord of Chu wields to command the hearts of men. Do you, dragon, aspire to achieve victory? Do you wish to overthrow the world government with the might of Fisher Tiger? Very well, come and appease me. Only when you have sufficiently pleased me shall I assist in resurrecting Fisher Tiger. If you dare to object, come at me. Heh. I relish the sight of your clenched teeth and impotent fury. Speak, what price do you wish to exact from me? Dragon cast a penetrating gaze at Roger, as if he discerned some leverage or vulnerability that the overlord had seized upon. Otherwise, given the inherent regal spirit coursing through him, he would not be so subservient. Yet, even so, Dragon had to lower his stature to seek collaboration with the overlord. He aimed to lead the revolutionary army to ultimate triumph. The formidable Fishman Island was an obstacle he could not circumvent. Although the revolutionary army was not lacking in strength, it struggled to muster sufficient forces for an assault on such a military powerhouse. However, with the aid of the pioneering Fisher Tiger, the implications would be entirely different. Fishman Island would become the Revolutionary Army's first strategically significant base. With Fisher Tiger's assistance, Dragon could potentially save himself a decade of effort. Once the soundproofing was arranged, the overlord of Chu leaned closer to Dragon, speaking in a hushed tone meant only for their ears. It is quite simple. You need only to introduce me to these two individuals. Are you certain about this? As far as I know, you already have a wife, don't you? Upon hearing the names proposed by the overlord, Dragon's expression suddenly grew peculiar. One is not enough. I want them both. The two exchanged glances, revealing a lewd smile of mutual understanding. What on earth are these two discussing? Roger scratched his head, somewhat perplexed. Is there something that cannot be spoken openly? You two seem so secretive. Are you planning to engage in some clandestine escapade? But that doesn't make sense. You have a stunning beauty at your side. Why gaze longingly at others? I can indeed facilitate a connection between you and those two, but I cannot guarantee success. Dragon, feeling he had the upper hand, pondered for a moment before replying. Aside from this, do you have any other demands? Seeing that the bait had been taken, the overlord of Chu smiled knowingly. In addition to those two, I require your promise. In return, I shall resurrect Fisher Tiger once you fulfill all my requests. A promise? Dragon, clearly a cunning old fox, instinctively furrowed his brow. Indeed, benefits are never free. He scrutinized the overlord, along with the petite Ching and Roger beside him. The strength of these three was not beneath his own. Each possessed power surpassing that of the 7 warlords of the sea, and combined, they could easily obliterate even small nations. Does such a formidable combination of combat prowess truly necessitate the intervention of their sacrifice army? What on earth has this individual set his sights upon that warrants such a grand mobilization? What are your true intentions? Dolag's tone grew increasingly grave. This matter could not afford him even the slightest negligence. Despite the brevity of their acquaintance, Dolag had formed a fleeting impression of the notorious Chu Ba Wang. The man before him was none other than the mad and branded as the White Devil by the world. The last individual associated with the term devil was the man known as Douglas Barrett. The devil's progeny, Douglas Barrett. As far as he knew, this monster was imprisoned in level 6 of the Navy's grand prison known as Advanced City. Although they only comprised a small trio, their overall combat prowess was undeniably formidable. The fact that they required the intervention of the Death Squad indicated that the target they were fixated upon was certainly extraordinary. This is precisely the aspect that Dracula Mihawk fears the most. If the mighty Chu Ba Wang deliberately allows the Death Command Army to engage in battle with the Navy headquarters while he himself lurks in the shadows to reap the benefits, wouldn't the Death Command Army be sold off, only to assist in counting the profits for others? Do not be alarmed. I assure you that I would never intentionally lead you to your demise at the Navy headquarters. Chu Ba Wang saw through Mihawk's hidden intentions. Is such caution truly necessary? Are you not merely concerned about the age-old tale of the clam and the snipe, where one benefits from another's conflict? To speak candidly, I am not particularly interested in the secrets of your Death Command Army. A subtle smile graced Chu Ba Wang's lips as he continued, in due course. I plan to rescue a friend from the naval prison, at which point your assistance in dealing with a certain individual will suffice. Mihawk's brow furrowed even tighter. Must I indeed intervene? Pray tell, who is my adversary? His curiosity piqued. Who could possibly be regarded as a friend by Chu Ba Wang, warranting such a daring rescue from the clutches of confinement? A myriad of devilish figures flashed through his mind, only to be dismissed one by one. Although he remained uncertain regarding who Chu Ba Wang intended for him to confront, the necessity of his involvement indicated that it must be a formidable opponent of equal standing. Such skilled adversaries are indeed rare upon the vast seas. Chu Ba Wang smiled and inquired, if you were to face Magellan, how long do you believe you could endure? Mihawk's expression shifted dramatically, drawing in a sharp breath as he exclaimed, the prison warden Magellan. My heavens, you have set your sights on the underwater fortress. Could it be that the person you wish to rescue is? Mihawk's face was a canvas of astonishment, gazing at Chu Ba Wang as if he were a madman. Even Roger, standing nearby, could not suppress the twitching of his lips. Could it be that this fellow truly intends to rescue his sworn enemy? The mighty Chu waved his hand towards Roger, signaling him to be silent, and Roger immediately clamped his mouth shut in trepidation. Fortunately, my cleverness prevented me from uttering a sound. Otherwise, I would have met my demise. Rest assured, I am aware that you and the formidable Magellan are colleagues from the same era, and you cannot bring yourself to strike a fatal blow. Leave the rest to me. You need not overly concern yourself with the escape route. Simply guide me into Impel Down, or provide me with its precise coordinates. I shall handle all the fighting. Moreover, I do not require you to make a decision at this very moment. Dragon's countenance grew grave as he took a deep breath, striving to restrain his astonishment. I never imagined that this individual would seek to release them both. Is it for the sake of the combined fruit and the float fruit? A fleeting glance at Roger filled Dragon with an oddly peculiar thought, to unleash those two monsters simultaneously. Are you not afraid that the three of them would engage in a fierce battle, demolishing your very homeland? With a grand gesture, Chu chuckled lightly, declaring, all matters have been resolved. It is time to return home and embrace my wife. Roger and Dragon's expressions darkened. Once they confirmed that Chu had no immediate plans to assault the underwater prison, Impel Down, Dragon finally exhaled in relief. Given the current strength of the cutthroat army, a successful infiltration of Impel Down could not be guaranteed. Should Chu insist, the risks faced by the cutthroat army could escalate exponentially. Moreover, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that if Chu does not perceive sincerity from us, he may very well refrain from resurrecting Fisher Tiger. In the end, Dragon departed with a wealth of gains, albeit merely a verbal promise from Chu. Yet, in his eyes, true powerhouses are seldom inclined to deceive. Then, Let us anticipate a fruitful collaboration. Dragon extended his fist. To a harmonious partnership, Chu reciprocated with a fist bump. What on earth are these two engaged in? Could it be that the White Devil harbors a scheme against the Navy? I must devise a means to escape from his grasp. The first step is to ensure he lowers his guard. Wait, you simply allowed Dragon to depart. I had thought that the sordid dealings between you two would commence immediately. This truly has left me in suspense. Roger, having activated his observation hockey to its fullest potential, found himself unable to glean any useful information, leaving him somewhat glum. His expression resembled that of a bystander who had failed to partake in the excitement. Now is not the time for chaos. Soon enough, I shall embark upon the realization of my plans. Chu shot a glare at Roger, but his spirits were high, and he had little inclination to dwell on trivial matters. Despite his overwhelming power, capable of dominating the entire world, Chu relished the joy derived from gradually conquering it through strategy and intellect. The reason he did not cause immediate upheaval was simply that he had yet to collect a sufficient number of random teleportation portal fragments. After all, there are only so many intriguing characters in the pirate world. If he were to consume all the joy at once, it would surely grow mundane. You truly revel in the chaos, do you not? If you were to release my sworn enemy, this world would undoubtedly descend into further turmoil. Observing that Chu was disinterested in engaging with him, Roger's reckless tendencies began to stir once more. Let chaos reign. This world is already in disarray. A little more chaos is hardly objectionable. Furthermore, as the ancients often say, what flourishes must eventually decline. Perhaps utter chaos is the precursor to a peaceful era. Roger's eyes sparkled with a contemplative expression. What? Have you grasped my meaning? Chu inquired, turning back. And no, I did not comprehend, Roger stammered. But that does not preclude me from feigning wisdom, does it? A true sage should embody the essence of understanding even in ignorance. If the world were to learn that the legendary pirate who ignited the great pirate era is such an eccentric, they might very well faint on the spot. What a peculiar portrayal of One Piece. It is undeniably rather comedic. Come, allow me to introduce you to a rather intriguing little fellow who shares your temperament. Chu Ba Wang seemed to recall something rather amusing, giving Roger a gentle pat on the shoulder. Roger appeared momentarily bewildered, seemingly unable to grasp the situation. An intriguing little fellow? To be deemed as such by Chu Ba Wang surely suggests that this individual is not to be underestimated. One can only imagine the delightful sparks that would fly should Roger and Luffy cross paths. Luffy exclaimed, I shall become the king of the pirates. Roger responded with a befuddled expression. The mere thought of Roger's bewilderment only heightened Chu Ba Wang's anticipation. What on earth is happening? It has been quite some time. And yet neither Ba Wang nor Xiao Qing have returned. The expression on Yu's face was a clear reflection of her anxiety, while she had previously managed to feign calmness. Even offering solace to the anxious Nami, her fade had now completely crumbled. The Mary, originally anchored at the port of Roguetown, awaited the return of Chu Ba Wang and Xiao Qing in quiet anticipation. However, a sudden gale unexpectedly swept through, propelling the Mary several dozen nautical miles away. Zoro proposed, how about I go in search of Master and Sister Xiao Qing? Usopp and Sanji's expressions darkened instantly, skepticism evident on their faces. Are you jesting? Sending Zoro to locate someone? Who knows who will end up finding whom? With your notorious sense of direction, I wouldn't be surprised if you got lost even aboard the Mary. Who do you think you're looking down on? Don't always portray me, Zoro, as directionally challenged. Admittedly, I do struggle with navigation, but surely the sword spirit, Xiao One, is not directionally impaired, right? Hey, Luffy, you ought to come up with a plan. As the captain, it is your duty to take decisive action in times like these. Nami, in a state of desperation, prepared to kick the seemingly lifeless Luffy sprawled on the deck. The wretched captain seems to do nothing but slumber. Perhaps it would be better for him to sink into the depths of the sea sooner rather than later. However, upon witnessing Luffy's despondent expression, as though he were mourning the loss of his parents, Nami instinctively lowered her raised arm. A closer observation would reveal Luffy's vacant, lifeless gaze, reminiscent of a fish that has just lost its dreams. Luffy, could it be that you are still brooding over the missed opportunity to witness the execution of Roger? Was it truly such a grievous loss to have missed the chance to observe the Pirate King's demise up close? Is such sorrow really warranted? Usopp reached out to gauge Luffy's temperature, and in that fleeting moment of contact, he was taken aback. The foul, lifeless fish seems devoid of warmth. Has it truly lost its dreams? Perhaps it would be best to cast this dreamless creature back into the sea, allowing me to experience the joy of being a captain. Luffy, with vacant eyes akin to a grievously wounded soldier on the brink of death, spoke softly, "No, you do not understand. I am Luffy, destined to become the Pirate King. If I cannot witness the execution site of the former Pirate King with my own eyes, what right do I have to claim the title of Pirate King? What? You wish to become my man?" Suddenly, a large face loomed closer, glaring at Luffy. Nami turned to see the newcomer, her face lighting up with joy as she leaped into their arms, playfully exclaiming, "Baba, you finally returned." "No, you do not understand. I am destined to become the Pirate King." Luffy's furious shout echoed in his ears, seemingly exerting all his strength. "What? You wish to become my man?" Boom. Luffy was sent flying by a powerful kick. In the next moment, Roger's furious roar reverberated throughout the Mary. A tempestuous storm swirled like a furious dragon, roaring with primal fury. The surrounding seas trembled, visibly collapsing and churning. A colossal crack emerged on the deck of the Mary. In the immense fissure, Luffy lay bewildered, pondering, "Who kicked me? Such astonishing speed. The sudden appearance of this figure, how did it send me flying? Am I, one Luffy, not concerned about my dignity?" Just as Luffy was scratching his head in confusion, a disheveled face drew near. "Baba, you finally returned." Upon recognizing the handsome man in front of her, Nami's heart leaped with joy, and she rushed towards him. Beside her, Koya stamped her foot anxiously, harboring resentment within. "Who exactly is the rightful wife of Chu Bawang? I, as the legitimate consort, have yet to make a move, yet you have already thrown yourself at him." Cough, cough. "Yes, I'm back. I encountered some interesting characters on the way and was slightly delayed." Chu Bawang affectionately ruffled Nami's hair, then waved at the impatient Koya. He then wrapped his left arm around Nami's waist and, in a flash, appeared beside Koya. I must say, from this angle, Nami's figure is simply breathtaking. Perhaps the little thief cat has been well fed and has inadvertently matured. If this continues, I might have to spend money on new undergarments. Despite the fact that everyone present, except for the single-minded Luffy, could sense the ambiguous feelings between Nami and Chu Bawang, the legitimate wife and others were watching closely. So he refrained from any overtly inappropriate actions. Such speed. Over such a short distance, my observation hockey couldn't even grasp his movement trajectory. Could it be? He still has many trump cards from his battle with Dorag? Roger was taken aback. Chu Bawang's speed was exceedingly fast and uncanny. No, rather than sheer speed. It seemed more like a form of spatial manipulation. Who is this? Koya bit her lip, shifting her gaze to Dasky, who was slung over the shoulder of Little Ching. Rubbing his nose, Chu Bawang responded casually, "Koya, didn't you want to open a pharmacy? So I thought I'd help you find a secretary in advance. I happened to meet a girl named Dasky in Rowtown, and she seemed quite agreeable, so I brought her back." Gazing at Dasky, who was knocked out and slung over Little Ching's shoulder, Roger's mouth twitched slightly. "It sounds quite charming. Are you certain this is bringing rather than kidnapping? I personally witnessed you mercilessly pinning Smoker to the ground to seize Dasky." Koya's eyes widened in surprise. "Chu Bawang, you can't be forcibly taking a respectable woman, can you?" Koya had indeed previously mentioned to Chu Bawang her desire to open a pharmacy. However, have you ever seen a pharmacy owner needing a dedicated secretary? At least, there are no precedents for this in the entire pirate world. There are few doctors, and only the Navy has large hospitals. Yet even the directors of Navy hospitals rarely have a secretary. Chu Bawang raised an eyebrow, stubbornly denying. "How could that be? Do I look like the kind of villain who commits such heinous acts? I won't say much more for now. Once this little girl wakes up, you'll understand whether I speak the truth." Dasky, I have never seen such a brazen person. Yet Chu Bawang was entirely unperturbed. He had fully discerned Dasky's inner thoughts. Without absolute certainty, she would not dare to disclose the events of Rogue Town, for that would only empower Chu Bawang further, making her chances of escape even slimmer. "Little Ching, tonight you should share a space with Dasky. In a couple of days, I will arrange a larger room for you." "As you command, master." Little Ching nodded obediently. In front of outsiders, her demeanor was quite domineering, but before Chu Bawang, she complied with orders. Being a creation of Chu Bawang, she was acutely aware of the power he wielded. "It feels as though I've forgotten something." Usopp rubbed his chin, lost in thought. "I suddenly recall. Something seemed to have been kicked away just now." Sanji, with a cigarette holder in his mouth, rubbed his chin in agreement. It was Luffy. Oh no. In our eagerness to converse with Chu Bawang, we completely overlooked Luffy. Zoro realized, a hint of worry creeping into his tone, as Roger appeared alongside Chu Bawang. Everyone instinctively regarded Roger as one of their own. But it was precisely Roger who had just kicked their captain away. "Luffy, are you all right?" "Usopp, Sanji." And Zoro rushed over, their gazes turning hostile as they looked at Roger after witnessing Luffy's miserable state. However, they did not immediately draw their weapons. As the most formidable of figures remained calm, they felt little concern over what trouble Roger might stir. Nami first cast a curious glance at Luffy, then quickly scanned Roger, her face turning pale with shock. In an instant, she was rendered speechless. How could this be? The legendary Pirate King appearing here. While Sanji and Zoro may not have immediately recognized the disheveled man before them, Nami, known for her keen perception, would not be mistaken. This shabby uncle seemed vaguely familiar. As they beheld the figure clad in a red captain's uniform, adorned with a naval merit badge, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp exchanged looks of disbelief. The next moment, they all held their breath, their faces as pale as corpses, their jaws dropping to the ground. You can't be. Roger ignored them, his expression dark as he grasped Luffy by the collar, lifting him up. Hey kid, don't play dead. I'm asking you a question. Who do you claim you will be a man for? Luffy, bewildered, crawled out from the crevice. Feeling as if his bones were shattered, he looked down at his fist, which bore a deep wound, blood trickling from it. This uncle possesses remarkable strength. Roger, undeterred by Zoro and the others, continued to grip Luffy's collar, his expression grim. Hey kid, don't feign death. I'm asking you. Who do you say you will be a man for? Had it not been for Roger's strength not being at its peak in the presence of Chu Bawang, who was keenly observant, he would have long since pummeled Luffy into submission. Roger's deep growl left Luffy in a state of confusion. What kind of question is this? Why should I be anyone's man? Despite not understanding Roger's intentions, Luffy rolled up his sleeves and proclaimed his iconic declaration, I declare. I am the man destined to become the Pirate King. His voice resonated powerfully, echoing with confidence throughout the merry-go. Luffy appeared completely at ease. Yet, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp were on the brink of madness. Their eyes widened in disbelief, jaws nearly dropping to the ground, as an overwhelming sense of unease surged from their toes to the crown of their heads. Oh no? You little rascal don't even know who I am. Roger, draped in the captain's cloak, wore an increasingly ashen and frigid expression. This is bad. Luffy's infamous face blindness has struck again. Luffy's Achilles heel was his inability to recognize faces, and it was particularly selective. Anything that did not pique his interest was as forgettable to him as a single-celled organism. No matter how many times he was told, he simply could not remember. If anyone in the world were to be oblivious to Roger's appearance, it would undoubtedly be Monkey D. Luffy, for he had no care whatsoever for what the former Pirate King looked like. Furrowing his brow, Luffy scrutinized Roger, but still shook his head earnestly, stating bluntly, I truly have no impression of the scruffy old man. Besides, I don't care who you are. Regardless of who it may be, nothing can thwart my ambition, for I am destined to be the man who becomes the Pirate King. Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, what are you doing? Luffy struggled, only to find his mouth firmly sealed by the trio. Luffy, you have no grasp of the gravity of the situation. Hurry up and be quiet. Even the typically bold Zoro twitched at the corners of his mouth. You dare declare your intention to become the Pirate King in front of the actual Pirate King? You must be tired of living. Let me go. Why won't you let me speak? Luffy puffed up like a balloon, bursting free from Zoro and the other's grasp. Please, do not utter that phrase again. Zoro's face darkened ominously. Sanji was already sweating profusely from his forehead. Usopp's complexion turned pale, collapsing in despair on the ground. This is it. Today I shall be doomed by Luffy's sheer foolishness. I knew that following Luffy would lead to no good. Is this wretched crew finally coming to an end today? What on earth has happened to you all? This gentleman is not as fearsome as you think. With a dismissive smirk, Luffy raised his hand and proclaimed, Hey, sir. Let me reiterate one last time. My dream is to become a pirate. However, Zoro could no longer tolerate Luffy's antics and promptly silenced him with a hefty piece of meat. Stop talking. This gentleman is none other than the legendary Pirate King. It was then that Zoro realized why the infamous Chu Ba Wang had lingered in Logtown for such an extended period. Is this what you refer to as an interesting fellow? How utterly astonishing. Who, pray tell, do you believe is the Pirate King? Luffy stood in stunned silence, then, with fervor, readied himself for action. Zoro and the others trembled slightly, pointing towards Roger. Luffy was once again taken aback, shaking his head in disbelief, exclaiming, How could this be? The Pirate King, Gold, Roger, perished in Logtown. This individual must be an imposter. Or perhaps you all have simply misjudged him. Roger's expression darkened, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloping him. At last, someone capable of restraining this iron-headed fool. Truly, the ancients do not deceive me. Gazing at Roger, whose veins were visibly bulging in a state of fury, Chu Ba Wang felt a sense of relief. Finally, someone is here to exact vengeance for the indignities suffered in Logue Town. Why is Roger appearing alongside you? Sanji trembled uncontrollably. Could it be this individual is a specter? He was acutely aware that Roger had met his demise 22 years prior. Yet, the overwhelming aura of murderous intent and the regal presence he exuded left no doubt that this formidable figure before them was indeed the true Roger. It seemed that the master had intervened, resurrecting Roger with his formidable power. Shaoqing then recounted the events surrounding Logue Town to everyone. Are you suggesting that the master stumbled upon an oddly shaped devil fruit in Logue Town, granting him the ability to revive the dead? Zoro nearly choked on his own blood in shock. In this world, there even exists a resurrection-type devil fruit? What a remarkable coincidence that it was consumed by the formidable Lord Chu. Such luck is truly astonishing. Upon hearing this, Luffy widened his eyes in surprise and scrutinized Roger's appearance once more, shaking his head stubbornly. No, he is definitely not the Pirate King. Otherwise, I wouldn't have any impression of him at all. Monkey D. Luffy shall be the Pirate King. Chu Bawang was left speechless. Initially believing that Roger was the epitome of foolishness, yet he was taken aback to find that Luffy matched Roger's absurdity without conceding an inch. Is it truly the case that those who aspire to be the Pirate King possess an intellect of merely 125? If that is indeed the reality, then I shall forego the title of Pirate King. Thus pondered the formidable warlord, Chu Ba Wang, with deep skepticism. The so-called Pirate King is, in fact, a detrimental buff that diminishes one's intelligence. I care not for your scruffy appearance. I have resolved to become the Pirate King. As for the ambush you just executed, it is time to settle that score. Luffy suddenly inhaled deeply, then clasped his hands into a sunflower shape and struck towards Roger. How dare you impersonate the Pirate King and deceive even the mighty warlord? I shall never forgive you. Rubber, rocket launcher. How dare you impersonate the Pirate King and deceive even the mighty warlord? I shall never forgive you. Rubber, rocket launcher. Luffy roared, his palms forming like a cannonball. As he aimed at Roger, Luffy, please do not act rashly. That man is truly the Pirate King, Roger. Sanji and Usopp were in a state of panic, wishing they could toss Luffy into the sea right then and there. The Navy had spent a considerable time successfully capturing Roger, and now, how could they possibly stand a chance against him? Unfortunately, Luffy's strike was executed with such swiftness that even Zoro was momentarily taken aback. The Pirate King is mine to claim. Luffy, with his singular focus, rolled up his sleeves and charged forward. Boom. With a tremendous crash, Luffy's form was sent back into the Great Fissure. Luffy was left bewildered. What just happened? How did I end up back in my original position? Luffy was in a pitiful state, having been thrown out once more. Usopp, trembling in fear, curled up and covered his head, unable to bear witnessing Luffy's plight. They all understood how resilient Luffy was. Even facing cannonballs, he could withstand the blows. Yet, before the Pirate King Roger, there were no tricks or embellishments, just a simple punch that sent the robust Luffy flying. The disparity in strength was simply too vast. Even Nami could not bear to watch such a grim scene, and exclaimed, Luffy, stop shouting. If this continues, someone might truly get hurt. Bang! Luffy leapt directly from the fissure, sporting two adorable lumps on his head, his entire being covered in dust. I refuse. I will become the Pirate King. Upon noticing that the warlord did not intend to intervene, Roger, instead, appeared as an amused spectator. He promptly clashed his hands together, producing a series of resounding cracks. You little rascal, daring to covet my throne in my presence. Let me teach you a lesson. Although Roger was naturally carefree, a flicker of genuine intensity ignited within him at that moment. Rubber, machine gun. Luffy's fists rapidly contracted, crashing down upon Roger with tremendous force. Like a tempest, an uncountable number of fists suddenly manifested in the sky, all aimed at Roger. The little brat is quite stubborn. Let me teach you a lesson. For your current abilities are far from sufficient to become the Pirate King. Roger's figure vanished from sight. As Luffy unleashed a barrage of punches imbued with terrifying power and unparalleled speed, he suddenly realized that none of his strikes could land on his opponent. This speed. It is astonishing. He seems to have completely anticipated my attack. Could this be the observation haki that the warlord mentioned in passing? In his leisure. The warlord had once discussed with Zoro the advanced combat abilities achievable in the New World, and imparted the training methods for observation haki. However, given Zoro's current capabilities, he could only lay the groundwork. Mastering observation haki is no easy feat. Only in the heat of battle can one experience rapid growth. Before Luffy could devise a strategy, Roger's figure suddenly materialized before him. It was unclear when he had seized a wooden sword that Zoro used for training and enveloped it in armament haki, swinging it down towards Luffy. Naturally, Luffy was unwilling to sit idly by and quickly raised his fist in defense. Clang! The sound of metal clashing erupted explosively. It hurts, it hurts. It hurts. So, it was armament haki. You scruffy old man have mastered the same abilities as the warlord? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Luffy was sent flying once again. But this time, fortune did not favor him. The wooden sword, now enhanced with armament haki, struck him with such force that it felt as if his very bones were shattered. Luffy's countenance turned ashen. Haki. Nami cast a worried glance at the warlord, who waved his hand dismissively, signaling her to remain calm. Recently, Monkey D. Luffy has been sailing through adventures with remarkable ease. It is imperative to administer a wake-up call to him. Additionally, Roronoa Zoro has been diligently honing his mastery of armament haki in the formidable presence of Joel D. Roger serves as a timely reminder for both to remain vigilant. To safeguard their comrades, one must possess formidable strength. In truth, the mighty Chu Ba Wang wishes to bestow upon Zoro a small boon to expedite his ascension to becoming the world's foremost swordsman. However, the system is notoriously parsimonious, exhibiting an unfriendly disposition towards those lacking fortune. Chu Ba Wang cannot even draw a modest card of enlightenment. The agony of a cursed draw is perpetual. Roger scoffed, exclaiming, "Do you think it suffices to aspire to be my man? You dare to entertain the notion of becoming me? Do you truly believe you are the protagonist of a tale, destined to grow into someone as illustrious as I?" Chu Ba Wang found himself at a loss for words regarding Roger's narcissism, opting instead to engage in hushed whispers with Nami and Koya. Let these two contrasting entities continue their antics. As long as they refrain from disturbing him, all is well. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji do indulge Roger in some merriment. A little secret. Roger has only recently returned to life and has yet to regain his peak strength. He is, without a doubt, in one of the weakest phases of his existence. Should you wish to confront the Pirate King, seize this fleeting opportunity, for once it passes, it shall not return. Roger's expression darkened at this revelation. Old friend, is this truly how you wish to undermine me? The details of the divine resurrection technique are as follows. It can resurrect the deceased, purging their bodies of ailments and restoring them to their former health. Note: severed limbs cannot be restored, and the resurrected will experience a period of weakness. Presently, Roger can indeed be considered one of the weakest in his lifetime. However, were it only Luffy he faced, he would not be intimidated in the slightest. Yet, with the inclusion of Zoro and Sanji, Roger's stamina may not suffice. Especially with Zoro before him, wielding his four-sword style, exuding an aura of swordsmanship that seems to pierce the heavens, even Roger finds himself in a precarious situation. Zoro felt a stir of excitement. To deliver a thrashing to the Pirate King, Roger? That notion seems rather enticing. Imagine the prestige in uttering such a feat. Exchanging glances, Zoro, Sanji, and Luffy revealed their shared mischief. Roger, meanwhile, contemplated whether he should voice his grievances. In truth, as Chu Bawang had surmised, Roger's current strength is comparable to that of Smoker, devoid of the advantages of experience and perspective. With Sanji's newly acquired wind god leg and Zoro, a disciple of Chu Bawang, they could indeed pose considerable challenges for Roger. With Zoro and Sanji's involvement, Roger could no longer eliminate Luffy with ease. Initially, Roger held the upper hand in combat. But as time elapsed, his dwindling stamina became increasingly evident. The resilient trio of Straw Hats, on the other hand, grew more emboldened with each skirmish, soon rendering Roger battered and bruised. "You brats, do you truly intend to overwhelm me with numbers? It is as if a dragon finds itself in shallow waters, beset by shrimp, a tiger, fallen in the plains, besieged by dogs." Roger exclaimed, his face darkening with frustration as he forced out a few choice words. "This is not how one conducts themselves." Sanji interjected, "Green-haired fool, he just called you a dog." As he spoke, his assault surged towards Roger with the swiftness of lightning. Though he had only mastered a single technique from Chu Ba Wang, Sanji demonstrated remarkable proficiency. After all, he is the future developer of the Demon Wind Leg. Mastering both wind and fire attributes in his kicks is indeed his forte. Impossible. He must be referring to you as a dog, given how your golden locks resemble a canine's fur. Zoro retorted mercilessly. In this world, there exists no green-haired dog. Only golden retrievers. I believe that whoever consumes the most is akin to a dog. After a brief moment of silence, Luffy added, "Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, today has truly broadened my horizons. It is my first encounter with someone who proclaims themselves to be a dog. Jesting aside, while they were bantering, their hands remained swift and unyielding. After all, the individual before them is the legendary Pirate King. If they could manage to land a blow on the Pirate King, wouldn't that be a remarkable feat to boast about? Pirate King Roger. I shall claim your first blood, Zoro roared, suddenly appearing before Roger and swinging his sword down with ferocious speed. Such swiftness. This lad is unreasonably formidable. Is this truly the disciple of the mighty? His talent is astonishingly exceptional. Should he maintain this momentum, he would undoubtedly be worthy of the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Roger's expression momentarily reflected surprise, as even his body failed to respond to Zoro's onslaught in that instant. It was not a matter of mental lag, but rather a deficiency in physical prowess. Roger hastily positioned his sword, imbued with armament haki, before him. Clang! A sharp metallic resonance erupted, showering sparks that illuminated the faces of both Roger and Zoro. You, young one, possess an extraordinarily pure sword intent. Would you be interested in studying swordsmanship with me? Usopp's eyes widened in astonishment. What is happening? Even Roger is contemplating taking on a disciple? Is Zoro's talent in swordsmanship truly that terrifying? Hey, I hardly believe your swordsmanship surpasses that of my master. Zoro scoffed, his gaze dripping with disdain. Roger's eyes narrowed, his face a picture of incredulity. Though my swordsmanship may indeed pale in comparison to that of the great, I am nonetheless among the top ranks across these seas. Why such disdain towards me? You little rascal, do not underestimate my worth. Spirit of the sword, let this disheveled uncle witness the fruits of our training these past days. Zoro's grip on his sword tightened as the sword he bore suddenly hovered in the air. With a swift motion, a breathtaking slash erupted, releasing an unparalleled radiance of sword light. Goodness, it turns out this sword harbors such secrets. I had wondered why you wielded only 3 blades in our duel despite possessing 4. Roger's expression again shifted to one of astonishment. This was the first time he had encountered a blade that could follow the swordsman's intent and unleash fierce slashes. His intuition informed him that the sword before him, a Dali character, concealed a monumental secret. However, he had underestimated me. Roger laughed heartily as he brandished his sword, attempting to counter the blade's edge. Yet, in the next instant, the smile on his face froze entirely. The sound of steel slicing through flesh echoed, leaving Roger momentarily stunned, his body rendered rigid. A faint, almost ethereal wound appeared upon his chest. The air was tinged with a subtle scent of blood. What a pure essence of sword intent. You managed to injure me without having mastered the haki of armament. Roger's tone was laced with incredulity. He was acutely aware that his physical combat skills and swordsmanship ranked among the elite of the seas, although his current strength was diminished, having not yet utilized the armament haki to shield his body, mainly due to just having been resurrected. Leaving him with little stamina and power, he believed he should not be wounded by these mere children. To his astonishment, Zoro had managed to break through Roger's defenses. The might of that strike was astonishing. Had he known the techniques imparted by Barba Baron were so formidable, he would have risked everything to become his disciple. Sigh. With all the advanced sword techniques Zoro had learned, I have only just mastered the wind god leg. Barba Baron truly treats people with varying degrees of favor. Sanji, harboring a tinge of envy towards Zoro's sword strikes, spoke with a hint of jealousy, resembling a lemon that had just been bitten into. On this arduous journey, Sanji invested considerable effort, playing the role of a sycophant and flattering those around him. Yet, despite his endeavors, he had only managed to master the first 3 forms of the wind god leg. In stark contrast, he observed the privileges afforded to Zoro, a mere novice disciple. The disparity between individuals was so vast that it bordered on the absurd, akin to the chasm between man and beast. Casting his gaze around, Sanji sought the figure of the formidable Chu Ba Wang. Huh? Where has the overlord gone? In the blink of an eye, everyone seemed to have vanished. Alongside him, the likes of Koya, Nami, Shaoqing, and Dasky also disappeared from sight. Sanji's expression turned peculiar. Could it be that they were? Gasp. The overlord truly is impressive. He managed to take on 4 adversaries single-handedly, serving as a model for our generation, though this was their first coordinated effort. The Straw Hat Trio demonstrated remarkable synergy. Even Roger found himself seething with anger. Since becoming the Pirate King, he had never endured such indignity. You have forced my hand. If you insist on overwhelming me with numbers, do not blame me for retaliating with superior force. Roger's eyes darted cunningly towards Luffy, the weakest among them and the only opponent who had not caused him significant trouble. Little brother, do not hold it against me for being ruthless. Who told you to be such a soft target? Today, allow me to teach you what it means for an old lady to eat persimmons. With a fierce grip on his sword, an awe-inspiring radiance emanated from the wooden blade. The swordsmanship's secret, divine evasion. In the next moment, the blade's brilliance erupted like a blooming flower. Boom. Luffy stood frozen, his complexion paling as he was violently hurled backward, crashing onto the deck and kicking up a cloud of dust. Having successfully dealt with his target, the next one would be the Blackfoot Kid. Taking them down one by one was the most efficient strategy in battle. Luffy, are you all right? Usopp, watching from the sidelines, cried out in despair as he limped towards Luffy. Zoro and Sanji, their pupils narrowing, positioned themselves protectively in front of Luffy, glaring at Roger with hostility. As expected of the Pirate King, Roger's serious moment had effortlessly dispatched the resilient Luffy. You found some commendable companions, kid. Roger was momentarily taken aback. He had unleashed his ultimate move, yet these youngsters still bore an air of unwavering determination, displaying no signs of fear. Sadly, your strength remains insufficient. With such lackluster combat prowess, aside from that green-haired one, the rest of you are merely fodder for the new world. Luffy, having been struck by a single blow, was drenched in cold sweat and trembling as he struggled to rise again. His face was ashen, yet as captain, he would not allow his comrades to bear the brunt of danger alone without putting forth his own effort. Luffy's nature was inherently free-spirited and carefree. Rarely seeking assistance from Chu Ba Wang or groveling for help, he had watched Zoro and Sanji grow stronger, secretly training himself, though the results were minimal. This kid truly has a death wish. Roger was slightly taken aback. He recognized that while this boy might not possess the greatest strength, his resolve was undeniably formidable. Even knowing he would be targeted and injured, he refused to cower behind his allies. I promised Shanks that one day I would become the Pirate King and a great pirate, and then return this straw hat to him when we meet again. Luffy gasped for breath. Though his face still bore the innocence of youth, an indescribable determination glimmered in his eyes. From the moment he set sail, he had accepted the possibility of death. Yet even in death, he would not leave his life filled with regrets. Now, with only one step remaining to enter the Grand Line, how could he possibly falter here? I, Monkey D. Luffy, am destined to become the Pirate King. He lifted the straw hat from the back of his neck, firmly placing it upon his head. If it weren't for that glaring bald head seeming somewhat out of place, it would have been a quintessentially bold gesture. Why does this straw hat seem so familiar? Roger paused, his eyes fixated on the hat atop Luffy's head. It indeed bore a hint of familiarity. Wait a moment, were you just speaking of Shanks? That red-haired brat who once served as an intern on my ship? Roger's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Indeed, this straw hat is the promised token Shanks gifted me. One day, I shall proudly return it to him as the Pirate King. Luffy pressed his hand firmly against the hat, his expression earnest. Roger, however, was left flabbergasted, his face flushed with rage, resembling an enraged monkey stomping in place. Damn that red-haired brat. You've entrusted your hopes to a mere child with that straw hat. Roger pointed furiously at the hat on Luffy's head, exclaiming, "Return that hat to me. It's mine." Luffy, equally enraged, retaliated, "Why does everything belong to you? It's bad enough that the title of Pirate King is yours. Why does the straw hat also belong to you? Are you a crab, to be so domineering? I don't care. This is my straw hat, and no one is taking it from me." Luffy clutched the hat tightly in his arms, unwilling to let Roger snatch it away. "That is my hat. Mine. Mine." The two shouted louder than roosters in a gladiatorial arena. Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp stood dumbfounded, their heads filled with dark lines. It was simply too absurd. The illustrious Pirate King Roger was squabbling with someone in public over a hat. What kind of bizarre companion had the Overlord brought back? Zoro covered his head, no longer wishing to watch this farce unfold. "It's just a straw hat. I just bought a bunch in Logtown. If you want one, I have plenty." Upon noticing the unusual circumstances, Usopp swiftly turned and retrieved a box of fashionable hats from the Mary. Prior to discovering the hair growth serum, Usopp had relied on these hats to conceal the last few stubborn strands on his head. Swish! Two pairs of eyes fixated intently on Usopp, their gaze tinged with a hint of bewildered rage. "Usopp, what did you just say? You little brat, have the audacity to repeat that?" "Usopp, I don't want to provoke anyone. I'll take my leave. My apologies for the disturbance. I shall depart now." In Shao Qing's boudoir, a warm atmosphere enveloped the gathering of Chu Ba Wang and his companions. "Koya, Nami, I have brought numerous local specialties from Rogue Town for you. Feel free to choose whatever you fancy," Chu Bawang announced with a grand gesture. One by one, An array of vibrant and exquisite intimate garments adorned the room, instantly filling the space with opulence. It must be said that the technological advancements in the pirate world are remarkably impressive. A quintessential example is the transponder snail, which even surpasses communication methods on Earth. Compared to the once prosperous and technologically advanced Earth, it merely lacks a touch of modernity. Nevertheless, what delights Chu Bawang the most is the distinctive fashion of this world. There exists not only a plethora of stockings, but also an astonishing variety of intimate apparel that beautifully accentuates femininity. From the modest town of Rogue, Chu Bawang had amassed no fewer than 300 pieces of eye-catching intimate garments. This figure is indeed substantial. With the discerning gaze of modern-day heroes like Chu Bawang, one can truly appreciate the flourishing state of the fashion industry within the pirate realm. Koya, Nami, I have brought you an abundance of local specialties from Rogue Town. Feel free to select whichever you fancy, Chu Bawang declared, his hand gesturing grandly. In an instant, an array of vibrant and exquisite intimate apparel adorned the study, filling it with their splendid colors and considerable value. At that moment, Koya and Nami had yet to disembark, thus missing the opportunity to accompany Chu Bawang on a shopping excursion. What a beautiful white dress! Koya exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment, her eyes glimmering with delight. Although she was a small affluent lady from Syrup Village, accustomed to a life of comfort, the village paled in comparison to the scale and development of Rogue Town. The desire for beauty is universal. Kaya's initial trepidation gradually faded away, replaced by her burgeoning joy. Ah, this one fits me perfectly. How did you know I would choose this? Nami asked curiously, holding up a piece that seemed ominous. Koya, standing nearby, appeared as if she had discovered a new path, her gaze darting between Chu Bawang and Nami, her eyes widening in shock. Although she had mentally prepared herself for the possibility of Chu Bawang's infidelity, she certainly did not expect her husband to so quickly pursue her goddaughter. What a scoundrel you are, she thought. Yet, upon reflection, she couldn't help but notice that her goddaughter, who was of a similar age, had developed quite splendidly. In the blink of an eye, Koya cast a glance at herself. Chu Bawang rolled his eyes and playfully tapped Kaya's head, which was lost in thought. Nami, your audacity grows bolder by the day. If I don't keep you in check, you little rascal, you'll only become more mischievous. It's no wonder, considering how you always sneak around while Koya is engrossed in her reading. He knew this was rather typical behavior, yet he feigned ignorance to Nami's provocations, choosing to overlook her teasing entirely. Let us set this matter aside, for any explanation would only serve to exacerbate the situation. Shaching, having accompanied me for so long, has yet to receive any gifts from me. These few bikinis and nightgowns are styles that suit you well. Accept them as a memento. When I accumulate more intriguing items in the future, I shall bestow them upon you as additional rewards. As for this enchanting maiden, whose heart resonates with mine and whose beauty is unparalleled, I hold a deep fondness for her. Beautiful and formidable, and so obedient. Who could resist such a lure, right? However, Xiaoqing hesitated to accept these gifts. To be able to stand by her master's side is already a fortune earned from her past life. She cannot dare to covet any further rewards. Yet, despite her words, she could not help but covet those exquisite garments. The desire for beauty is an inherent trait in all, especially for a celestial creature like Xiaoqing, whose intellect rivals that of humans. Nevertheless, as a mere maid, she would not presume to compete with Kia, the rightful wife. Since these gifts are from the Overlord, Xiaoqing, you need not hesitate to accept them. Moreover, you have indeed been of great assistance to both me and the Overlord in recent days. These words were spoken by Kia, her tone exuding the grace of a mistress. Generous, considerate, and understanding. Xiaoqing nodded, cradling the bikinis and nightgowns closely to her chest. This is indeed the first gift bestowed upon me by my master, imbued with profound commemorative significance and must be cherished with great care. I never anticipated that the seemingly unassuming Sister Qin would actually be slightly older than I. The astute Nami cast a glance at the label, and a deep sense of urgency surged within her. It appears I must seize the moment and swiftly turn this raw opportunity into a consummate affair. Otherwise, I risk being intercepted by this insightful older sister before I can make my move. I must refine my strategy and launch an all-out offensive to win the heart of this charming, considerate, and formidable man. Oh dear, mother, please do not blame me for encroaching upon your territory this time. Gazing at the strikingly handsome face of the formidable Chu Ba Wang, Nami clenched her small fist, quietly motivating herself. Meanwhile, Koya remained blissfully unaware of Nami's already warped filial piety. After all, she had not imagined that Nami would possess such audacity and tenacity, daring to engage in inappropriate behavior with her husband. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden sound echoed from outside Sister Ching's chamber, a rhythmic knocking that conveyed both urgency and a fear of disturbing the secretive conversation occurring within. Master Bawang, we are in grave trouble. Due to Usopp's disdain for Luffy's straw hat, both Roger and Luffy now wish to join forces to deal with Usopp. And Sanji and I cannot hold back these two imbeciles any longer. Koya. Nami. Daisuke, feigning sleep with a flushed face. What kind of divine intervention is this? Usopp, were you not merely an observer? It is clearly a battle between Roger and the three main pillars of the Straw Hat crew. Yet the scene abruptly shifts to Roger and Luffy seemingly about to gang up on you. The mighty Chu Ba Wang sighed, feeling both pity for the unfortunate and anger at the inept. This fellow truly is a source of concern, akin to the unhelpable Ado. Can't arranged AD simply develop in peace? Why must he dance and taunt before these two simpletons? Even Yo was at a loss for words regarding this compatriot. Of all the slanders to utter, he chose to belittle Luffy's very essence, the Straw Hat. If not you, then who shall I strike? Faced with the couple duo of Luffy and Roger, even Zoro and Sanji began to falter. Should Chu Bawang refrain from intervening, it seems Usopp would be bettered in for weeks to come. Roger, Luffy, for my sake, cease this brawl. After all, your feeble punches cannot slay a soul. Zoro, are you certain this is an attempt at mediation rather than pouring oil on the flames? No, Usopp dares to insult my straw hat. I must teach him a lesson he won't forget. Roger was evidently caught up in the heat of battle, deeply displeased with Usopp's remarks. After all, it is the straw hat of the Pirate King, a symbol of freedom. When did it become your place to critique from the sidelines? So, does this mean you have no intention of granting me this favor, Roger? Chu Bawang's lips curled into a slight smirk as he chuckled. No sooner had he spoken than no one could discern his movement. A fleeting shadow rushed past, a gust of wind trailing in its wake. Bang! That was the sound of Roger plummeting into the sea. Waves rippled outward from the center of the splash, and Roger's corpse, adorned with a multitude of bruises, slowly ascended from the depths. Remarkable. He was defeated in a single strike. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji all stared at Roger, their faces pale with shock. Truly formidable. Is this truly the formidable strength of the White Devil, Chu Bawang? In a fit of rage, he dares to confront even the Pirate King. Such an overwhelming display of combat prowess, effortlessly concluding the battle with lightning speed and without the need for any techniques or build-up. It is noteworthy that the three of them combined could merely achieve a draw against Roger. This is still a testament to Roger's restraint. If the keel of the Mary were to be damaged, even the finest shipwrights in the world would be unable to restore it. The Mary was bestowed upon you not to serve as a battleground. Dusting off his fists, the formidable Chu Bawang cast a stern glance at Luffy, stating coolly, Luffy, for my sake, cease fighting. Luffy replied, could you perhaps lower that fist of yours, which resembles a sandbag, while you speak? It's a bit intimidating. For some inexplicable reason, Luffy felt that the might of Chu Bawang's punch surpassed even that of Carp's iron fist of love. In the past, Carp had left him with a head full of bruises, and a strike from Chu Bawang might very well render him unconscious on the spot. Zoro, standing nearby, urgently gestured to Luffy, yet he lamented, but I have yet to determine the victor in my battle with that scruffy old man. Nevertheless, he added, rest assured, I shall refrain from fighting aboard the Mary henceforth. Despite knowing that honesty would lead to a beating, the headstrong Luffy struggled to control his reckless tendencies. He was oblivious to the true nature of the so-called keel of the Golden Mary. If the keel were indeed to sustain damage, and no shipwright, no matter how skilled, could mend it, it would be imperative to safeguard it diligently. Oh, it seems you have no intention of conceding to me? Chu Bawang chuckled in anger. Just as he was about to toss Luffy into the sea, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Ding. Hidden mission triggered, rebellious Luffy. You have three choices. 1. Ignore Luffy's provocation and receive the reward. Imperial Artifact, Omnipotent Vision. 2. Pretend not to hear Luffy's taunts and allow his reckless growth. Mission reward, Imperial Artifact, Omnipotent Vision. 100 bottles of 1982 Lafite. 3. Deliver a severe beating to Luffy on the spot, upholding your dignity as a powerful figure. Mission rewards, Imperial Artifact, Omnipotent Vision. 100 bottles of 1982 Lafite. A gourmet meal package for 100 at a Michelin 3-star hotel. I am utterly bewildered. Is this truly a hidden mission? What a wretched system. However, it has indeed been a considerable time since I savored modern cuisine. Oh, when I feel drowsy, the system promptly brings me a pillow. Truly, you are my cherished companion. In the world of pirates, everything is satisfactory. But the only source of vexation for Lord Chu is the culinary offerings. They pale in comparison to the gastronomic delights of my former life on Earth. In my youth, I grew up in the village of Zillibu, where I was grateful for any morsel of food, having no luxury to be picky. Ever since I encountered the culinary master Sanji, I harbored hopes of indulging in gourmet meals daily. Yet, as I journeyed from the floating restaurant Baratie to Town, I suddenly recognized a grave issue. Perhaps, the culinary standards of the pirate world are merely mediocre at best, whether it be top chefs or exquisite dishes. They only rise to the level of tolerable at best, barely achieving any semblance of flavor. Compared to the culinary masterpieces of the new Oriental and Michelin 3-star establishments, the disparity is akin to heaven and earth. 100 bottles of 1982 Luffy and 100 sets of perfect Michelin 3-star cuisine would suffice to feed me for an entire month. Moreover, the power of the Imperial artifact, omniscient vision, is indeed a remarkable asset. I truly had no choice in the matter. My apologies, Luffy, after sacrificing your romantic fortune and hairline. I must inevitably take decisive action against you. Lord Chu rose abruptly, his expression grave. It seems I have been excessively benevolent, allowing you to mistakenly perceive me as a placid and easygoing individual. Since you have chosen not to honor our past friendship, do not blame me for discarding it. Initially, a twinge of guilt lingered within me, for sacrificing Luffy's fortune and hairline had indeed brought me considerable rewards. Yet, the system forced my hand, leaving me with no alternative. System, you are simply coveting my culinary rewards. How base of you. Alas, Luffy, you must not despair. With Master Ba Wang's intervention, do you truly believe you have no chance of survival? Zoro, standing nearby, was suddenly as flustered as an old hound. The captain is truly a source of constant vexation. Cannot he find a way to evade the storm for a moment? Caught in the middle, Zoro finds himself in a quandary. On one side stands his swordsmanship mentor, while on the other, his captain. What course of action should he take? Yet, in truth, he has little cause for concern, as he is no match for the formidable Chu Ba Wang. Boom. Another simple uppercut, devoid of any flamboyant technique. Luffy is sent flying by Chu Ba Wang's punch, joining Roger, who is adorned with bruises. How delightful. It appears that bullying Luffy is such an enjoyable pastime, which explains Carp's relentless enthusiasm. With a clap of his hands, Chu Ba Wang instructed Zoro, "Go retrieve that landlubber Luffy. We cannot allow him to drown. Although I have the power to resurrect him, such an act would ultimately leave him with a psychological scar. As for Roger, he is of no concern, should he perish. I can simply bring him back to life." Instantly relieved, Zoro plunged into the sea, swimming towards Luffy. "Oh Luffy, it's not that I didn't wish to save you. I am simply powerless." Had it been someone else, Zoro might have feigned a struggle, but in the face of Chu Ba Wang's serious punch, he lacked even the desire to resist. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received the task reward. Imperial artifact, omnipotent vision. 100 bottles of 1982 Luffy. 100 exquisite Michelin 3-star dining experiences. As the system's notification faded, Chu Ba Wang felt a slight chill in his eyes, akin to the placement of an ice cube. Moments later, the cold sensation vanished, and the temperature returned to normal. Almost simultaneously, a wealth of information regarding the Imperial artifact, omnipotent vision, flooded his mind. The Imperial artifact, omnipotent vision, originating from the transcendent healing anime Akin, was crafted by the founding emperor of an empire to ensure a prolonged reign. Utilizing unimaginable wealth and power, he summoned the world's finest artisans, employing legendary and perilous materials, alongside rare metals such as orichalcum and numerous lost arcane techniques, to develop one of the 48 irreplicable weapons. The Imperial artifact, omnipotent vision, possesses 5 distinct abilities: insight, foresight, X-ray vision, future sight, and hallucination. Insight allows one to perceive the thoughts concealed within another's expressions, akin to a form of mind reading. Foresight grants the ability to see distant objects with the clarity of a hawk. Hallucination can induce illusions, ensnaring the target in a captivating mirage. Future sight enables one to predict forthcoming events through the subtle movements of an opponent's muscles, resembling Katakuri's foresight through observation haki, albeit limited to combat scenarios. Nevertheless, such a capability is sufficient to elevate one's combat prowess significantly. Observing how Luffy fared against Katakuri underscores the terrifying advantage of foreseeing the future in enhancing combat effectiveness. Of course, as a master of disguise, Chu Bawang is most intrigued by the final ability conferred by the Imperial artifact, omnipotent vision, X-ray vision. In this state, he can disregard obstacles and see his target directly, embodying the dream of every man, the coveted X-ray eyes. Chu Ba Wang glanced at the trio trailing behind him, Xiaoqing, Nami, and Koya. Hiss. The power of the Imperial artifact, the Omniscient Eye, is rather terrifying. My master, what has happened to you? Have you perhaps overindulged in oranges? There is so much blood flowing from your nose. The somewhat cunning Xiaoqing, who delights in observing the unfolding drama, suddenly senses the gaze of the formidable Chu Ba Wang upon her. Turning around, she catches sight of his peculiar expression, a streak of blood beneath his nose. The atmosphere becomes slightly awkward. Fortunately, Zoro and Sanji have both leaped into the sea, and Usopp's attention is diverted elsewhere. Otherwise, Chu Ba Wang fears that the facade he has meticulously crafted as an aloof sage would be unraveled. Is it truly so difficult to maintain the guise of a reclusive master? Oh, I'm fine. Perhaps I have indeed been a bit overexcited lately, Chu Ba Wang replies, following Xiaoqing's lead. Although the Imperial artifact's power remains unknown to others, this is the first time Chu Ba Wang has acted with such boldness, and he cannot help but feel a twinge of guilt as he turns away. What? How could this be? I've only eaten a few oranges. How could I be overexcited? Quick, let me see if you're really bleeding. Upon hearing that Chu Ba Wang's nose is bleeding, Nami rushes over with genuine concern etched upon her face. Oh my goodness, I never really noticed before. What a feast for the eyes today. Glancing back at Koya, Chu Ba Wang feels somewhat dreamlike, murmuring softly, Bawang, are you alright? Why is the blood flowing even more? Koya's face is filled with worry as she hastily retrieves a handkerchief to wipe the blood from Chu Ba Wang's face. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Chu Ba Wang temporarily shuts off the omniscient eye and resumes his demeanor of the aloof sage. It's nothing serious. Let us go have a meal. The meeting place is in Xiaoqing's room, but be sure to keep it a secret from Luffy, the bottomless pit. Since acquiring the system, Chu Ba Wang has indeed come across a fair number of delectable modern dishes, although not in abundance. While he occasionally enjoys meals prepared by Sanji, he often indulges in solo dining with Koya. Though not a villain by any means, Chu Ba Wang is not so selfless as to share his delightful discoveries for free. Moreover, if he were to present all the culinary delights, it would hardly suffice for Luffy alone. A meal. Koya's eyes light up, and she instinctively wipes her lips. More delicious food to savor? But I just enjoyed Sanji's exquisite cooking. I feel a bit stuffed now. By the way, Bawang, have you not yet had breakfast? Do you need me to ask Sanji to prepare another serving? The sly Nami tilts her head in suspicion. Chu Ba Wang chuckles softly, shaking his head. No, let us not waste food, for Sanji's dishes are truly quite terrible. Nami, taken aback, opens her mouth in shock, a hint of embarrassment mixed with indignation crossing her face. What a perplexing situation this is. Although Sanji is indeed a gentleman with a penchant for beautiful women, he is nonetheless a remarkably skilled chef. Each time I indulge in his culinary creations, my belly is left contently round. To suddenly declare that Sanji's dishes are insipid is akin to slapping my face, is it not? Truly, you have gone too far. Nami, the feisty cat burglar, widened her enchanting eyes and stormed toward the tyrant, raising her petite fist in indignation, exclaiming, Sanji's culinary prowess is exceptional, rivaling even that of a state banquet. Is it not? Though I must confess, I have yet to experience a proper state banquet meal. Beside her, the little green sprite seemed to ponder something. A flicker of annoyance crossing her features as she muttered, Master, you are rather biased towards Lady Koya. Even when there are delectable dishes, you neglect to invite me. Yet, to be fair, the lascivious chef does possess a commendable culinary talent. Both Nami and I have relished his meals. It seems slightly excessive to claim his food is unappetizing. However, such thoughts remained unvoiced, for to speak them aloud would surely lead to consequences far beyond her role as a mere handmaiden. With a resigned shrug, the tyrant replied innocently, I assure you, I have not deceived you this time. It is merely that, in comparison to the exquisite delicacies I have savored in the past, Sanji's cooking ranks merely as mediocre, perhaps even subpar. If you doubt my words, simply inquire with Koya. Mediocre, indeed, may be overly generous. When juxtaposed with the system's random rewards of KFC family buckets, crispy chicken legs, and the occasional candlelit dinner, Sanji's culinary efforts pale in comparison. Nevertheless, considering that Nami has yet to taste the treasures I have preserved, I chose not to press the matter further. After all, there were times when circumstances did not permit, and the system's culinary rewards could barely satisfy two people. Naturally, my priority was to indulge Koya and myself. With such an understanding and considerate wife, one must cherish her properly. Reluctantly, I concede that the delicacies I have stored are indeed delightful. My palate has become rather spoiled. A hint of guilt crossed Kaya's face as she realized I had indulged without inviting Nami and the little green sprite. Humph. Kaya and the tyrant are deceiving me again. Nami pouted, her expression one of disbelief. How could a chef who commands the finest restaurant in the East Blue not be of the highest caliber? While the battle chefs may be temperamental, their skills are unparalleled. Sanji is undoubtedly among the finest. If even his culinary creations are deemed mediocre, what then can be considered gourmet? Moreover, it is not solely my opinion that his food is delectable. Do the others aboard the Mary not share my sentiments? Each one of them devours his meals with gusto, their appetites insatiable. Especially the ever-hungry Luffy, whose voraciousness could only be described as comically gluttonous. Surely, our taste buds cannot all be malfunctioning. I find Nami's argument quite compelling. The little green sprite nodded in agreement, whispering, even if there exist chefs superior to Sanji, they cannot be many. Oh, it seems even you, little sprite, are skeptical of my words. I had intended to invite you both to savor true gourmet delicacies. But now that you both are so resolute, when Kaya and I indulge in our feast, do not expect any mercy. With a nonchalant smile, the tyrant turned and entered the sprite's chamber. Inside, the elusive Dashki, attempting to evade detection, feigned slumber, wishing to avoid drawing attention. The little green sprite stifled a giggle, saying, "Ha ha, I still find it hard to believe that such exquisite dishes exist in this world." Nami, with an air of defiance, raised her chin and declared, "Indeed, what my sister says is true. No matter how delicious it may be, we shall not partake. Nami and I would rather starve or leap from the Mary than taste a morsel of your food." I could almost envision the delicious meme materializing. Nami and the little green sprite exchanged confident glances, their certainty rooted in the fact that they had both enjoyed a hearty breakfast that left them entirely unpeckish. The tyrant, entwining his arm with Kaya's, entered the sprite's chamber, carefully erecting an olfactory barrier to prevent Luffy's keen nose from detecting the aroma and disturbing their dining experience. After all, this time the system had merely bestowed upon him 100 Michelin-starred meals, and it was doubtful that even a single gluttonous Luffy could consume them all in one sitting. As they commenced their meal, the tyrant extracted 5 exquisite Michelin-starred dishes from the system's space, filling the entire wooden table to the brim with no gaps left. He then retrieved a bottle of 82 Laphite, elegantly pouring half a glass for Kaya and himself. The system's space is intelligently managed, ensuring that the Michelin-starred delicacies are preserved at optimal temperatures and conditions, preventing spoilage or decay. In this realm, even time can be set to halt its flow. With time suspended, the food remains pristine. The system's space holds countless wonders, many of which await further exploration by the tyrant. Indeed, these Michelin-star dishes are a marvel. As the tantalizing aromas filled the chamber, a mere inhalation could send one into rapture. Wow, how fragrant! Tyrant, your menu has expanded. This is a dish I have never encountered before, Kaya exclaimed, unable to resist taking a deep breath of the enticing aroma. Such a little glutton. Come, taste and see what delights await, the tyrant teased, pinching Kaya's cheek affectionately. The little green sprite and Nami exchanged glances, their expressions full of exasperation. The Single Dog Association strongly condemns this display. Please refrain from flaunting your affection. These beef meatballs are incredibly tender. The perfect Michelin meal was not just visually appealing, but also gratifyingly substantial. What Kaya was about to savor was the illustrious Buddha jumps over the wall. A true culinary masterpiece. These beef meatballs are not only exceedingly nutritious, but their texture and flavor are truly unparalleled. The aroma is simply delightful. Upon merely catching a whiff, both Nami and Xiaoqing felt as if they were floating. Tears of longing and drool escaped from both of them. Oh my goodness! The aroma is simply irresistible. If I could take a bite, wouldn't it be utterly delightful? Master, I can hardly restrain myself. Sniff sniff, what exquisite delicacy is this? It's too alluring. Languidly, Dashki discreetly wiped the corners of her mouth, where drool had escaped. It wasn't that she wished to resist the temptation of such gastronomic delights. Rather, her taste buds were instinctively betraying her. No, Dashki, you must hold on. You cannot yield to the villainous temptations. It's merely a meal. Once we return to the Navy headquarters, the chefs there can prepare sumptuous feasts every day. However, one must wonder, wouldn't there be top-tier chefs at the Navy headquarters as well? Why don't you two take a closer whiff and see just how fragrant it is? Chu Ba Wang playfully offered the meatballs to Nami and Xiaoqing. A grin plastered across his face. Although both women were aware that he was deliberately teasing them, they found it difficult to maintain their composure. They protested verbally. Yet their bodies were undeniably honest. Almost instinctively, both ladies leaned in, their delicate noses eagerly inhaling the enticing aroma of the beef balls. Delicious. It truly is irresistible. Nami. The little thief could no longer contain herself. Her lips parted slightly as she eagerly took a bite. Ouch. She bit into thin air. The collision of her pristine upper and lower teeth produced a crisp sound due to her excessive force. Master, you are truly wicked. Rubbing her gums, Nami playfully pouted. With a blush on her face, she turned to Koya, saying, Koya, please tell Master to behave. It's utterly cruel. He is intentionally teasing me. Meanwhile, Koya, with her lips glistening from the delectable food, nonchalantly wiped her mouth and sweetly remarked, it's simply delicious. This is the best beef ball I've ever tasted. Each bite is tender and juicy, leaving a lingering aroma. Nami, Pershachin, hey, when did Koya turn so devious too? Can it be that this cunning trait is contagious? Dasky, pretending to be asleep on the bed, secretly swallowed hard. This group of rascals is truly insufferable, not even inviting her to join the meal. Do they not realize that such behavior is tantamount to mistreating a captive and deserving of strong censure? The delicious beef balls are mine. Chu Ba Wang, with a subtle smile, placed a meatball into his mouth. With a bite, the juice burst forth, leaving a delightful aroma lingering in his mouth. I can't believe how delicious this is. It's simply beyond words. This was his first experience with the Michelin 3-star Super Buddha jumping over the wall, and he was completely astounded. As he incoherently praised the scrumptiousness of the beef balls, he joined the ranks of those seeking culinary pleasures. A single bite unleashes a symphony of flavors, tantalizing the taste buds and sending shivers of delight through him. Who would have thought that a Michelin 3-star dish could be so exquisite? It is indeed true that products from the system are of unparalleled quality. Although Chu Bawang had tasted Michelin 3-star dishes before, what the system provided reached the pinnacle of culinary excellence. To put it simply, while both may bear the Michelin 3-star label, the flavors can differ significantly. The difference between a basic and an advanced 3-star dish is substantial. What the system offers is akin to the perfect 3-star cuisine. The level of delectability is, quite naturally, beyond comparison, delicious. Truly a rare delight in this world. Even though Chu Bawang's current prowess would prevent him from starving, he still cherished the fine tradition of enjoying exquisite food that the Chinese culture embodies when faced with such delectable offerings. One should indulge wholeheartedly. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Xiaoqing, Nami, and Dasky couldn't help but salivate uncontrollably. This fellow is insufferably cruel, it's baffling. I was already full. Why do I still feel so hungry? Even the usually composed Xiaoqing could not maintain her decorum in the presence of such a lavish dish. Her lips, rosy and inviting, pursed and rubbed together, reflecting her insatiable desire. Chu Bawang exchanged glances with Koya. Seeing the two beautiful maidens so eager, they both burst into laughter. Chu Bawang reached out and retrieved 2 empty bowls, placing a meatball in each and cheerfully announcing, you two seem to be drooling. Don't think Koya and I are merely putting on a show. Such deliciousness is indeed rare. What? Gazing at the solitary meatball in the bowl, Nami and Xiaoqing displayed expressions of utter dismay. The former pouted, there are so many meatballs, yet you only give one to Xiaoqing and me. Are you mocking us? Do you not wish to eat? If not, I shall reclaim it. Chu Bawang shrugged indifferently, attempting to retrieve the meatball with his chopsticks. Humph, you are humiliating us. But I, Nami, will not let a culinary delight slip away. Nami proclaimed with bravado, her actions betraying her resolve. Without waiting for Chu Bawang to grab it with his chopsticks, she reached for the bowl and deftly popped the meatball into her mouth. Xiaoqing, too, hesitated no longer, using her chopsticks to bring the meatball to her lips. Chomp, chomp. In an instant, the room fell utterly silent, as if only Dasky's breathing remained. As for Nami and Xiaoqing, their expressions had morphed into an indescribable mix of delight and astonishment. Before Chu Bawang could utter a word, Nami rushed towards him, gripping his hands tightly, her small hands clutched with fervor, as if fearing he might escape. Master, I want more. Nami's orange-hued eyes brimmed with tears, fixated pleadingly on Chu Bawang. What was that earlier about you swearing you'd rather starve than eat my food, even if it meant jumping off the Mary? Chu Bawang replied leisurely, taking a sip of pure milk and smiling lightly. Just a moment ago, you claimed I was humiliating you, yet after a single meatball, you've changed your tune? One humiliation isn't enough. Do you desire more? Nami's face flushed with urgency as she knelt before Chu Bawang, gazing up with a grin, of course. Did you not see Koya's face darken? Ahem, Nami, please rise. It's not good for your knees to kneel for too long. Master, I hope you continue to humiliate me. Nami had yet to rise. When Xiaoqing unexpectedly squatted down beside the overlord of Chu, displaying an expression of unwavering determination, there was simply no other alternative. The Michelin 3-star cuisine before them was far too delectable. If one were to liken Sanji's culinary creations to the numeral 1, then the beef ball they had just savored would be 1,000. The disparity was nothing short of astonishing. Under ordinary circumstances, neither Xiaoqing nor Nami would reveal such ravenous expressions. If blame were to be assigned, it would lie with the overlord of Chu, whose culinary prowess was simply too extraordinary, compelling even the most composed of maidens to abandon their decorum. Observing the two with their pitiful, starry-eyed gazes, the sly overlord of Chu felt a surge of delight, resolutely intent on teasing the two ladies. That simply wouldn't do. You two are either my adopted daughters or my sword attendants. I, the overlord of Chu, have always acted with integrity. How could I repeatedly humiliate you? I cannot overcome this moral hurdle and partake in such disgraceful actions. With a serious demeanor, the overlord of Chu waved his hands, expressing his unwillingness to acquiesce to their demands. His posture was that of a veritable gentleman. How could a man claim incapacity? Nami's beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she huffed, I don't care. Regardless, overlord, you must find it in your heart to humiliate both me and sister Xiaoqing. If once is not enough, then twice. If twice is insufficient, then thrice. Xiaoqing eagerly chimed in, the allure of the gourmet dishes rendering her somewhat indiscreet. Indeed, Miss Nami speaks the truth. Master, today you must act like a scoundrel and thoroughly humiliate us. No sooner had the two ladies spoken than they disregarded the overlord's agreement, settling themselves at the dining table and devouring the exquisite delicacies with great fervor. In the blink of an eye, the remaining 3 sets of Michelin cuisine had vanished without a trace. Nami's capacity for gastronomic battle exceeded even the overlord's expectations. Xiaoqing, being the embodiment of the heavenly azure bull python's evolved golden core, naturally possessed an extraordinary appetite, yet at her level, there was no need for deliberate consumption. The quantity consumed held little impact on her combat prowess. Slow down, slow down. You two, do not choke. Observing their gluttonous feasting, Koya promptly filled 2 glasses with the 1982 Luffy for them. The overlord of Chu retrieved another portion of delicacies from the system space, finally satiating the 2 little thieves. With a sigh, he mused, whose little piglet is this? They can really eat. Indeed, Nami's appetite was astonishing. Despite having already eaten, she managed to consume an additional 2 sets of Michelin meals. It was fortunate that the ordinary physiques in the pirate world were remarkably resilient. Otherwise, their bellies might have burst. However, even the most commonplace Usopp could gorge himself into a ball, making Nami's excessive eating seem less outrageous. Gurgle. Gurgle. The sound of an empty stomach resonated in the air. Nami and Koya simultaneously turned their gazes towards Dasky on the bed, each wearing a look of sudden realization. No wonder. It turned out this young lady had been pretending to sleep. How could anyone resist such culinary temptation? Could I have a taste of that beef ball? Dasky slowly rose from the bed, her face resembling a rosy apple. She felt a touch of embarrassment. Why must her stomach choose this moment to growl? The overlord of Chu wore a mischievous smile as he softly remarked, So, does this mean you agree to become Koya's personal secretary? I thought you would have more backbone. It seems I shall not need to employ coercive measures to compel your compliance. Dasky obediently nodded, not refuting the overlord's provocation. She had long recognized the reality. One must bow their head while under a roof. It was wise to endure a little discomfort to avoid greater suffering, lest the overlord be pushed too far, causing her to suffer the consequences instead. Moreover, to gather more intelligence, it was paramount to first earn the overlord's trust. How infuriating that you have managed to ensnare another lovely lady. Koya and Nami cast a playful glare at the overlord. At last, they declared, we are finally full. After a hearty meal, 100 steps will ensure longevity. Let us take a stroll, Koya mama. The overlord and the ladies frolicked for half an hour in Xiaoqing's boudoir, before leisurely making their way to the deck, embarking on a post-meal promenade in retirement mode. Overlord, we hope you will continue to humiliate both me and sister Xiaoqing in the future. Nami turned back, making a playful face as she bowed and laughed at the overlord. Emerging from the shadows of Cocoa West Village, the little thief's smile grew increasingly radiant. The mischievous little cat, frolicking during its stroll, displayed a rather chaotic gait, bouncing about in a most unrefined manner. How can such a disheveled creature still be dubbed a little thief cat? I believe it would be more fitting to rename you the little glutton cat. Chu Bawang couldn't help but chuckle as he pinched Nami's pert little nose and shook his head. Humph, what nonsense. I'm a little glutton. But Kuya's mother is a true big glutton. Huh? Truly, it seems that those who are not of the same family are indeed not akin. Nami, with an adorable expression akin to that of a kitten, clung to Kuya's arm and pouted playfully. You all just bully me. Clearly, Xiaoqing is the real big glutton. Kuya smiled sweetly, her eyes flashing with a mischievous hint directed at Xiaoqing. In contrast, Xiaoqing was far more reserved than Nami. Even though she could set aside her modesty in the presence of delicacies, she found it difficult to act coy in public. Naturally, Chu Bawang hoped that neither Xiaoqing nor Kuya would drastically alter their personalities. Each individual possesses their unique brilliance. Kuya's traits include gentleness, kindness, and an understanding nature, while Xiaoqing embodies a blend of softness and obedience. It is essential for everyone to retain their characteristics, for it is this very diversity that enriches Chu Bawang's life. The next day, ding. You have won a pair of winter cotton gloves. Ding. You have won a desk lamp. Ding. You have won a bottle of plain water. Ding. You have won a teacup. Ding. You have won a pack of brown sugar. Hee, today's luck is rather exceptional indeed. As the lottery continued, Chu Bawang's expression grew increasingly grim. Roger and Luffy exchanged fearful glances, terrified that Chu Bawang might take out his frustration on them yet again. On the third day, ding. You have won a complete set of level 4 English practice questions. Ding. You have won a jar of honey. Ding. You have won a pair of table tennis paddles. Ding. You have won a bottle of Lao Ganma. Ding. You have won a pair of decathlon boxing gloves. Chu Bawang's expression darkened further as he immediately donned the decathlon boxing gloves. Luffy, Roger. You two come and spar with me. Post-meal exercise is beneficial for digestion. Roger and Luffy's mouths twitched in reluctance as they muttered, we haven't even eaten yet. There's no need for digestion exercises. Chu Bawang raised an eyebrow, clenching his fists. What? You two look like you are unwilling to practice a few moves with me. Roger and Luffy instinctively took 2 steps back, their faces displaying clear reluctance. Who in their right mind would dare to spar with such a pervert? Half a minute later, once again, Roger and Luffy found themselves sharing an intimate kiss with the ocean. Ding. Congratulations. You have won the Supreme Edition Noah's Ark aircraft carrier. Ding. Congratulations. You have won a bottle of air freshener. Ding. Congratulations. You have won 10 table tennis balls. Ding. Congratulations. You have won the Great White Shark Assault Ship. Ding. Congratulations. You have won 1,000 sets of Michelin 3-star dessert packages. 1,000 sets of perfect level Manchu Han Imperial Feast. Days passed, and Chu Bawang finally came to terms with reality. For a non-lucky individual, the lottery was an eternal source of agony. Nevertheless, this time he managed to secure a consolation prize, the Supreme Edition Noah's Ark aircraft carrier and the Great White Shark Assault Ship. Recently, he had contemplated establishing a pirate crew. And to his surprise, the system had rewarded him handsomely in such a short span of time. Once he entered the Grand Line, he could indeed assemble a formidable fleet comprised entirely of female warriors. Chu Bawang's words hinted at his intentions. Ordinary naval vessels in the pirate world were certainly beneath his notice, but the Supreme Edition Noah's Ark aircraft carrier, as a system reward, undoubtedly boasted superior performance. The current Mary, coupled with Roger's presence, obviously left little room to spare. It appeared he needed to plan ahead. With his entourage already numbering 5, they could easily rival the Straw Hat crew in size. Although he could employ soundproof barriers during intimate moments with Kuya, remaining aboard the Mary was becoming increasingly impractical. Though the Straw Hat crew would not voice their thoughts, being incessantly fed dog food would surely dampen their spirits. Ah, how I miss the Michelin 3-star desserts. Nothing could bring greater joy than the prospect of indulging in 1,000 sets of Michelin 3-star desserts and 1,000 sets of perfect level Manchu Han Imperial Feast. No one could resist the allure of exquisite cuisine. As long as there were delectable treats, Chu Bawang's spirits would soar, leaving little room for thoughts of sparring with Roger and Luffy. The happiness of a man can often be so delightfully simple. If given the choice between a top-tier warship and exquisite cuisine, he would unhesitatingly choose the latter. After all, food is a consumable delight. It may appear abundant, but is quickly devoured. As a man responsible for a family of gluttons, he needed to ensure 3 meals a day, especially considering Nami and Xiaoqing's astonishing appetites. Despite having received 100 sets of Michelin delicacies recently, just 3 days had passed, and he was already on the brink of running out. This time, it may only last for 2 months at most. If there were an opportunity to inherit the culinary skills of new Oriental chefs, or to learn the recipes of the radiant dishes from Chinese cooking master, It could be imparted to Xiaoqing, ensuring that delicious food would never be lacking again. The divine tongue in Food Wars also seems quite impressive. Chu Ba Wang silently calculated the gains and losses involved. He was rather selfish and had no intention of bestowing such exceptional talents upon Sanji. As the Mary sailed onward, the distance to the Grand Line grew ever shorter. After Sanji restocked, the members of the Straw Hat crew were all prepared to embark on their adventurous journey into the Grand Line. On the deck, Usopp gazed at Dasky, who was cautiously following behind Chu Ba Wang, his eyelids twitching incessantly. I never expected Ba Wang to act so domineering, even bringing such a frail girl aboard. Miss Koya is too indulgent of him. If this continues, something is bound to go awry. Roger gave Usopp a thumbs up, generously praising him. Well done. You dare to speak ill of Ba Wang. Roger, commend your bravery. Raise your glass. Rest assured, on this day next year, I shall personally lay a handful of earth upon your grave. The youth of today certainly lack restraint in their words. Even daring to confront Chu Ba Wang, are you not tired of living? Usopp, who was ashamed yet stubborn, wanted to retort, but suddenly caught sight of Chu Ba Wang emerging from Xiaoqing's quarters, causing him to wilt like a frostbitten eggplant, his head drooping like a quail. Ladies and gentlemen. The moment Chu Ba Wang's voice fell, it was as though an astonishing magic had taken effect, drawing everyone's gaze towards him in unison. This marks the first occasion that they have witnessed the serious and solemn demeanor of the Overlord of Chu aboard the Mary. Curiosity surged among them. Master Overlord, do you have something to convey to us? Zoro inquired, gazing up at him. The Overlord of Chu nodded slightly and replied with a light chuckle. Once we pass through the entrance of the Grand Line at Reverse Mountain, I may no longer accompany you all. Confusion spread among the group, as they pondered why they would suddenly part ways when they had been getting along so well. Sanji furrowed his brow and asked, what does this mean? If you are not traveling with the Mary, what vessel will you use to navigate the Grand Line and the New World? The Straw Hat crew understood that the Overlord of Chu and Koya were merely enjoying their honeymoon aboard the Mary. However, without the Mary, how could they possibly continue their honeymoon? The Overlord of Chu shrugged and replied with a nonchalant smile. Please allow me to finish. While I will not be progressing forward with you in the future, I will not be departing from the Mary in the immediate term. As for whether I have alternative means of transportation, you need not concern yourselves, for I now possess a super battleship. Since the Mary had already been given to Luffy, the Overlord of Chu would not retract that gift. These days, I have been residing aboard the Mary, and the presence of the formidable Chu, accompanied by his family, has undeniably complicated matters. However, with the acquisition of my own magnificent warship, the prospect of exuberantly hosting parties on board now beckons enticingly. The splendid life within the harem is calling to me, and how could I possibly find interest in mingling with you, a mere group of youngsters? Usopp's eyes widened in astonishment. A warship? Sanji, incredulous, exclaimed, this cannot be true. Surely there must be limits to such jesting. Roger fell into deep contemplation, his expression grave as he remarked, aside from world domination and the naval headquarters, is it truly feasible to casually possess a warship? Zoro, seemingly struck by inspiration, gasped in shock. Could it be that you, Master, have indeed launched an assault on the naval headquarters and seized a warship in the process? His words were nothing short of sensational. All eyes turned in unison towards Zoro. The sentiment expressed is profoundly insightful. Moreover, it appears that the formidable Chu Bawang indeed possesses the capability to assault the naval headquarters in Shanghai, and seizing a super battleship seems hardly a matter of consequence. Zoro, you have truly exceeded all bounds, conjuring such a fantastical narrative from thin air. I, Chu Bawang, have no regard for the dilapidated vessels of the naval headquarters. They are merely scrap metal, hardly deserving of the title super battleship. In a moment of exasperation, Chu Bawang delivered a light slap to Zoro and remarked, the only reason I am able to possess a super battleship is due to a serendipitous encounter with a miraculous devil fruit. This particular fruit is not catalogued among the known devil fruits. It is the fruit of imagination. If harnessed properly, I can manifest tangible objects through the power of my imagination. The ability to resurrect is merely the primary power of the fruit of imagination. My second ability allows me to summon a super battleship out of thin air. As soon as the words left his lips, Roger's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression brimming with shock. What? The fruit of imagination? Is there truly such a remarkable devil fruit in this world? Moreover, you managed to develop a new ability of the imaginary fruit in such a short span of time. Are you an awakened user of the devil fruit? During the era of Roger, There were indeed many awakened users of the devil fruit. Figures like the airborne admiral, golden lion, and the maritime overlord, Rox, were all formidable awakened users. Yet, to witness someone like the overlord of Chu develop a new ability from the imaginary fruit in just 3 days, possibly even awakening the devil fruit, is something Roger has never encountered in his lifetime. Ah, I see now. The imaginary fruit is an extraordinary fruit. Lost in thought, Luffy suddenly clasped his fists together, his face reflecting epiphany. Zoro, Roger, Usopp, your thought process is simply bizarre. When unable to explain, you resort to describing it as extraordinary. Roger concurred, stating that although it sounds quite peculiar, the devil fruit encyclopedia is still under refinement. The abilities of the devil fruits are indeed varied and cannot be measured by ordinary logic. Thus, the existence of the imaginary fruit is indeed plausible. At this point, even he felt a twinge of envy towards the overlord of Chu's fortuity. The so-called imaginary fruit is indeed impressive, with its primary ability being divine resurrection, and it can also develop secondary and tertiary abilities based upon one's imagination. Just thinking about it invokes feelings of envy. If one could consume the imaginary fruit and envision themselves swimming and fighting in the sea, would that not lead to a state of invincibility? Mr. Overlord, may we have the honor of witnessing your magnificent battleship? Luffy and Usopp's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Their curiosity towards the novel was insatiable, driving their desire for exploration. What could possibly be amiss? Hearing is one thing, but seeing is believing. Everyone present should pay close attention and not blink. Out of concern and curiosity, the overlord of Chu would naturally not withhold his marvels. With a light step using the Navy's 6 styles, moonwalk, he effortlessly hovered in midair. The Navy's 6 styles? Isn't that an ability developed by Black Arm Zephyr? It is astonishing that the overlord of Chu has mastered the Navy's 6 styles to such a degree. Roger subtly furrowed his brow. He had previously dealt extensively with the younger Black Arm Zephyr. Despite his youth, he was one of the naval leaders that all pirate factions feared to provoke. Zoro, Usopp, steer the Going Merry further away. Be cautious not to collide with it. The two, not daring to slacken, maneuvered the helm to distance themselves from the vicinity. Come forth, Ark Noah. After the overlord's reminder, he gently pressed his hands downward, focusing his thoughts as he summoned the supreme version of the Ark Noah from the system's space. With a resounding roar, the sea surged, splashing wildly. Wow, what a massive battleship! The Straw Hat crew and Roger collectively gasped in awe. Before them emerged a colossal vessel, its size far exceeding that of the standard Navy ships, equipped with an array of modern artillery, including both aerial and terrestrial munitions. The moment the supreme version of the Ark Noah aircraft carrier appeared, the nearby waves dimmed in comparison. The Going Merry was utterly overshadowed. If one were to draw a comparison, it would be akin to a crane standing tall among chickens. In the Bible, the Ark Noah is revered as a grand ship constructed under divine instruction, intended to shelter Noah, his family, and various terrestrial creatures from the catastrophic floods sent by God. The scripture describes the ark's shape as box-like, accommodating Noah's family of 8, along with pairs of unclean animals and 7 pairs of clean animals. When the flood arrived, the earth was submerged, sparing only the creatures aboard the ark, which eventually came to rest upon Mount Ararat. Ultimately, God marked the covenant with a rainbow, promising never again to curse the earth due to mankind, ensuring the continuity of all living beings. The supreme version of the Ark Noah aircraft carrier bears an uncanny resemblance to its biblical namesake, being a square-shaped vessel. However, compared to the rudimentary construction of the original Ark, the supreme version's capabilities far exceed those of its predecessor. Its displacement alone surpasses that of the renowned Titanic by threefold. With a staggering total capacity of 150,000 cubic meters, the supreme version of the Ark Noah aircraft carrier comprises 3 levels. A design that not only stabilizes the vessel but also increases its overall area to approximately 35,000 square meters, equivalent to 5 standard world-class football fields combined. It must be noted that in the world of pirates, the concept of devil fruits is far more readily accepted. Otherwise, even if the overlord of Chu were to exhaust himself explaining, he might fail to elucidate the matter. After all, everyone is concerned about their own fate. And the overlord of Chu would not be so stingy as to deny them a glimpse. With his permission granted, it did not take long before Luffy, Roger, and the others found themselves on the deck of the Ark Noah aircraft carrier. How cool and impressive. Luffy's eyes sparkled like a giant star, filled with admiration and awe. Some of Frankie's secret weapons could leave him restless with excitement, let alone the terrifying impact brought by the Ark Noah. Were it not for his robust physical condition, Luffy might have fainted from sheer exhilaration. Usopp, equally envious, hesitated to lean against the gleaming black cannon, fearing he might tarnish its shine. The craftsmanship is simply astounding. Despite being such a large aircraft carrier, it can navigate entirely without manual operation. Reflecting on his own exhausting experiences steering the Going Merry, Usopp felt an overwhelming urge to weep. His words inadvertently reaffirmed the overlord of Chu's devil fruit theory. After all, as long as the explanation varies, one can always shift the blame onto the devil fruit. In the pirate world, high-tech warships equipped with autopilot have never been seen. Each super battleship requires extensive manpower for real-time monitoring and operation to function properly. Only the overlord of Chu's convenient devil fruit theory could elucidate why the Ark Noah operates without human intervention. Glimpsing the astonished assembly, the overlord of Chu smiled and remarked, "The Ark Noah possesses not only a manual mode, but can also transition into a manual control mode. If I were to find a suitable helmsman in the future, I might consider allowing them to navigate manually." What he did not mention is that Kaido's daughter, Yamato, seems to be an excellent candidate. The mere thought of Yamato potentially becoming the captain of the Noah's Ark brings an even brighter smile to the face of the overlord of the Chu. Upon hearing this, Roger rolled his eyes, inwardly lamenting, "I knew it. The overlord of Chu is indeed a habitual braggart. He cannot go a day without posturing. How cruel fate is, for they say that those who boast are struck by lightning, yet I have seen no signs of misfortune befalling the overlord. Could it be that this fellow is the illegitimate child of the heavens?" Despite his grumblings, Roger could not help but admire the overlord's prowess. With a colossal aircraft carrier capable of accommodating over 20,000 people, they certainly possess the means to flaunt their grandeur. The kitchen aboard is simply exquisite. When Sanji beheld the pristine, spacious kitchen of the Noah's Ark, he felt an irresistible urge to linger aboard forever. Though the kitchen on the Merry was quite comfortable, he constantly yearned for a larger one. This is one of Sanji's dreams as a chef. I feel envious. Why is Chef Bo's training ground so vast? It is equipped with an array of training apparatuses. I have resolved to save more money. I will eventually purchase a grand ship with an expansive training area. Even the typically composed Zoro transformed into a figure of pure jealousy upon witnessing the training ground comparable to a football field. Nami crossed her arms, casting a disapproving glance at Zoro. "I must admit, this is indeed a magnificent dream. However, shouldn't you settle my high-interest loan first, Zoro?" Zoro replied, "Can we please not discuss repayment? If we avoid that topic, we can remain good friends." Before arriving at Logtown, he had borrowed quite a bit from Nami to buy swords. Although the formidable Chu Ba Wang had gifted him 3 fine blades, he should still have some spare cash. Unfortunately, the intoxicating allure of the local liquor proved too tempting, and he squandered all his funds on drink. Zoro, unable to tame the ravenous beast within, felt quite helpless. After a thorough tour of the Noah Ark and indulging in the sights, Roger and the Straw Hat crew returned to the Merry. Despite the fact that Chu Ba Wang, the host, did not issue an eviction command, the attendees possessed enough self-awareness. Ba Wang, if you are indeed planning to establish a pirate crew, you wouldn't attempt to usurp the title of Pirate King from me, would you? Luffy lamented, leaning despondently against the railing, a hint of sorrow in his voice. If Chu Ba Wang was determined to pursue the title of Pirate King, Luffy feared he might never have a chance. Chu Ba Wang, with a half-smile, retorted, "Heh. The title of Pirate King comes with an intelligence and emotional quotient debuff that holds no interest for me. Just look at Roger and Luffy, 2 simpletons. To become the Pirate King, one must share a common trait, low intelligence and high emotional intelligence. I, Chu Ba Wang, possess perfection in intellect, emotion, and appearance. What use have I for such a negative buff?" Initially, when the crew learned of the possibility that Chu Ba Wang might depart in the near future, they felt a profound sense of loss. However, as time passed, the resilient Straw Hat crew gradually overcame their sorrow, realigning their mindset to continue their journey. All of them, being adults, understood a fundamental truth. No matter how close friends may be, inevitably they will part ways. Yet, that friendship will never fade. As long as they're together now, they must cherish every single day. Time is precious. Let us treasure each moment. The nearby sky was adorned with fluffy white clouds against a backdrop of clear blue, while the distance was shrouded in ominous darkness, reminiscent of a storm preceding a couple's farewell, weighing heavily on the heart. Nami, urgent report. A vast expanse of cumulonimbus clouds ahead, indicating a storm is imminent. What should we do next? Sanji and Zoro stood atop the lookout, each holding a telescope, resembling an oddly matched couple. Roger couldn't help but think they were well suited. They should be nearing the red line by now. Yet why did it feel as though they had returned to their original course? Nami, holding the nautical chart, wore a perplexed expression. We are finally heading to the Grand Line. Hey, Sanji, look, we are almost there at the red line. We're getting close. Luffy exclaimed, his face beaming with excitement, repeatedly punching Sanji's back in jubilation. Overwhelmed by Luffy's enthusiasm, Sanji retaliated with a swift kick to Luffy's round face, exclaiming, "You're so annoying. Be quiet, or I want to make you any delicious food in the future." Sorry. Luffy's face contorted in a comical manner, muttering under his breath. Yet, before he could compose himself, he again turned his excitement towards Zoro, pounding his back with exuberance. "Zoro, we're almost there. We're nearly there." Unprepared, Zoro found himself caught off guard, feeling as if he could plunge a dagger into Luffy's heart. His spirit felt weary, as though he desired retirement. The captain of this wretched ship is truly a source of constant unease. Everyone, come and see. I have heard it said that the nautical chart depicts this as well. The entrance to the Grand Line is atop a mountain, where a grand canal ascends. If we ascend this canal, we can traverse the red line and reach the first half of the Grand Line. Zoro raised a question. This chart was seized from the clown buggy. Can we truly place our trust in it? Nami, with a firm expression, replied, "Of course. This information was relayed to me directly by the Great Master. It cannot be false." Although Nami was equally curious about how the Master knew the way through the red line, she believed his words wholeheartedly. Oh, so it was the Master's words. In that case, all is well. Zoro's demeanor shifted swiftly, resting his chin in a calm manner. Roger observed the varied expressions of the Straw Hat crew and began to understand why the Master insisted on departing from the Mary. Presently, while Luffy is officially the captain, the true backbone of this ship has quietly transformed into the Master. If the Master were to remain on the Mary, then Luffy's position as captain would be rendered meaningless, hindering his growth. No wonder the Master spoke with such conviction about leaving. It was out of concern for the crew's development. Indeed, only through experiencing storms can a fledgling become a magnificent eagle soaring through the skies. Roger found himself lost in thought, contemplating whether the Master felt any reluctance about leaving the Straw Hats, enduring great anguish to make this decision. However, the truth is that the Master simply found it inconvenient to conduct certain delicate matters in the presence of others. I understand now. I finally comprehend the meaning behind the Master's words. The Upside-Down Mountain, located on the Red Line, is an extraordinarily unique maritime region in the pirate world. As the sound of rushing water grew increasingly turbulent, Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement. It turns out that all the ocean currents from the four seas flow into the Grand Canal of the Upside-Down Mountain. The rivers formed by the four seas converge at the mountain's peak, ultimately leading to the Grand Line. Due to the Winter Island's influence, the water flows from the surface to the depths. If we fail to successfully enter the canal, we will crash against the walls of the Red Line. In such a fierce impact, any vessel would be reduced to splinters, lost to the depths. At this point, a grave tone crept into Nami's voice. Entering the canal is far from a simple task. Only with an exceptional helmsman do we stand even the slightest chance of breaching the canal. Yet, the current predicament is rather awkward, as the Mary possesses only a half-hearted helmsman, Usopp. Relying on him is akin to courting disaster. Aha, now I get it. It is indeed an extraordinary mountain, Luffy exclaimed with a laugh, feigning understanding. In this regard, he bears a striking resemblance to the brazen Roger. At times, even the Master wonders if Roger and Dragon mistakenly swapped their children. Luffy's intelligence is somewhat unworthy of Dragon's 250 IQ genetics. As the Mary pitched violently, the Master, who had been napping peacefully with Koya, emerged. Casting a glance at the overcast sky, the Master yawned and said, "As long as you find the canal's entrance and master the helm, you can ride the rushing waters over the Upside-Down Mountain." It sounds simple enough, yet in reality, more than half of those adventurers aspiring to enter the Grand Line meet their demise before they even get inside. You must rely solely on your own strength to enter the Grand Line. This time, I will not assist you. Upon hearing this, the Straw Hat crew felt a surge of excitement, eagerly preparing for the challenge ahead. As the Mary advanced, a colossal mountain shrouded in mist loomed before them, its summit obscured from view, resembling a fearsome beast blocking their path. This is the entrance to the Grand Line, the Upside-Down Mountain. The shapes of the Red Line and the Grand Line are akin to two interlocking rings, thus presenting two intersection points, the first being the Upside-Down Mountain, also known as Mount Levis. It is an incredible yet perilous peak and one of only 2 entry points to the Grand Line. The other route traverses the doldrums. The upside-down mountain features 5 canal pathways, collectively forming a distorted X shape, where the water flow is 4 in, 1 out. The 4 in refers to the inflow channels from the East Sea, West Sea, South Sea, and North Sea. The 1 out signifies the exit of the upside-down mountain, the starting canal of the Grand Line. Due to the overwhelming strength of the ocean currents from the 4 seas, vessels can defy gravity and ascend. Aboard the ship, it feels akin to riding a roller coaster uphill. However, the speed is somewhat more rapid, which may not be particularly friendly to those with heart conditions. Though the Straw Hat crew appears to navigate the upside-down mountain with ease in the anime, in reality, this is where the highest casualties among the 4 seas pirates occur. Over 50% of adventurers perish here. The reason is simple. The entrance to the inflow channels is exceedingly small, making stable entry difficult even in calm waters. Furthermore, prior to entering the canal, the tumultuous and ever-changing ocean currents can form numerous deep-sea whirlpools that are nearly impossible to detect with the naked eye. To label the upside-down mountain as a graveyard for adventurers is hardly an exaggeration. The raging sea roared, and the small Mary resembled a mere speck in the vast ocean, a fragile vessel amidst the storm. At that moment, the Mary encountered the most perilous deep-sea whirlpool, causing the entire ship to tremble violently, fraught with danger. Luffy, who had been pulled by Zoro to help with the sails, found himself swinging from the mast due to the ship's violent shaking, a sight both comical and absurd. After downing a considerable amount of alcohol with Zoro, Roger began to scold Sanji and Usopp, exclaiming, "Hey, hurry and take control of the helm. We are about to be sucked into the whirlpool. If this continues, we will perish before even reaching the entrance. Damn it, you just sit there watching and don't lend a hand?" Steering the ship in such treacherous conditions is no easy feat. Even with Sanji and Usopp working together, their faces turned a shade akin to liver. Had it not been for their inability to retaliate, Sanji would have surely taught Roger why flowers bloom so beautifully. As the towering waves surged, the dense rain clouds transformed into a pitch-black mass. In the next moment, a torrential downpour ensued. This increasingly complicates the navigation of the canal. Roger's tone was tinged with urgency. "Young lady, have you not yet spotted the entrance? If this continues, we shall surely collide with the rocky wall." As the vessel hurtled toward the imposing cliff, the sense of impending disaster was palpable, and Roger could hardly contain his anxiety. How unfortunate it was. Had he only been resurrected a few days ago? Was he destined to meet his end once more? Although he possessed the ability to discern the entrance to Reverse Mountain through his observation haki, he refrained from guiding the Straw Hat crew, fearing it might contravene the intentions of the formidable Chu Ba Wang. After all, to fall into the hands of such a tyrant would be a fate worse than death. Nami, clad in a raincoat, leaned over the railing, intently focusing, determined not to overlook any detail. This concerns the very lives of all comrades. Furthermore, it is the first time that the formidable Chu overlord has allowed her to make a decision on her own. She certainly does not wish to leave a negative impression in his mind, one that relegates her to the role of a mere ornamental figure. Nami, filled with fervor, stood up and declared loudly, "I have spotted a fissure in the cliff. We must maintain a straight course in this direction." Zoro, astonished, gazed through the telescope at the crack in the rock face and exclaimed, "It is utterly unbelievable. The seawater is truly climbing the mountain." The surging currents were indeed traversing the narrow mountain path, seemingly without end, resembling an ethereal waterway to the heavens. With a serious expression, Nami remarked gravely, "We must successfully navigate through the central water gate, or else the Mary will be utterly crushed." Rarely one to display intellect, Luffy surprisingly demonstrated a moment of lucidity. He positioned himself behind the figurehead of the Mary, aligning himself, the figurehead, and the water gate in a straight line. The bow is slightly off. Veer right, just a bit more to the right. Now left, a little more to the left. But which direction was it truly? Sanji and Usopp exerted all their strength. Suddenly, with a resounding crack, the ship's helm was broken in two by the duo. Taken by surprise, Usopp and Sanji found themselves tumbling head over heels. What the hell? Roger dropped his flask in shock. Luffy and Zoro rolled their eyes, nearly unable to contain their exasperation. How on earth were they to proceed now? Just as they were about to enter the water gate, the helm that directed their course was shattered into pieces. As the Mary was on the verge of colliding with the artificially constructed steel gate, Luffy, disregarding the potential impact, leaped boldly toward the bow. Rubber. Balloon. Luffy's body expanded rapidly, creating a barrier against the impending collision with the steel gate. Boom. The sheer force of the Mary, bolstered by the tumultuous waters, slammed against Luffy's inflated belly. Ouch. That hurts. One could see the bloodshot in Luffy's eyes. And his forehead had turned a deep shade of blue from the strain. His expression contorted in agony, resembling one who had donned a mask of suffering. Yet, despite enduring tremendous impact, Luffy resolutely clenched his lips, holding his breath tightly, determined to keep all air locked within his abdomen. He understood that at such a critical moment, he could not show any sign of weakness, otherwise the fate of all his comrades would be sealed in despair. What a remarkable lad! He devised such a method to alter the Mary's course, but in doing so, he has plunged himself into a perilous situation. I'm curious to see how you intend to return safely to the Mary. Luffy's desperate efforts to protect his crew sparked a glimmer of admiration in Roger's eyes. It seemed that the young heir chosen by the red-haired pirate possessed commendable qualities. As Luffy was about to be engulfed by the tumultuous waves, Zoro, the devoted husband, bellowed, "Luffy, grab my hand. I'll pull you up." The two shared an unspoken bond, requiring no further explanation. Luffy extended his rubbery arm, firmly grasping Zoro's arm, successfully returning to the Mary. The only downside was that Luffy landed face first on the deck, his bald head smashing through, leaving him stuck. Roger, observing the seamless cooperation between Zoro and Luffy, smirked playfully, "Indeed, the more I see you two, the more I sense a perfect match. You share an uncanny resemblance of a couple," he jested. "Perhaps I should suggest to the Overlord to utilize the imaginary fruit to develop a feminization ability to transform one of you into a woman. Sanji, Usopp, what nonsense are you spouting?" In an ironic twist, the Chu Overlord chimed in at that moment. "Actually, I have indeed developed a feminization ability. Do you all wish to experience what it feels like to become a woman?" The feminization ability spoken of by the Overlord was not truly derived from the imaginary fruit. It was merely a ruse. What? Feminization ability? Sanji and Usopp were momentarily stunned, only to feel a chill in their nether regions. You never shy away from matters of such nature. How absurd that the imaginary fruit was now associated with a feminization ability. The peculiarities of the skills at hand seem rather skewed, do they not? What? Has the formidable Chu Ba Wang truly developed the ability to feminize? Roger appeared utterly bewildered. He had merely uttered this in jest, never anticipating that Chu Ba Wang would actually achieve it. This is a power that every respectable man has secretly yearned for. If such a skill were to be harnessed, could it not mean transforming kittens, puppies, little foxes, small tigers, and snakes into stunning beauties? Imagine, with just a flick of a finger, those cat-eared maidens, fox maidens, and snake maidens would be at one's beck and call. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Sanji found himself drooling uncontrollably, wishing desperately to capture a small cat or dog right then, and there to request Chu Ba Wang to demonstrate the ability. I, too, wish to behold the legendary cat-eared maiden. Luffy, struggling mightily, finally managed to extract his head from the deck, only to tumble over due to his excessive force. Unlike Sanji, Luffy was devoid of any lewd intentions. His curiosity was simply overwhelming. However, the enthusiasm of the crowd was too infectious, prompting Chu Ba Wang to reveal a mischievous smile. "Given your fervor, allow me to broaden your horizons today." No sooner had he spoken than he fixed his gaze on the perplexed Roger. The inebriated Roger sobered up considerably in an instant, feeling a chill run down his spine. "You won't dare to involve me in such matters, will you? With so many men aboard, must you choose me as your test subject? I merely jested in your presence. Is it necessary to hold a grudge? Oh, I suddenly recall that the gas in the kitchen seems to be left on. Excuse me, I must take my leave." Without hesitation, Roger dashed away in a panic, lamenting that his parents had not endowed him with a couple more legs or wings for flight. Thinking to escape? It is already too late. Feminization technique. A pink light suddenly emanated from Chu Ba Wang's index finger, which he flicked towards Roger. Regardless of how fast Roger ran, the pink light clung stubbornly to his heels. Whoosh! Crack! Just as Roger attempted to slow down, the pink light struck him on the shoulder, causing him to kneel on the deck with a yelp. A cloud of pink smoke enveloped him entirely. "Little glutton, avert your eyes. I wouldn't want to tarnish your vision." Chu Ba Wang chuckled, covering Nami's eyes and waving goodbye to the Straw Hat crew. If Roger were still youthful, perhaps he might transform into a lovely maiden, but now, having entered middle age, the result of his feminization would likely resemble a middle-aged matron, not unlike Big Mom. Usopp's eyes sparkled. Feminized? The Pirate King Roger has truly been feminized. I am eager to see what the feminized Pirate King looks like. Luffy nudged the peering Sanji, expressing his discontent. Hey, Sanji, there's plenty of space. Do not crowd me. Zoro, with a skeptical expression, remarked, something feels off. If I recall correctly, Master Chu Ba Wang is not one to indulge in such perks. With madness in his eyes, Sanji gleamed with excitement. Who cares about that? If there are maidens to behold, then it is a sight worth seeing. Excluding Nami, the rest of the Straw Hat crew extended their necks, fearful of missing any detail, resembling a row of spectators eagerly awaiting the latest gossip. As the pink smoke dissipated, they finally beheld the feminized Roger, now resembling an incredibly unattractive matron. Ugh, this is the ugliest matron I have ever seen. Usopp cursed as he exited the scene. Damn it, I've lost my lunch over this. Why must you sully my eyes with such a grotesque sight, Chu Bawang? Luffy lay weakly against the railing, retching into the sea. This is too much for my eyes. I need water to cleanse my vision. Sanji lamented while rolling on the ground like a ball. It felt a bit chilly down there, and his attire was uncomfortably loose. The worst part was that Roger, feeling an itch in his nose, inadvertently made the motion of picking it. That posture, that form, that demeanor, it was akin to a certain infamous figure. I knew Master Chu Bawang would never offer us any benefits, now you all must believe me. Zoro could no longer contain himself, his grip on the sword's hilt tight, revealing his inner turmoil. Were it not for the fear of being overpowered, he would have drawn his blade against Chu Bawang. He simply could not comprehend why. Having nearly departed to marry, Chu Bawang could not leave a favorable impression. Instead, he chose to indulge in such antics. Usopp lay dejectedly on the deck, mumbling weakly. The city is full of schemes. I long to return to the countryside. Sanji, in utter despair, declared he never wished to see another woman again, grumbling. The longest road I have ever traveled is the path of Chu Bawang's tricks. Initially, Luffy, Zoro, and the others mourned the imminent departure of Chu Bawang. But after witnessing the debacle with Roger, they found themselves wishing for Chu Bawang to be as far away as possible. Except for Zoro, who remained steadfast in his training. The rest of the Straw Hat crew leaned over the railing, retching uncontrollably. If given a second chance, they would prefer death over witnessing Roger's nose-picking visage again. Luffy, are you not the man who aspires to be the Pirate King? Act now. I have revived Roger and feminized him. If you two share mutual feelings, you may proceed to the altar and celebrate your union. Luffy looked utterly bewildered. Do not misconstrue my intentions. I, Monkey D. Luffy, aspire to be the man who becomes the Pirate King, not to be the man of the Pirate King. Do you think I must rely on others to rise to power? Chu Bawang, could you please revert this scruffy old man back to his former self? If you do not, I fear I shall be left with psychological scars. Luffy lamented, gazing sorrowfully at the abominable sight of feminized Roger. He truly felt compelled to kneel before Chu Bawang. How can he ever feel at ease to proclaim his iconic slogan in front of others after this? The mere thought of having uttered the phrase, "I will become the king of the pirates," so many times fills Luffy with a sense of impending despair. Alas, this time it truly feels as though a psychological shadow will be cast upon him. Oh, mighty Buggy, I implore you, have mercy and return me to my former self. Roger, too, wore a mournful expression, bowing his hands in prayer towards the direction of the young lady's chamber. Just moments ago, he had gazed into the mirror, nearly moved to tears by his own visage. The realization that his ill-fated words had come to fruition ignited within him an irresistible urge to slap himself. Why utter such things, when he could have said anything else, yet chose to speak of becoming effeminate? If old acquaintances Whitebeard and Carp were to learn of his embarrassing misadventures, they would undoubtedly burst into fits of laughter. This aging visage, where on earth should it be placed? Very well, since you have so fervently insisted, I shall reluctantly restore Roger to his former self. It is often said that curiosity killed the cat. Yet the insatiable curiosity of the mighty Chu overlord compelled him to utilize his observation haki to glimpse the transformed visage of Roger. In an instant, he was utterly dismayed. He had always believed that Feng Jie and Ru Hua Jie, the peculiar woman from Tang Bohu Spot's Autumn Fragrance, were the most unrefined women in the world. However, upon encountering the effeminized Roger, Annie Roger, he finally comprehended the notion that there is no limit to ugliness. There is only the potential for greater ugliness. Restoration of the transformation was unnecessary for Roger to plead repeatedly, as Chu Overlord had already taken the initiative to remove the pink effeminate factors from Roger's being. The incident of Roger's transformation, in the end, could only be deemed a minor interlude on their journey. Nevertheless, the Straw Hat crew took a considerable time to recover from the shadow of Annie Roger. Since that day, Zoro perceptively noted that Luffy, Following the incident of Roger's transformation into a woman, seldom declared his ambition to become the pirate king in the presence of a crowd. Perhaps this is what one may call growth. The Mary continued its voyage as the frigid seawater coalesced into mist under the cold climate. This is the uniquely distinctive Icelandic climate atop the inverted mountain. The wind howls fiercely as the Melly gallops swiftly. Suddenly, Zoro furrows his brow and inquires, "Did you hear any sound?" Roger, ever the familiar one, patted Zoro on the shoulder and chuckled heartily. That little fellow is quite impressive. He truly embodies the essence of the Overlord's apprentice, managing to grasp the fundamentals of observation hockey in such a brief span. Sanji's expression turned to one of shock, and he felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Goodness, could it be that the Overlord is giving that green-haired brat special treatment again? This is exceedingly biased. The gap between me and that green-haired pest is indeed widening. As Sanji contemplated that he had only mastered the first 3 forms of the Wind God leg, while Zoro had already acquired several unparalleled sword techniques and even commenced his training in the 3 types of hockey, a profound bitterness welled up within him. Is this the fate of the sycophant? After all the flattery, one is still left with nothing. It seems that something is indeed amiss. Usopp trembled, his legs quaking as he pointed ahead with astonishment in his eyes, stammering, "Nami, come quickly. There is an enormous black wall in the canal leading to the Grand Line." Sanji exclaimed, "My heavens! What monstrous creature is that? Its size is simply colossal." Roger spoke in a grave tone, "That is not a monster. It is a giant island whale from the West Blue. However, its aura appears somewhat unstable." Sanji stood in disbelief. A whale? What species could possibly grow to the size of a mountain peak? If the sea beast Moo could be likened to a small boat, then the giant island whale before them resembled a majestic mountain range. "Do not panic. I have a plan to turn this peril into fortune." As the merry-go-round slid down the slope, it was on a collision course with the massive island whale. Bald-headed Luffy, experiencing a moment of inspiration, detonated a bubble bomb aimed at the whale. Utilizing the powerful recoil of the bubble bomb, the merry-go's speed indeed diminished. "You truly are remarkable, Luffy," Usopp praised, raising his thumb. "I've noticed that since you shaved your head, your intelligence seems to have sharpened." "Of course, I've always been clever." Luffy chuckled with satisfaction, pointing at the few stubborn strands of hair on Usopp's head, and began to dispense motivational wisdom. "Usopp, I believe you must bravely confront your fears. Only then can your spirit grow stronger. The Pirate King once told me to never fear any difficulty and to face it with a smile. The way to conquer fear is to confront it. Keep pushing forward, Usopp. I believe that one day you will surely triumph over your inner demons." "Oh, Usopp," adorned with an extravagant and fashionable hat, sighed heavily, expressing his desire to disembark. "Could we please refrain from mentioning my hairline? Isn't this simply a case of stirring the pot?" Usopp perceives Luffy's incompetence as a captain to be utterly egregious, lacking any discernible insight. Should they persist in navigating under his leadership, this ragtag crew is indeed doomed. Ding. A notification indicates that the host has traversed the upside-down mountain, arriving at the commencement of the Grand Line, where they encounter Laboon, the island whale, thereby triggering a hidden selection quest. You may choose from the following 3 tasks. Option 1. Pass by discreetly, disregarding the pitiable whale Laboon. Upon completion, the reward shall be a standard set of din-din mushi from the pirate world and 100 servings of exquisite Michelin 3-star post-meal delicacies. Option 2. Ignore the lamentable whale Laboon and proceed to roast the whale for consumption, savoring the flavors of the legendary island whale. Upon completion, the task reward shall be a hacker-grade din-din mushi and 100 servings of exquisite Michelin 3-star post-meal delicacies. Option 3. Offer assistance to the forlorn whale Laboon by seeking out the Rumbar pirates or Brook. The reward for this task will be a Panda brand Skynet din-din mushi and 100 servings of exquisite Michelin 3-star main courses. As for the din-din mushi, the formidable Chu is not unfamiliar with them. This represents a quintessential marvel of advanced technology in the pirate world. Its appearance bears resemblance to a snail, adorned with spots, and features a communication device or buttons atop its shell. During conversations, the mouth of this telephone insect mimics the movements of the speaker, capable of expressing human emotions in dialogue. Several varieties exist, including the ordinary dialing telephone insect, the black listening telephone insect, the exclusive golden and silver connection telephone insects, also referred to as the Demon Slayer command telephone insects, the paid telephone booth type large telephone insect, and the surveillance telephone insect, among others. The acquisition of a complete set of telephone insects would be of immeasurable value, particularly the Golden Demon Slayer Command Telephone Insect. It embodies authority that instills fear in the majority of pirate factions. Upon issuing the Demon Slayer command, even the fleet would dare to annihilate their own under informed circumstances. However, what intrigues Chu Bawang more is the nature of the hacker-level telephone insect and the Panda brand Skynet telephone insect. System companion. What exactly are the hacker telephone insect and the Panda brand Skynet telephone insect? There is an old adage, when in difficulty, seek assistance from an expert. For traversers, it transforms into, in times of trouble, consult the system. Any uncertainties can be clarified by the system companion. Ding. Hacker-level telephone insect, also known as the hacker telephone insect. It can infiltrate the standard telephone insect network of the pirate world, targeting and attacking a specific telephone insect, facilitating eavesdropping, interrupting calls, and other operations. Impressive. Does this mean I can eavesdrop on any telephone insect I desire? Chu Bawang commended the system's ingenious maneuvering. In terms of operation, the system truly excels. If utilized correctly, this hacker telephone insect holds considerable strategic significance. And what of the Panda brand Skynet telephone insect? What functions does it possess? Ding. The functional description of the Panda brand Skynet telephone insect is as follows. This telephone insect is a derivative of the Avengers, Age of Ultron, boasting countless capabilities. Function 1. Activate the information reconnaissance mode, automatically monitoring and detecting all telephone insects within a specified range, recording all conversations, audio, and visuals. With the ability to conduct special investigations as per the hostess requests, retrievable at any moment. Function 2. Within signal range. It can infiltrate any telephone insect network for special editing, blocking outgoing or incoming signals, redirecting the signal source to the Panda brand Skynet telephone insect, extracting historical call records, and even simulating all voices present in the historical call records of that telephone insect. Function 3. Within a specified range. It can establish core connections with any visual telephone insect, enabling unilateral control to forcibly activate video calling. Function XXX. Oh, I thought the system's operations were already quite audacious, yet it can be even bolder. Chu Bawang silently remarked, this Panda brand Skynet telephone insect is indeed remarkable. In comparison to the hacker-level telephone insect, the latter seems utterly trivial. Hacker-level telephone insect. I have a few choice words that I'm unsure whether to express. One moment, I affectionately call someone sweetheart, and the next, I refer to them as Madam Cow. Truly, what a scoundrel. Is there any choice left? I, the formidable Lord Chu, am so benevolent and kind-hearted, treating others with generosity. Dashing and elegant, I stand tall like a jade tree, possessing unparalleled bravery and might, unmatched in the world, a solitary master, impervious to blades and arrows, reigning supreme. A charming figure with a noble visage, invincible in compassion, fearless in valor, wise and formidable, embodying extraordinary chivalry and boundless righteousness. Throughout history, I am truly incomparable. Humble and eager to learn. It is as if there have been no predecessors or successors. Naturally, I shall assist the unfortunate Labu in seeking help from the Rummer pirates. Alas, this is an unavoidable situation. Who can blame my kind-hearted nature, right? When encountering a pitiful and helpless wild little whale, one cannot simply stand by and watch. Lord Chu nestled into Koya's embrace, taking a deep scent of her, hoping to extract something. He then expressed with a sigh, Koya, am I perhaps too kind-hearted? Upon hearing this, Koya gasped in astonishment. Can you not do something that a person ought to do? You've heard it. On the deck of the Mary, judging by the current speed, it appeared that we would indeed avoid colliding with the terrifying island whale. Sanji secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He certainly did not wish to perish so soon after entering the Grand Line. The Mary was finally coming to a halt. Indeed. My cleverness has shone through in this moment of peril. Luffy laughed boastfully. In critical moments, one must rely on the performance of King Luffy. Yet before he could bask in his glory for even a moment, he was once again dealt a harsh blow. Although the speed of the Mary had decreased, it ultimately still collided with the whale, Abu. With a resounding bang, Luffy was cleaved in two at the neck from the special seed of the Mary, crashing down before him with a thud. Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Mary, we owe you an apology. We have subjected you to undeserved suffering at such a tender age. It must be said, the journey of the Mary has been akin to enduring countless tribulations in a quest for enlightenment. It has truly encountered a plethora of misfortunes. Upon entering the Grand Line, the Going Merry was abruptly struck by the whale due to Luffy's reckless maneuver, resulting in the ship's figurehead being broken. What a calamity! That was my prime seat. Luffy's expression darkened instantaneously, as though someone owed him a fortune. Was it due to the enormous size of the island whale that it failed to notice the ship's impact, or was it merely a consequence of sluggish reflexes? Sanji, lost in thought, gazed upward and couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The monstrous creature's eye was several times larger than the Going Merry itself. Why would such a terrifying beast obstruct the very beginning of the Grand Line? What are we waiting for? We must flee at once. Usopp exclaimed, eyeing the endless, fearsome creature, swallowing hard. It is colossal. This whale is truly enormous. You inquire about its size? It is of such magnitude that even Luffy would take half a year to consume it and still be unable to finish. Only through close proximity can one truly grasp the terrifying nature of the island whale. Usopp even experiences a sense of illusion. The island whale, with a mere flick of its tail, could obliterate the Navy's super battleship into mere fragments. If there was a moment to flee, it was undoubtedly now. Zoro furrowed his brow, for he discerned that the island whale was not in a state of health. Its enormous forehead bore deeply unsettling scars. Observing that neither Zoro nor Roger intended to assist, Usopp and Sanji hastily retrieved their oars, vigorously paddling in a desperate bid to escape this treacherous locale. Roar. The island whale emitted a profoundly mournful roar, echoing like a haunting melody that tormented the Straw Hat crew. Usopp, lifting his gaze, found himself locked in the gaze of the whale's enormous eye, rendering him speechless with terror. The eyes were alarmingly large, filled with a network of crimson veins that rendered them exceedingly unsettling. Their size was truly formidable, rivaling even the mighty Thousand Sunny. What have you done to my special seat, you monstrous creature? Luffy bellowed, swinging his fist towards the eye of the whale laboon. Sanji and Usopp were left utterly petrified in the moment. Such stubbornness! Usopp, on the verge of tears, lamented. I always knew I would eventually be led to my demise by Luffy. I just didn't expect it to happen so soon. Indeed, this ragtag group was doomed. After being struck by Luffy, the sturdy whale Zillibu glanced bewilderedly at the Straw Hat crew, feeling indignant. Am I, Zillibu the whale, so easily trifled with? Do these mere insects think they can tread upon me? Luffy, feeling a pang of guilt, swallowed hard and feigned composure as he shouted, You bastard! What are you staring at? If you have the guts, come at me. You should really be quiet, Luffy. Sanji and Usopp, sharing a silent understanding, swiftly knocked Luffy to the ground. Even Zoro, standing nearby, could no longer bear it. If I were given another chance to start anew, I truly wish the one who invited me aboard would have been the formidable master of the Sea Kings. This troublesome captain, indeed, is better off cast into the sea. Despite the fact that the whale Labo has shown remarkable restraint in not retaliating against your cannon fire, you audaciously strike back with a vengeance. The eyes, being the most vulnerable part of the body, remain no exception even for the mighty whale Labo. It is quite fortunate that Labo did not shed tears from the pain when struck in the eye by Luffy's fist. However, the provocations from the crowd ignited a fierce rage within Labo. With a resounding roar, it opened its massive jaws, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth that gleamed like daggers, causing the very sea to tremble and churn. The Merry barely managed to evade being swallowed whole. It is truly incapable of even fitting into the whale's toothy maw. As Laba's mouth widened, an overwhelming surge of seawater poured into its cavernous throat. It intended to swallow all these bothersome humans whole. At last, is it my turn to take action? A glimmer of determination sparkled in Roger's eyes. Indeed, gold shines wherever it is found. At this moment, the opportunity to showcase his prowess was imminent. Roger, initially silent and observing coldly, had waited for the Straw Hat crew to fall into an absolute disadvantage before preparing to act. Clearly, he was a habitual show-off. However, the formidable Chu Ba Wang would not grant him any chance to flaunt himself. A pair of iron-like hands firmly clasped his shoulder, and as Roger turned to look, he instinctively gasped in shock. How could he have forgotten about this equally pretentious figure? Memories of the terror invoked by the transformation technique flooded back to him. Having merely attempted to show off before Chu Ba Wang, he had suffered the merciless repercussions of being transformed. If he dared to seize the spotlight from Chu Ba Wang again, he would surely be left with nothing but remnants of his former self. Cough, cough, cough. Well, Chu Ba Wang, I was merely observing, not intending to intervene. At such a critical juncture, a minor character like me cannot possibly take action, Roger thought resolutely. He had no choice. He had witnessed how Chu Ba Wang had swiftly dealt with his last attempt at bravado before the Straw Hat crew. With a gentle smile, Chu Ba Wang addressed Nami behind him. Little thief cat, why are you still standing there? If you don't act soon, Luffy and the others will truly meet their demise. Me? Save them? Are you joking? Nami was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly don a look of sudden realization. Rui Jingu Bang, suppress the seas, she exclaimed, reaching for her flowing hair. The Rui Jingu Bang, which initially appeared no larger than a sewing needle, expanded into a stout iron rod the size of a bowl as Nami chanted her incantation. As the Rui Jingu Bang emerged, the sky was instantly adorned with resplendent hues, a serene atmosphere enveloping the surroundings. Golden rays burst forth, dazzling to behold. Nami hurled the Rui Jingu Bang into the sea while continuing to chant esoteric incantations. The once turbulent ocean was suddenly calmed. The waters within a 10-mile radius no longer flowing, as if entirely imprisoned, unable to budge an inch. The creation of the sea-calming needle was crafted from divine iron by the Supreme Old Lord and later borrowed by Yu to control the waters. To subdue the seas within a 10-mile radius was a trivial task. What kind of divine artifact is this that can even imprison the sea? Roger was astounded. With such a tool, who would fear tempestuous storms? It rendered one invincible. Nami grinned. Hee, this is a welcoming gift from Bawang. Known as the Rui Jingu Bang. Even I didn't anticipate its remarkable effectiveness. After a prolonged silence, Roger turned to Chu Ba Wang with utmost seriousness. Bawang, do you require a godson, or perhaps an accessory? Nami, Chu Ba Wang, and the Straw Hat crew responded in unison. I have never encountered such unabashed audacity. Pirate King Roger, I despise you. The crew raised their middle fingers at Roger, especially Sanji, whose reaction was the most intense. Having always been dutifully attentive to his master regardless of the storms that brewed. Yet here was Roger, the old rascal, attempting to cut in line. Young lads, you are still too naive. If you truly understood the terror of this staff, I assure you, you would be even more shameless than I. You would be pleading with Bawang to accept you as his godsons. Roger smacked his lips. Just because others could not perceive the profound terror of the Rui Jingu Bang did not mean he was oblivious to it. Can this object truly be regarded as a weapon? It would not be an exaggeration to call it a divine artifact. Roger is acutely aware that even his vessel, the Arrow Jackson, renowned as an ancient weapon capable of annihilating the world, pales in comparison to the power of this stick. Yet, what baffles Roger is such a terrifying implement, and yet the formidable Lord Chu readily bestowed it upon a mere little girl. Is this a harbinger of chaos in the world? Alas! Oh! The whale Abu emitted another peculiar roar, its entire being in distress. Just as it intended to swallow the crew of the Mary, it suddenly discovered that the waters within 100 miles had come to an abrupt standstill. What appeared to be merely an iron rod the size of a toothpick exuded an ancient aura reminiscent of primordial times, causing the whale Abu to be engulfed by an unsettling apprehension. What on earth is this? Why does it evoke such an innate sense of dread within me? Strikingly, what is the matter with this island whale? It is clearly a species from the West Sea. Yet how has it found itself obstructing the very beginning of the Grand Line? Nami inquired with great curiosity. This is also the greatest mystery in the hearts of the Straw Hat crew and Roger. In theory, island whales are social creatures, renowned as the titans of the West Sea. Their formidable size is indeed akin to that of a moving island. The towering upside-down mountain is exceedingly high, and the sheer weight of the island whale makes it implausible for anyone to transport an adult island whale into the Grand Line. This particular whale, known as Laboon, possesses emotions akin to those of humans, and its origins are far from simple. With a sudden leap, the mighty chopper landed upon Laboon's back. The whale seemed to sense this presence, letting out a desperate roar towards the direction of upside-down mountain. Chopper gently pressed his feet onto Laboon's back, discovering its surprisingly soft texture, and thus settled comfortably upon the drier part of Laboon's head. With a light chuckle, he remarked that Laboon did not intentionally block the starting point of the Grand Line. Rather, it lingered there solely to ram against the Red Earth continent in search of its companions. The Straw Hat crew was momentarily taken aback. Companions? Did Laboon have companions in the Grand Line? Could it be that there were other island whales in this region? Did it truly intend to ram against the Red Earth continent? How stubborn could this creature be? Luffy silently scoffed at the thought. Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp turned to Luffy, their tempers flaring. Who could be more stubborn than you? Yet you dare to criticize others for their obstinacy. Chopper waved his hand and retrieved a series of sunshades and a cup of fragrant red tea from the system space, leisurely sipping as he continued. Laboon indeed hails from the West Sea and belongs to the largest whale species in the world. Over 50 years ago, A raucous crew known as the Rumbar Pirates arrived at the starting point of the Grand Line. It was this band of pirates that was the culprit in bringing Laboon along on their journey. Given the perilous nature of the Grand Line, the Rumbar Pirates had originally planned to leave Laboon in the West Sea. However, due to the bond they shared, Laboon chose to accompany them to the Grand Line's onset. Typically, island whales inhabit in groups with their companions, but for Laboon, those foolish pirates from the Rumbar crew were its companions. Due to a ship malfunction, the Rumbar Pirates were forced to remain at Twin Cape for several months. To protect the young Laboon from danger, the crew had to bid farewell, promising to reunite 3 years later after completing a journey around the Grand Line. Yet, unexpectedly, that farewell lasted 50 long years. Is this the reason why Laboon has been bellowing and strives to crash against the Red Earth continent? Sanji exhaled a smoke ring, sensing that the situation was more complex than it appeared. So, this whale has waited for the Rumbar Pirates at Twin Cape for over 50 years. Usopp's eyes widened in disbelief. What an extraordinary pact this is. Although the life of a whale is long-lived, how many 50-year spans can one truly squander? This thought stirred a sense of indignation within Usopp. Could it be that the infamous Rumbar Pirates, once prosperous on the Grand Line, have forsaken the poor Laboon? Zoro, unable to contain himself, grasped the sword. Enma, with a grave tone, remarked, Usopp, you cannot possibly be this Na'vi. We are on the Grand Line, a realm where every pirate must embrace the inevitability of death. It has been so long since they departed, they must have perished on these treacherous waters. Even if Laboon were to wait indefinitely, they would never return. The themes of life and death always cast a heavy pall over one's heart. Even the typically exuberant Luffy and Roger fell into a rare silence in this moment. As the melancholic atmosphere enveloped the Straw Hat crew, the formidable Sir Crocodile rose and stretched languidly. He pointed to the massive scar left on Laboon from colliding with the Red Line, chuckling softly, "Little whale, consider yourself fortunate to have encountered me, Sir Crocodile." Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement as she clenched her small fist, exclaiming, "Crocodile, do you intend to assist the poor Laboon?" With a smile, Crocodile executed the advanced Marine 6 powers technique, Moonwalk, allowing him to hover effortlessly in the air, and replied, "Indeed, you are quite the perceptive one, my dear. I do have such intentions." He then employed the technique known as the sealing spell. To prevent Laboon from wasting any more time, Crocodile cast the spell upon the whale. Despite Laboon's formidable size, no living creature could escape the binding of the technique. Just as the crew was about to inquire how Crocodile planned to assist Laboon, he audaciously clapped his hands upon the sea below, effortlessly lifting the colossal whale with one hand. Following this, he mimicked the motion of a shot-put throw and hurled Laboon directly into the Grand Line. Had a gigantic black rat just flown by? Nami swallowed hard, her body trembling slightly. What a peculiar creature, she thought. It was, after all, Laboon who had been flung away. What manner of monster is this? The weight of an island whale must be several tons, yet he tossed it as if it were not. Such terrifying strength. Could this truly be the might of Sir Crocodile? I begin to suspect that he could effortlessly uproot an entire island if he desired. Roger and the Straw Hat crew were utterly astonished. What incredible strength. He can treat an island whale as though it were a mere shot put? Oh, so this is the work of the illustrious Sir Crocodile. Well, that clears things up. Wait a moment, Sir Crocodile. You cannot possibly mean that this is your method of aiding Laboon in seeking companions, can you? Roger's lips twitched in disbelief. This is indeed the Grand Line. Although the size of the island whale is remarkably large, its combat capabilities are rather unimpressive. If it were to encounter a sea king, wouldn't it simply be served as a delectable feast? The mere thought of Whale Lab being regarded as a fresh delicacy by numerous sea kings fills Roger with sorrow for the creature. Of all encounters, it had to be the formidable demon, Chu Bawang, which can only be deemed unfortunate. Rest assured, waiting at Twin Cape yields no results. I have already sent Whale Lab to its most desired destination. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, which regarded him as a monster, Chu Bawang clapped his hands and casually remarked, "Whale Lab's south most desired place. You can't mean you've sent him straight to heaven, have you? If the Rumbar Pirates hadn't committed too many heinous acts, perhaps he would indeed be awaiting them in paradise." Roger's expression reflected exasperation. "I can't believe you guessed correctly. That place is indeed a paradise for Whale Lab." Unlike others, Chu Bawang was well aware of the demise of the Rumbar Pirates. They were annihilated in the Devil-esque Triangle by one of the 7 warlords, Moonlight Moria. Furthermore, Lab's former companion, Brook, was also lost in the Devil's Triangle. Since he was to assist Whale Lab, Chu Bawang thought it best to follow through completely and deliver Lab to the Devil-esque Triangle. Upon hearing this, The members of the Straw Hat crew wore benevolent expressions and silently offered their blessings towards Lab's departing figure. Farewell, per little whale. May there be no Chu Bawang in heaven. Meanwhile, within the territory of one of the 7 warlords, Moonlight Moria, situated in the Devil-esque Triangle. The gigantic and grotesque figure of Moria was conducting a meeting with his subordinates. Absalom, how many zombies have we managed to gather this month? Moonlight Moria preferred to rely on others for his endeavors, seldom engaging in tasks himself aside from shadow collection. Reporting to you, Lord Moria, this month. Only 2 pirate crews ventured through the Devil-esque Triangle, resulting in the capture and creation of 500 zombies. However, our adversary, the Singing Brook, has liberated 50 of our zombies using seawater. Absalom, one of the 3 freaks possessing the transparent devil fruit power, said while looking up to reveal his terrifying visage. He bore a face and body modified by the genius surgeon Hogback, with a nose, mouth, and jaw of a lion, yet skin akin to that of an elephant. Curse be. That Singing Brook is becoming increasingly outrageous. He released 20 zombies last month, and now he dares to come again. Absalom, inform Perona at once. You 2 must thoroughly search the Devil-esque Triangle and ensure that the Singing Brook is captured. Once he falls into my hands, Moonlight Moria, I shall transform him into a zombie. Absalom replied, Rest assured, Lord Moria, this time I will capture the villain Brook, who has disrupted our plans, for your disposal. Moria nodded, satisfied with this subordinate, who proved remarkably reliable when faced with genuine trouble, handling matters with seriousness and diligence. Compared to the exceedingly childish and often absent Perona, he had complete confidence in Absalom. This time, it was his most loyal subordinate, endowed with both strength and obedience. Surely, no superior would harbor any discontent towards such a gem, right? It seems that if fortune permits me to acquire something of value that I momentarily do not require, I could bestow it upon Absalom. He would undoubtedly be eternally grateful and steadfastly loyal. Moria contemplated inwardly, as Absalom turned to leave the meeting room in the graveyard. A withered grin graced his face. Could it be that I have another chance to encounter the little girl Perona? This time, I hope I won't fall victim to Perona-esque ghostly puppets. Beneath his polished exterior lurked a lecherous soul, one who harbored a particular fondness for both delicate and formidable women. Possessing the powers of the transparent fruit, he often exploited his abilities to peep at the ladies. On a regular basis, he would jest about his colleagues, Perona and Hogback as zombie maid, Cindy, just as he prepared to depart with a cheerful demeanor. An ominous roar erupted from the heavens. The wind howled in his ears, prompting Absalom to slowly raise his gaze. The smile on his face froze in sheer disbelief. How could a colossal island whale plummet from the sky? Without a moment to evade, Absalom was struck by the whale Zillibu, his bones crushed into a grotesque pulp. Boom, boom, boom. The immense and terrifying 3-masted ship shuddered violently. What was happening? Could it be an earthquake? No, that couldn't be right. The Devil's Triangle had not seen a tremor in decades. Moria stood in a daze. A minion rushed in, panting heavily, to report, Boss Moria, a catastrophe has unfolded. Out of nowhere, an island whale fell from the sky. Commander Absalom has been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Moonlight Moria, utterly bewildered, slowly typed out several question marks. By the heavens, must you conspire against me? After painstakingly cultivating such a capable subordinate, to have him obliterated by a celestial whale? Ding. Congratulations. You have completed a hidden selection task, earning the reward, 1 Panda Brand Sky Net phone bug and 100 Michelin 3-star main courses. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully completed a hidden side quest, the extermination of the LSP transparent fruit user, Absalom. Your rewards, 7 record pointers and 7 permanent pointers. Is the system malfunctioning? How could I simultaneously complete 2 hidden tasks? The bewildered protagonist has now transformed into the formidable Lord of Chu. The concealed selection task necessitates the triggering and fulfillment of hidden conditions before choices can be made, rewarding the completion of tasks with appropriate rewards. As for the hidden side missions, they rely purely on fortune, for even the illustrious Lord of Chu is unaware of how to activate them. However, after the incidents at the sea restaurant Baratie, and with the whale Zillibu, he does harbor a faint suspicion that following the storyline may yield favorable results. An old adage rings true: follow the plot and live to a ripe old age. Perhaps this is the essence of it? Regarding Absalom, Lord of Chu finds his impression rather vague, as foreign names tend to be challenging to remember. Yet, the mention of the transparent fruit evokes vivid memories. In the original tale, this character was notorious for peeping on the thief cat Nami, even attempting to abduct her for marriage. If there were a death list in the pirate world, Momonosuke would undoubtedly top the list, with the transparent fruit wielder Absalom also making an appearance. To his surprise, Lord of Chu inadvertently ended the life of that pathetic scoundrel. However, a dilemma arises. Despite his animosity towards Absalom, he genuinely had yet to make a move. Could it be that the whale Labu's landing point fortuitously struck this miscreant? Contemplating deeply, Lord of Chu connects this incident to the whale Labu, which he had previously hurled like a cannonball into the Bermuda Triangle. While he did indeed cast Labu into that perilous zone, he had not been attentive to the precise location of the throw. Naturally, he would ensure Labu's safety, but the landing spot remained uncertain. Might it be that he inadvertently sent the whale into the territory of Moria? This seems quite plausible. What misfortune for Absalom. One remains at home, while the whale descends from the heavens. Lord of Chu's heart remains tranquil. He feels no sorrow for such a vile individual. After all, should they cross paths, it was only a matter of time before he would eliminate Absalom. Better to perish early and attain rebirth. Nonetheless, a pressing question arises. If Absalom is indeed dead, where has his transparent fruit vanished? As a high-level LSP, Lord of Chu is keenly interested in the whereabouts of this devil fruit. He is but a humble butterfly. Even the slightest flutter of his wings could precipitate a cataclysmic transformation in the world, triggering a monumental butterfly effect. While pondering how to locate the transparent fruit, Nami unexpectedly approaches from behind, clutching 2 ripe oranges. What are you thinking about, Baka? Would you care to try my freshly squeezed orange juice? It's delightful. Certainly on par with Mama Koya's nectar. Lord of Chu responds. Could you refrain from such innuendos? The river crab deity might catch wind of it. Moreover, your Mama Koya truly lacks any nectar, for she is yet to bear children. So no matter how one attempts, it simply does not exist. Naturally, Nami is likely unaware of this physiological detail, hence her misunderstanding regarding Lord of Chu's closeness with Koya, considering she has not given birth herself. Forget the juice. I'll just have an orange, he declares, dismissing the thief cat's flirtation, reaching for the orange in Nami's left hand. However, the moment he grasps the orange, an extraordinary transformation occurs. What was once a golden orange visibly morphs into an exceedingly peculiar strawberry-shaped fruit. What in the world is happening? Nami exclaims, utterly baffled at how the large orange she had just picked has suddenly become a sizable strawberry. Lord of Chu's mind sharpens, as a realization dawns upon him. Could it be yet another day of serendipitous fortune? He muses. Surely, my luck cannot be this extraordinary. Dog system, provide me with information regarding this fruit. He commands. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired the Paramecia-type devil fruit, transparent fruit. P.S. You may utilize the grand furnace to elevate it to a perfect level, eliminating its weaknesses to seawater and sea prism stone, while transforming it into a delectable fruit. According to the lore of devil fruits, each is a unique entity. Only upon the demise of its wielder does the fruit reappear. It seems today's drop rate is remarkably high. Who would have thought that Absalom's death would lead the transparent fruit to manifest beside him? Killing monsters yields equipment, truly a benevolent act. In light of this, he shall not hesitate to claim the transparent fruit for himself. Uncertain of the specific functions of the grand furnace, which can remove the fruit's flaws, he contemplates the possibility of soaring to new heights should he acquire it. If only he could have another chance at fortune, perhaps he could draw this treasure. Silently congratulating himself, Lord of Chu thinks, bravo, Nami. You are truly a blessing and my cherished good luck charm, bringing me fortune upon your arrival. Before Nami can react, he affectionately touzles her delicate face. Oh dear, father, what are you doing? Koya Mama will be displeased. Nami's cheeks instantly flush a rosy red, rendering her expression irresistibly adorable. Though she feigns disdain, her body betrays her true feelings. The entire being resembled a comfortably pampered kitten. Its delicate body sprawled over the thigh of the formidable Chu Ba Wang, an expression of utter bliss gracing its face. Chu Ba Wang raised an eyebrow, exclaiming incredulously, how could this be? As a foster father, is it excessive to indulge my foster daughter? I find it hardly excessive, as a guardian. If one does not cherish their foster child, whom should they cherish? Come closer, my little greedy cat. I have a splendid treasure to bestow upon you. A splendid treasure? Nami paused momentarily, her thoughts drifting to the Rui Jingu bang that Chu Ba Wang had gifted her at Baratie. She quickly shook her head in refusal. No, no. Those gifts are far too precious. Having them in my possession would be a sheer waste. Only in the hands of a father can such treasures truly shine and exert their power. The more she comprehended the utility of the Rui Jingu Bang, the more she felt a chill of astonishment. Initially, she had presumed it to be merely a broken stick. Yet she was astounded to discover its terrifying ability to suppress tsunamis. If this item were to circulate outside, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy across the globe. Having acquired such a precious treasure, she felt immensely satisfied. Rest assured, this is not an item of great value. Yet for you, it holds tremendous significance. Without it, your journey through the Grand Line would be fraught with challenges. With a slight wave of his hand, Chu Ba Wang revealed the 7 recording pointers and 7 permanent pointers he had just obtained from the system. What? How could there be so many? Wasn't it said that recording pointers are usually priceless and scarce? To his astonishment, there were even this many of the rarer permanent pointers. Nami was taken aback, utterly stunned. She had longed for a recording pointer to document her navigational diary, but in the East Sea, such items were exceedingly rare, truly deserving the label of being priceless. To think she would encounter one today. Chu Ba Wang gently ruffled Nami's hair and smiled slightly, saying, "Choose the recording pointer you like best to mark your first destination." "Thank you, Daddy. You're so good to me." Nami giggled, her eyes sparkling with excitement, and she planted a kiss on Chu Ba Wang's cheek. Due to the damage inflicted on the Going Merry's ram by a whale, the crew was compelled to remain at Twin Cape for a few extra days while the half-hearted shipwright made repairs. During this brief interlude, the Straw Hat crew experienced a whirlwind of weather phenomena, from spring to winter, rain to snow, leaving them astounded by the climate of the Grand Line. Just moments ago, they were frolicking in the snow, building snowmen, and having snowball fights, only to be met with brilliant sunshine in the next instant. The Grand Line is indeed peculiar. Snow one moment, thunder the next, and now a clear sky. It seemed the seasons and weather here were utterly chaotic. Nami, perched by the window, muttered to herself, having just wrapped herself in layers yet still shivering from the cold. Now, she was so warm that she wished to don the newly purchased bikini and bask in the sun. A sense of unease lingered in her heart, as if something had been overlooked. Gazing up at the leisurely drifting clouds against the blue sky, Chu Bawang cradled a glass of pure milk, feeling as though he had neglected some crucial detail. It seemed related to the whale's ailment, but he could not recall specifics. After pondering fruitlessly, he resigned himself to the thought. At that moment, Usopp suddenly sneezed and murmured, "The weather on the Grand Line is indeed bizarre. I never expected the climate to turn so cold last night. Even I, the brave warrior of the sea, caught a cold. It seems I must suggest to Luffy that we recruit a ship's doctor as a companion." "A ship's doctor?" Chu Bawang furrowed his brow, suddenly alarmed. Oh, how could I have overlooked such a critical clue? It dawned on him that he had forgotten to retrieve Roger's former ship's doctor, Crocus, from the belly of the whale. Crocus was the lighthouse keeper of Twin Cape, having served as a ship's doctor for the Roger pirates. Possessing exceptional medical skills as the only doctor capable of alleviating Roger's suffering. After the disbandment of the Roger pirates, he returned to Twin Cape, moving into the whale's belly to care for it and prevent it from injuring itself repeatedly. Realizing this, Chu Bawang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. For it meant he had not only cast the whale into Moria's territory, but also Roger's old ship's doctor, Crocus. I hope that old man can still hold up. Chu Bawang thought, silently mourning for Crocus for a moment. As the silence ended, 2 seconds had passed. Indeed, that was all the time he could afford. At Nami's behest, the Straw Hat crew convened for a meeting. Holding Chu Bawang's recording pointer, she stated earnestly, "Everyone must remain vigilant, for we do not yet know what we will encounter next. I have confirmed that this sea area belongs to the Grand Line, and only now have I come to realize the terrifying aspects of it. My navigational skills are rendered utterly ineffective here, so I am certain of that." Roger quipped. Since when did the little thief cat Nami become so honest? So straightforwardly admitting her shortcomings? Is she not afraid of being ridiculed by her comrades? What? Nami is Chu Bawang's adopted daughter? Oh, then it's all good. Following the guidance of the recording pointer, the Going Merry sailed for approximately half a month, finally arriving at the first destination of the Grand Line, Whiskey Peak. While it is called Whiskey Peak, it would be more aptly named Cactus Peak. This is an extraordinarily fascinating island, home to a seemingly welcoming town for pirates. However, beneath the surface, it serves as a gathering place for bounty hunters and a subordinate branch of the clandestine criminal organization, Baroque Works. Numerous young and inexperienced pirates have fallen prey to these bounty hunters. Aboard the Mary, as we continue along the canal, the surroundings become increasingly shrouded in mist, rendering the island even more eerie. The timid Usopp mutters, "Surely there are no monsters lurking inside, right?" Chopper, amused, contemplates teasing Usopp and replies with a wry smile. Of course, this is the grand line. After all, anything could happen. Usopp protests, "Boss, I'm not well read. Please don't frighten me." Luffy, after a moment of contemplation, chuckles and says, "If we really do encounter a monster, we'll just leave swiftly." Zoro and Sanji roll their eyes at this. Heh, if we truly meet a monster, you'll be the first to jump up in excitement. Won't you? Have you kids forgotten the rules for the log pointer? You must remain on the island for a while to allow the log pointer to record its magnetic force. Otherwise, you won't be able to reach the next island. Of course, if you have other log pointers, then disregard what I just said. However, I must caution you, obtaining a disciplined pointer is no easy feat. Roger, seeking to challenge Zoro to a drinking contest, leisurely pours a flask of strong liquor. Upon seeing this, Zoro's expression instantly transforms into one of dismay. This month, in a bid to compete with Roger in drinking, he borrowed several tens of thousands of berries from Nami at exorbitant interest rates. This nefarious Roger does nothing but challenge me to drink. He is truly a bane to society. Zoro attributed all the debts to Roger, arguing that had it not been for Roger's insistence on drinking contests, he would never have accrued such a debt to Nami. Nami nodded in agreement. Recalling the wise counsel of Chu Ba Wang, Roger was indeed correct. The recording speed of magnetic fields varies across different islands. Some places require merely a few hours to gather sufficient magnetic force, while others may take several days before we can proceed. As she spoke, she cast a furtive glance at Chu Ba Wang, who was sunbathing on the deck alongside Koya. Memories of his earnest face during their discussions flooded her mind. Even her father, when serious, appeared remarkably handsome. What intrigued her was the depth of knowledge Chu Ba Wang possessed regarding the duties of a navigator and the Grand Line. Could it be that he is a hidden master navigator? This would imply that even if we must flee from the treacherous monster island ahead, we must remain until the magnetic recording is complete, correct? Usopp's heart raced with anxiety. Nami shrugged, affirming, indeed. Usopp furrowed his brow, whispering, everyone. Allow me to express a heartfelt truth. My old ailment has suddenly flared up, and I am afflicted with a malady that prevents me from going to the island. Zoro, Sanji, Roger, cowardly Usopp, as expected of you. To avoid Monster Island, you weave even the most baseless of lies. As they approached Whiskey Peak, the mist thickened. Despite everyone being on deck, there was a palpable sense of obscurity. Within the layers of fog, shadowy figures flitted about, clutching foggy telescopes, conspiratorially whispering, "Look, another new pirate crew has arrived. Finally, newcomers have appeared. My blade has not tasted blood in quite some time. In that case, let us proceed as planned and teach these naive newcomers a lesson." Luffy, perched in a prime seat, peered ahead, exclaiming, "Everyone, look. It seems there are figures moving up ahead." The shadows multiplied, and at a glance, there appeared to be hundreds. It was as if a well-prepared army awaited their arrival. Nami spoke in a serious tone, "Everyone must remain cautious." Usopp donned the sniper's goggles he had acquired from Logtown, resolutely declaring, "How infuriating. Have we encountered formidable foes upon just arriving at the Grand Line? Be they monsters or whatever, let them come." Roger regarded him with a penetrating gaze, silently critiquing, "If we overlook your trembling legs, your words indeed carry some weight." Chu Ba Wang and Koya were napping. "I cannot allow those rascals to disturb their rest. Should anyone seek their demise, they shall not blame me for my ruthlessness." Zoro pressed his hand lightly on the hilt of his sword, ever ready for unforeseen circumstances. As Chu Ba Wang's foremost disciple, he understood that disturbing his master's slumber could result in dire consequences. The last time Roger had been drunk and noisy, he had awakened Chu Ba Wang from his morning rest and received a thorough beating, incapacitated for an entire week. As the merry advanced, the Straw Hat crew gradually discerned the nature of the black figures ahead. They were not foes, but rather a group of hospitable residents. Young and old, stout and slender, large and small, male and female, they all wore genuinely welcoming smiles. They were cheering, celebrating the arrival of the merry pirates. "Welcome to the Grand Line. We are the hospitable town of Whiskey Peak. Please enjoy the conveniences it offers. Welcome, welcome. A warm welcome. Hail to the heroes of the sea." The Straw Hat crew stood in bewilderment. Keen-eyed Usopp even spotted several children waving red welcome flags. The warmth of their hospitality was almost overwhelming, akin to the presence of an esteemed leader on an inspection tour. Oh my, there were so many charming young ladies, undoubtedly delightful and soft. Before Nami could offer any admonitions, Sanji had already succumbed entirely to the allure of the beauty surrounding him, his eyes gleaming with sparkling hearts. Indeed, Pirates are regarded as heroes in the hearts of many. Brave warriors of the sea, wherever they roam, are guaranteed the finest treatment. Usopp felt as if he might float away in elation. Luffy, seated in the prime position, erupted into a boisterous, monkey-like laughter that clearly indicated his unrestrained joy. Their warmth and hospitality promised an abundance of culinary delights. What a predicament this could lead to. One could only hope that they would not provoke the notoriously grumpy Master Zoro, for that would surely spell trouble. Zoro, feeling a bit of a headache, rubbed his temples. If they were foes, he could easily dispatch them, but the overwhelming hospitality of these villagers made it difficult for him to harden his heart. As the merry stopped, a middle-aged man with large curly hair stood at the forefront of the welcoming line, holding a small saxophone. He cleared his throat, struggling to articulate his words, and sang a peculiar tune. "Welcome. I am Akin, currently serving as the mayor of Whiskey Peak. This quaint town, renowned for its exquisite wines and melodious music, takes immense pride in its hospitality. We boast a plethora of fine wines, akin to the vastness of the ocean. And should you wish to accompany your libations with tales of adventure, I invite you to partake in a splendid banquet. Indeed, we are most eager to oblige." In the face of such warm hospitality, Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp felt no trepidation, eagerly darting towards the crowd, exuberant as if they were 200-pound children. These three imbeciles were overly relaxed, and Nami sighed, not giving it much thought. After all, she possessed the Rui Jingu Bang. And should any of the villagers harbor ill intentions, they need not blame her for a black-eat-black scenario. Nami inquired, by the way, "May I ask how long it would take to document the magnetic forces on this island?" "Document?" Akin paused slightly, then a lewd grin spread across his face. "Ah. Let us set aside such trivial matters for now, and instead relieve our travel fatigue at Whiskey Peak. My friends, let us commence our feast, and warmly welcome the adventurers." He strolled towards Nami, intending to play the role of a cordial guide and wrap her in his embrace. Clearly, Akin was well-versed in dealing with these naive young ladies. Just as his large hand was about to settle on Nami's delicate shoulder, a glimmering blade abruptly hovered in the air, emanating a warning. Positioned between the large hand and her soft shoulder, the blade, infused with the fierce spirit of the spirit-summoning sword and the Taoic character, startled Akin, causing him to shudder. "What in the world is this?" Violet gasped, having never witnessed a blade that could levitate unaided by a swordsman. Could it be that his eyes were deceiving him? Or had he encountered something supernatural? Zoro, without lifting his gaze, remarked, "Mr. Akin, if you wish to keep that arm of yours, I suggest you refrain from touching this girl. The world is indeed rife with dogs that know neither good nor evil. Even the daughter of the formidable king of Chu dares to reach out, perhaps weary of life itself. Had it not been for the innocent and kind-hearted villagers, he would have severed Akin's arm as a stern warning long ago." Simultaneously, he could not help but feel a sense of relief that the king of Chu was napping at that moment. Otherwise, Akin's life would surely be forfeit. Who could expect the White Devil, under the command of the king of Chu, to show mercy? The atmosphere grew decidedly frigid. Noticing the villagers' unwavering gazes upon him, Zoro sensed that his tone had perhaps been too harsh and quickly softened his words. "Mr. Akin, do not be afraid, for I am here to save you." The villagers responded, while Akin pleaded, "Could you perhaps lower the blade at my throat? Your words lack any semblance of credibility." Nevertheless, Akin was indeed intimidated by Zoro's formidable presence, rendering him immobile. He recognized that this swordsman was a man of his word. Should he dare to overstep even a fraction further, the blade would surely fall and sever his arm without hesitation. The previously harmonious atmosphere had abruptly frozen. No one expected Zoro to be so unyielding, leaving no room for negotiation. "Do not act recklessly. We may not be a match for this fellow," Akin thought silently, anxious that his companions might impulsively confront Zoro, thus making himself the first casualty. Stealing a glance at the three blades at Zoro's waist, Akin's heart trembled. So it was him, the notorious pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro, whose name sent shivers down the spines of countless pirates in the East Sea. Had he perhaps evolved from the three-sword style to a four-sword style? The thought sent waves of fear through Akin, amplifying the sense of impending doom within him. If the three-sword style was already so formidable, a four-sword style would surely be nothing short of miraculous. Unexpectedly, a mocking laughter echoed from above. The king of Chu, entwined with Koya, looked down upon the scene. In his starry eyes, a fleeting flash of fury passed, making it impossible for anyone to meet his gaze. Even a distant glance evoked a primal fear, an instinctive urge to retreat. The crowd simultaneously lifted their voices, calling out the name of that man, Daddy Wang, Daddy Wang, Daddy Wang. What they intended to utter was King of Chu, yet it emerged as Daddy Wang. In that moment, hundreds recalled their fathers, profoundly grasping the essence of paternal love. The scene was undeniably bizarre. Have you ever witnessed a multitude of people simultaneously addressing someone as father? The King of Chu had, and not just once. Back in his hometown of Zillibu village, this was his favorite pastime after meals. My heavens, could this man be the white devil who killed the naval colonel? With an initial bounty soaring to 90 million berries, he stands among the elite of new pirates. Who would have thought I would encounter such a formidable character today? This situation was becoming increasingly complicated. The villagers exchanged worried glances, acutely aware of the precarious nature of their predicament. Clearly, these villagers were oblivious to the astonishing events that transpired in Rogue Town. Nor were they aware that the King of Chu's bounty had skyrocketed from 90 million to a staggering billion berries. Otherwise, they would have surely fled without a trace. Not every organization could afford the luxury of a den mushi. Furthermore, news across the seas was notoriously delayed. Thus, it was somewhat understandable that these individuals remained unaware of the revelations in Rogue Town. Zoro, you truly are my good disciple. I instructed you to protect Nami. And this is how you safeguard her? The King of Chu regarded Zoro with a faint smile. This was a predicament caused by a group of foolish saboteurs. Zoro's heart raced, though his exterior remained steadfast. His master was about to unleash his wrath, an ominous and violent sort. He could only hope to escape unscathed. With a resolute demeanor, Zoro stepped forward, saying, Master, please remain calm. I shall teach this ungrateful old lecher a lesson. After spending so many days in each other's company, Zoro had gleaned some understanding of the king's temperament. Cunning, fiercely protective, prone to bouts of anger, and reckless in his actions. Whatever he set his mind to, he would accomplish. Anyone he wished to eliminate would meet their end. Zoro's expression darkened as he cast a scornful glance at Akin, muttering a silent curse at the foolishness of one who could be deemed a town mayor. It was utterly disgraceful. Zoro's primary concern was that the King of Chu might unjustly vent his anger upon the innocent villagers. As for Akin's fate, it had become a matter of little consequence. With each step Zoro took, it felt as though he were treading upon the very rhythm of the villagers' hearts, instilling a profound sense of dread within them. It was an aura belonging to the strong. No one dared impede Zoro's advance. On the surface, it appears to be an ordinary village, yet in reality, it serves as the stronghold for bounty hunters. The name of the three-sword-style pirate hunter, Roronoa Zoro, is certainly not unfamiliar to these individuals. In a certain sense, Zoro is akin to a colleague of theirs, an old acquaintance with whom they once toiled together. No one understands the terrifying might of Zoro better than they do. Among sword-wielding bounty hunters, Zoro claims the second position, with none daring to claim the first. Now, having become a disciple of the infamous Chu Ba Wang, his sword intent is pure and refined, making him appear as a human form of a ferocious beast. Akin was engulfed in complete despair. He never anticipated that he had provoked two formidable deities simultaneously. Just a single pirate hunter was already beyond their capabilities, let alone the notorious white devil, Chu Ba Wang. With a bounty of 90 million berries. Zoro, surely he does not truly intend to kill Akin. Nami felt a sudden pang of alarm. In a flash, a fierce blade of light cut through the air, so swift that onlookers barely discerned the angle from which Zoro struck. Akin, caught in the fray, trembled. Deprived of the will to flee, as if resigned to his fate. My life is forfeit. Princess Vivi, I am truly sorry. The burden of being an undercover agent in Baroque works will now fall upon your shoulders. Akin despairingly closed his eyes, overwhelmed with guilt. He had infiltrated Baroque works to save Alabasta, only to find himself on the brink of demise due to such a trivial matter. If King Cobra were to discover this, he would surely be unable to rest in peace, even in death. Daddy. Nami tugged at Chu Ba Wang's sleeve, her heart filled with a mix of warmth and anxiety. The warmth stemmed from Chu Ba Wang's audacious demeanor, which was sparked by witnessing her peril. Yet, she was anxious. She feared that Zoro's stubborn nature might lead him to kill Akin before the multitude of villagers. This man does not deserve death. A mere lesson will suffice. Chu Ba Wang stated calmly. Though known for his reckless and consequence-free actions, he is a person who repays kindness and vengeance alike. Akin had acted as he did to earn the trust of Baroque works and ultimately save his endangered nation. It was not out of malice. Otherwise, a simple reprimand would not suffice. Very well, Zoro exclaimed with delight, hastily shifting the trajectory of his blade. However, this time, his strike was executed with such urgency that it could not be entirely evaded. He redirected his blade, striking Ikelim forcefully with the back of his sword. With a resounding crash, Ikelim was sent sprawling, his visage transformed into that of a pig's head, as he flew several dozen meters through the air. Eyes shut tight. Zoro suspected that the cunning Chu Ba Wang deliberately chose this moment to speak, fully aware that Zoro could not retract his sword in time. The force of that strike would leave Ikelim's face unrecognizable for at least 10 days. Yet, Zoro couldn't help but feel that Ikelim had unwittingly struck a stroke of luck. Having survived the encounter, the crowd collectively swallowed hard, gazing in shock at the formidable duo of Chu Ba Wang and Zoro. Is this truly what you refer to as a mere lesson? Surely, you haven't just beaten him to death. The bounty of 90 million berries was not something they could afford to provoke. They had initially thought to catch a few petty thieves, but instead encountered the ruthless White Devil. This was a disaster. As the villagers exchanged glances, they recognized the profound helplessness and astonishment mirrored in one another's eyes. Among bounty hunters, Zoro and the child Baratie were already considered elite. Their prowess was only sufficient to contend with pirates of around 20 million berries. Did they truly expect to confront Chu Ba Wang head-on? Zoro turned to the villagers, exclaiming, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and save him. Do you truly wish for Ikelim to perish here?" The crowd responded, "Are you certain that we wish for Ikelim's demise, rather than you, the human embodiment of slaughter?" With just the force of the blade's back, Ikelim had been sent flying. What would have happened had it been the edge? Nevertheless, despite their grumbling, the villagers rushed to assist. After all, finding a suitable candidate to deceive new pirates was no easy task. Ikelim would still be of use. This exquisite brew, crafted from the finest grapes, bore a flavor akin to fine wine but contained no alcohol, ensuring one would not become intoxicated regardless of the quantity consumed. The taste was rather pleasant. Would they care to sample it? At the banquet, Chu Ba Wang, in a rare display, hosted a fermented rice party with the Straw Hat crew. While the food in the pirate world often lacked flavor, the brewing techniques were remarkably sophisticated. The taste resembled that of a 19th century British fermented drink. In a previous life, such brewing mastery would have commanded a fortune. Yet, dear Mama, please do not blame me for encroaching upon your territory. Today marks the first time Ba Wang has attended a gathering. After much anticipation, I have finally found the opportunity to execute my plan. It is time to turn the uncooked rice into a cooked meal. Nami, hidden in a corner, discreetly sprinkled a packet of white powder into the fermented brew, her lips curling into a deviously sinister smile. As the white powder was added, the originally deep red wine transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors, the hues faint and nearly imperceptible. In Cocoa West Village, Nami sought out a doctor to procure the potent sewaging medicine. Tonight, she thought with a mischievous smile, the raw rice would finally be transformed into cooked rice. Typically, she lacked the opportunity to administer her scheme, but this time fate had smiled upon her. Emerging from the shadows, Nami gracefully held a glass of wine, her gaze landing on the imposing figure of Chu Ba Wang, and she approached with a lively stride. Chu Ba Wang seldom indulged in the beverages aboard the Mary. Rarely even partaking in the freshly squeezed orange juice, she prepared herself, thus making it challenging for Nami to find the opportune moment to act. However, this occasion was markedly different. Darkness enveloped the night, wine flowed, the crowd buzzed, and the atmosphere brimmed with joviality, a perfect alignment of time, place, and circumstance. What better opportunity could there be to incapacitate Chu Ba Wang? "Father, I raise a glass to you, thanking you for your care during these times," Nami beamed sweetly, presenting the wine to Chu Ba Wang. Should he consume this drink, her plan would be half realized. Chu Ba Wang accepted the glass without suspicion, oblivious to Nami's ulterior motives. Zoro also lifted his glass, laughing heartily, to Master Ba Wang. "A toast from me as well." Sanji, catching on, chimed in eagerly, "And a toast for me too." A glance exchanged between them revealed their shared determination not to be outdone. Those small gestures, every contribution counts. Master Ba Wang, Luffy, and Usopp joyfully snatched cups of wine from the servers, exclaiming, "Cheers." As Chu Ba Wang prepared to down the wine Nami offered, he snapped his fingers subtly, summoning a gust of wind. Just as he was about to drink, the room was suddenly shrouded in darkness. Huh? Why did the lights go out? Luffy pondered, curiously peering out the window. A breeze had extinguished the candles, leaving the atmosphere momentarily dim. Ika Lem, with a face swollen like a pig, trembled as he held his glass, speaking indistinctly. Soon, someone relit the candles, restoring brightness and cheer to the room. With deep sentiment, they downed their drinks in one go. "Cheers." A faint smile graced Chu Ba Wang's lips as he finished his wine first. "Cheers. Cheers." Luffy echoed, lifting his glass with a wide grin. However, the base of his glass shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. This cup of wine has clearly been switched by the cunning and devious Chu Ba Wang. Yet, at this moment, Lu Bao remains blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. He has no inkling of the outrageous blunder he is about to commit this very evening. How could this be? I distinctly witnessed my father consuming the Tsueching wine. So how has this cup suddenly found its way into Luffy's hands? Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Luffy had already downed every last drop of the wine laced with the Tsueching potion. Delicious. Waiter, bring me another glass. Seemingly unsatisfied, Luffy licked his lips with lingering desire. Nami's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the empty wine glass. She was on the verge of exploding with frustration, nearly stumbling to the ground. That was my only portion of the Tsueching potion. Could it be that my father has already sensed the corruption of my filial piety? Turning back, Nami's gaze met the trademark sly grin of Chu Ba Wang, who even winked at her playfully. This smile, this gaze, is imbued with an air of conspiratorial intrigue. Wait, I seem to have unraveled the mystery behind why the candle was extinguished. Nami trembled slightly, suddenly envisioning a terrifying scenario. The single-celled organism known as Luffy, combined with a potent dose of aphrodisiac, foretells a night of chaos. The apprehensive Roger, fearful of revealing his identity, refrained from joining the festivities. While he had promised Zoro that he would return with a raucous shout, this equates to a drunken Roger. Could it be that the formidable Chu Ba Wang intends for Luffy, under the influence of the aphrodisiac, to engage in an indiscretion with the inebriated pirate king, Roger? Luffy declares, I am the man of the pirate king, while Roger, in a tearful lament akin to that of a maiden, responds, Oh dear, I am already yours. You must take responsibility. The mere thought of this impending scenario sends a shiver down Nami's spine. Roger, oh Roger, I can only hope that your drinking contest with Zoro does not lead to inebriation. Otherwise, tonight you may find yourself in an unenviable predicament. Under the immense intimidation of Chu Ba Wang, these simple villagers refrained from lacing the drinks with sleeping potions. The Straw Hat Crew's celebratory banquet at Whiskey Peak continued until the early hours of the morning. Upon Zoro's return from the feast, the first order of business was to honor the previously arranged drinking contest with Roger, both notorious for their insatiable thirst aboard the Mary. Their encounter was a clash of titans, each unwilling to yield. As the drinks flowed and flowed again, the revelry persisted unabated. In this silent battle of drinking, it ultimately concluded with both participants collapsing to the ground inebriated. Sanji, with a sense of resignation, dragged the two corpses into the boys' dormitory before retreating back into the embrace of sweet dreams. Unbeknownst to him, in the thick of the night, a pair of eyes, fierce and wild, opened, a gaze akin to that of a beast in heat. It was none other than Wang Luffy, who had consumed the aphrodisiac. The following day, under a cerulean sky adorned with gentle breezes and drifting clouds, the air was fresh and the springtime radiant, a perfect day for basking in the sun. The formidable Chu Bawang expertly retrieved a sunshade, a beach chair, and an entertaining magazine, a photo collection of the Empress, before reclining with a lack of ambition. Beside him stood Xiao Qing, her face aglow with a soft smile, holding a platter of fruits, while Dasky, indignant yet compelled to submit, flanked him on the other side. As Chu Bawang opened his mouth, the perceptive Xiao Qing, with her delicate fingers, began the feeding ritual with glistening grapes. In the process, she had to lean down, inadvertently revealing sights that were perhaps best left unseen. I stare, I gaze, I linger for another moment. The life of a leader is, indeed, so ordinary, tedious, and monotonous. How infuriating! How could one gaze so long at such a sight? This is utterly corrupt. Dasky stomped her foot playfully. She was not some audacious little thief who dared to slip an aphrodisiac to her guardian. Growing up in Rog Town, her character was evidently more reserved. Oh. Chu Bawang gestured again, signaling that it was now Dasky's turn to feed him fruit. Taking a deep breath, Dasky forced a smile and seized a handful of crystal grapes, shoving them directly into Chu Bawang's mouth. Eat, eat, eat. Today, I shall make you choke on your decadent lifestyle. Why such anger? I rescued you from the dreary and perilous existence at the naval base. You should be grateful. Come, give me a smile. Chu Bawang's heart was vast, unfazed by Dasky's offensive actions, and he swallowed the fruit with ease. There are few gentle and kind men in this world who never bully their sisters like me. He even gave himself a pat on the back. Hiki. Dasky displayed a professional yet perfunctory smile. She had never encountered someone so shameless. The very villain who had forcibly taken her from the naval base pretended to be a benevolent figure. Alas, I must be too kind-hearted, unwilling to unleash my full wrath upon you. Fortunately, I still have Xiaoqing. As long as she is around, I believe she can mold you into the perfect secretary. Chu Bawang sighed, shaking his head, filled with frustration at his own lax demeanor. When would he transform into a ruthless and unparalleled powerhouse? He jokingly commanded, Xiaoqing, take Dasky into your Mickey Mouse house and properly train her in the basic qualities of a secretary. Upon her return, I wish to hear her address me with sincere honorifics. Understood? Xiaoqing nodded slightly, her cheeks flushed, with a mental connection to Chu Bawang. She required no further verbal instructions to comprehend his thoughts. Humph, do you think I will submit to your tyranny? I assure you, that is utterly impossible, Dasky retorted defiantly, standing tall and proud. Xiaoqing, however, would not grant Dasky the opportunity to continue her protests and swiftly pulled her by the collar into the Mickey Mouse house. 1,000 words of training details were omitted. An hour later, Dasky, her complexion flushed and her movements languid as if devoid of bones, approached Chu Bawang. He gazed at her with a smile. Now, do you realize your mistakes? Dasky, biting her silver teeth and blushing deeply, seemed to be struggling within herself. Xiaoqing casually blew warm air near her ear, causing Dasky to shiver, as if recalling some unspeakable experiences. Master, Dasky has realized her mistake. Her voice was sweet and enticing, making one want to hear more. The vow Dasky once made to never yield to Chu Bawang was now a distant memory. Any semblance of restraint had vanished completely. Although she was acutely aware of her torment, she found herself strangely drawn to this place. Dasky questioned her very existence. Could it be that she harbored hidden masochistic tendencies? Indeed. I never expected you to possess such talent and training, Xiaoqing. Chu Bawang cast a look of admiration toward her. Even the upright Dasky has capitulated. Is there any woman in the world that Xiaoqing cannot train? Master, you flatter me. Xiaoqing, blushing from the praise, lowered her gaze, fearing she might succumb to impulsive actions. In her eyes, Chu Bawang was sacred and untouchable. Even the faintest thought of desire should not exist. Before others, she could be an imperious queen, but in front of Chu Bawang, she was merely a humble sword attendant. Such is life, indeed, lonely as snow. Under the nurturing care of the two beautiful women, Chu Bawang reclined in the beach chair, increasingly resembling an aimless fish. Alas, is this the private life of successful individuals? How utterly mundane and tedious it seems. Breakfast time. The conference room and dining area of the Mary. Something appears to be amiss. Algae-headed, could you please summon Luffy and Roger? What on earth is going on with those two? Why are they still in slumber at this hour? Sanji, with dark circles under his eyes, cast a puzzled glance at the two empty seats at the table. Although the Whiskey Peak offers a plethora of wines that do not induce inebriation, the majority possess a considerable alcohol content. Even Sanji, known for his tolerance, cannot indulge excessively. In a moment of whimsy, both Sanji and Usopp had indulged a bit too liberally the previous night. After a night of battling drowsiness, Sanji had dragged the inebriated Zoro and Roger into their quarters, finally succumbing to blissful slumber. Rising early to prepare breakfast today, it would be a mystery if one did not have dark circles under their eyes. Zoro yawned, appearing equally unrefreshed. Very well, I shall seek out those too. Perhaps it is merely an illusion, but I distinctly recall hearing peculiar sounds emanating from the boys' dormitory last night. Nearby, Nami discreetly lowered her head, attempting to conceal her guilt behind a mound of rice. The tardiness of Roger and Luffy should not concern me. Right? P.S. Let us grab another pack of spicy strips. I still wager that Luffy is the man destined to become the Pirate King. A massive doll sprang to life at Ling Hushua's startled cry, shifting aside to reveal a pair of enormous brown eyes fixated on him. Upon entering, a different scene unfolded, an expansive courtyard adorned with jade, hosting a lofty platform surrounded by a handful of cultivators. The remaining individuals held their breath, their expressions grim. For the physical destructive power of the True Essence gun was formidable, especially in the hands of a master like Zhuang Yin, capable of penetrating even the armor of a tank. Outside the city, Lubu, upon hearing Han Xian's words, felt a surge of battle intent rise within his tall frame. Eager for a contest, Lin Yujue suddenly gazed toward the brightly lit area in the distance, a faint blue light flickering in her eyes. Just as the fox concluded his statement, he sensed a chilling sensation emanating from one side of his body, stiffening as he turned to see the silver wolf's glowing green eyes fixed upon him. Yu Sheng waved his hand, stepping first into the spatial passage. A fleeting shimmer of spatial power enveloped him, and he vanished from sight. Meanwhile, the 7 greedy wolves turned their attention to Zhang Wei, each attempting to discern his thoughts. At this moment, Ruan Yuchen was utterly oblivious. He merely heard Wan Qini's question regarding his affections for her, and, without a hint of hesitation, nodded affirmatively. This response elicited a look of disappointment, even a hint of sorrow, on Giolina's face, and she fell silent thereafter. Almost instantly after his voice faded, his figure materialized before the 5 supreme beings. Clearly, she was reluctant to delve deeper into the topic, merely relaying the contact information and address of the commanding officer of that unit to Yang Cheng before ending the call, uttering not a word more. In this regard, there are only a few days remaining until the next Antiques Exchange meeting. Given that the Antiques Exchange is merely a loosely organized assembly, information primarily relies on the mutual sharing among its members, rendering it not the most ideal choice. It is noteworthy that he has just completed the inscription of the Path's mark and entered the realm of the Great Path. He has yet to grasp the direction of advancement towards the 3rd tier of the Great Path's form, yet he strives to memorize every symbol in this place. Such an opportunity, linked to the terminus of the Great Path, is not one that presents itself at all times. As his vision cleared, the moment he emerged from the dense forest, the refreshing air washed over his cheeks, making his entire being feel considerably lighter. Previously, while piloting a coin through the vastness of space, Enkiluo had no concept of resistance. However, within the confines of the student ship, where air was present, he continually sensed an unseen force obstructing his flight, leading to an irrational fear of colliding with an invisible wall of air. Richard hesitated. Although his mind was brimming with knowledge, this particular question was beyond his scope of understanding. After all, he had never even encountered that peculiar creature before. How could he fathom why it uttered the term Yugen? Indeed, a patrolling soldier sat with his back to Leo, adorned in a red scarf and bronze light armor, with a distinctive scar marking his profile. Mist-like eyes emitted a piercing gaze, fixating directly on Leo and Sonia atop their steed. In the blink of an eye, they skillfully maneuvered to the side of the horse, akin to an insidious wind, exuding a palpable aggression. "Sir, madam, the meal is prepared." Wang entered respectfully at that moment. Now, at 54 years old, Liu Biao was approaching the final flourish of territorial expansion, commanding an army of 100,000. Upon seeing Zhao Donglai and Jiyu approach from outside, Donghua Immortal and Lu Qingxi promptly rose to greet them. It must be noted that Li Yuan was already over 80 this year, with his eldest son Li Hai being over 43, and his second son Li Jin, 38. Tan Tian was displeased. "Even if I have committed a crime, I cannot join the underworld. What is there to discuss with you?" This is Du Daliang, who is 9 years old this year. The one in the middle is Du Erlang, also 9, though significantly shorter, and this is Du Sanlang, who himself doesn't even know his age, as the old beggar who took them and named them according to the order in which they were received. Li Fuguei lifted his head proudly, expressing his happiness. "Fourth brother," Zhang Tianbing exclaimed urgently, but just as she was about to rush to help, a sudden gust behind her made her turn, revealing a powerful aura that materialized into a lion's head in midair, bearing down upon her. It seemed as if surprise flickered in Yang Ji's eyes as the dragon slowly raised its head. With a wave of energy, the dragon transformed into a young man. "Humph, that Gohongji is no ordinary person. We have observed the various developments in Zhangzhou over the years. This individual acts with unpredictability, employing methods that are always above board, with a vision that is far-reaching and a manner that is notably astute. What astonishes me most is his remarkable patience." The elder known as Seventh Uncle spoke with a solemn gaze. The head of the Yin clan, named Yin Wufeng, is a formidable figure in the realm of divine harmony, currently commanding the Yin family and orchestrating the harassment of Fong Yanting. Xiao Chainian silently pondered. The surname Huangfu is quite rare. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, a faint, delicate fragrance wafted past his nose, as elegant as orchids and bamboo. Unable to resist, he gently inhaled, lifting his head only to be slightly taken aback. In light of this, the Eastern Expeditionary Army regarded their air force as a treasured hidden asset, serving as a deterrent force. Even Chi Hui Linai, who had been frightened to tears moments ago, was momentarily captivated by the banter of the two before her. Confronted with Mu Jiqing's flirtation, Ji Hung could no longer restrain himself. With a swift motion, he pinned Mu Jiqing beneath him, showering her with kisses like raindrops upon every inch of her skin. The low, husky, yet magnetic voice of Zhou Mingmu reached Lin Jiping's ears, intuitively suggesting that Lin Dongxian was still at Yi's residence. Lin Jiping could understand the situation best, and whether he comprehended it or not was inconsequential. Time was of the essence. He turned to leave, his words of gratitude unspoken before he vanished. Miss Nami, I believe you are quite right. The Dominator has indeed overstepped his bounds this time. You must inform Lady Koya about this matter. We cannot allow the Dominator to continue his descent into depravity. Unexpectedly, Dasky stood by Nami's side at this moment. From her perspective, the Dominator was the epitome of pure evil, while Little Ching served as his loyal hound and enforcer. As for Nami before her, at least she retained a modicum of conscience. To successfully escape the clutches of the Dominator, Dasky believed it essential to cleverly persuade the kind-hearted Nami. Otherwise, her desire to flee from his grasp would be nothing short of a fool's dream. Even the formidable Marine Colonel Smoker was no match for the Dominator. She certainly did not believe she could rely on brute strength to escape his lair. Nami, are you certain you wish to inform Koya of this matter? The corner of the Dominator's eye lifted slightly, casting a lingering glance at Dasky. He had not anticipated that this young girl would prove to be quite clever, seeking allies for herself. Alas, your aspirations will ultimately be in vain. The Dominator's actions in Cocoa West Village had profoundly moved Nami. This was not merely a matter of saving her life. He had also rescued the lives of the entire village and alleviated Nami's deepest fears. It can be asserted that even in death, Nami would never betray the Dominator. Should I report this matter to Mama Koya? Even if she did, it seemed of little consequence. Nami paused mid-step, clearly engulfed in hesitation. After approximately half a second of contemplation, Nami made her decision. She turned and threw herself into the Dominator's embrace, her demeanor as gentle as a kitten, her face beaming with joy. Daddy, how could I ever be so ungrateful after you have treated me so well? Nami understood well that Koya was excessively indulgent towards the Dominator, and would never overly constrain his freedom and nature. Even if she were to secretly report him, it would merely leave her with the impression of being a troublemaker in Koya's eyes. It could even provoke the Dominator's resentment, leading to consequences that would not be worth the trouble. Moreover, having the opportunity to act coy and endearing before the Dominator, to be playfully pampered by him, was undeniably delightful. Hee. Oh, it is indeed rewarding to have treated you with such kindness. You truly are Daddy's cherished little cotton-padded jacket. The Dominator wore a faint smile, expertly ruffling Nami's hair. This young lady acts with both audacity and a touch of whimsy. The mighty Chu Bawang dotes on Nami, and thus refrains from excessive reprimands. Oh Nami, how wrong I was to judge you. Who would have thought that a mere gentle ruffle of your little head by your father, the king, would lead you to be swayed by this brazen lecher? Dasky, utterly bewildered, shifted her gaze back and forth between Nami and Chu Ba Wang. Alas, just as I devised a cunning scheme to sow discord, it seems it has met an untimely demise. My gaze fixates intently on Nami, who is on the verge of drifting into slumber, while Dasky falls into contemplation. Could it be that a gentle massage from this arrogant demon lord would indeed bring her immense comfort? Perhaps I too should allow the formidable Chu to work his magic upon me? With this thought, Dasky felt a stir of excitement and took a step forward to tenderly knead Chu's shoulders. The motion was delicate and meticulous. It appears Dasky possesses a keen sense of awareness. As a professional secretary, one must have a sharp instinct to discern when to alleviate the fatigue and stress of their superior. Chu instinctively grasped Dasky's soft hand and jovially remarked, "There's an old saying, when there's work, the secretary works, and when there's none, cough a slip of the tongue." I said nothing. And you all remember nothing? Nami and Xiaoqing exchanged exasperated glances. I knew you were a lecher. The fox's tail has finally been revealed, hasn't it? Just days prior, you claimed that Dasky was a dedicated secretary for Madame Koya, and now she has become your own secretary. Moreover, you audaciously uttered, "When there's work, the secretary works, and when there's none, this is brazen misconduct, showing utter disregard for our esteemed police force." Only Dasky appeared startled, her body trembling as she gazed at her hand, which had just been withdrawn from Chu's warm grasp. In an instant, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a boiling pot, emitting steam. How terrifying. What has come over me? Why did I impulsively massage his shoulders? Have I unconsciously succumbed to the charm of this lecherous rogue and embraced the role of his secretary? Dasky's heart raced, her emotions a tumultuous blend. Initially, she intended to serve as a competent undercover agent, ready to flee once the opportunity arose. She never anticipated the day she might falter. And what is more, it has been long at all. The demon lord has even had the chance to launch any seductive advances against me. Have I already offered myself up willingly? No. Dasky, who vowed to collect the world's finest swords from the hands of villains, must not yield to the tyranny of the lecherous Chu. Dasky shook her head vigorously, muttering under her breath. Strangely enough, this innocent and somewhat clueless girl is rather endearing. Ha ha ha. Chu burst into laughter, playfully ruffling Dasky's hair. Little girl, if you wish to collect the world's famed swords, it is no simple task. Moreover, allow me to be candid. I possess not merely one, but several blades of the caliber of the demon blade Qianren. What? You have other world-renowned swords? Dasky's eyes widened in astonishment, entirely oblivious to the warmth of Chu's hand resting on her head. Wait, apart from the demon blade Qianren, you possess other world-famous swords. Dasky was taken aback. She had witnessed firsthand the terrifying prowess of the demon blade Qianren, its sharpness and characteristics far surpassing that of the renowned blade, the third-generation Onigiri. Dasky even suspected that the demon blade Qianren in Chu's possession could rival the illustrious supreme blades of the 12 crafts. If she had to name her greatest aspiration, it would be to escape from Chu's clutches. If she could seize the demon blade Qianren in the process, all the better. Chu, you can't be serious. Such a magnificent item is not something I would casually give to you, my little maiden. What? You doubt my words? Of course, I do. Chu, you must be boasting. While you indeed possess an extraordinary talent for mastering the armament of Haki, each supreme blade of the 12 crafts has a remarkable history, many of which have been lost to the annals of time, never to be seen again in this lifetime. Dasky shook her head in disbelief. How could she possibly accept this? For an ordinary swordsman, possessing even a single good blade is a tremendous challenge. Even the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, possesses but one supreme blade of the 12 crafts. This illustrates just how rare true world-renowned swords are. To own a blade that rivals the demon blade Qianren is already astounding. She could not believe that Chu possessed others. Care to wager? How shall we wager? Dasky raised her head confidently, convinced of her victory. If I can produce another world-renowned sword comparable to the demon blade Qianren, you must kiss me. If I lose, I will teach you the art of Haki. As she gazed at the adorably naive Dasky, a mischievous thought blossomed in Chu's mind. The unassuming little girl must be reminded of her place. Otherwise, the constant vigilance against thieves can be quite exhausting. Humph. It turns out that the reward for my victory is merely the opportunity to train under you in the mastery of observation Haki. I had foolishly thought that you, a lecherous rogue, would allow me to leave. Dasky muttered softly, though the fleeting look of disappointment on her face quickly vanished. Considering the situation, it makes sense. How could the formidable Chu Ba Wang easily let her go after struggling to rescue her from the heavily guarded rogue town? Yet, perhaps this is for the best. If Chu Ba Wang had solemnly promised her freedom, she might have doubted whether he harbored ulterior motives. However, if she were to win, she would indeed learn the mastery of observation Haki from the formidable Ba Wang. This reward is undeniably enticing. But if she were to lose, she would have to sacrifice her first kiss. No. How could Dasky possibly lose? Is there truly anyone in this world capable of wielding two weapons that rival the supreme great knife? Recalling the way Chu Ba Wang effortlessly defeated Smoker in Rogue Town with that deep and intricate mastery of Haki, Dasky's heart involuntarily raced, despite her reluctance. She had to concede that Chu Ba Wang possessed a truly monstrous talent for mastering Haki. Even the Pirate King, Roger, spoke highly of Chu Ba Wang's Haki, a testament to the extraordinary nature of his abilities. The prospect of receiving guidance from such a prodigy in her Haki training seemed rather appealing. All right, I accept your challenge. However, you must present at least two weapons that are not inferior to the magic blade Qianren for your victory to be valid. If I were to lose, I would. Well, I simply will not lose. Dasky lifted her gaze to Chu Ba Wang, her eyes brimming with confidence, clearly feeling assured of her victory. After all, he is a master of advanced Haki, and even Roger had been subdued by him. His guidance signifies absolute strength. How could she not be tempted? Of course. The primary reason for her confidence lies in her belief that Chu Ba Wang could not possibly possess three world-renowned blades of the supreme great knife caliber. Owning one supreme great knife could be attributed to luck. Possessing two could be deemed a combination of skill and a stroke of fortune. But to possess three at once? Dasky would have to concede her admiration for Chu Ba Wang. In recent decades, the only supreme great knives that have made their appearance seem to be Mihawk's Black Blade, Yoru, Whitebeard's Kanjiunki, and the first-generation Ghost Cutter, which is allegedly held by an unknown mysterious figure. Whether this mysterious figure truly possesses the authentic first-generation Ghost Cutter remains uncertain. She cannot believe that Chu Ba Wang, relying solely on his own strength, could possess more renowned blades than the total number known in the world. With a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, Chu Bawang remarked, "Is it truly so difficult to collect merely 3 world-renowned blades?" Dasky rolled her eyes in response. The question posed is utterly foolish, is it not self-evident? If world-renowned blades were so easily obtainable, would there only be 2 supreme swords in existence? The mighty Chu, with a playful poke at his own cheek, remarked with a faint smile, "Dasiki, you must consider carefully. Should you lose this wager, you shall owe me a rather significant favor." Observing your eager agreement, "I hope you won't attempt to weasel out if fortune does not favor you." Dasiki waved her delicate hand confidently, declaring, "Impossible. I, Dasiki, shall never be defeated." Nami's expression was quite peculiar. It was her first encounter with such a reckless girl, audacious enough to challenge Chu to a bet. What distinguishes this from being freely given? "Dear father, I too wish to partake in the wager between you and Dasky. Are you betting on my victory? Truly, you are a thoughtful little darling of father." The formidable Chu overlord playfully cupped Nami's delicate face, which felt as soft as jelly, endearing him even further. Nami's expression tightened, and she declared seriously, "No, father. This time I wish to align with Sister Dasky. I wager that you cannot produce 3 supreme blades. If I lose, I shall bestow a kiss upon you. Xiaoqin?" "Dasky." The Chu overlord rubbed his forehead, equally bemused. "I must inquire why you so eagerly wish to engage in this gamble. It appears you are drawn by the allure of the consolation prize. In terms of being freely given, I, Chu overlord, shall bestow the title of the strongest upon little Nami. P.S. I humbly seek your generosity, your data, your support. Miss Nami, are you certain you wish to stand by my side?" Dasky felt a flicker of emotion within her heart. Even she had not anticipated that Nami would choose to support her at this moment. In this realm of human indifference, it is indeed heartening to witness the presence of true kindness and beauty. Before me stands Miss Nami, a truly kind-hearted individual. Nami, despair. JPG. It is the first time in my life that I have received a good person card, and to my surprise, the recipient is a girl. Were it not for her father, the tyrant, being in opposition, Dasky would undoubtedly feel compelled to embrace Nami with a firm and warm hug. "Fear not, dear sister Dasky, I shall support you until the very last moment. Even in defeat, I shall face the consequences alongside you." Nami nodded her little head, her expression filled with fervor. How detestable it is that such an evil overlord does not deserve a daughter as kind and warm-hearted as her. Surely, Miss Nami, like myself, has been forcibly taken to this den of evil. She must have endured much suffering these past days. If given the chance to escape, I shall ensure that Miss Nami joins me in fleeing this wretched place. The naturally naive Dasky was on the verge of tears, her heart swelling with emotion. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to her, Nami's heart was already brimming with joy. Regardless of the outcome, she stood to gain immensely. If the tyrant were to lose and fail to produce 3 supreme blades, Nami could remain by his side, learning the art of armed hockey under his tutelage. Should the tyrant emerge victorious, it would be even better. What could be more exhilarating and thrilling than stealing a passionate kiss from the tyrant in broad daylight? This is a dream that can only be realized within Nami's beautiful fantasies. At this very moment, Nami feels that she is but a step away from her aspirations. Win or lose, she muses, this round is bound to be profitable for me. Meanwhile, the petite Qing timidly raised her hand, wearing a pitiful expression, longing to partake in this wager. Her figure, her countenance, her forlorn demeanor. She resembled a mesmerizing enchantress, evoking exclamations of inadequate nourishment. However, it must be said that Qing bears no significant difference from the shape-shifting nymphs. Although she is referred to as a sword servant, she enjoys a degree of freedom. Having never been treated as a slave by Koya, with nothing to occupy his time, the overlord of Chu finds no objection to frolicking with Qing. "Then you may join. But will you align yourself with this team, or with Dasky?" he inquired. "I have unwavering faith that my master will emerge victorious. When the time comes, I hope my master will take the time to teach me the ways of armament hockey," Qing replied sweetly, expressing her stance. She harbors absolute trust in the prowess of the overlord of Chu. Perhaps in this world, the majority of the supreme great swords have indeed faded into the annals of history. Yet, Qing believes her master is a man capable of creating miracles. With the score now even at 2-2, the overlord of Chu sipped his red tea, a faint smile gracing his lips. He had indeed contemplated guiding Qing in the cultivation of armament hockey, though he had yet to implement this plan. Dasky, too, was not in a hurry. She felt quite content to have Nami as support. "I believe we need not delay any further. Overlord, please reveal your trump card," she urged. Both the overlord and Qing fixed their gazes upon Dasky. The former calmly inquired, "What did you just call me?" "Ba, I meant to call you my lord." Dasky stammered, her straightforwardness betraying her desire to address the overlord by name. However, a moment later, she recalled an embarrassing memory, her face flushed crimson, radiating heat akin to a boiling kettle. "Thank goodness I reacted swiftly. Otherwise, I would have been teased by the demon Ching," Dasky remarked, patting her chest in relief. Ching's Mickey's magical house resembled a purgatory of pain and pleasure, an experience Dasky hoped never to endure again. "Consider this a warning. Should you dare to call me by my name again, you shall not be forgiven," the overlord declared, rising and stretching languidly. His robust and flawless physique was momentarily revealed, captivating all under the morning light. Even the unwillingly captured Dasky found herself entranced, marveling at the existence of such a perfect man, whom she had the misfortune of encountering. The adage heroes falter before beauty holds true in reverse. Does the beauty's plight ease when facing a handsome man? In this world, when it comes to the collection of renowned swords, I, the overlord of Chu, would claim the second position, with none daring to assert the first. Striding onto the deck with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, he aligned his right index and middle fingers, forming a profoundly intricate seal. An aura of enigmatic swordsmanship emanated from him. Dasky found herself involuntarily holding her breath, her gaze fixated on the towering and reassuring figure of the overlord. Her eyes brimming with awe. She had the distinct impression that should she practice swordsmanship at this moment, she would reap immense benefits. Open your eyes wide. The moment of witnessing a miracle is upon us. Sword hidden pavilion, reveal yourself. With a single finger pointed skyward, the overlord exuded an overwhelming presence. As his words faded, a piercing sound echoed through the air, as if a myriad of legendary swords from novels, films, and comics were summoned forth, soaring towards the overlord. The dragon-slaying sword, the heavenly sword, the general's blade, the seven-star sword, the green sword, the bloodthirsty blade. Ganjiang and Mo Yi, the great Xia dragon sparrow. The deer-slaying blade, the crimson blood sword, the golden serpent sword, the flying dagger of Shaoli. A total of 2 waves of flying swords descended from the void, cloaking the sky. In the year 1520 of the Sea-round calendar, the sword god re-emerged into the world. With a single step, the overlord crossed into the realm of the land sword immortal for the second time. His aura of invincibility etched itself into the very essence of all living beings near the Whiskey Peak. From that moment onward, the onlookers began to comprehend the true essence of a swordsman, the embodiment of a genuine sword god. The sound of countless swords slicing through the air resonated as hundreds of blades radiated a fierce energy, each on par with the infamous demon blade Thousand Edges. The dragon-slaying blade, the heavenly sword, the bloodthirsty blade, the demon-slaying blade. Hundreds of blades cascaded down like a torrential rain. Dasky gazed at the overlord, only to perceive a proud and solitary silhouette. In the world of pirates, swords and blades are indistinguishable. A sword is a blade, and a blade is a sword. This is evident from the weapons wielded by Zoro and Mihawk, both of which are blades, yet they are referred to as swordsmen. In the annals of Chinese history, double-edged weapons are typically viewed as swords, while single-edged weapons are considered blades. A multitude of treasured blades hovered in the air, creating a magnificent spectacle. Dasky had never witnessed such a grand display. Her mouth fell agape in astonishment. Even if the overlord were to offer her an orange, she might remain unresponsive. "Dasky, do you wish to inspect the merchandise?" With a swift motion, the overlord reclined back onto the beach chair, relishing the fruit offerings from the maid Ching. Though he was not particularly fortunate and rarely drew weapons of starburst caliber, he had amassed a significant collection of blades rivaling the legendary 12 supreme great swords. The dragon-slaying blade, the heavenly sword, the demon-slaying blade. Ganjiang and Mo Yi, the great Xia dragon sparrow, the bloodthirsty blade, the flying dagger of Shaoli. In terms of both quality and characteristics, none fall short of the infamous demon blade Thousand Edges. Within his sword-hidden pavilion, thousands of such treasured blades remain unclaimed. As the overlord's voice faded, the hundreds of suspended blades seemed to awaken with sentience, their murderous glints intensifying, shaking the very fabric of the void. Logically, these treasured blades should possess no semblance of consciousness, nor should they exhibit the childish tendency to show off their ferocity. This is largely attributed to the idle whims of the renowned Chu Ba Wang, who, in his leisure, sought to cultivate a magical sword maiden for amusement, thus inadvertently developing a peculiar technique for nurturing blades. The technique of nurturing blades. Everything can be nurtured, everything can be polished. It is the most arcane skill in existence, capable of enhancing the affinity of any object, regardless of its race, substance, or even its ethereal nature. This is an extraordinary and enigmatic skill. If the characteristics of this sorcery are fully realized, even a dull blade could potentially nurture a delicate and enchanting sword maiden. Of course, the formidable Chu Bawang could directly employ the transformation technique to turn the demon blade Qianren into a sword maiden. However, such a sword maiden would lack both soul and spirit. The hundreds of renowned swords, each imbued with a sword spirit, emanated a fearsome brilliance, resembling a formidable array designed to slay deities and vanquish immortals. Gulping involuntarily at the sight of the myriad flying swords, Miss Dasky found herself captivated. Among those hundreds of flying swords, the majority boasted qualities comparable to the demon blade Qianren, with several even instilling a sense of terror surpassing that of the demon blade itself. If the demon blade Qianren were to be cast among them, it might not even secure a place within the top 10 rankings. How could there be so many? Miss Dasky was astonished. To ensure her victory in the wager, she had thought that the cunning Chu Bawang could produce at most 2 blades. Little did she expect that he would unveil over 100 swords of quality not inferior to that of the demon blade Qianren. Fixated on the fearsome sword array before her, Miss Dasky was on the brink of tears. Her greatest aspiration in life was to reclaim the world-renowned blade that had been tarnished from the hands of villains. The demon blade Qianren held a place among her ultimate goals. Yet, now she found herself not only far from obtaining the demon blade Qianren, but also suddenly confronted with the revelation that Chu Bawang possessed so many legendary swords. She was nearly overwhelmed with despair. How long must I fight to seize what I desire? In contemplating this, tears nearly streamed down Dashki's face. She felt a profound sense of injustice. It seemed that Chu Bawang perceived her inner turmoil. He placed his hand gently upon her delicate shoulder and sighed, saying, in truth, I have no desire to deceive you. If you insist on attempting to wrest every renowned blade from my grasp, you may find that your dreams remain forever unfulfilled. For within my sword collection manor, there lie thousands of such exquisite swords. Even if you were to acquire one from me each week, these treasures could sustain you in your pursuits for a century or more. With a facade of strength, Dashki ultimately succumbed to tears, kneeling before Chu Bawang in deep admiration. In terms of cunning, I would still deem my father the most formidable. Nami and Xiaoqing exchanged glances, expressing profound sympathy for Dashki's plight. The child, in a misguided fervor, has vowed to reclaim all the renowned blades of the world from the clutches of malevolent beings. Isn't this akin to digging one's own grave? Dasky, it appears that you have lost this wager. Do you intend to fulfill the terms of the bet now, or? The overlord of Chu cast a sidelong glance at Dasky, a faint smile playing upon his lips. Ever since he had abducted Dasky from Rogue Town, this country bumpkin had undergone a remarkable transformation in her attire within merely half a month, evolving from a rustic appearance to one of pure and serene elegance. In recent days, she has been indulging in sumptuous feasts alongside the formidable Chu Bawang, her figure seemingly transformed as if undergoing a second maturation, with every curve accentuated to a striking degree. While her physique may not yet rival that of Nami or Xiaoqing, she undeniably qualifies as a captivating beauty. Darsky found herself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond to Chu Bawang's inquiries. Her deep, obsidian eyes flickered with uncertainty, while her petite, crimson lips trembled, forming a tight line as she struggled with her thoughts. It was evident she was in a state of turmoil. Ah, so you naval officers are nothing but fickle, cowardly individuals, Chu Bawang exclaimed, a look of sudden realization dawning on his face. No wonder the Fishman Arlong and Admiral Creek wreak havoc in the East Sea, while your navy remains utterly ineffectual, allowing the common folk to suffer. At this, Darsky clenched her delicate fists in indignation. The scoundrel dared to insult their navy. This was utterly intolerable. Without hesitation, I stepped forward, cradling the handsome visage of the formidable Chu Bawang, and aimed for a passionate kiss. 1 second passed, 2 seconds. 3 seconds. A full 10 seconds elapsed before Dasky's kiss finally bore fruit. The kiss concluded. As our lips parted, she tilted her head at a 45 angle to gaze at the sky, defiantly huffing. Who says I, Dasky, am resorting to underhanded tactics? As a member of the Navy, I act with utmost integrity, never resorting to deceit. Though outwardly composed, Dasky's heart was in turmoil. After safeguarding her first kiss for over a decade, she had now surrendered it to this scoundrel. In contrast to the mischievous and audacious thief Nami, who even dared to slip Chu Bawang a love potion, Dasky's demeanor was decidedly more reserved. Could it be that he perceives me as a wicked woman? Wait, Why am I so concerned about his opinion of me? Has my heart already? Daski's emotions were a tempest of embarrassment and confusion. She had been abducted by Chu Ba Wang from Town, yet she found herself unexpectedly relishing her current existence. Although she had been captured, Chu Ba Wang had not treated her with lewdness. Rather, he had left her to her own devices for several days before recalling that he had indeed taken a rustic girl from Town. Even the notorious villainous Koji, who she regarded as a bad woman, had not tormented her. She had merely been taken to Mickey's fun house several times. As for the Straw Hat crew, particularly the lecherous cook and the four-sword-wielding Zoro, they treated her with an almost servile reverence, their attitudes bordering on utmost respect. Even the legendary pirate Gold. Roger had never dared to indulge in drunken antics in her presence. His woeful demeanor clearly suggested he was cowed by the unfortunate Chu Bawang. As for Koya and Nami, they were even more unremarkable in their dispositions and tempers. Daski understood that her relatively easy existence was closely tied to Chu Bawang's reputation aboard the Mary. During her days on the Mary, Daski experienced a delightful chapter of life, starkly different from her time in Town. She even savored Michelin 3-star cuisine, which still made her salivate at the mere thought. Although she was formerly Kaya's secretary, she spent her days in leisurely idleness, basking in the sun or feeding Chu Bawang fruits, a far cry from the hectic life back in Town. Yet, the more she reveled in this carefree existence, the greater her sense of guilt became. How can she reconcile the burden of justice that she carries? Furthermore, the more she interacts with the formidable Chu Ba Wang, the more Daski begins to question her own definition of evil. What constitutes righteousness? What embodies wickedness? If Chu Ba Wang were indeed the epitome of malevolence, then why would he assist the whale Labu in searching for its companions? She had never witnessed a truly wicked individual willing to linger for the sake of an island whale, let alone extend a helping hand. If he were truly malicious, he would have likely roasted Labu for his meal by now. At this moment, as she tenderly kissed Chu Ba Wang, Daski found her heart in disarray. Chu Ba Wang cast a glance at the outwardly serene, yet internally tumultuous Daski, mildly surprised. With the aid of the imperial artifact, omniscient power, he could effortlessly discern her innermost thoughts. Under the dual allure of exquisite cuisine and handsome men, she had managed to endure for so long. This little lady possesses a certain charm. Perhaps this is the allure of the pirate world. Despite being a mere trivial character in a turbulent history, Daski still clings to her own sanctuary. Though he did not intimidate her into submission, a warm smile lingered at the corner of Chu Ba Wang's mouth. There is no need to rush. Time is abundant. Now that he had successfully elicited her first kiss, it was only a matter of time before she willingly offered her blood. While the majority of the Navy is composed of righteous individuals, it is not devoid of vile corruption. Chu Ba Wang had his own calculations regarding this innocent girl. What are you waiting for? It's your turn to feed me some fruit, Daski. Hurry. A commanding expression graced Chu Ba Wang's face, causing the lost in thought Daski to shudder and take a deep breath to calm her tumultuous emotions. Over time, true character is revealed. There is no need to hastily draw conclusions after merely half a month of acquaintance. Is Chu Ba Wang an irredeemable villain or a gentleman with hidden depths? The answer shall be revealed in due course. With this realization, Daski's habitual false smile transformed into a genuine one. My lord, may I inquire what flavor of fruit you desire? I wish for the crystal grapes to your left. Come now, I am ready. Chu Ba Wang reclined languidly on a beach chair, engrossed in a collection of photographs of the Empress, even adorning himself with sunglasses. Although he need not wear sunglasses, he remained the most striking figure aboard the vessel. However, since he was basking in the sun, it was only courteous to give the sun its due respect. Father, have you forgotten something? Before Daski could initiate the feeding, Nami, sitting nearby, expressed her discontent. With a bend of her knees, she squatted beside Chu Ba Wang, entering a mode of playful affection. Since she is my adopted daughter, let her make her move. After all, one day, I shall return the favor. All right then, speak quickly. Do not delay my exploration of the history of human evolution. Chu Ba Wang regarded Nami with mild disdain. This little girl truly lacked awareness, failing to see how engrossed he was in his reading and insisting on creating a disturbance at this moment. Why must you make excuses for reading such risky material? Nami inhaled deeply, her chest rising and falling dramatically, suppressing the urge to punch Chu Ba Wang. Even if your words are sweet, they cannot alter the fact that you are a lecher. Is it not so? Nami pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. Father, do not forget that I stand with Sister Daski. Since she lost and must face punishment, it is as if I have lost too. I must be punished. Quickly lie down. I shall give you a fierce kiss. After enduring 10 seconds of torturous agony, I, as your daughter, have defied your will. A 30-second passionate kiss should not be deemed excessive, should it? Chu Ba Wang, you little vixen, do you covet my body so? Abandon such thoughts. I am a father you shall never attain. P.S. Seeking support, data, and rewards. After approximately 5 days at Whiskey Peak, Nami's log pointer finally filled to indicate the magnetic direction to the next island. At this moment, the gluttonous Luffy had nearly depleted the town's entire food supply. Witnessing this, the members of the Straw Hat crew proposed the decision to depart for Whiskey Peak and continue their voyage. On that day, the villagers, disguised as bounty hunters, jubilantly beat drums and gongs, weeping and laughing as they bid farewell. The atmosphere was more vibrant than a festival. Alas, these gluttons are finally departing. If they linger any longer, our provisions will be depleted. Hold back your tears. We must smile. We are determined to smile. The days of suffering have passed, and a promising future beckons us. Do not lower your head, lest your crown falls. Do not shed tears, for the wicked will rejoice. If granted another chance to start anew, I would only wish that the notorious Captain Baratie and this band of pirates were not allies. The White Devil Baratie commands a bounty of 90 million berries as a rookie pirate. What a farce. Tell me, which novice pirate could orchestrate such a grand display of swords returning to their sheath? Are the Eastern Seas Navy utterly daft? Such a formidable villain is valued at merely 90 million berries. I could curse your entire lineage of women. Fortunately, we refrained from taking action. Otherwise, the grass atop their graves would tower high. To speak candidly, had it not been for the terrifying presence of the formidable Chu Ba Wang, Icolum and the villagers might have dared to employ force, capturing Luffy to sell him to the Navy for a bounty. After all, Whiskey Peak is known as the town with the highest mortality rate for rookie pirates. Whiskey Peak, also known as Cactus Peak, appears from a distance to be densely covered in small thorns. Yet, in truth, each thorn represents the grave of a rookie pirate. These bounty hunters, masquerading as ordinary citizens, are consummate professionals, attending to both the act of killing and the subsequent burial, demonstrating an exceptional level of thoughtfulness. This marks their first significant setback. Not only have they failed to capture pirates for the bounty, but they have also been unable to seize the wealth amassed by these marauders. To make matters worse, the provisions of the small town are nearly depleted, devoured by the insatiable Luffy. The frustration they feel is indescribable. Yet, despite this vexation, if given another chance, they would make the same choices again. For aboard the Going Merry, there exists a man whom they cannot provoke. Darling, come quickly. Look, dolphins. They are truly adorable, exclaimed Koya and Nami, one on each side, enthusiastically shaking Chu Bawang's arm. Their excitement resembled that of Columbus discovering a new world. Chu Bawang gazed skyward in despair, pondering the trials he faced. He wished for a moment of peace, yet 2 young women were compelling him to watch dolphins and whales at the break of dawn. He contemplated the whales, finding little of interest, and wondered how the thought processes of these young women had developed. It must be acknowledged that the waters of the Grand Line are indeed rich, for even a dolphin here can grow to the size of an aircraft carrier. In his previous life, the largest dolphin, the blue whale, only reached about 20 meters in adulthood, with few exceeding 30 meters. Yet the creature he encountered now exceeded the size of an adult blue whale by tenfold, a colossal being akin to an aircraft carrier. Noticing Koya and Nami's eyes sparkling with delight at the sight of the dolphins, Chu Bawang proposed, "If you truly adore them, I could capture one for a barbecue, allowing you to savor its flavor." Koya, Nami, are you a devil? Why would you want to barbecue such a cute little dolphin? The two exchanged glances, their understanding of Chu Bawang's dark humor deepening once more. Meanwhile, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp were huddled on the deck, engrossed in a game of mahjong, where the losers bore strips of paper with absurd phrases affixed to their foreheads. Unquestionably, Luffy had lost the most, adorned with the most paper. As for how they acquired the mahjong, it was a prize from one of Chu Bawang's lucky draws. Roger, frazzled, paced like a restless monkey, anxiously observing the four, unable to intervene. The previous night, being the old drunkard he was, he had indulged too much and missed Chu Bawang's lesson on how to play mahjong. You lost again, rubber boy. There is no room left on your face for more paper. Allow me a turn next. Grumpy old man, don't crowd me. Just one more round. Mahjong is simply too enjoyable. Is this the time for games? You should be training instead. You haven't even grasped the basics of hockey. And yet you dare to play mahjong? Roger glared at Luffy, Sanji, and Usopp, his dissatisfaction evident. As they approached the heart of the Grand Line, How could these three underachievers lack even a semblance of urgency while engaging in a game of mahjong? Even if we are underachievers, we were brought out of our comfort zones, were we not? It is said that a great teacher produces exceptional students. Zoro has been training under Boss Bawang, so it is only natural for his progress to surpass ours. Sanji and Usopp fell silent, visibly disheartened. However, the next moment, they simultaneously shifted the blame onto Roger. It's clearly your fault for not teaching us properly. Is there no justice in this world? No law? It's not my fault. In the past, Rayleigh was responsible for training the newcomers. You expect a rough old sailor like me to teach? That's just cruel. Roger awkwardly scratched his head, reminiscing fondly about his old comrade, Rayleigh. Had Rayleigh been present, he would not have faced the scorn of these young ones. In that moment, Roger felt a profound longing for his dear friend, the Dark King Rayleigh. He had never been averse to mentoring young pirates. Yet every time he expressed a desire to do so, Rayleigh's expression would turn grave, fearing he might lead them astray. This time, he truly realized that he was indeed not cut out to be a teacher. Instructing students was merely leading them astray. Alas, I find myself perplexed. If fate has bestowed upon me, Roger, the gift of existence, then why also bring forth the formidable Chu Ba Wang? If there is a you, why also a Liang? Roger sighed, gazing up at the heavens with a sense of solitude and melancholy. Initially, he believed himself to be quite impressive, yet after spending time with Chu Ba Wang, he discovered that aside from bearing the title of Pirate King and being a pioneer of the great pirate era, he possessed little else of merit. In terms of talent, Chu Ba Wang could perform advanced piano pieces with ease. When it came to martial prowess, he would be left hanging, utterly outmatched. In terms of remarkable feats, the myriad of extraordinary abilities, such as divine resurrection and transformation techniques, would leave him utterly astounded. As for appearance, Roger found himself wishing to shatter the mirror during his reflections. Without comparison, one feels no pain, yet with it, he no longer wished to gaze upon his own visage. Oh, most importantly, Roger realized that even in the realm where he prided himself on his flamboyance, he seemed to pale in comparison to Chu Ba Wang. Each time Chu Ba Wang made an entrance, his display of grandeur occurred precisely at the most opportune moment, never forced and seizing every opportunity to shine. In this regard, Roger felt a deep sense of inadequacy. At that moment of introspection, Luffy found himself adorned with several white slips of paper declaring I am a glutton, rendering him akin to a zombie. Yet, despite this, Luffy remained undeterred in his spirit. He yearned to triumph over Zoro, if only once. This time, he commenced with a splendid hand, possessing a considerable likelihood of winning the game and thoroughly outmaneuvering his opponents. Luffy hesitated momentarily before discarding a tile, the east wind. The player seated next to him, Sanji, whose face bore a note proclaiming I am a sycophant, remained composed and said, pass. Meanwhile, Usopp, adorned with a label reading mundane shipwright, erupted into laughter, exclaiming, East wind? I will melt. As he spoke, he attempted to draw 2 east wind tiles from the pile. Sauron, sitting across from Luffy, narrowed his eyes and raised a hand to stop Usopp, hesitating for a moment before stating, apologies, but I shall declare a block. He drew the south, west, and north winds, forming a complete set, missing only the east wind that Luffy had discarded. A complete meld meant that Luffy would have yet another note affixed to his face. Goodness. Once again, I have drawn a winning hand, achieving a grand slam. Usopp exclaimed, I apologize, everyone, but I have triumphed yet again. Had I known my fortune would be so favorable today, I would have wagered with you all. Sauron, chewing his words, clearly preoccupied with the Detio de Nami. Have I lost once more? Luffy's expression instantly fell, his gaze pained as he looked skyward. Why is it so arduous to win against Sauron? Luffy, I find myself questioning who the true protagonist is. Your face is already plastered with white notes, leaving no space for more. Henceforth, the battlefield is mine to command. Oh, by the way, do not forget the rules of Mahjong. The notes affixed to your face cannot be removed for 3 consecutive days. Regaining his focus, Roger seized this opportune moment, delivering a swift kick to Luffy, sending him to a corner to sulk in solitude. Such unfortunate luck, yet dare to play Mahjong. Next time, I will undoubtedly lose everything. Now, let me, GOLD, Roger, the Pirate King, take command of the battlefield. An hour later, with his face plastered with I am Aunt Roger stickers, the Pirate King Roger quietly retreated to a secluded corner, forming a shut-in duo with his classmate, Monkey D. Luffy. Together, they became a striking sight aboard the Going Merry. No more, no more. The number of players is insufficient. I must accompany Sword Spirit Xiaowen to continue my training. Zoro, with an expression devoid of anything, emanated an air of invincible. Who else is there? As he prepared to leave. It's all Roger's fault. He has jinxed our luck. Ever since he joined the game, I've only had 3 rounds without being stickered. You should be grateful. Since Roger stepped in, I've been on a losing streak. For every sticker he received, I received one too. I hope Roger suffers tomorrow, preferably to the extent that he cannot get out of bed. Agreed. Usopp and Sanji, their faces adorned with little stickers, exchanged reluctant glances but ultimately conceded. The thought of wearing those stickers for 3 whole days filled them with despair. And once again, they silently cursed Roger. Before departing to cook, Sanji cast an envious glance at the imposing figure of Chu Ba Wang, who had been forced to spread love for 2 hours. He muttered to himself, "Ah, to live such a carefree life as the great Bawang, surrounded by affection, is truly enviable. Indeed, a model for our generation." Blue skies and white clouds stretched infinitely. The sea breeze rustled, creating gentle waves. As another beautiful day came to a close, Dasky leaned on the railing, gazing into the distance, silently observing Chu Bawang and the Straw Hat Crew's every move. Their lively and sunny demeanor, brimming with vitality and youthful exuberance, dulled her faint sadness. Dasky suddenly realized she had developed a fondness for this adventure filled with surprises and joy. It was certainly preferable to languishing in an office, idly waiting for the end. Was it not? Sometimes, I truly wish to pry open Bawang's little head to see what peculiar thoughts reside within. To invent a leisure activity like mahjong is simply bizarre. In truth, if one overlooks Bawang's wild escapades in Rogue Town, he is quite an intriguing individual. Dasky murmured softly, her voice audible only to herself. With this thought, memories of a passionate 10-second kiss with Chu Bawang resurfaced, causing her cheeks to flush like a ripe apple. Just then, Usopp, tasked with keeping watch from the lookout, shouted, "Everyone, I see a splendid new island. It must be our destination." At his words, Nami paused her gentle shoulder massage for Chu Bawang, directing her gaze towards the recording pointer tied to her arm. "Just a moment. Yes, it is indeed in this direction. We must maintain a slow pace and be cautious of the hidden reefs near the island, always ready to respond to any sudden developments." Having completed these instructions, her delicate hands resumed their massage on Chu Bawang's shoulders. Nami's demeanor was remarkably composed and methodical, in stark contrast to the self-absorbed Luffy, who was ensnared in a cycle of isolation in a corner. One couldn't help but question who truly was the captain of the Going Merry. P.S. As per tradition, I seek your support, your donations, and various forms of data. Thanks. This place is known as the Ancient Island, also referred to as Pangu Island or Little Garden. The island is home to the Green Ogre Dory and the Red Ogre Brogy, warriors from the military powerhouse of the New World, Elbaf. Engaged in a century-long duel for honor and dignity, Elbaf holds a pivotal position in the world of pirates. Its comprehensive national strength ranking among the forefront of the world conquest-affiliated countries. Just how strong is the might of Elbaf? A simple example suffices. Dory and Brogy boasted a bounty of 100 million berries a century ago, at a time when Roger, the Pirate King, and Rox, the Maritime Overlord, were but mere carbon compounds. In a previous life, many observant netizens jokingly referred to the giant straw hat preserved by God Imu as originally belonging to a prominent figure from Elbaf. While somewhat tongue-in-cheek, it does hold a sliver of truth. After all, such a massive hat would be quite fitting for a giant's stature. Hints in the Fishman Island arc suggest that the giant straw hat's owner is Joy Boy, the ancestor of the D lineage. Whether he is indeed Joy Boy remains to be verified. As the Going Merry advanced, the unknown ancient trees twisted and coiled, creating an inky darkness where one could not see a hand in front of their face. Occasionally, eerie cries and roars echoed from the depths of the dark forest. The atmosphere here was somewhat foreboding and unwelcoming, especially for those with heart conditions. Should a timid soul venture here, they might very well be scared into incontinence. The closer they drew to the ancient island, the more Usopp's legs trembled, shaking like a sieve. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated. It seemed the Merry had collided with something. Startled, Usopp feared they had struck a reef and hurried to assess the situation. Is that a broken sailboat? That bloodied figure looks somewhat familiar. Wait, isn't that the Mayor Ikelim, who warmly welcomed us a few days ago in Cactus Town? Usopp quickly called for Sanji and Zoro to rescue the bloodied figure sprawled on the wreckage. Indeed, it was Ikelim. How did he sustain such grave injuries? Fortunately, he still had a pulse. It seemed he had merely fainted from excessive blood loss. Sanji and Usopp exchanged worried glances. Just recently, they had gathered at Whiskey Peak, where Ikelim had tearfully bid them farewell. Had they not been pressed for time, they might have lingered a while longer. Yet, merely a few days had passed, and Ikelim had fallen into such dire straits. Had they arrived even a moment later, he might have perished. Although Koya had administered emergency treatment, temporarily stabilizing Ikelim's condition, it appeared he would not awaken anytime soon. Thankfully, the Mary had formidable allies. "Oh, dear father, please do us a favor and save this unfortunate curly-haired uncle." Under the dual assault of Koya and Nami's charming antics, the previously oblivious Chu Ba Wang had no choice but to retrieve a glass vial from the system space. Inside were small, clay-like pills. "Take this. It is called the stretch legs and stare pills, a vital remedy. However, do remember not to indulge excessively, for it possesses toxins." As the final word lingered unspoken, Nami, desperate to save a life, seized the glass vial and rushed out, pouring the entirety of the miraculous leg-stretching and eye-staring pill into Ikelim's mouth. Koya glanced at Chu Ba Wang with a puzzled expression. "What were you trying to say just now?" "Nothing," replied Chu Ba Wang, raising his hands in a gesture of indifference. "The pill has been consumed. Discussing its toxicity now would only invite trouble." He expressed his lack of concern for Ikelim's fate, preferring instead to immerse himself in the tranquil reading of sage's literature. The leg-stretching and eye-staring pill was derived from the unwashed mud of the venerable monk Jikong, collected over a century. Its dark hue resembled betel nut, emanating an alluring fragrance, and boasted remarkable effects. The only drawback was its slight toxicity. Excessive consumption could induce chills and uncontrollable shivering. "Nami, is this the pill that Bawang provided you? It looks a lot like bath mud, but it does smell delightful." Luffy, his face adorned with numerous sticky notes, sniffed eagerly, saliva pooling as he yearned to discover the flavor of this peculiar concoction. "Look, it actually worked." Ikelim has opened his eyes. "My heavens. This leg-stretching and eye-staring pill is truly extraordinary. It has revived him despite such grievous injuries. This is a medical miracle." Nami's expression turned complex as she gazed at the dwindling supply of the pills in her hand. Had she known of their potent efficacy, she would not have squandered so many. They could have been used in life-saving situations. As for selling them, unless she obtained Chu Bawang's consent, she would never engage in such foolishness. "Am I still alive? Where is this?" Ikelim groggily opened his eyes, nearly terrified out of his wits. What were these four zombies with white paper strips plastered across their faces? Had he descended into the depths of hell? Upon closer inspection, the bald figure, Luffy, before him seemed somewhat familiar. Wait, could it be? It was the Straw Hat crew. After a moment of panic, Ikelim finally learned the truth of his salvation from Luffy. When he discovered that it was Chu Bawang who had provided the miraculous leg-stretching and eye-staring pill to save him, tears of gratitude streamed down his face. Suddenly, Ikelim, overwhelmed with gratitude, prostrated himself thrice before Chu Bawang, causing blood to seep from his forehead. Despite Chu Bawang's lack of response, Ikelim felt that such an act of reverence was warranted. He understood that he bore the weight of his entire nation's fate upon his shoulders. Although Chu Bawang had saved only him, he had indirectly secured the future of the entire Alabasta Kingdom. "Mr. Mayor, shouldn't you be at Whiskey Peak? Why do you appear as though you are being pursued?" Nami inquired, voicing the unspoken questions of the Straw Hat crew. This is also the reason why she was so eager to save others. Just as the Straw Hat crew had departed from Whiskey Peak, Ikelim, the town's mayor, nearly faced a dire fate. If there is no substantive causal relationship, Nami remains rather skeptical. Ikelim fell momentarily silent, yet ultimately chose to unveil the machinations of the Baroque works. He was originally the captain of the guard in the desert kingdom of Alabasta, and he joined the Baroque works to investigate the nation's three-year drought by tracking the criminal organization Miss All Sunday, also known as the Devil's Child. Nico Robin, Ikelim, and Princess Vivi set their sights on the puppeteer behind the scenes, Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. It was precisely due to the fear of his schemes being exposed and jeopardizing the nation-thieving plan that Crocodile dispatched Mr. 5, Miss Valentine, Mr. 3, and Miss Golden Week to hunt down Ikelim. The first 3 possessed the Bomb Fruit, the Float Fruit, and the Wax Fruit, while Miss Golden Week was a master of psychological suggestion, capable of influencing emotions through color manipulation. Had Ikelim not been exceedingly cautious, he likely would have had no chance of escaping from Whiskey Peak. Yet even so, he was struck down by Mr. 5's nosebleed bomb, which obliterated his vessel. That is roughly the tale. Those hunters continued their relentless pursuit. and it may not be long before they come to claim my head. Their strength is formidable. I am no match for them, particularly Mr. 5 and Mr. 3. The two elite agents, one a bomb wielder, the other a candle manipulator. To avoid being a burden to you, I shall take my leave. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ikelim attempted to depart, but after taking only a couple of steps, he began to tremble uncontrollably, collapsing in a fit reminiscent of epilepsy. Sanji and Usopp looked on in bewilderment at Ikelim, who appeared as if he had been electrocuted. What on earth is happening? Just a moment ago, he seemed perfectly fine, and now he's convulsing. The corners of Bartolomeo's mouth twitched slightly as he explained, his expression darkening. You need not worry. Every remedy has its side effects. This is one of the repercussions of the leg-expanding pill. If taken in excess, it can lead to a temporary buildup of toxins, causing muscular spasms. Roger. Zoro. Everyone. The leg-staring pill is indeed quite peculiar. Consuming too much can lead to toxin accumulation? Why are you looking at me? I only wish to save someone. Which is why I couldn't hear my father's last words. Clearly Nami felt a pang of guilt. She understood that Ikelim had suffered because her eagerness to help had led him to consume an excessive amount of the leg-staring pills. She shook the glass vial in her hand, attempting to feign innocence. Yet, the vial remained ominously silent. I distinctly remember there should have been a few leg-staring pills inside. The group exchanged knowing glances towards the bald-headed Luffy. Under their intense scrutiny, Straw Hat Luffy convulsed and collapsed, landing awkwardly on his back. The bomb fruit and the wax fruit. If we encounter these two minor minions, they could certainly be captured for further use. The concept of these two devil fruits left a strong impression on Chu Ba Wang, particularly the latter, the wax fruit, which showed no signs of weakness even when faced with Magellan's ordinary poison. It's a pity that such a remarkable devil fruit fell into the hands of mere lackeys. If any of Whitebeard's commanders obtained the bomb fruit, wouldn't that be an immediate game-changer? Alas, such a prized devil fruit was squandered by the booger-nosed guy. Sanji lit a filtered cigarette, seemingly flaunting it as he swayed it in front of Zoro, saying, "Is this the ancient island known as the Little Garden? It's rather bizarre, with dense, eerie jungles everywhere, resembling a hidden realm." Zoro completely ignored Sanji's provocation. Even seizing the opportunity to steal a kiss from the Wado Ikamanji, it indeed doesn't appear to be a place as charming as its name suggests. I wonder what creatures lurk in the shadows. There must be some fascinating monsters. Casting a side glance at the ostentatious cook, Zoro scoffed internally. TCH. What do you have to be proud of, you single dog? Isn't it merely a gift from Master Bawang? Compared to my sword spirit, Xiaowen, your reward pales in comparison. One day, I shall cultivate Xiaowen into an unparalleled sword maiden, and then I will flaunt my affection shamelessly in front of you. Driving you mad. Zoro and Sanji had long harbored mutual disdain, both subtly vying for Chu Ba Wang's favor, attempting to cling to his formidable support. Currently, as a disciple of Chu Ba Wang, Zoro held a slight advantage. Chu Ba Wang reclined in a beach chair and remarked, "If you intend to set foot on this island, exercise caution. Due to the perilous nature of the Grand Line, there is little communication between islands, each developing its own civilization. Some islands boast advanced societies, while others have remained stagnant for thousands of years, retaining their primitive, cannibalistic tendencies. This island, due to the chaotic climate of the Grand Line, still resembles the age of dinosaurs, teeming not only with fierce dinosaurs, but also with perilous large beasts." Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Dinosaur meat? I've never tasted dinosaur meat in my life. It must be delicious. It's settled then. Today's lunch will be dinosaur meat. Sanji. Zoro. The two exchanged dubious glances, wondering if Luffy had a fascination with food above all else, as he seemed to think of nothing else but eating. Usopp had just dragged Ikelim to the boys' dormitory hammock when he overheard Chu Ba Wang discussing the terrors of the ancient island, causing him to panic. "Everyone, I've come down with a disease that prevents me from setting foot on the island. Perhaps you should go to the little garden to gather resources while I patiently wait for you and Ikelim to return." The group, in perfect unison, turned their gaze towards Usopp, exclaiming, "Truly, Usopp, Usopp." I hadn't even finished my sentence. How did you all learn to answer so quickly? Luffy patted Usopp on the shoulder, saying, "Usopp, you should join us. After all, we need to replenish our supplies. We didn't manage to buy anything in the last town." The others rolled their eyes at this. "Last time at Whiskey Peak. Wasn't it because of your insatiable appetite that we nearly consumed all our rations? Otherwise, we wouldn't have had to go without food." Zoro pointed ahead and called out, "It seems there's a river ahead. We could steer the Mary into it for retreat in case of an emergency. However, Even if we encounter danger, there is truly nothing to fear. After all, the Mary carries the Pirate King Gold, Roger, and the formidable Chu Bawang. If worst comes to worst, we can just cling tightly to their support. Even if Chu Bawang's support isn't easily grasped, we can always cling to Roger's. After all, we hold the evidence of Roger's feminization. We witness that historical moment firsthand. As long as Roger isn't foolish, he certainly wouldn't dare to offend us. As the Mary advanced, the atmosphere of the ancient island grew increasingly damp and dim, with the moisture in the air becoming quite pungent. Strange creatures, animals, and unseen pathogens surrounded them. That plant appears peculiar. Even the encyclopedia has no record of it. Even Nami, typically carefree, felt a shiver of apprehension at that moment. Koya, too, clung to Chu Bawang's other arm, dividing him between them. How frightening. The atmosphere here is so bizarre. Daisuke instinctively sought the security of Chu Bawang, but upon noticing Nami and Koya's actions, she awkwardly stepped back, hesitatingly glancing around. Daisuke quietly moved to join Nami. Although she couldn't cling to Chu Bawang's golden thigh, the witch, Shaoqing, was also powerful. Following her would surely mean safety. Alas, the disparity between mother and daughter seemed rather vast. One is a human, and the other a little apple. Chu Bawang's mind wandered slightly. Seeing the women on the ship growing uneasy, the lovesick Sanji felt it was time to earn some favor from Chu Bawang. He promptly declared, "Don't worry. I will ensure everyone's safety, and judging by the current view, this is merely an ordinary forest. There's no need to panic." Before he could finish his statement, a large shadow loomed over him. A pterodactyl-like creature, boasting green wings and exceeding 10 meters in size, swooped down from above. Its gaping maw aiming for Sanji's head. At that moment, Sanji remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Zoro's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "Hey, perverted cook. Stop pretending and dodge." Even with the direct utilization of the flying sword and the Taoist character, it was already too late. The speed of that pterosaur-like monstrosity was astonishingly swift. What on earth is this creature? An ancient pterosaur, perhaps? Upon regaining his senses, Sanji was utterly astonished, clearly terrified. Staring at the gaping maw before him, he momentarily forgot to employ the wind god leg to counterattack. With a swift flick of his finger, Lord Chu directed the enchanted blade, 1,000 blades, which descended like a shooting star, instantly piercing through the chest of the pterosaur-like creature. A torrent of blood cascaded down, creating a thick, nauseating curtain of crimson, drenching the dazed Sanji and rendering him a soggy mess. It seems I have once again missed an opportunity to showcase my prowess. Originally intending to intervene and save the day, Roger gazed skyward in despair at a 45-degree angle. As a seasoned pretender, he was once more outshone by Lord Chu, snatching the kill from under his nose, which left him thoroughly disheartened. What a fool. Faced with danger, he couldn't even muster the will to resist. He need not worry about bringing shame to Lord Chu. Lord Chu cast a disapproving glance at Sanji and coldly remarked, "Return and transcribe the essence of Wind God Leg 1,000 times, to be submitted to Zoro for review before tonight. Master, leave this arduous task to me. I shall diligently oversee the lecherous cook's transcriptions, ensuring he completes every single one. No leniency for even a single word." Zoro chimed in, eager to impose punishment on the careless Sanji, his expression radiating a sense of schadenfreude, as if he had just won a lottery of 5 million. Sanji, head hung low and silent, clearly showed little interest. This time, I have truly embarrassed myself. How old am I? Yet I still have to face the punishment of copying homework. Despair. JPG. Taigu Island is indeed a remarkable place. During the voyage of the Mary, the crew even witnessed a tiger king, its size resembling that of an elephant, glaring hungrily at the bald-headed Luffy aboard the ship. Had it not been for the wide river, perhaps this tiger king would have leaped onto the Mary to feast upon Luffy. Whether Luffy would be devoured or the tiger king itself would become the prey is a thought-provoking dilemma. Curiously, as the tiger king circled the Mary, it suddenly collapsed, blood gushing forth. Boom. Its massive body crashed down, splattering blood everywhere. Usopp was utterly terrified. He watched in horror as the Jungle King, bloodied and without warning, fell to the ground. Trembling in fear, Usopp climbed atop Sanji's head and stammered, "What on earth is this place? Why did the Jungle King suddenly collapse in a shower of blood? Perhaps we should not land here. Let us wait near the island until our magnetic power is restored and leave quickly. What is there to fear? This is the adventure I yearn for the most." Luffy, sensing the thrill of adventure, let out a maniacal laugh, prompting Sanji to prepare a bento filled solely with meat. without a trace of vegetables, as they planned to cause a ruckus on Taigu Island. P.S. It's quite distressing. I've been censored, and this is a heavily edited version after much revision. Usual request for rewards and various data. In less than half an hour, Lu Zorong and Wang Luffy. This couple merrily made their way to Taigu Island, engaging in playful honeymoon games. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Ba Wang murmured, "Don't you think Zorong and Luffy have a striking resemblance to a married couple?" Roger, who was drinking, was so startled that he dropped his flask, feeling a chill run down his spine as memories of the fear induced by the transformation technique flooded back. He could only silently retort, "When it comes to matters involving others, you never partake, do you?" Hoping that Zorong and Luffy would be safe, Roger, Sanji, and Usopp exchanged glances, quietly praying. Even Roger had to admit that the transformation technique was exceedingly unsettling, one that even he struggled to endure. However, the thought of others potentially falling victim to the transformation brought him a sense of schadenfreude. He felt that should he encounter old friends, it would be necessary to play a trick on them as well, which would bring him a sense of balance. Such an enchanting transformation cannot be enjoyed solely by me. Roger, surely my old companions deserve to partake in this delightful experience as well. Nearby a bar on the enchanting island of St. Ambrose, a seemingly unremarkable elderly man, with white hair and the demeanor of a humble craftsman, languidly reclines on a beach chair, a refreshing fruit juice and exquisite spirits at his side. Upon the table lies a pair of spectacles for the elderly. Despite the radiant sunshine, he involuntarily shivers. Meanwhile, in the vast seas ruled by the 4 emperors of the New World, a giant with a crescent-shaped white beard, a formidable figure with a scar across his left eye and a mane of fiery red hair, and an elderly man from the Navy headquarters, soundly asleep in a conference room. All seem to sense an ominous turn of events, each shivering involuntarily, due to the arrival of another insatiable eater aboard. The provisions on the merry-go are depleting at an alarming rate. To stave off hunger, Sanji, Usopp, and Roger must venture deep into the ancient island in search of sustenance. Meanwhile, the idle conqueror, Chu Ba Wang, initiates today's lottery event. For reasons unknown. Ever since his tumultuous escapade in Rogue Town, he has discovered that the lottery resets precisely 100 times each day after midnight. What does this signify? It signifies that even in the early hours of the morning, there are countless individuals calling him Baba. In response, Chu Bawang feels a profound sense of satisfaction, occasionally revealing a benevolent smile reminiscent of a fatherly figure. There is no greater joy than that of a father. Children fortunate enough to have a father are akin to treasures. System Pup, I desire a lottery. Let us directly embark on 100 consecutive draws, certain to yield remarkable rewards. Ding. Acquired a flagship automatic massage chair X1. Ding. Acquired the complete collection of Jurassic Park films X1. Ding. Acquired the photo album of the Empress, Part 2, X1. Ding. Acquired the Soul Gem from the Marvel Cinematic Universe X1. Ding. Acquired Lao Gan Ma Chili Sauce X1. Ding. Acquired Level 40 Armament Hockey. Thus, today I have truly transitioned from rags to riches. Gazing at the Soul Gem in my hand, approximately 4 to 5 inches long, its surface smooth and radiating a brilliant orange glow, Chu Bawang fell into a deep silence. Could it be that this item is indeed the Soul Gem, obtained by the formidable purple sweet potato essence with immense effort? If this is true, the mighty Lord Chu is left to ponder whether he is gambling with his lifespan. Having acquired the Soul Gem, crafted from the essence of 6 singularities prior to the cosmic explosion, Lord Chu can only silently commend the system for its remarkable prowess. Soul Gem, orange, found on the planet Warmere. This gem grants the ability to extract an enemy's soul, possessing the power to steal, manipulate, or alter souls. Note, this legendary item is bound to its host and cannot be dropped or lost. This is indeed one of the most terrifying primordial forces in the Marvel Universe. The convergence of 6 Infinity Stones, wielded by the god-level powerhouse Thanos, possesses the formidable capability to obliterate half of the beings in the universe, showcasing its dreadfulness. When compared to Big Mom's Soul Fruit, the Soul Stone is akin to a small cow entering a bull pen, utterly astonishing. As for the Armament Hockey at level 40, it seems there has been a new breakthrough. This sensation could be deemed as a tenuous reach towards the pinnacle of Armament Hockey. With a mere thought, the dark, coiling Armament Hockey, akin to a black dragon, tightly envelopes his left arm. To the untrained eye, it might appear as though this arm is the legendary Chilan arm passed down for 18 years. Truth be told, the classification of the 3 types of hockey in the pirate world is rather ambiguous. Nevertheless, there are still certain benchmarks. The foremost in Conqueror's Haki is naturally the red-haired Shanks, while the foremost in Observation Haki is the battle god Katakuri, who excels in combat. In terms of expansive coverage, Enel stands supreme, as he is capable of enveloping an entire Sky Island with his Observation Haki, a feat not easily matched by ordinary individuals. Though these two have differing approaches to developing their Observation Haki, they both stand as exemplary figures in its practice. As for Armament Haki, Carp shines alone, with Mihawk following closely behind, and the debate surrounding their rankings is minimal. Excluding the monsters from Roger's era, these individuals serve as paragons of the three types of Haki, representing formidable strength that is both aspirational and elusive. If we were to categorize them into tiers, it could be delineated as beginner, intermediate, advanced, and top tier. Among these, the esteemed Carp has reached a level where his singular technique reigns supreme, compelling the Pirate King Roger into dire straits multiple times, leaving Roger's elite crew members battered and bruised. At level 40 of Armament Haki, while there remains a slight gap when compared to Carp, the difference is negligible. The Conqueror, content with today's gains, understands the necessity of maintaining an appropriate mindset regarding luck, especially as an unremarkable individual. Otherwise, he would have long succumbed to the frustrations brought upon by the system's antics. Initially, he held no lofty expectations regarding his fortune, finding satisfaction in merely acquiring some delectable treats. To his astonishment, a wave of popularity surged, culminating in a soul-stirring revelation: he procured a soul stone. Indeed, when misfortune strikes, even a sip of cool water can lead to woes. Yet when luck arrives, it is unstoppable. In customary fashion, he seeks rewards and various forms of support. Casually, he tosses aside the rewards, including the photo collection of the Empress, into the system space, leaving only the soul stone. With a mere thought, he retrieves a legendary item from the realm of online gaming, the dragon-shaped Panlong Ring. Legendary treasure Panlong Ring uncharged, unactivated upon equipping and activating the Panlong Ring. Each time damage is inflicted upon an enemy, an additional blessing buff is granted, significantly enhancing combat power with no stacking limit. Note: currently uncharged. Activation requires a legendary treasure for charging. The legendary treasure is bound and cannot be dropped or lost. This is an artifact that grows stronger with each challenge, possessing limitless potential, surpassing even the Super Saiyan bloodline in its sheer magnificence. A legendary treasure that touches upon the fundamental laws of the universe, yet acquiring it is no simple feat. The formidable Chu Ba Wang spent over half a year in pursuit, enduring at least tens of thousands of attempts, and in his possession rests the Dragon Ring, a true legendary treasure. Yet, it comes with its own set of usage restrictions. When Chu Ba Wang finally acquired the Dragon Ring, he was engulfed in frustration. The perpetual misfortune of a poor gambler weighs heavily. At the dragon mouth of the Dragon Ring lies a small indentation, designed to channel energy and activate its unique features. Just as Chu Ba Wang pondered how to fit the approximately 5-inch, about 13 centimeters, soul gem into the dragon mouth, the Dragon Ring astonishingly opened its dragon mouth on its own, swallowing the elongated gem whole. Chu Ba Wang. Good heavens, it truly lives up to its legendary status. The opening of the dragon mouth, seemingly no larger than a fingernail, has somehow created a vast space within. Legendary artifact. Dragon Ring, activated once equipped and activated. Every time damage is inflicted upon an enemy, a limited time additional blessing buff is granted, significantly enhancing combat power without a stacking limit. Note: the legendary artifact is bound to its owner, cannot be dropped or lost. As Chu Ba Wang slipped the Dragon Ring onto his left thumb, a wave of invigorating power coursed through his entire being. Even with his steady and confident demeanor, he felt an overwhelming urge to unleash a mighty punch to test its potency. However, considering that a full-force strike could potentially obliterate the entire pirate world, he restrained this somewhat reckless thought. To destroy the pirate world would likely lead to his own demise, given his current vitality. At present, aside from the impressive skills at my disposal, my attack power has already reached a stellar level. Achieving cosmic-level destructive power is merely a matter of seizing the right opportunity. With boundless stamina and the blessing buff from the Dragon Ring, shattering a fragment of the universe with a single punch is not a mere fantasy. This is the rhythm of the little cow performing a handstand, an audacious display indeed. As the illustrious and strikingly handsome Chu Ba Wang reflects upon his own unparalleled might, having already mastered an explosive level of combat prowess, he cannot help but feel a tinge of frustration. Here he is, engaging in the shameless act of overpowering the weak in the world of pirates, and he wonders when he might finally escape the confines of the novice village. Although it is undeniably gratifying to be the ultimate boss stymieing the newcomers, he muses whether this behavior might adversely affect the gaming experience of others. Even while entrenched in the novice village, he remains considerate of the player's enjoyment. A benevolent and handsome demon king like himself is indeed a rarity. Upon gazing into the mirror, Chu Ba Wang was nearly overwhelmed by his own striking appearance. Yet, upon further contemplation, he realized that it is the readers who generously support the wild authors that truly embody the essence of charm. In an instant, his pride was tempered. While he may possess great allure, he recognizes that he pales in comparison to those dashing supporters of the authors. To hasten his conquest of the myriad realms, it seems imperative to motivate Zoro in his swordsmanship training. Only by propelling him towards becoming the world's foremost swordsman can he secure the system's rewards. System task: cultivate a world-renowned swordsman. Task reward: acquire 3 fragments of any teleportation portal and 10 chances for a lottery draw. He is indifferent to the other rewards, but is resolute in obtaining the 3 fragments of the teleportation portal. With his mood settling, Chu Ba Wang's gaze fell upon the complete collection of Jurassic Park films. Ever the enthusiast for technological rewards in modern society, he readily accepts whatever comes his way. While the impact may not be monumental, the joy is undeniably tangible. Since he is on a honeymoon with the adorable Koya, arranging a movie night is a must. However, he contemplates whether watching Jurassic Park with his wife might be somewhat opportunistic. Yet, considering that he and Koya have long since settled into the familiarity of marriage, it surely cannot be deemed as taking advantage. As for Nami and Dasky, if they were to seek solace in his embrace out of fear, he would reluctantly accept this circumstance. The narrative of Jurassic Park is straightforward. A group of genetic scientists extract dinosaur DNA from ancient mosquitoes preserved in amber, resurrecting the colossal creatures that had been extinct for 65 million years, transforming the island into a dinosaur paradise known as Jurassic Park. However, due to employee negligence, chaos ensued, leading to the dinosaurs escaping their confines. The humans on the island fled in panic, yet many met their demise. The dinosaurs turned against one another, and amidst the carnage, only a scant few survived, with merely 4 escaping the horror. Until the release of the classic film Titanic in 1997, Jurassic Park held the record for the highest box office returns. The film boasts a tightly woven plot and masterfully crafted atmosphere. This experience is akin to the thrill of watching a horror film, serving as one of the 3 essential tools for a young man to woo the fairer sex and deepen their bond. After the Straw Hat crew departed, the formidable Chu overlord found himself nestled in the boudoir of the enchanting Shao Qing, indulging in an uninterrupted 2-hour viewing of Jurassic Park. As anticipated, apart from Shao Qing, the remaining 3 ladies were utterly petrified by the film's ultimate antagonist, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, clinging to the Chu overlord in sheer terror, much like an unremovable adhesive plaster. The overall cinematic experience was delightful, albeit slightly taxing on one's vitality. Managing to accompany 3 lovely ladies for a movie is indeed a feat not easily accomplished by the average person. This is the ultimate viewing experience of the overlord of Chu. During the official screening of Jurassic Park using a projector, all the ladies were left in utter astonishment. In response, the overlord remarked that this was merely a fundamental expectation, nothing extraordinary. Wasn't it just about mesmerizing the ladies? This was indeed a trivial matter. Simultaneously, to ensure a delightful cinematic experience, the overlord produced a long-prepared gourmet feast. He was eager to indulge in street food delicacies such as clay pot noodles, octopus balls, charcoal grilled lamb chops, crispy fried chicken, and fragrant braised beef. 30 other delectable dishes omitted. Within mere minutes, the table was adorned with an array of street food delights. Dasiki, with a gluttonous expression, exclaimed, "Why did you bring out so much food, my lord? Won't it go to waste if we can't finish it?" The overlord rolled his eyes, gesturing dismissively at the ladies. Waste? With 4 ravenous creatures present, that is hardly a concern. Had it not been for Nami and Koya being utterly captivated by Jurassic Park, the overlord might have shown his displeasure. However, the 2 ladies were now completely engrossed in the terrifying ambience of the film, even overlooking the tempting spread before them. Strangely, despite being nearly frightened into the overlord's embrace by the movie, the mother and daughter duo could not suppress their curiosity about the plot's next twist. Caught between fear and the desire to watch more, Dasiki urged, "Don't just watch me eat, join me." Embarrassed by Dasiki's intense gaze, the overlord offered her a chicken leg. Dasiki thought, "How could I dare eat alongside you without your invitation?" and eagerly took her seat. Delicious. The sheer enjoyment on her face revealed that she had become a slave to the culinary delights. Come, Koya, try the spicy pig trotters. They are rich in collagen and excellent for your beauty. Shaching, you should try some oysters. They are a man's fuel station and a woman's beauty salon. Little thief cat. Have some papaya. It's great for enhancing your figure. Just as those words were about to escape his lips, the overlord sensed something amiss and quickly corrected himself. Never mind, you probably have no need for papaya. It's better for Koya, your mother, to indulge instead. Little thief cat Nami's current stature was beyond what one hand could encompass. She certainly had no need for papaya. It was Koya who truly needed to nourish herself. Koya sighed softly, saying, Overlord, I understand your cunning nature and that you dislike conventional matters, but I never expected you to refrain from speaking altogether. How little I know you. The overlord I once knew would never disdain my figure. I truly misplaced my affections. The overlord thought, that stings. Koya, your tone is reminiscent of a forsaken maiden, giving me the illusion of being a scoundrel. In contrast to the mother and daughter engrossed in the film, Xiaoqing's gaze was fixated on the dragon ring adorning the overlord's left thumb. Wearing the ring on the left thumb symbolizes dominance and confidence, although she had yet to fully inherit the bloodline memories of the Azure Bull Python. Xiaoqing was now as formidable as any of the 4 emperors. It could be said that, aside from elemental natural devil fruit users, she could outmatch anyone in the pirate world and dominate all sea kings in the Calm Belt. Yet, Xiaoqing was startled to discover that even her resilient and tenacious soul trembled in the presence of the dragon ring. As her consciousness settled upon the orange gem, an overwhelming force seemed to draw her very soul inward, leaving her mind in a hazy stupor. It was unfathomable to imagine the spectacle that would unfold were it wielded in combat. Was this the true power of the master? Merely a decorative dragon ring nearly rendered me senseless. Thank goodness I was not arrogant enough to believe I could conquer the world when I took form. Otherwise, my grave would be overgrown by 3 zhang of grass. Xiaoqing secretly chuckled. Your father remains your father. A casual display of his prowess can astonish you for an entire year. What is so captivating about this film? Aren't they just little dinosaurs bouncing around? She mused that the food was far more delectable, while the mother and daughter duo fell deeper into their cinematic reverie. Desiki opened her rosy lips and devoured the food with wild abandon. With each spoonful, she hardly swallowed before another was thrust into her mouth. In and out, until her petite mouth was stuffed like a hamster with acorns, looking utterly adorable. However, Desiki soon validated the truth of the delicious law. Having scoffed at Jurassic Park just moments before, she now found herself completely immersed in the tension of the film. As the ultimate boss, the Tyrannosaurus Rex opened its gaping maw, it was as though the deep-seated terror within her was awakened. Koya, Nami, and Desiki were all utterly transfixed by the terrifying scene, clinging to the overlord as if he were their lifeline. As the tower screening of Jurassic Park concluded, Koya and the others remained ensnared in an atmosphere of suspense and fear, unable to extricate themselves. The first viewing of Jurassic Park often leaves an aftereffect, a novelty of curiosity, a surge of adrenaline, and the shock of encountering ancient dinosaurs, all of which rendered the 3 ladies momentarily speechless. As for Xiaoqing's film experience, within her inherited memories, even the colossal, bloodthirsty Tyrannosaurus Rex was merely a larger-than-life snack. Thus, it was nothing but a chaotic battle of delightful treats. Savoring the sensations coursing through his body, the overlord sighed, reflecting. The disparity between wealth and poverty is indeed extraordinary. A contemplative expression crossed his face as related images flickered in his mind. Koya was. Desiki was. Nami was. Why? Xiaoqing was. The gap between riches and the less fortunate is truly remarkable. Savor it. Ponder it. Rising to his feet, the formidable Chu Ba Wang nonchalantly picked a toothpick to clean his teeth, a look of satisfaction adorning his face. Having savored the cinematic experience and indulged in delectable cuisine, he deemed it an opportune moment to embark on an adventure. His curiosity piqued by dinosaurs, he mused that should he encounter a particularly appealing specimen, he might just tame it as a steed. Coincidentally, as they traversed the ancient isle of the dinosaur era, he inquired if anyone shared his desire to domesticate a prehistoric Tyrannosaurus as a mount. Kaya's expression shifted, revealing sheer terror. Surely not, sir. Just witnessing the T-Rex in the film was enough to send chills down my spine. You cannot possibly want to capture one as a steed. Desiki, bemused, suspected that Chu Ba Wang had spent too much time in the company of Luffy, leading to a temporary lapse in sanity. Indeed, as grandmother had warned, folly can be contagious. It seemed prudent to maintain a distance from the simple-minded Luffy henceforth. Yet, The notion of capturing Rex as a mount intrigued Nami, the audacious little thief who had never shied away from a challenge. Setting aside the enigma that was Chu Ba Wang, her prowess was unmatched aboard the Mary, even surpassing the formidable duo of Luffy and Zoro, who together would find themselves no match for her fists. Noting the apparent disinterest of her companions in the idea of capturing Rex, Chu Ba Wang felt slightly disheartened, but resolved to delve deeper into the thicket with Nami, leaving Xiaoqing to safeguard Koya and Doseki aboard the ship. By sheer coincidence, Akin, who had recently awakened from an overindulgence in stretching pills, returned to consciousness. Chu Ba Wang, believing that shared joy is the greater joy, decided to bring Akin along on the quest to capture Rex. Akin, initially bewildered, contemplated a refusal, but was swayed by a glance at Chu Ba Wang's bulging biceps. One could not deny that the pirate world was indeed a realm ripe for adventure. Perhaps this island was steeped in the Cretaceous period, while the previous one had echoed the primal era of savagery, and the next might plunge them into the eternally frozen Cambrian epoch. In summary, the chaotic climate of the Grand Line allowed for the extraordinary to manifest, making it a perfect locale for exploration, where one could encounter an array of bizarre landscapes. Mr. Ba Wang, are you truly certain you wish to capture Rex as a mount? Is such an endeavor not perilously reckless? Akin's face bore a bittersweet smile, his heart racing with trepidation. How did the mind of this extraordinary individual come to be? It is quite fantastical to even consider taming a ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex. Is there no fear of being devoured as a mere morsel? Do not inquire, for even if you do, I shan't divulge. However, should you desire an ancient dinosaur, I could present you with a rather unsightly one as a steed. As for those of more handsome appearance, they shall be reserved for me. Well, you are indeed the master, so your word is law. In any case, I dare not question your motives, nor express my bewilderment at your obsession with capturing a dinosaur as a mount. Is it merely for show? That seems unlikely. Not long after embarking, having just ventured into the depths of the primeval island, it was indeed astonishing that Chu Bawang encountered an ancient dinosaur. It was a Triceratops, a herbivorous dinosaur belonging to the Ceratopsia clade, characterized by its formidable, blade-like horns atop its head, serving as excellent defensive weapons. Triceratops often falls prey to the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yet once pierced by its sharp horns, even the robust Rex finds itself in discomfort. Though this seemingly clumsy Triceratops appeared robust, its speed was surprisingly swift, giving the impression of facing heavily armored cavalry. However, the most significant aspect lay before this Triceratops, where a green-haired swordsman stood, brimming with combat spirit, confronting it. The swordsman, emanating pure sword intent, had 4 sharp blades strapped to his waist. Zoro had yet to notice that Chu Bawang was in close proximity. His gaze, as sharp as a blade, fixated intently on the 3 horns atop the Triceratops's head. With a grave expression, he unsheathed his sword and declared, "Ah, so you too are a master of the 3-sword style? If so, do you dare to engage me in battle?" The adorably clumsy Triceratops, upon noticing the mere human before it, scoffed at the audacity of being disturbed during its meal. With a fiery temper, it resolved to confront him. How dare one interrupt its dining? Today, it would teach this insolent human a lesson about disrespect. The Triceratops began to stomp the ground heavily, its fierce golden eyes locking onto Zoro's torso. Wait a moment, is that not Zoro? Was he not adventuring alongside Luffy? Why is he here? Could it be that he has lost his way yet again? Clinging to Chu Bawang's arm, Nami timidly leaned forward, fearing that, like in a movie, a swift raptor might suddenly appear and nibble at her head. Though her murmurs were soft, they reached Zoro's ears with startling clarity, delivering a significant blow to his morale. Zoro's motion to draw his sword faltered momentarily, and his expression became somewhat unnatural. Ah, my friend, how it stings. In truth, even he could not fathom how he had become separated from Luffy. They had begun their journey side by side, yet somewhere along the way, he had simply vanished. Is it possible? Is this the true meaning behind the lyrics sung by Miss Zhuang Xinyan? Some people, as they walk, eventually drift apart? A splendid opportunity indeed. The Na'vi and somewhat clumsy Triceratops, noticing its opponent distracted, would not let this prime moment slip away and charged towards Zoro's lungs with fervor. Young one, remember in your next incarnation, it is ill-mannered to interrupt others during their meals. Allow me, the esteemed Triceratops, to demonstrate what it means to butt you in the lungs. With a furious rush, the Triceratops charged at Zoro like a fierce cavalry unit. Do not be deceived by its bulky frame. Its speed and attack is far from sluggish. My goodness, this is a blatant ambush, devoid of any sense of a swordsman's honor. Zoro, who had intended to engage the Triceratops in close combat, inadvertently revealed a fatal flaw due to a moment's distraction. Attempting to evade was now futile. Observing the impending collision of the Triceratops with Zoro's lungs, Chu Bawang could no longer hold back. The prodigious talent he had painstakingly discovered for the sword path was meant to be a gift for the bald-headed Luffy's delicate flower. How could he allow a beast to wreak havoc? With a resounding clap, Chu Bawang struck the Triceratops, his hand, resembling a fearsome black dragon, smacked the dim-witted creature on the head. A thunderous sound echoed as the seemingly foolish Triceratops was sent spiraling like a spinning top, eyes closed, flying out of sight. The force of that slap was not yet exhausted. Inertia propelled the massive body of the Triceratops, crashing through hundreds of towering ancient trees until it finally succumbed, foam emerging from its mouth as it collapsed to the ground. Were it able to speak, it would undoubtedly express strong disdain for Chu Bawang's underhanded tactics. How disgraceful to resort to ambush. Goodness, did a large black rat just zoom by? At the moment the Triceratops was sent flying, Akin was utterly stunned. What in the world is this extraordinary power? With just a single slap, he sent a Triceratops weighing nearly 10 tons flying over 100 meters. Surely, he must have been raised on fodder. Even a beast wouldn't exhibit such ferocity. However, the astonishment in Akin's eyes soon transformed into delight. Once again, he witnessed the terrifying extent of Chu Bawang's martial prowess. If only he could persuade Chu Bawang to become a guardian deity of the nation in Alabasta, there would undoubtedly be a chance to thwart Crocodile's nefarious plans for usurpation. Even if they were not a match for Crocodile, it would certainly enhance their odds of victory, fulfilling the trust bestowed upon him by His Majesty Cobra and his esteemed colleagues. Yet, the mere thought of how to entice Chu Bawang onto this treacherous path made Akin furrow his brow in deep contemplation. It was evident that money and power held no allure for Chu Bawang. Such a man possesses an inherently carefree and unrestrained nature, with the only thing seemingly capable of evoking lingering affection being the presence of a confidant. Alas, how delightful it would be to confer with Princess Vivi at this juncture. Yet I fear I might inadvertently involve her in peril. Should her identity be compromised, it is likely that no one could rescue Alabasta from its imminent doom. Akin sighed heavily, having learned from the likes of Nosebleed Guy, Mr. 3, that he was the sole individual currently exposed, while Princess Vivi's undercover status remained largely concealed. It was precisely due to the urgency to unearth the traitor that Crocodile had dispatched no less than 4 elite agents to pursue him, intent on uncovering the identities of other infiltrators. Were it not for his own cautiousness, having prepared a small sailing vessel in advance within a secluded jungle, he would have long since met his demise. Gazing at the Triceratops that was sent flying by the formidable Chu, Zoro maintained an outward calm, though inwardly he was in a state of turmoil. He had nearly fallen victim to a clumsy Triceratops due to his distraction caused by the sudden appearance of his comrades. This time, it truly is a significant embarrassment. Zoro, what on earth is going on with you? You were so careless that you nearly met your end at the hands of a foolish Triceratops. Had it not been for Father S' timely intervention, your lungs would have been pierced through. Nami, disregarding her composure, delivered a resounding slap to Zoro, genuinely frightened moments before. He was merely half a meter away from being countered by the Triceratops. How dare you strike me? Zoro felt a mix of anger and helplessness as he witnessed Nami, the villain, playing the victim. If it weren't for the 3 of you suddenly appearing and distracting me, I wouldn't have been caught off guard by a Triceratops. With a comically swollen bump on his head, Zoro felt quite wronged. Yet understanding Nami's concern for her safety, he could only acquiesce. Zoro, your performance this time has greatly disappointed me. The words of the formidable Chu Ba Wang were as calm as a still pond, devoid of any visible emotion, yet they sent a chill down Zoro's spine. Acknowledging his mistake, Zoro admitted that his moment of carelessness nearly allowed that beast to exploit his weakness. He held deep respect for Chu Ba Wang, who was both a mentor and a friend. Though Chu Ba Wang often appeared jovial and carefree, frequently engaging in playful antics, he never faltered in crucial moments, earning Zoro's utmost admiration. Upon your return, copy the various swordsmanship techniques I have imparted to you 50 times and submit them to Sanji for review. Furthermore, double your daily training regimen. No meals will be permitted unless training is completed. Do you understand? Chu Ba Wang intentionally maintained a stern demeanor, hoping Zoro would grasp the depth of his concern. If he had drawn a teaching card or something similar, he would not have hesitated to assist Zoro in enhancing his training. Unfortunately, his luck was quite poor. While I have opened the door to a new world for you, the height you reach ultimately depends on your own talent and diligence. After all, not everyone is as fortunate as I. Zoro understood and took his mentor's teachings to heart. He bowed respectfully, realizing that he had been enjoying a rather smooth journey of late. Ever since he dealt with Arlong's crew in Cocoa Village, he had not encountered any substantial battles. The pressure he felt was almost negligible, and even his sword had dulled considerably. Chu Ba Wang's timely admonition made Zoro aware that he had indeed been lax in his training. To become the world's greatest swordsman, he must exert himself even more. That slacker Roger has been idling about. It is time to bring him back to put him to good use. Chu Ba Wang deliberately pointed Zoro towards a clear path, further persuading him. His current strength has yet to recover to its peak. You, Luffy, and Sanji can use him as a sharpening stone. Wouldn't it be delightful to give the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger, a thorough beating each day? Zoro felt a wave of embarrassment. To compare the Pirate King to a mere tool is indeed a unique feat of Chu Ba Wang. Yet, Zoro found himself at a loss for any rebuttal against Chu Ba Wang's argument. P.S. The readers are all exceptionally handsome. The author humbly requests support in various forms, utilizing the power of the soul gem to alter memories. Chu Ba Wang placed his hand on the forehead of the dazed Triceratops. For the unconscious dinosaur, memory alteration posed no challenge, and Chu Ba Wang successfully tamed his first dinosaur mount. When the Triceratops awoke, it gazed up at him with the innocence of a playful kitten or puppy, eager to nuzzle against Chu Ba Wang's palm. Both Zoro and Nami were left in shock. What kind of bizarre operation was this? Could it be that this dinosaur was a masochist? Despite having been beaten to a pulp, it displayed such a submissive demeanor toward father, master. Initially intending to ride the Triceratops himself, Chu Ba Wang ultimately decided to gift it to the injured Icolum, as its comical appearance was simply too silly to resist. The countenance of this individual and the dragon appears rather compatible, both exuding an air of simplicity, forming a delightful duo of joviality. Gratitude is owed to the esteemed Ba Wang for the generous offering of an ancient Triceratops. What a magnanimous gesture! Under the eager gazes of Chu Ba Wang and the others, Icolum found himself seated upon the back of the Triceratops, caught in a moment of both anticipation and despair. What is this situation? Just when he was ready to flee from the relentless pursuit of the Baroque work society, he suddenly found himself engaging in a whimsical game of riding dinosaurs. Life, it seems, is truly full of unexpected twists. Come on, you big fool. Move a little. Even a few steps or a couple of laps would suffice. Under the command of the formidable Chu Wang, the clumsy Triceratops began to trot around the forest, its massive weight causing the ground to tremble beneath it. How does it feel? Riding an ancient dinosaur must be quite impressive, right? Nami inquired with eager anticipation. Not really, Icolum replied with a glum expression. At first, it felt a bit uncomfortable, but now it has improved considerably. Zoro's eyes lit up with envy. Mr. Icolum, does that mean you've adapted? You could say that, as the jolting has rendered me unable to feel my backside. Zoro. Nami. After subduing the enormous Triceratops, Chu Wang and his companions encountered a Stegosaurus, the size of a bus, and a sneaky velociraptor intent on stealing dinosaur eggs. To save time, Chu Wang swiftly incapacitated the dinosaurs with a decisive slap and used the soul gem to alter their memories, making them recognize him as their master. Master, this dinosaur can't possibly. Zoro, clearly smitten by the sword-laden Stegosaurus, gazed at Chu Wang like a child awaiting a sweet treat. With a wave of his hand, Chu Wang encouraged Zoro to hop aboard, his face alight with joy. Father, this dinosaur looks so fierce. Is it the velociraptor that achieved a legendary 5-kill streak in Jurassic Park? The velociraptor, also known as the Agile Thief, is one of the most well-known dinosaurs, affectionately referred to as Swift Brother by enthusiasts. Known for its cunning and ferocity, it even accomplished feats that left the Tyrannosaurus Rex in the dust, making quite an impression. Chu Wang was wholly focused on finding a suitable saddle from the system space and did not respond to Nami's question. Remarkably, despite not drawing many combat-enhancing treasures, the fortunate Chu Wang had accumulated a plethora of miscellaneous prizes, including several exquisite saddles for riding dinosaurs. Dinosaur Saddle. This item, derived from the game arc, Survival Evolved, can generate various dinosaur saddles for convenient riding. When Icolum witnessed Chu Wang produce 2 lavish dinosaur saddles as if by magic, his expression darkened instantly. There is truly no basic trust left between people. Ikelam gazed despairingly at the sky. Why didn't he bring out such treasures sooner? He suspected that Chu Bawang was deliberately toying with him. In truth, Chu Bawang was indeed enjoying his mischief. The suffering of others was a source of amusement for him. Sometimes, a man's joy can be surprisingly mundane and dull. Ikelam had intended to inquire if Chu Bawang had any more stock, but reconsidered, given his already numb and desensitized backside, and abandoned the thought. Chu Bawang leaped onto the back of the swift brother, extending his hand toward Nami. Come here, darling, sit tight, and don't move about. Today, Father will let you experience the joy of being a dragon knight. Nami obediently nodded, stepping onto the saddle and gracefully landing in Chu Bawang's embrace. With one hand gently holding the little thief Nami, and the other grasping the velociraptor's reins, Chu Bawang turned back to Zoro and Ikelam with a hearty laugh. Zoro, Ikelam, would either of you be interested in a dragon riding competition? If you win, there's a little reward in store. As long as you're happy, great master. I have no objections. Ikelam, with a forlorn expression, clearly lacked any enthusiasm for the competition. His nation was on the brink of survival, and he had no mind for a frivolous contest with the carefree Chu Bawang. Moreover, he was riding the clumsy Triceratops. There's a saying, one need not fear a godlike opponent, but rather a pig-like teammate. At this moment, Ikelam finally grasped the profound meaning behind those words. How to compete? Zoro mounted the Stegosaurus, brimming with eagerness. Apart from swords and alcohol, he had little interest in other rewards. Wait. Zoro suddenly recalled a prize that genuinely piqued his interest, one that he felt quite embarrassed about. Ahem. Zoro awkwardly cleared his throat. Gazing at Chu Bawang with hopeful eyes, Master, if I win this dragon riding competition, could you perhaps spare me from writing assignments? I aspire to be the world's greatest swordsman, and being made to write assignments would be utterly humiliating. P.S. Please support, reward, and provide various metrics. The author is deeply grateful. Master, I truly do not wish to write assignments. Zoro looked earnestly at Chu Bawang, clearly aggrieved over being punished with 50 repetitions of various sword techniques to be submitted to Sanji for review. To be honest, while Zoro is not illiterate compared to Sanji, who hails from the prestigious Vinsmoke family in the North Sea, he could be considered a budding slacker in his quest to give his sword techniques cool and flashy names. He had already exhausted many brain cells. Recently, when Sanji was punished by Chu Bawang to transcribe the wind god leg technique, Zoro felt a bit of schadenfreude. Little did he know that fate wouldn't spare him either from the curse of written assignments. Fortunately, Sanji was still unaware that he too had been called out. Otherwise, he would surely laugh so much in his sleep that he would blossom like a flower. He believed he could endure a bit longer to avoid writing assignments. Zoro was determined. Chu Bawang pondered for a moment, seemingly agreeing with Zoro's reasoning. After all, as the future world's greatest swordsman, it wouldn't reflect well if word got out that he was punished with assignments. Master, please. Zoro, lacking in pride, implored from the heart. This matter pertains to his lifelong reputation. If it spread, he would be utterly humiliated before the world. In the world of martial arts, maintaining one's face is of utmost importance. If the world were to learn of his embarrassing punishment of rewriting assignments, Zoro felt he might as well find a block of tofu and end it all. Chu Ba Wang maintained a serious demeanor, appearing deep in thought. Zoro, frantic, resembled an ant on a hot pan, spinning in circles. Finally, Chu Ba Wang sighed deeply, as though he had made an incredibly difficult decision. Very well, since you insist, Zoro, and express your unwillingness to write your assignments, I shall reluctantly grant you this concession. If you win this competition, I will allow you to skip one round of copying the swordsmanship manual. Zoro, Nami, Ikelam, is that it? We thought you were contemplating some monumental issue, and after all this time, you merely offered Zoro a chance to skip a single assignment? Relief? What a joke. Well, a single round less is still something. After all, I cannot guarantee when I will finally complete these assignments. When it comes to sparring with Zoro, he would not hesitate. However, the prospect of making him write assignments was a different matter entirely. This was a blatant attempt to put me, Fat Tiger, in a bind. Yet, the thought of Sanji also having to share this punishment of rewriting assignments brought a sense of balance to Zoro's heart. The rules of the competition were straightforward. Nami and I would team up, while Zoro and Ikelam would form their own team. And we would race to find the headstrong duo of Roger and Luffy. If Zoro won, he could skip a round of copying the swordsmanship manual. If Ikelam emerged victorious, he would receive a mysterious prize. Should I win, then you would. Zoro and Ikelim nodded in agreement with Chu Bawang's proposal. Even the penalties for failure fell within their expectations. Here was the starting line. If you are ready, then the inaugural dragon riding competition is officially underway. Nami, you shall announce the commencement of the contest. Nami made an okay gesture, indicating she had fastened her seatbelt and was ready for takeoff. Chu Ba Wang produced a speaker and played the exhilarating music of Daisiahu to set the mood. After all, it was the first dragon riding competition. A sense of ceremony was essential. The theme of Daisiahu as the opening piece could not have been more fitting. As the vibrant music of Daisiahu filled the air, Zoro felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through him. To his astonishment, he found himself unable to resist the urge to move his body to the rhythm. Even the sword dragon beneath him seemed eager to spring into action. What kind of music was this? It was so captivating that it demanded to be played on repeat. Ikelim glanced down at his silly triceratops and felt an overwhelming sense of dread. His instincts told him that this triceratops had its own ambitions. It likely wished to charge towards the title of Autumn Mountain's deity. The sheer absurdity of such a thought was overwhelming. Ikelim could not help but gasp in shock, his mind thoroughly shaken. 3, 2, 1 fire. With Nami's command, the inaugural dragon riding competition officially began. The seasoned rider of Daisiahu was ready to launch. Passengers, please fasten your seatbelts. Chu Ba Wang and the cunning Nami surged ahead, swiftly creating a distance of over 100 meters. Amidst the pulsating beats of Daisiahu, the raptor Sungu air burst forth as if invigorated by a surge of energy. With resounding cries, it shot past the starting line. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The speed of the raptor Sungu air was akin to that of a centipede, swiftly pulling away by over 100 meters. The disparity was staggering. Zoro and Ikelim found themselves unable to even claim the status of mere dust in their wake. No worries. Let Master take a 500-meter lead. What does it matter? The grand prize of the inaugural dragon riding competition shall be mine. Zoro maintained his calm composure as he guided the sword dragon deep into the forest. Unlike conventional races, the primary objective of this dragon riding competition was to locate the foolish duo of Roger and Luffy. Luck played a significant role, despite his terrible sense of direction. Zoro believed his luck had always favored him, thus he was determined to claim victory. In the meantime, only the silly Triceratops and Ikelim remained, exchanging bewildered glances. Triceratops, if you're not incapacitated, would you mind taking a few steps? After all, it was the first dragon riding competition. Although Ikelim did not harbor high hopes for victory, he also did not wish to suffer a humiliating defeat. The silly Triceratops, utterly confused, took its sweet time grazing on tender grass. Ikelim looked to the sky. Despair etched on his face. What sin did I commit in my past life to encounter the likes of Chu Ba Wang? This is truly a test of my mental fortitude. Deep within the jungle of the ancient island, it appeared dark and serene, as if no creature had ever been born there. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern pairs of sharp, bloodthirsty eyes lurking in the shadows, accompanied by the distant sound of some beast's mournful howls. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the darkness. A raptor, Sungu air, collided violently with a coconut tree as if it had consumed some dubious liquor. Thud, thud, thud. Golden coconuts fell from the tree, poised to strike the raptor's small head, but a pair of large hands appeared from nowhere, deftly catching the coconuts. Here, darling, enjoy some coconut juice. With a swift motion, Chu Ba Wang split the golden coconut in half and handed one half to the crafty Nami nestled in his arms. As he spoke, he affectionately patted the raptor's head, signaling it had performed admirably. Dazed from the collision with the coconut tree, the raptor was adorned with a crown of dizzy stars. Were it able to speak, it would surely chastise Chu Ba Wang for his lack of loyalty, taking the very coconut that fell from its own collision to impress a lady while neglecting its greatest benefactor by not even offering a sip of refreshing coconut juice. What a stroke of misfortune this is. The illustrious Sungur has found himself an utterly unreliable master today. Slurp. How delightful. Truly, it is a gift from nature. Far fresher than the coconut juice sold in fruit shops. A multitude of bizarre birds, concealed deep within the dense forest, fluttered in panic, fleeing from the hunting ground, causing the earth to tremble and rumble as if an earthquake had struck. Towering ancient trees, whose names are lost to time, were severed in half, their fragments scattering wildly. Even the ferocious raptor beneath the formidable Chu Ba Wang wore an expression of sheer terror, seemingly engulfed in overwhelming fear. Had it not been for Chu Ba Wang's lack of orders, the cunning Sunguo would have long since bolted, bidding a hasty goodbye. The terrifying figure emitted a bizarre cackle, gradually encroaching upon Chu Ba Wang's hiding place. leaving Sun Guo in a state of frantic indecision, resembling a frightened dog. With Sun Guo's limited intellect, he could not fathom why Chu Ba Wang and Nami exhibited not a trace of fear in the face of the true predator standing atop the pyramid of the ancient island. Abababa, I am the mightiest warrior of Elbaf village, the red demon Baratie. Adventurers of the high seas, do you have any drink to share? The colossal figure once more erupted into a strange laugh, swirling through the forest like a tempest. The newcomer donned enormous boots, a helmet adorned with two massive horns. Nostrils so wide they could accommodate a raptor, a deep blue cloak draped over his shoulders, and at his waist, an axe the size of a towering tree, accompanied by a matching round shield. This was none other than the apex predator of the ancient island, Red Demon Baratie. A century ago, in an era before inflation, his bounty had already soared to an astonishing 100 million berries. Is this a giant? Upon recognizing the towering figure before her, the cunning Nami could not suppress a gasp. Sun Guo stood agape, his mouth wide enough to fit a dinosaur egg. Fear not, for father is here, Chu Bawang reassured, patting Nami's shoulder, a charming smile gracing his lips. She inhaled deeply, her remaining tension dissipating completely. Even the whale-sized Labo had been tossed aside like a bowling ball by Chu Bawang, rendering the giant before them somewhat less intimidating. After all, it was merely a larger bowling ball. What was there to fear? Abababa. How intriguing. You two humans are quite amusing, showing no fear of me. Oh, so your name is Bawang? Might I trouble you for a drink? The giant Baratie, somewhat oblivious, was eager to find some liquor before the impending battle, neglecting the strange fact that he knew Chu Bawang's true name. Indeed, we do have some, but I advise you to divert your attention from drinking for now. Chu Bawang gestured towards Baratie's rear, gazing at the slow-witted giant with exasperation. Confused, Baratie scratched his head and turned to look behind him. A Tyrannosaurus, the size of a small mountain, had opened its massive jaws and was fiercely clamped onto his broad shoulder. Unfortunately for Baratie, his robust physique was too tough, and even the raptor's sharp teeth could not penetrate his flesh. It was only then that Baratie grasped Chu Bawang's implication, his face tinged with embarrassment. Just a moment ago, he had boasted of being the mightiest of giants, only to be ambushed from behind by a dinosaur. The sting of the slap is truly excruciating. Enraged, Baratie brandished his gilded axe and struck fiercely at the crown of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The elegance of this axe is unpretentious yet profound. Even in his prime, Zoro might struggle to emerge unscathed, let alone this colossal Tyrannosaurus. With a swift motion, the axe sliced through the chaos. A cold smirk adorned Baratie's face as he foresaw the grim fate awaiting the dinosaur. He thought to himself, how dare you, a mere Tyrannosaurus, bring me disgrace? Do you truly believe you can survive this? Impossible. However, in the next moment, the smile on the crimson-faced Baratie froze. A hand, seemingly disproportionate to the gilded axe, intercepted his lethal strike. That pale hand was remarkably powerful, effortlessly gripping the golden axe as if it were a mere toy. Instinctively, Baratie summoned the might of his giant lineage, attempting to break free from the grip of that pale hand. Yet, the slender figure unleashed an even more unparalleled strength, leaving the gilded axe suspended in the air, not budging even an inch. Baratie, in astonishment, realized that even with his giant's formidable power, he was at a disadvantage in this battle of strength against the conqueror. What? Who are you, tyrant? How is it that even my giant strength cannot overcome you? Beads of perspiration began to form on Baratie's forehead, his face a portrait of shock. He was acutely aware of his own prowess. A century ago, he commanded a bounty of 100 million berries, which, adjusted for today's inflation, would easily amount to 1 billion berries at the very least. Over the course of the past century, Baratie engaged in a relentless rivalry with his arch-nemesis, the fearsome Eastern Oni, culminating in a staggering 467 battles, all of which ended in a stalemate. Although his stamina was considerably depleted, his mastery and finesse in the application of techniques and strength had only deepened. Yet, Baratie could never have anticipated that despite harnessing the unique prowess of the giant race, immense strength, he remained no match for the formidable Chu Bawang. I am merely a passing traveler, Chu Bawang declared, standing triumphantly atop the head of a ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This creature and I share a bond. Might I implore you to grant it a reprieve? Baratie, momentarily enlightened, sheathed his gilded axe. While I can acquiesce, be forewarned that this Tyrannosaurus is inherently savage and may very well repay kindness with malice. Exercise caution. Splendid. Truly, the noble giant race is commendable. Upon my return, I shall treat you to the finest of wines, Chu Bawang replied with a hearty laugh, adding, however, You need not concern yourself with my safety. I possess ample means to bring this Tyrannosaurus to heel." Intrigued, Baratie watched intently, eager to discern the method by which Chu Ba Wang intended to subdue the colossal beast. It is essential to understand that while the tides of fortune may change, one's nature remains steadfast. A majestic predator like the Tyrannosaurus, perched at the apex of the food chain, is not easily swayed by mere mortals. Even if Baratie, a giant, could overpower the creature, earning its loyalty would remain an insurmountable challenge, especially for a human whose very essence is dwarfed by the dinosaur's imposing stature. Taming an ancient dinosaur, however, is not as insurmountable as one might presume. The process of subduing a Tyrannosaurus consists of merely 3 steps. The first step, to physically subdue the beast. Under the astonished gaze of the red-skinned Baratie, Chu Ba Wang delivered a powerful punch to the dinosaur's skull. The Tyrannosaurus was sent hurtling backward, as if its tether had been severed, crashing through hundreds of meters of forest until it collided with numerous towering ancient trees, coming to a halt. The creature lay on the ground, frothing at the mouth, its diminutive forelimbs twitching uncontrollably like a creature possessed. Baratie stood in stunned disbelief. By the heavens, I have clearly been naive, foolishly believing that one could tame a ruthless Tyrannosaurus with benevolence. This is decidedly not physical transformation. Perhaps a more fitting term would be physical transcendence. In the second step of taming the ancient dinosaurs, one must revive the unconscious Tyrannosaurus rex. The third step involves the reawakened Tyrannosaurus willingly recognizing you as its master. With a flourish reminiscent of the formidable warlord, Chu, I deftly employed the soul gem of memory manipulation to alter the very essence of the Tyrannosaurus's soul memory. Upon regaining consciousness, the Tyrannosaurus lowered its colossal head, affectionately nuzzling against Chu's shoulder, behaving as adorably as a kitten yearning for a gentle chin scratch. The crimson-hued Baratie stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered. How did you accomplish this, great warlord? Do not inquire. Chu retorted. Even if you ask, I shall remain silent. Your sole responsibility is to chant praises from the sidelines. Understood? Baratie, filled with suspicion, pondered whether Chu had intentionally lured the creature to its demise, while he himself had merely been the unsuspecting fool drawn in by curiosity. Nonetheless, his intrigue could not be quelled. He discreetly committed to memory Chu's 3 pivotal steps to subdue the Tyrannosaurus, intending to delve deeper into this enigmatic process during moments of respite from battle. This is the secret technique for taming a Tyrannosaurus rex. If one can successfully subdue such a beast, it could be commanded to gather more sustenance, thereby conserving energy for future battles against the blue demon Dongli. The earth trembles. The ground shakes. Once again, the familiar sensation of seismic upheaval prompts Nami to inquire, what is happening? Could there be other giants nearby on Ancient Island? Chu Ba Wang closed his eyes, his heightened observation haki enveloping the entirety of Ancient Island. He silently sensed the impending events, envisioning vast clouds of volcanic ash soaring into the sky, obscuring the sun, while torrents of molten lava erupted from the crater, cascading down the mountainside, leaving nothing but desolation in their wake. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Ba Wang declared, "It is a volcanic eruption. The mud volcano on Ancient Island is about to erupt." The eruption of a volcano brings both advantages and disadvantages. It can lead to the extinction of numerous species, yet it can also render the soil more fertile, allowing vegetation to flourish. The volcanic activity on Ancient Island possesses 2 distinct characteristics. Firstly, the eruptions are accompanied by great noise but minimal destructive power, posing little threat to the survival of the island's inhabitants. As long as one does not recklessly reside near the crater, it is akin to a mere firecracker. Secondly, the frequency of eruptions is remarkably high, as evidenced by the numerous duels between the blue demon Dongli and the red demon Baratie. They utilize volcanic eruptions as the signal for their battles, having engaged in nearly 74,000 contests over the past century, averaging 2 eruptions per day. For the animals inhabiting Ancient Island, volcanic eruptions have become a commonplace occurrence, indistinguishable from a large firecracker. After hearing the thunderous crack of the large firecracker, a serious expression crossed Baratie's face, resembling that of a devoted worshipper, brimming with the spirit of combat. Apologies, my lord tyrant, but I must proceed to the battlefield to duel with the blue demon Dongli. I had intended to capture a few dinosaurs to treat you to a barbecue, but it seems that opportunity has momentarily slipped away. Chu Ba Wang's expression darkened at the mention of a dinosaur barbecue. You wish to prepare a barbecue for us? Huh. I would say that's more akin to dark cuisine. I wouldn't even partake in Sanji's delicacies, let alone your homemade barbecue. Curious about the nature of the giant's combat. Chu Ba Wang decided to follow as Baratie prepared for his next duel with the blue demon Dongli. This is also one of the reasons for his choice to venture into the seas. Beyond the dark ambition of wanting the world to call him father, he also wishes to traverse the entire pirate world with his beloved wife, Koya. Chu Ba Wang is a man of responsibility. Although Koya may have approached him without much prestige, merely attracted by his looks and physique, once she has entrusted her heart and soul to him. Chu Ba Wang is certainly not the type to abandon her after a fleeting encounter. As for why he just offered a salute to the little thief cat, Nami, it can only be attributed to the nature of man. The dream of having a harem of 3,000 beauties is a universal aspiration among all men. Whether one can endure such pleasures is another matter, but the thrill of being an emperor and selecting favorites each night is undeniably delightful. To his surprise, they are also here. As Chu Ba Wang rode his Tyrannosaurus to the battle arena where Baratie and Dongli were fighting, he found Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Roger, Usopp, and Akin standing beside the red demon, Dongli, laughing and chatting merrily. This is indeed intriguing. Everyone has gathered. It is worth noting that both Sanji and Roger are dragging along several unconscious triceratops, indicating a bountiful harvest that will suffice for their sustenance for the time being. Luffy, look, it's Mr. Ba and Nami. They have also come to witness the spectacle, Usopp exclaimed, his delight akin to that of finding a lost wallet. One cannot blame Usopp for his exuberance, as the challenge posed by the Ancient Islands game dungeon was undeniably formidable, warranting the label of peril at every turn. Aside from the comforting presence of Zoro and Sanji, he felt utterly devoid of security. As for the Pirate King Roger, his reliability was indeed a subject of considerable complexity. Having spent nearly half a month in Roger's company, Usopp had come to realize just how unreliable this individual could be, particularly in perilous situations. He mused that clinging to Roger's coattails was akin to courting disaster. At times, he even questioned how Roger had ascended to the title of Pirate King. Perhaps it was due to a fear of collateral damage that the blue demon Doli and the red demon Brogy chose to distance themselves from the ongoing battle, providing space for the conversation among the group led by Chu Ba Wang. Before long, the two were embroiled in combat, each attack aimed at a decisive victory. However, their abilities were so closely matched that the battle remained evenly contested. If this continued, it seemed likely that neither would prevail, leading to a stalemate. Wow, is this the dinosaur tamed by Bawang? How majestic! Luffy gazed longingly at the Tyrannosaurus Rex beneath Chu Ba Wang, filled with admiration. He dashed over, eager to touch this magnificent creature reigning at the pinnacle of the food chain, only to be met with disdainful eyes and a swift kick that sent him flying. Chu Ba Wang swore he had not commanded the Tyrannosaurus to dispatch Luffy. In other words, it was merely the dinosaur's instinct or perhaps a simple desire to keep the foolish Luffy at bay, resulting in its instinctive reaction. My mother told me not to play with fools. This approaching individual appears rather dim-witted, surely the simpleton my mother warned me about. This is an inner monologue of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, revealed through the power of the Imperial artifact, the 5-Vision Omnipotence. Rubber lad, did you hear that? This Tyrannosaurus is calling you a fool. Roger suddenly erupted into laughter, his amusement so great that he could scarcely stand upright. Possessing the talent of the voice of all things, he could comprehend the dinosaur's thoughts even without the Imperial artifact. The Tyrannosaurus glanced at the seemingly mad Roger, its tiny feet retreating 3 steps in silence, clearly wishing to distance itself from him. My mother warned me that brain damage can be contagious. I must keep a safe distance from this foolish one. Roger was filled with exasperation. Just moments ago, he had mocked Luffy for being foolish, only to find himself ensnared in the same predicament. Had this Tyrannosaurus not been the exclusive mount of the renowned warlord, he would have certainly dealt with this ignorant creature most severely. Oh dear. Sloppy uncle. I trust you now understand. This echoes the words once imparted to us by the formidable warlord. Good begets good, and evil begets evil. Retribution is merely a matter of time. Well, here you are, receiving your due recompense. The laughter that once brought Roger to his knees has now transformed into the exuberance of Luffy among the gathered crowd. It seems only the formidable Chu Ba Wang and Luffy dared to confront Roger so brazenly. These two individuals truly embody a perplexing essence. Zoro, Sanji, and the others exchanged wary glances, instinctively recognizing the impending crisis, and quietly distanced themselves from Luffy and Roger. The absurdity of these two is indeed remarkable. Roger, witnessing Luffy being sent flying by the Tyrannosaurus, couldn't help but revel in a sense of schadenfreude. Yet, the most astonishing sight was Luffy, kicked away, erupting in uncontrollable laughter. The scene was nothing short of bizarre. Chu Bawang sighed, shaking his head. How I envy the simplicity of the innocent souls. Their pursuit of joy is remarkably effortless. Unlike me, who is perpetually burdened by the troubles of my own handsomeness. No wonder a certain obedient little darling wishes to incapacitate me with some concoction, all to engage in mischievous endeavors. His seemingly suggestive words caused Nami, nestled in his embrace, to darken in expression, her delightful and soft form pressing down deliberately. What concoction? What sweet little darling? I cannot comprehend. Ignoring the remarks, she declared. I won't listen. I won't listen. You old turtle. Stop squirming, Chu Bawang admonished, presenting the little thief Nami with a delightful treat. The epic clash between the giant Brogy and the blue demon Dory raged on. The two individuals are distinguished members of the giant pirate crew, thoroughly acquainted with each other's combat styles. Despite each of their moves aiming for a decisive kill, the battle culminates in a fiercely contested stalemate. In essence, as long as their stamina holds, these two giants could continue their struggle for a century or even longer without a clear victor. This is also reflected in the original narrative. Had it not been for the blue demon Dongli consuming the deceptive drug barrel set up by the nose-picking brother, resulting in a grievous abdominal explosion and relentless coughing of blood, Dongli would not have faced defeat. However, this time, the Overlord of Chu will not allow any scum to interfere with the duel of these two heroes. Perhaps, when compared to the likes of Fire Fist Ace and Whitebeard Edward, the popularity of Blue Demon Dongli and Red Demon Brogy is indeed quite low. Their personalities are also notably stubborn and foolish, having engaged in a century-long duel merely due to a trivial question posed by a little girl. Yet, in the eyes of the Overlord of Chu, there are few individuals in the entire pirate world whom he respects, and Dongli and Brogy are among them. These two before him are heroes worthy of the honorable title of warrior. Zoro, I have a small task for you. Master, please instruct me, whatever I can accomplish. I will ensure it is done flawlessly. Zoro was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time he had witnessed such seriousness from the Overlord of Chu. I have sent a location coordinate to the sword spirit, Xiaowen. Shortly, you will fly on your sword and follow Xiaowen to the destination to retrieve a few individuals for me. The Overlord of Chu further emphasized, just sit on Xiaowen. Do not attempt to find the way yourself. Zoro's expression darkened. Master, how much do you truly distrust me? Is it really necessary to reiterate so many times over something as simple as finding someone? The Overlord of Chu refrained from elaborating further. Gesturing with his hand as the famed sword, he Dao Yuan, seemingly answered his call, landing effortlessly in his grasp, gently tapping the blade of Dao Yuan. The Overlord inscribed a location coordinate upon it, along with a variant of the blade nurturing technique. Instantaneously, the sword spirit Xiaowen conveyed a sense of joyous satisfaction, akin to a child receiving a reward. How delightful! I am grateful to the Overlord for bestowing upon me this variant of the blade nurturing technique. The location coordinate imprinted upon Xiaowen by the Overlord was discerned through advanced observation and color observation haki, pinpointing the hiding place of several high-ranking agents from the Baroque works. There, one could find the scheming Mr. 3, the explosive nose-picking brother Mr. 5, the master of mental suggestion Miss Golden Week, and the lightweight fruit user Miss Valentine. A few days ago, these individuals were relentlessly pursuing Ichelm. It now appears they intend to wait for the blue demon, Doli, and the red demon, Broky, to weaken each other before emerging to capture both, thereby exchanging them for a staggering bounty of 200 million berries from the Navy. However, they might never fathom that the formidable Chu Ba Wang has already anticipated their every move. Among the four, the only one posing a significant threat to you is Miss Golden Week. She is not a devil fruit user, but possesses the ability to influence emotions through color psychology. Remember, the objective is to capture her alive. Upon the successful completion of the task, you will be spared from rewriting your assignments. Upon hearing this, Zoro broke into a wide grin, thumping his chest and assuring, rest assured, Master, I will take care of it, and I will ensure it is done perfectly. After Chu Ba Wang provided a brief overview of the young girl, Miss Golden Week's abilities, Zoro took to the skies on his sword and departed. Chu Ba Wang nodded, displaying a smile reminiscent of a proud father who finally sees his son stepping up to share the burden. Although Chu Ba Wang possesses a hint of cunning, he is undeniably reliable. When he commits to a task, he gives it his all. After months of rigorous training, Zoro, leveraging his exceptional swordsmanship talent, has experienced remarkable growth. If he can master the haki of armament, he would be capable of standing against Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Of course, the gap between Crocodile and Mihawk is substantial. Zoro still has a long journey ahead to conquer Mihawk and claim the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Zoro has left. Surely he won't lose his way again? He shouldn't, as the sword spirit, Shawan, knows the path. Observing Zoro's swift departure, Luffy and the others are unconcerned that he might not find his way back. Although Zoro is somewhat directionally challenged, the sword spirit Shawan is not. With Shawan accompanying him, it is akin to having a GPS. There is no possibility of losing one's way on paths Shawan has traversed. The previous instances of Zoro getting lost were merely due to his reluctance to admit his shortcomings in front of the sword spirit. It is similar to how every man wishes to present his best self before his enamored partner. The Mount of Mr. Bawang, however, is rather unfriendly. As a man destined to become the Pirate King, Luffy feels disheartened by the lack of respect shown to him. The straw hat-wearing Luffy, unable to pet the head of the Tyrannosaurus, showed signs of disappointment. Yet, upon reconsideration, he realized that a Triceratops is also a dinosaur, and thus, he eagerly reached out to affectionately pat the grazing Triceratops. Unsatisfied with just that, Luffy once again reached out to ruffle the Triceratops' large head. This peculiar phenomenon is akin to the irresistible allure of petting a cat. It can become quite addictive. What purpose does it serve? You foolish creature. The dim-witted Triceratops cast a glance at Luffy, furrowing its brow in an attempt to intimidate him. However, upon reflection, it recalled its mother's admonition against associating with those of limited intellect, leading it to lower its head and resume grazing. Meanwhile, both Chu Ba Wang and Roger wore expressions of utter bemusement. Child, the reason your mother forbids you from playing with other children is likely due to her fear that they might discover your foolishness, worried you would feel inferior. Nami cast a concerned glance at the Crimson Demon Brokey. Father, do you have any idea why those two are engaging in combat? Roger, equally perplexed, observed, upon closer inspection. The weapons they wield are undoubtedly of legendary caliber. Yet, they now teeter on the brink of decay and collapse. It is likely this conflict has been ongoing for no less than a full cycle of 60 years. Luffy and Sanji exchanged astonished looks. No less than 60 years? What profound enmity could these two possibly harbor to warrant a conflict lasting an entire century, even if the giant race possesses a lifespan threefold that of ordinary humans? Such an escalation seems excessive. Lord Chu shook his head with a sigh. A hint of regret in his tone. The origins of this battle can likely be traced back to the year 1420 of the Oceanic Era. A century ago, the Blue Demon Doli and the Red Demon Brokey each captured a fearsome sea king. However, the two giants found themselves embroiled in a dispute over which of their catches was more impressive, sparked by an innocent question from a young girl. Unable to reach a consensus, they agreed to duel on the ancient island, with the stipulation that only the victor would return home, vowing to fight each time the volcano at the island's center erupted. Unfortunately, their strengths proved nearly equal, and the duel dragged on interminably, leading to the dissolution of the giant pirate crew, while the remaining warriors returned to Elbaf village to await news. The two combatants have long since forgotten the true cause of their feud, their memories eclipsed by a singular sense of warrior pride. In that moment, Nami and Akin exchanged bewildered glances, unable to grasp the significance of such a prolonged conflict. Usopp, awestruck by the titanic clash, exclaimed, "Incredible! Is this the essence of true combat between men?" It seemed as though they bore a banner emblazoned with the word warrior across their chests. A flag more precious than life itself. Their unwavering desire to prevent that flag from falling has compelled them to fight for a century. Undoubtedly, this is a duel brimming with the honor of warriors. This is the valorous seafaring soldier I, Usopp, have always admired. One day, I too shall become a man of such noble honor. Usopp's gaze remained fixed upon the Titans, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. Such exhilarating battles between giants are indeed rare. A warm smile graced Lord Chu's lips as he found himself in agreement with Usopp. In his eyes, the sense of honor ranks just below the sense of duty. Though Lord Chu occasionally acts impulsively or playfully teases the players of the novice village, he too possesses a fundamental code of conduct. His moral baseline, perhaps, hovers around 3 meters below ground level, occasionally dipping even lower. Only Luffy and Roger appeared lost in contemplation, neither praising nor condemning the spectacle before them. Roger furrowed his brow, his mind tumultuous, when the Overlord divulged insights into the impending great events of the summit war at Log Town. I found it hard to believe. Yet, it seems he might indeed possess the extraordinary ability to perceive past, present, and future. An unspoken, heavy pressure settled upon his shoulders, rendering him breathless. The last time he felt such a sensation was upon discovering the profound truths of the world at the legendary treasure, One Piece, in Laugh Tale. It had similarly evoked an urgent sense of pressure. It was this very urgency that propelled him to hasten his efforts, willingly surrendering to the Navy despite the option to prolong his suffering. If the Overlord truly can glimpse the threads of time, what then is the purpose of resurrecting me? The location of the great treasure? That seems unlikely. In recent days, Roger had been under the impression that the primary motive behind the resurrection of the Overlord of Chu was to ascertain the precise coordinates of the final destination of One Piece. Raftel. He had even devised a comprehensive strategy to address the situation. However, to his dismay, the Overlord of Chu had never inquired about the great treasure, nor had there been any indirect probing. Instead, he seemed to treat Roger as if he were merely a wisp of air, left to linger in silence. This left Roger with an exasperating sense of futility, akin to striking a fist against cotton. He, the illustrious pirate king Gold, Roger, had confronted countless elite pirates and evaded innumerable lethal ambushes orchestrated by the Navy headquarters. Yet, he now found himself unable to fathom even the slightest thought of the formidable Chu Ba Wang. It was indeed maddening. Chu Ba Wang extended his hand, gesturing with a flourish, and laughed heartily. The battle is drawing to a close. What a grand performance this has been. Upon hearing this, Roger was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Chu Ba Wang's mastery of observation haki would surpass his own, or perhaps it was an ability to foresee the future. Indeed, the battle must come to an end, Roger concurred with a nod. After all, both of them were utterly exhausted, having even sent their weapons flying in the heat of combat. Sanji, Akin, what are you two dawdling for? Quickly bring over the rice wine we discovered in the forest. Let us not forget our agreement to treat him to a hearty drink after our duel in Dongli. Sanji and Akin nodded in agreement and turned to retrieve 4 finely crafted wooden barrels from the depths of the dense forest, each filled to the brim with delectable rice wine. During their hunt for Triceratops, they stumbled upon a hidden brew. The wine enthusiast Roger had tasted it himself, finding it of excellent quality and devoid of any toxins. However, in the next moment, it was revealed that the wine was indeed poisonous and should not be consumed. The formidable Chu Ba Wang stood before Sanji, calmly proclaiming this revelation. Roger, bewildered, recalled his earlier indulgence, believing it impossible that anything he had savored could be toxic, especially since he felt perfectly fine. Yet, it was warned that those who imbibed this wine would soon face an explosive fate. Roger gasped in disbelief, realizing he had just consumed an entire barrel. If it were to detonate within him, he would surely be obliterated. Though the utilization of armament haki could bolster both internal and external defenses, it offered little protection to vital organs such as the kidneys. Even for a Zoan-type devil fruit user, sustaining damage to essential internal organs was a grave concern. Among the devil fruit catalog, there existed one known as the explosive fruit, which granted its user the ability to cause any part of their body to explode, even the most trivial of substances. The infamous one-man explosion was a name that should not be unfamiliar to Akin. His expression shifted with apprehension as he acknowledged, the one-man explosion refers to Mr. 5, a high-ranking agent of the Baroque works. All my injuries are a testament to his deeds. Had I not encountered Chu Ba Wang, I would be dead by now. He recounted how he had narrowly escaped from Whiskey Peak, only to be nearly drowned by the explosive antics of the notorious noseblower. The barrels filled with the brew were set to burst due to the nefarious inclusion of nose debris by the one-man explosion. While the wine was initially well concealed, the blue demon Dory and the red demon Baratie had yet to discover it. Who would have imagined that their path would be intercepted in such a manner? Anyone tempted to indulge in this brew would inadvertently bear the consequences for Dory and Baratie. Chu Ba Wang, chewing thoughtfully, couldn't help but ponder the unfortunate fate of these individuals. Despite the vast expanse of ancient island and the careful concealment of the brew, it had been fortuitously discovered by Roger and his crew. Perhaps this is destiny. It seems that the heavens have decreed that Roger must endure this trial. Much like the journey of Tang Sing and his disciples in their quest for the sacred scriptures, they finally reached the great Thunder Sound Temple in the west and obtained the true teachings. However, upon calculating the situation, the Buddha realized that the disciples could only attain enlightenment after overcoming 81 tribulations, yet they ultimately fell short by one trial. How can this be? I must rectify this grave error, or else the buyer will undoubtedly leave a negative review. Sanji and Akin were lost in reminiscence, recalling the time when the wine-loving Roger, under the pretense of testing poison, downed an entire barrel of beer. Initially, Zoro, who wanted to test the poison, felt somewhat indignant. In hindsight, however, it seems he narrowly escaped disaster. Now, with both human and material evidence at hand, the truth can almost be definitively concluded. The barrel of wine that Roger drank was indeed tainted. Roger, please maintain your distance from me. A dead friend is preferable to a living enemy. If I can return to the ancient island this time next year, I shall certainly bring a barrel of exquisite wine to adorn your grave. Please excuse my intrusion, Roger. Upon hearing that anyone who drank would meet a gruesome fate, Usopp and Ikelim hurriedly distanced themselves from Roger, looking terrified at the prospect of being caught in the fallout. Roger clutched his chest, revealing a pained expression. Could you refrain from speaking? My heart aches. Sanji, quick on his feet, kicked all the barrels away. Upon impact, each barrel erupted in a violent explosion, powerful enough to level a small volcano. Sanji, momentarily taken aback, exclaimed, "Wow, that has quite a force. I wonder how much of that explosive substance was packed inside." Alas, it is a pity that the green-haired fellow could not indulge in even a sip. Otherwise, we would have witnessed a truly entertaining scene. Upon hearing this, Roger's expression darkened, his eyes blazing with fury, nearly choking with rage. If looks could kill, he would have become an executioner right then. The thought that someone dared to hide explosive substance within such delightful wine infuriated him. He felt an overwhelming urge to subdue that person right then and there. Such a profligate. With so many people starving in the world, how can one be so wasteful? I detest those who squander food. If I discover who wasted resources in brewing this fine wine, I shall surely make them regret it. Roger, in a fit of indignation, exited the live stream. The trust between individuals has eroded to the point where one cannot even enjoy a drink without the fear of it being tainted. Despite Roger's somewhat unreliable nature, he held an inexplicable obsession with fine wine. After venting his frustrations, he decided it was time to play the martyr. He slid to the ground, kneeling before the mighty Chu, clutching at his leg. Great Chu, I beseech you to spare my life. I have only just recovered from my injuries. I do not wish to revert to a state of illness. His movements were fluid, devoid of hesitation, even possessing a hint of grace. Even in supplication, Roger never forgot to maintain his cool demeanor. One must admit, this might be the most dashing posture of pleading that Chu has ever witnessed. It is uncertain how long Roger practiced this in private. Perhaps his knees have become quite worn. Roger's undignified display shocked Ikelim, whose mouth hung open in disbelief. He felt a sense of disillusionment, astonished that the renowned pirate king, Gold, Roger, would demean himself so. Oh, so you are beseeching the great Chu? In that case, continue kneeling. Forget what I just said. The speed with which Roger clung to Chu's leg was astonishing, suggesting he had practiced this act frequently. Had I possessed such audacity back at Baratie, perhaps I could have fought for some attention rather than ending up in this predicament. Sanji was equally taken aback by Roger's seamless transition to kneeling before Chu, marveling at his proficiency. Why is your kneeling so skillful? Surely your knees aren't raw from practice? In that moment, the Straw Hat crew regarded Roger with disdain and reproach. Yet Roger paid little mind to their judgment. Securing Chu's protection was his foremost priority. Truthfully, given his current strength and mastery of Haki, he could withstand the explosive substance without succumbing, sustaining only minor injuries. However, his greatest fear lay in his current vulnerability. Ever since Chu divulged Ace's fate, Roger had contemplated how to alter this tragic outcome as a father. Yet he understood the difficulty of defying destiny. Upon reaching the world's end, Raftel, he realized the harshness of fate. Even as he intentionally ushered in the great pirate era, it merely offered a glimmer of hope against destiny. He had considered seeking out his former crew to resurrect the Roger pirates, but the truth remained, over 20 years had elapsed since his era. In the course of these 2 decades, do those erstwhile comrades, with whom I once shared joyous libations, truly remain wholeheartedly supportive? The deference exhibited by Buggy the Clown in Logtown is merely a reflection of his own modest ambitions, as he seeks only to unearth treasures for his own meager gains. Had he encountered more ambitious allies, the dynamics would undoubtedly have shifted. Consider, for instance, red-haired Shanks, who, at the time of my demise, was merely a fledgling pirate, yet has since ascended to become one of the formidable Yonko, renowned throughout the New World. He has not only secured his own territory and influence, but has also gathered companions who share his aspirations. Even the coveted throne of the Pirate King, a pinnacle sought by all pirates, is tantalizingly within reach for him. Should I extend an invitation to red-haired Shanks to join my crew once more, I am certain that I would be met with a resounding refusal. This is not to suggest that Shanks is ungrateful or lacks loyalty. Rather, it reflects the passage of time and the choices each individual has made along their respective paths, different roads, different pursuits. This encapsulates the essence of the matter. Thus, Roger did not place all his hopes solely on his former subordinates. as long as he could restore his peak combat strength from a weakened state. Safeguarding another individual would be relatively effortless. This explains why he seemingly lacked backbone in choosing to align himself with the formidable Lord Chu. To maintain his combat prowess at its zenith, he often carried 2 flasks of potent medicinal wine at his waist. He had already missed one chance to care for his biological son and was determined not to squander another. Now, do not look at me with such longing eyes. Given that you are not sobbing like a child and rubbing your nose on my trousers, I shall extend you a modicum of assistance. Lord Chu had no interest in allowing Roger to further embarrass himself, as it offered him no tangible advantage. Instead of wasting time bickering with Roger, he would prefer to bask in the sun with the wealthy lady and allow the maid, Xiaoqing, to massage his legs and shoulders for comfort. The small vials contain emetic gastric lavage liquid, which aids in expelling undigested food from the stomach and is safe to use due to its low toxicity. This is a tongue depressor that can stimulate the throat to induce vomiting. While remaining conscious, one should first orally ingest 1,000 to 1,500 milliliters of the gastric lavage liquid, using the tongue depressor in conjunction. This process should be repeated until the stomach is entirely cleansed. The deceptive medicinal wine you consumed will no longer pose a threat of explosion. With a flourish akin to magic, Lord Chu tossed Roger a small bottle containing the gastric lavage liquid. Although it was not the first time they had witnessed such a seemingly miraculous feat, the Straw Hat crew remained in awe of his prowess. "Where on earth did the Lord find such a slender tongue depressor?" they exclaimed. If this ability were fully realized, the potential applications would be boundless. Icolum was evidently captivated by Lord Chu's remarkable capabilities. How enviable it would be to possess a devil fruit that sparked the imagination. The first ability I would develop would be the power of telekinesis, ensuring that Sanji would never catch me pilfering food again. The bald-headed Luffy is the one who yearns for this skill aboard the Mary. Sanji, in a bid to prevent Luffy from devouring their food reserves, had procured a large, iron-locked refrigerator in Rogue Town. Each night, he set traps around the refrigerator as though guarding against thieves. Consequently, whenever Roger and Luffy attempted to sneak a bite, they would invariably find themselves ensnared, yelping in dismay. If Luffy were to master the art of telekinesis, it would undoubtedly lead to a spectacular scene. The absurdity of it all is simply unfathomable. Come on, my friend, lend me a hand. I can feel it rising. I'm about to lose my composure. After Roger procured the tongue depressor and the emetic gastric wash, he, accompanied by Sanji and Ikaram, sought a secluded spot. Initially, he contemplated playing a prank by intentionally vomiting nearby to discuss the mighty Chu, but he reconsidered. One should not court danger so recklessly, after all. One might find themselves in dire straits. Walking by the river, one is bound to get their shoes wet, right? P.S. I seek your support and various free resources. Not voting would be a waste. Reflecting on the dread instilled by the feminization technique, Roger couldn't help but shudder inwardly. Fortuitously, he refrained from repulsing Chu, or he might have found himself buried 3 feet deep. Roger felt a sense of relief. Even he could not quite comprehend why he often felt the urge to act out in front of Chu. In the past, although he enjoyed adventure and engaging in outrageous antics, such suicidal thoughts had never crossed his mind. Through these days of interaction, he understood clearly, while play and mischief are one thing, one should never jest with one's father, Chu. Anyone foolish enough to deliberately provoke Chu would genuinely find themselves in peril. Could it be that Chu's divine resurrection technique, which allows him to revive the deceased at will, had dulled his fear of death? Shaking his head, Roger chose not to dwell on this dilemma. He had resolved that he could act recklessly before anyone, save for intentionally provoking Chu. For Chu would make each person who dared to challenge him experience a fate worse than death. After approximately 10 minutes, having completed the emetic process, Roger returned to his original spot, though his complexion bore a pallor. Even with his robust constitution, he was not immune to the side effects of the gastric wash. The outcome is rather favorable. If it were an ordinary person, undergoing gastric lavage and inducing vomiting would be akin to shedding a layer of skin. And it would take no less than a day or 2 to recover. That wretched individual. If I ever lay my hands on you, I will ensure that you feel the full brunt of my wrath. Roger grumbled as he accepted the mouthwash tea from Sanji, seething with frustration at having made such a spectacle in front of so many people. Charming Tyrant glanced up at the sky, a faint smile gracing his lips. Just now, I utilized my observation haki to envelop the entire ancient island, successfully locating the hideout of that troublesome individual and his companions. Fear not. I have already dispatched Zoro to apprehend him. If my calculations are correct, He should be on his way back by now. Roger was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. Before inducing vomiting, he had also used observation haki, covering a significant portion of the ancient island. Yet he had failed to detect the presence of that troublesome individual. Now, Charming Tyrant claimed to have found him. What does this signify? This signifies that the formidable figure known as Chu Ba Wang has reached an extraordinarily terrifying realm in the mastery of observation haki. Truly, he is a monstrous being. Despite the overwhelming prowess of his armament haki, it is astonishing to discover that he has also cultivated his observation haki to such an apex. If my conjectures are accurate, Ba Wang's proficiency in observation haki may well surpass my expectations. Enveloping the entirety of the ancient island with his observation haki may not even be his limit. It is simply unimaginable. How many years has this individual lived? Even with a lifetime of training from the womb, one should not attain such an extraordinary level. Roger is acutely aware of the limitations of his own observation haki. Even at the pinnacle of his abilities, he could only cover half of the ancient island. Presently constrained, he could manage no more than a tenth. Were it not for the fact that Usopp and Chu Ba Wang have been childhood friends, Roger might even suspect that Ba Wang is an ageless vampire who never grows old. Just as Roger lamented the misfortunes of his early life, a sudden rush of wind caught his attention. Immediately thereafter, a pure stream of sword intent rushed past as Zoro, like a gust of wind, soared in on his sword. Master, I, Zoro, have returned. I have not failed my mission. All the Baroque Works agents who schemed in the shadows to reap the benefits have been apprehended. Zoro leapt off the blade of the wad Ikamanji, landing gracefully, his expression one of delight. This marks the first occasion on which Zoro has independently accomplished the task assigned by the formidable Chu Ba Wang, instilling within him a subtle sense of pride akin to a child who has achieved a perfect score in mathematics, deliberately flaunting their flawless paper before their parents. Simultaneously, for shadowy figures, akin to watermelons, tumbled from the heavens and landed upon the ground. They comprised 2 men and 2 women, each bound back to back according to their gender, with a large apple stuffed into their mouths to muffle their voices. One of the men bore the appearance of a rock singer, yet his expression was somewhat sinister and despicable. The other sported hair curled into the shape of the Arabic numeral 3 and donned a pair of quartz glasses. These 2 captives are the valiant senior agents of the Baroque Works, the Candleman, Mr. 3, and the Booger Brother, Mr. 5. Glancing towards the other side reveals a rather fashionable young woman, her expression one of superficial disdain, seemingly unwilling to accept her predicament. The final individual, however, is a petite girl with twin ponytails who, despite being captured, maintains a serene demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the whims of fate. Undoubtedly, the 2 captives in question are none other than Miss Valentine's Day, the user of the float fruit, and Miss Golden Week. Beyond the explosive capabilities of the bomb fruit, what captivates the attention of the formidable Chu Ba Wang is the petite girl with twin ponytails. Within the realm of pirates, the most potent and controllable forces are, in fact, threefold: haki, devil fruits, and the way of the samurai from Wano country. However, it is likely that these 3 powers pale in comparison to the psychological prowess of Miss Golden Week, who wields the ability of mental suggestion. Let us not forget that Gold. Roger ascended to the title of Pirate King precisely because he possessed the extraordinary ability to hear the voices of all things. The greatest strength emanates from within. Thus, mental prowess stands as the most formidable and elusive power to master in the world of pirates. In other words, the potential and future of Miss Golden Week are boundless. Well done. Glancing at Zoro, who wore a face that seemed to plead, "Master, praise your disciple," Chu Ba Wang offered him a reluctant nod of approval. The gesture of approval essentially conveyed, "I have acknowledged your efforts. Now depart and do not trouble me. Keep your distance. All credit goes to the master's teachings." Upon hearing this, Zoro chuckled, turning to flatter Chu Ba Wang in return. Yet, in truth, he appeared quite exuberant, akin to someone who had stumbled upon a grand treasure. Perhaps influenced by Sanji, Zoro had begun to exhibit a tendency to curry favor, often showering Chu Ba Wang with extravagant praise. This left the formidable King Chu feeling somewhat helpless for a moment. Talented men like myself are indeed rare. The inhabitants of Earth are well aware of this, and there is no need for you to sing my praises, is there? My excellence is manifest and acknowledged by all. Witnessing Zoro and Sanji embark on the misguided path of sycophancy, King Chu remained utterly unfazed. Zoro, known for his diligent training and inexplicable obsession with mastering the sword, had made considerable progress. Thus King Chu found no reason to reprimand these naive and impassioned youths. with the wisdom gained from 2 lifetimes. It was clear to him that the Straw Hat Pirates were merely a group of oblivious youngsters, unaware of the perils of the world. This is precisely why he feels so at ease, listening to Nami repeatedly call out Daddy without a hint of embarrassment. Of course, the primary reason lies in the mischievous nature of the formidable Chu Ba Wang. Icarlum, resembling a monkey, circled around the few individuals captured by Zoro, gloating, "Tiske. Look at you all, how the tables have turned. Weren't you quite arrogant atop Whiskey Peak? Now you resemble a pack of stray dogs. Do you see that? This is the extent of my connections." Icarlum continued. "Zoro was my closest brother at Whiskey Peak. When you bully me, you're disrespecting my brother. Now, do you comprehend my prowess?" As Icarlum spoke, he attempted to embrace Zoro in a gesture of camaraderie, only to be met with a dismissive eye roll from Zoro. Though he spoke with bravado, Icarlum was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Zoro would so effortlessly capture an elite agent of Baroque works. Icarlum was aware that Zoro was a disciple of Chu Ba Wang. If even Zoro, a mere apprentice, could overpower an elite agent of Baroque, then should Chu Ba Wang choose to lend his might to Alabasta, wouldn't he easily subdue Crocodile? With this thought, Icarlum couldn't help but once again express his disdain for the entire female lineage of the East Blue Military Intelligence Department. If his own disciple could casually dominate the elite agents of Baroque works, how could Chu Ba Wang's bounty be merely 90 million berries? Surely, that must be a farce. These old codgers are truly devious. Even if they pretend to be weak, there should be limits to their trickery. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed through the air, just as Chu Ba Wang was preparing to engage in conversation with Miss Golden Week. The infamous single-nostril guy abruptly crushed the enormous red apple he had been using to silence himself. The fellow, having been vanquished by Zoro, appeared to harbor lingering resentment. As he began to spew forth curses, "You shall await your doom. How dare you oppose the Baroque works? Once our leader emerges, he will surely annihilate you." Without a glance at his adversary, the overlord casually remarked, "Roger, were you not in search of the explosive single-nosed Mr. 5? I have already instructed Zoro to apprehend him. Within the next half hour, ensure he is treated with utmost hospitality, to preclude any thoughts of resistance that might waste time." He retrieved 3 pairs of sea-stone handcuffs from the system's space and tossed them directly to Roger. Goodness, what a grand gesture from the overlord. He presents not 1, but 3 pairs of sea-stone handcuffs right away. Such items are indeed rare treasures. Even my pirate crew possesses but a scant few. Roger, momentarily taken aback, licked his lips, dry with anticipation. Sea-stone handcuffs and weapons are exceedingly rare artifacts, perfectly suited for restraining those with abilities. Alas, due to the formidable nature of sea-stone, crafting practical weapons from it proves to be quite a challenge. While it is possible to forcibly shatter sea-stone using hockey, the higher the purity, the greater the difficulty, let alone shaping it into weaponry or handcuffs. Young man, do you truly intend to use explosive singles to confront me? After affixing the sea-stone handcuffs onto his opponent, Roger reached out and seized the collar of the explosive single Mr. 5, lifting him effortlessly with a slight exertion. Mr. 5, utterly bewildered, thought to himself. Gazing at Roger's distinctive nose hair and epaulets, a sense of foreboding began to stir within Mr. 5. Wait a moment. Isn't that Gold? Roger from One Piece? This fellow was executed by the Navy 2 decades ago, so how could he possibly be here? Indeed, times have changed. The youth of today seem to revel in cunning schemes. When 2 giants are engaged in a duel, why must one intervene? That is rather unprincipled. Today, Gold, Roger, shall impart a lesson to you all. In the martial world, harmony is paramount. Brothers, let us join together and unleash our fury, without any unnecessary flourish. Roger summoned Sanji and Icolum and unleashed a barrage of blows upon Mr. 5's visage. The scene was excessively brutal. Were it to be pinned down, it would surely be censored. In an instant, Mr. 5 was left battered and bruised, his head swollen with lumps resembling small mountains. Thankfully, this beating was not in vain. He finally comprehended why Roger bore such a deep-seated grudge against him. Originally, those barrels of deceitful brew were intended for the Blue Demon, Dory, or Broggy, but unexpectedly, Roger's luck prevailed, and he found them first. "Oh, Roger, please spare my life. I truly did not intend to harm you." The idea behind those deceitful barrels was entirely Mr. 3's. Since you seek vengeance, he cannot escape responsibility. Mr. 5 spoke these words before rolling his eyes and slipping into unconsciousness. Roger and Sanji stood behind him, their expressions menacing. "Young man, I hear all of this was your scheme." Mr. 3, utterly bewildered, felt as though he had become a victim of a traitorous ally, one who sold him out right before his eyes. Come now, let us discuss this amicably. Roger's countenance darkened. Discuss what? The matter of how you filled that delectable brew barrel with dozens of explosive snot bombs. Mr. 3, drenched in sweat, still could not fathom why the long-deceased Roger suddenly appeared on the ancient island. Surely, this could not be a case of reincarnation, could it? Yet, he quickly realized how absurd his thoughts were. With every powerful punch Roger delivered, Mr. 3 gasped in pain. Please, Roger, be gentle. This is my first time. Roger's expression darkened. Oh, is it now? Then allow me to teach you why flowers bloom so vividly. Enough, Roger. You've had your fun. I have matters to attend to. Please escort these 4 back to the Mary, as I shall have use for them. He held little interest in the candle fruit or the float fruit, as they offered little enhancement to his strength. However, the ability of the bomb fruit was something he intended to acquire through god-level resurrection art. It was indeed a waste for the bomb fruit to fall into the hands of that snot-nosed fellow. When the time came, he would burn incense and pray for luck, hoping to draw the bomb fruit's ability in one go. Explosions are art. Lord Chu adored art, especially the aesthetic appeal of a handsome figure who never looks back at an explosion. It was perfect for showcasing bravado. Should he fail to draw the earth-shattering star, he would settle for utilizing the bomb fruit instead. Without a moment's hesitation, after knocking out Mr. 3 and Mr. 5, Lord Chu resumed his expertise in taming dinosaurs through 3 essential steps: physical knockout, soul gem memory alteration, and awaiting the dinosaur's awakening to recognize its master. Why does it feel as though Lord Chu is exceedingly familiar with this process? Wait, why does his technique of using the blunt instrument seem so practiced? Roger and Luffy were filled with question marks. Lord Chu casually remarked, nothing more than familiarity with the hand. At that moment, the trio of dinosaurs Triceratops, Stegosaurus, and Tyrannosaurus gaped in astonishment, shrinking back as if recalling some unpleasant memories. Ultimately, Luffy and Roger learned from Zoro that this was Lord Chu's secret to taming dinosaurs. Upon hearing this, both were filled with admiration, eager to capture a few dinosaurs for experimentation. Lord Chu, Mr. 3, the senior agent of Baroque Works, pledges allegiance to you. Lord Chu, Mr. 5, the senior agent of Baroque Works, pledges allegiance to you. Under the influence of brainwashing, Mr. 3 and Mr. 5 knelt before Lord Chu, their gazes filled with fervent devotion. If the fascist comrade Hitler were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly declare Lord Chu as a master in the field. Such fervently loyal subordinates far surpassed his own indoctrination speeches. How is this possible? Why are Mr. 3 and Mr. 5 swearing allegiance to another? Could it be that this man has controlled them through psychological suggestion? No, that can't be right. Just now, I noticed the dragon ring on his thumb glimmering slightly. Little Miss Golden Week's face was etched with fear, a rare display of emotional fluctuation for her. Typically, she maintained a calm demeanor, even when faced with the tasks issued by the organization. Only while enjoying cookies and tea did her emotions shift noticeably. Have these two gone mad? How dare they betray the boss? The fashionable Miss Valentine's Day widened her eyes in disbelief. Lord Chu had initially planned to indoctrinate Miss Valentine's Day and Miss Golden Week as fervent disciples as well, but ultimately abandoned the thought, for he preferred to take advantage of women in more intimate settings. Meanwhile, the battle between the blue demon, Dory, and the red demon, Broggy, reached its conclusion. As anticipated by Lord Chu, undisturbed by any schemers, the two giants, burdened by the honor of warriors, ended in a stalemate. Exhausted, Dory and Broggy landed heavy blows upon each other's faces, collapsing to the ground, unable to continue fighting. The 468th duel concluded without a victor. Perhaps this battle would persist until both giants aged and could no longer contend. Once the blue demon and red demon regained a modicum of strength, Lord Chu and his companions held a barbecue party on the island, retrieving bottle after bottle of modern brew from the system space. Be it Nolangshan Baijiu, Jiangxiabai bottled liquor, Shuehua beer, Yinjing beer, or Qingdao beer. Although the food stock was limited, the variety of spirits in Lord Chu's possession was indeed plentiful. Coupled with his preference for tea and assorted fruit juices, he had accumulated enough alcohol to satisfy the two giants. Abababa. Is this Lord Chu's miraculous ability to summon objects from afar? It is truly astonishing, for he possesses so many exquisite beverages I have never tasted before. This bottle of Erguotu suits my palate perfectly. Broggy and the blue demon Dongli sat face to face, their fierce duels marked by relentless bloodshed, yet after these contests, they emerged as steadfast friends. The blue demon Dongli placed his long sword at his feet, emitting a rather peculiar laugh. Gejiajia, my favorite is still this bottle of Jiangxiabai. Though its weight is light, the essence is truly concentrated. I am grateful for the hospitality of Mr. Ba, the Overlord. This has been the most exhilarating drink I have had in a century. Mr. Ba, the Overlord, let Brokey and I toast to you. Despite having lived for over 100 years, both Dongli and Brokey exhibited no airs of superiority, nor did they harbor any disdain for humans, who were naturally weaker than themselves. Instead, they tossed freshly roasted dinosaur meat to the meat-loving Luffy and Roger. Since the commencement of the barbecue party, these two pirate kings have been incessantly indulging themselves, their faces glistening with grease as they devour an astonishing quantity of food, almost enough to rival the consumption of 3 dinosaurs. One cannot help but ponder whether these two are indeed the reincarnations of famished spirits. Come on, green algae head. Are you brave enough to compete with me and see who is the faster eater? Let the challenge commence. Am I to fear you, culinary artist? Zoro and Sanji. This peculiar duo seemed to be engaged in a spirited rivalry, their eyes harboring an impending tempest of fury. In perfect harmony, they retrieved the notebooks gifted to them by the formidable Chu Ba Wang, ready to contest the speed of their copying. As for Usopp, having indulged in a few drinks, he has undoubtedly begun to boast before the newbies, aka Lim, Mr. 3, and Mr. 5. Yet, it is apparent that aka Lim shows little interest in Usopp's adventurous tales, only revealing a glimmer of predatory green in his eyes when the illustrious exploits of Chu Ba Wang are mentioned. Who would have thought that Chu Ba Wang has achieved such remarkable feats? Meanwhile, Koya and the other women exhibit little enthusiasm for the barbecue and libations. Thus, under the encouragement of the spirited Nami, they express a desire to ride a Tyrannosaurus to embark on a treasure hunt. Upon hearing this, Chu Ba Wang is intrigued by the notion of seeking treasures on the ancient island during the Jurassic era. Such an exhilarating adventure could not proceed without his participation. Consequently, he leads the group of women, riding the solitary Tyrannosaurus, gallantly venturing into the depths of the grove. The ensuing narrative could easily extend for 100,000 words. P.S. Your support and various forms of complimentary data are greatly appreciated. Initially, Chu Ba Wang sought to evade the dark barbecue hosted by Brook and chose to accompany Nami on a treasure hunt. Little did he anticipate that they would indeed stumble upon a vast trove of glittering gold, silver, and jewels, along with a collection of decaying paper berries. These ancient coins and jewels are mostly of considerable age. Oh, what a plethora of valuable treasures! I never anticipated that my fortune in treasure hunting with my father would be so splendid. Next time, I shall invite him to accompany me on another adventure. Nami, having discovered the great treasure, had her eyes gleaming with dollar signs, eagerly embracing and kissing Chu Ba Wang, while Koya, still in a state of shock, found that Chu Ba Wang had already taken full advantage of the situation. Koya exclaimed, "Can we have a serious discussion about this? Who among us is the rightful consort? I, your lawfully wedded wife, have yet to express my stance, and yet you have already taken such liberties." The crux of the matter lies in her inability to voice any dissatisfaction or reprimand regarding Nami's bold advances. Should she choose to speak against it, it would only serve to sow discord between father and daughter. I am vexed. Tonight, even if I must sleep on the sofa, the floor, or in the study, I shall not allow you to lay a finger on me. Koya, somewhat flustered and indignant, stamped her foot and turned away, unwilling to meet the bewildered gaze of Chu Ba Wang. The formidable king of Chu is becoming increasingly outrageous, daring to act so recklessly before my very eyes. Where am I to place the dignity of this mistress? Nami, cease your antics. Do you not see that your mother, Koya, is visibly enraged? The king of Chu, in a state of exasperation, reached out and gently pulled down Nami, who was clinging to him like a koala. The audacity of this little thief cat has reached new heights, displaying a complete lack of conscience and a severe distortion of filial piety. Observing the face of the young heiress, Koya, which was adorned with an expression that screamed, "I am angry, come and appease me," Lord Chu deliberately leaned close to her ear, softly whispering a few words while gently nibbling on her earlobe. What exactly Lord Chu conveyed to her remains a mystery. Nevertheless, within mere seconds, Koya's cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple, and in a fit of embarrassment and anger, she fiercely struck Lord Chu's chest with her tiny pink fist. Koya secretly spat, "Humph. Who would want to sit with you?" Before her punch could land, Lord Chu, with a mischievous grin, assertively pulled Koya into his embrace. Despite verbally expressing dissent, he was acutely aware that the previously passive Koya was undoubtedly yearning to seize the initiative, What are Lord Chu and Lady Koya discussing in such hushed tones? Dasky murmured, half curiously. Are you certain you wish to know? The languid-eyed Xiaoqing fixed a penetrating gaze on Dasky. I am merely a tad curious, Dasky replied, lowering her head, unable to meet Xiaoqing's eyes. Among the entire Mary, her greatest fear was not the principled Lord Chu, but rather the witch Xiaoqing, who had once tormented her and adhered to commands without question. If Lord Chu could be likened to a dark overlord, then Xiaoqing was undeniably his devoted little witch, unwaveringly loyal to his every directive, even if Lord Chu were to command her to take her own life. Dasky believed without hesitation that she would execute such an absurd order without a second thought. Xiaoqing cared solely for Lord Chu's emotions, akin to a lovesick, obsessive queen, a notion that filled Dasky with genuine dread. Due to the absence of nature-type devil fruit users aboard the Golden Mary, Xiaoqing's strength was accentuated, ranking just below the unfathomable Lord Chu. Excluding Nami's divine-like Rui Jingu Bang, Xiaoqing stood as the unequivocal second strongest on the Mary. Even Zoro and the current Roger would not dare to face her in combat. Not only was she immensely powerful, but she was also remarkably beautiful and dependable. Dasky could not fathom why such an exquisite flower would willingly attach herself to a lump of manure like Lord Chu. Was it merely because he was slightly more handsome than other men that Xiaoqing found herself infatuated with him? In truth, there were no secrets to conceal. Sharing this information would bear no consequence. The master had simply uttered one sentence to Lady Koya. One sentence? What was it? Dasky's eyes brightened, eager to pursue this lead. She was intent on gathering intelligence and would not forfeit any opportunity. While others may not have heard Lord Chu's murmurs, Dasky was confident that the formidable Xiaoqing had caught every word exchanged between Lord Chu and Koya. What the master had said to Lady Koya was. Xiaoqing paused momentarily, letting out a soft sigh, her tone laced with a complex array of emotions. Don't be angry, my dear Koya. Haven't you always wanted to take the lead? Very well, tonight, I shall let you be on top. Nami. Dasky. Miss Valentine's Day. Isn't the speed of this car a bit excessive? Did you not notice the seemingly impressive little girl beside us? We mustn't lead the children astray. Miss Golden Week, resembling a young girl, appeared momentarily taken aback, glancing back at everyone with a bewildered expression. What are you all staring at? I am not a child. Despite her youthful appearance, she confidently asserted, rest assured. I am already of age, 18 years old. There's no need to slow down. I have fastened my seatbelt. As soon as her words fell, not only was Koya rendered speechless, but even Miss Valentine's Day, her partner in the Baroque elite, was left in a state of shock. Although both were agents of Baroque, they were not fully aware of each other's backgrounds, and Miss Valentine's Day certainly did not anticipate that Miss Golden Week had already reached such an age. Nami inquired, are you certain that you are truly 18 years old? Chu Ba Wang could not help but twitch his lips. He had initially intended to engage in a little lowly nurturing game, only to discover that this young lady was already 18, a full-fledged adult by the laws of his former life. Is this truly a game focused on nurturing a lowly character? Table flip JPG. P.S. Seeking support, seeking rewards, and various free data. To be candid, the notion of cultivating Mississippi Golden Week as a petite lowly was merely a whimsical fancy of the mighty Chu Ba Wang. He wished to explore the fabled lowly nurturing game and discover what it truly entailed. As for the majority of characters in the world of pirates, Chu Ba Wang, being a connoisseur of details, remembered them quite clearly. However, he could not recall the specific age of Mississippi Golden Week. Although he had searched online, alas, the notorious Oda had yet to provide the life card information for Golden Week, and as time passed, this matter slipped into the recesses of his mind. With so many paper-thin waifus in the world awaiting his affection, Chu Ba Wang was certainly unwilling to hang his hopes on such a fragile sapling. Who could have anticipated encountering such an absurdity today? Within a mere half-hour, Chu Ba Wang's sudden whim of a nurturing plan was officially declared a failure. It was truly disheartening. Although she was already 18, there were no signs of physical development whatsoever. Chu Ba Wang cast a sympathetic yet frustrated glance at Mississippi Golden Week and sighed. Well, at 18, there should still be time for a second growth spurt. Perhaps with a bit more papaya, there is still hope. Mississippi Golden Week tilted her head in curiosity, seemingly pondering why Chu Ba Wang wished for her to consume more papaya. What on earth does this handsome young man intend to do? Could it be that he harbors intentions of a rather intimate nature towards me? In the next moment, Miss Golden Week, seemingly enlightened, wore a look of sheer panic. Her arms crossed defensively. Young man, while I do not mind your advances, I must implore you to reconsider. That area is quite confined, and you simply cannot enter. Please, do not resort to force. Regrettably, she lacked any notable assets. Otherwise, she might have garnered more sympathy. Miss Golden Week's figure resembled a barren airstrip, even in comparison to the more generous proportions of Koya, who remarked, "Thank you for yet another instance of torment." Nevertheless, despite Koya's modesty, a gentle squeeze would at least reveal a slight contour. In stark contrast, Miss Golden Week was utterly flat, suitable even as a tablet. Even the flat-chested ghost princess, Perona, would concede defeat. Faced with the pitiful sight of Miss Golden Week, seemingly on the verge of being victimized, Chu Ba Wang rolled his eyes and waved dismissively, stating, "Enough. I have no interest in girls with such modest figures. Do try to consume fewer cookies and more fruits, vegetables, and proteins. A balanced diet is essential for well-rounded development." This is not mere fanciful musings from the formidable Chu Ba Wang. He indeed harbors little interest in women of modest bosom. Were it not for the relentless pursuit of the petite heiress, who wielded the quintessential weapon of femininity, tears, he would undoubtedly prioritize those with more ample figures. Nevertheless, for the 18-year-old Miss Golden Week, he retains a flicker of hope. After all, 2 years of balanced nourishment, including both indulgent and wholesome fare, allowed the spectral Princess Perona to evolve from a gothic loli to a gothic princess while residing in the ancient castle of Mihawk. This transformation suggests that the young loli, Miss Golden Week, possesses similar potential. The mere thought of Miss Golden Week potentially achieving such a transformative metamorphosis rekindles Chu Ba Wang's motivation to continue this nurturing game. Is this the allure of a development game? Truly enchanting. However, Kaya cast a bemused glance at Dashki's bosom, Nami and Miss Valentine's, as well as at little Chinga's chest. Suddenly, she felt utterly disheartened. She gently patted little lowly Miss Golden Week's little head, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, yet she mustered encouraging words. "Stay strong. At least you have me by your side." With a wistful turn of her head, Kaya silently shed unbidden tears, for this truly was a tale of poignant sorrow. Strangely enough, today seemed to be a fortuitous day for the overlord of Chu, as luck appeared to be on his side. Accompanied by the ladies, he frolicked in the depths of Ancient Island for most of the day, as if blessed by fortune, his luck unrelenting. He discovered pirate treasure relics here and unearthed finely crafted antiques there. Every item he unearthed was a valuable treasure in the market. "Father, these gold and silver jewels are quite cumbersome to carry. Please keep them safe for now. With this abundance of riches, you surely have a way to manage them, right?" To Chu Overlord's surprise, the little thief cat Nami willingly entrusted him with the treasures she had painstakingly gathered. He knew her all too well, the diligent accountant with a penchant for wealth. In their everyday lives, Nami was extremely cautious with finances, holding the reins of the Mary's treasury. The last time Sanji wished to purchase a locked refrigerator in Town, he had to woo her for 2 months to finally achieve his desire. Unfortunately, aside from Usopp, who occasionally saved a little pocket money from his inventive endeavors, the others were not adept at saving. If Nami were to relent and spend frivolously, the crew aboard the Mary would have surely perished in the vast ocean. It was unexpected for Nami to so readily place her trust in him to safeguard her valuables. Even Chu Overlord couldn't help but marvel at how the sun had risen from the west today. "Very well, it is indeed inconvenient to carry so many treasures. I shall take charge of their safekeeping. As the saying goes, one hunts in the mountains, and those who see will share in the spoils. We shall allocate these treasures later when time permits." Kaya was the first to express her agreement, and the other ladies followed suit, especially Miss Golden Week and Miss Valentine, who were essentially prisoners under Chu Overlord and had little say in the matter. The two of them had already resigned themselves to the idea of being at Chu Overlord's mercy. Who would have thought that he, perhaps due to a mind that defied convention, would not act in the expected manner? Not only did he show no inclination towards disrespect, but he also took them along on his treasure hunts. In the end, they received a substantial share of the riches, although they did not verbalize their thoughts. Both ladies were somewhat taken aback. Had they known that the Overlord treated his female captives with such generosity, they wouldn't have toiled away at Baroque works as high-ranking agents with meager pay, no commissions, unfulfilled mortgage obligations, and self-funded insurance. In comparison to their current lives as captives, it was a stark contrast. Miss Golden Week and Miss Valentine exchanged glances, each arriving at a final decision. "We shall never be slaves, unless provided with food and shelter. By the way, I just remembered that we Haven Tea had a lottery today." On the way back, Chu Overlord's thoughts began to stir. He resolved to seize the opportunity while the blessing of fortune still lingered and initiate 100 consecutive random draws today. Such a splendid buff should not be squandered. What if it were to expire tomorrow? It is imperative to make the most of every fleeting moment today. Ding. Congratulations, you have received 10 boxes of notebooks. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired 10 sets of 5-year college entrance examination and 3-year simulations. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained a 500 milliliters bottle of delightful soda. Ding. You have received 100 pieces of stinky tofu. Ding. You have secured a copy of the new Oriental Culinary Secrets. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired 100 Master Balls. The Master Ball is a fictional item from the Pokemon series, manufactured by Sylph Company using top-tier technology, capable of capturing any Pokemon with a 100 success rate. P.S. It can also be used to store ordinary animals after a contract, facilitating their transport. Ding. Congratulations, you have received 10,000 Senza Beans. A divine item from the anime Dragon Ball. Senza Beans are cultivated by the cat sage residing in Korin Tower. Consuming one allows for rapid recovery from injuries. They restore physical strength and energy in the shortest time possible, nearly instantaneously returning the body to optimal condition. P.S. They can only mend limbs and restore stamina and energy, but are ineffective against diseases. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained a legendary treasure, extraordinary treasure of the heavenly auspicious clouds. P.S. This item is a manifestation of the righteous spirit from the heart of the Panga deity. It is neither innate nor of later generations. Once the auspicious clouds are summoned, all malevolent forces are dispelled, and the wielder becomes immune to all attacks from treasures and divine spells. Ding. Your 100 attempts at the lottery have concluded. We welcome you back next time. Oh, thus, today indeed appears to be my fortunate day, does it not? I have drawn such an abundance of splendid items. A full 10 boxes of notebooks means that Zoro and Sanji need not spend on expensive paper any longer. The overlord of Chu eagerly twists open a bottle of delightful soda, beginning to indulge in its effervescence. The new Oriental Culinary Secrets are also remarkable. In the world of pirates, they are akin to the gourmet's Bible. Should Chef Sanji learn of this, he would undoubtedly beg to obtain it. If ever the landlord's household runs low on provisions, perhaps Lady Koya could personally take to the kitchen to showcase her culinary skills. In this manner, it is certainly preferable to indulge in the exquisite flavors of the local pirate world rather than the insipid dark cuisine. That being said, ever since marrying the affluent and charming Koya, he has yet to savor the culinary delights crafted by her own hands. This is not due to Koya's lack of diligence or culinary skills, but merely because the landlord's surplus provisions have never run out. The Master Ball is quite suitable as well, for it can serve as a vessel for dinosaur mounts. The system space is indeed quite useful. Even delectable food placed within it remains unspoiled and free from decay. However, it possesses a significant drawback. It cannot store sentient beings with awakened intelligence for extended periods. The higher the level of intelligence, the shorter the lifespan of such beings within the system space. You might wonder how Chu Bawang came to know this. Initially, he was unaware, but one day he inadvertently tossed an adorable little bunny into the system space. To his dismay, within mere hours, the little creature succumbed. After consulting the system's canine assistant, Chu Bawang finally understood the system space's most glaring flaw. In remembrance of the valiant sacrifice of the little bunny, Chu Bawang and Koya silently squatted beside a heap of richly seasoned barbecue, tears of profound sorrow streaming from their lips as they bid farewell to the little creature, sending it to a blissful afterlife. Chu Bawang leisurely counted the incredibly valuable task rewards he had amassed, prepared for any eventuality. Senza Beans from the Dragon Ball universe? He could hardly believe that even such dreamlike treasures could be drawn. His luck was indeed extraordinary. A splendid item for survival. Consuming a single Senza Bean could instantly restore him to full health and energy, even though he possessed infinite stamina. Using these beans to replenish his health and energy was still quite advantageous. However, it seemed that such items were unnecessary in the novice village, for no one could bring him to a state of critical health or energy. As for the mentioned ineffectiveness against diseases, that could easily be disregarded. One should be content and cherish happiness. Being able to revive fully on the spot, what more could one desire? With a total of 10,000 Senza Beans, it equated to an astounding 10,000 revival coins, a delightful boon. Chu Bawang was as exhilarated as a freshman just starting college, having already realized the dreams of countless individuals. Earning over 10,000 monthly, strutting about with an air of arrogance and audacity. I am Chu Ba Wang, 18 years of age, possessing 10,000 revival coins. I am feeling quite inflated. Dare you challenge me? Such an abundance of revival coins, infinitely usable, who wouldn't he feel a sense of grandiosity? It is worth noting that senzu beans, even in the native realm of Dragon Ball, are exceedingly rare treasures, produced in minuscule quantities. When senzu beans first appeared, they were measured in jars, but eventually they were counted one by one. Thus, the Dragon Ball warriors owe their greatness primarily to the Cat Sage. The primordial island is indeed my paradise. This marks the second time I have drawn a legendary treasure. Chu Ba Wang gazed at the final treasure, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Undoubtedly a significant find. The legendary treasure, Heavenly Tao's supreme treasure, celebratory clouds of all realms. According to ancient legends, this artifact was formed from the righteous spirit of Pangu, later becoming the treasured defense of Hong Jun Laozu. After the conclusion of his third sermon, Saint Hong Jun bestowed this treasure upon Yuan Shi Tianzuan for protection. There is no need to elaborate on who Pangu is. He is the one who opened the heavens and earth, the harbinger of chaos, the foremost powerhouse of the primordial era, truly formidable. Hong Jun Laozu, known as the Tao ancestor, even the three supreme figures, Tao de Tianzuan, Yuan Shi Tianzuan, and Ling Bao Tianzuan, must respectfully refer to him as teacher. The uniqueness of celebratory clouds of all realms lies in its transcendental nature, unbound by the innate or the mundane. Once summoned, it dispels all evils and remains untouched by myriad laws. It can ignore the attacks of any treasure or weapon, immune to all magical and supernatural damage. The only aspect that left Chu Ba Wang somewhat speechless was the emergence of such a treasure in the world of pirates seems to carry a slight suspicion of being somewhat overpowered. Within the celestial auspices, the primordial world subtly manifests, illuminated by the sun, moon, and stars. Amidst the celestial auspices, multicolored rays of light permeate the heavens, while the harmonious melodies of celestial music resonate throughout the universe. Beyond the celestial auspices, countless golden lanterns, golden lotuses, and sparkling jewels cascade from the heavens like incessant raindrops from an eave. Truly, it is a celestial phenomenon, not of the innate, nor of the latter generations. All evils are dispelled, and no laws can encroach. The celestial auspices undoubtedly deserve their reputation as a legendary treasure, verging on the classification of a magic-repelling artifact. In the pirate world, devil fruits can be roughly categorized into three types: paramecia, logia, and zoan. However, in reality, there exists a subset of extraordinary devil fruits that touch upon the very essence of the world, which can be regarded as law-type devil fruits. Once they strike an opponent, they evoke effects akin to words manifesting as reality. Notable representatives include Sugar, the little Lolita officer under Don Quixote Doflamingo of the Don Quixote family, and Perona, one of the three oddities under Moria, as well as Big Mom, one of the four emperors of the New World. Fruits like the Hobby fruit, the Ghost fruit, and the Soul fruit leave a profound impression. At their core, the essence of these abilities indeed involves the fundamental laws of the world. Take, for instance, the Hobby fruit. Anyone touched by Sugar becomes the toy she desires, pledging loyalty to the user. Even high-tier fighters of the Admiral level may find it challenging to resist the onslaught of the Hobby fruit. Of course, law-type fruits come with their drawbacks, namely the necessity for direct action on the target to unleash their words manifesting as reality ability. Those who reach the ranks of the three admirals, being stellar-level existences, are unlikely to fall prey to surprise attacks. Individuals like Sugar and Perona, who possess weaker physical capabilities and lack standout powers, would likely be swiftly defeated in a single encounter. Nonetheless, even the three admirals would not dare to underestimate users of law-type devil fruits. For even when fully armored with haki, they cannot resist the encroachment of these law-type fruits. This is precisely why the extraordinary artifact, the celestial auspices, is hailed as a magic-repelling artifact. With the celestial auspices in hand, the chances of Chu Ba Wang encountering unforeseen misfortunes are virtually non-existent. Ding. Detection indicates the host is about to leave the ancient island, triggering hidden selection quest conditions. The following tasks are now available for the host to choose from. Option 1. Part ways with the blue demon Dongli and the red demon Bragi, ignoring each other's grievous wounds. Task reward: a collection of Tang poems X1. Divine weapon: Nine-toothed rake X1. Option 2. Support Dongli and Bragi in their continued battle for the glory of warriors, providing appropriate assistance. Task reward: a collection of song lyrics X1, additional luck buff enhancement. Note: The host may only obtain the luck buff during the duel between Dongli and Baratie, and its duration will be determined by the length of the duel. The divine weapon, nine-toothed rake? Hiki. I shall leave that to the second elder brother. After all, a person as strikingly handsome as I am is hardly worthy of wielding the divine weapon of the second elder brother, right? A luck buff enhancement? Now, that is indeed a splendid thing. Upon seeing the second option, Chu Bawang's eyes gleamed, and he could not help but shower affectionate kisses upon the bewildered little rich girl, Koya. Non-lucky draws, a perpetual source of pain. Furthermore, luck can often feel elusive and unpredictable. For the unfortunate, it remains an idealized dream forever out of reach. If I could attain a luck buff, it would be akin to injecting a dose of adrenaline into the unfortunate. As someone so wise and valiant, charming and graceful, youthful and wealthy, unrivaled in the world, a paragon of virtue, undaunted by foes, and a master of all trades, I am indeed a hero of unparalleled excellence. Known throughout the realms as a remarkable figure, naturally, I must stand against injustice, ready to act when the moment calls for it. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Ba Wang chose the second option. He vowed that his altruism was not merely for the sake of the generous rewards, but solely to fulfill the lifelong aspiration of Dongli and Baratie to strive for the glory of warriors. I, Chu Ba Wang, at the tender age of 18, am truly a benevolent soul. Such gallant heroes as I, who frequently rise against injustice, are indeed scarce in the Grand Line. Chu Ba Wang gently pinched the delicate and lovely face of Dasky, a warm smile gracing his lips, his expression filled with contentment. Dasky, forcibly abducted, was left with a myriad of questions swirling in her mind. I trust you as much as a ghost. That old man is incredibly cunning. During the century-long duel, Dongli and Baratie spent most of their time in a state of exhaustion. It was precisely for this reason that, in the original narrative, they were so easily defeated by Mr. 3 and his crew. As a parting gesture, Chu Ba Wang left 10 magical beans for Dongli and Baratie to restore their health and energy, hoping they would continue their duel undisturbed by any little pests. To him, Dongli and Baratie had transformed into experience points and laborers. With a modest initial investment, they could reap bountiful rewards later on. Who would refuse a business venture that yields profits while lying down? With reluctant gazes from Dongli and Baratie, the Straw Hat crew embarked on a new journey. Initially, they would not have departed so swiftly, as Nami, the crafty navigator, had yet to collect enough magnetic energy from the ancient island. Due to the island's unique attributes, the Straw Hat crew needed to remain for an entire year to fully store the magnetic energy. In this moment, not only was Luffy displeased, but even Zoro and Sanji expressed their impatience to remain on this small island for an entire year. Must we truly endure a full year? By the time we leave, Ace's grave grass will likely have grown 3 feet high. Roger gazed skyward, his face etched with despair. It is no wonder this island is laden with treasures. It seems those individuals perished on the ancient island, leaving their belongings behind. Nami suddenly appeared to grasp something profound. The environment of the ancient island was exceedingly harsh, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to survive for an extended period. Furthermore, should one incur the wrath of the blue demon, Dongli, and the red demon, Baratie, one would meet an even swifter demise. Though these two giants possessed gentle natures and would not initiate an attack, they would not remain passive in the face of enemies. Sanji inquired, Roger-senpai, do you possess a means to allow us to leave the ancient island ahead of schedule? Do you think I am someone to be trifled with? Such matters cannot pose a challenge to me. Zoro's eyes lit up. So you do have a solution? I had thought you were merely idling about, doing nothing of substance. Roger rolled his eyes, exasperation evident on his face. Do you presume I share the same qualities as that bald-headed rubber lad? Aside from feasting and frolicking, is that all I am capable of? Roger-senpai, the fate of thwarting crocodile schemes rests entirely upon your shoulders, Ikelim added, his expression filled with anticipation. If we were to spend an entire year on the ancient island and then return, by that time, we would have missed our opportunity. Observing Usopp and Ikelim, all wearing expressions of eagerness, the once boastful Roger found himself losing the desire to maintain his bravado. You are making this difficult for me, fat tiger. Roger coughed lightly, scratching his head as he candidly confessed, as the captain of this vessel, must I handle every matter personally? I might as well inform you that navigation and scheduling are typically managed by my first mate, Rayleigh. My role is to oversee the grand scheme. The crowd fell to the ground in disbelief. Did he not realize he was merely posturing, devoid of any dignity? They had expected Roger to be a king, only to discover he was merely an amateur. Nami shook her head in disbelief. She had long known that the erratic Roger was somewhat unreliable. Thus, she held no expectations for him. "Father, do you not have other log poses?" The ruler of the Chu gestured dismissively, indicating there was no need for concern. Nami, perplexed, scratched her head in confusion. No sooner had the ruler of the Chu spoken than a bizarre bird resembling a vulture, sporting sunglasses, descended from the sky. Upon its back sat a sloth with sharp claws. The Baroque Works elite agents, Mr. Five and Miss Friday, known as the Unlucky Duo, were playfully dubbed by netizens as the Treasure Delivery Duo. In the original narrative, these two agents were swiftly dispatched by Sanji, who notably presented Nami with a long-used permanent log pose. Although referred to as agents, they were merely a peculiar combination of a sloth and a vulture, tasked with reconnaissance and information delivery. Upon this visit, it is likely to present Mr. Three and others with a permanent pointer directing towards Alabasta. According to Crocodile's scheme, the national theft plan has reached its final stage, necessitating the mobilization of all forces from the Baroque Works to launch a decisive strike on the palace. The brainwashed Mr. Five stepped forward, his expression one of deference, and said, "Lord Crocodile, Mr. Zero has just communicated with us via the transponder snail, urging us to hasten to Alabasta. The Unlucky Duo has come to deliver the permanent pointer. Please instruct us, Lord Crocodile, on how we should proceed." Little did they know that fortune smiled upon them today. It was as if a pillow was delivered to one who had just fallen asleep. Mr. Zero, the mastermind orchestrating Baroque Works, is, in truth, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Sir Crocodile. With the aid of the bounty hunters network from Baroque Works, Crocodile's national theft plan progressed remarkably smoothly. Crocodile looked up, a benevolent smile gracing his features, and declared, "A gift delivered to our doorstep should not be squandered. You too, retrieve the permanent pointer and hand it over to Nami." The Unlucky Duo held no potential for growth, and he had little interest in enlisting these two without promise. He promptly commanded Mr. Three and others to engage with them. Everything transpired seamlessly, and the Unlucky Duo harbored no suspicion, unwittingly playing the role of treasure bearers once more. At the moment of parting, the Blue Demon, Dory, and the Red Demon, Baratie, insisted on exhausting their last reserves of strength to vanquish the sea monster, thereby clearing the path for Crocodile's entourage. Crocodile initially felt this was unnecessary, but upon reflection, he recognized that the warriors' weapons were on the verge of collapse. They could manage one last desperate battle before they became unusable. Without their weapons, the two giants could sustain a duel longer through sheer brute force, thereby extending the duration of any luck they might gain. Crocodile now hoped this battle would continue indefinitely. Anyone who dared interrupt the duel of these two warriors would incur his wrath. Behold, the sea monster has appeared. My heavens, its size is astounding, even overshadowing the whale Laboon. Usopp suddenly recalled tales he once exaggerated, where he mentioned a goldfish as large as an island. He felt a wave of despair wash over him, wishing to slap himself. How did I become so eerily accurate? It is dubbed the sea monster, but in truth, it is merely a horrifyingly gigantic goldfish. Any island swallowed by it is digested, leaving behind a barren wasteland. Colloquially referred to as excrement. The high mortality rate on the island of death is largely attributed to this voracious goldfish lying in wait. One ship arrives, it consumes one. 2 ships come, it devours them both, relishing the hunt. However, today, this goldfish that has devoured countless vessels is destined for misfortune. Beast, prepare to experience the mightiest spear technique of the Elbaf giants. Conquer, nation. The Blue Demon, Dory, and the Red Demon, Baratie, swung their nearly shattered swords and gilded axes towards the sea monster. Conquer and dominate. While the difference in syllables is minor, the disparity in effect is monumental. Under the full force of the giant strike, even the sea monster, one of the largest sea beasts currently showcased in the pirate world, met a swift demise. The morning sun scattered its golden rays like jewels, gleaming brilliantly. As the slumbering Zoro was awakened by the spirit of the sword, 1. He noticed an envelope resting beneath the blade of Wad Ikamanji. A year's plan hinges on spring. A day's plan rests upon the morning. To aspire to be the world's greatest swordsman, one must not only possess unparalleled swordsmanship, but also cultivate a well-rounded character. To enhance your literary prowess, I have prepared for you a collection of 300 Song Dynasty poems. I shall need to accompany your teacher, Koya, home for a visit, and you must memorize at least 10 of them. Upon my return, I shall review your work. Zoro, utterly bewildered, thought, what on earth? My master is once again taking my teacher home for a visit. Well, that is not the crux of the matter. The crucial point is that Crocodile has left me with an assignment. As he flipped through the translated collection of 300 song poems, his expression darkened. I, who vowed to become the world's greatest swordsman, must also develop in all facets. Is this some sort of joke? Recalling how he had toiled over his homework until the early hours, Zoro felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Yet, remembering that Sanji had copied his homework until 3 in the morning, Zoro found solace in the thought that while his life was difficult, as long as those he despised suffered more, it was bearable. With panda-like dark circles under his eyes, Zoro, looking as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant, approached the dining table. His appearance seemed more weary than after enduring crocodile-esque grueling hell training. "What's the matter, Zoro? You look rather out of sorts," inquired the carefree pirate king, Roger, as he nonchalantly snatched a large piece of meat from Luffy's plate with one hand, while using the other to drink wine. This is evidently not the first occasion he has bullied Luffy at the dining table. Both Luffy and Roger are unparalleled gluttons, no matter how much Sanji prepares. It seems insatiable, akin to a bottomless pit. To ensure an ample supply of food for their journey to the next island, the meals Sanji prepares are generally just sufficient. This has led to frequent clashes between Luffy and Roger, each vying for a substantial piece of meat from the dining table. When the formidable Chu Overlord was present, there was a degree of restraint. However, now that he has returned home to visit family, accompanied by Shao Qing and Dasky, Roger seizes the opportunity to flaunt his dominance. Relishing in bullying Luffy today, observing Roger's unabashed demeanor, especially as he deliberately consumed the last piece of meat right before Luffy's eyes, Luffy felt a surge of indignation, wishing he could cast Roger into the sea to feed the fish. Alas, Luffy alone stands no chance against Roger, unless Zoro and Sanji, who have recently honed their swordsmanship, are willing to lend him a hand. Luffy finds himself reminiscing about the days when Chu Overlord graced the Going Merry, as Roger would never have dared to act so brazenly then. On the very first day of Chu Overlord's absence, he is missed dearly. Not to mention, yesterday, the domineering master assigned me a mountain of homework, and I toiled away until 2 in the morning to complete it. This was only feasible because I resorted to the 4-pin flow technique, or else I would have been too exhausted to stand and converse with you all. Lem was taken aback. What on earth is the 4-pin flow? Could it possibly mean using 4 pins simultaneously to complete assignments? Is it true that the sword spirit, Shao One, assists you in your studies? You truly are a clever little trickster. Sanji, equally burdened by dark circles under his eyes, approached with a freshly cooked piece of meat, exclaiming weakly, "I knew it. Green algae head, you must have cheated. Your swordsmanship is far superior to my wind god-like techniques, and yet you finished faster than I did. It's impossible without some form of cheating." Zoro wiped his face in despair, pulling out a thick stack of bilingual translations of the 300 song lyrics. "Please, don't say any more. You only make me feel worse. Today, Master Bawang accompanied Madame Koya home for a family visit, and I thought I could sneak away for a moment, flying on my sword with Shaoan for a breath of fresh air. Yet, I don't know what possessed him to assign me 10 song lyrics to memorize. And he will check upon my return." Sanji sighed deeply, also producing a hefty stack of the same translations, his expression a mixture of schadenfreude and empathy. "Green algae head. Seeing you suffer the same privileged treatment, I can finally breathe easy." Together, they shared a silent understanding, clasping hands as if bound by brotherhood through trials and tribulations. What misfortune to have such an unreliable master. Bound by the principle of comprehensive development in virtue, wisdom, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor, they found little ground to refuse. "Let us have a competition. Let us see who can recite faster." Zoro and Sanji exchanged determined glances, igniting a fierce sense of rivalry, and began ravenously devouring their meals. Thus, a war without smoke reignited. Achoo! Achoo! In a surprising turn of events, Usopp, who usually rises early, was the last to appear for breakfast today. With a large, unflattering hat atop his head and a damp towel in hand, he walked forward, continuously sneezing and sniffling. Appearing gravely ill. "Usopp, you have a fever," Luffy exclaimed, feeling Usopp's forehead, which was as hot as an iron, causing him to withdraw his hand in alarm. The fever that besets Usopp is indeed quite severe. Were it not for the pitiful appearance he bore, Luffy might have been tempted to fry a delectable egg. Zoro furrowed his brow in concern, pondering their predicament. "What shall we do? The only one aboard with medical knowledge is Miss Kaya, and she is currently visiting her hometown with Master Baba." Usopp, struggling to keep his trembling eyelids open, managed to force a smile, saying, I'm fine. Back on Ancient Island, I inadvertently got bitten by a little bug. As long as I can hold on until Master Baba returns, I should be all right. Before he could finish his sentence, a resounding thud echoed as Usopp's unsteady body collapsed to the ground. Sanji, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, exclaimed in shock, "It's over. Usopp has been completely dazed by the fever." This boastful lad has unfortunately encountered a common plight faced by seafarers traversing the Grand Line, an ailment brought on by the erratic climate. Regardless of how renowned or formidable a pirate might be, there are numerous instances of sudden demise due to such conditions. The rather disheveled Roger, momentarily setting aside his nonchalant demeanor, displayed the poise expected of one who has captained a ship. Upon recognizing Usopp's relentless fever and clammy skin, he promptly implemented a series of standard first aid measures. Although Usopp's symptoms were still relatively mild, negligence could ultimately lead to fatal consequences. Sanji and Ikelim exchanged glances at the unconscious Usopp, their expressions a mix of disbelief and concern. Could this be considered a minor ailment? One could argue that it is quite perplexing. It is merely the case that individuals in the world of pirates possess a notably higher level of physical resilience. Otherwise, given Usopp's current temperature, he would likely have already departed this world to engage in a game of mahjong with the Buddha. When the lives of comrades are at stake, the typically jovial Luffy wears a rare expression of seriousness. Miss Koya is, in fact, somewhat of a doctor, yet she is not one of our crew. Aside from Miss Koya, Nami and Mr. Frankie may also possess some medical knowledge. Unfortunately, none of them are present at this moment. This is Luffy's intuition. Although he has never witnessed the great Chu Ba Wang employ any medical techniques to save others, he has a vague sense that there is nothing in this world that could truly challenge him. At this point, even Luffy felt a hint of frustration. The ship's medical experts were absent, leaving them to helplessly stare at one another. Roger frowned, his two long nose hairs quivering like caterpillars. This is quite troublesome. Based on Miss Koya's previous experiences returning home, the timing of their return is highly unpredictable. Sometimes they are gone for just a day or two, while at other times they may be away for an entire week. If we were to wait for the great Bawang to return, the bragging fool's grave grass would surely be 3 feet high. If he were to discover that his only fellow townsman had passed away merely after a few days of absence, he would undoubtedly erupt in fury. The mere thought of this terrifying outcome sent a shiver down Roger's spine. Though aware of Chu Ba Wang's divine resurrection technique, who could say what kind of exorbitant cost might be required to wield such a forbidden art? Roger shared a similar sentiment with the others. After all, this was a forbidden technique for resurrecting the deceased, and it was only natural that it would demand a heavy price. Having resurrected the pirate king Roger, Chu Ba Wang had at least reaped the profound swordsmanship essence of divine evasion. If he were to resurrect Usopp, it was highly probable he would gain the ultimate bragging skill. Surely, anyone would be driven to madness. Sanji patted Ikelim's shoulder, inquiring, "If we reach Alabasta, we should be able to find a doctor, right? Ikelim, how far are we from Alabasta?" Ikelim looked utterly bewildered, responding, "If you ask me, who should I ask? All I know is that we won't arrive within a week." At this rate, Chu Ba Wang might have returned home for family visits twice. Luffy, arms crossed, observed Usopp's expression of hellish torment and wondered aloud, "If you're sick, does it feel really awful? How do others take care of you when you're unwell?" Zoro and Sanji, in perfect harmony, waved their hands in unison, replying, "I don't know. I've never been sick." Roger rolled his eyes. "What are you looking at me for? None of you youngsters have endured the trials of illness. How could I, the illustrious Pirate King Roger, ever fall ill?" Roger has indeed deceived. He has long been afflicted with a terminal illness. In the final years of his life, he did not escape the torment of disease. It was a terminal condition. Even with the world's finest physicians aboard his ship, he could not cure himself, at best. They could only alleviate his suffering to a slight degree. Unfortunately, when he passed by Twin Cape this time, he did not encounter his old ship's doctor, Kukulos. Otherwise, he might have attempted to entice him aboard this vessel. Chu Bawang, what a foolish notion. Your ship's Dr. Kukulos and the whale, Labu, have long been cast into the Bermuda Triangle, along with the unfortunate invisible man, Absalom. You lot are truly monstrous. Sickness is undoubtedly painful, yet it is astonishing that none of you have ever fallen ill throughout your lives. The Carlin was left speechless. What kind of monsters are these? Their constitution is simply abnormal. He dared not publicly voice his complaints, for he was merely a pitiable, weak, and helpless stowaway. The crowd once again fell into silence. Ikelim extracted a thermometer from Usopp's armpit, his expression one of astonishment. Goodness, the fever has reached 42 degrees. If we delay any further, this lad will become a roasted pig. Zoro produced a recording pointer and firmly placed it in Roger's hand, his demeanor grave. In that case, We must not squander any more time. Let us hasten to find an island with a doctor. Senior Roger, the navigation is now entrusted to you. I shall ensure that the sword spirit, Xiao collaborates with you to swiftly reach the nearest densely populated island. This record is intentionally left by Nami during her visit to the home of the notorious Chu Ba Wang. Long before Roger set sail, Nami imparted a wealth of knowledge regarding the peculiar climates of the Grand Line, just to be on the safe side. With Zoro and the spirit of the sword, Xiao providing guidance and support from afar, the Mary would encounter no peril. Initially, Roger was reluctant to learn navigation from Nami. However, at the moment she spoke, the menacing presence of the White Devil, Chu Bawang, loomed close by. His fierce gaze was utterly intimidating, suggesting that if Roger uttered a mere no, he would incur the wrath of his goddaughter, leading to his eternal damnation in the depths of hell. To refuse? He feared that Chu Bawang would unleash a brutal beating upon him, all while casually remarking, "You brought this upon yourself, thus, I must teach you a lesson." With no choice but to acquiesce to the cunning little thief Nami's proposal, Roger found himself at a loss for words. Ever since he was cleverly bound to this rogue vessel by Chu Bawang, he realized he had never truly had a choice. After approximately a day and a half of sailing, the Straw Hat crew arrived at a new land, Winter Island, also known as the Kingdom of Drum. Undoubtedly, here lies the charming hometown of the adorable reindeer, Tony Chopper. On the journey to the Drum Kingdom, a minor incident occurred. The Straw Hat crew encountered Wapple, the gluttonous user of the Munch fruit and the former incompetent king of Drum Kingdom, famished after a long time without food. Wapple attempted to devour the entire Going Merry, only to be soundly reprimanded by an enraged Zoro. Following that, upon witnessing the resurrected Roger, Wapple fled in sheer terror, his speed rivaling that of a rabbit. After a rather hasty discussion, the Straw Hat crew decided to station Ikelam and Roger to guard the Going Merry, ensuring Wapple wouldn't take advantage of their absence to consume the entire ship. Alas, Ikelam hoped that Mr. Zoro would swiftly locate a doctor to help Mr. Usopp recover. Ikelam sighed, appearing even more anxious about Usopp's safety than the exuberant Luffy. He was self-aware, understanding that while he was concerned for the safety of the nation's people and Princess Vivi, this was not the time for panic. The Straw Hat crew would never abandon a comrade. Only when Usopp recovered could the Going Merry continue its voyage. Furthermore, Usopp was a fellow townsman of the formidable warrior, and if Usopp were to meet his demise here, the plan to enlist the warrior's aid would be dashed. Thus, at this moment, Ikelam yearned for Usopp's swift recovery more than anyone else. Currently, Alabasta was in grave peril, and Princess Vivi's safety remained uncertain. The sole piece of good news was that Mr. 5 and Mr. 3, prior to being dismissed by the warrior, confirmed that Princess Vivi, acting as an undercover agent for Baroque Works, had not yet had her identity revealed. Nevertheless, Ikelam was still deeply concerned for Vivi, whom he had watched grow up and cherished as if she were his own daughter. Rest assured, once we've healed that boastful brat, we shall charge into Alabasta, that so-called warlord of the sea, crocodile, right? At that point, a single strike will suffice to dispatch this scoundrel. Roger clapped Ikelam on the shoulder, effortlessly balancing boasting and drinking. Ikelam could only manage a wry smile and nod. He longed to point out that, on this vessel, the most unreliable individual appeared to be you, Roger. Relying on you would be akin to courting disaster. On the Going Merry, the most trustworthy man was undoubtedly the warrior. Following him was the quiet yet remarkably capable beauty, Nico Robin. Next was Zoro, who frequently worked out on the deck. If only he weren't so directionally challenged. The least reliable, in order, were Roger, the gluttonous Luffy, the boastful Usopp, and the lecherous cook, Sanji. Of course, from a current perspective, the legendary Pirate King was not without his merits, such as being approachable and humorous. You young folks are always so reckless. Why can't you take a page from the capable young warrior and show a little more care and respect for this old recluse? However, truth be told, while the warrior is indeed promising, he still falls slightly short compared to my prime. Moreover, in terms of charisma, he pales in comparison. The captain has mastered that aspect to perfection. Ikelam thought to himself, I have never encountered such a shameless individual. To boast of being stronger than the warrior is one thing, but to audaciously claim to be more handsome is utterly outrageous. The warrior has already stated, in this world, only those generous readers who shower rewards are more handsome and enduring than he. To be honest, if you still doubt me, wait for the warrior's return and we shall see. I will undoubtedly outshine him in terms of looks. The loquacious Roger was about to engage Ikelam in further banter when an unsettling spatial disturbance suddenly emerged behind them. Before he could utter the last word, Street. Roger found himself unable to continue. He turned abruptly, his gaze landing on a tall figure and 6 stunning beauties. Roger's drunken stupor faded significantly, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. Goodness, speak of the devil, and he shall appear? Oh no, brother. I just managed to come out and show off a little while you were away. How did I end up in the line of fire? The warrior's lips curled into a cold smirk. Roger, were you just speaking ill of me? The sound of cracking knuckles echoed ominously. Unbeknownst to Roger, the warrior had already materialized behind him. As he clenched his fists, the sound echoed like popping beans. The radiant smile on his face revealed that he had returned from his visit home with remarkable accomplishments. In fact, the primary reason for the warrior's return to Syrup Village was to employ the divine resurrection technique to bring back Kaya's parents and Nami's former guardian, Belmere. Although this ability was a reward from the system, the warrior had his reservations. Upon acquiring this power, he had refrained from using it on those close to him. What if the resurrected individuals turned into zombies or similar creatures? Even if Kaya and Nami were silent, the warrior's conscience would be burdened. Hence, he had chosen Roger as his experimental subject. Ultimately, he discovered that his worries were unfounded. The resurrected Roger had been lively aboard the Going Merry for over a month, embodying a vibrant, carefree spirit. It was precisely because of the resurrection of Kaya's parents and Belmere that he had delayed his return slightly. Of course, the main reason for the significant delay was that he had made time to meet with Noki and indulge in a leisurely outing, watching a film together. But that part is best left untold. Little did he expect that upon his return, he would overhear Roger pretentiously claiming superiority. He even stated that he was neither as capable nor as handsome as the warrior. Some things are intolerable. P.S. Readers who love to reward, comment, and like are undeniably more resilient and charismatic than the warrior. Wealthy patrons, shall we be friends? Warrior, you must hear my defense. I was merely joking with Icolum. I would never speak ill of you behind your back. Your looks and strength are undeniable. It is a fact that you can easily defeat me. Anyone who dares claim the warrior is less handsome than I shall confront them with my brothers. Anyone who claims the warrior cannot fight, I will rally my friends to deal with them. As the gaze of the formidable Chu Ba Wang turned increasingly malevolent, Roger swiftly executed a dramatic maneuver. Collapsing to his knees at the feet of his adversary, fervently clutching the powerful thigh in a display of anxiety and righteous indignation. Should an Oscar statuette exist in this realm, failing to award Roger would undoubtedly be a grave injustice. With his unparalleled acting prowess, he would undoubtedly qualify as an actor of the highest caliber. Chu Ba Wang found himself questioning whether Roger had, in fact, deceived Rayleigh into joining his crew during their initial recruitment. Roger, do you truly believe me to be deaf? Have you not realized that I am well aware of your soliloquy? Chu Ba Wang scoffed, radiating an aura of menace. Roger's claim of inability to fight was one thing, but to audaciously assert that he was not handsome was entirely another. Were you blinded, or perhaps inebriated? I, the illustrious Chu Ba Wang, am the most dashing figure of Zillibu village, even attracting the clandestine affections of the affluent Lady Ya, who secretly wishes to indulge me as her kept man. If this is not handsome, then what is justice? What about the law of the land? If one can still endure this, then he is no longer the formidable white demon of Rogtown, Chu Overlord. Roger, it seems 3 days without a beating has made you restless, itching for trouble, hasn't it? Very well, since you are so eager, allow me to relieve that tension. As Chu Overlord spoke, he drew the 7 Wolves belt from his waist and silently approached Roger. Roger's eyes darted, sensing imminent danger. He shouted, "The wind is fierce. I must flee," and prepared to make his escape. Remarkably, after a month of recovery, the once feeble Roger had regained considerable strength, even employing the Navy's 6 styles moonwalk in his flight. And his level was not low. You wish to escape? No one has ever escaped my grasp. Not even the Pirate King can achieve such a feat today. I shall impart a lesson you will remember for a lifetime. Defy the heavens, and there may be exceptions. Defy me, and there is no chance of survival. In the blink of an eye, Roger had sprinted nearly 100 meters, creating a significant distance between himself and Chu Overlord. Icolum, watching the spectacle unfold, was curious about the methods Chu Overlord would employ to discipline Roger. Strangely, Chu Overlord showed no intention of pursuing Roger. Instead, he began chanting an incantation, a peculiar pink light flickering in his eyes. What is filial piety? What is love? Do you comprehend the greatness of a mother's love? Icolum was utterly bewildered. Isn't it true, Overlord? Why are you dawdling? Aren't you supposed to be confronting Roger? He's nearly vanished from sight, yet you are here composing poetry. This was unusual during previous encounters. Roger had been dealt with swiftly, usually met with a thorough thrashing or thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Today, however, there was a calmness about Chu Overlord. A lack of urgency that suggested a change in temperament. Dasky and Xiaoqing were equally puzzled, unable to understand Chu Overlord's intentions. They had only recently joined his entourage and had never witnessed him employing the full version of the strongman appraisal technique on anyone else. Roger is finished. It's that move. Roger Sr., I can only wish you luck in experiencing the greatness of maternal love. Only Nami and Koya seemed to sense something amiss, exchanging a glance that revealed their alarm. Are you truly the strongest in this world? Whether yes or no, experience my strongman appraisal technique. Chu Overlord sneered repeatedly, his eyes glinting with an eerie pink light. He had unleashed the divine skill from the beginner's gift pack strongman appraisal technique. Though named strongman appraisal technique, it would be more aptly termed pregnancy gaze. This technique allows one to discern if an individual is a genuine powerhouse with merely a glance. The skill's effect, a maternal gaze reminiscent of Confucian saints that subjects the recipient to the agony of 10 months of pregnancy within 10 seconds, followed by half an hour of labor pain. In simpler terms, whoever is gazed upon becomes pregnant. Anyone who has been scrutinized by Chu Overlord experiences the excruciating journey of a woman through pregnancy and childbirth. Previously, Chu Overlord had employed this technique against Baiji Kuro. Yet Kuro's willpower could not withstand even 10 seconds of the torment, let alone the subsequent half-hour of labor. Is the Overlord inquiring of me? What is filial piety? What is love? This is perplexing. Activated his observation haki. Roger curiously glanced back, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of the pink light in Chu Overlord's eyes. The strongman appraisal technique had successfully activated, striking Roger with its effects. Ouch, my stomach hurts. Roger's form, previously leaping with the moonwalk, suddenly halted, and he couldn't help but gasp in shock. His instincts told him that Chu Overlord had just cast some sort of transformation spell on him. In a mere 10 seconds, he experienced the agonizing torment of a mature woman enduring 10 months of pregnancy. The ordeal of pregnancy is already a harrowing experience for women, let alone compressing all that pain into a mere 10 seconds. Even with the indomitable spirit of the Pirate King, he was overwhelmed, his body curling into a shrimp-like position. Teeth clenched, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. Before he could gather himself to combat the pain of pregnancy, he was immediately struck by the relentless agony of labor. Lasting half an hour, the pain was stark and piercing, like a torrential landslide crashing down upon him. It was so excruciating that it made his head spin, legs weak, and his entire body drenched in sweat. Roger could not help but howl at the heavens, his face contorted in agony. His expression was akin to wearing a mask of suffering, a sight to behold. Chu Overlord, with a subtle smile, calmly declared, "Now, Joel D. Roger, do you understand what filial piety is? What love entails? Do you comprehend the greatness of a mother's love?" As he raised his hand, it aligned perfectly with Roger's inquisitive gaze. In the next moment, Roger witnessed the emergence of an eerie pink light in Chu Overlord's eyes. Ding. Chu Overlord has used strongman appraisal technique on you. If you can endure the appraisal, it signifies that you are a true powerhouse. Should you fail, it indicates that you still have some distance to cover before reaching strength. Note, this strongman appraisal technique carries certain after effects. Please be prepared mentally. Something feels off. Roger instinctively sensed that something was amiss and immediately made haste to return to the deck of the Mary. This imparted to him a sense of willingly stepping into a trap. Fully aware that towering trees lay ahead, this fleeing rabbit could only charge recklessly forward. Both Ya and Nami covered their faces, unable to bear witness to Roger's plight any longer. Ikolum, utterly bewildered, questioned, "What? How has Mr. Roger returned? Is he not afraid of the colossal fist of the tyrant?" In the next moment, amidst the astonished gazes of Ikolum and the women, the belly of the Pirate King, Roger, began to expand like a balloon. What on earth is happening? Before he could process the unfolding events, the agony of 10 months of gestation coupled with the pains of childbirth brought him to his knees, clutching his swollen belly and convulsing uncontrollably. "Mr. Gold, Roger, I regret to inform you that you are not the unparalleled genius you believed yourself to be, nor can you be considered an extraordinary powerhouse," Chu Ba Wang stated calmly, observing the writhing Roger. "Thus, it is evident that your training remains insufficient. Only by staying true to your original intention and striving forward can you make the right choice." Roger, with a bitter expression, lamented, "I was careless. I did not evade." Had I known of Chu Bawang's myriad tricks, I would have ceased my flight. Instead of running away, I might as well have reclined comfortably and experienced the intense pain of 10 months of gestation in the moment of childbirth. In excruciating pain. He extended his hand toward Chu Bawang, pleading, it hurts so much. The agony is unbearable. It's so painful that I can hardly articulate a word. It dawned on him that such bizarre sorcery existed in this world. Is this even a human endeavor? Senior Roger, are you pregnant? Do you require my assistance in childbirth? Ikelam, utterly shocked, rushed over, staring at Roger's belly, which was swollen like that of a pregnant woman. Amidst Roger's pain moans, Chu Bawang calmly turned away, leaving only a cold silhouette behind. Let us depart. We must find Zoro. While we may indulge in play, do not jest with your father. How dare you claim that I am less handsome than you? That would be courting disaster. Had it not been for your cumbersome condition, I would have surely taught you a lesson you would not forget. Is this even a human affair? How utterly monstrous. Observing the bulging belly of Pirate King Roger, Dasky's lips twitched uncontrollably. Do not always view me through a lens of prejudice. In this world, power knows no distinction between good and evil. It is merely power. Chu Ba Wang chuckled. If you believe my actions to be wrong or find me displeasing, you are welcome to challenge me. Or perhaps I shall employ the power assessment technique on you. To be honest, I am quite curious about how adorable you would appear with such a belly. It was evident that Chu Bawang harbored intentions of enlarging his own belly irresponsibly. Frightened, Dasky instinctively retreated behind Xiaoqing, not daring to utter a word. I am sorry. I was wrong. Excuse me, I shall take my leave. Chu Bawang disdainfully scoffed, thinking, you are too inexperienced to contend with me. As long as I remain unembarrassed, the awkwardness will rest upon others. Sometimes, habit can be a rather terrifying thing. Initially, when he employed the power assessment technique on Baijikluo, Chu Bawang felt a slight resistance within. However, he had since completely reconciled with it. Even if he were to use the technique to enlarge Dasky's petite and endearing figure, he would harbor no hesitation whatsoever. After all, childbirth was inevitable, and familiarizing oneself with the process beforehand could bear no detriment. He had previously shared this proposal with Koya, only to be met with disdainful glances in return. This truly pierced the heart of the pitiable and helpless Chu Bawang, leading him to consume an extra bowl during mealtime. Due to climatic conditions, the Kingdom of Drum experiences perpetual snowfall, rendering the entire island as cold as a vast expanse of snow-covered mountains. Towering snow-capped peaks rise majestically into the heavens, creating an extraordinarily spectacular scene. After abandoning Roger and Ikelam, Chu Bawang ultimately resolved to linger a while longer in this uniquely frigid realm before reuniting with Luffy, Zoro, and the others. After all, Luffy possesses an undeniable aura of a protagonist. Although he had been somewhat diminished by Chu Bawang's own actions, locating the little chopper should pose no significant challenge. With time still on their side, Chu Bawang and the ladies began to prepare their winter attire, skis, sleds, and other exclusive winter equipment. They discovered many rare items, some of which were not even stocked aboard the Mary. Fortunately, over the past several months, Chu Bawang had not drawn many remarkable treasures. Yet he had accumulated a fair share of miscellaneous rewards. Items that were temporarily unnecessary were cast into the treasure trove. Most of the riches Nami had found during their adventure on Ancient Island were also among these possessions. Upon their arrival at the snowy peaks of the Kingdom of Drum, Koya was as lively as a cheerful lark, her voice melodious and delightful. Nami and her companions engaged in playful snowball fights and built snowmen, reveling in their merriment. Initially, Dasky had displayed a hint of reservation, but after Nami playfully stuffed a snowball down her neck, she shed her shyness and joined forces with Koya to launch a counteroffensive against Nami. Darling, look. This is the first time I have witnessed such a grand expanse of snow. It's breathtakingly beautiful, Koya exclaimed, her face aglow with sweetness as she nestled against Chu Bawang's strong and warm chest. In this tender moment, lovers embraced amidst the captivating scenery, creating a picturesque scene worthy of being captured as wallpaper. The pristine white snow of the Kingdom of Drum showcased the remarkable landscapes of another world, further lifting the spirits of the ladies. Having lived in the village of Sirab for 18 years, Chu Bawang too was witnessing such fierce snow for the first time. The climate of Sirab leans towards the warm wind belt, making such snowy vistas exceedingly rare. In high spirits, he raised a jug of strong liquor and, after a hearty drink, was inspired to compose poetry. Spring in the garden of Chi, snow. The northern country's splendor, 1,000 miles encased in ice. 10,000 miles of snow drifting. Gazing at the Great Wall, only the vastness remains. The great river flows silently, losing its roaring flow. The ladies turned their attention towards Chu Bawang, their eyes sparkling with delight as they instinctively held their breath to listen intently. Daddy truly is a treasure. Not only is he skilled in music and plays the piano beautifully, but he also excels in poetry with such ease. It's simply dazzling. Little thief cat Nami, as if seeing mountains of gold and silver, sparkled with excitement akin to Sanji, her eyes gleaming with desire, nearly drooling in admiration. Should Chu Bawang witness her infatuation, he might liken it to an obsession. The mountains dance like silver serpents, and the rivers run like waxen elephants, yearning to challenge the heavens. On a clear day, behold the red garments draped in snow, particularly enchanting. Such captivating landscapes draw countless heroes to bow in admiration. Chu Bawang raised the jug of liquor high, exuding an air of invincibility, as if to toast to the magnificent beauty of the land. He reflected on his past life as an office worker, feeling a wave of nostalgia. Life passes in the blink of an eye. One must appreciate the scenery along the journey. When in high spirits, it is essential to venture out, to embrace the azure sea and blue sky, and to breathe in the fresh air. One cannot remain cooped up at home like a sloth when the world is so wondrous and inviting. In this world, there exists an abundance of breathtaking landscapes, and it is imperative to seize the opportunity of youth to explore them. As one leaps and dances in the splendid scenery, the women around are blissfully unaware of his exuberant thoughts. They mistakenly believe that the mighty Chu Bawang is merely expressing the solitude of being atop the world into soaring confidence, as if yearning for a contest with the heavens themselves to determine supremacy. Mountains dance like silver serpents, rivers rush like waxen elephants, wishing to measure heights with the divine. On a clear day, adorned in vibrant hues of red and white, beauty is particularly enchanting. The landscape is so captivating that it draws countless heroes to bow in humility. Dasky, pale-faced, repeatedly recites these lines, deeply moved by the lofty aspirations concealed within Chu Bawang's verses. You dare to challenge the heavens? Such audacity, why not ascend to the skies? Yet, upon reflection, it becomes apparent that Chu Bawang has mastered the sixth style of the Navy, the moonwalk, making the ascent to the heavens seem trivial. Little Ching remains silent, her beautiful eyes shimmering with an unusual light as she gazes intently at Chu Bawang. She, having evolved from the heavenly blue bull python through a golden pill, recalls the ancestral memories of enduring a terrifying heavenly tribulation every 100,000 years, a punishment from above, an invisible oppression on her kind. No matter how powerful a soul beast may be, the fear of the heavenly tribulation from the ninth heaven is instinctual. As a soul beast who has evolved, Little Ching inherently feels a profound reverence for nature and the divine. Not only does she refrain from provoking the celestial might, but she also dares not utter a single disparaging word. Yet now, Chu Bawang speaks candidly of his lofty ambitions to measure heights with the divine. My lord, you truly are my creator. Little Ching eagerly anticipates the day when he may indeed measure heights with the divine. Miss Golden Week and Miss Valentine's Day share the same sparkle in their eyes, not daring to blink for fear of missing this epic moment. Their gaze is firmly fixed upon Chu Bawang. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Bawang seems to ponder how to craft his next verse. The women, anxious yet silent, dread interrupting his creative flow, knowing that a poem crafted without fluidity would diminish its grandeur and impact. After what feels like an eternity, Chu Bawang drains the contents of his flask, and a sudden gust of wind sweeps through, lifting his shoulder-length hair and amplifying his majestic presence. Alas, the Qin Emperor and Hanwu, though admirable, lack in literary flair. Tangzong and Songzhu, slightly inferior in charm. A generation's pride, Genghis Khan, only knew how to bend the bow and shoot the mighty eagle. His voice, cold as ice, reverberates as he recites the final line. All that has passed, the figures of renown, let us look to the present. Silence envelopes the space. As Chu Bawang concludes his recitation, the atmosphere becomes so quiet it is suffocating. After 10 seconds, the women, momentarily assuming the role of an audience, erupt into applause, their claps echoing like thunder. Yet, Yi nestles against Chu Bawang's broad, warm chest, her face radiating a sweet, proud smile, as if deliberately showcasing her choice of man to the others. This is the man I have chosen. He could easily rely on his looks, but chooses to depend on his talent. Are you envious? Initially, Yi was merely captivated by Chu Bawang's physique, even contemplating a secret arrangement to support him. However, she did not anticipate that he possessed not only a handsome exterior but also a soul that is truly exceptional. The women gather around Chu Bawang, Observing Yi basking in his exclusive attention, their expressions a tapestry of emotions, complex and vivid. Miss Golden Week and Miss Valentine's Day, being newcomers, perceived Chu Ba Wang as shrouded in layers of mystery, enticing yet provoking their curiosity to delve deeper. Nami, consumed with excitement akin to a lemon, wears a face that seems to crave the sweetness of envy, wishing to replace Yi. Little Ching conceals her emotions well, yet a hint of envy and jealousy seeps through. Dasky, feeling a tinge of indignation, wonders why such good fortune seems to favor the formidable Chu Ba Wang, who is not only strikingly handsome and exceptionally skilled, but also surrounded by so many enchanting women and delectable feasts. How can there exist such a perfectly malevolent figure in this world? At that moment, ominous sounds echoed from the snow-laden forest behind the group of women. Without further ado, shadows disguised as ordinary villagers emerged in a steady stream, surrounding the formidable Chu Bawang and his companions. In their hands, they clutched antiquated firearms loaded with live ammunition. Leading the pack was a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, with a fierce countenance, wielding a massive weapon resembling a racket on his back. Is this a guerrilla force of civilian militia? Nami felt a tightening in her chest. Among them, Koya possessed the least combat prowess, prompting her to instinctively position herself behind Xiao Qing for protection. She cast a fleeting glance at the steadfast Chu Bawang, only to find him unperturbed, a warm smile still gracing his lips. Her internal tension dissipated significantly. As long as the formidable leader remained calm, they could face this confrontation with ease, even if it meant merely coasting through the ordeal. With a gentle smile, Chu Bawang surveyed the villagers brandishing their weapons from his elevated position, remarking, "I never expected you, the captain of Walpo's guard, to possess such a timid disposition. What is this? Mr. Dalton, after observing me for so long, you finally reveal yourself?" In the discussions among seasoned One Piece enthusiasts, Dalton's reputation precedes him. He has been a subject of much admiration. In the original narrative, Luffy performed a grand act of homage to Dalton in a bid to save the ailing Nami, his very first act of kneeling. This marked the beginning of Luffy's evolution into a more competent captain, one who no longer disregarded his crew's feelings due to momentary impulses. Though Dalton bears a fearsome visage, he is, in fact, a kind-hearted individual with a tough exterior, renowned for his friendliness, loyalty, and integrity, beloved by the people of Drum Kingdom. His sole flaw lies in his excessive kindness. Formerly the captain of Walpo's guard and a user of the Munch Munch fruit, he was unwaveringly loyal to the commands of the former king of Drum Kingdom, Walpo. Yet, he harbored deep dissatisfaction with Walpo's tyrannical rule. Upon witnessing the tragic demise of Chopper's mentor, Dr. Hiralik, at the hands of Walpo's machinations, Dalton was moved to tears, and his discontent intensified. He then intervened to prevent the young Chopper from recklessly confronting Walpo, recognizing that such an act would surely lead to the latter's demise. This discontent finally erupted when the Kingdom of Drum was besieged by the infamous Blackbeard Teach, and the incompetent monarch Walpo surrendered without a trace of resistance. As a result, the Kingdom of Drum has now ceased to exist. The former inhabitants of the kingdom, led by Dalton, established a temporary nation named Nameless Country. Of course, during their participation in the World Conference, it was ultimately renamed Sakura Country. You are the so-called overlord spoken of by the Straw Hat crew? I have heard tales of your formidable prowess and the myriad of extraordinary abilities you possess. It is said that you can easily overturn a nation. The bald-headed fellow in the straw hat informed me that among the crowd, the one who presents himself most ostentatiously, over 90% likely to be you. Dalton cast a wary glance at Chu Overlord, yet he was profoundly astonished by how Chu Overlord recognized him. Previously, he was certain that he and Chu Overlord had never crossed paths. However, what astonished him most was that, despite intending to call out Chu Overlord's true name, he inadvertently blurted out Overlord. In front of so many people, suddenly stuttering to call someone father drove Dalton to the brink of madness. Why must he stutter at such a moment? Why this particular word? Alas, Dalton had already agreed to assist the seemingly benign Straw Hat crew. If Dalton encountered Chu Overlord during his patrol, he promised to relay the predicaments currently faced by Usopp. Zoro and Luffy had provided a brief overview of Chu Overlord's illustrious achievements, suggesting that if Dalton's demeanor appeared sufficiently sincere, he might even earn the favor of Chu Overlord, alleviating the pressing crises of this beleaguered nation. To Dalton's surprise, Luffy was not as foolish as he seemed, possessing a fair degree of self-awareness. Chu Overlord raised an eyebrow, his expression one of delight. Upon hearing Luffy extol his handsomeness and combat prowess, Chu Overlord felt an undeniable swell of pride within. as long as you praise my looks. You are a good friend of mine, Chu Overlord. Dare to claim I am not handsome? Prepare to meet my fist. Oh, Roger, love for danger, do you see this? This illustrates the chasm that exists between you and Luffy. Inevitably, you shall one day ascend to become the true king of the pirates. I, the Overlord of Chu. Prophesy this, no force, not even Jesus, can thwart it. As for Luffy's boastful declarations, they were promptly disregarded by me, for they hardly pertain to the crux of the matter. I am curious to know, what else did that simpleton Luffy convey to you? Dalton was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the Overlord of Chu would refer to Luffy as simpleton. Could it be that the bald-headed straw hat boy holds such a lowly position aboard the pirate ship? This should not be the case. On Luffy, I can distinctly sense an immensely powerful vitality. Although its purity does not compare to that of the swordsman beside him or that of the lascivious chef with the curled eyebrows, his strength should not be underestimated. Yet now, it appears that the bald-headed lad, who claims to be the captain and wears a straw hat, holds the lowest status aboard the pirate ship. Due to Luffy's willingness to kneel before everyone in order to save his companion Usopp, Dalton, moved by this bond of friendship, harbors no intention of opposing Chu Ba Wang. In response to Chu Ba Wang's inquiry, Dalton directly replied, "He also told me to keep a closer watch on you and ensure that the beautiful girls in the village do not catch sight of you. Otherwise, those ladies might fall under your charm, and it would only benefit you, this scoundrel." Indeed, the words of the Straw Hat Kid have proven to be truthful. As Dalton spoke, his gaze swept over Koya, Nami, Xiaoqing, and Dasky, and when he turned to look at Chu Ba Wang, it was as if he were regarding a negligent, irresponsible scoundrel who shirked responsibility after having his fun. Chu Ba Wang was left speechless, once again being mistaken for a scoundrel. Do I truly appear to be such a rogue? Or have I unwittingly inscribed the term scoundrel upon my very visage? I, Chu Ba Wang, am not a scoundrel. Believe me. Seeing the villagers don expressions of disdain towards him, Chu Ba Wang felt an overwhelming urge to shout, "I am not a scoundrel. I truly am not a scoundrel. Please believe me, handsomely. I merely brought these ladies out for a leisurely outing. Our relationship is purely innocent and sophisticated. It is nothing as sordid as you might imagine. Wait. If you wish to reunite with the Straw Hat Kid, I can guide you." Dalton gestured for all the villagers to allow passage, even lowering his previously lofty demeanor to invite Chu Ba Wang to visit the village. He does not consider someone whom the four-sword-style swordsman Roronoa Zoro deems a master to be an easy target to bully. The news of Walpole's demise has yet to arrive. One day, this incompetent tyrant will return to the Drum Kingdom and reclaim his rightful throne, plunging the entire realm back into darkness. Although Dalton is an animal-type user of the bulbul fruit, he still feels inadequate in the presence of Walpole's glutton fruit. Therefore, he requires every possible ally in battle, were it not for the concern that revealing a lowly demeanor from the outset might place him at a disadvantage. Dalton would not exhibit such a fierce attitude. Nami looked at Chu Ba Wang and asked, "Father, can we trust this man?" Chu Ba Wang waved his hand and replied, "Let us follow him. Captain Dalton is friendly, honest, and well-loved by the people of Drum Kingdom. It would be a fine opportunity to sample the local delicacies." Dalton then said, "Is this truly the epitome of greatness?" He discerned my true nature with a mere glance. Initially, he harbored some skepticism regarding Luffy and his companion's portrayal of the formidable Chu Ba Wang, believing that such extraordinary individuals simply could not exist in this world. However, now, Dalton's inner doubts began to dissipate as he interacted with Chu Ba Wang. As he led the way, he discreetly advised his aide in a tone only they could hear, "I shall take a slight detour with Ba Wang. You, however, should return to the village ahead of us. Urge the young women there to refrain from venturing out too much. We must ensure they do not cross paths with this scoundrel. Otherwise, I fear some of them may be beguiled by Ba Wang's handsome visage, and should that rogue take advantage of them, they would have nowhere to lament their plight. Remember, guard against fire, theft, and Chu Ba Wang." Chu Ba Wang, possessing an acute sense of observation, was utterly bewildered. While others may not have caught Dalton and his aide's hushed exchanges, he heard every word distinctly. "My good man, your facade is crumbling." He never expected this honest man, with his prominent brows and earnest demeanor, would betray his true self. "As for the beauty of the women in your country, I am not entirely certain I would even notice." Accompanying him was the enchanting swordswoman, Xiaoqing, whose allure could rival even the Empress Hancock. Unbeknownst to him, his own aesthetic standards had risen considerably. Unless a woman was exceptionally beautiful, he would hardly spare her a glance. The sound of crunching snow echoed with each step the women took in their winter boots. Initially, Dalton had not noticed, but as they continued on their journey, he suddenly realized that Chu Ba Wang and his companions were clad in far more luxurious and complete winter gear than the natives who had lived in this icy realm for years. Not only was it well designed for warmth, but it also exuded an elegance that made it the perfect attire for enjoying the snowy landscapes. To put it bluntly, the dazzling snow boots nearly blinded Dalton's discerning eyes. Just as Dalton was about to inquire further, hoping to foster a closer relationship and prepare for future alliances, Chu Ba Wang seemed to sense his ulterior motives and interjected, "Do not ask. The answer is that you cannot afford it. I do not mean to belittle you for your lack of wealth and prowess, but even if you were wealthy, you could not possibly acquire these boots in this world." Dalton and the villagers felt a pang of hurt. "That stings, my friend. While we may indeed appear impoverished, even our entire nation languishes in a state of disrepair. Must you be so brazen in your disdain for us? Could we not express ourselves with a tad more subtlety?" Chu Bawang paused and continued, "Let me be candid with you. These boots are the limited edition Swarovski crystal snow boots. Only those with whom I share a deep bond may even dream of owning a pair. The market price for these boots is approximately 25,000, equivalent to around 200,000 yuan. Until 2015, they were the most expensive snow boots in the world, bar none. The elite craftsmen at Swarovski meticulously sew hundreds of exquisite crystals onto lambskin components, which are then sent back to the Gold Coast. Finally, the artisans at Baratie spend 5 painstaking days to create a finished product. The Swarovski crystal snow boots produced by the system are truly the CRME de la CRME, treasures that money cannot buy. Oh, I did not expect you city folk to be so playful, Dalton sighed despondently. He had intended to assert his strength before Chu Ba Wang, showcasing the united might of his militia. Yet, Chu Ba Wang seemed utterly indifferent to their demonstrative actions. The only reason he followed them to the village was to sample the local delicacies. The thought left Dalton feeling rather vexed. This land currently lacks a name. It was once known as the Drum Kingdom, ruled by the former king, Walbo. In the grand scheme of things, it is a nation renowned for its medical prowess, yet Walbo was a selfish tyrant, often enacting laws that benefited himself at the expense of his people, even instituting the ludicrous doctor hunting decree. As a result, only the witch doctor Dr. Koya and Dr. 20 remain on this island. The latter has gone into hiding following Walbo's escape, thus prompting the Straw Hat crew to seek out the witch doctor for assistance. If all goes well, they should return shortly to reunite with you. Dalton succinctly recounted the whereabouts of Luffy and Zoro, to which Chu Ba Wang nodded in acknowledgement. With Zoro and Sanji's aid, he presumed that the Na'vi Luffy had likely encountered Chopper by now, so he was not in a hurry to rejoin them. Upon arriving at the Drum Kingdom, he had already used his advanced observation abilities, no less potent than Enel's, to encompass the entire island, yet he found no trace of Walbo. Thus, the lethargic Chu Ba Wang resolved to wait in the Drum Kingdom for Walbo to take the bait. As Dalton grew somewhat parched from speaking, out of politeness, Chu Ba Wang casually remarked, "Captain Dalton need not elaborate. I am quite intrigued by Walbo's munch fruit. Should that fool dare to return to the Drum Kingdom, it shall mark his day of reckoning." Nami, leaning against Chu Ba Wang's right arm, whispered teasingly, "Father, when you say that, you truly sound like a villain of the most nefarious sort. Anyone unfamiliar would think you were the tyrant of the Drum Kingdom." The unwillingly abducted Dasky subtly nodded in agreement, her mind still vividly recalling the moment when Chu Ba Wang had pressed Smoker against the wall with relentless force. In this lifetime, she is likely to carry a considerable psychological scar. The formidable Chu Ba Wang mused, "How did I, a seemingly amiable and handsome young man, inadvertently transform into a notorious villain? All I did was snatch a female soldier from the Navy. In comparison to those ruthless pirates who commit heinous acts of murder and indiscriminate slaughter, my deeds pale in insignificance." As they continued their journey, Chia's expression suddenly shifted dramatically, causing her to shrink into Chu Ba Wang's embrace. She resembled a koala clinging to his neck, mirroring the astonishment one might exhibit while watching Jurassic Park. With her delicate fingers pointing ahead, she exclaimed, "Look, there is a bear up ahead. It appears exceedingly ferocious. Should we play dead to avoid becoming its meal?" The other women turned to gaze, only to discover that it was indeed a bear. Not only was it walking upright, but it also boasted a thick, white coat of fur, towering over them at least 3 times the height of a Dalton. What astonished them the most was the polar bear clutched an ice pick in its paw, prompting one to ponder whether it intended to break through the ice layer, awaiting the moment when the fish would surface for air, thus providing a sumptuous feast. Chu Ba Wang gazed at the kindly and gentle trekking bear with a bemused expression. In terms of ferocity, how could a mere polar bear possibly compare to Xiaoqing's true form? The azure bull python. It lacked even the qualifications to serve as a dessert after Xiaoqing's meal. Chu Ba Wang pursed his lips and chuckled softly, explaining that this was indeed a local specialty of the magnetic drum kingdom, specifically the trekking bear. These creatures were known for their amiable nature towards humans and posed no danger. Upon encountering a human, they would nod in mutual acknowledgement of goodwill. Yet, he wondered how the soup made from bear bones would taste. Chu Ba Wang's thoughts became increasingly animated. He had never before sampled the rich broth made from bear bones. If Dalton were to learn of Chu Ba Wang's innermost thoughts, he would likely tremble with indignation, feeling compelled to confront Chu Ba Wang fiercely. In the hearts of the people of the magnetic drum kingdom, the trekking bear embodied a spirit of empathy, akin to nature's animalistic sprites, and in a sense, was considered their companion. To slay a bear for its bones would be tantamount to murdering one of their kin. Indeed, Chu Ba Wang was formidable. He demonstrated an impressive breadth of knowledge, able to identify the trekking bear's taxonomy and temperament with just a glance. Dalton's heart quaked anew. He was certain that Chu Ba Wang had never before laid eyes on a trekking bear, yet he spoke the truth with such certainty, extinguishing the last flicker of doubt regarding Chu Ba Wang's capabilities. What remained in his heart was an overwhelming sense of reverence and worship. If Chu Ba Wang chose to remain in the magnetic drum kingdom, he would have no fear of the trifling return of Valbo. Suddenly, he felt that his audacious decision to accept the rubber boy and his companions, guiding them on their medical journey, was indeed the wisest choice of his life. Mr. Ba Wang truly possessed a wealth of knowledge. It was unexpected that he recognized even the trekking bear of the magnetic drum kingdom and understood its gentle disposition. Dalton was not entirely devoid of social acumen. Seizing the opportunity, he subtly praised Chu Ba Wang. Building rapport must begin with mutual flattery. Only by ensuring that the true powerhouse felt appreciated could one hope to earn their favor. Undoubtedly, this is a subtle detail of human interaction. There is an old adage, the world is not merely about conflict. It is also about the nuances of human relationships. The concept of a hiking bear that respects humanity is indeed quite intriguing. Koya, in a moment of clarity, gracefully performed a mountaineering salute towards the bear. Nami and Dasky followed suit, mimicking Kaya's gesture, bowing respectfully to the bear, which amusingly returned the gesture with a low bow of its own. Should I perhaps imitate the noble actions of Lady Koya? Xiaoqing, however, appeared perplexed, her gaze sweeping over the bear without comprehension of the gesture's significance. Saluting a bear? Surely you jest. This creature is not worthy of being my dessert, so why should I pay it any respect? Apart from the formidable Chu Ba Wang, she harbors no awe for any living being. Miss Xiaoqing, Dalton raised an eyebrow, feeling a twinge of discontent as he contemplated the need for outsiders to adapt to local customs. Yet, he was taken aback when he noticed, through the corner of Xiaoqing's eye, the hiking bear not only showed no signs of anger but instead displayed a look of trepidation, prostrating itself before her with a profound gesture of respect. Dalton was utterly bewildered. Could this bear have undergone some genetic mutation? He stared in disbelief at the creature. Typically revered as a spirit animal, now humbling itself before Chu Ba Wang's made with the demeanor of a well-trained pet seeking forgiveness. The bear, with a fearful expression, lay low, eager to please like a dog trying to win over its master. You are a bear, not a dog, Dalton thought, his lips twitching in disbelief, feeling as though his world had been turned upside down. Let it go? This bear is clearly terrified of you and won't leave without your command. Chu Bawang nodded slightly, signaling Xiaoqing to temper her exuberance and maintain a low profile. After all, Xiaoqing's true nature stems from the core of the starry forest, and her bloodline carries considerable influence over animals. It is no wonder that even a mere hiking bear, let alone a Titan ape, would defer to her authority. Xiaoqing blinked her beautiful eyes, dismissively waving away the bear as if swatting a fly. Did you not hear the words of my lord? Depart at once and do not reappear before me, or I shall surely turn you into soup. The bear, looking relieved as if granted a pardon, clutched its ice pick, previously used as a walking aid, and bolted away, as if fearing that Xiaoqing might change her mind and decide to consume it after all. It was astonishing how even a maid close to the formidable Chu Bawang could wield such mysterious power. The bear, typically unbothered even by the snow wolves, behaved like a mouse fleeing from a cat in the presence of Miss Xiaoqing. One couldn't help but wonder what roles these two had played in the past and how Chu Bawang had come to enlist Xiaoqing as his attendant. Dalton's regard for Chu Ba Wang shifted, his expression now grave. Truly, this individual embodies the essence of greatness, capable and strikingly handsome. If he were to discover that the enigmatic figure he reveres is merely a whimsical creation of the creator, akin to the legendary Chu Ba Wang, he would undoubtedly be left astounded. After traversing a concealed mountain for approximately half an hour, the group arrived at a village known as the Great Horn, the homeland of the mediocre physician, Zillibu. Occasionally, one might observe creatures such as the winter river horse and the snow antelope passing by. As humans and animals coexist in remarkable harmony, presenting a rather peculiar sight. Who, one wonders, bestowed this village with its rather uninspired name? It certainly lacks cultural depth. Chu Ba Wang remarked with a hint of sarcasm. In my opinion, surrounded by snow maple trees and situated in a cold wind belt climate, it would be far more appealing to name it Maple Snow Town. To call it Great Horn Village is simply atrocious. Dalton replied, "That resonates deeply, my friend. This name was indeed coined by me, and at that time, it garnered substantial support from numerous villagers." Dalton, though clearly vexed, could only maintain a smile. For indeed, the reasoning presented by Chu Ba Wang was quite sound. Naming it Maple Snow Town was far more melodious than something like Big Horn Village. However, it was evident that Chu Ba Wang did not dwell excessively on this matter. After all, this is a pirate world where the ordinary folk, oppressed by the nobility, struggle to survive and rarely have the opportunity to receive a proper education. Among 10 individuals, 9 are typically illiterate, and the last one is not likely to be much better. Individuals like Zoro, who are fervently devoted to the sword and possess a certain talent for poetry, are truly rare. Sometimes, Chu Ba Wang muses whether Zoro, if he were to traverse back to the Tang dynasty and become a Han person, might become the next poetic immortal. Li Bai. After all, aside from his moniker Ghost God, Zoro also bears the title King of Recitation, in states of recitation, wearing a headscarf, or reminiscing about his companions. Zoro's combat prowess would see a significant enhancement. Though Dalton is illiterate, it must be acknowledged that his connections within Big Horn Village are quite formidable. Shortly thereafter, he commanded the preparation of the finest local delicacies, assembling a feast that rivaled even the Manchu Han Imperial Feast, in hopes of further ingratiating himself with the esteemed Chu Ba Wang. Alas, the majority of the meat did not quite suit Chu Ba Wang's palate, which had been spoiled by modern American cuisine. Nevertheless, certain natural antelope milk and block cheese were delectable, leaving a lingering aftertaste. While the culinary skills in the pirate world may not be exceptionally refined, the quality of the organic fruits and dairy products is indeed commendable. Unlike Earth in a former life, the pirate world suffers little from environmental pollution, and animals are not subjected to hormones to hasten their growth. Thus, the fruits and dairy here are of superb quality. If these fruits and meats were brought to my previous life, they would be the quintessential embodiment of purely natural. Delightful. Chu Ba Wang cradled a steaming cup of cheese tea in one hand while the other embraced the clingy little thief cat, Nami, his expression one of serene contentment. Meanwhile, Shaoqing diligently assumed the role of a massage therapist, wholeheartedly attending to Chu Ba Wang's shoulders and legs. Such decadence. It was truly excessive, Dalton observed, his lips twitching with disbelief. Watching Chu Ba Wang in a state of blissful enjoyment, he instinctively questioned whether the purpose of Chu Ba Wang's visit to Big Horn Village was indeed to seek out talents like Luffy for the Drum Kingdom. For Chu Ba Wang exhibited no anxiety whatsoever regarding Usopp's condition. Instead, he appeared more like a vacationer at a resort, indulging in both company and professional massages. Dalton opened his mouth as if to voice something, but was promptly interrupted by Chu Ba Wang's wave. "I am aware that Luffy has already ventured to the palace atop Drum Peak, where resides the so-called witch doctor, Dr. Koya. I also know that Dr. Koya is rather eccentric, typically reluctant to descend the mountain to treat patients, only doing so when the mood strikes her. To date, she has lived for over 140 years and has a penchant for eating pickled plums." "Mr. Dalton, you need not utter a word. I can discern all your innermost thoughts." Dalton's expression shifted dramatically, surprise washing over him. For every word Chu Ba Wang spoke was precisely what he had been itching to express. Did this imply that from the outset, Chu Ba Wang was aware of his intention to utilize him against Wapol? Such formidable individuals often possess peculiar temperaments, and it would not be an exaggeration to label them as eccentric. Now, with Chu Ba Wang's unfathomable strength aware of his intentions for treachery, would he not retaliate recklessly? At this thought, cold sweat beaded on Dalton's forehead, and a chill surged through him. Outside, snowflakes danced in the air, yet the atmosphere within was anything but harmonious. Utilizing another as a tool for one's own ends is indeed a clever stratagem. Unfortunately, Chu Ba Wang is not one to abide by the confines of propriety, nor does he wish to become a mere instrument in another's hand. Faced with Chu Ba Wang's teasing inquiries, Dalton squirmed uncomfortably. His expression contorted as if he had consumed something distasteful. Just as he was racked with anxiety, grappling with how to respond to this death question, a knock resounded from the door. Dalton, filled with excitement, nearly burst into tears. "Brothers, your timing is impeccable. Who could possibly come to my rescue at such a critical moment? It is truly heartwarming. Do not move. Let me open the door myself." Dalton evaded Chu Ba Wang's words, shoving aside his assistant. He hurriedly flung the door open, yearning to embrace the visitor in a heartfelt hug. But when he finally beheld the newcomer, Dalton's countenance darkened, nearly causing him to regurgitate his breakfast. Standing before him was a disheveled woman, her nose-picking hand still raised, towering nearly 5 meters tall. She waved at Dalton with a toothy grin, her appearance reminiscent of a lumbering bear. While her smile was amiable, her pancake-like face and lumbering physique left much to be desired. As Chu Ba Wang would aptly put it, "For heaven's sake, please refrain from parading such an unkempt appearance. The mockery factor is off the charts, and one might easily find themselves on the receiving end of a beating while walking down the street." The disheveled woman extended her hand, recently freed from her nasal excavation, attempting to greet Dalton. "Oh, Captain Dalton seems quite cheerful today. What is this? Are you hoping to give me a great big bear hug?" Dalton's face turned as dark as a pot, caught in a dilemma of whether to accept or decline the handshake. Given a chance to relive the moment, he would rather confront Chu Ba Wang's inquiries than face the unkempt woman at the door. Nearby, Xiaoqing stifled a laugh, clearly relishing the unfolding drama. This left Koya feeling somewhat helpless, as the bond between master and servant had indeed been severely tarnished. Even the honest and simple Dalton was subjected to such teasing. As for the so-called observation hockey, Koya was somewhat aware of its existence. She could hardly believe that Dalton would fortuitously encounter a rather disheveled woman, who might be described as a bit disappointing to her parents, especially during a rare moment when he was eager to open a door. Did one not notice the delight on the face of the imposing Chu Ba Wang, whose grin seemed to stretch all the way to the back of his head? The disheveled woman, noticing that Dalton appeared to be engaged in serious discussions with an esteemed guest, wisely refrained from prolonging the encounter and got straight to the point. "Captain Dalton, are you not in search of the witch doctor Dr. Kuria? I have heard that she has just arrived in the neighboring town of Kokovet." Dalton was taken aback. The villagers accompanying him were equally stunned. Even the gluttonous Nami, who was shamelessly reaching for cheese biscuits, paused in disbelief. If the witch doctor had united with Luffy, it was only logical that she would be focused on treating Usopp. Yet, she suddenly appeared in Kokovet. Was it possible that Luffy and his companions had missed their chance to meet her? Nami, bewildered, exclaimed, "By the timeline, they should have already reached the palace at Drum Peak and reunited with the witch doctor. This is too much of a coincidence. Luffy has perfectly missed the only doctor in this nation." Chu Ba Wang was equally perplexed. He suddenly recalled that he had indeed sacrificed Luffy's luck during a lottery to fortune deity Maipulu in exchange for a batch of premium goods. If that was the case, it seemed he would have to bear the brunt of Luffy's misfortune in missing the witch doctor. Just as Chu Ba Wang pondered whether he ought to intervene, a long-forgotten mechanical sound echoed in his ears. Ding! Post detected to soon encounter the first adorable creature of the Pirate King, Chopper. The following task is issued. Teach him the strongest body technique of Naruto, the 8 Gates, to help the small Chopper, who wishes to protect his friends, grow stronger. Task rewards. Imperial Artifact. 1 strike must kill. Muramesa, Imperial Artifact. Transformation Freedom. Gaia Foundation, Imperial Artifact. Demon God Manifestation, Essence of the Demon. Imperial Artifact. 1 strike must kill. Muramesa, originally owned by Akin. It is a blade from the anime Akin Ga Kill. This infamous cursed blade, if it strikes, will inflict a curse that swiftly leads to death, with no antidote available. It is renowned for its lethality. 1 strike to kill, a mere scratch spells doom. And it is forged solely for murder. Note: exercise extreme caution while wielding. A cut on the finger means instant death. The incantation will not activate unless one can strike the opponent directly, and it is ineffective against corpses or puppets. Imperial Artifact, Transformation Freedom, Gaia Foundation, originally owned by Chelsea. A cosmetic-type artifact that allows the user to transform into anything they desire. Note: the user must rely on their hands to activate this artifact. It cannot be used without fingers. Imperial Artifact, Demon God Manifestation, Essence of the Demon, originally owned by the arch-villainous Death. an ice-type artifact that allows the user to freely create and control ice. Regarded as the strongest artifact by Nagenda, the primary material is said to be blood from a super dangerous species residing in the far north, and the mark on Estetha's chest was formed after drinking the blood. However, those other than Esteth who have tasted even a drop have been driven mad by bloodlust. Weakness: none. The task rewards all stem from the immensely popular healing anime KMGA Kill, which led Chu Ba Wang to wonder whether, upon collecting the fragments of the portal, he might indeed traverse into this tragic two-dimensional world. Chopper, you truly are a wonderful reindeer. I absolutely adore you. Ding. Does the host choose to accept this task? Please confirm. Isn't this a non-mandatory task that won't lead to obliteration if left uncompleted? Haha, system pup. I am growing fonder of you. Confirming acceptance of this task. Teaching little Chopper the 8 gates technique should not be too challenging. With a warm smile gracing his lips, Chu Bawang could not help but marvel at how considerate this quirky system had become. Such an abundance of remarkably practical task rewards. Only a fool would decline them. Moreover, the formidable Chu Bawang harbors a subtle belief that having mastered the body technique, 8 gates of Duenjia, the endearing Chopper would transform into a vigorous and sophisticated being. Chopper body technique, 8 gates of Duenjia, violent yet charming. Perfect. It is worth noting, I seek your generosity in various free data. If Chopper can master the body technique, 8 gates of Duenjia, one would acquire 3 imperial artifacts, making this transaction exceptionally lucrative. If Chopper were present, Chu Bawang would likely be so elated as to embrace him heartily, for these 3 imperial artifacts are exceedingly useful. Although they possess varying degrees of efficacy, each has its unique strengths. The imperial artifact, Murakumo's cursed poison, while representing a lethal strike in the realm of Akin Ga Kill, proves less effective in the pirate world, where even ordinary individuals exhibit remarkable vitality. Unless reforged and enhanced later, it would serve merely as a potent poison buff. In contrast, the Imperial Artifact, Gaia Foundation, and the Imperial Artifact, Essence of Demons, are invaluable even in late-game scenarios. The Imperial Artifact, Gaia Foundation, functions akin to perfect disguise technique, allowing the user to transform into anything according to their desires. Not only can one impeccably masquerade as another person, but also take on any animal form. When compared to the Monkey King's 72 transformations, it stands out in its own right. Meanwhile, the Imperial Artifact, Essence of Demons, is akin to an enhanced version of the Ice Fruit, devoid of any adverse effects. Once developed, Chu Bawang could even exploit the Essence of Demons to freeze time, a phenomenon known as time stop. Within this frozen time, no one but the user can move. The sole regret is that the Essence of Demons does not allow the user to elementalize themselves like the Ice Fruit wielder. However, the inability to elementalize pales in comparison to the ability to freeze time, rendering the deficiency trivial. Now endowed with boundless stamina, I ponder how long I could maintain this temporal freeze. Surely, it would not be less than an hour, would it? Chu Bawang's gaze flickered back and forth, harboring a hint of mischief as he regarded the wealthy yet charming Koya. In the neighboring village of the Great Horn Village, in the bustling bar of Cocoa Wheat Town, the air was pierced by the shrill cries of a child, causing discontent among patrons. Boss, you must find a solution. Your son has been wailing, and I cannot enjoy my drink. If this continues, I shan't return. The owner bowed in apology and approached his son. Hey, little Dama, what troubles you? Why have you been crying?